Chapter 1, Bloody Post-Breakup Activation System. In the evening of July, the sky is still bright. Ding Bulai, wearing an orange delivery uniform, stood blankly downstairs of the dormitory building, clearly watching the young girl getting out of the BMW in front of him. The girl was wearing a dark blue skirt and had a sweet smile. Before getting off the car, she shyly gave the man in the car a deep kiss. Anyone who sees this scene will sigh at the wealth of the man and the beauty of the woman and the beauty of youth. Until the girl turned her head accidentally and saw Ding Bulai behind her, her expression changed. Not bad? Xiao Xian, what are you doing? The girl in front of him, Zhao Xian, is his girlfriend since high school. But now. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, calmed herself down from her panic, and smoothed her hair. Not bad. I was planning to tell you in a few days once we get our diplomas. But since you've seen it today, I won't hide it from you anymore. Let's break up. Ding Bulai's face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. Why? Zhao Xian had a blank expression on her face. You've been looking for a job for half a year, but you can't even find an internship, so you can only deliver food every day. We're graduating soon and have to face the pressure of life, and you. I can't give me the life I want. Ding Bulai's face darkened. Born as an orphan, he had finally managed to finish college and thought he could build a bright future with his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, reality is more cruel than fiction. There were so many undergraduates and so many masters and doctors. He had no connections or background and faced graduation and couldn't even find a job. At this time, the man in the BMW got out. Ding Bulai then saw clearly that the man was actually Lu Dong, a classmate from the same department. Lu Dong was seen carelessly holding Zhao Xian in his arms. Zhao Xian's body stiffened slightly, and then she leaned softly in the other's arms. Lu Dong's eyes flashed with pride, and then he said disdainfully, Xiao Ding, I will help you take care of Xian from now on. By the way, since we're classmates, if you're willing, I have a relative whose company is hiring, and I can recommend someone to you when the time comes. As for the salary, 2,000 to 3,000 is not high, but if you spend it frugally, it will be no problem for you to barely survive in Yunhang City. Ding Bulai's eyes flashed with anger. Get out. You fucking. Brother Dong, forget it. Lu Dong's face was full of anger, but he immediately enjoyed the wonderful feeling of Zhao Xian's arms pressed against his chest, and smiled evilly. Ha, for Xuan's sake, I won't bother with him today, but you have to make it up to me tonight. Zhao Xian smiled shyly. Brother Dong, you are so annoying. Hee, you will know how bad I am tonight. The disgusting looks of the two people in front of him made Ding Bulai's sadness over his girlfriend's betrayal disappear, leaving only a strong sense of irony. Glancing at the two of them coldly, Ding Bulai showed no emotion or joy on his face. Xiao Xian, this is the last time I will call you that. We will both be well from now on. I hope you won't regret it. After saying that, Ding Bulai turned and left. Only Zhao Xian's complicated look and Lu Dong's disdainful ridicule were left. Stupid thing. Ding Bulai returned to the dormitory. The other beds were already empty. After all, graduation was coming up in a few days, and the others had either returned to their hometowns or moved out to work. Only Ding Bulai was left, still living in the dormitory because he had not found a job. Lying exhausted on the bed, Ding Bulai felt lost in thought. What a fucking world. Bite. It was detected that the host was abandoned by a goddess with a score of more than 85 points, and the surf was helped to turn the host around. Consumer Cashback System is being activated. Ding Bulai suddenly sat up. System? Is my spring coming? Host, don't doubt it. This system is a goddess consumption cashback system. The host can get cashback rewards for consumption of goddesses with more than 85 points. There are also additional rewards for successful strategy. Double cashback 3 times a day. If you exceed 3 times, you can only get a 1:1 cashback on the original consumption amount. The clear mechanical sound in his mind made Ding Bulai's eyes flash with shock and surprise. After thinking about it, he tentatively took out his cell phone, found Zhao Xian's photo, and communicated with her in his mind in the way he had read in novels before. Sure enough, a mechanical voice sounded immediately. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Zhao Xian. Age, 22. Rating, 85. Number of drivers, 2. Favorability, 35 friendly. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Seeing Zhao Xian's favorability rating of 35 and the number of drivers that clearly represented something, Ding Bulai felt only a touch of absurdity. Not binding. With the system, Lu Dong and Zhao Xian are like ants. But is there really a cashback function? Ding Bulai could no longer sit still. Gurgle. His stomach growled and Ding Bulai realized that he hadn't eaten yet, so it was a good opportunity to give it a try. At the door of the night color bar, Ding Bulai took a deep breath. It was already evening, and all the classmates he knew had left school long ago, and it was impossible for him to just find a girl to treat her to a meal. After thinking for a long time, I decided to go to the most popular bar around the school. After calming himself down, Ding Bulai slowly walked inside. "Welcome, handsome guy." A sweet voice came. Ding Bulai looked up and saw a girl in a black suspender skirt. She had a round face, amber eyes, and a slightly upturned nose. When she smiled, her small canine teeth were exposed. With the clothes and atmosphere at that time, she looked pure and sexy. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Jiang Lulu. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. Rating, 88. Number of drivers, 2. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Ding Bulai's heart moved. Even though the girl in front of him already had 2 drivers, the goddess with 88 points still made him feel excited. Moreover, in today's society, such a beautiful girl at the age of 24, especially in a bar, this number is considered acceptable. He said secretly, "Bind." "Excuse me, handsome, do you have a reservation?" "No, help me find a seat." Jiang Lulu subconsciously glanced at Ding Bulai. He was about 1.8 meters tall and handsome, but he was wearing a $100 brand t-shirt and jeans, and some worn-out casual shoes. He had no watch or other accessories, a typical look of a poor student. She gave a perfunctory smile in a professional manner. "Handsome guy, how many people are you?" "We have booths and tables. The minimum consumption for booths is 800, and for tables." Ding Bulai interrupted her. "I'm alone, let's find a booth." Jiang Lulu was stunned for just 2 seconds. "Okay, handsome, please follow me." Chapter 2 True Cash Back. Wearing 10-centimeter high heels, Jiang Lulu led Ding Bulai to the corner booth. Her crystal nails drew an arc on the drink list, and her fingertips touched the 888 yuan set menu. "Handsome guy, would you like to try our graduation season special package?" This was her usual tactic for dealing with student customers. First, test the thickness of their wallets with discounted packages, even though she didn't have much expectation for this poor student who was obviously trying to show off or have a novel experience. On the way here, Ding Bulai checked his bank card balance and found that it was only 805 yuan, which was not enough for this package. But he remained calm on the surface. "Beautiful lady, can I buy you a drink?" Although Jiang Lulu is the atmosphere creator and wine hostess, accompanying guests to drink is a job she enjoys doing. Dante Bulai was obviously not someone who could satisfy her. But seeing that it was still early and there weren't many people in the bar, and the other person's face looked like Daniel Wu, Jiang Lulu's refusal turned into soft words. "Of course, but I don't drink ordinary wine." Ding Bulai pointed at the 388 yuan cocktail on the menu and said, "Let's order 2 of these blue Hawaiians first." Jiang Lulu was surprised and showed a little more enthusiasm. "No problem, what else?" "That's it for now. We'll order later." That's fine." "Handsome guy, do you want to scan the code or swipe the card?" "Scan the code." Ding Bulai took out his cell phone with a nervous heart. As soon as Jiang Lulu saw the shabby old model student phone, the disappointment and disdain on her face disappeared. Ding Bulai didn't see it because all his attention was on his mobile phone. After he successfully scanned the code, a text message notification of successful transaction appeared on his mobile phone instantly. Then, another new text message appeared. Your Longwa bank card with the last number 4444 received a transfer amount of 1,552 yuan, and the current bank card balance is 1,581 yuan. Real. It's really true. You can really get cash back. As an orphan, his fate will change from now on. Ding Bulai wanted to laugh out loud, but he forced himself to hold it back. Despite this, his face was still flushed with excitement. On the other side, Jiang Lulu came to the bar and was waiting for the waiter to bring her wine. Several pretty girls sitting scattered around the bar said enviously, "Lulu is really amazing. She got another booth, and the guy is so handsome. What about that man? Do you have money? If you do, take us along to join in the fun." They are the atmosphere group, wine touts, and belong to the bar. Therefore, they cannot chat up each other's guests like ordinary guests, unless they get consent and invitation. What the hell, he's just a poor student who came here to look for something new. Even his cell phone and all his belongings are not worth as much as one of your bags. John Lulu said unhappily, and several pretty girls lost interest after hearing that. Oh, I see. It's okay. It's okay if he's handsome and pleasing to the eyes. John Lulu rolled her eyes, picked up the tray, turned and walked towards the booth. As soon as the wine was served, Ding Bulai picked up a glass and drank it without waiting for John Lulu to speak. The cold wine stimulated his taste buds. It was sour, sweet and a little bitter, but it also calmed his excited mood a little. John Lulu was a little surprised and confused. She thought the other party would sit with this small glass of cocktail for most of the night. Handsome guy, drinking is also so different. Ding Bulai's expression remained unchanged. I'm a little thirsty. Give me some more wine, this, and these snacks and fruit plates. I estimated the price in my mind and ordered the maximum amount of 1,500 yuan. After the cash rebate, the balance on the card became 3,185 yuan. I didn't have dinner at night, so I can only rely on these snacks to fill my stomach. John Lulu's eyes lit up. Okay, handsome, wait a moment. I'll bring it to you right away and drink with you. After saying that, he hurriedly brought some good food from the bar. Back at the booth, John Lulu sat directly next to Ding Bulai this time. While helping Ding Bulai fill his glass, she also held up a glass of wine and smiled sweetly. Handsome guy, I toast you a glass. Ding Bulai picked up the wine glass while eating snacks. Handsome guy, my name is Lulu, what's your name? Ding Bulai also wanted to approach the 88-point beauty, so he said, Ding Bulai. John Lulu covered her mouth and smiled. This name is really not bad, then I will call you Brother Bolai. Brother Bolai, this is the first time you come to our place, right? From the looks of him, is he a student from nearby? Why didn't he come to our place before? Why are you here if you have nothing to do? It's meaningless. Brother Bulai, what interesting things do you like? We have a lot of fun here, including drinking, singing, dancing, and beautiful girls dancing. John Lulu smiled shyly. Most importantly, Lulu can also drink and chat with you. Ding Bulai also smiled and said happily, really? If you accompany me to drink and chat more, I will definitely come more often in the future. At the same time, he was secretly excited inside in his heart. He had never had such a beautiful girl like the most beautiful girl in the school be so gentle and enthusiastic towards him before. Of course, he also sees things clearly and won't be fooled by the other party's superficial enthusiasm. After confirming that the system cashback funds can really be used, Ding Bulai is also eager to make his wallet fatter. Otherwise, a bank card balance of several thousand yuan would be unacceptable. But he was not in a hurry. He got double cashback 3 times a day, which was even more exaggerated than putting rice on the chessboard in the fable. I felt calm. John Lulu said in a sweet voice, Brother, you can feel it more today. I will definitely not let you down. Ding Bulai looked playful. Then I'll wait and see. Brother Bulai, don't just eat. I'd like to drink with you for a while. Lulu is such a beautiful girl to drink with me, so I have to drink. That's really refreshing, bro. After a few glasses of wine, John Lulu's face looked even rosier under the dim light. Ding Bulai couldn't help but feel his index finger aroused. It was just that intentional or unintentional distance that made him realize that it was not the right time yet. Lulu, you can drink quite a lot. I like your bold and straightforward manner. Drink the remaining 2 glasses of wine and I will give you a small gift. John Lulu blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. Really? Brother Bolai wouldn't lie to me, right? Of course not. I would never lie to a beauty like you, Lulu. Ding Bulai's purpose today was not to drink, so he ordered cocktails or other fruit wines, and each glass cost no less than 200 or 300 yuan. John Lulu can drink quite a bit, and since she is a wine hostess, she wants to drink as much as possible with the guests. However, generally speaking, when customers ask them to drink, they will also drink more themselves. After all, the wine they buy with their own money will not be cheap for them, unless they force them to drink with bad intentions. But they would also order some wines with high alcohol content or strong aftertaste. She became more and more curious about Ding Bulai, then Lulu was looking forward to Brother Bulai's gift. As he said this, he drank the glass of wine in one gulp, wiped the corners of his mouth, and coughed twice in a pretentious manner. Chapter 3, Spend 10,000 and get a green bubble. Brother Bolai, I don't usually drink like this, but who can blame Brother Bolai for liking it? Having said that, she glanced at Ding Bulai seductively and drank the last glass of wine on the table in one gulp. Snap. 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 Ding Bulai clapped his hands softly. Lulu, I like you more and more. Bring me the wine list, I'll give you a small gift. Jiang Lulu happily handed over the wine list. Ding Bulai glanced through it casually, pointed at one place and said, This set is for the beautiful goddess Lulu. Rose Date Goddess Package, 8,888 yuan. Jiang Lulu was really surprised and couldn't help but look at the handsome guy next to her. The surprise and enthusiasm were measured. Brother Bolai, you are so handsome. At the same time, he quickly handed over the payment code. Brother Bolai, I really like this gift. Ding Bulai smiled slightly, as long as you like it. At the same time, take out your cell phone. Although the current balance on the card is only over 3,000, he still has a credit card. Although as a poor student he seldom uses it and the credit limit is very low, he still has at least a credit limit of 10,000 yuan. I didn't think of credit cards at first, and I was also worried about whether credit cards could give cash back. However, the information in the text message immediately dispelled his concerns. Your Longwa bank card with the last number 4444 received a transfer amount of 17,776 yuan, and the current bank card balance is 20,961 yuan. Ding Bulai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who would have thought that he, who originally only had 800 yuan, became a millionaire in an hour? This time, Jiang Lulu did not leave her seat, but a row of tall beauties in uniform cheongsams came over with various drinks. At the same time, the screen in the center of the bar displayed fireworks and congratulatory music, and the sound spread throughout the venue. Thank you Mr. Ding from booth 06 for spending 8,888 yuan on the Rose Date Goddess set meal. As the lights shined, the beauties in cheongsam brought the drinks to the booths one by one. Ding Bulai's handsome face and Jiang Lulu's rosy face attracted the attention of the whole audience. He spent over 10,000 yuan in half an hour, which is definitely a high-end customer in Yunhang, a second-tier city, and in this not-so-high-end bar. But Jiang Lulu felt confused again by the street clothes and the broken cell phone. Let's put it in the fish pond and observe it for now. A high consumption once is not a big deal, but it's worth further contact. Jiang Lulu thought to herself as she moved closer to Ding Bulai. Brother Bolai, I really like this gift. Let me give you a green bubble. Ding Bulai did not hesitate, took out his mobile phone and added a friend. I just feel sad that it cost me more than 10,000 yuan to add a green bubble. Not bad, brother. My name is Jiang Lulu. Please save my phone number. Lulu, your profile picture is so beautiful, but you are even more beautiful in person. After drinking some wine, Ding Bulai relaxed a lot. Jiang Lulu smiled shyly. Brother Lai is good at saying nice things, so there must be a lot of girls who like him in school. No one paid attention to Ding Bulai in the past, but how could he be timid at this moment? Of course, but I don't like those girls. What kind of girls does Bulai like? I just like girls like Lulu, who are pretty, sexy and cute. Brother Bulai only says nice things, but people don't believe them. Then what do you need to believe it? Ding Bulai moved closer to Jiang Lulu and put his hand on her white and tender shoulders outside her black suspenders. Jiang Lulu frowned subconsciously, but did not move Ding Bulai's hand away. You say you like someone before you even know them. With some people, I only need to take one look at them and I know that they are my one and only. Lulu, you are my one and only. To show my sincerity, I will give you another gift. He picked up the menu next to him, pointed at the Spade Ace Black Gold Edition single bottle, 18,888 yuan, and said, Order a bottle of champagne for you. You are my goddess, my queen. When the good news resounded throughout the bar again. The slight discomfort in Jiang Lulu's heart about having her shoulder put on her disappeared instantly. Instead, she excitedly took Ding Bulai's arm and said, Brother Bulai, you are so good to me. I am really moved by you. You know, based on the amount of money Ding Bulai is spending at the moment, he can take almost 90% of the girls in the venue away to book a room. Ding Bulai saw the text message of successful cash back. Although it happened more than 3 times tonight and this time it was only a 1:1 cash back, it was equivalent to not spending any money. At the same time, I feel the wonderful touch on my arm and enjoy the envious gazes of people around me. Especially the fiery and expectant eyes of many beautiful girls who I had difficulty approaching in the past. Ding Bulai truly developed a sense of pride that this was the way life should be. With the help of money, his previous lonely and inferior mentality had completely disappeared. Although in the eyes of many people, the cost of 30,000 is not much, and tonight is just an insignificant little scene. But for him, this is a reshaping of his inner self and mentality, and a sublimation and transformation of his life. There is no other reason. Money is a man's greatest confidence. Facing Jiang Lulu's crystal clear gaze, Ding Bulai smiled faintly. How about it? 2 more bottles. Of course. Jiang Lulu swallowed the word okay before she could even say it. She still knows the difference between making money and making a tall, rich, and handsome man. Of course not. There is still a lot of wine. Don't waste it. Besides, it's enough for people to know Brother Bulai's intentions. Lulu has already started to have feelings for Bulai Gu. There may be a little bit of heartbeat, but it shouldn't be much. Ding Bulai noticed that Jiang Lulu's favorability in his mind had risen to 35. It seemed good, but it was only at the friendly stage. Oh, women are really born movie stars. Good things come in pairs. I'm happy to spend money on Lulu. Another bottle of Ace of Spades champagne. Wow. Jiang Lulu's heart trembled. A handsome guy who spends nearly 50,000 yuan in a bar in one night without blinking an eye is worth giving a chance. It would be great if the other person has a really good career or family. Jiang Lulu silently put Ding Bulai from her own fish pond and put him among the top priority ones. At the same time, Ding Bulai only saw that Jiang Lulu's favorability level rose from 35 to 50, reaching the favorability stage. No wonder those rich men are always surrounded by beautiful women. If they keep spending money like this, how many girls can afford it? Jiang Lulu's eyes were shining as she looked at Ding Bulai. That's good, brother. You're so nice to me. Lulu is so touched. I'll drink this glass of wine. At this time, there were already many girls around who were eager to try. There were even a few girls who were conceited about their good looks and came forward to toast. However, none of them prompted the system to give a rating. Although Ding Bulai rejected these proactive girls, Jiang Lulu still pouted and hugged Ding Bulai's arm tightly as if to assert her sovereignty. Chapter 4, Meet Jiang Lulu again. Ding Bulai hugged Jiang Lulu's soft waist, and every time he finished a glass, Jiang Lulu would considerately refill his glass. From time to time, he would pick up some fruit and feed it into Ding Bulai's mouth. Jiang Lulu has been working part-time in a bar for a long time, and she makes one witty remark after another. Ding Bulai's simple response sometimes made Jiang Lulu giggle. How pleasant. Before he knew it, most of the wine was gone and Ding Bulai felt a little dizzy. Jiang Lulu also looked a little shaky. Okay, Lulu, no more drinking today, let's go somewhere else. Jiang Lulu opened her drunken eyes and said, No, it's not my fault, brother. I'm drunk. I have to go home. Although I know that with this little spending today, I still can't take the beauty away with me. But when he heard the other parties say this, there was still some disappointment in Ding Bulai's eyes. As if sensing Ding Bulai's unhappiness, Jiang Lulu hugged Ding Bulai tightly and left a red lipstick mark on his face. Then she leaned over to his ear and said softly, Brother Bulai, I'm drunk. Can you take me home? My mother will scold me if I don't go home at night. I'll accompany you next time. Ding Bulai patted the other's hips in a disapproving manner. Okay, I won't force you today. I'll take you home first. Jiang Lulu leaned on Ding Bulai happily. Brother Bulai, you are so nice. He hailed a taxi and took Jiang Lulu to the gate of a residential area. After Jiang Lulu got off the car, she waited for the taxi that Ding Bulai was riding to drive away. The slightly shaky figure suddenly straightened up. Looks 9, character 8, financial resources, a little hard to tell, never mind, 5 for now, hopefully there will be surprises later. Jiang Lulu tapped lightly on her phone with her slender fingers, moving Ding Bulai's green bubble to the first place in the high-quality fish group. Ding Bulai returned to the empty dormitory, unable to contain his excitement. Just now in the bar, he was still able to control himself. There was no one else in the dormitory now, and he couldn't stop smiling with excitement. I tossed and turned for most of the night and finally fell into a deep sleep around 2 in the morning. When I woke up the next day, it was almost noon. I picked up the phone from the bedside table in a daze and saw many message alerts at a glance. Webmaster of the website, Xiao Ding, why haven't you come over yet? Do you still want to do it? The webmaster, Ding Bulai, I'll give you 10 minutes to come to the site immediately and make a self-criticism in front of everyone. Otherwise, don't come. Webmaster, Ding Bulai, I gave you face, right? If it weren't for you being a student and unable to find a job. Ding Bulai was too lazy to finish reading it and replied directly, I won't go there anymore. Then block and delete. Then, turn to other information. John Lulu, not bad, brother. Are you up? John Lulu, I drank too much last night and now I have a headache. Were you okay last night? John Lulu, brother Bulai? Are you still awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable because you drank too much? John Lulu, I have to go to work during the day, how about I come to see you after get off work? John Lulu, brother, you should have a good rest first. I will reply to you as soon as you wake up. I care about you very much. Ding Bulai smiled and shook his head, typing, It's okay, I just woke up. You drank so much last night, do you still have to go to work today? I said I would take you shopping today. When chatting last night, Ding Bulai already knew that John Lulu worked as a receptionist in a large company. The wine tipping and atmosphere creating groups and the like are just part-time jobs. As soon as Ding Bulai sent the message, John Lulu replied immediately, Really? Although I'm a little busy at work, I can still take a leave in the afternoon to accompany brother Bulai. Ding Bulai, okay, it's noon now, I'll treat you to lunch and go shopping with you in the afternoon. John Lulu, okay. I'll contact you later. Putting down his phone, Ding Bulai packed up, changed into a relatively good set of clothes worth more than 100 yuan, and then went out. Yuntian Group is one of the largest companies in Yunhang City. It is said that the boss is a beautiful woman. Ding Bulai had sent his resume to this company before, but unfortunately it fell into the sea. John Lulu works as a receptionist in this company. When Ding Bulai's taxi was about to arrive at the gate of Yuntian Group, a Lamborghini coupe that was originally 2 meters behind it accelerated and squeezed into the gate without giving in. The taxi driver was so scared that he stepped on the brakes and cursed under his breath. Ding Bulai frowned. He hated people who drove without giving in, but there was nothing he could do. He asked the driver to stop next to the gate. When Ding Bulai got out of the car, he saw a young man in a white casual suit holding a big bouquet of roses getting out of the Lamborghini. The man had an average appearance, and exuded a calm and confident temperament, but his feminine eyes made people feel uncomfortable and unpleasant. Feeling Ding Bulai's gaze, the man just glanced at Ding Bulai's attire in the taxi next to him, then turned his head away and stopped paying attention. Instead, he stood quietly with his back against the car body. Ding Bulai was not angry because of the other party's disregard, and just stood aside silently. Less than 2 minutes later, John Lulu was seen walking out of the building in the distance. John Lulu was wearing a long white casual shirt, the hem of which directly covered her black shorts, exposing her slender thighs. She wore a pair of black high-heeled boots and carried a small brown bag. The young and beautiful girl walked quickly towards them, attracting the attention of people around her. John Lulu immediately saw Ding Bulai standing on the side of the road, but she also clearly noticed the young man next to the Lamborghini. His brisk steps suddenly became unsteady. When he passed by the other person, he bowed slightly nervously and greeted him, then hurried to Ding Bulai's side. When the young man saw this scene, his surprised eyes stayed on Ding Bulai for 2 more seconds. Maybe at the company gate, John Lulu felt a little embarrassed and said directly, Brother Bulai, let's go quickly, where's your car? Ding Bulai pointed at the taxi and said calmly, I don't like driving, so let's take a taxi. Do you mind? John Lulu froze for a moment, but thinking of the other party's generosity last night, she forced a smile on her face. It's okay, it's convenient to take a taxi. Ding Bulai laughed to himself and got into the car as well. In the taxi, John Lulu felt uncomfortable everywhere. Ding Bulai pretended not to notice and asked, Do you know the man just now? Of course, that's Lingli, the heir of Lingfeng technology, the son of the richest man in Yunhang, a true second-generation rich man. When John Lulu talked about this so-called richest man, her eyes lit up. Mr. Ling is handsome, gentle, and affectionate. He has been visiting our CEO every day lately, always picking him up and dropping him off at get off work and having lunch with him. He is so enviable. Unfortunately, young Master Ling is so high up that only a goddess like our president is worthy of him. At this point, John Lulu realized that it was inappropriate to praise another man like this in front of Ding Bulai, and she quickly stopped talking. Chapter 5, The Richest Son. Although Ding Bulai felt a little uncomfortable, he did not show any unhappiness. He just said calmly, It's just a little money. It's not about who is worthy of it. They are just men and women. John Lulu just smiled and changed the subject. Brother Bulai, what are we going to eat later? I don't know what you like to eat, so I just picked one at random. I hope you like it. The place Ding Bulai had booked was not far from John Lulu's company, and they arrived there while talking. As soon as John Lulu got out of the car, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Brother Bolai, are we eating here? Of course, beautiful Miss Lulu. Wow, you're so handsome, I should have dressed up better if I had known. John Lulu knew that this restaurant was a high-end Western restaurant in Yunhang City with a very high consumption level. Not counting drinks, the average per capita cost was more than 5,000 yuan. She used to have afternoon tea with her sisters and take photos and check in. Feeling a little excited, John Lulu stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Then he took Ding Bulai's arm and said, "Brother Bulai, let's go in." Following the waiter's guidance, the two sat in a quiet, semi-private seat on the second floor of the restaurant. Looking inside, you can see the piano playing in the lobby on the first floor, and outside the window you can see the lake view of Yunhang. Ding Bulai took the menu from the waiter and turned to hand it to John Lulu. "Lulu, order whatever you want to eat." John Lulu wanted to order something, but she held back. "It's okay, brother. Just order whatever you want. I'm fine with anything." Ding Bulai did not refuse and ordered steak, dessert, salad, etc. "Lulu, would you like some wine? Or coffee or a drink?" John Lulu really wanted to try the private collection of red wine here, but considering that Ding Bulai drank a lot last night and there were activities in the afternoon, she said, "If you want a drink, why don't we order a glass of champagne? It's not too strong and doesn't have a strong aftertaste." "All right." Handing the menu to the waiter, John Lulu said, "Brother, this is my first time eating here. Do you come here often?" To be honest, Ding Bulai felt a little awkward in this environment, but he hid it well and remained calm on the surface. "It's okay. The steak here is pretty good. You can try it." "Hee, that's great that you're not bad." The service in the high-end restaurant was fast, and desserts, champagne, etc. were served slowly. John Lulu subconsciously took out her phone and was about to take a photo when she suddenly saw Ding Bulai smiling at her. She said embarrassedly, "Not bad, this is my first time eating here, I'm a little excited, can I take a picture?" In the past, Ding Bulai might have been more excited than the other party, but at this moment, Ding Bulai was no longer the same as before. He just smiled gently and said, "Of course. By the way, you can wait a moment." Under Jiang Lulu's puzzled gaze, Ding Bulai said a few words in the waiter's ear, and the waiter quickly nodded and agreed and left. After a while, a large bouquet of red roses was delivered. At the same time, several beautiful women in white dresses came over with violins and cellos, and sat down on chairs next to the two of them. Then, a beautiful melody slowly sounded. High-end restaurants, exquisite champagne steaks, romantic music, and young, handsome and generous suitors. He is simply the perfect Prince Charming in John Lulu's heart. Except for the handsome guy opposite, who was wearing clean but extremely cheap street stall clothes. Despite this, Ding Bulai also saw the fiery look in John Lulu's eyes when she looked at him. John Lulu picked up the wine glass and said with a sweet smile, "Brother Bolai, thank you for inviting me today. I'll toast you a glass. You don't have to be so polite. Brother Bulai, you are so nice. It's rare for someone to be so nice to me." No way, Lulu, you are so beautiful, there must be a lot of people pursuing you and treating you well. But I can't compare to Brother Bulai. Besides, those people have bad intentions at first glance, and I don't like them either. I'm afraid you don't like me and are keeping someone else hanging. Ding Bulai thought secretly, smiling without answering. John Lulu kept taking the initiative to bring up the topic. "Brother Bolai, your name was given to you by your parents, it's quite special. I think your uncle and aunt must also be very special and remarkable people." Ding Bulai confessed, "This is the name my mother, the director of the orphanage, gave me. It means that she hopes that I can live a good life in the future." John Lulu covered her mouth in shock. "Brother Bolai, are you an orphan?" Seeing Ding Bulai nod, John Lulu felt a chill in her heart. "Oh my god, for a moment I thought the other person was dressed simply on purpose, but I didn't expect he was an orphan." The scene in the bar last night and the generosity of the high-end restaurant today, maybe the other party took out a loan or made a small fortune and came here impulsively to spend money. In more extreme cases, would it be like what was reported in the news, that some people can't live anymore and want to commit suicide, and before they die, they spend their credit cards to enjoy a life of luxury? Jiang Lulu's mind was racing, and her expression couldn't help but become a little gloomy. "Why, do you regret having dinner with an orphan like me?" "No way, I just feel sorry for Brother Bulai, and I admire you very much. It must be very difficult for a person to get to his current position. I have to say, after hanging out in nightclubs for a long time, John Lulu's emotional intelligence is quite good, as she is able to read people's expressions and speak tactfully. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's not bad. I'm just lucky and have achieved some success in my business." John Lulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope it's not an extreme situation. But I still feel a little uneasy. Yesterday I felt that Brother Bolai was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to be so amazing." "What kind of business do you do, Brother Bulai?" "It's just a small business, nothing big." Seeing that Ding Bulai looked calm, it didn't seem fake. But Jiang Lulu wanted to continue testing, but Ding Bulai suddenly raised his head and looked blankly behind him. Jiang Lulu turned around and saw Lingli, the richest man in Yunhang, whom she had met at the company gate before, and an extremely beautiful woman slowly walking up to the second floor. A middle-aged woman in a light blue uniform explained to the two people nervously. "I'm sorry, Master Ling. The people below didn't figure it out and gave the seat you usually sat in to someone else. How about I arrange a private room for you? It has a good environment and is quieter. And this meal is mine, as an apology to you." The beautiful woman looked indifferent, while Lingli looked unhappy. "Why, do you think I can't afford your meal?" The middle-aged woman said in panic, "Of course not, I just want to apologize to Mr. Ling and Mr. Yun." "No need, I'll give you 2 minutes, just ask them to vacate their seat for me." The middle-aged woman looked embarrassed. This. Chapter 6: A small incident in the restaurant. At this time, as several people approached, Jiang Lulu stood up hurriedly. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Yun." Lingli glanced at Ding Bulai and Jiang Lulu with a little surprise, and obviously recognized the two people he had just met. The young and beautiful woman just nodded slightly as a greeting to Jiang Lulu. Jiang Lulu quickly kicked Ding Bulai under the table and introduced him in a low voice. "This is Mr. Yun, the president of our Yuntian group." Ding Bulai was still sitting upright in his seat, looking carefully at the two people in front of him. This so-called Ms. Yun has long black hair, a fair face like a white jade sculpture, and delicate and three-dimensional features. A pair of deep eyes reveal calmness and wisdom. She is tall and well-proportioned, wearing a customized high-end business suit, showing the competence and majesty of a working woman. But her cold expression gives people a feeling of being cold, noble and unapproachable. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Yun Xingxue. Age, 28. Height, 175 centimeters. Rating, 96. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Hiss. Ding Bulai was really shocked. The goddess with a score of 96 is like a fairy. The fairy frowned slightly, and Ding Bulai came to his senses and gave an apologetic smile. But this scene made Lingli even more unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, the middle-aged woman interrupted him. "So we know each other, that's even better. I'm sorry, I'm the store manager here. I didn't make it clear before that the seats you're sitting in have already been reserved by Master Ling. So, how about I help you two change seats? To express my apology, I will give you two a 20% discount and give you two a bottle of red wine." Facing the son of the richest man and her own CEO, Jiang Lulu felt so embarrassed that she wanted to leave immediately. Upon hearing this, she quickly said, "We just happened to have almost finished eating." Unexpectedly, Ding Bulai's voice suddenly came, "Sorry. I don't agree." There was a dangerous gleam in his sharp eyes, and the fairy-like Yun glanced at Ding Bulai in surprise. The middle-aged store manager's face suddenly turned cold. From Jiang Lulu's reaction just now and the way the two were dressed, she could tell at a glance that they were not people of status. "Sir, in our store, we have the right to adjust your seats and even ask you to leave. But we don't want to do that. I hope you can understand our work. I can make the decision on this meal and give you a 40% discount." "Ha ha." Ding Bulai sneered, "No need, what, do you think I can't afford your meal?" Ding Bulai returned the harsh words to the store manager just now. Somehow, Ding Bulai disliked the so-called richest man in Yunhang from the very beginning. The sharp eyes became even colder, and the store manager's expression also became more serious, saying with disdain, "Sir, please leave." Jiang Lulu also came over and pulled Ding Bulai's arm. "Brother Bulai, forget it, we have almost finished eating, why don't we go first?" To be honest, I was still a little scared. But now that I have a system, Ding Bulai is determined not to lose to anyone in the future. I will never allow myself to be bullied by others now, as this will be a stain on my future. Ding Bulai was sitting there, saying calmly, "I haven't finished eating yet, why should I leave? Besides, not only will I not leave, I will continue to treat people to dinner." At noon on this hot day, many food delivery drivers are still working hard outside to deliver food, and there are also many workers on the construction site who are still sweating and bleeding for the construction of our city. I want these hard-working workers to also enjoy the fruits of urban construction, so I plan to invite them to have a meal here. Not much, just ask for a month first. Wow! This is a head-on confrontation with Lingli, Master Ling from Yunhang, and President Yun from Yuntian Group. Hearing this, Zhang Lulu stood there in a daze, nervous and horrified. The middle-aged store manager was also sweating profusely. At this moment, she began to doubt her own judgment. Although the young man in front of her did not look very rich, his calm and composed temperament did not seem fake. If the other party really invites some workers and delivery men to eat here every day, not to mention the question of whether they can be driven away or not, it will definitely affect the image of the restaurant and the impression of many customers on this place. For a moment, he was in a dilemma and could only look to Lingli and Yun Xingxue for help. Lingli originally didn't take the man who took a taxi to date the beautiful receptionist of Yuntian Group seriously. But at this time, he had to look up at the young man in front of him. Not afraid of yourself? Provoking yourself? Huh? Could he be the son of some big family? He doesn't look like that. Boy, are you sure you want to do this? Why does Master Ling doubt that I can't afford it? As the son of the richest man in Yunhang City, Lingli had never been treated so coldly in front of others. He stared at Ding Bulai and was about to teach Ding Bulai a lesson while also testing his confidence. Yun Xingxue next to him suddenly said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter where we eat. Manager Lu, please arrange a private room for us." The store manager nodded respectfully and said, Okay, it's all arranged. Mr. Ling, Mr. Yun, come with me first? Seeing that Yun Xingxue had spoken, Lingli had no choice but to give up. Before turning around and leaving, he gave Ding Bulai a cold look, as if he wanted to engrave his appearance in his heart. Jiang Lulu patted her towering chest in fear. No, brother. You are too impulsive. To be honest, if President Yun hadn't just spoken up to stop the conflict, she would have been ready to cut off ties with Ding Bulai. Even now, she was a little hesitant about whether to part ways with Ding Bulai right after dinner. After all, the other party had obviously offended young Master Ling. Although I don't know what basis he had for doing so, young Master Ling was even more difficult to mess with. Ding Bulai looked at Jiang Lulu's tangled expression and said with a nonchalant smile, "Why be so impulsive? It's no big deal. Have you finished eating? Do you want some more?" No. Jiang Lulu wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As the receptionist of Yuntian Group, she had met Ling Xiao many times, and President Yun obviously knew her too. Thinking about herself, and how she had also offended the company boss and the boss's rich second-generation boyfriend today, she felt tired. Okay, since you seem to be in a bad mood, I'll make you happy later. Jiang Lulu forced a smile, while Ding Bulai asked the waiter to pay the bill. The host successfully spent 19,800 yuan and received a cashback of 39,600 yuan. Ding Bulai looked at the balance on his bank card, which was 40,761 yuan, and he still owed 8,888 yuan on his credit card. It's still too little. I guess I need to hurry up and spend. I guess I am the most pitiful person with a system. Ding Bulai secretly comforted himself, after all, he had just awakened the system yesterday. Chapter 7, Extravagant Consumption. Lulu, let's go, I'll take you to the mall to buy some things. Jiang Lulu was thinking about finding an excuse to leave, but when she heard Ding Bulai's words, she hesitated again. It was obvious that he wanted to buy something for her. As a veteran Sea King fisherman, how could I give up such a good opportunity? Think of beautiful clothes and bags. Jiang Lulu gritted her teeth and said, since Brother Bulai is so confident, everything should be fine. Besides, today's incident has nothing to do with me. Big shots like young Master Ling and President Yun will definitely not bother with a small receptionist like me. Thinking of this, Jiang Lulu no longer hesitated. A smile appeared on his face. Okay, bro, where are we going? Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said, let's go to XX shopping mall. Jiang Lulu's eyes lit up. That was the most upscale shopping mall in Yunhang, filled with all kinds of luxury goods. She threw the worries in her heart out of the window and happily took Ding Bulai's arm. I don't listen to my brother. Then let's go now. After hailing a taxi, the two quickly arrived at the mall. As soon as she arrived here, Jiang Lulu started shopping excitedly. After a while, the two of them arrived at the door of the Donkey brand store. Jiang Lulu took a look and was about to leave, but unexpectedly Ding Bulai pulled her into the store. No, brother. Don't look at this place. It's too expensive. Although Jiang Lulu also carried a bag worth 10,000 yuan, it was also a reward for herself after working hard for a long time. In the past, some men also gave me gifts. But most of them cost a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. There are some that cost a few thousand yuan but not many, and there are only a handful that cost over 10,000 yuan. Although Ding Bulai spent 50,000 or 60,000 yuan in the bar last night and 20,000 yuan on lunch. But she didn't dare to imagine how expensive a gift the other party would be willing to give her. It was just that Ding Bulai used his powerful big hand to forcefully pull the half-expecting Jiang Lulu into the store. How can a girl not have a nice bag? Choose whichever one you like. When the clerk in uniform and black stockings saw the customer coming, she did not show any unwelcome look at all because of Ding Bulai's ordinary attire, but greeted him warmly. Welcome both of you to our store. This lady is so beautiful. Do you want to see the bags in our store? We have several that are perfect for you. What girl doesn't like a beautiful bag? If there is, it's because the bag is not expensive. Jiang Lulu was immediately attracted by the dazzling array of high-end bags in the store, and couldn't help but start looking at them following the clerk's introduction. This is our new Never Full it's our most popular model here. And this Speedy 25, which is also very popular. Beautiful lady, would you like to try carrying me on your back? The items introduced by the beautiful clerk were not very expensive in the store, all around 10 or 20,000. Jiang Lulu tried it again and again with joy. Ding Bulai didn't understand any of this and just watched casually. At this time, I saw an exquisite pink bag in the store, walked up to take a look, and it cost 108,000 yuan. There's not enough money. Seeing that Jiang Lulu was still looking at other bags, Ding Bulai opened his mobile banking app. The credit card originally had a limit of only 10,000, and 8,888 had already been used. After thinking about it, Ding Bulai tried to temporarily increase his credit limit, and unexpectedly it was approved in seconds. The temporary limit suddenly increased to 80,000. Including cash, that's enough. Lulu, don't look at those. When Jiang Lulu heard this, she thought that she was so busy looking after her bag that she ignored Ding Bulai and made him unhappy. But Ding Bulai's voice immediately afterwards gave her a great surprise. Those few don't work, let's see how this one works. Jiang Lulu noticed the pink backpack in front of Ding Bulai at a glance. Although she didn't see the price tag clearly, she was familiar with luxury goods and could tell at a glance that it was very valuable. The clerk was even more surprised. Handsome man, you have good taste. This is our new limited edition women's shoulder bag, and it's brightly colored. It's very suitable for a young and beautiful girl like your girlfriend. Jiang Lulu walked over, her eyes revealing her desire for high-end bags. But after seeing the price, she still said reluctantly, it's okay, but it's too expensive. I won't look at this anymore. Ding Bulai smiled gently and said, it's fine if you like it. Waiter, please help me pack this. Oh, no need. Just put it on my girlfriend's back. Jiang Lulu was suddenly overwhelmed with surprise and asked in disbelief, Brother Bulai, this is too valuable. It's okay. As long as you like it, I'm willing to buy it for you no matter how expensive it is. Ah. It's over. It's going to fall. At this moment, Ding Bulai's handsome face, generous words, and gentle eyes merged into a warm torrent, making Jiang Lulu's heart pound. Without waiting for Jiang Lulu's reaction, Ding Bulai asked the waiter to pay the bill. Although the payment was divided into 2 installments, the waitress in uniform and black stockings was not surprised. When he looked at Ding Bulai, his eyes were also full of stars. When Jiang Lulu came to her senses, she looked at the bag in her hand with some disbelief. No, it's not bad, brother. You are so good to me. Ding Bulai leaned over to Jiang Lulu's ear and whispered, everyone calls you my girlfriend, how can I let my girlfriend down? The heat coming from her ears made Jiang Lulu's cheeks turn red instantly. Just as he was at a loss as to what to do, Ding Bulai quickly moved away. Okay, let's go. To the next one. Amid the envious and jealous eyes of the waiter, Jiang Lulu shyly yet proudly hugged Ding Bulai's arm tightly and walked out of the store. Next, Jiang Lulu just felt like she was in a dream. I saw Ding Bulai pulling me to buy a Rolex watch worth more than 100,000 yuan. There are also necklaces, jewelry, and clothes. After a few hours, if Jiang Lulu at the beginning could only be regarded as a young, pretty, and enviable beauty, she could still be regarded as a beautiful woman by everyone. Now, John Lulu has looked brand new and has undergone a tremendous change. It's not just the luxurious outfit, but also the sophistication and fashion it embodies that makes other young girls in the mall feel ashamed. And Ding Bulai, who was beside her, made passers-by extremely jealous. That's enough, don't buy any more. That's not enough, it's still a little short. That's not bad, brother. You're so good to me. I'm very satisfied today. How could he not be satisfied? Ding Bulai spent the whole afternoon buying shoes and bags, and spent nearly 500,000 yuan in total. Not only have all 3 double cashbacks today been used up, but a lot of the subsequent 1:1 cashbacks have also been used. But Ding Bulai didn't feel sorry at all. To him, it was all free. Moreover, the bank card balance has increased to more than 280,000 yuan. At this time, John Lulu was almost clinging to Ding Bulai. It has to be said that this made Ding Bulai feel extremely enjoyable. Okay. You seem tired, so I'll take you home and put these things back, then we'll go have dinner. Wait, there's one thing missing. John Lulu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled Ding Bulai to the men's clothing area upstairs. Chapter 8 Boyfriend's Conditions. Not bad, bro. You bought them all for me today. I know you're a low-key person. But I would like to ask you to give me a chance to repay me by giving you a gift as well. What Ding Bulai was wearing was too ordinary, so John Lulu also wanted to buy him some clothes. The goddess in everyone's eyes was so well-behaved and sensible in front of Ding Bulai, so how could Ding Bulai not agree? Seeing that Ding Bulai agreed, John Lulu took Ding Bulai to an Armani store. Just as she arrived at the store, the excited John Lulu felt a little embarrassed as if a bucket of cold water was poured on her. It's not that she didn't want to buy it for Ding Bulai, it's just that her wallet wasn't that fat. Looking at the clothes in the store that cost tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, John Lulu secretly recalled the balance in her bank card and realized that she could probably only buy one piece. I can't even afford one set. Noticing Jiang Lulu's slightly unnatural look, Ding Bulai quickly understood what was going on. He walked over to Jiang Lulu and whispered, "Lulu, that's so thoughtful. I don't know how to tidy up or dress up, so just help me choose a few outfits. I'll transfer the money to you later and you can pay for it. Just consider it a gift from you to me." Jiang Lulu was so moved by Ding Bulai's caring words that she almost cried. She nodded heavily with sparkling eyes. Ding Bulai had already tried it when he bought something for Jiang Lulu before. You can transfer money to the other party, let them pay the bill, and you can also get cash back. Jiang Lulu called the waiter to help Ding Bulai carefully select a silk t-shirt casual suit, a custom-made casual suit, a jacket, etc. I chose 4 sets in a row and spent 160,000 yuan. After sending Jiang Lulu to where she lived, Ding Bulai naturally helped carry the large and small bags upstairs. Jiang Lulu shares a small 2-bedroom apartment with other people. The living room is quite tidy. Which room is yours? I'll carry it in for you. The master bedroom near the south. Jiang Lulu was pouring water in the kitchen and answered without turning her head. Ding Bulai found Jiang Lulu's bedroom and walked in with a hint of curiosity. Unlike the empty living room, Jiang Lulu's bedroom is relatively crowded. There is a small bed and a large wardrobe against the wall opposite the bed, as well as a long row of vertical clothes hangers. There are clothes hanging all over it. In addition, next to the windowsill, there is a dressing table filled with various cosmetics. Putting the thing in his hand on the only empty space by the wall, Ding Bulai looked around casually. Suddenly I noticed a piece of purple clothing peeking out from under the quilt at the end of the bed. Ding Bulai walked over and uncovered the cup as if possessed. I saw a set of purple underwear thrown there casually. Especially inside the triangle, it is so thin and transparent. Ding Bulai couldn't help but imagine how Jiang Lulu would look when she wore it, and he felt hot all over. Subconsciously, I pinched the triangle with my fingers and put it to the tip of my nose to smell it. It's smooth and has a faint fragrance. Ah. Not bad, bro. Ding Bulai shuddered suddenly and turned around to see Jiang Lulu standing at the door of the room, staring at him with shame and anger, holding a glass of water in her hand. Sorry, you just dropped it on the ground. Ding Bulai's abnormal behavior was discovered by his owner, and he stood there, feeling extremely embarrassed. Jiang Lulu hurried over with a flushed face. While handing the water in her hand to Ding Bulai, she snatched the clothes in Ding Bulai's right hand and picked up the bed cover as well. Ding Bulai returned to the living room embarrassedly. After a while, Jiang Lulu also walked out of the bedroom and her expression returned to normal. Not bad, let's go out for dinner. Okay. When walking out of the room, Ding Bulai wanted to explain, but it seemed that no matter how he explained, it didn't make sense. I had no choice but to keep silent. Jiang Lulu's face turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything. The two walked to the gate of the community in silence, and Ding Bulai was about to take a taxi. Jiang Lulu said, "That's good, brother. No need to take a taxi. I'll treat you to a meal nearby tonight. But I can't afford a fancy dinner." Ding Bulai didn't care. "Okay. I have a good stomach and can eat anything." Jiang Lulu smiled and walked to the doors of several stores next to the community. "Brother Bulai, rice noodles, Hunan cuisine, hot pot, what do you want to eat?" Ding Bulai noticed that Jiang Lulu was obviously familiar with the rice noodle shop and said, "Then let's have rice noodles. I haven't eaten them for a long time." Jiang Lulu happily pulled Ding Bulai into the rice noodle shop. Without even looking at the menu on the table, she shouted to the boss inside, "Boss, 2 servings of fried noodles." The boss responded loudly and brought 2 bowls of noodles soon. Ding Bulai often eats fried noodles and he eats them very quickly out of habit. Seeing Ding Bulai almost finished his meal, Jiang Lulu couldn't help but say, "Brother Bulai, you eat so fast, is 1 bowl enough? How about another bowl?" Ding Bulai was not polite. He had been walking around the streets for the whole afternoon and was tired and hungry. "Okay." Jiang Lulu asked the boss to serve another bowl. At this moment, Ding Bulai ate a little slower, and Jiang Lulu also ate politely. "Brother Bulai, why are you so nice to me?" Ding Bulai raised his head, looked into the other person's eyes, and said with a smile, "Because I fell in love with you at first sight, Lulu, and I want you to be my girlfriend." Jiang Lulu was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect Ding Bulai to be so direct. "We've only known each other for a day or so, and you want me to be your girlfriend?" To be honest, Jiang Lulu is young and pretty, and has countless suitors. But the 2 boyfriends I had before were one scumbag and the other poor. Gradually, Jiang Lulu no longer believed in love and was only interested in making money and hooking up with rich and handsome men. Although she is pretty, she comes from an ordinary family, has a mediocre education, and doesn't have a good job. Although some of the men she met later were rich, they were fine for fun, but when it came to marriage, most of them wanted to find someone of equal status. Although she didn't know what specific business Ding Bulai would start, he had already spent 5 or 600,000 on her after only knowing her for 1 day. He could be said to be the most generous person to her. And he is handsome too. It can be said that he meets all her expectations of the Prince Charming. But she still felt a little uneasy. After all, she was not very familiar with it. Ding Bulai silently glanced at the favorability which had risen to 78 love after a day of spending money and said slowly, "So what if we've only known each other for 1 day? I like you and you like me, that's enough." "Actually." Jiang Lulu hesitated, not knowing how to start. "It's okay, you can just say whatever you want to say. Actually, I have a few conditions for having a boyfriend." Ding Bulai said lightly, "Tell me about it, maybe I can satisfy you." Jiang Lulu also relaxed and said simply, "It's actually simple. We work hard in Yunhang, and we need a car and a house. The car must be bought for me, and the house must be in my name." After saying that, he looked at Ding Bulai nervously. Chapter 9 Yoga Anchor. Ding Bulai thought the other party wanted to say something, but it turned out to be the same blind date set by others. These conditions were too simple for him. "Ah, this is easy. We will buy you a car tomorrow and a house the day after tomorrow." Jiang Lulu looked at Ding Bulai in surprise. "Brother Bulai, you?" Ding Bulai held Jiang Lulu's hand on the table and said softly, "I understand your worries. If we are not familiar with each other, we can get along slowly. You can also feel more at ease with some security." Jiang Lulu was so moved that tears almost came out. "Brother Bulai, you were so nice to me." Ding Bulai wiped the tears from the other person's eyes and said, "Silly boy, eat first." After they finished eating, they held hands and took a slow walk in a park next to the community. Jiang Lulu's outstanding appearance attracted the men in the park to look back frequently. Ding Bulai occasionally turned his head to look at Jiang Lulu's profile, and was filled with emotion. "Just yesterday, I was just a delivery man who couldn't find a job. After just 1 day, he not only had more than 200,000 yuan in savings, but also had a goddess-level girlfriend. Although I still owe more than 80,000 yuan on my credit card. And it is foreseeable that my wealth will grow exponentially in the future, and there will be more and more goddess-level women." The two walked around the park for a few times and it was already late. The atmosphere between the two also became ambiguous. When they turned to a secluded place, Ding Bulai stopped and hugged Jiang Lulu in his arms. Lulu, why don't you go home tonight? Brother Bulai, please don't, please let me wait a few more days. Jiang Lulu was afraid that Ding Bulai would be unhappy, so she also hugged Ding Bulai's waist and explained, Brother Bulai, it's not that I don't want to, but after all, we have only known each other for one day. Let's get to know each other better, okay? Seeing Jiang Lulu's pitiful appearance, which was even more attractive under the moonlight, Ding Bulai couldn't help but kiss her. Jiang Lulu froze for a moment, then responded gently. After a long time, their lips parted and Jiang Lulu's eyes were watery. Ding Bulai suppressed his restless body and took a deep breath. You are right, I was anxious, then you should go back and rest early today. Jiang Lulu hurriedly said, Brother, you are not angry, right? He wasn't angry, but Xiao Ding was obviously a little furious. It's okay, don't think too much. Seeing that Ding Bulai did not look angry, Jiang Lulu felt relieved and took the initiative to kiss him on the lips. Don't worry, Brother Bulai. I will be yours sooner or later. No one can take me away from you. Ding Bulai stroked her hair and said, I know. I'll make an appointment with you tomorrow. Ding Bulai returned to the dormitory and suddenly felt a little unreal. The high-end restaurants, luxurious shopping malls, and the beautiful woman in his arms, compared with the simple dormitory at school with few decent things, made him feel as if he was dreaming. I will receive my diploma next week and will also have to move out of the dormitory. It seems I have to find a place to live. And the grade cannot be too low. The system requires you to spend money on the goddess in order to get cash back, which means you will definitely come into contact with many beautiful women in the future. You can't be so generous when spending money outside and live in a more ordinary place, or you can't take women out to get a hotel every time. I also have my own business, and as I make more and more money, I also need a reasonable source of money. Although the system seems to handle it automatically very well at the moment. But you also have to give yourself some identity and industry on the surface. Thinking about his career, Ding Bulai suddenly thought of Ling Li and Yun Xingxue he met today. Ding Bulai couldn't help but summon the system in his mind. I saw a bunch of notification messages, like the old QQ messages, folded and hanging there. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Wan Lele. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Wu Huan. These are all things I encountered on the road when I was accompanying Jiang Lulu for the whole afternoon. However, Ding Bulai lost interest after just a quick glance. Either there are too many drivers, or the score is only about 85 or 86, just reaching the passing line prompted by the system. Ding Bulai turned to Yun Xingxue's information. I unexpectedly discovered that Yun Xingxue's favorability had increased a lot. Name, Yun Xingxue. Age, 28. Height, 175 centimeters. Rating, 96. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 18. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Didn't I lose face for Ling Li and her by not giving them a seat at noon? Why did their favorability ratings increase? Could it be that Yun Xingxue also doesn't like Ling Li? Ding Bulai felt as if he had discovered something. I can't let go of this top goddess with a score of 96. As for the so-called Mr. Ling, he has already been offended. As his wealth grows, he will definitely run into him again in the future. Ding Bulai no longer hesitated and said secretly, bind. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Ding Bulai, who still couldn't sleep, suddenly thought of something and picked up his phone to watch the live broadcast. He seldom played with his cell phone before, partly because it was rather worn out, and partly because he had to do odd jobs to earn living expenses and tuition fees, so he had no time. When he came to the well-known Maya Live, Ding Bulai found that the system had no prompts after he had been browsing for a long time. Just when I thought the system didn't give any prompts because it didn't encounter a real person, the system prompt sound suddenly rang as I entered a new live broadcast room. It seems that it's not that there are no beauties, but that there are many technologically advanced people online. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Zhou Tong. Age, 27. Height, 173 centimeters. Rating, 89. Number of drivers, 2. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Another beauty with 2 driving numbers. Although Ding Bulai doesn't have any CN plot, he is still a little dissatisfied. Fortunately, the score is not low, 1 point higher than Jiang Lulu. In the live broadcast room, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair and a curvy figure wearing yoga clothes was sitting in an open space that looked like a dance studio. Ding Bulai looked at the live broadcast room information, Tongxin Yoga. There are also fitness packages hanging in the shared bikes. I understood what was going on. It seemed like they were selling fitness classes. Welcome brother Bolai to Tong Xian's live broadcast room. The brother who is not as good as him is naturally Ding Bulai. His online name used to be Bulai, but now that he is rich, he has to add the word Gu to the end. But Ding Bulai, who had just come in, frowned. The host's voice was nice, but weak and perfunctory. Upon closer inspection, the host's face was obviously not very good. He looked dazed and his introduction was incoherent. Only then did Ding Bulai notice that there were less than 10 people in the live broadcast room. Moreover, there were 1 or 2 people who kept using foul language. Newcomer, please leave now. This woman is a liar. I bought the course but didn't take it seriously. How come this liar hasn't been caught yet? She flirted in the live broadcast room to get close to a big brother on the charts, and then pretended to be a typical gold digger after getting close to him. Host, stop talking. Aren't you selling it? Why are you out of business tonight? Maybe he's sick. Why are you pretending? It's obvious that this kind of woman is not a good person. Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this beautiful woman was in trouble. Chapter 10. Can you be my private tutor? Ding Bulai stayed in the live broadcast room for a while, ready to see what the situation was. After all, it was the middle of the night, and Ding Bulai had finally spotted a beautiful woman with good looks and not many people around, so he didn't want to miss it easily. But there are always people who don't want him to look at beautiful women quietly. Hey, that's not bad, why don't you leave? Why don't you go to other live broadcast rooms to watch beautiful women singing and dancing? Why do you have to watch this bitch here? Are you interested in this bitch? Your little white account is not worthy of her attention. Ding Bulai frowned and did not respond. But Ding Bulai's silence was regarded as cowardice. A few people in the live broadcast room went even further. That bastard better get out of here. Poor bastard, look away from the beauty. Your IP address also belongs to Yunhang. Be careful or brother who will make you pay for it. At this time, Zhou Tong, who was broadcasting live, could no longer sit still. You guys are going too far. It's not enough that you spread rumors and slander in my live broadcast room every day, you also want to threaten others. If you have anything to say, just come to me directly. Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? Ding Bulai was a little surprised to see Zhou Tong speaking up for him. Originally, looking at the comments, I guessed that brother who had been cheated of money by Zhou Tong, so he asked someone to cause trouble in the live broadcast room, thinking that it might be a dog-eat-dog drama. Now it seems that this may not be entirely the case. But Zhou Tong's response was like lighting a powder keg. Several people in the live broadcast room started cursing. You bitch can't even protect yourself, and you still care about others. If there is any retribution, it should be on you, a gold digger, first. You are both in power and in office. Do you think your work will be over? Damn, it looks like this bitch hasn't been punished enough. Ding Bulai could no longer sit still at this point. No matter how much he didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated like this. His fingers were tapping quickly on the phone. Where did these wild dogs come from that are barking non-stop? Why do I need your help? I don't know which family let you dogs out, but if you are a dog, you must be prepared to be a dog. Today, I am not only going to look at the beauty here, but I am also going to put her on the popularity list. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest, with several people insulting him one after another. Ding Bulai was too lazy to watch it. It was useless to talk nonsense online. The key was to prove it with real strength. He clicked on the gift and was about to send an expensive gift. While he was operating, he thought something was wrong and quickly asked the system. System, is this the second day now? Of course, the system is updated on time every morning. Does giving a gift in the live broadcast count as a purchase? Of course. Damn. You have to know that now that we are just starting to accumulate capital, Ding Bulai's first 3 times of double cashback every day are very important. System, let me discuss something. Can I give gifts for a period of time and have it counted as one consumption? No. The system's cold words made Ding Bulai want to slap him twice. But the most urgent task is to find a way to use the double cash back. At this time, the live broadcast room was already filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Ha, a newbie pretending to be rich online. Don't say that. They want to put the anchor on the popularity list. Maybe they have done it. Boasting online doesn't cost money, and I even said I would make the anchor a big star. That guy is a bad guy. The anchor still agreed to follow Brother Tiger. Maybe if Brother Tiger is happy, he can support the anchor to become an internet celebrity. That bastard, come out and perform, are you weak? Ding Bulai didn't respond, but Zhou Tong couldn't help but speak. Thank you for your support, but I don't need to bother you. You guys tell Wei Hu that I won't look for him even if I have nowhere else to go. Let him give up on this idea. At this moment, Ding Bulai's comment floated out. Wait. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to make you laugh? After a while, several people in the live broadcast room saw a barrage. Don't order item number 6. Damn, I bought a course, and it was the most expensive package. Little IB, do you really not want to mix with the society anymore? If you dare to go against us, I will make sure you can buy the class but not be able to attend it. Zhou Tong, who was sitting in the yoga class in the gym, was stunned at this time. The most expensive annual fitness package of 18,888 yuan was bought by the Spo Ligu Xiaobai account for 15 copies. She didn't have any expectations at first, but she just thanked him subconsciously. No, it's not my fault. Thank you, Brother Bulai, for buying 15 annual fitness packages for 18,888 yuan. What? I bought 15 of the most expensive package for the small yellow car? How much is that? 280,000 yuan. Dude, this is hilarious. We can't see how much was bought, so who knows if the anchor is just taking the opportunity to brag. I didn't expect the anchor to be such a scheming bitch. Ding Bulai replied calmly, let's order a 15-year package first. If the host teaches well, we can add more. It can't be fake. So rich? The power of money is strong. After spending nearly 300,000, although some people still have doubts, no one in the barrage dares to directly scold Ding Bulai. Zhou Tong in the live broadcast room gave a close-up of the backstage. The consumption of more than 280,000 yuan was suddenly presented to everyone in the live broadcast room. It's amazing to be rich, damn. Maybe he'll just pretend to be awesome now and then retreat after a while. It's only a few 100,000. Be careful, you won't be able to attend the class. At this time, Zhou Tong also came back to his senses from his shock. Thank you, Brother Bolai, thank you for your support. Our gym is very good. You can buy a 1-year package to try it out. But there's really no need to buy 15 at once. Why don't you cancel the order first? Ding Bulai now had a much better impression of Zhou Tong and said generously. It's okay. I like the host, and I believe the host's gym will be very good. Besides, more than 200,000 is nothing. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Only Zhou Tong was left with tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Not bad, bro. Thanks for your support. But I have to be honest with you. I don't know how long my gym will last. I am very grateful that you can support me today, and I can't let you waste any more money. Ding Bulai casually sent a message, it doesn't matter, the gym is gone, you can continue to be my personal trainer. Damn it, I knew it. Not bad. You know this is the woman that Tiger Brother likes. Aren't you afraid that Tiger Brother will cause you trouble? He is also a guy with bad intentions. Zhou Tong also shuddered suddenly. Just Brother Tiger made it difficult for her to move. If there is another good guy who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye, and if he is not a good person either, he will also bother you. Then she really has no choice but to jump off the building. You know, if the other party gives her a reward, she won't be so worried, after all, rewarding is voluntary. But it's completely different after buying the course, you have to provide related services yourself. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong said quickly. Thank you for your kindness, brother. But our gym only offers 1-year fitness packages at most. We just can't serve more people. Also, the gym is just a part-time job for me. I only teach classes at the gym from time to time, and I may not have the time to take on private training. Chapter 11 Buying a car for John Lulu. The system has already refunded the money you spent, so there is no reason to return it. Ding Bulai said generously, it's okay. Doesn't your individual guidance also come with the package? I think your guidance is worth the price. Let's take a step back. If your gym can't continue to operate, or your service hours are not long enough, the extra money will be regarded as my investment in your gym. In short, there's no reason to take back the money I spent. Joe Tong hesitated for a moment and agreed, since Brother Bulai said so, then treat it as your investment. I will give you an investment contract when the time comes. To be honest, although more than 200,000 yuan is a lot, Joe Tong is not the kind of person who has never seen money. She thought that if this bad guy behind her had bad intentions, the worst that could happen was that she would just have to return the money to him. Brother Bulai, I sent you a private message, please add my green bubble later. It seems that Joe Tong is really going to get involved with Ding Bulai. Several people in the live broadcast room suddenly became anxious. However, apart from the incompetent and sour ridicule and threats, it had no effect on Ding Bulai at all. With the support of Ding Bulai's big order, Joe Tong felt a lot more relaxed. Moreover, because of the transaction data, the traffic in the live broadcast room also increased, and many people entered the live broadcast room one after another. As more people came to the live broadcast room and all kinds of comments appeared, the few troublemakers who had caused trouble before could not make any waves. Ding Bulai watched for a while, clicked the follow button, and then logged off and went to sleep after a while. Good morning, bro. Not bad, brother. You slept in again. Brother Bulai, I'm going to work now. I miss you. When Ding Bulai woke up, he found a lot of messages from Jiang Lulu's green bubble. Ding Bulai looked at the time and wanted to ask Jiang Lulu to have lunch together, but suddenly remembered his cashback, so he replied, I won't have lunch with you at noon. I'll find you in the afternoon and take you to buy a car. Jiang Lulu replied immediately, Brother Bulai, are you really buying it? Ding Bulai, of course, I won't lie to you. Please continue to take a leave in the afternoon. Jiang Lulu, well, okay then. Then remember to eat at noon. Do you want me to accompany you to have lunch? Ding Bulai, no need, I haven't gotten up yet. Jiang Lulu, it's not bad, brother. You're alone. I guess no one takes care of you. It's not good for your health to have irregular meals. How about I go to your house at noon and cook for you? His cooking skills are very good. Damn, the cooking was fake, I guess it was just to see what kind of place I live in. But the person who said this felt really relieved. Ding Bulai knew what was going on and said perfunctorily, no need. Just think about what kind of car you like this afternoon. I have something to do at the company. Jiang Lulu, well, it's okay, brother, you go first, but no matter how busy you are, don't forget to eat on time. Ding Bulai, got it. For the first time, Ding Bulai discovered that the goddess in the eyes of outsiders also had a nagging side. Although it may be a bit more superficial, it is still very useful for Ding Bulai, who has never had family care since childhood. After washing up, Ding Bulai found a small restaurant outside the school and had a meal. There is no other way. Without the goddess to accompany me for dinner, I have to be frugal with my own capital. Nanchang Auto City is the largest automobile center in Yunhang City, where all major brands of 4S stores are concentrated. At this time, on the side of the road, a fashionable and beautiful woman wearing a white off-shoulder long-sleeved dress and a knee-length pink skirt was standing there, looking at her mobile phone from time to time. A pair of brown high heels set off her straight, smooth legs, making her look graceful, playful, and charming. Many passers-by were attracted by this beautiful figure and kept looking back to admire it. When Ding Bulai got out of the taxi, the beautiful woman's originally cold expression instantly bloomed into a charming smile. Then she quickly ran to the side of the road and took Ding Bulai's arm. Good afternoon, bro. You've been waiting for a long time. No, I just got here too. When the time came, Jiang Lulu was still a little nervous facing the handsome guy whom she had only known for 2 days. Brother Bulai, are we really going to buy a car today? Of course, now that you're here, I can't lie to you. Let's go. Oh. Ding Bulai was held by Jiang Lulu and walked directly to the BMW 4S store on the side. Jiang Lulu's heart started pounding with nervousness. If it wasn't that Brother Lai was buying the car for himself, she wouldn't think there was anything wrong with looking at the BMW. But she made it very clear yesterday that if she became his girlfriend, he would buy her a car. She was not sure whether Ding Bulai would buy herself a BMW today since he spent 500,000 yuan on shopping yesterday. She followed Ding Bulai into the 4S store in silence. As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful lady in uniform came to greet me. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, do you want to see the car? Is there any salesperson who has an appointment? Or I can introduce you two directly. The salesgirl had sharp eyes and could tell at a glance that Ding Bulai and his friend were not short of money. Not to mention Jiang Lulu's new high-end clothes. Even Ding Bulai, who was a little bit inferior, had clothes that cost no less than tens of thousands of yuan. If Jiang Lulu hadn't been next to me. The beautiful salesgirl can pounce directly on Ding Bulai. However, despite this, warm and flattering smiles and charming eyes were frequently cast towards Ding Bulai. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Li Xinran. Age, 29. Height, 172 centimeters. Rating, 86. Number of drivers, 8. Favorability, 54. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Damn, we just met and he already has a favorability rating of 54 because he thinks I'm rich. No wonder there are 8 drivers. Ding Bulai secretly complained, not bound. Do you have a 4 series? Salesperson Li Xinran's eyes lit up. Yes, please follow me. After buying a class taught by yoga host Zhou Tong in the early morning, the balance on Ding Bulai South card is now close to 570,000 yuan. Ding Bulai had checked early on and found that the price of the BMW 4 Series should be about the same, and it looks good, suitable for girls to drive. Following Li Xinran's guidance, the two came to a red convertible sports car. You two came at the right time. Our store just received a new red 430i with front engine, rear-wheel drive, panoramic imaging, and frameless doors. Jiang Lulu was completely attracted by the beautiful body lines of the car and stared at the sports car intently. Seeing this, Ding Bulai said directly, Lulu, do you like it? If you like it, sit on it and try it. Jiang Lulu looked up at Ding Bulai in disbelief. Brother Bulai, can I? I bought it for you, why can't you try it? Ding Bulai smiled slightly, turned to the salesperson and asked, can you try it? Li Xinran was almost dying of envy at this time, and he quickly said, of course, I will ask someone to take this beautiful lady for a test drive right away. Seeing Ding Bulai nod, he quickly called someone over, asked him to sit in the passenger seat, and instructed Jiang Lulu. Chapter 12 Villa Rewards. While Jiang Lulu was test driving, the female salesperson took the opportunity to get close to Ding Bulai. Handsome guy, that's your girlfriend. She's so beautiful. Certainly. You are so nice to your girlfriend. You bought this car for her, right? You are so handsome and treat your girlfriend so well. I am a little moved. As she spoke, the saleswoman rubbed her arm against Ding Bulai's arms intentionally or unintentionally. Even her upper body is slightly leaning forward, and her round cleavage can be seen at a glance. Ding Bulai moved away calmly. Although Jiang Lulu was testing the car at a distance, she was smart enough to notice that something was wrong with the saleswoman's eyes, so she kept her eyes vigilantly on Ding Bulai. Seeing the female salesperson kept coming up to him and flirting with him, Jiang Lulu ended the test drive angrily and walked quickly to Ding Bulai. She threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms sweetly, and her chest pressed against Ding Bulai without any scruples. Brother Bulai, you must have waited for a long time. Seeing this, the female salesperson could only reluctantly step aside. Ding Bulai also smiled, not bad. How was the car test? Do you like it? I like it very much, but it shouldn't be cheap. Hee, don't worry about the price. Ding Bulai turned around and asked the saleswoman, how much is this car? Give me a price. The saleswoman said quickly, this BMW convertible is a high-end version, with a suggested retail price of 580,000 yuan. Our store is offering a limited time discount of 50,000 yuan. If you take out a loan, you can get a bigger discount, and we also give you a dash cam and maintenance. Ding Bulai interrupted her directly, no need, just tell me the total price including the purchase tax and insurance. The saleswoman did the math. All these together, including the license plate fees, total 558,000. If you order a car today, you can also participate in our Golden Egg Smashing event. The price is nearly 570,000 yuan, which is just right. Okay, let's sign the contract. It took less than 10 minutes from entering the door to test driving and placing an order. Salesperson Li Xinran secretly sighed that the handsome guy in front of her was too straightforward. But the other party was obviously not interested in her, which made her feel disappointed. Okay sir, please follow me over here and I'll make you a contract. Yeah. Lulu, come along. Jiang Lulu hadn't reacted yet, it settled, so quickly? Oh, okay. He quickly took Ding Bulai's hand and followed him into the small office. The contract was brought quickly, and the female salesperson filled out the form and handed it to Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai pushed Jiang Lulu towards him. Lulu, please sign. This car is for you and will be registered in your name. Jiang Lulu was still a little bit incredulous. A car worth nearly 600,000 yuan was going to be bought for her? Was it a scam? But looking at Ding Bulai's honest eyes, Jiang Lulu calmed herself down and signed her name tremblingly. The saleswoman's eyes were almost red with soreness, but her professionalism made her keep smiling. Sir, would you like to pay half of the deposit first today? Just pay the full amount at once. But I want you to speed up the rest of the formalities. No problem. We have this car in stock in our store. Once you pay, we can go through the formalities today and you can pick up the car tomorrow. Ding Bulai nodded with satisfaction and paid the full amount immediately. When the payment was successful, Jiang Lulu could no longer hold back and threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms, her eyes red, and she said excitedly, Brother Bulai, you are so good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Ding Bulai lowered his head and stroked her hair, saying gently, just be my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who will treat you well? Jiang Lulu didn't say anything, but just hugged Ding Bulai tightly. When buying the car and leaving, the female salesperson still refused to give up and stuffed a business card with her lip print on it into Ding Bulai's shirt pocket. It's just that Ding Bulai just threw it into the trash can when he went out. Now, seeing Ding Bulai's affectionate look, Jiang Lulu happily gave him a deep kiss. Ding Bulai was also in a good mood at this time. Not only because of his own capital, it finally exceeded 1 million, reaching 1.12 million, and became a true millionaire. More importantly, Jiang Lulu's favorability level suddenly reached 83 deep love. Congratulations to the host for reaching 83 deep love for Jiang Lulu's favorability. The capture is successful, and the host is rewarded with a Jin Mao Huafu villa. Hiss. It turned out to be the villa of Jin Mao Huafu. Even after several days of experiencing the baptism of system cashback, Ding Bulai still couldn't hide his excitement and quickly twisted his thigh. Jin Mao Huafu was the most upscale villa community in Yunhang City. None of the villas there cost less than tens of millions, and some good ones even cost over 100 million yuan. This is definitely the residential ceiling in Yunhang, a second-tier city. A few days ago, I was still worrying about where to live after I couldn't live in the dormitory, but today the system gave me a villa. It feels so good to have a pillow whenever I feel sleepy. I just don't know how this villa was given to me. Should I ask the developer myself? Brother Bulai, what are you thinking about? Why are you so happy? Looking at Jiang Lulu's bright eyes, Ding Bulai hugged her head and kissed her hard. Because today is a good day, the beautiful Miss Lulu is going to be my girlfriend. Jiang Lulu shyly buried her head in Ding Bulai's arms and said in a soft voice, Brother Bulai, you are so bad. I haven't agreed yet. Ah. He didn't agree. It seems I was happy too early. Ding Bulai pretended to be disappointed. Jiang Lulu raised her head quickly and said shyly, actually, it's not too early. Anyway. Ding Bulai pretended not to understand and asked jokingly, what is it anyway? Oh, you know what, Brother Bulai, they will definitely agree. To be honest, in just 2 days, Ding Bulai spent more than 1 million on Jiang Lulu. Even if Jiang Lulu has many suitors, none of them is as generous as this one. At the moment when she signed the payment at the 4S store, Jiang Lulu said to herself, this is the guy, he is perfect. Even if she gets cheated in the future, she doesn't care. It was rare to see a shy expression on Jiang Lulu's face. Ding Bulai wanted to continue teasing her, but a suspicious voice came. Not bad? Ding Bulai and Jiang Lulu turned around and saw Zhao Xian holding Lu Dong standing not far away, looking at them in astonishment. Zhao Xian could never have imagined that Ding Bulai had become a completely different person just 2 or 3 days after breaking up with her. Not only did he look brand new and well dressed, but his self-confidence, as he had shed his inferiority complex, gave him an extraordinary aura. What surprised her even more was that there was a girl beside Ding Bulai who was even better looking and had a better figure than herself, and was dressed more exquisitely, and they were hugging each other intimately. Unable to help but feel a strong fire of jealousy and injustice in his heart, he quickly walked forward, pointed at Ding Bulai and shouted angrily. Ding Bulai, what are you doing here? Who is she? Chapter 13, Meeting the Ex-Girlfriend. Jiang Lulu was frightened by Zhao Xian's angry shout and instinctively struggled to break free from Ding Bulai's arms. At the same time, my heart skipped a beat, and I thought to myself, this couldn't be Brother Bulai's girlfriend. Was I deceived again? Did I meet a scumbag? Feeling uneasy, Ding Bulai pulled Jiang Lulu back to his side and said coldly. This is my girlfriend. Please don't scare her if you get crazy. Also, we've broken up. Please don't question me in this tone. You have no right. Zhao Xian was stunned. She never expected that Ding Bulai, who used to be submissive and flattering, would dare to speak to her like this. What did you say? How could you talk to me like that? Ding Bulai sneered. What did I say? What's wrong with me talking like that? Since you chose to be with someone else and break up with me, then you and I are strangers. You have no right to tell me what to do. You. Zhao Xian pointed at Ding Bulai angrily and aggrievely, like a child whose toy was taken away. Lu Dong, who was standing aside, also came back to his senses at this time. He reluctantly moved his greedy and obscene eyes away from Jiang Lulu and said righteously, Ding Bulai, how can you talk to Xian like that? Anyway, you two have been together for so many years, isn't it normal for her to care about you? You're an orphan and have nothing. She's just worried that you'll be cheated. Ding Bulai didn't care at all about Lu Dong's intention to expose his past. At this time, Jiang Lulu also understood, and she felt relieved, and stood up and said disdainfully, How come my boyfriend and I are fine here, and you two suddenly show up to question my boyfriend, and you say it's my boyfriend's fault? How can young people nowadays be so shameless? If you don't know, you would think my boyfriend stole your girlfriend. Jiang Lulu works in bars, so she's not afraid of these two people when it comes to talking. Zhao Xian's face flushed with anger. Look at the mess of friends you have. Have you known each other for a long time? Okay, I felt a little guilty about breaking up with you, but I didn't expect that you had been cheating on me for a long time. Also, how did you get the money to buy these clothes? Did you do something bad? At this time, Lu Dong also sneered and said, Xiao Ding. I know you're unhappy because Xian left. You are an orphan, you have no money and no job, I can understand your low self-esteem. But you can't just do something immoral on impulse. Although on the surface, accompanying some women out can bring a lot of benefits. But this is a crooked way. Your future will be ruined. Lu Dong was implicitly criticizing Ding Bulai for being a duck. Jiang Lulu couldn't help herself at the first moment. How come you are like a maggot in a cesspool, with a dirty face and filthy thoughts? You are a grown man, but you still put powder on your face. Are you pretending to be a pretty boy? But no matter how much you pretend, you can't cover up your kidney deficiency. I originally had two hearts, one good and one evil, but I found that after meeting you, only the good heart remained, because I was so disgusted. And you, woman, your name should be Xian. You are blind to fall for a man who is neither good-looking nor useful. But I also want to thank you. If you weren't blind, how could I have met such a good man like Brother Bulai? It was the first time that Ding Bulai discovered that Jiang Lulu's little mouth was so powerful, just like a machine gun. It was firing so fast that Lu Dong and the other man's faces turned blue and they could hardly breathe. Originally, he was about to beat someone up, but Jiang Lulu's scolding made him laugh. Zhao Xian was a beautiful girl in college who was about to graduate. She had been spoiled by Ding Bulai and liked by her classmates and teachers. She had never been scolded like this before. She immediately went crazy and rushed forward to grab Jiang Lulu's hair regardless of everything. You bitch. But Jiang Lulu is not a vegetarian. He dodged and stretched out his leg, tripping Zhao Xian to the ground. Zhao Xian couldn't stand this humiliation. She sat on the ground and burst into tears, crying and cursing, bitch, bitch, bitch. Lu Dong, who was already angry and embarrassed, was about to rush over. But Ding Bulai immediately stepped forward and stood straight in front of him. Judging from his imposing manner, he would definitely beat him if he dared to rush over. In fact, Ding Bulai is of good physique. As an orphan, he has worked various odd jobs to earn tuition and living expenses, and has also spent a lot of time working on construction sites. Therefore, he is 1.85 meters tall and has a strong physique, but his muscles are not obvious, and he is even a little thin due to lack of nutrition. In addition, due to my inferiority complex and introversion in the past, I gave people the impression that I was cowardly and easy to bully. But now Ding Bulai's temperament has changed greatly. With his tall stature, Lu Dong, who was weak and frail, was a little frightened. He said in a timid tone, Ding Bulai, what do you want to do? Take your woman and get out. Lu Dong's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to fight Ding Bulai, so he could only threaten. Okay. 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 Ding Bulai, are you planning to offend me? I'll let you know that offending me will not end well. After saying that, he ignored Ding Bulai's reaction and helped Zhao Xian next to him up. Xian, are you okay? Zhao Xian wiped her tears with her sleeve without caring about her image and shouted angrily. Lu Dong, don't you see that I'm being bullied? Go over and help me deal with that bitch. A flash of anger crossed Lu Dong's face. Zhao Xian was just someone he picked up for fun. She had always been servile to him in the past, but today she actually dared to speak to him like that. However, when he saw her miserable appearance with tears in her eyes, he turned around and saw Ding Bulai and Zhang Lulu's unyielding momentum. I could only suppress my anger and comfort them. Don't worry, I will never let them go. But I can't do anything in public now. When I get back and make plans, I will make them kneel down and beg for mercy. Only then did Zhao Xian feel better. At this moment, she saw the crowd around watching the excitement, so she quickly stood up and straightened her clothes and makeup. He said loudly with disdain. Ding Bulai, I know you're in a bad mood because I dumped you, so I won't bother with you today. But considering our acquaintance, I still want to advise you that it doesn't matter if you don't have money, but you must be down to earth and walk the right path. Evil ways harm others and yourself. Don't let your life be tarnished by a momentary impulse. These words were spoken with such force and pomp that it seemed as if Ding Bulai and Zhang Lulu were really doing something shameful. Lu Dong also said, that's right, my Xian is the best. But you offended me today, I will definitely make sure you don't survive in Yunhang. Let's go, Xian, I'll take you to buy a BMW today. Chapter 14. Let's have some fun. Ding Bulai and Zhang Lulu watched the performance of Lu Dong and the others in silence. For the first time, he discovered that Zhao Xian, whom he had liked for many years, was such a vain, selfish and ridiculous person. And Lu Dong also refreshed his 3 views. He had not had much contact with Lu Dong before, but after all, they were classmates in the same department for 4 years, so he knew this person. It is said that his family is an executive of an airline company, and he himself is a member of the student union. He can also dance hip-hop and is a well-known figure in the department. I didn't expect it to be so terrible. However, the more such people are, the smaller their minds are, and the more sinister they are in secret. Ding Bulai didn't think the other party would let go of what happened today. But I'm not particularly worried. This kind of person is timid and will only do bad things to make it impossible for me to find a job or ruin my reputation in front of my classmates. Ridiculous, does he care now? As for Zhang Lulu, he had no plan to let her continue working in the bar. Seeing that Ding Bulai was silent, Zhang Lulu thought that he was in a bad mood, so she hugged Ding Bulai and pressed her chest tightly against his arm. It's not bad, don't be sad. That kind of woman is not worthy of you. Ding Bulai felt the softness on his arm and said with a smile. Ha, I won't be sad for such a person. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth it. Let's go buy a car too. Zhang Lulu thought she had heard it wrong and asked in surprise, Didn't you buy it already? Ding Bulai scratched her nose with his finger intimately. I bought you that BMW convertible for shopping, and I'll buy you another one for transportation. But maybe I need to go out and use it occasionally. Zhang Lulu already has a BMW worth nearly 600,000 yuan, so naturally she wouldn't mind. That's not bad, bro. If you need it, I can just buy you a car. One car is enough for me. It's okay, just listen to me. Oh. There are only a few types of large consumer items. Ding Bulai has already received double cashback twice today, and now has a balance of more than 1 million, which he plans to continue using in this car city. After all, it is really inconvenient to take a taxi every time you go out. As for the red convertible BMW, since it was bought for Zhang Lulu, although he could drive and sit in it, he didn't plan to use it much. Not bad, bro. What kind of car are you going to buy? I don't know either. I really don't know how to choose. I don't drive very often. What kind of car do you like? Choose the brand you like. After all, I'm buying it for you. I only drive it occasionally. All right. Zhang Lulu thought secretly, although Brother Bulai said he bought it for himself, since Brother Bulai would need to use it occasionally, then she must buy a model that suits his temperament. Searching for the little knowledge I have about cars. At this moment, Ding Bulai's phone suddenly rang. Ding Bulai took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone in confusion and heard a middle-aged male voice. Hello, is this Mr. Ding Bulai? I am the property manager of Jinmao Huafu, and my last name is He. Oh, hello, Manager He. It's like this. We have received information that you have purchased villa number 001 in our Jinmao Huafu. All the formalities have just been completed. You can come and sign to receive it at any time. I just want to ask you when it would be convenient for you to come over. Ding Bulai was quite looking forward to his own villa and couldn't wait to move in. However, after looking at the goddess next to him, he suppressed his urgency and replied, "How about this? I'm free tomorrow afternoon, I'll go over then." "Okay, Mr. Ding, you can send me a message before you come, and I will pick you up at the gate of the community." "Yes, thank you." "You're welcome. This is what I should do. I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai was in a good mood. He would be able to move out of the dormitory and live in the big villa soon. At this time, Jiang Lulu's eyes suddenly lit up and she said happily, "Brother, let's go look at Porsche. I heard there's a pretty good car there." "Sure." The two then went to the Porsche 4S store. The person who received the two men was also a tall beauty, but Ding Bulai's system did not give any information, which meant that she must have had a lot of plastic surgery on her face. So, Ding Bulai ignored the salesperson's flirtatious gaze and chose a Porsche Cayenne recommended by Jiang Lulu. This is an SUV priced at 1.04 million. However, Ding Bulai wanted an existing car and added a lot of configurations, which cost a total of 1.11 million yuan, and he could pick up the car on the spot. When Jiang Lulu signed her name tremblingly, not to mention the saleswoman's eyes were shrunken, the deep affection in Jiang Lulu's eyes almost drowned Ding Bulai. Using the temporary license plate from the 4S shop, Ding Bulai pulled the weak Jiang Lulu and drove away directly. Ding Bulai has worked as a designated driver, so he has a driver's license. After driving for a while and experiencing the thrill of $1 million luxury car, I parked the car on the side of the road. "Lulu, this car is bought for you, come and try it out." Jiang Lulu, who was still in a trance, came back to her senses. "Brother, how about I let you drive this car? I'm afraid I'll damage it." "It's okay. If it's damaged, you have insurance. If it doesn't work, I can buy you a new one." "No, no." Jiang Lulu was startled and shocked by Ding Bulai's generosity. "Then come up and drive." Jiang Lulu sat nervously in the driver's seat, glanced at Ding Bulai who had moved to the passenger seat, took a deep breath, and started the car. In fact, Jiang Lulu's driving skills are pretty good, she is just a little nervous, so she drives slowly. However, after adapting for a while and experiencing the comfortable driving of a luxury car, I began to get excited. There was an uncontrollable smile on his lips. When we drove to the restaurant, the parking lot security guard stood up and saluted. Ding Bulai couldn't help but sigh after watching this. It turns out that the security guards in these places still care about people. Another high-end dinner. While eating, Jiang Lulu kept looking at Ding Bulai lovingly. She herself comes from an ordinary, even poor, family background and has a low level of education. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working as a receptionist in the company, and after get off work I would go to places like bars to be an atmosphere creator and a wine host. To her, these few days were like a dream. A guest who looked like a poor student and was received the day before yesterday not only spent 50,000 or 60,000 yuan that night. The next day I bought myself a gift worth 500,000 yuan. On the third day, he had two more luxury cars worth a total of more than 1.5 million yuan in his name. Oh my god! Did the goddess of luck eat an apple and hit me? She sent me a Prince Charming. Jiang Lulu looked at Ding Bulai and felt that he was becoming more and more handsome the more she looked at him. At this time, the handsome guy opposite raised his head, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "After we finish eating, let's go do something fun." Chapter 15. I finally became a man. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening at Yunhang Shangri-La, one of the most upscale 5-star hotels in Yunhang City. A silver Porsche SUV slowly drove into the hotel entrance. A tall and handsome man with a delicate look and wearing an Armani casual suit got out of the car. At the same time, a young beauty wearing white long-sleeved shirt and pink short skirt came down from the driver's seat. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. The service staff at the hotel entrance hurriedly came over, arranging for someone to help the two park the car, and welcomed them to the front desk. "Excuse me, is there anything we can help you with? Book me a presidential suite." "Okay, I'll check for you." "Yes, the presidential suite is available, $66,000 a night." "Can." Ding Bulai paid the bill quickly and handed over his ID card. Jiang Lulu's face blushed, and after hesitating for only 2 seconds, she took out her ID card from her bag. "Here are your room cards. The room is on the 24th floor and breakfast is on the 3rd floor. I wish you a pleasant stay. Ding Dulai thanked her with a smile, then took Jiang Lulu's hand and walked towards the elevator. As soon as I got to the 24th floor and got out of the elevator, I saw the door of a guest room. There is only one room on the 1st floor, and it is also the presidential suite booked by Ding Dulai. There was also a beautiful woman in a blue uniform standing at the door of the guest room. The system also gave a prompt immediately. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Wu Qin. Age, 31. Height, 170 centimeters. Rating, 87. Number of drivers, 6. Favorability, 34. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Welcome to Shangri-La. I am your room steward. Jiang Lulu cautiously changed the hand she was holding to Ding Dulai's arm. Ding Dulai smiled slightly. Hello. We can go in by ourselves. We don't need to trouble you for the time being. A look of disappointment flashed across her face. The beautiful housekeeper bowed slightly, revealing a large area of white on her chest, and said with a smile, Okay, dear guests. You too can use the things in the guest room. The individual charges will be marked on them. There's also a call button inside, so you can contact me anytime if you need anything. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Jiang Lulu hurriedly took Ding Dulai's arm and walked into the room. Ding Dulai curled his lips and said helplessly in his mind. System, can we discuss something? From now on, if there are more than 5 people driving, please don't prompt me, okay? Host, aren't you worried about missing out on the ultimate goddess? If I could really meet a woman who doesn't care about the large number of people driving, I believe I would be able to find out without the system's prompts. Okay, this function system can satisfy you. The goddess prompt for driving with more than 5 people has been turned off now. Ding Dulai nodded with satisfaction. He thought that there wouldn't be so many reminders ringing in his head in the future. The presidential suite is extremely luxurious, with an extremely spacious living room as soon as you enter the door. The living room alone is larger than that of an average family's house. There are sofas, coffee tables, tea-making tables, and even mahjong tables. There is also a study room and the bedroom is even more luxurious. Jiang Lulu walked around the room curiously. It was also Ding Dulai's first time staying in a presidential suite, but he still pretended to be calm. Jiang Lulu walked around and came to the living room. She opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of red wine, and said to Ding Dulai in a tender voice. Not bad, bro. Let's have some red wine. That's fine. I'll see if I can get some snacks. Ding Dulai asked the butler to bring some side dishes. The two sat in the living room and ate and drank. In a short while, Jiang Lulu's face was covered with an intoxicating blush. Coupled with her charming figure, Ding Dulai, who has been a seaman for more than 20 years, could no longer suppress his anger. Ding Dulai stood up and walked to Jiang Lulu. Under her intoxicated gaze, he hugged her head and kissed her hard. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Lulu's eyes were also full of affection at this time. Ding Dulai no longer hesitated. He put one arm around her waist and the other around her legs, picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. Jiang Lulu didn't resist at all, but her face became even redder. When Ding Dulai was about to take a step further, Jiang Lulu suddenly spoke. Not bad, bro. I've had a boyfriend before. I don't care. I only care about you. Then will you always be nice to me? Certainly. Ding Dulai panted and said simply, as long as you don't leave me, I will always treat you well. No problem, I believe you. Kiss me. 5 minutes later, Ding Dulai turned his head away in embarrassment. Jiang Lulu wanted to laugh but she held it back and just hugged Ding Dulai into her naked arms. Not bad, bro, I didn't expect it was your first time. I'm so lucky. But it's okay, it's good enough for the first time. Ding Dulai felt Jiang Lulu's slight tremor and said in a muffled voice, laugh if you want to. Cluck, cluck, cluck. I'm sorry, brother Bolai, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I just didn't expect it was your first time. I really found a treasure. Ding Dulai was also a little speechless. It was already very difficult for him to survive from childhood to adulthood. How could he have the time to play games and watch movies like other people? I can't stand being laughed at by Jiang Lulu. How dare you laugh at me, little girl? Look at how I deal with you. Ding Dulai pretended to be vicious and turned over, feeling Jiang Lulu's white and smooth skin. "Ah, no thanks, I was wrong." "Not bad, bro, Fortunately, the second battle was manageable and lasted nearly half an hour, which finally lived up to his 1.85-meter height. Ding Bulai secretly thought that he had finally become a real man, and fell asleep in Jiang Lulu's arms with satisfaction. The next day, just after dawn, Ding Bulai woke up and saw Jiang Lulu lying in his arms like a little kitten. One leg was still draped over his body. The white skin looks even more dazzling under the morning sun. Ding Bulai, who had tasted the sweetness of the sweetness, could not help but use his diligent hands to explore the secrets of the other person. The dazed Jiang Lulu was awakened by Ding Bulai's actions. Feeling Ding Bulai's mischievous hands, she said coquettishly, "Brother Bulai is making trouble for me so early in the morning." "He, who made my Lulu so charming? TSK, who is your family? It's only a matter of time." Snort. Both of them were in good shape during their morning exercises. Half an hour later, Ding Bulai felt refreshed and Jiang Lulu's face became even more rosy and beautiful. Today is Friday and Jiang Lulu still has to go to work. Ding Bulai originally wanted Jiang Lulu to ask for leave, but was rejected. Jiang Lulu was afraid that Ding Bulai couldn't control himself and would hurt his body by overdoing it. Ding Bulai rubbed his sore waist, but it was not easy to continue. After having breakfast at the hotel, Jiang Lulu went to work by herself, while Ding Bulai stayed in the hotel alone to rest. "I had nothing to do for a while, and suddenly I remembered something, so I picked up my phone and opened the Maya live streaming platform." Chapter 16. The Rich Man is Not a Bad Brother. "Brother Bolai, this is my green bubble number, 139, remember to add me." "Brother Bolai, are you there? Why haven't you added me to green bubble yet?" "Brother Bolai, you are not online today? Not bad, bro, remember to add me when you're online." As soon as Ding Bulai came online, he saw a string of private messages from Zhou Tong, the yoga host who had bought a class the day before. Seeing that Zhou Tong was still broadcasting live, Ding Bulai did not hesitate and went straight into her live broadcast room. "Not bad, brother, you're here." Zhou Tong's joyful voice came, but it sounded a little tired. Ding Bulai was about to ask when he saw a string of comments suddenly pop up in the live broadcast room. "Ha, the scoundrel finally dares to show up. I thought he was so awesome, but when Brother Tiger showed up last night, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, hiding in his hole and not daring to come out. I bought some classes to show off, but I might quit later. I really think I'm a nobody." Ding Bulai frowned. He was busy doing happy things with Jiang Lulu last night and did not go online. It seems that Brother Tiger came over last night, and judging from Zhou Tong's haggard expression, it was obvious that he had been bullied badly. "Ha, why don't you dare to speak? Wasn't Libby very awesome the day before yesterday? This is called the mountain without a tiger, Lai Sanchong the king." At this time, Zhou Tong's voice sounded. "Brother, don't pay attention to these people. You can block the comments. They just talk nonsense." Ding Bulai sneered. "I don't care about these bastards. I just had something happen last night. That tiger brother, tell him to come over now and see how I deal with him." Ding Bulai was ready to give up today's double cashback just to save face. Anyway, the 1x cashback is free, but you can't bow your head in front of the girl you want to conquer. Hey, everyone can brag. Brother Tiger waited for you for 2 hours last night. No matter what reason you give, it can't cover up the fact that you are a rat. Ding Bulai ignored these villains, operated his mobile phone, and prepared to click on the gift sending button. Suddenly, he found a recharge button. I thought to myself, system, I topped up money on the live broadcast platform to give tips to the female anchors, so it can be considered as consumption. The system was silent for a while, and then a clear voice sounded, "It counts." Ding Bulai was very happy. I looked at my bank card balance, 2,236,881 yuan. Click directly to recharge, 2,230,000 yuan. The bank card balance instantly became 4,466,881 yuan. Ding Bulai did not stop. He recharged 4,460,000 yuan for the second time and 8,900,000 yuan for the third time. In just 1 minute, Ding Bulai recharged 15.59 million yuan on the Maya platform. The balance in his bank card suddenly became 17.82 million. It's so cool. Ding Bulai was shaking with excitement. It was not until today that he felt firsthand that the large cashback was the most amazing thing about the system. Millions can turn into tens of millions in a matter of minutes. Ding Bulai couldn't even imagine how terrifying his wealth would be in the future. But for now, just have some fun with some clowns. Seeing that Ding Bulai didn't speak for a long time, the live broadcast room started to mock again. Zhou Tong, who was speaking for Ding Bulai, was also inevitably attacked. At this moment, a luxurious sports car special effect was turned on. The phone screen shows, Brother Bulai gave away a sports car 1. Oh, the lazy guy is really good at brushing. It's just a sports car worth $100. Before the mocking barrage was displayed for 1 second, luxurious special effects flashed out one after another. Bulai Gu gave away a private jet 1. Bulai Gu gave away a luxury cruise ship 1. Bulai Gu sent Star Rose 1. Brother Bulai gives away Dream Castle 1. Bulai Gu gave away Carnival 1. Bulai Gu gave away Carnival 1. Bulai Gu gave away Carnival 1. After all, Ding Bulai had never done live streaming before. Find expensive gifts one by one. In the end, I found out that this carnival is the most expensive. One gift costs 30,000 cat coins, which is worth 3,000 yuan. It's just that it's a bit tiring to keep sending it. But Ding Bulai also enjoyed it because of the novelty. Just this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned by the carnival special effects that appeared one after another. The mocking comments have long disappeared. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Zhou Tong quickly recovered from her initial shock and kept expressing her gratitude excitedly. With Ding Bulai's continuous rewards, the popularity of the Tongxin Yoga live broadcast room has continued to increase. One by one, netizens ran into the live broadcast room. The netizens who came in were shocked and amazed when they saw the luxurious special effects flashing in the live broadcast room. Damn, what a rich guy. That's awesome. This is like treating money like nothing. I counted and saw that I had swiped over 100 carnivals in 5 minutes, which is about 4 or 500,000. Maoya has never seen this account before. Who is this rich guy? This anchor is so beautiful. I didn't expect Maoya to have such a beautiful anchor. I never noticed it before. I've paid attention. Ding Bulai didn't have time to pay attention to the reactions in the live broadcast room. He was busy giving rewards. This process lasted for more than half an hour before he stopped. It's not that he doesn't have money. Ding Bulai took a look and spent more than 3 million in half an hour. My fingers are just a little sore. Ding Bulai turned his attention back to the live broadcast room and heard Zhou Tong's hoarse voice. Not bad, bro. Thank you, Brother Bulai. I don't know what to say. Not bad, bro. There weren't many people watching the live broadcast on Friday morning, but the amount of tips exceeded 3 million in half an hour. Zhou Tong's live broadcast room has already ranked first on the Maoya hourly list. The number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 40,000. Ding Bulai's account jumped from a level 0 rookie account to a level 60 supreme account. Brother, this Bulai brother is my brother. It's so grand. I am witnessing history once again. In Maoya's history, there has never been a single tip of several million during a live broadcast. Except during the annual Anchor Carnival, those guilds brushed it. Super rich man. Seeing that the special effects in the live broadcast room stopped, Zhou Tong sobbed excitedly. That's good, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ding Bulai saw that Zhou Tong's favorability had reached 46, which was a very favorable stage. With a slight smile, Ding Bulai's cool name Barrage popped up. Where's Brother Tiger? Has he called him? I'm afraid to see people, right? I want to see who's hiding in a hole like a mouse. Wow, there are melons. What's going on? Brother Tiger, this can't be the Brother Tiger I know. Whoever knows, please tell me quickly. A variety of barrages floated up. In an office building in Yunhang City, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man with a big black mole at the corner of his mouth was sitting carelessly in the boss chair with his feet on the table in front of him. Xiaodong. You need a few people, right? No problem. I'll take care of this little thing. Also, I want to make an appointment with your dad some other day, so you can come along then. Good brother, okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, I sent a few messages. Then he suddenly saw a few messages, frowned, opened the Maoya app on his mobile phone and logged in. Chapter 17 PK in the live room. Ding Bulai took a short break and was about to continue giving rewards when he saw a high-level account of level 46 flash out with a barrage of noble special effects. Brother who, bitch Tong, I heard you found a jerk to provoke me? Brother Tiger, why, you didn't dare to show up last night, so you showed off this morning when I wasn't around? Brother Bolai, where did this barking stray dog come from? As soon as Ding Bulai saw the person coming, he knew that this was the Brother Tiger they were talking about, and he immediately acted very rudely. Brother Bolai, if you have the ability, stop talking nonsense. What's the point of bullying a weak woman? Come on, let's fight and see what we can do. At this time, Ding Bulai noticed that Zhou Tong had sent him a private message. I clicked on it and saw, Brother Bolai, thank you so much. After today, I will repay you no matter what. But I still want to tell you that this brother who is the boss of a construction company in Yunhang City. He is very powerful in both the black and white worlds. I don't want you to offend him without knowing it. After seeing Zhou Tong's message, Ding Bulai's impression of her increased a lot. At least she was not an ungrateful and selfish person. Don't worry, I don't take this kind of person seriously. Wei Hu, also known as Brother Hu, was sitting on the big chair in his office, frowning slightly. Someone had just told him in private that this guy who suddenly appeared had given him more than 3 million gifts half an hour ago. He couldn't help but click on the information of this Bulai Gu. The location showed that he was also in Yunhang, and his age was not very old as written in the information. I searched in my mind for the second-generation officials and businessmen I knew, and no one should have this account. Moreover, I have good relationships with people above and below me, and I haven't offended anyone recently. Could it be someone who just came to Yunhang recently? But no matter who it is, once they come to the territory of Yunhang City, whether they are dragons or tigers, they have to lie down. How can you be bullied on your own turf? Brother Tiger, young man, you are very capable, but didn't your parents tell you to be careful about what you say and do outside? Be careful not to offend someone you can't afford to offend and cause trouble for your family. Ding Bulai, I don't think you are someone I can't afford to offend. Wow, two big guys fighting hard, what a famous scene. I've already asked my friend to come in. We can't miss such a good show. Brother who is a well-known wealthy man in Maya. He is said to be the boss of a large company. Not bad, bro. He can earn 3 million in half an hour. Most bosses can't afford that. Maya never likes the sudden appearance of rich people. The important thing is persistence, understand? The spectators were enjoying the show, but Brother who was not in a good mood. Brother Tiger, okay. Young people are very arrogant. Let me test your strength. Brother Hu, and bitch Tong, don't think that you have the confidence to challenge me just because you are with a brat who doesn't know his place. Brother Tiger, I will let you know the dangers of society. After saying that, I saw a PK connection coming in. Tong, hello. Brother Hu, you haven't come to my live broadcast room for several days. I miss you so much. Without you feeding me, my breasts would have shrunk due to hunger. This female anchor, whose online name is Lu Xiao, started to act coquettishly as soon as she came in. Brother Tiger, I came to see you today, and I will make you bigger in a while. Thank you, Brother Tiger. I love you, Brother Tiger. Ding Bulai watched from the side with disgust. This girl called Lu Xiao is obviously using beauty filters. She has an internet celebrity face and a wide neckline on her top, which makes her very attractive to young people who have never seen the world. I don't know what this so-called Tiger Brother's taste is, he actually likes this. But Ding Bulai was also a little curious. System, didn't you tell Lu Xiao that there were more than 5 people driving? No, this person did not meet the minimum standard of 85 points. Ding Bulai laughed for a moment, oh? Then can you get me the information of this anchor? Yes, sure. Immediately afterwards, an information panel appeared in Ding Bulai's mind. Name, Pan Hohat. Age, 49. Height, 158 centimeters. Rating, 32. Number of drivers, 4. Puff. Ding Bulai almost vomited. Rating 32, age 49. Damn, Ding Bulai really can't believe the real appearance of the sexy internet celebrity on the screen. Ding Bulai suddenly wanted to see Brother Hu giving a bunch of gifts and then find out the other party's true situation. Brother Bolai, interesting. What? Are you preparing for a PK? Lu Xiao, yeah, I came in just to play with Tong. Brother Tiger, why, you don't dare? If you don't dare, then apologize obediently and go back to where you came from. Brother Bulai, why not? Tong Tong, are you okay? Jo Tong had no other big brother to support him except Ding Bulai, so he naturally listened to Ding Bulai. I listened to Brother Bulai. Brother Bulai, okay. But PK has to have a staking claim. Brother Tiger, of course. If you win, I will apologize to you. How about that? Brother Bulai, not enough. You still have to apologize to Tong Tong and promise not to cause her any more trouble in the future. And I want to add one more thing. Since it is a PK between anchors, the anchors have to add a condition. My condition is not high. I just want you, Lu Xiao, to turn off the beauty filter. Brother Tiger, okay? Lu Xiao on the screen panicked. No, Brother Hu, this guy has bad intentions, you can't fall for his trick. Wei Hu was obviously a little dissatisfied when he heard this. Why, do you think I will be fooled by this kid, or that I will lose? Lu Xiao, no. Of course I believe Brother Hu. Brother Hu, that's fine. But I have to add a condition. If I win, not only will you have to apologize to me, but this bitch Tong will also have to admit her mistake to my face. Jo Tong's face turned pale. She couldn't imagine what the result would be if she went to Brother Hu to apologize in person. But she had no choice at this time. Brother Bulai, no problem. Brother Bulai, Tong Tong, don't worry, I won't lose. After seeing Ding Bulai's words, Jo Tong felt a lot more at ease. Brother Tiger, come on then. Brother Bulai, anytime. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited, looking forward to the upcoming showdown between the big guys. At the same time, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached a climax as the two people challenged each other. Now if anyone logs into Maoya for the first time, they can see the PK live broadcast room of Jo Tong and Lu Xiao by pinning it to the top of the app homepage. The drums of war were beating and the battle was about to begin. The PK between the two suddenly began under the attention of everyone. In just a moment, the gift special effect appeared, and Lu Xiao's PK score increased significantly. Chapter 18, I'll treat you to dinner. Brother Tiger, come on. Other big brothers, Yao Yao is cheering for you. Let's go together. Wei Hu was in his office, swiping gifts and sneering with disdain. Although he is a big shot in Maoya and picks up girls, he is not stupid enough to give money to the platform. He and some big brothers set up a guild, and could share the profits with the platform. Nearly half of the gifts he gave away returned to him. In addition, you can get rebates from the anchor. Adding all the scattered amounts together, you can get back 60%. That is to say, if he swiped 10,000 yuan, he would actually only have to spend 4,000 yuan in the end. As for the so-called good guy, he had just checked with the contact person of the platform. It's just a newbie account, and I got it to the maximum level by giving away gifts in the morning. There is no guild, no platform cooperation, it's just pure idiocy giving real money to the anchor and the platform. How could a young man like this possibly fight with him? Looking at the host he supported, whose PK points were rising sharply, Wei Hu had a smug smile on his face. But he didn't feel proud for long, as he saw the opponent's points suddenly caught up with his. He quickly used his secondary account to enter Jo Tong's live broadcast room, only to see the screen full of carnival special effects flashing non-stop. Big Brother is awesome. Brother Taheo, I've opened my eyes today. Not bad, brother. Take care of me from now on. Wei Hu looked at the carnivals one after another, his heart tightened, and he quickly switched back to his main account and started to brush one after another in Lu Xiao's live broadcast room. Brother Tiger, come on. The other party has caught up. Brother Tiger, we need you. The soft and coquettish voice and the tension of chasing points stimulated Wei Hu's adrenaline. He clicked on the gift, selected Carnival, filled in the quantity as 5, and clicked Confirm. Luxurious special effects instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. On the other side, Ding Bulai saw that the other party's points were rising rapidly, and also discovered the option of the number of gifts. It seems that this is a benefit given to high-level accounts. However, a maximum of 10 gifts can be given at a time. But something is better than nothing. So, in Jo Tong's live broadcast room, the screen was full of the following. Bulai Gu gives Carnival 10. Bulai Gu gives Carnival 10. Bulai Gu gives Carnival 10. After a while, Jo Tong's points surpassed Lu Xiao, and she was leading by a large margin, and the gap was widening rapidly. Wei Hu was unwilling to be left behind, so he froze the number and, together with the other big brothers in the live broadcast room, tried their best to catch up. However, in Lu Xiao's live broadcast room, apart from Wei Hu who kept posting carnival messages, although there were some other high-level accounts, there were only a few scattered carnival messages, and most of them were gifts worth tens or hundreds of dollars. Ding Bulai only chose the carnival ones that cost 3,000 yuan each, and he bought 10 at a time, which cost 30,000 yuan. The gifts seemed to be free, and everyone watching the live broadcast was dumbfounded. As time passed, everyone only saw Zhou Tong's PK points in the live broadcast room, which was still high in the lead. Although Lu Xiao was cheering hard in the live broadcast room, except for Wei Hu who continued to give gifts, the gifts from others had decreased a lot. At this time, Wei Hu in the office had cold sweat on his forehead. He has already spent more than 10 million, and even if some of it can be refunded, it will still cost 4 million. Although his assets are in the hundreds of millions. But 4 million in cash is not a small amount. And the young man named Brother Bolai, according to his estimation, has already spent nearly 20 million. And that was real cash. You have to know that if someone can waste 20 million, his assets must not be limited to tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Who is this person? Wei Hu, feeling fearful, couldn't help but slow down the pace of giving gifts. The half-hour PK ended quickly, and as expected, Zhou Tong was far ahead. This PK, with a cumulative reward amount of nearly 40 million, also fermented on the internet at the speed of a hurricane. Zhou Tong, who won, was already in tears and her voice was hoarse from shouting out words of thanks. Brother Bulai, Brother Tiger, it's time to fulfill your promise. Brother Bulai, where are the people? Brother Bulai, I won't hide away if I lose. Brother Tiger, humph. I am not you. Don't worry, I'll give this bitch to you. Brother Bulai, have you forgotten something? Brother Hu, no need for you to remind me. Yao Yao, turn off the beauty filter. Let everyone see that even without the beauty filter, you are still my goddess. Lu Xiao, no, Brother Hu, I. Lu Xiao was so panicked that she couldn't speak, but the netizens in the live broadcast room disagreed. Hurry up. You won't admit your loss? It won't be another Princess Chao Biluo, will it? Hurry up. Be careful, we'll crawl through the network cable to find you. Wei Hu was also somewhat dissatisfied. Hurry up, don't be so annoying. Lu Xiao, Brother Hu, I feel a little uncomfortable today and my face doesn't look good. How about we do it another day? Wei Hu was also a little doubtful at this time. The more Lu Xiao dared not turn off the beauty filter, the more he would not agree. Why, even you don't listen to me? No, I'm really feeling a little unwell today. Ah, my internet connection is not good. As soon as Lu Xiao said this, the live broadcast was turned off. Wow. The bastard actually ran away. Is it true that Yao Yao is an old lady? She would rather offend Brother Tiger and go offline than turn off the beauty filter. This lady is really guilty. 3 seconds of silence for Brother Tiger. Wei Hu's face looked extremely ugly at this time, and the ridicule from netizens made him even more angry. Bulai Gu, your goddess ran away, what do you say? Brother Hu, don't worry, I will catch her and make her turn off the beauty filter in the live broadcast room. Tiger, I promise. As for a middle-aged lady, Ding Bulai was really not interested in seeing her true appearance. He no longer paid attention to these people and instead looked at Zhou Tong's private message. Thank you so much for today, bro. I will return today's reward to you after I withdraw the cash. No need. I still say the same thing. There is no reason to take back the money you spend. If you really feel bad, please treat me to a meal. Zhou Tong on the other side looked at the private message on the phone, hesitated for a moment, and said firmly. Okay, brother, it's almost noon, I'll treat you to lunch and come to my gym to discuss the class schedule you bought. Is that convenient for you? Good. Then add me on Green Bubble and I'll send you the location. Ding Bulai found her Green Bubble number, searched and clicked add. It passed immediately. Not bad, brother? It's me. 139, this is my cell phone number. And my gym address. When you get here, call me or send me a message and I'll come down to pick you up. Ding Bulai took a look and thought it wasn't too far away, and the place seemed familiar to him, but he didn't think much about it and replied. Okay, I think I'll be there around 11:30. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 19 Zhou Tong's thoughts. Zhang Lulu drove away the Porsche, but she hasn't picked up the BMW yet. After Ding Bulai left the hotel, he had to take a taxi to Zhou Tongfa's place. As soon as he arrived at the place, Ding Bulai realized that no wonder this place seemed familiar. It turned out to be right next to where Jiang Lulu worked. A low-rise office building. As soon as I got off the taxi, I saw Zhou Tong, who was 170 centimeters tall and wearing sportswear, standing downstairs of the office building looking around. Zhou Tong has a great figure. Ding Bulai estimates her cup size is E, and most importantly, her butt is very perky. Even in sportswear, you can still see the protruding outline of your crotch. Zhou Tong didn't know what kind of person the good guy on the internet was in real life, and was waiting nervously. At this moment, I saw a tall and handsome man getting out of a taxi not far away and walking straight towards me. Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat in disbelief. I saw the handsome guy walk up to me and show me a warm smile. Tong Tong? You are not a bad brother? Seeing Ding Bulai nod, Zhou Tong said in surprise. I didn't expect Brother Bulai to be so young and handsome. Ha, you too, I didn't expect you to look better than in the live studio. Zhou Tong's cheeks suddenly felt hot when she heard Ding Bulai's praise. No way, don't make fun of me, brother. I'm not making fun of you. I'm only telling the truth. Come on, show me your gym first. Not bad, come with me. Zhou Tong's gym is on the 3rd floor of this building, and it is quite large. As soon as you go upstairs, you can see a row of glass walls. You can see rows of fitness equipment and 1 or 2 people working out. Not bad, this is the gym that my friend and I opened. The area is about 1,000 square meters. The decoration and equipment here are all very high-end, and they are aimed at white-collar workers in the surrounding area. In addition to the common fitness equipment, I also have a yoga room and a dance studio. Ding Bulai looked around as Zhou Tong introduced the place. Although he didn't understand much, he could tell that a lot of thought had gone into the construction of this gym. Following Zhou Tong, we came to the yoga room, where there were some live broadcast equipment nearby. Obviously Zhou Tong was broadcasting live here. No, it's not bad, brother. You bought 15 annual fitness packages before, which allows you to enjoy all the services of our gym, including my personal instruction. But, 15 years, we are not sure we can serve that long. So, I'm going to convert your 15 years of fees into shares and give them to you. Is that okay with you? As a shareholder, you can naturally enjoy all the equipment and services of the gym. Ding Bulai did not answer, but asked. I remember you said that you seem to be working part-time here as well. Yes, actually I work at Yunhang Airlines. This gym was originally opened by me and my friends, but due to some changes, I am the only one in the gym now, so I can decide the distribution of shares. Zhou Tong said this cautiously. She had her own little thoughts behind this decision. I hope to tie this handsome young rich man in front of me to my boat for a long time. To be honest, if it weren't for Ding Bulai, she would have jumped off the building. She is a flight attendant for Yunhang Airlines. She has a good job and a good salary. A few years ago, she bought a small house in Yunhang City with a mortgage. In addition, she is good-looking and naturally has high standards. She has always wanted to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. But it's not easy to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. After several years of searching, she didn't find a tall, rich, and handsome man, but was cheated on twice by a scumbag. She also lost a lot of money and owed more than 100,000 yuan in credit card debt. As I get older, my parents keep urging me to get married. She was so irritable that she came up with the idea of opening a gym with her friends. She also practiced yoga regularly. Their idea is simple. There is a market for opening gyms near office buildings. Moreover, those who have the time and money to exercise are naturally in good condition. They are also self-disciplined and have no bad habits. Not only can you make money, but you can also find a chance to meet your Prince Charming. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? But Zhou Tong had no money, so he borrowed some money from his parents, and then took out a bank loan of more than 600,000 yuan. Together with 2 friends, he invested 1.5 million yuan and opened this gym. It's just that ideals are full of hope, while reality is too skinny. She and her friend had no experience before, so they hired people to do everything. The surrounding gyms were already saturated, and the market environment has been bad in the past 2 years, so they have been living a tight life. This results in high costs, low profits, and huge losses for gyms. Moreover, in the early days of the gym's opening, there was still a lot of outstanding balance owed for construction and operation. Seeing that something was not right, her 2 friends cleared out the gym's few remaining funds, even secretly mortgaged the gym to get a loan, and ran away with the money. This left Zhou Tong with a mess that she couldn't get rid of. To make matters worse, the overall environment was bad and the aviation industry was in recession, so a lot of employees were laid off. Although she was not laid off, her salary was reduced by more than half. The house I bought has dropped in value and I can't sell it. Even if I sell it, not only is the money from the sale not enough to cover the bank loan, but I'll still owe the bank hundreds of thousands of dollars. Add to that the original credit cards, the loan for investing in the gym, and the mortgage debt of the gym. Excluding the monthly mortgage, Jotong still owes the bank more than 2 million yuan in total. The basic monthly salary is barely enough for living expenses, not even enough to pay the mortgage, let alone the more than 2 million yuan in debt. She even thought about selling herself. Jotong cried in her bed more than once, wondering why she always encountered such bad luck. But there is no way, life must go on. So she thought of live streaming, and she also met the big brother, Wei Hu. But even though she was ready to devote herself to her elder brother, after meeting him offline, she couldn't bring herself to eat Wei Hu's round belly, fat head, big ears, and a mouthful of yellow teeth. That's why Wei Hu got so angry that he bullied her in the live broadcast room. Until I met Ding Bulai. She was already at the lowest and most difficult time in her life, and the fact that Ding Bulai bought lessons to help her out the night before had already made her feel very fond of him. Just one contact was not enough to make her dare to have deeper thoughts. But today, Ding Bulai's outrageous behavior in the live broadcast room hit the fragile fortress in her heart. After all, just from the revenue from today's live broadcast, minus the platform's commission and tax deductions, I can earn nearly 10 million. 10 million, I can get out of this predicament immediately. She immediately made up her mind that she must meet Brother Bulai, and as long as he was not too ugly to be mentioned, she would find a way to hook up with him. Even as a lover or a mistress. But life gave her a big surprise. Brother Bulai is not old or ugly, on the contrary, he is a young handsome guy. He is exactly the tall, rich and handsome man in my dreams. Although I don't know what this tall, rich and handsome guy is thinking, but if I let him invest first, wouldn't it give me an excuse to have long-term contact with him? Jotong kept thinking in her mind and her face turned red. Airline stewardess? When Ding Bulai heard Jotong's words, he immediately became interested. At the same time, he also noticed that Jotong's favorability level suddenly increased from 52 to 67, reaching the level of love. Chapter 20 Genes YYDS. Ding Bulai didn't expect Jotong's favorability to increase so quickly. Actually, this is not surprising. He didn't even think about the fact that she, who was almost desperate, met a wealthy man who gave her more than 20 million in tips in the live broadcast room. What's more, this rich man is so young and handsome. In other words, as a beautiful stewardess, Jotong is well informed and has come into contact with many rich second generations. Otherwise, if you change to another girl, the favorability may increase even more exaggeratedly. Tong Tong, your gym is great. I am indeed interested in investing in it. Jotong was surprised and said, really? Of course, but I'm not investing in this gym, I'm investing in you. Jotong blushed, what can I invest in? What do you think? Jotong's heart was beating fast. Brother Bulai, if you don't explain clearly, how would I know? Ding Bulai smiled and asked. But you probably don't need to invest now, so there's no need to give me the shares. Jotong shook his head and confessed, to be honest, brother. My gym looks good, but I don't have many customers right now. And I still owe more than 700,000 yuan. How come you owe so much? Ding Bulai was a little surprised. Jotong explained the gym's debt situation without hiding anything. Ding Bulai understood it clearly. He had been working at the bottom of society and knew that it was not easy to open a store. But now you are finally not short of money. Jotong said quickly. Not bad, brother. I also have to thank you for supporting me so much in the live broadcast room this morning. But I will return it to you after I settle the withdrawal on the platform this month. Ding Bulai waved his hands in an angry manner. I think I have said this many times. There is no reason to get back the money I spent. I'm giving you this reward voluntarily. Don't talk about returning it again, or I'll really get angry. Jotong's eyes were red with excitement, but I'm embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You earned this. I told you, if you want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. Ding. Jotong's favorability increased by +5, and the current favorability is 72. At this time, Jotong looked at Ding Bulai and became more and more moved. Without further hesitation, he said, no problem. It's almost time. I'll treat you to dinner. Brother Bulai, please wait for me for a moment. I will go change my clothes. Good. After a while, Jotong came out with a change of clothes. Ding Bulai was immediately attracted to it. Jotong was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, but the color of the t-shirt was very big. The full upper body supports the deep ravines. Although the lower body is simple, she is only wearing a pair of jeans. But as mentioned before, Jotong's back is very curvy. These slim-fit jeans and a pair of white high heels perfectly show off her figure. Ding Bulai just wanted to secretly praise in his heart, jeans yyds. Being stared at by Ding Bulai, Jotong blushed but felt happy at the same time. She had a few other skirts here, but after thinking about it, she chose the simple outfit that still shows off her figure. So far, the results seem to be pretty good. Jotong pretended not to notice Ding Bulai's lustful gaze and said calmly, "Not bad, bro. Does it look good? Tong Tong, you are so beautiful. You look good in anything you wear. Brother Bulai is really good at talking. Let's go." As she spoke, Jotong put on her small shoulder bag and walked out. Ding Bulai followed closely behind and noticed the perfect back. His heart was warmed, and he quickly stepped forward and walked side by side with Jotong. "Brother Bulai, we have been chatting for such a long time, but we still haven't officially met each other." "My name is Jotong, what's yours, Brother Bulai?" "My name is Bulai, Ding Bulai." "Well, Brother Bulai is indeed very good." The restaurant Jotong booked was right next door, and the two could just walk there. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the restaurant. At this time, several beautiful girls in work suits walked out of the Yuntian group building. It was obvious that several girls were teasing one of them. "Lulu, when are you going to bring your boyfriend out for us to see? Your boyfriend must be very rich. That's for sure. Otherwise, how could Lulu afford such an expensive bag? I've seen this one. It costs about 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Wow, Lulu, you've hooked up with a rich man. You slept with your boyfriend. You look rosy today, obviously you were well moisturized last night, hee hee." John Lulu was teased by several female colleagues and said angrily, "You damned girls, don't you have any shame in talking like that? Even if I invited you to lunch at noon, I couldn't stop you from talking. One meal won't be enough. It'll take at least a week. Lulu, now that you are rich, don't forget your sisters. The same as your boyfriend, introduce me to a dozen. Go to hell with you. My boyfriend is one of a kind. If you want to find someone like him, you'll probably have to wait until your next life." As Jian Lulu was talking, she was suddenly startled. She saw that not far ahead, Brother Bulai, who had confessed his love to her last night and this morning, was walking into a restaurant next door, talking and laughing with a tall beauty in a t-shirt and jeans. Jian Lulu's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing this, several female colleagues hurriedly asked, "Lulu, what are you looking at over there? Is there anything there? Lulu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad all of a sudden? Are you sick?" Jian Lulu suppressed her grief and explained to her colleagues, "It's nothing, my stomach just hurt. My period has come. I think it's painful." Several colleagues did not suspect anything and asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot? Do you want to go to the hospital? I just happen to be in this situation these days. I have some brown sugar. Do you want me to make you some?" "It's okay." Jiang Lulu cheered up, "How about this, you guys eat first today, I won't go. But it's already my treat, so don't fight with me. Xiao Rui, I'll transfer the money to you later." "No need, you can't run away, and treating guests won't cost you more than 1 or 2 days. It's okay, it's settled. My stomach hurts so badly, I'll go back to the office and rest for a while." "Oh well. Lulu, then you should have a good rest." Jiang Lulu said goodbye to her colleagues, and her face, which had originally had some smile on it, was instantly filled with sadness. She wanted to go over and ask Bulaigu, but then she comforted herself, thinking that maybe it wasn't Bulaigu, maybe Bulaigu was just talking about something with his friends. If I go there rashly, I will delay Brother Bulai's business. Jiang Lulu was confused for a moment. She returned to the office and wanted to send a message to Ding Bulai, but she edited the message and deleted it. Repeated several times. Finally, Jiang Lulu gritted her teeth and sent the message. "Not bad, brother. Lulu has been thinking about you all morning. How are you resting in the hotel? Would you like Lulu to have lunch with you? Chapter 21 Privately guide me to exercise. What do you want to eat, Brother Bulai? I'm not picky about food, anything is fine. Then I'll just order whatever I want. Although it was said to be casual, Joe Tong still ordered some expensive dishes. When he handed the menu to the waiter, Ding Bulai's cell phone on the table just happened to ring with a message alert. Joe Tong glanced at it subconsciously. It's not bad, brother. Lulu has been thinking about you all morning. The characters at the end are hidden so we can't see them, but from just the first few characters, we can tell that the Lulu on the other end of the message is a girl, and she has a special relationship with Brother Bulai. Joe Tong looked a little gloomy, but immediately returned to her seat as normal. Ding Bulai saw the message sent by John Lulu. I was about to tell a white lie subconsciously. But suddenly I thought that there would be many girls I would want to capture in the future, so I replied generously. I miss you, too. But I'm having lunch with a friend right now, so you can take care of your lunch by yourself. Eat well, it's my treat. Okay, that's good. Are you free this afternoon? I want to take a leave of absence this afternoon, so I can go out and play with you for a while. Ding Bulai thought that he still had to go to take over the villa in the afternoon. As it was his first house, he didn't want to bring anyone with him for the time being. I have something to do this afternoon, so don't ask for leave. Although he had never been in a relationship before, Ding Bulai felt that this reply seemed a bit stiff. Moreover, as a man who had just become a man, he also missed Jiang Lulu's fiery body, so he continued to reply. I'll be free in the evening after I finish my work this afternoon. I'll treat you to dinner and then I'll pick you up at your company. Okay, I'll wait for you after get off work. Jiang Lulu, who was in the office, felt a little relieved after seeing the message on her mobile phone. Bulai Gu did not deceive himself. But a trace of uneasiness in my heart would always linger, and the image of Brother Bulai and that beautiful girl chatting and laughing while eating kept appearing in my mind. After Ding Bulai finished replying to the message, he saw Joe Tong staring at him and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? No, I just think Bulai is young and handsome, so I think a lot of girls will like him. What about you, Tong Tong? Will you like me? With the confidence given by the system, and Ding Bulai's experience with women, he feels that his skin has become thicker. He never dared to talk to girls like this before, and would blush at the sight of them. Joe Tong didn't expect Ding Bulai to be so straightforward. She blushed and said, girls don't dislike young and handsome guys, but what's more important is good character and ability. Wow, it seems that I am very suitable. Tong Tong, aren't you talking about me? Brother Bulai, do you tease every girl you meet for the first time like this? Of course not, Tong Tong, you are so beautiful. Then I should feel honored. That's not the case, but you can give yourself a chance. Joe Tong originally wanted to tentatively ask Ding Bulai whether he had just texted with his girlfriend. But I gave up in a flash, so what? She had originally decided to sell herself or jump off the building. Now she has finally met a man who is perfect in every aspect. No matter whether he has a girlfriend or not, she will not give up easily. It would be embarrassing if a girlfriend asked me. Besides, there is no corner that cannot be dug down, only a hoe that cannot be wielded well. She has been a flight attendant for so many years and has seen many successful men. She also understands that there are too few good men, so when you meet one, you have to fight for it and compete with him. After all, there is never a shortage of beautiful girls around good men. This is the first time I've met Brother Bulai. Even if I'm going to give him a chance, I have to get to know him more, right? It just so happens that I said before that I would give you a portion of the gym's shares. How about we sign the contract this afternoon? Ding Bulai shook his head. Forget about the shares or anything like that, but you said you liked to practice yoga and exercise before, so you opened a gym. So, if you are willing to continue to open this gym, I can support you. Besides, I also want a place to exercise. Before coming here, Ding Bulai thought about visiting the gym. After all, Jiang Lulu is his only girlfriend, and he only had sex 3 times from last night to this morning, and his waist is already sore. If a girl cannot satisfy herself, how can she conquer other girls in the future without a good body? Joe Tong was delighted when he heard this. Brother, you can come anytime you want to work out. It just so happens that I can make a fitness plan for you. Don't worry, I will definitely guide you individually. Isn't this a ready-made opportunity for contact? Joe Tong was naturally happy about it. Okay, but that's not exactly what I meant. I wanted to say that I support you. Make the gym better. I see that a lot of gyms are still empty. I guess it's because you don't have enough funds at the back end. There's still a lot of equipment missing. Besides, the whole gym is still too crowded. I see there's some vacant space on that floor, so let's rent it there as well. I will pay for all these expenses. As for the shares, I don't want them. Just consider it a gift to support you. Joe Tong was shocked. How can that be possible? Brother Bo Lai has already given so much reward. Ding Bulai waved his hand and said, rewards are rewards. They are your private money. They have nothing to do with the gym. But... okay, it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you now, pay off the debt, settle the wages, and then expand and improve the quality of the gym. Wow, Brother Bulai is so manly. Joe Tong's eyes were twinkling with stars. Ding Bulai's unintentional domineering made her enjoy the feeling of being cared for and cherished, which she had never enjoyed before. This made her inner thoughts more firm. Brother, you are so good to me, How can I repay you? Ding Bulai showed a wicked smile. Tong Tong, you just need to guide me in fitness privately. The word privately was emphasized. Joe Tong is already 27 years old and has been with 2 people. She is not a little girl who knows nothing, and she heard the ambiguity in Ding Bulai's tone. Her face turned red, and she said shyly, Tong Tong will naturally guide Brother Bulai well. It's a deal then. Send me your bank card number. Ding Bulai said, and immediately took out his cell phone. Joe Tong hesitated for a moment, but still took out the card and handed it to Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai transferred 5 million on the spot. Joe Tong was surprised when he saw it. Not bad, brother, you turned too much. She really didn't expect that the other party would transfer so much money to her after just meeting her, without even signing a contract. He still wanted to refuse, but under Ding Bulai's insistence, he accepted it. At this moment, Joe Tong felt like she was dreaming. Looking at Ding Bulai, her eyes were filled with strong and unbreakable emotions. Not bad, bro. Ding Bulai looked at the favorability level of 79 in his mind and smiled happily. I guess I will be able to conquer the second goddess soon. Chapter 22, Buying You a Suite. After lunch, Ding Bulai rejected Joe Tong's invitation to go back to the gym for some improvement suggestions and took a taxi directly to Jinmao Huafu. I sent a message in advance to the property manager who called yesterday. When Ding Bulai arrived, he saw a thin middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the community. Ding Bulai walked up and greeted him. Hello, manager I'm Ding Bulai. Although I saw the information of the new owner in the profile and knew that he was a young man. But manager, he was still amazed at the youth and handsomeness of the visitor, wondering if he was a young man from a big family from another place? And they are not an ordinary big family. They take taxis when traveling. How can they be so low-key? With a warm smile on his face, hello, Mr. Ding, I am the property manager here. Let me take you to your villa first. As the electric car drove into the innermost part of the community, it stopped in front of a gate. Mr. Ding, this is Villa 001, and it is also the best villa in our Jinmao Huafu. This villa was originally reserved for the boss of the developer. It was already decorated, but he had never lived in it. I didn't expect it to be bought by Mr. Ding. You can move in directly without purchasing anything. Following manager his introduction, the electronic door opened automatically, and Ding Bulai saw a mansion he had never seen before. As soon as you enter the gate, you will see a small square. You read that right, it's an open space like a square. In other words, it is the yard of the villa. But this yard is very large. It looks like it is more than 500 square meters by naked eye, with flower beds, fish ponds, lawns, and open space in the square. There is a pavilion on the left side of the courtyard after entering the gate, and a garage on the right side. Directly opposite is a villa with 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, for a total of 6 floors. When he entered the villa, Ding Bulai was even more dazzled. Huge crystal chandeliers and luxury brand furniture. The 2 underground floors have activity rooms, audio-visual rooms, wine cellars, etc. Needless to say, the first floor has a spacious living room, Chinese and Western kitchens, dining room, guest bedroom, etc. The second and third floors also have some bedrooms or study rooms. What surprised Ding Bulai the most was the master bedroom that took up the entire 4th floor. The huge bedroom of nearly 100 square meters is connected to the equally spacious dressing room and study next to it, and the master bathroom is also extremely luxurious. In addition, there is a large terrace with a tea table. The 6-story villa is naturally equipped with an elevator. If all this is not enough, there is a larger courtyard of more than 1,000 square meters behind the villa. There is a swimming pool, rockery, pavilion, and even a small basketball court. Mr. Ding is really young and promising. From today on, this villa is yours. Your information has been entered into the property management. As for the villa's electronic password lock and the facial recognition of the gate, you will need to set and modify them yourself. Ding Bulai was so excited that he went crazy, but he remained calm on the surface. Excuse me, manager, It's not a problem. This is what I should do. If you have any other needs, we can help you with it directly. It's fine, I won't need it for now. Okay, Mr. Ding, if you need anything, you can call me anytime. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Thanks. After signing his name on the sorted documents, manager he said goodbye and left. When he was alone, Ding Bulai could no longer hold back and excitedly looked around from top to bottom again. He sat up on the sofa on the first floor, then stood up and sat down again. He was still on the big bed in the master bedroom on the fourth floor, sitting down and jumping up like a child, jumping up and lying down again. P.S. Dear readers, please do not laugh at the protagonist's naivety. Even though he has a system and even though he is rich now, he was an orphan and has struggled at the bottom of society for more than 20 years. Now he owns his own house for the first time, and it is such a luxurious villa. Except for the protagonists of some brainless novels, no one can help but be excited. Ding Bulai liked this place very much. It was just as the manager said, the furniture inside was all new and he could move in directly. He stayed in the villa for the whole afternoon, and only left the villa reluctantly when he remembered that he had to pick up Jiang Lulu. I took a taxi to Yuntian Group, and soon I saw Jiang Lulu driving a Porsche out of the gate. As soon as Ding Bulai got in the car, he saw Jiang Lulu with a sad face. What's wrong, Lulu? No, nothing, not bad, bro. Why, is there something you can't tell me? No, the salesperson at the BMW store called me today and asked me to pick up the car, but I didn't go today. You can tell me if they are busy at work, or we can go over now. I believe they are still at get off work. No thanks. Seeing Ding Bulai looking at her doubtfully, Jiang Lulu said embarrassedly. I don't have a place to park. It turned out that the place where Jiang Lulu and her friends shared an apartment was an old residential complex. Parking spaces are tight in the community, so she called the property management yesterday. However, as a tenant, it is difficult for her to get a parking card, let alone 2 cars. The surrounding areas are all old residential areas and there are not many parking spaces. So she is still worried about finding a place to park her car for a long time. In fact, there was something even more embarrassing that she didn't have the courage to tell Ding Bulai. Even though Ding Bulai had already given her luxury cars and gifts worth more than 2 million yuan. But she was just a receptionist and had no savings at all. Ever since I met Ding Bulai, I no longer go to the bar where I work part-time. However, parking fees and gas fees for luxury cars are expenses. It's okay at the beginning, but after a while, she will really have to use her credit card to make ends meet. This really proves the saying that if you reluctantly buy a luxury car that does not match your level, you can afford it but cannot afford to use it or maintain it. And today, my colleagues found out that I drive a luxury car, carry a brand name bag, and have promised to have several meals, all of which cost money. She couldn't ask Brother Bulai to treat her to every meal, or ask Ding Bulai for money directly. Ding Bulai naturally didn't expect Jiang Lulu's embarrassment, and even if he did, it wouldn't be a big deal in his opinion. He wants to give me cash back every day. As his woman, how could she be short of money in the future? But when it comes to parking spaces, his eyes light up. Speaking of which, you shouldn't apply for a parking permit in your neighborhood. You should move. Jiang Lulu was about to say that she couldn't afford it, but Ding Bulai's next words startled her so much that she slammed on the brakes. I'll buy you a sweet. What? Brother Bulai, you are not kidding. Do I look like I'm kidding? Ding Bulai said seriously, you are my woman now, how can I let you share the house with others? But you don't have to buy a house. Listen to me, you'll have to buy a house sooner or later anyway. Tomorrow is the weekend, I'll take you to buy a house. Jiang Lulu's heart started pounding when Ding Bulai said, you're my woman and I'll buy you sooner or later. She said shyly, but we haven't met the parents yet, we're buying a house right now. Chapter 23 Using Other Places to Help You. While eating dinner, Jiang Lulu kept thinking about Ding Bulai's heartwarming words. You are my woman. Let alone a house, I will pick the stars in the sky for you. As long as you don't leave me, I will always treat you well. Logically speaking, Jiang Lulu, who has been in the bar, has become accustomed to the sweet words and bragging of various men. But somehow, only Ding Bulai's words made her believe from the bottom of her heart. Is it not to your liking? Why do you seem not to eat much? Ding Bulai looked at the table full of high-end dishes, and looked at Jiang Lulu in confusion, who was laughing and thinking at the same time. No, it's fine. Jiang Lulu quickly came to her senses and said, I just had some afternoon tea with my colleagues this afternoon. I'm not very hungry now. Okay, then I'll eat it. Well, Brother Bulai, you should eat more. As she said that, Jiang Lulu considerately helped Ding Bulai pick up a few pieces of meat. Ding Bulai smiled wickedly and said, Lulu is so thoughtful. She made sure I had enough food so I could have the energy to work at night. Jiang Lulu blushed and then said embarrassedly, I'm afraid not tonight. I'm coming. Maybe it was because I was in a bad mood at noon, my period, which was supposed to come a few days later, actually came in the afternoon. Ding Bulai was a little disappointed when he heard this. He had just eaten meat and his appetite was very good. But I still asked with concern, that's okay. But you are not feeling uncomfortable, right? I heard that women will feel very uncomfortable these days. Jiang Lulu was touched and said, Thank you, Brother Bulai, but I'm fine, I just can't do it at night. What do you think of me? I don't just think about that. How about? Jiang Lulu bit her lip and whispered, How about, I can help you with other things later? Ding Bulai's eyes lit up, really? Seeing Ding Bulai's expectant look, Jiang Lulu mustered up her courage and nodded. Ding Bulai was overjoyed. He quickly finished his meal and took Jiang Lulu to find a 5-star hotel nearby. They booked another presidential suite, and under the envious gaze of the girl at the front desk, he hugged the shy Jiang Lulu and walked into the room. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Lulu went into the bathroom. Ding Bulai waited for a long time before he saw Jiang Lulu walking out wrapped in a bath towel with a red face. Jiang Lulu has very nice and white skin, and her long beautiful legs stand straight like a pair of chopsticks. You, go take a shower first. Okay, I'll be quick. Wait for me. Ding Bulai rushed into the bathroom without saying a word and came out in just 2 minutes. Seeing Ding Bulai's perfect figure, Jiang Lulu's face turned even redder. Ding Bulai couldn't help but climb onto the bed and kiss her red lips. Jiang Lulu hummed and responded slowly. A long time. Jiang Lulu rubbed her sore hands. Brother Bulai, why aren't you well yet? Ding Bulai looked at her slightly sweaty rosy cheeks and her red lips that smelled like orchids. His mind got heated, and he pointed at her mouth and blurted out. Lulu, why don't you use this? Jiang Lulu's face turned even redder, and she rolled her eyes at Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai was lying on the big bed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, feeling that this was the ultimate enjoyment in life. After a while, Jiang Lulu ran into the bathroom covering her mouth. She brushed her teeth again, returned to bed and snuggled in Ding Bulai's arms. Both of them enjoyed the tenderness that followed. But after a while, Ding Bulai felt another surge of heat. Jiang Lulu obviously felt it too, and said shyly, Brother Bulai, why don't I go back tonight, or you'll do something bad again and I can't. Besides, I also want to go home. I didn't go home last night, and I don't have many clothes in the car. That's fine. Ding Bulai also noticed that Jiang Lulu was actually feeling a little uncomfortable even though she was only concerned about her own comfort. He is not the kind of person who is selfish or treats women as toys. Not bad, brother. You're so nice. Jiang Lulu gave him a happy kiss, then stood up and put on her clothes. Do you want me to take you there? Don't bother, Brother Bulai, you can just rest in the hotel. It's convenient for me to drive. Okay, then be careful on the road. Driving the Porsche, Jiang Lulu felt mixed emotions along the way. On the one hand, Ding Bulai was so good to her. Not only did he buy her gifts worth more than 2 million yuan, but now he even said he would buy her a house. Her original conditions for having a boyfriend were just a car and an ordinary wedding house with her own name on it. But on the other hand, she felt uneasy about what she saw at noon. What is the relationship between that beautiful woman who is as beautiful as me and Brother Bulai? When I returned to the community and entered the house, I saw a girl in pajamas walking out of the bathroom. As soon as he saw Jiang Lulu, he was surprised. Lulu, you're back. Come on, tell me quickly, where have you been these 2 days? As he said that, he came over and pulled Jiang Lulu to sit on the sofa. Didn't you go to work today? This is my roommate Tian, who also works in a bar. No. Damn, I met a nasty guy who went to the bar to harass me every day these past 2 days, so I took a day off today. Let's not talk about me anymore. Why don't you go to work? I noticed you didn't come back last night either. Also, why are there so many new clothes in your room? They're all famous brands. Tell me honestly, do you have a boyfriend? Was it a gift from him? Also, you are so rich, how old are you? Are you a mistress or someone keeping you? The roommate started to chatter and ask questions. Jiang Lulu was a little annoyed, but she still answered. Yes, I met a guy. The roommate's eyes lit up. Really? Lulu, you're really good. How are you? How old are you? What do you do? Are you rich? Jiang Lulu immediately looked at her warily. Why are you asking so many questions? But she knew that her roommate would eat anything, as long as the other person had money. Tian looked dissatisfied. This doesn't concern you. I'm here to give you some advice so that you won't be cheated like before. Jiang Lulu felt a little warmer when she heard this. No matter how Tian was doing outside, she had been treating her very well after living there for a few years. Thinking of her own troubles, Jiang Lulu still spoke. He's not very old, and quite handsome, but... What is it? It's possible that he has other women. In fact, you should never doubt a woman's intelligence in this regard, especially Jiang Lulu, who works in nightclubs. Although she kept comforting herself, she was almost certain that Ding Bulai had a special relationship with the woman in the morning. And they are not relatives, ordinary friends, or the like. What? Tian jumped up and said, why don't you keep this kind of person for the new year? What's the point of being handsome? Haven't you seen enough handsome guys? But. Seeing Jiang Lulu's hesitation, Tian also calmed down. He has money? Jiang Lulu nodded. Tian asked again, there are so many rich people, the key is whether they are good to you. But looking at the piles of brand name bags and clothes in your room, it seems that he is willing to spend money on you. Besides, we're together every day, so I know a lot about your affairs. You've only been together for these 2 days. TSK, I bought you a gift worth hundreds of thousands in just a few days. No wonder you hesitated. Chapter 24 The Same Choice. In fact, he even bought me a car. Jiang Lulu hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Loan? No, full payment? Let's not talk about the car first. I'm just asking if this car is in your name or is it just for you to drive? It was directly registered in my name. Tian was really surprised. She has been in nightclubs longer than Jiang Lulu, and has seen many wealthy men who are willing to spend money on women. But most of them are mainly for joint consumption. In just 2 or 3 days, someone bought clothes, bags, and a car. It's really rare. After calming down, Tian asked again. You said he was very young, so what does his family do? He said he was an orphan and started a business. Is this a serious business? Thinking of the past 2 days, eating at high-end restaurants, 5-star presidential suites, and buying cars, Ding Bulai did not shy away and replied. I don't know either, but I think it's a legitimate business, otherwise he wouldn't be so high profile. Besides, she also said she would buy me a house. Pa! Tian couldn't help but slap Jiang Lulu on the thigh. Jiang Lulu screamed in pain, Tian, what are you doing? What am I doing? I said you are stupid. Such a good man, why are you still hesitating? Ah? Jiang Lulu was stunned. Tian looked at Jiang Lulu with a look of disappointment and said unhappily. An orphan is one who has no father or mother. There will be no mother-in-law or daughter-in-law or family conflicts in the future. He's young, entrepreneurial, rich, and handsome. The most important thing is that he is willing to spend money on you, buying you a car and saying he wants to buy you a house. How did you meet such a good man? As she spoke, there was some jealousy in Tian's eyes. A lot of women will throw themselves at this kind of guy. What you have to do is to give him emotional value and make him unable to leave you. You've been in the nightlife scene for so long, how come you're still so stupid? What outstanding man doesn't have many women? It would be really stupid if you gave up on yourself because of his relationship with some other women. After hearing what Tian said, Jiang Lulu suddenly understood something. Yes, I have seen all kinds of men in nightclubs. A good man has to fight for himself. She was misled by Ding Bulai's immaturity at the beginning and the fact that he had no experience with a woman before. Coupled with Ding Bulai's sweet words, I felt that I had met my true love. But even a good man is not static. Brother Bo Lai is so good to her, so what is there for her to worry about? Seeing Jiang Lulu's eyes change, He Tian reminded her. But don't be fooled by superficial things. You've also encountered some men who rent cars, rent houses, and use credit cards for loans. They look very well packaged on the surface, but they are actually silver guns with wax heads. If you can be sure that he is not this kind of liar, then I would like to congratulate you. Your chance has come. Hearing He Tian say this, Jiang Lulu nodded in agreement. But she knew that Brother Bulai was not a packaged liar. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that a liar would not be able to directly pay for a luxury car worth more than 1.5 million yuan for her. I understand, Tian, thank you. I was taken care of too well by him these past 2 days, so I got a little obsessed with it. He Tian smiled with satisfaction. I'm glad you understand. For men like this, you must do everything you can to keep them. Now you've bought bags, clothes, and a car, and you're talking about buying a house, so you keep them all. You won't lose anything. Just get all the benefits first. Even if you don't stay together in the future, you won't suffer any loss. Jiang Lulu smiled and didn't say much. Even though they had only been in contact for a few days, she had already decided to treat Bulai Gu well instead of trying to gain any benefits. But there was one thing she was grateful for her roommate today. Don't try to tie this kind of man down to yourself alone. It is inevitable that all kinds of women will appear in the future, but as long as Brother Bulai treats her well, she will never give up. She thinks she is neither ugly nor bad, and she is not afraid of competing with others. At this moment, all the resentment in Jiang Lulu's heart had long disappeared. While Jiang Lulu fell asleep with a smile on her face, Zhou Tong on the other side was tossing and turning in sleep, unable to sleep, looking at the bank card balance of 5 million on her phone. What happened today seemed more dreamlike to her than anything she had experienced in the past 20 years. First, the top brother in the live broadcast room came like a god and gave himself more than 20 million gifts. He also dealt with Wei Hu, who had been harassing him recently. And after meeting him, she found that this top guy on the list was exactly the Prince Charming in her mind, young, handsome, tall, and gentle. This Prince Charming transferred 5 million to himself unconditionally, simply for the reason of supporting his hobbies and giving him a place to exercise. Until now, even though the balance on her bank card was actually there, she still had a feeling that it was unreal. However, it still feels dreamy and unreal. She knew she had fallen. Such a man, no matter what he really looks like or what the future holds, she knows that she must grab him. It's not just because of my own predicament. It's because I'm not young anymore and I no longer have the opportunity to test and find someone like Ding Bulai who meets or even exceeds all my expectations. Fortunately, the other party should also have a good impression of me. Thinking of the fiery look Ding Bulai gave her today, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. However, thinking of the information he saw accidentally, Zhou Tong hesitated for only half a second, and his eyes became determined. This man, I will never give up, even if. Ding Bulai didn't know that just a lunch with Zhou Tong today had already made Zhou Tong and Jiang Lulu vaguely guess about each other's existence. Moreover, they both made the same choice at the same time. Ding Bulai was still in a dream at this time. Many beauties in bikinis were playing in the water in the swimming pool of his new villa, while he was lying on a sun lounger, with a beautiful woman in a swimsuit beside him who was feeding him fruit and massaging his legs. He hammered his legs until they were a little sore and then suddenly woke up. I found myself still lying on the big bed in the hotel. Because I turned over, my legs were bent there, and it felt a little painful and numb. Ding Bulai cursed himself inwardly for being a degenerate capitalist, but he was still recalling the beautiful scenes in his dream. Seeing that it was already dawn, he couldn't sleep, so he picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table. Zhou Tong, good morning, Brother Bulai. Zhou Tong, not bad, brother. Do you want to come to the gym today? I just happened to make a fitness plan for you. By the way, I am also free, and I would like to practice yoga with you first. Yoga is actually very suitable for men. Jiang Lulu, Brother Bulai, are you up? I think you are not up yet. Jiang Lulu, it's the weekend today, why don't I go to the beach with you? Jiang Lulu, you haven't woken up yet. Remember to call me when you wake up. Chapter 25 Lulu, please sign. I saw the invitation message from a goddess-level beauty early in the morning. Ding Bulai was in a very good mood. But I'm too busy to manage my time. Thinking about practicing yoga with Zhou Tong, which would involve wearing yoga clothes, Ding Bulai felt a surge of excitement. But then I thought about going to the beach with John Lulu. Would I wear a swimsuit? Even though I had done that with John Lulu, I still dreamed about the beauty in the swimsuit last night. I really want them all. Ding Bulai was a little conflicted, reluctant to let go of either of them. Cough cough. Only children do multiple choice questions, but as an adult, of course I have to answer all of them. After making up my mind and preparing to send a message to Jo Tong, I suddenly realized that there was still cash back today, so I quickly clicked on Jiang Lulu's green bubble. Good morning, Lulu. I have nothing to do in the morning, so I'll take you to buy a house first. Then we'll go for a walk on the beach. But I have something to do in the afternoon, so I might have to leave. Jiang Lulu's message came quickly. Okay, it's okay. If you're not too busy, you don't have to accompany me today. It's okay, we can do it in the morning. And we don't have to go so early in the afternoon, there's still enough time. Okay, I'll come over earlier. Brother Bo Lai, have you had breakfast? I'll bring breakfast over and eat with you. Okay, then come directly over, but you don't need to bring breakfast, the hotel has it. Yeah, I'll be there soon. After sending messages to Jiang Lulu, Ding Bulai sent another message to Jo Tong saying that he had something to do in the morning and would come over later in the afternoon. Jo Tong also quickly responded with her consent. 20 minutes later, Jiang Lulu arrived at the hotel. After they finished their breakfast, Ding Bulai suggested going to see the house. During dinner yesterday, Jiang Lulu had already been talked to a lot by Ding Bulai. Although she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, she couldn't refuse and did not object. Buying a house is a major event in most people's lives. Jiang Lulu was naturally excited and nervous. Not bad, bro. The time was a bit too tight. We didn't check it online in advance. It's okay. I'm fine. Ah, Bulai brother, when did you see it? When I saw you at the bar the other night, I decided to buy you a house, so I looked at it. Although she knew that this was just sweet talk from the man, Jiang Lulu couldn't help but smile. Not bad, brother. You really are. I can't help it. It's because my Lulu is so charming that I like her so much. Jiang Lulu was delighted. To be honest, Ding Bulai didn't have time to look at houses. But he worked as a food delivery man some time ago, so he did know some real estate projects. Under Ding Bulai's guidance, Jiang Lulu drove to a newly opened real estate sales office. As soon as I got off the car, an enthusiastic salesperson came over. Sir, miss, welcome to our property. May I ask if you have learned about our property in advance or have made an appointment for sales? No, let's take a look first. Okay, then let me introduce you two now. Ding Bulai and Jiang Lulu naturally had no objections. You two can take a look. Our building has been on the market for less than half a year. All of them are fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. We have ordinary residential buildings, villas, and so on. You two look so young, you must be looking for a wedding house. You can take a look at our several large apartments. Ding Bulai looked at the building model and interrupted directly, let me introduce the villa here. The salesman's eyes lit up, while Jiang Lulu hugged Ding Bulai's arm tightly in surprise. Brother Bulai, you. Ding Bulai patted Jiang Lulu's arm and said with a smile, listen to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lulu could only swallow the question she was about to ask. Sir, you have a good eye. The villas here are all of very high quality and very popular. Half of them have already been sold. Look at this set. Ding Bulai and Jiang Lulu listened carefully to the sales introduction. Which one do you like? Jiang Lulu still can't believe that Ding Bulai would buy a villa for her. I don't listen to Brother Lai, these sets are all good. Ding Bulai looked at Jiang Lulu and estimated that she was not sure about making a decision either. Fortunately, he noticed that during the sales presentation just now, there was a suite that Jiang Lulu had been paying attention to for a long time. No more hesitation. Let's go with this one. Let's go take a look first. The salesperson looked at the 3-story villa that Ding Bulai was pointing at with surprise. Okay, no problem, sir and madam, please follow me. The salesperson arranged a house viewing car and took the two of them into the community. The 3-story villa that Jiang Lulu just noticed is not the largest in the community, but it has a good environment and is located at the innermost edge. There are 3 small courtyards with an area of about 100 square meters. There are planned fish ponds and flower beds, as well as a small garage that can park 2 cars. The entire villa is approximately 400 square meters. Although it only has 3 floors above ground, it is just right for a family to live in. There is also a large terrace on the third floor with good view and light. While visiting the villa, John Lulu's eyes were filled with desire and envy. Even when she was about to go back to the sales office after finishing the viewing, John Lulu still looked back reluctantly. How do you feel, my friends? All our villas are very nice, especially the one you just saw. Many people have the intention. Okay, no need to say so much, just this set, how much do you want to pay? The salesperson quickly took out a list and said as he wrote. This villa is 443 square meters, the unit price is 26,000 yuan, the total is 11.518 million yuan. If you too need a mortgage, the down payment is 30%. Ding Bulai interrupted, no need, we'll just pay the full amount. Besides, we'll buy it today and we can move in whenever we want. Really? The salesperson opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Buying a house, or a villa so easily, was probably the first time in his career. Ding Bulai glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Is it fun for me to joke with you? Excuse me, sir. Please wait a moment. I need your instructions. After saying that, he excitedly called his manager. After a while, he hung up the phone and said, Sir, I just asked for instructions. If you pay in full and can pay today, we will not only give you the biggest discount, but also guarantee that the formalities will be completed within 3 days. And, if you need it, we will give you permission to move in today. We will also complete the relevant formalities when the transfer is completed within 3 days. But you may need to buy the furniture yourself. Okay, let's write a contract. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll be right there, right away. The salesperson hurried towards the office excitedly. John Lulu came back to her senses and said, No, brother, do you really want to buy this? Ding Bulai smiled slightly, Don't worry about it now, just listen to me. John Lulu was nervous and uneasy. The salesperson brought the contract quickly. Sir, please take a look. After deducting taxes, miscellaneous fees and related discounts, the total is 10.98 million. If there is no problem, just sign here. Lulu, please sign it. Chapter 26, Closing My Gym? I sign? I said I'd buy you a house and your name will be on the account, so just sign it. Also, check your bank account. John Lulu took out her phone from her bag in confusion and saw a new message. The account number ending in 4444, ding, transferred 17 million yuan to your Longhua bank account ending in 2222. The current balance is 17,006,743 yuan. John Lulu couldn't believe her eyes, so she rubbed them and looked again. No, it's not bad, brother. As for the extra money, you can use it to buy furniture or something. John Lulu's tears of excitement could no longer be stopped and she threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms. Bulai bro, I love you. Good girl, I love you, too. Not bad, bro. This is really too valuable. Don't mention this anymore. I've said it many times. You are my woman. I am willing. Not bad, bro. The salesperson standing by also understood. It seems that this guy spent 10 million to buy a house for his girlfriend. At this moment, he was so envious that he wished he could become a woman. After a long time, John Lulu picked up the pen. Faced with a villa contract worth more than 10 million yuan, John Lulu's hand holding the pen was shaking a little. He glanced at Ding Bulai and saw that he was looking at him tenderly. I mustered up the courage to sign my name. Look how to pay. Just transfer the money directly. It has come to this point, John Lulu no longer hesitated and simply opened her mobile banking to transfer the money. When John Lulu saw that more than 10 million was successfully paid out, she felt like her heart was about to jump out. Sir, madam, congratulations on becoming our owners. Wait a moment, both of you. After a while, the salesperson brought a copy of the contract, a receipt, and the key and password to the villa. We will enter this lady's information directly into the community property management system in a moment. Also, you can purchase your furniture and move in today. In addition, we will also provide you with free moving and cleaning services. We will have cleaning staff go to your villa to clean it in the next 2 days. Okay, you guys can handle it later. After buying the house, Ding Bulai lost interest in staying there any longer. At this moment, John Lulu wished she could stick her whole body to Ding Bulai, with strong and indissoluble feelings filling her eyes. Lulu, let's go. No, brother. I don't want to go to the beach anymore. So what do you want to do? Want to go look at furniture? Or just move in? Jiang Lulu hugged Ding Bulai and said softly, neither. I want to go to the hotel. Jiang Lulu raised her head and looked at Ding Bulai with a fiery gaze. Ding Bulai's lower abdomen suddenly felt warm, and he said in a low voice, okay. The two drove directly back to the hotel and kissed each other as soon as they entered the room. At the same time, the number of clothes on my body was reduced one by one. Under Ding Bulai's gaze, Jiang Lulu glanced at Ding Bulai charmingly, then lowered her head. It is another enjoyment that reaches the extreme happiness. Although Jiang Lulu had her period, she was obviously determined to take good care of Ding Bulai today. First the mouth, then the chest, and even a cum shot. They hugged each other until they were both exhausted. Lulu was very relaxed today. Jiang Lulu buried her head in his arms shyly and said coquettishly, it's not for the sake of Bulai Gu. But I like it, hee hee. No, brother, you are so bad. Okay, you're tired too, take a rest. When he was free, Ding Bulai also summoned Jiang Lulu's system panel in his mind. Name, Jiang Lulu. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. Rating, 88. Number of drivers, 3. Favorability, 96. Infatuation. The favorability level is 94. Looking at this infatuated evaluation, it will probably be difficult for him to change his mind in the future. Ding Bulai thought to himself. The favorability reached 80, which was considered a success, and the system also rewarded a villa. Now it's over 90 and there's no prompt. As for 100, I guess it's difficult. It seems that I have to work harder and try to conquer other goddesses, such as Zhou Tong. Let's see if I can get her today. I wonder what kind of reward I will get then. I looked at my bank card balance again, more than 34 million, another awesome double cashback. Jiang Lulu slept for more than an hour in the hotel and woke up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. When the two were having lunch, Jiang Lulu's phone rang. It turned out to be someone from the BMW 4S store, who asked Jiang Lulu when she would pick up the car today. Brother, we are both busy this morning, why don't we go pick up the car, and then I'll go to the beach with you in the afternoon. Ding Bulai is still thinking about Zhou Tong, and he has 2 double cashbacks but doesn't he know how to use them. Ding Bulai still understands the principle that everything is excessive or insufficient. He has spent a lot of money on Jiang Lulu in the past 2 days, so he can take it easy for now. No, I do have something to do this afternoon. By the way, let me use the Porsche this afternoon. Although she was a little reluctant and disappointed, Jiang Lulu still said sympathetically. No problem, Brother Bulai can use it as long as you want. I'll just drive the BMW back myself in a bit. Don't worry, I'll just go with you. Okay. This time, Ding Bulai drove to the Auto City with Jiang Lulu and accompanied Jiang Lulu to buy a BMW convertible. Jiang Lulu happily drove her BMW and couldn't wait to look at the furniture. Ding Bulai was not in a hurry to leave, but instead took a walk around the Auto City. However, he found that there were many cars here, but very few luxury cars. Especially those over $1 million. There aren't even tens of millions. This made him very disappointed as he had originally been hoping to get a cash rebate on his purchase of a car. I sent a message to Zhou Tong and drove straight to the downstairs of Zhou Tong's gym. And Zhou Tong was waiting downstairs as usual. What made Ding Bulai frown was that he saw a fat and ugly middle-aged man who kept getting close to her and saying something. There were also a few people next to him, but judging from the situation, they should be the middle-aged man's subordinates. Zhou Tong's face was full of displeasure, but she felt helpless and could only keep backing away. Ding Bulai drove his Porsche closer and prepared to park, and the voices of the 2 people talking gradually came in. Xiaotong, look at you working and running the gym at the same time, it's so tiring. Follow me, what do you want? Mr. Wei, please respect yourself. I know my own life well and I don't need you to worry about it. Please don't harass me anymore. Also, please don't call me Xiaotong. We are not that familiar with each other. Don't be so shameless. I also bought your fitness package and gave you so much as a tip. Why, you turned your back on me after getting the benefits? I can give you a full refund. Ha, it's not that easy to get my money back. You've already promised Brother Bolai that you won't harass me anymore. You're a big boss after all, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Don't think that a person from nowhere on the internet can do anything to me. Let me tell you, my patience is limited. Be careful or I will close your gym immediately. Ding Bulai couldn't bear it any longer at this point, so he got out of the car and said disdainfully, "I want to see how you can close my gym." Chapter 27. I want to buy your building. When he saw Ding Bulai getting out of the car next to him, Jotong happily ran to his side, took his arm, and said in a tender voice, "Brother Bulai, you are here." When Wei Hu heard Jotong calling him Brother Bulai, his heart tightened. However, after looking at Ding Bulai, who was only wearing a $100,000 Armani and $1 million Porsche, he seemed to be relieved and said with a smile, "Ha, it seems that this person is the internet's super rich man? I think you should know who I am. You are very impressive on the internet. After meeting you today, I can see that you are indeed young and promising." The words young and promising were emphasized, and there was obviously a hint of irony in them. Although Ding Bulai had never dealt with the so-called big bosses before, after a few days of lavish training, he also gained a bit of the confidence and composure of a superior, and naturally he was not afraid of the boss of a construction company. "I am young and promising, but I don't deserve it, but if someone wants to close my gym, I'm afraid I can't do it." Wei Hu sneered, "It's great for a young man to have some money, but business is not that easy to do." "Don't worry about that, Mr. Wei. I believe my Tongtong will run the business very well." Jotong was surprised but not at all disgusted by Ding Bulai's direct and ambiguous address as my Tongtong. Instead, she felt a little secretly delighted. I couldn't help but hold each other's arms. When Wei Hu saw the two handsome men and beautiful women, a trace of jealousy and gloom flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. "Ha, I heard that this gym doesn't have many customers. It seems that they still owe several months' rent. Your gym is quite large, and the decoration is pretty good. How much is the monthly rent? It must be tens of thousands of dollars." "Not bad, Shenhao seems to be very rich. Business has been bad recently. I heard that this building is going to increase the rent." "Not much, right? How about doubling it? In addition, I have several employees who seem to have also applied for membership cards here. I am a person who cares about my subordinates, so I ask them to come here every day to exercise. Only when they are in good health can they better serve the company." As he said this, Wei Hu took out his cell phone as if to prove something, and made a call. "Hey! How are you these days, Mr. Duan?" Nothing much. I just need your help with something small. You rented a gym on the third floor of the building on Tongxin Road. I came here today and saw that business is not very good, and there are always some shady people coming in and out. No, don't just evict them. Double the rent. Why not make money if you can?" While Wei Hu was talking on the phone, he looked at the two people opposite him with a sneer. Jotong's body trembled slightly and her face turned pale. The rent was originally 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a month, and if it doubles it will be 100,000 yuan. Not to mention that the gym business is not good right now. Even if it is good, it cannot afford such high rent. How to calculate the nearly 1 million yuan cost for renovation when moving? As for the lawsuit for breach of contract by the property management company? Although she has never done business, as a beautiful flight attendant, she has come into contact with many rich and powerful people, and they have plenty of ways to deal with you. Although I am not short of money for the time being, Brother Bulai just gave me a reward and transferred 5 million. I can't just give away 1 or 2 million for nothing. And if the other party has people causing trouble in the gym every day." Sensing Jotong's uneasiness, Ding Bulai patted his shoulder soothingly. Although he has no power for the time being, he has money, and more than enough money to spend. Okay. That's it, Mr. Duan. Let's get together some other day." Wei Hu was about to hang up the phone when Ding Bulai's voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Duan, right? I have a business deal that I want to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you?" Mr. Duan on the other end was stunned for a moment when he heard the unfamiliar voice, and then asked, "Old Wei, do you have anyone else over there?" Wei Hu said disdainfully, "He is just a young man who seems to have some money but has no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth." As soon as Mr. Duan heard this, he knew that this person had offended Wei Hu, and he said coldly, "Sorry, we don't have any business to discuss, so I'll hang up first." Ding Bulai's voice sounded quickly. "I originally wanted to do some business in Yunhang City. I saw that the location of Mr. Duan's building was good, so I wanted to see if Mr. Duan was interested in selling it. Since Mr. Duan is not interested, it's a pity. I can only look for other places." Mr. Duan on the other end of the phone obviously thought he had heard wrongly. "You want to buy my building?" Wei Hu sneered at the side and said, "Mr. Duan, you wouldn't believe a young man who hasn't even grown all his hair yet wants to buy your building, would you? Zhou Tong was also surprised, but she was smart enough not to speak, while Ding Bulai said calmly, I am indeed a little interested. If Mr. Duan is interested, we can talk about it. This idea suddenly came to Ding Bulai. There are still 2 more double cashbacks today, and now I have more than 30 million in my card. It only takes a few days to get double cashback a few more times, and hundreds of millions or even millions of funds will not be a problem. The building rented by Zhou Tong's gym is not tall, with only more than 10 floors, so the price is probably not very expensive. Mr. Duan on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said, From the sound of it, you guys are right there. How about this, I'm not far away. I'll come over now. Is that convenient for you? Ding Bulai smiled slightly, of course. I'll wait for you in the gym on the 3rd floor. Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Wei Hu looked at the young man in front of him in surprise and suspicion. Could it be that the other party really has the ability to buy a building? Even though this building is not very tall. This time Wei Hu was no longer sure of his opponent. He originally thought that the other party was just a slightly wealthy second generation, even though the other party gave him a reward of 30 million yuan online. But even though he didn't find any problems with the online rewards, no one could say for sure whether they were all his own cash. Even though he seems to be wearing famous brands and driving a $1 million luxury car, this level of strength is nothing. Now the other party wants to buy a house, which is not something that a rich second generation with a little money can do. Seeing Wei Hu following the 2 back to the 3rd floor, Ding Bulai said dissatisfiedly, Why, President Wei, you're not leaving yet? We don't welcome you here. Wei Hu said calmly, I am a member of the gym, I can come whenever I want. Besides, Mr. Duan is my friend, it has nothing to do with you that I am waiting for my friend. Ding Bulai shook his head and ignored him, then went to the office with Zhou Tong to drink tea. In an office building not far from here, a middle-aged man wearing glasses said apologetically to the cool and beautiful figure sitting opposite him. I'm sorry, Mr. Yun. Given the relationship between your father and I have to help you anyway. But your current funding gap is too big, and there's really nothing I can do to help you. I have something else to do here, so I won't keep you here for now. The beautiful woman opposite probably had expected the middle-aged man's answer, and her expression did not change at all. She said, Is there anyone who wants to buy your building? I happen to be free right now, can I go with Uncle Duan to take a look? Chapter 28 I should still be able to bear it. Brother Bulai, do you really want to buy this building? Of course, you thought I was joking? But. Zhou Tong suddenly found that she didn't know what to say. Should she say Ding Bulai was impulsive? Should she say that this building was not cheap? She just met and got to know Ding Bulai yesterday. At this moment, she only felt that the young man in front of her was so mysterious. He gave tens of millions of rewards as soon as he said so, and now he is even asking to buy a building. However, it is undeniable that such a courageous and rich man is so charming. If I could really be with someone like this. As Zhou Tong thought about it, she felt her cheeks getting a little hot. He quickly glanced at Ding Bulai and was relieved to see that he was looking around his office and not paying attention to him. Brother Bulai, why do you look a little pale today? Are you feeling unwell? Ding Bulai was startled, and saw that there was a mirror in the office. He walked over and took a look, and found that his face was indeed a little pale. I felt secretly bitter in my heart. He had just eaten meat and had no control over himself. He did it 3 times the night before yesterday, once yesterday morning, once at night, and 3 times this morning. No wonder I always feel that some of the rich second generations I have met are weak. If this continues, I will become one of them. But I won't say this in front of Zhou Tong. It's okay, I'm just a little tired from all the things I've done these past 2 days. Brother Bulai works so hard, no wonder he has developed so well and is so outstanding. Ding Bulai blushed secretly, it's okay. So Brother Bulai needs to exercise more. It just so happens that I have already made a simple fitness plan for you. However, it still needs to be further adjusted according to your physical condition. No problem, what to do? It's simple. Do you exercise regularly? I only ran occasionally before, but never worked out in the gym. Oh. But I think you have a good figure, brother. How about this, you try a few devices first. Okay. After leaving the office, Wei Hu was resting on the sofa outside, drinking tea. The 2 of them ignored each other. Ding Bulai tried dumbbells and other equipment according to Zhou Tong's suggestions. Zhou Tong was giving instructions from the side, and some physical contact was unavoidable. Ding Bulai felt the soft fingers brushing against him from time to time, and a heat welled up in his heart. It seems that Brother Bo Lai rarely comes to the gym. But you have a good physical foundation, so you will be able to get started quickly. I'll teach you some simple stretching and strengthening exercises later. Ding Bulai naturally had no objection, then I'll trouble Tong Tong. It's no problem. You're my boss after all. As they were chatting and laughing, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a woman in a suit walked into the empty gym. The two turned their heads to look, and Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment. Because this woman left a deep impression on him. It was Yun Xingxue, the president of Yuntian Group, whom he had met in the restaurant with Jiang Lulu before. Moreover, after Yun Xingxue did not give up her seat to her and the so-called richest man's son, her favorability rating increased by more than 10 points. Yun Xingxue obviously recognized this young man who made him feel a little unique, and when he saw that his clothes were completely different from last time, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. At this time, Wei Hu, who was originally sitting on the communication sofa, saw the person coming and walked over quickly. Mr. Duan, why did you come so soon? You wouldn't really believe what a young boy said, would you? At the same time, Wei Hu turned around and said in surprise. Hello, Mr. Yun. I didn't expect you to come with us. Mr. Duan smiled gently and said, I just happened to be free, so I came to take a look. Yun Xingxue was wearing a dark blue dress, but it still couldn't hide the bulge in front and back. There was no expression on her cold and beautiful face. It seems that Mr. Wei knows how to maintain his health and never forgets to go to the gym on weekends. It's just that the construction of our Yuntian project has been delayed again and again. I don't know when President Wei can speed up the progress. Wei Hu said calmly, Boss Yun, I can't do anything about it. It's not that I signed the contract and won't do anything. It's that the project funds are not in place, and I have nothing to eat. The employees under my company are all waiting to work to support their families. It's difficult for me too. Or Mr. Yun can coordinate and transfer the project funds as soon as possible, or provide the raw materials as soon as possible. Yun Xingxue frowned and said, We won't delay your payment for the project, but we have already paid the progress payment, so we hope you can start the construction as soon as possible. Wei Hu grinned and said, No problem, of course no problem. Yun Xingxue looked at him coldly and said nothing more. Mr. Duan next to him looked at Ding Bulai at this time. Seeing that he had an extraordinary demeanor, he stretched out his hand and said seriously. Hello, I'm Duan Weiping. Are you the one who said you wanted to buy my building? Ding Bulai also extended his hand. Hello, Ding Bulai. I'm interested in this. I wonder if Mr. Duan is willing to give it up. Although he heard the accurate answer in person, Duan Weiping still couldn't believe it for such a young man. I wonder what Mr. Ding does. Have you ever found out the price of my building? I'm just planning to invest in a small business in Yunhang. As for the price, I think I can still afford it. Hearing this, Yun Xingxue next to him looked over in surprise. A hint of caution also flashed in Wei Hu's eyes. Hearing the affirmative answer, Duan Weiping couldn't help but say seriously. Although my building is not high, with only 12 floors, it covers a large area. The floor area of each floor is more than 10,000 square meters, and the square outside the building is more than 8,000 square meters. Although it looks a bit old compared to the surrounding office buildings, it was built and decorated according to the best standards and the quality is very good. It is located in a core area and was once a landmark of Yunhang City. The most important thing is that my building and land are complete and there is plenty of room for future updates. To be honest, I really don't want to sell it, and I don't think most people can afford it. Ding Bulai smiled and said, I understand what Mr. Duan said. Mr. Duan can directly quote a price he intends to sell it at. Duan Weiping pondered. He was also one of the top entrepreneurs in Yunhang City, mainly engaged in real estate. It's just that the real estate situation has been bad in recent years. Although no new projects have been developed for several years, there are still many previously developed properties that have not been sold. In this situation, assets are difficult to liquidate and the capital chain is under great pressure. He had intended to sell this building a long time ago, but there were not many people willing to take it, otherwise they would not have rushed over just because of a word from a stranger on the phone. Just looking at this young man, it's hard to decide on a price. Wei Hu and Yun Xingxue also stood by in silence. Zhou Tong is a very discerning stewardess. Seeing this, she smiled and said, Boss Duan, Boss Yun, I didn't expect two big bosses to come to my small gym today. I don't know how to entertain them. How about going to my office for a cup of tea first? Naturally, everyone had no objection and sat down in Jotong's office. Chapter 29, Young and Promising Brother Ding. In Jotong's gym office, Duan Weiping and Wei Hu were drinking tea, and they were whispering to each other from time to time. Yun Qingxue sat quietly at one end of the sofa, looking at Ding Bulai from time to time, with an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. Ding Bulai was not in a hurry. After a while, Duan Weiping said, "If Mr. Ding is really interested in buying my building, I won't ask for much. If I sell it normally, it would be around 20,000 per square meter. But considering the current market conditions, I won't lie. I'll just treat it as a loss and make friends with you, and sell it for 15,000. I'll round off the total price and make it 1.8 billion. How about that?" Ding Bulai had just checked the price of this office building on his mobile phone, and Duan Weiping's offer was indeed not high. But it is definitely impossible to make a loss. This building is 20 years old. How much did it cost when it was developed? Even if it is sold for 10,000 yuan now, it is still a big profit. But Ding Bulai would not care about these things. This is the price for buying now, and it is definitely higher than what Duan Weiping quoted. No problem. I can accept this price. Really? At this time, several people in the room were shocked. Duan Weiping said in disbelief, "Boss Ding, are you serious? Of course, we can sign a contract at any time. 1.8 billion is not 18 yuan or 180,000 yuan. The other party did not even bother to bargain for the price. There was no due diligence or negotiation. Is it just settled like that? But Ding Bulai's next move shocked everyone again. If you're not sure, we can write a handwritten letter of intent and pay a deposit today. This. Duan Weiping was a little confused. Since the other party could decide on such a large transaction, he couldn't be a fool or an uneducated young man. However, this hasty action made him really unable to understand the other party's operation. Are all young people so fierce nowadays? Boss Ding, this is not necessary. Since President Ding is so straightforward, I won't hesitate. I'll have someone prepare the contract now. Also, Mr. Ding, since you want to invest and do business in Yunhang, how about I hold a signing ceremony for you and help you promote it? Don't worry, you don't have to worry about anything, leave everything to me. Ding Bulai did it to pick up girls, and he didn't want anyone to publicize it. Thank you, Mr. Duan, but there's no need for any publicity. My business is still in its infancy, so I don't want to be too high profile for now. I understand. Mr. Ding is young, promising, and ambitious, but we are old. Then wait for me to arrange for someone to sort out the contract and show it to you then. Ding Bulai nodded with some disappointment in his heart. He wanted to use this to get double cash back twice. But he also knew not to rush things. No problem. Okay, it's settled then. Oh, by the way, it's too strange to always call you Mr. Ding. I'm older and I'll call you Brother Ding. You don't have to call me Mr. Duan anymore. You can call me Brother Duan or Brother Ping. Then I'll call you Brother Duan. Ah, okay, oh, this is my business card. I'm lucky to meet Brother Ding today. How about this, I'll host a party for everyone tonight. How about CEO Yun and CEO Wei also join us? Only then did Wei Hu come to his senses. How long did they talk just now? A few words, maybe. Less than 5 minutes. The 1.8 billion deal was settled just like that? This is about the amount of all my assets added up, and most of them are real estate. Who is this Ding Bulai? Wei Hu swallowed his saliva and put on a smile. Haha, of course I'd love to. Congratulations, Mr. Duan. The sale of a building is so close to being concluded. This is cause for celebration. Then he said to Ding Bulai enthusiastically, I'm sorry, Mr. Ding. We had a misunderstanding before. But that's all in the past. I'll be more generous and call you brother. Don't worry, Tom, oh no, my sister-in-law and I are a perfect match. I'll borrow Mr. Duan's wine later and apologize to you too. Wei Hu was also a smooth, worldly wise, and flexible man. When he saw that Ding Bulai was something special, he immediately changed his attitude. Jotong's heart trembled when Wei Hu called her sister-in-law, but she was shy and tactful and did not speak first. To be frank, Ding Bulai and Wei Hu didn't have much hatred, so they naturally didn't want to make more enemies, so they smiled and said, Brother Hu, I'm sorry to hear you say that. Since it was just a misunderstanding before, let's just let it go. Wei Hu laughed, yes, yes, yes. You are young and ambitious. If you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Although Yun Qingxue didn't say anything, there was a difference in the way she looked at Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai said, thank you, Brother Duan, Brother Hu, and President Yun, but I'm really sorry, I have something else tonight, so I can only do it another day. Duan Weiping was disappointed that he could not have further contact with this mysterious young man, but he smiled quickly and said, it's okay, Brother Ding, just do what you want. There will be plenty of opportunities later. But next time, you can't refuse. Ha, next time for sure. Wei Hu's eyes moved between Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong, and he stepped forward and intimately pulled Ding Bulai's arm, whispering, Brother, do you want me to arrange a place for you? There are all kinds of things there. I guarantee you will have a good time tonight. As soon as Ding Bulai saw Wei Hu's obscene expression, he understood what the other party was talking about. He said unhappily, thank you, Brother Tiger, but it's not necessary. Are you embarrassed because we just met? Okay, I understand. But you will definitely need it later, so tell me then. Ding Bulai shook his head helplessly. Also exchanged contact information with Wei Hu. Afterwards, Yun Qingxue also took the initiative to add Ding Bulai's contact information. After a few people said goodbye and left, only Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong were left. Zhou Tong really wanted to ask something, but she really didn't know how or what to ask. Ding Bulai took the initiative to ask, what's wrong? Are you scared? No, I just think Brother Bolai is awesome. Yes, how can it not be amazing? 1.8 billion is a deal. Ding Bulai smiled and said, I'll give you a surprise then. Zhou Tong was a little curious, what surprise? It won't be a surprise if I tell you now. By the way, it's still very early and you haven't taught me how to exercise yet. You're not going to just let me get a few dumbbells or something and that's it. Of course not. Today I will teach you some simple stretching and strength training. Let's go to the yoga room, it's more convenient there. Zhou Tong first asked Ding Bulai to wait outside for a while. After a while, Zhou Tong, wearing a set of yoga clothes, came out. When Ding Bulai saw it, his eyes suddenly became hot. Chapter 30 Dinner with Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was wearing a gray yoga suit. The upper body is a wide short vest, which is high and reveals the smooth abdomen and belly button. She was wearing long yoga pants. The soft curves are clearly visible. To be honest, in Ding Bulai's opinion, the reason why Zhou Tong scored 1 point higher than Jiang Lulu might be because of her perfect body proportions. Jiang Lulu is a little thin, but she has some meat in the right places. She is 168 centimeters tall and carries a D-bag. Zhou Tong's upper body looks like it has a D-cup, but as mentioned before, her butt is more perky. It's round in shape, very mellow and natural. With the advantage of height, the overall body proportions will look better. However, the difference between the two is not that big. After all, one scored 88 points and the other scored 89 points. Both are absolute goddess beauties in the eyes of everyone. Seeing Ding Bulai staring at her in a daze, Zhou Tong didn't seem shy at all. Showing off her figure generously. How about this, let's go to the yoga room, it's a little quieter there. Entering the quiet yoga room, Zhou Tong seemed a little nervous. She didn't feel comfortable looking at Ding Bulai, but stood directly at the handrail beside the wall, with her back to Ding Bulai, and said, Not bad, bro, follow me and do some stretching exercises. As he said this, he placed his right leg on the railing and did a leg stretch. A beautiful woman with a curvy figure wearing tight yoga clothes was stretching and bending in front of him. Oh my god! Which cadre can withstand such a test? To be honest, if Jiang Lulu hadn't served him 3 times in the morning, Xiao Ding would have felt some pain at this moment. Ding Bulai wished he could do it himself. However, he resisted the urge, took a deep breath, and stretched like Zhou Tong. There was a flash of joy in Zhou Tong's eyes, but there was also a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She is no exception to the complex side of women. Next, Ding Bulai would occasionally look at Zhou Tong with longing. But overall, they still performed various training movements in an orderly manner. More than half an hour later, Zhou Tong stood up, wiped the sweat off his face, and said with a smile, Okay, Brother Bolai, let's just practice these simply for the first time today. I'll send you the fitness plan later. My initial suggestion is that if you are free, it would be best if you come at least once every 2 days. It would be even better if you can come every day. After exercising for a while, Ding Bulai felt much more comfortable. Teacher Tonton is still the best teacher. If you can give me this kind of guidance every day, I believe I will be more motivated to exercise. Jotong rolled his eyes at Ding Bulai and said with a smile. That's going to be disappointing, brother. I can't be in this gym often. Ding Bulai then remembered that this gym was just Jotong's side job and her main job was still a flight attendant. Speaking of flight attendants, Ding Bulai couldn't help but imagine what Jotong would look like in uniform. Hey, Tonton, I haven't seen you at work yet. Jotong rolled her eyes and immediately understood what Ding Bulai was thinking. She smiled and said, You'll see it next time you take a flight with me. Ha, then I must experience your service when I have the chance. Then you are always welcome to take Yunhang Airlines. You are such an excellent employee, and you still remember to advertise? The two of them chatted like old friends who had known each other for many years, and before they knew it, it was almost evening. Thank you for Coach Ton's hard work and guidance. I wonder if you would be honored to invite Coach Ton to dinner today? Ha, then I'll give Mr. Ding a favor, but I want to have a big meal. Ha, no problem, leave it to me. The two of them took a short break, and Jotong changed into a gray pleated V-neck, slim-fitting, halter neck dress. Looks sexy and cute. Ding Bulai also changed into his own Armani. I got in my Porsche and went to a high-end restaurant. Just as he was asking Jotong to order food, Ding Bulai's phone rang. He saw that it was Jiang Lulu calling. He glanced at Jotong in front of him with a guilty conscience, and saw that the other party seemed to be looking at the menu, so he turned around and answered the call. Brother Bulai, what are you doing? Are you done? Do you want to have dinner together? Ding Bulai lowered his voice and said, I have something else to do here with my friends. Let's go tomorrow. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Oh, then you go ahead and do your work. Do you want me to accompany you tonight? Ding Bulai could almost see Jiang Lulu's blushing face when he heard those shy words, but he remembered that she had just had relatives over and had spent so much time in the morning, so he said gently. Forget it. I don't know how long I'll be busy today. I won't look for you. You haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. You must be tired today. Have a good rest at home. Jiang Lulu was slightly disappointed, but also felt a little touched. No, brother, you are so nice to me. I love you, Mua. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai felt a little uncomfortable. It's awkward no matter how you look at the scene of him talking on the phone and expressing his love to another girl in front of her. The restaurant was very quiet. Jiang Lulu's voice was quite loud just now, so Jotong definitely heard it. What surprised Ding Bulai was that Jotong was still smiling as if nothing had happened. Brother Bulai, I ordered these, can you take a look at them? Okay, let me see. Ding Bulai took a casual look and found that what Jotong ordered was quite standard and nothing particularly expensive. I quickly ordered a few of their most expensive dishes as compensation. To be honest, Ding Bulai still lacks experience, and although he has told himself that he wants to conquer all kinds of goddesses, his mindset has not yet come to it, and his behavior is a little restrained. Of course, it is understandable. After all, as a lonely, introverted and poor orphan, how could he have the opportunity to come into contact with beautiful women? Not to mention being a scumbag. Hey, why did you order so much? We can't finish it between the two of us. Ding Bulai chuckled, I'm just excited to have dinner with you, Tong Tong. Order whatever you want and eat whatever you want. Brother Bulai has plenty of money. Jotong covered her mouth and chuckled, not bad, brother, I didn't realize you were so interesting. You're the first girl to ever say I'm funny. I just don't believe that there hasn't been any girl who discovered such a treasure boy like Brother Bulai before. Maybe. Ding Bulai felt a little unnatural. But the more Jotong looked at Ding Bulai, the more she liked him. Although his identity is mysterious, and he seems to have unclear relationships with other girls. But in daily life he is simple and kind, even with a bit of the innocence of a student. Compared to some of the rich boys she had known before, he was simply too good. Not bad, bro. How about we drink some red wine? Ding Bulai's eyes lit up, of course no problem. He called the waiter and ordered a bottle of Lafite worth 100,000 yuan. The look of not caring about the price made Jotong more satisfied, but also made her feel more urgent. Chapter 31 I Have Other Women. Surrounded by melodious music, the beauty is drunk with wine. Having been burdened with debt pressure before, Jotong felt that she had not enjoyed such a relaxing and pleasant time for a long time. With an intoxicated look, Jotong whispered. Brother, why are you so nice to me? They buy classes, give tips, and give so much money to support the gym. You still didn't want me to transfer the gym to your name, but the money you gave me was enough to buy several gyms. Ding Bulai shook his head, not enough. Jo Tong opened her eyes in confusion. What is not enough? What I gave you is far from enough. I want to give you more. Jo Tong's tears suddenly flowed out and she reached out and grabbed Ding Bulai's arm. Brother Bolai, do you know how much you have helped me? If it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would live. I have never seen a man give such valuables to a girl he doesn't even know. I really don't know how to repay you. Ding Bulai patted her hand and said, I didn't do anything. Also, don't feel pressured. Don't think about repaying me. It's not necessary. Maybe because of the alcohol, Jo Tong was particularly emotional today. I can see that you don't care, brother, but I can't take it as an excuse. You know, I've had 2 boyfriends before, both of them were relatively rich, but one of them had so many girlfriends that I couldn't count them on my hands and the other one never thought about being with me for a long time. I had already given up hope in relationships, until I met you. Brother Bulai, do you like me? Jo Tong took advantage of the alcohol to confess her feelings to Ding Bulai, but Ding Bulai felt a little embarrassed at this time. Because Jo Tong just mentioned his boyfriend, but he also has John Lulu, and with his system, it is almost certain that there will be other women in the future. Judging from Jo Tong's appearance, she had been badly hurt by men before. Now Jo Tong is obviously interested in me, but I don't want to lie to her. Including Jiang Lulu. Ding Bulai suddenly remembered the TV shows and novels he had watched before, and he hated some of the cheating men in those films. But now do I have to become the person I hated before? Ding Bulai had activated the system for less than a week, and Jiang Lulu was the only woman he had. Jiang Lulu's kindness to him made him feel a warmth he had never felt before. But this kind of good thing will come in an endless supply as long as he has money. Ding Bulai was suddenly a little confused, but his eyes became firm in an instant. It's normal for him to have some barriers in his heart. But I also don't want to ignore the shackles of morality in my heart and become the kind of liar that everyone hates. After thinking about it, Ding Bulai felt that because of the system, even if he had to become a scumbag, he would become an open-minded scumbag who would not cheat on others. Seeing Ding Bulai frowning and remaining silent, Jo Tong asked again nervously. What's wrong, Bulai brother, don't you like me? I like it. Ding Bulai held Jo Tong's hand. You are so beautiful and considerate, how could I not like you? To be honest, I also want you to be my woman. It's just that I have to tell you the truth, I have other women. Although I had expected it, I still couldn't hide the disappointment in my heart, but the disappointment was fleeting. Jo Tong smiled and said, it's normal. Brother Bolai is so outstanding, there must be a lot of girls who like him. Ding Bulai was surprised and asked, you don't mind? Jo Tong did not answer directly, but asked, then brother, will you always be with me and treat me well? That's for sure. Ding Bulai assured, as long as you don't leave me and betray me, I will never give up on you and will definitely treat you well. Well, I believe in Brother Bolai. Then you. Ding Bulai said nervously, Tong Tong, are you willing to be my woman? A hint of shame flashed across Jo Tong's charming face, but she still nodded slightly and said softly, yeah. Ding Bulai was overjoyed and held the other person's hand tightly. Tong Tong, I want to give you a gift. What gift? You've already given me a lot, brother. I said that wasn't enough. Ding Bulai calmed himself down and said seriously, there is something I may have to tell you in advance. I may not be able to guarantee that you will be the only woman, and I may not be able to guarantee whether we can get married in the future. But what I can guarantee is that as long as you don't leave me, I will always treat you well and give you the best protection. The bitterness in her heart flashed away, but Jo Tong still said, it doesn't matter. Since I chose you, I won't regret it. Ding Bulai picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, then said, I'm going to give you this building today. What? This won't work. Don't worry. Ding Bulai smiled slightly at Jo Tong's surprised eyes. I feel like your job as a flight attendant isn't going very well. And the gym, even though you do yoga, the occasional exercise hobby and running a gym are 2 different things. I've made up my mind. You can open the gym, but you just need to find someone to run it. But for security, I've decided to buy you an estate. I'm going to put this building in your name, and all the profits will be yours. Jo Tong still felt like it was a fairy tale. Not bad, bro. You are not kidding. When it comes to business, I never joke with my women. Besides, I actually have my own selfish reasons. For some special reasons, I can't put too many properties under my name. So, I need you to help me with this. After Ding Bulai said this, Jo Tong's nervous heartbeat also slowed down. You want to be behind the scenes? I understand. Many rich people do this. They don't have much assets in their name, so they find someone to hold them for them. I guess so. I wonder if you are willing to help me with this. Don't worry, I will prepare the money for buying the house. Jo Tong was not a shy person. After talking so much with Ding Bulai today and even confessing her feelings, she had already decided on him, so she simply said, "No problem. But what I want to say is that these are still your assets, including the 5 million you transferred to me and the gym. I can hold them in name only for you, but I will write a notarization for you later. These properties are still yours. Let's talk about it later." Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief. I sighed secretly. It's not easy to give money. Especially as the amount gets bigger and bigger, it's hard to get double cash back without a suitable excuse. Although many women worship money, they don't care about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars and dare to take them. But now it's tens of millions, and later it will be hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions. There are only a few women in the whole Dragon Kingdom who dare to accept such a valuable gift. Since we've agreed, I'll transfer some money to you first. Wait until Brother Duan's contract is ready, then you can come and sign it. Chapter 32 Reward Again. Ding Bulai started transferring money in front of Jo Tong in the restaurant. Before Jo Tong could react, she saw a message prompt: 34 million yuan had been deposited into her bank card. Before I could close my mouth, another message came: 66 million yuan had been deposited into my bank card. Jo Tong opened her mobile banking app with trembling hands, and the countless zeros in the balance kept irritating her eyes. 1, 10, 100. 100 million. Not bad, this. Ding Bulai also felt very happy when he saw the balance of 132 million in his bank card. He smiled and said, "My bank card has a limit, so I plan to go to the bank to process it in the next 2 days. I'll transfer 100 million to you first, and I'll transfer more to you tomorrow. Don't worry, since you promised to be my woman, I won't break my promise and won't treat you unfairly." Jo Tong's heart was pounding and her eyes were red. Not bad, brother. Well, your tears are about to flow again. If others see it, they will think I bullied you. Brother Bulai is bullying me. Why are you so nice to me? I am so touched. Hey, since you are so moved, then you should compensate me. Seeing Ding Bulai's wicked smile, Jo Tong blushed, but lowered her head and said nothing. Obviously it is the default. Ding. The other party's favorability increased by 86, the goddess Jo Tong was successfully captured, and the reward is an Aston Martin sports car. Sports car. Although it was also very good, it did not make Ding Bulai as excited as the villa he received as a reward before. She curled her lips and saw that Jo Tong had almost finished eating. Just call the waiter to pay the bill. He took Jo Tong to a nearby 5-star hotel and booked a presidential suite as usual. Jo Tong followed silently with a red face the whole time. It was not until he entered the room that he had time to appreciate the luxury of the presidential suite. He hurriedly pushed Ding Bulai aside and went into the bathroom. Ding Bulai was not in a hurry. He stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the night view of Yunhang City, feeling extremely happy. The feeling of stress-free and unbridled indulgence that money brings is not something that ordinary people can experience. This is something that Ding Bulai would never have dared to imagine before. After standing for a long time, light footsteps were heard from behind. When I turned around, I saw Jo Tong, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, coming into the living room. Ding Bulai's eyes were burning with passion, and he immediately stepped forward and hugged Jo Tong in his arms. Following those red lips, he kissed them. Don't be, it's not bad, brother. First, go take a shower. Ding Bulai kissed her hard, then let her go to bed and wait for me obediently. To be honest, Ding Bulai's desire was not very strong today. After all, Jiang Lulu had served him and made him release his desire 3 times in the morning, and now Xiaoding still felt a little uncomfortable. But Jo Tong was so attractive. After a quick shower, I went to the bedroom. Seeing the beautiful woman hiding under the quilt on the bed, Ding Bulai smiled and pounced on her. And Jo Tong, after being nervous at first, responded enthusiastically. On the other side, Jiang Lulu also returned to her residence at night. Before I sat down to have a sip of water, my roommate Hee-Tian hurriedly sat over. Lulu, you are not being honest. I just saw you driving back in a BMW. Don't tell me, the car you said yesterday that the handsome guy you knew bought you was a BMW, or a convertible sports car? Jiang Lulu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, yes. Hee-Tian swallowed, unable to stop the envy in her eyes. I checked, that one costs more than 500,000 yuan. Hiss. Lulu, you've become rich. By the way, I've been out all day today. What did you do? Did your boyfriend really buy a house? Jiang Lulu rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. I've been busy all day and I'm exhausted. Can't you let me rest for a while? Hee-Tian looked Jiang Lulu up and down, pretending to be surprised and asked, no way, you two have been together all day? You guys are too crazy, young man, take it easy. Jiang Lulu blushed. What are you talking about, you little bitch? Hee, you're still pretending. It looks like you've been well moisturized today. Your little face is so rosy. Screw you. Tell me quickly, did your boyfriend really buy a house as he said? Where did he look? Has he decided on it? Jiang Lulu took a sip of water and nodded, it's settled. Really? Great, it seems this person has been planning to buy a house for a long time, and should have the idea of starting a family. Where did you decide? It's in the Royal Garden. Huh? I seem to have heard of it. Is it not far from where you work? Hee-Tian knew that her roommate worked as a receptionist at Yuntian Group. Not far indeed. Just book it. It seems this property is pretty good, and the average price is also above average in Yunhang. Hee-Tian sighed, I bought you a BMW, and now I've booked a room for you. This can be considered as meeting the conditions you mentioned before for having a boyfriend. And from what you said before, he's young, handsome, and has money to spend on you. Lulu, I'm a little envious of you. You can finally escape from the misery of being single. By the way, how big a house did he order and how much was the down payment? Although Jiang Lulu was shy, she looked very happy. Yes, he is really good to me. There is no installment plan when buying a house, just pay in full directly, and besides, my name is written directly on the house. Hee-Tian was surprised and asked, full payment? And they added your name right away? How come it's so fast? Is there any problem? No, the full amount was paid on the spot, and I signed the contract. When the house is sold, my name will be directly on it. He won't even add his name. Because the payment and contract are handled very quickly, the procedures are also efficient. The sales office said that all procedures will be completed within 3 days, and it is written in the contract. Hee-Tian's tone changed, this is too. How much money does this house cost? It can't be a very small apartment, right? She herself didn't believe this question. After all, he could buy a BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan for his roommate whom he had only known for a day or two. Buying a house for yourself shouldn't be too bad. Jiang Lulu was stunned for a moment, and didn't say it directly, but still whispered, it's not a small apartment, and it's not cheap anyway. Hee-Tian looked at Jiang Lulu's flickering eyes, and suddenly a strong sense of jealousy surged in her heart. A BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan and now a house, both are in the name of his roommate. And he also said he was young and handsome. Why hasn't she met such a handsome guy in all her time? How big is the house? It's okay. It's not a small apartment anyway. Lulu, even though this kind of person is so generous, there are still some inner qualities that you need to see clearly. Invite your handsome boyfriend to your house some other day, and I'll check it out for you. You know, I've been in the nightlife scene for so long, I've seen all kinds of men. I can tell at a glance whether a man is trustworthy or not. Jiang Lulu said dissatisfiedly, don't think too much about brother, he is a good person. Yes, your boyfriend is very good. But since we're already dating, it's always okay to bring him out for the sisters to meet. Jiang Lulu also wanted to bring Ding Bulai to meet her friends, which could be considered a disguised official announcement, so she nodded. I'll ask brother Bulai when the time comes. Let's see what time he has. Okay, tell me any time you have an appointment. I'll check it out for you then. Hee-Tian smiled, but her eyes flickered slightly, and she muttered, not a bad brother? Chapter 33 School Beauty Account Manager Lin Jixia. In the presidential suite of the hotel, Ding Bulai woke up early in the morning and saw Xue Bai lying on top of him. I couldn't help but explore it with my hands. When Jo Tong opened her beautiful eyes, she noticed the mischievous hands on her body. She glared at Ding Bulai, then closed her eyes in shame. Seeing this, Ding Bulai naturally wouldn't be polite. Another exhilarating morning exercise. After the exercise, the two took a shower and had breakfast at the hotel. At this time, Ding Bulai's phone rang and a call came from an unfamiliar number. Hello? How are you? Excuse me, is this Mr. Ding Bulai Ding? I am, you are. Oh, hello, Mr. Ding, sorry to bother you on the weekend. I am the president of the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank, my last name is Deng. Yesterday you transferred a large sum of money into your account in our bank. But we found that your account is still the most ordinary basic card. In order to facilitate your future deposits and withdrawals with our bank and give you the best experience, we plan to upgrade your account. I don't know when it is convenient for you, but I would like to introduce your rights and interests to you in person. The bank president. Ding Bulai's heart moved. As the funds grew, it was inevitable that he would have to deal with the bank. After thinking for a while, he said, "No problem. I'm free in the morning. Is that convenient for you, President Deng?" "Of course, no problem. Where are you, Mr. Ding?" "I'll come straight to you." "Okay, then come to XXX Hotel." "Okay, sure. I'll be there in about half an hour." Jo Tong stroked Ding Bulai's chest and asked curiously, "Brother Bulai, do you have anything to do later?" "If you have something to do, just go ahead and do it. You don't have to stay here with me." Ding Bulai stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Nothing, the president of the bank is coming to the hotel. You can just stay with me for a while." "Okay." Jo Tong responded obediently, feeling even more satisfied. When a man takes me to meet guests, it shows his recognition and respect for me. They got up, took a shower, and had breakfast at the hotel. At this time, another phone call came in. "Hey, good morning, Brother Duan. It's getting late. What's the matter? Are you disturbing your sweet dream? I'll call you later." "No need, I'm up early. Is there anything I can do for you, Brother Duan?" "Look, I've had someone draft the contract for the sale of the building. How about I send it to you first? If there's no problem, we can find a time that's convenient for you to sign." "Okay, then send it to me first. Then I'll send it to your phone number now. Take a look at it first. If you have any questions, feel free to tell me. I won't bother you for now." "Good." After hanging up the phone, the contract sent by Duan Weiping came to my mobile phone. Ding Bulai took a quick look. He didn't really understand the standard sales contract. I mainly looked at the payment contract. Payments were made in 3 installments. A deposit of 20%, or 360 million renminbi, must be paid within 3 days after signing the contract. The two parties will then handle the docking, mainly sorting out the various information of the building, selling and transferring the building and the property list in the building, existing lease contracts, income, etc. 50%, or 900 million, must be paid before the transfer. All handovers must be completed within 3 days after the final transfer, and the remaining 30% balance must be paid before handover. This payment does not involve any financial pressure for Ding Bulai. But he still wanted someone to help him, but he didn't know anyone with legal knowledge. Just as I was thinking about it, President Deng called and said that he had arrived at the hotel lobby. Ding Bulai's eyes lit up. He didn't understand it, but the bank president knew a lot about the sale of this kind of building. When Jo Tong and I arrived at the hotel lobby, we saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa in the lounge. The man was a little overweight, but his eyes were bright and he was obviously very smart. The woman next to him was very young. When Ding Bulai looked at her, he was slightly stunned. "It's her. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Lin Jixia. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Rating, 93. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 3. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Bind. Lin Jixia, like Ding Bulai, is a student at Yunhang University, but the latter is a master's student and will also graduate this year. However, unlike the unknown Ding Bulai, Lin Jixia is a well-known figure in the whole school. She was the campus beauty for 4 consecutive years of undergraduate studies and 2 years of master's studies, had a double master's degree in finance and law, was vice president of the student union, was an outstanding student every year, and it was said that her family was very wealthy. She is a perfect white, rich and beautiful girl, and she is also capable and talented. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a favored daughter of heaven. She is the undisputed goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school. Ding Bulai knows the other person, but the other person definitely doesn't know Ding Bulai. I didn't expect that such a beautiful schoolgirl would have 0 drivers. See Ding Bulai and Jotong approaching. A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes and he stood up. You must be Mr. Ding. I am. Hello, I didn't expect Mr. Ding to be so young. Let me introduce myself. I am Deng Shuli from the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank. The person next to me is Lin Jixia, our bank's key account manager. Hello. I didn't expect that Senior Lin is now working in a bank. Deng Shuli was stunned. Do you know each other? Ha, I'm also a student at Yunhang University, but I'm an undergraduate who graduated this year. Senior Sister Lin is the most popular campus belle in our school, so naturally I know her. Lin Jixia didn't expect that the young rich man in front of her was her junior. Deng Shuli and Zhou Tong also realized that the young man in front of them had not yet graduated. Hello, Mr. Ding. Ah, so you two are alumni. That's such a coincidence. By the way, I have booked a private room in the restaurant of your hotel. How about we go and sit in the private room? Ding Bulai naturally had no objection. When they arrived at the private room, Deng Shuli asked the waiter to leave and took the initiative to pour tea for Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong. I haven't asked this person yet. Oh, this is my girlfriend Zhou Tong. Deng Shuli quickly greeted Zhou Tong, and Lin Jixia also took the initiative to shake hands with Zhou Tong. I didn't expect Mr. Ding to be so successful at such a young age. It's just that Mr. Ding may not have paid attention to the situation of his bank account before, so I think the account is the most ordinary one. Jixia is your schoolmate, so let her introduce you to her. Ding Bulai nodded slightly. Lin Jixia looked at the alumnus curiously and said, Mr. Ding, you are now an important customer of our bank. You can upgrade your account to the top-level Supreme card for free and enjoy. Lin Jixia introduced a lot, and Ding Bulai didn't know any of this before, so he listened carefully. In short, he can enjoy all the services that a bank can provide. Moreover, there are no restrictions on transfers, the credit card limit is extremely high, and you can overdraft a lot. The loan amount is not something that ordinary people can compare to. After Lin Jixia finished her introduction, Deng Shuli took over the conversation and said, Mr. Ding, Ms. Zhou, in addition to the above rights and interests, we have also assigned you a dedicated account manager. You can contact the account manager 24 hours a day to solve any of your requests. I can only say that we have a great affinity with Mr. Ding. The account manager I have arranged for you is Lin Jixia. Since you are alumni, I believe it will be very convenient for you to communicate later. Chapter 34, Low-Key Junior. Boss Ding, please give me more guidance in the future. Senior sister, it's too formal for you to say that. I'll have to trouble you again in the future. Also, don't call me Mr. Ding or Mr. Ding. Just call me by my name, Ding Bulai, or you can call me Junior Brother. Then I won't be polite. I'll call you my junior. I'll ask you to take care of me in the future. After Lin Jixia finished speaking, she blinked mischievously, but seemed to feel something was wrong and glanced at Zhou Tong next to her. Seeing that Zhou Tong didn't seem to mind, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Bulai didn't expect that the rumored cold school beauty was actually quite approachable. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. You should communicate more in the future. Deng Shuli said with a smile. Mr. Ding, Ms. Zhou, you can contact Jixia anytime if you have any questions. Of course, if she can't do it or it's inconvenient, you can contact me directly. Our Longhua Bank Yunhang branch will definitely provide you with the best service. Zhou Tong smiled and thanked him without saying anything more. She understood that this was all for Ding Bulai's face. Ding Bulai smiled and said, There is just a small matter. We are going to sign a contract, but we don't know any suitable lawyers here. I wonder if President Deng has any professional lawyers to recommend. Deng Shuli said quickly, No problem. I don't know what kind of contract it is. We can also provide you with legal services. For general contracts, I can ask our bank's lawyers to help you take a look. If it is more professional or complicated, we can also help you evaluate and recommend a more suitable lawyer or law firm for you. It's not complicated at all. It's just a simple contract to buy a house. Buy a house? Deng Shuli and Lin Jixia didn't react at first. Yes, it's a contract to buy a building. Deng Shuli said cautiously, if it's convenient for you, let us take a look first. Of course. After Ding Bulai finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and sent the contract to Deng Shuli's mobile phone. Deng Shuli opened it and took a look. When he saw the amount of 1.8 billion, he looked up to the young man in front of him again. Then he started flipping through it carefully again. Boss Ding, I took a quick look at this contract. It's not complicated. But to be on the safe side, let Jixia take a look at it too. Oh, by the way, Jixia is also a law major and has a solid knowledge of the relevant subject. Sure. Then Lin Jixia also accepted the contract and read it carefully. Ding. Junior, I have read this contract carefully. There is nothing wrong with the contract as a whole. I just have a suggestion, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Ding Bulai raised his hand and said, it's okay. If you have anything to say, just tell me. There is no problem with this contract. It's just that the price, I think there is still room for negotiation. I know that building. Its location, area, and facilities are all good, but it's quite old. According to the current real estate market, if we negotiate a few more times, we can save at least another 50 million. Upon hearing that it was only 50 million, the wealthy Ding Bulai said indifferently. Is that so? This means that Mr. Duan did not falsely quote me a high price. But thank you. I know about the price. I'll mainly check if there are any other loopholes or problems in the contract. Lin Jixia shook her head, I didn't see anything else. Although this contract is not complicated, it involves a large amount of money. I still recommend that you have a lawyer present when you sign it and take a closer look before signing. That's right. Deng Shuli also said, it's better to be cautious. Thank you both for your suggestions. In that case, I won't look for anyone else. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to accompany me. Lin Jixia looked at Deng Shuli, then said, I am now your exclusive account manager, so I will do my best to help you if you need me. Okay, I'll call the other party then. As he said that, Ding Bulai was about to take out his cell phone. At this time, Deng Shuli stood up and said, Boss Ding, my mission for today is complete. Jixia will stay. You can tell her if you need anything, or contact me directly. I won't bother you anymore. Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong also stood up, President Deng, please make a trip today. It's our honor to serve our customers. Then, Deng Shuli turned to Lin Jixia and said, Jixia, from now on, just follow Mr. Ding's arrangements. You must do your best to meet all of Mr. Ding's needs. If you can't make a decision, tell me as soon as possible. Okay, President. After Deng Shuli said goodbye and left, Ding Bulai did not delay any longer and directly called Duan Weiping. Brother Duan, I've read the contract. No problem, you can sign the contract anytime. It's better to sign the contract sooner rather than later. Let's sign the contract this afternoon. Okay, I'll go to your company this afternoon. See you this afternoon then. After finishing the call, Ding Bulai turned to Lin Jixia and said, It's at 3 p.m. I'll trouble you to come along then. No problem, this is my job too. Thank you, Senior. By the way, it's still early. Senior, you can come with us now, and we can go together in the afternoon. Or you can go back first and meet there then? Lin Jixia really wanted to stay here. There is no other reason, it's just that I'm too curious about this junior fellow student. She has been the school's #1 beauty for 6 consecutive years. Almost everyone with a little money and power in the school has had some dealings with her. Either they have pursued her, or they are friends of someone who pursued her. The circle is so small and complicated that even if you have never met them, you have heard of them. But among the second-generation officials or rich people she knew, no one could decide on a 1.8 billion property purchase deal on his own. At most, I would follow my family and help with the family business. But she had never had any impression of this junior in front of her, and certainly had never heard of him, but he suddenly appeared. She was very curious about what kind of person he was and how he had managed to remain unknown for several years in college. It stands to reason that even if such wealthy people keep a low profile, there will always be some acquaintances and friends who will consciously or unconsciously reveal it. Lin Jixia looked at Ding Bulai in front of her and wanted to say, I am your exclusive account manager, and I can always follow you here. But looking at Zhou Tong next to him, he still felt that being a lightbulb was not a good idea. I have already delayed most of your morning, and today is the weekend, so I will not disturb you and Miss Zhou. Just send me the place, and I'll go there by myself in the afternoon. I'll be there early. Ding Bulai wanted to spend more time with this beautiful senior schoolmate, but he also knew that he shouldn't rush things. Well, you can go back and have a rest first. We'll see you in the afternoon. Good. Chapter 35 Capital of 1 Billion. After Lin Zhixia left, Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong returned to the hotel room. As soon as Zhou Tong entered the house, he took off the coat he was wearing. Looking at Zhou Tong's seductive figure, Ding Bulai couldn't help but pounce on her again. After a long time, the two of them lay on the bed, panting. No, that's not bad. I didn't expect you to be a college student. Not after tomorrow. What, do you think I'm young? No, I just feel so lucky to have found a little boy as my boyfriend. I'm just afraid that you think I'm too old. Isn't bigger better? When Zhou Tong saw Ding Bulai staring at her chest with malicious eyes, her face turned red and she tightened the quilt. Brother Bolai, are you having your graduation ceremony tomorrow? Yes, but it should be over in the morning. Then I'll say goodbye to my teachers and classmates and say goodbye to my college life forever. Speaking of this, Ding Bulai felt a little emotional, but he didn't feel reluctant at all. He doesn't have many friends at school. He has no sense of existence, and the teachers probably don't have much impression of him. Oh, then Brother Bulai will probably be very busy tomorrow. It's okay, nothing happened. What happened? I want to be with you tomorrow, but I have to go to work tomorrow night and I have a flight to leave in the evening. After Zhou Tong said this, she looked at Ding Bulai nervously. In fact, she had to fly out of town for work, and she had just confirmed and had sex with Ding Bulai, so she was naturally reluctant to leave. But more importantly, she was looking forward to Ding Bulai taking her to meet his classmates and teachers. This means that the other person really recognizes you as his woman and appears in his life. When Ding Bulai heard this, the image of Zhao Xian flashed through his mind. After all, she is my girlfriend whom I have been in love with for 6 or 7 years from high school to college. As an orphan myself, it was the best experience during my student years. It's impossible to say I don't feel heartbroken. Seeing Ding Bulai's bad face, Zhou Tong felt depressed and said quickly. If it's not my fault, forget it. I know I'll probably have to say goodbye to my classmates and friends and have a dinner party tomorrow. No, I was just thinking about something else. Ding Bulai shook Zhao Xian off his mind and said, those who leave me will never stay again. Tong Tong, you have to go to work tomorrow night, and I can't bear to let you go. From today to tomorrow, you are not allowed to go anywhere. You must stay with me. You will also come with me tomorrow. When I am busy, you can wait for me at school. Zhou Tong hugged Ding Bulai's neck in surprise. Thank you, Brother Bulai, I really don't want to leave you, I just want to stay with you forever. Ding Bulai was in a very good mood as he saw the beautiful woman's flattery. By the way, let me transfer some money to you first. Ah, no need, brother, you've already transferred a lot to me. We have to sign the contract this afternoon, I'll transfer you first. Ding Bulai didn't wait for Zhou Tong to refuse, he took out his mobile phone and started transferring money. The first transfer was 130 million, and after double cash back, another 260 million was transferred. Then he transferred another 510 million yuan, and at this time Ding Bulai's own bank card balance reached 1 billion yuan. Okay, I transferred 900 million to you. Together with yesterday's transfer, the total is 1 billion. Take a look. Zhou Tong was almost stunned. Her brain had stopped working. She didn't have time to think about why Li Ge didn't transfer the phone in 3 times. Only her hand holding the phone was shaking. So much money. It would take several lifetimes to spend. Zhou Tong stared at the balance in her phone, and for a moment, the thought flashed through her mind that maybe she could just take the money and run away. However, he immediately suppressed this dangerous thought, and instead felt deeply moved by Ding Bulai's trust in him. Ding. Zhou Tong's favorability plus 10, current favorability 96. Ding Bulai was actually secretly observing Zhou Tong just now. He can get cash back, and to be honest, he doesn't lose money by transferring money to women, but he is also worried that the women around him will have bad thoughts. Although he bought the building for her and it was registered under her name. But she wasn't sure what she was thinking, or how she thought and arranged it. Moreover, cash and assets are 2 completely different concepts. After all, with so much cash, even the systematic ones are so excited that they can't control themselves, let alone these ordinary women. When seeing Zhou Tong's favorability rise at last, Ding Bulai finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman deserves it. Hugging Jo Tong tightly, Ding Bulai said gently, Tong Tong, don't worry, since you have become my woman, although I may not be able to give you a name in the future, but in other aspects, I will never lie to you or let you down. Use this money to buy Brother Duan's building. These billion-plus assets and the subsequent profits will all be yours. I won't take a single cent. Jo Tong could feel the other person's sincerity and her eyes turned red. That's not bad, brother. I don't need that much. I love you. I love you so much. You're so nice to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Ha, silly boy, just staying by my side is the best reward for me. Ding. Jo Tong's favorability +1, current favorability 97. It's 94 now. According to the system's evaluation criteria, 80-90 is deep love. When you reach the stage of 80% deep love, the strategy is considered a success. And if the percentage is above 90%, it means infatuation, and the possibility of betrayal is very small. Now Jiang Lulu's favorability is 96, and Jo Tong's favorability is 97. I wonder if when it reaches 100, will they do whatever I tell them to do? Ding Bulai couldn't help but recall some passages from some short articles he had occasionally read before. What a beast. Forehead. I don't seem to be that perverted. Shake off the messy thoughts in your mind. At this time, the phone rang. Brother Bolai, what are you busy with today? No one accompanied you to the beach yesterday. How about today, Sunday, let's go to the beach to play? Jiang Lulu spoke expectantly on the other end of the phone, her voice particularly clear in the quiet room. Ding Bulai glanced at Jo Tong awkwardly and saw that the other person was looking at him with a faint smile on his face and did not look angry. I remembered that I had told Jo Tong last night that I had another woman. So, he gave up the idea of hiding in the living room to make a phone call and said in front of Jo Tong, I'm afraid I can't today. I have a business to discuss this afternoon. Jiang Lulu was obviously a little disappointed, but she still didn't give up and asked, well, what about tonight? Do you want to socialize? Let's have dinner together tonight? I don't think I'll be free tonight. You don't have to accompany me today. Go out shopping or clean up the new house. If you don't have enough money, tell me. No, the money is enough, it's not my fault, brother, you gave me a lot. In addition, the villa has been renovated. I bought some furniture yesterday and they were all delivered to my door. They all arrived very quickly today. However, I want to pack up and find a time. I would like to ask you to move with me. Ding Bulai simply said, no problem. Once you have packed and decided on a day to move, tell me in advance. Chapter 36 Preparing to sign contract. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai thought Jo Tong would ask him about Jiang Lulu. Unexpectedly, Jo Tong was just playing with his mobile phone. He didn't say a word about the phone call just now. If Jo Tong didn't ask, Ding Bulai would naturally pretend to be stupid and wouldn't talk about it on his own initiative. At this time, Jo Tong stood up and said, Not bad, bro. I didn't go home last night. I want to go back first and change my clothes. Okay, I'll go with you. Then the two of them packed up and checked out. Ding Bulai drove the Porsche and the two of them went to Jo Tong's home. Jo Tong's house is in a new community in the suburbs. It is a 2-bedroom apartment of more than 80 square meters. She saved her salary for several years and borrowed some money from her parents' friends to pay the down payment. Since Jo Tong usually lives alone and rarely stays in the room is relatively clean. Jo Tong asked Ding Bulai to sit on the sofa in the living room first, poured him a glass of water, and then went to the bedroom to change clothes. After sitting for a while, Ding Bulai felt a little bored, so he turned around and looked around. There was nothing much in the living room and kitchen, but there were quite a few things in the second bedroom, including several suitcases, some of which were obviously the same suitcases issued to the flight attendants. Ding Bulai turned to the bedroom door again, rolled his eyes, turned the doorknob, and the door opened. At this time, Jo Tong just had her back to the door, putting on a burgundy lapel shirt dress. Hearing the noise, he turned around quickly and saw that it was Ding Bulai. He said angrily, Brother Bulai, you are so annoying. Why did you come in suddenly? Hey, aren't you here to see my Tong Tong? Jo Tong blushed, I didn't expect Brother Bulai to be such a rogue. Your bedroom smells really good. Jo Tong's bedroom is relatively simple, with pink wallpaper and a big panda doll on the bed. The wardrobe against the wall was wide open, with quite a few clothes inside, but not too many. Your house is quite cozy, but the decoration is a bit simple. Hey, it's good enough that I bought a house before, how can I afford to renovate it too well? Now you are a little rich woman. That's my brother's money, I won't use it carelessly. No, that won't do. I gave it to you to spend. I don't want others to say that my woman is living a miserable life. Mua, not bad bro, you were so nice. Returning to the living room, Jotong said. Sorry, brother Bolai, I'm usually busy with work and fly a lot, so I don't have much at home. But I'll give you a key in a moment, and then I'll get you some things you need, and you can come over anytime you want. When she said this, Jotong's face flushed. Ding Bulai also fantasized about living with a beautiful woman, but after looking at the room, he said. Well, don't worry. Your house is a little far from the city, which is a bit inconvenient. Besides, the kitchen and balcony are small, and I saw that the bathroom is not big either. You can sell this one, and I'll buy you a bigger one downtown. Jotong quickly said, no need, brother, you don't have to buy it for me. You also said that I have money now, I can buy it myself. Be obedient, I'll buy it for you. How can you let a woman pay for something like a house? Ding Bulai said this in a domineering tone, which made Jotong feel warm inside. Okay, then I'll listen to you, brother. Well, if you have time, take a look yourself. If you like a house, don't worry about the price. It doesn't matter how much it is. Worried that Jotong would be embarrassed to spend money, Ding Bulai reminded her again, remember to buy something better. If you don't choose well, don't blame me for choosing for you myself. Hearing this, Jotong couldn't help but walk up and hug Ding Bulai, brother Bulai, meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. It's only natural to love your woman. Thank you, brother Bulai. Well, let's go out for lunch. After having lunch at a restaurant outside, he sent a message to Lin Jixia and the two drove to Duan Weiping's company. When I arrived, I saw Lin Jixia waiting in front of the building. Senior. Hello Jixia. Mr. Ding, Ms. Zhou. Ding Bulai said dissatisfiedly, why are you calling me Mr. Ding again? Lin Jixia said calmly, now it's time to work. You are my client, I can't be ignorant of etiquette. Okay, whatever you want. Several people took the elevator to the 24th floor where Duan Weiping was. As soon as I walked out of the elevator, I saw Duan Weiping and a group of people following him hurriedly walking towards me, and Wei Hu was among them. Oh, not bad, bro. Why didn't you send me a message when you arrived early? I could pick you up downstairs. Duan Weiping complained loudly and trotted forward to hold Ding Bulai's hand. Then he turned around and greeted Jotong and Lin Jixia politely. Ding Bulai hastily apologized, I can come up by myself, so I didn't want to trouble brother Duan. It's no trouble at all. Don't do this again next time. Come over and let me know in advance. I have to go pick you up in advance. At this time, Wei Hu also stepped forward and stretched out his hand, not bad, brother. I heard that you read the contract in the morning and decided to sign it in the afternoon. Brother, you are so shameless and come to take a look. This is also a considerable business contract in Yunhang City. You don't allow publicity, but someone has to witness it. I hope you don't mind, brother. Ding Bulai smiled slightly, of course, no problem. Brother who is coming here to give face to brother Duan and me. Duan Weiping smiled and said, come on, please come this way, let's go in and talk. Following Duan Weiping, I came to the conference room of his company. What surprised Ding Bulai was that Yun Qingxue was also there. Brother Ding, Yuntian Group is one of the largest groups in Yunhang City. We just happened to meet and get to know each other yesterday. So, today we specially invited President Yun to witness our signing. This time, Yun Qingxue walked up to Ding Bulai and extended her hand. Boss Ding, we meet again. Ding Bulai hurriedly held the other person's hand. Yun Qingxue's hands were very smooth and tender, and felt soft to the touch, which made Ding Bulai's heart flutter. But he was tactful enough to hold it lightly and then let go. Hello, Mr. Yun. Yun Qingxue nodded slightly to Jotong again, then looked at Lin Jixia beside them. Ding Bulai took the initiative to introduce Yun Qingxue and Duan Weiping and Wei Hu next to him. This is Lin Jixia, from the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank, and also my legal advisor today. The few of them exchanged pleasantries again. Duan Weiping also introduced several senior executives from their company who were present today. After sitting down, Duan Weiping spoke first. Brother Ding, you have read the contract this morning. I have also printed out the official version of the contract today. It is on the table in front of everyone. Please take a look at it. If you have any questions or need anything, we can communicate in person. Ding Bulai nodded without any politeness and asked Zhou Tong and Lin Jixia to watch it together. Zhou Tong just glanced at it for the sake of appearance, but Lin Jixia read every word carefully. Duan Weiping and Wei Hu looked at the young trio opposite them, who seemed to be a makeshift team, and they were still not sure whether the other party could sign a 1.8 billion building purchase contract. Yun Qingxue kept looking at Ding Bulai thoughtfully. Chapter 37, The Domineering Buyer. Boss Ding, I don't have any objection. After a long time, Lin Jixia closed the contract and whispered to Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai also flipped through the contract, looked at the way Duan Weiping and the others were looking at him, and frowned. Brother Duan, this contract is wrong. Why did you change the payment and handover time? Duan Weiping smiled and explained, Brother Ding said that the contract can be signed today, so straightforward, how can I be stingy? So I asked someone to change it, changing the first deposit from 20% to 10%, and the 3-day payment to 5 days. The subsequent payments have also been extended accordingly. Duan Weiping meant well, but he didn't know that Ding Bulai didn't need it. If we follow this deadline, the transfer and handover time will also be delayed by half a month? That's right. But the contract is final. The actual operation depends on your payment time. Once the payment is in place, we can hand it over at any time. Then compress the deadline. The sooner the better. When these words were spoken, Duan Weiping, the people in his company, and Wei Hu were all stunned. For a 1.8 billion contract, many people would like the payment period to be as late as possible, unless it is a specific project or requirement. However, Ding Bulai ignored the surprise of these people and said directly, Brother Duan, just tell them directly that we have paid the money and you can complete the inventory in a few days, and then transfer the ownership and hand over the goods. The fastest speed. Duan Weiping and others understood that Ding Bulai had already received the funds, but was worried that they would be slow to hand over? Duan Weiping and the company executives on both sides looked at each other, and one of them said, Hello, Mr. Ding. We just did a half-year inventory of that building, which was just before July last week. Because generally your company will also arrange someone to work with us to check the inventory, and this process normally takes 1 to 2 weeks. But if you approve our company's inventory, or simply verify it based on our inventory, then this process can be compressed to 1-2 days. And the transfer only takes half a day. Then the transfer also requires handover. I don't know whether you will use our existing property management company or you will arrange the property management. This process also requires evaluation. But Ding Bulai knew that he didn't have any company. Zhou Tong is also a newbie. After thinking for a while, Ding Bulai smiled and said, Brother Duan and I hit it off right away, so I naturally trust his character and the professionalism of his company. So, I won't ask anyone to verify it. I'll just transfer the ownership and hand over according to your inventory list. As for the property management, my business in Yunhang has just started and the team is not yet mature, so I hope that Brother Duan's company's property management will continue to manage the building. So, I have a suggestion. Sign the contract and pay the deposit today, and pay the transfer tomorrow. There will be no need for a handover. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Lin Jixia widened her eyes, pulled Ding Bulai's arm and shook her head. However, Ding Bulai gave her a reassuring look and remained unmoved. Duan Weiping said in disbelief, Brother, although I appreciate your trust, and I am confident in our company's expertise and services, are you sure about such a big contract? Ding Bulai nodded affirmatively, sure, as long as you have no problem. Duan Weiping slapped the table and said, Brother Ding, I have your trust. If you have any problems in the future, I will do my best to help you. Although Ding Bulai had never come into contact with these big bosses and big businesses, he knew that the words of these businessmen were not to be trusted, but he still said gratefully, Thank you, Brother Duan. The adjusted contract was quickly printed and placed at one end of the long table in the conference room as a signing table. Duan Weiping sat down first. On this side, Zhou Tong, encouraged by Ding Bulai, also stood up and sat over. Duan Weiping and others just looked at it in surprise but didn't think much about it. Zhou Tong quickly signed the contract in her hand and exchanged it with Duan Weiping's. Duan Weiping took a look subconsciously, his eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, Brother Ding, you are not mistaken. What's wrong? The other people in the meeting room didn't understand what was going on. Duan Weiping was anxious, Brother Ding, is the buyer Miss Zhou? Ding Bulai didn't understand, what's wrong? Is there a problem? This. An executive of Duan Weiping's company also hurriedly walked over to Duan Weiping and looked at the contract signed by Zhou Tong, frowning. Mr. Ding, you are kidding. Isn't the buyer your company? Shouldn't Ms. Zhou just be a signatory? Ding Bulai was dissatisfied. Why did he feel that these people were so ignorant? When did I say that my company bought this building? I never said that. Miss Zhou was just an agent who signed the contract. I bought this building as a gift to Miss Zhou. This is too luxurious. This beauty must have saved the earth in her previous life. At this time, everyone in the conference room, including Yun Qingxue, was looking at Zhou Tong with surprise and envy. Lin Zhixia also looked over in disbelief. At this time, Zhou Tong felt a little uncomfortable and her face turned red. Brother Duan, are you still going to sign? Sign. Duan Weiping suppressed the shock in his heart and signed his name on the second contract. Zhou Tong also signed and pressed his fingerprint. Okay, Brother Duan, your company should stamp it. After that, I will ask Tong Tong to transfer the money to you now. At this time, everyone didn't know what to say. The staff in the conference room subconsciously handed over the official seal. Duan Weiping looked at Ding Bulai and stamped it heavily. At this time, Zhou Tong had already sat back next to Ding Bulai. Taking a contract with the other party's seal, Ding Bulai gave it to Lin Zhixia to take a quick look. Seeing that there was no problem, he said. Tong Tong, just transfer the money now to save trouble. Oh. Zhou Tong was confused the whole time. She just did whatever Brother Bulai asked her to do. He took out his cell phone, opened mobile banking, and entered the bank account number of Duan Weiping's company on the contract. Lin Zhixia, the legal advisor, stood by and watched. When she saw the countless zeros in Zhou Tong's mobile banking balance, she covered her mouth in shock. I saw Zhou Tong input the transfer amount, confirm it, and check it through facial recognition. Ding Bulai was also watching nearby. Seeing that the 360 million yuan transfer was successful, he looked up and smiled at Duan Weiping. Brother Duan, the transfer was successful. Please ask your company's finance department to check it. Ah. Okay, right away, check it now. This is probably the most satisfying business deal Duan Weiping has ever had in his life. Soon the finance department responded that the funds had arrived. Although the other people in the conference room had expected this, they were still shocked and speechless. I have never seen such a bold and straightforward buyer. The key point is that this is not a small gadget worth a few hundred or a few $1,000s, but a building worth 1.8 billion yuan. Okay, the contract has been signed and the deposit has been paid. I'll have to trouble Brother Duan later. I hope the building can be transferred to Tong Tong's name tomorrow. No problem. Brother Ding, you're willing to spend a fortune on a beautiful woman. I admire you. Chapter 38. There is a good project. Ms. Zhou, I should call you Mr. Zhou from now on. Brother Ding and President Zhou are both so straightforward, old Duan, can't let you down no matter what. How about Mr. Zhou and my company take a look at the inventory list now? If there are no questions, we will arrange for someone to transfer the property to you when you get to work tomorrow morning, Monday. Brother Ding can come too. Zhou Tong looked at Ding Bulai, who shook his head. I won't go to see it. Let Zhixia go with me. Then he turned to Zhou Tong and said, I'll have a cup of tea with Brother Duan. Go ahead and take a look at your assets. Zhou Tong agreed obediently. Well, then Zhixia and I will go first. Good. At this time, Yun Qingxue stepped forward and said, Mr. Duan, Mr. Ding, congratulations on the successful signing of the contract. But I'm sorry, I have something else to do later, so I won't accompany you for now. Duan Weiping was a little surprised, but he still said politely, It's okay, Mr. Yun, we'll talk another day. In fact, he took the initiative to call Yun Qingxue to come over at noon today because he knew that the other party's company was currently in trouble and he could not help, so he wanted to see if he could let the other party get in touch with this financially strong and mysterious Brother Ding. I just don't know what the other party is thinking. Not only did he not say a few words today, but he is leaving now. But he couldn't say anything. Ding Bulai didn't know what the relationship between Duan Weiping and Yun Qingxue was like. He had only met them a few times. Although he was very interested in this beautiful and cold legendary female president, he could only say politely at this time. It's a pity that I can't communicate more with Mr. Yun. I look forward to having the opportunity to ask Mr. Yun for advice in the future. Hearing Ding Bulai's words, Yun Xingxue said with a half smile. Then I'm serious. If I ask Mr. Ding out some other day, I hope he won't refuse. Of course. Yun Xingxue nodded slightly, stood up and prepared to leave. When he passed by Ding Bulai, he suddenly stopped and whispered. Is the receptionist at my company also Mr. Ding's woman? Ding Bulai was stunned and a little embarrassed, but he still confessed, yes, she is also my woman. Yun Xingxue got a response, but didn't say anything and left. Ding Bulai couldn't figure out what Yun Xingxue meant, so he stopped thinking about it. Wei Hu called Ding Bulai and said, come on, brother Ding, try this excellent Da Hong Pao. Today I am also benefiting from brother Ding's kindness. Normally I don't have the opportunity to taste Mr. Duan's delicious tea. Duan Weiping said unhappily, Boss Wei has more good tea than I do. Ha, that can't compare to Mr. Duan's. But Mr. Duan and brother Ding are welcome to come to my place if you have the chance. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Duan Weiping looked at Ding Bulai, brother Ding is so efficient and effective. It's really eye-opening. I don't know if it would be convenient for you to tell me that brother Ding is investing in a small business in Yunhang City this time. I don't know what kind of small business it is. Is there any help from me, brother? Wei Hu also looked at Ding Bulai with burning eyes. Ding Bulai smiled bitterly. There was no business, but it was not to be said that there was none. Because I will have to spend money on the goddess later, the amount will only get bigger and bigger. The only things that are so expensive are various assets. After thinking for a while, Ding Bulai pretended to be discouraged. To be honest with you two, I really haven't thought about it yet. No way. I know you two guys don't believe it, but that's the truth. But Duan Weiping and Wei Hu knew that the next words were the key points, so they leaned forward and listened carefully. But I do want to make some investments, and I have prepared a considerable amount of funds for this purpose. As long as there are suitable targets and projects, I can invest no matter how large the amount is. This can be said to be quite arrogant. Duan Weiping and Wei Hu looked at each other. Wei Hu laughed, then brother Ding finally found the right person. Although I run a construction company, I have undertaken many projects in Yunhang City, big and small. I have a rough idea of where there are developments, where there are good plots of land, or where there are good companies with great potential. If brother Ding doesn't mind, I can recommend a few to you. When you succeed in investing, if you need me, I will definitely help you. Wei Hu has been stealing the show today, and Ding Bulai is unhappy about it. Originally he hadn't planned to ask Wei Hu to come over, but since he left yesterday, Wei Hu had called him several times. It was the same this morning. When I heard that the signing would take place in the afternoon, I rushed over happily. We are all business people, it would be hard to offend them. At this time, he took over the conversation and said, the real estate industry is in a downturn right now, so we should be cautious when investing in land and other things. I wonder if brother Ding has any industries or projects that he is interested in. I am quite familiar with the Yunhang business community. If you need anything, I can help you make some connections. Ding Bulai smiled and said, thank you, brother Duan, and thank you, brother Hu. In fact, I don't have any requirements for the industry. Real estate is not a problem, and I don't even have any expectations for the project's returns. As long as the project is a sunrise industry with prospects and a future, it is okay to make some venture capital. Duan Weiping asked, what about the investment amount? No limit for now. Hiss. Duan Weiping and Wei Hu really didn't know whether the young man in front of them was just talking big or was really confident. Wei Hu slapped his thigh and said, what a coincidence, brother Ding, I actually have a project that definitely meets your requirements. Oh? It's like this. Yunhang City is located in the southeast, surrounded by mountains and the sea. The government plans to build a coastal agricultural tourism and leisure resort. This area has convenient transportation and a large area, and tourism and agriculture are both industries supported by the government. It's definitely something that can be done. Wei Hu's saliva was flying as he spoke, but Duan Weiping next to him frowned. He had heard of this project, which was a very large project and was planned at a very advanced level. There are agricultural parks, seaside tourist resorts, villa areas, homestays, camping sites, etc., with a planned investment of nearly 10 billion yuan. At that time, it was a foreign company that joined forces with Yunhan's Lingfeng Group, but the contractor was Wei Hu's Honghu Construction Company. It is said that the project was shelved due to a broken capital chain and construction progress being slower than expected. Simply put, it's a bad ending. The foreign investor lost a lot of money, but Wei Hu said after he drank that Lingfeng group did not lose money and he himself made a lot of money. This project has prospects, but the investment is too large, the payback period is too long, and it involves Lingfeng group, so ordinary people simply cannot afford to participate. So he said, "Well, Brother Ding, this project plan is indeed good, but the investment is relatively large, so it is better to carefully inspect and evaluate it." Ding Bulai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The investment is huge, so what is there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of if you lose money? As long as he gives the project to a goddess, the more losses he suffers later, the more opportunities he will have to continue spending money on the goddess. Otherwise, he would have a headache now, and he needs an excuse to give money. Brother Hu, this project is good. I'm very interested. Please help me contact the relevant people someday. Ha, Brother Ding. It will be no problem for me to help you make the connection. But this project is not small, it will cost nearly 10 billion, brother, you have to think it over carefully. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said, "We have to wait and see about the project first." Okay, since you said that, I will help you get in touch with them. Chapter 39. It only makes sense for my woman to spend my money. Coming out of Duan Weiping's company. Lin Xixia kept looking at Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong. Until Ding Bulai got tired of looking at him and asked, "Senior, you've been looking at us, are you thinking of something bad?" After hearing this, Lin Xixia spoke for a long time. "Junior, Miss Zhou, I'm a little curious." "What are you curious about?" "Is Miss Zhou also from a big family?" Zhou Tong was stunned. "I don't come from a big family. My parents are just ordinary office workers." Lin Xixia was surprised. "Then your bank card?" Zhou Tong looked at Ding Bulai lovingly. "Of course, all this is Brother Bulai's money. Brother Bulai just transferred it to me this morning. It's not my fault. Just transferred this morning." Lin Xixia was confused. "Junior, have you known Miss Zhou for a long time?" "No, we've only known each other for a few days." "How many days?" Lin Xixia felt that everything she saw today would definitely refresh her cognition. "After knowing each other for a few days, you transferred the money to Miss Zhou, and the building you bought was also under Miss Zhou's name? Aren't you afraid?" Miss Zhou, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. I mean." Lin Xixia didn't know how to explain for a moment. Zhou Tong smiled and said, "Xixia, it's okay, I understand what you mean in your confusion. In fact, don't say you don't understand. I still don't understand it now. But no matter what, I believe in Brother Bulai and thank him for his trust in me. I will never let him down." Lin Xixia asked without giving up, "Didn't you give it to Miss Zhou to hold on your behalf?" "But even if it's held on behalf of someone else, it doesn't have to be in Miss Zhou's name." At this time, Ding Bulai said, "Okay, stop thinking about it. It's not complicated. Tong Tong is my woman. I just bought some assets for my woman to have some protection." As for the beautiful senior schoolmate in front of him, Ding Bulai doesn't mind pretending to be cool and trying to win her favor. "Buy some assets. A bit of security. Listen. Is this human language?" Lin Xixia felt that her brain was not enough. "Junior, you, are you very rich?" Ding Bulai touched his non-existent beard and said solemnly, "Yes, I am indeed richer. My biggest worry is not knowing how to spend the money. So if my women are willing to spend money, I'm very happy. Because it makes me feel like my money has meaning, not just a bunch of numbers." Zhou Tong, carrot. Lin Xixia. Lin Xixia suddenly felt that this junior of hers was either a lunatic, a mental patient, or a stupid idiot. But this is impossible? But. However, it is also true that today the purchased building was directly signed under the name of another person. She previously thought that Ding Bulai bought the house himself, and she took it for granted that Ding Bulai signed the contract and bought it for himself. So there is no problem with a direct sales contract like before. If the intention was to keep a low profile and hide himself, such a direct transfer and the contract signed directly by Zhou Tong would pose a great risk to Ding Bulai's property. She didn't believe that Ding Bulai, who controlled billions of funds, didn't understand this principle. But if they understood, why would the other party do this? Or is it really so fraternal? Or, he just loved Zhou Tong, a rare man who loved beauty more than power, and he just happened to meet her? Although Zhou Tong is pretty, she seems a little inferior to me. If the other person can do it, then can I also do it? Lin Jixia was confused at this time, because the key point was that this junior's operation was too amazing. This is a strange man. Lin Jixia could only define it this way in her heart. Ding Bulai had no idea what was going on in Lin Jixia's mind, but he felt that she had thought a lot about it. Because he saw that Lin Jixia's favorability suddenly rose to 48, then fell to 39, then rose to 54, and finally settled at 52 favorability. Seeing that the other party's favorability level no longer changed, Ding Bulai felt that it was about enough. It's not good to be too pretentious. What I just said obviously caused a great impact on the other party, otherwise the favorability of him would not keep changing. Senior, thank you for troubling you today. Now that the contract has been signed, we will take you to wherever you want to go. Then I'll go home. Somehow, Lin Jixia felt reluctant. By the way, Junior, you should also go back to school to attend the graduation ceremony tomorrow. Yeah, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. After sending Lin Jixia to the gate of the community where she lived, Ding Bulai took Zhou Tong to a date. On the other side, Yun Qingxue returned to her home, threw her handbag on the sofa, and sat aside. If Ding Bulai was there at this time, he would have discovered that the villa where Yun Qingxue lived was also Jin Ma Huafu, and it was right next to his villa number 001. At this moment, the phone in the bag rang. Yun Qingxue took out a look at the caller ID, frowned, and wanted to hang up directly, but after thinking about it, she picked up the phone. Soon, a slightly feminine male voice came from the other side. Hey, Qingxue, tonight is our 5th anniversary. I've booked a table at your pavilion tonight. I'll pick you up later. Sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go. What's wrong with you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Otherwise, I'll come find you. No, it's nothing serious, just take a night's rest. The other party was silent for a while, then spoke. Qingxue, you're not hiding from me, are you? You promised to give me 3 months to pursue you. If you keep avoiding me, what's the point of this agreement? If you insist, then we can just cancel the agreement. Yun Qingxue's breathing suddenly became much heavier. She took a deep breath and said, I'm not avoiding you. Don't think too much. I'm not feeling well today. Let's meet up some other time. Okay. Let's forget about it today. You should have a good rest. I feel bad for you. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Yun Qingxue sat on the sofa, holding the phone, in a daze. After a while, the phone in her hand rang again. Yun Qingxue took a look and her expression softened instantly. Grandfather. Xiaoxue, why didn't you come over this weekend? Is there anything going on at the company? The company is pretty good. I had some things to do this weekend. I also attended a signing event in the afternoon and met a very powerful investor. Oh, it's hard for you to take on the responsibility of such a big group at such a young age. It's okay. I like it very much. By the way, Grandpa, are you okay? I've been feeling much better recently. By the way, when will you bring a boyfriend back? I want to see you get married and start a family soon. Yeah, I was looking for it. Hey, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You must find someone you like and who treats you well. Don't rush me and just find someone you don't like. This is a major event in your life. I don't want you to be unhappy for the rest of your life. I understand, Grandpa. Chapter 40. You are on top. Bang! In a private room of a high-end club, a young man in luxurious clothes slapped a woman who spilled her drinks to the ground. Damn it, Yun Qingxue doesn't give me face, and even a bitch like you is not happy with me? The young man was none other than Lingli, the son of the richest man in Yunhang City, to whom Ding Bulai had refused to give up his seat in the restaurant. In addition to Lingli, there were several other young men. Judging from their attire, they were all either rich or noble. Wei Hu was also here, and immediately poured Lingli another glass of wine. Mr. Ling, calm down, calm down. Then he turned to the woman and said sternly, You useless thing, you can't even pour a glass of wine properly. Go back and tell your boss to teach her a lesson. The woman cried and begged for mercy. No, brother Tiger. Mr. Ling, I was wrong. Wei Hu waved his hands impatiently, and several people pulled the woman out. The other scantily clad women in the room hurriedly served the two men carefully. Wei Hu handed the wine glass to Lingli. Mr. Ling, calm down. I don't think Yun Qingxue can hold on for a few more days. I saw her today. Lingley became interested. Oh? Where did you see it? Wei Hu smiled and said, I was just about to report to you, young Master Ling. In our Yunhang city, a remarkable young man has appeared. Today, we signed a contract for Duan Weiping's old building on Tongxin Road for 1.8 billion yuan. Yun Xingxuai and I both went to Duan Weiping's company to watch them sign the contract. Lingley raised his eyebrows. Yun Xingxuai is going to ask Duan Weiping for help. But Duan Weiping's own company is in jeopardy, so he can't help her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold the building. But you said the man who bought the building was also a rich man? 1.8 billion, he's quite powerful. Several other young people in the room also said in unison. Master Ling is still very insightful. He only has a little bit of strength. 1.8 billion may seem like a lot, but buying a old building shows that they don't have much ability. Although Yunhang is not a first-tier city, it is also the leader among second-tier cities. Billions of dollars worth of business happen every day, so there is no need to make a fuss. Compared to us, it's still far behind. Wei Hu shook his head. If that was all, I wouldn't have mentioned it to young Master Ling. It's just because this 1.8 billion property purchase transaction seems to be just the other party's initial test of the waters. More importantly, I told him about the Southeast Coast Resort project. He was very interested and asked me to help connect you to discuss the details. Lingley couldn't help but look at Wei Hu. Wei Hu, you said the other party is interested in the coastal resort project? You didn't say the funding requirements for this project? Wei Hu nodded affirmatively. Yes, he said he wanted to find a project to invest in Yunhang City, so I just introduced him to him. I also specifically talked about the planning of this project and the estimated amount of funds. But I'm a little unsure about the other party. The others also became curious. Is there anything Brother Tiger is unsure about? Wei Hu pondered doubtfully. Yes, I can't see clearly. I don't know where the other party came from, but he was very arrogant. He said that he would invest in the project as long as it had prospects, regardless of the size of the investment or the rate of return. Fuck, you're so arrogant. You're just bragging, Brother Tiger. Can you really fall for this? It's not some bad business. Lingley raised his hand, looked at Wei Hu and asked, You said the other person is very young? What's his name? Yes, he is very young, and his name is Ding Bulai. I asked people about him later, but I didn't find out if there is such a person in the city or even in the province. I was thinking, since the Marina Resort project has flaws and is rotten in your hands, it won't be of much use, so I might as well use this project to test it out. Lingley thought for a while and thought to himself, could it be someone from the capital? How about this, you help me make an appointment with him so I can meet this mysterious Mr. Ding. Okay, no problem. I'll call him tomorrow morning when I get to work. Lingley leaned on the sofa, hugged the two beauties, and put his hands directly into their collars. Then the music begins, and the dance continues. Ding Bulai carried a lot of bags and returned to Zhou Tong's house with her. These are all the clothes and bags I bought for Zhou Tong in this afternoon. However, Zhou Tong also bought a few sets of clothes for Ding Bulai, as Ding Bulai didn't have many clothes. Ding Bulai slumped on the sofa while Zhou Tong went to take a shower first. After a while, Zhou Tong, wearing a nightgown, came out and wiped her hair. Ding Bulai couldn't move his eyes for a while. What a beautiful picture of a beauty emerging from her bath. Seeing Ding Bulai's hungry gaze, Zhou Tong's face just blushed slightly, but she did not dodge at all. She walked forward and sat next to Ding Bulai while wiping her hair. Ding Bulai smelled the jasmine scent mixed with shower gel on Zhou Tong's body, and his heart was slightly moved. Tong Tong, let me help you blow dry your hair. You, can you? What's there to know about blow drying your hair? Where's the hair dryer? I'll help you blow dry your hair. Well, okay then, it's in the cabinet under the sink. Ding Bulai immediately stood up and brought a hairdryer. He stood behind Zhou Tong and helped her blow dry her hair. The collar of the pajamas was extremely loose, and when Ding Bulai lowered his head, he could see the large protruding white area. What made Ding Bulai even more furious was that Zhou Tong, who had just finished taking a shower, was obviously not wearing a bra. The hairdryer made Zhou Tong's hair hot, and Ding Bulai's heart also gradually became warm. When blow drying your hair in a hurry, Ding Bulai couldn't bear it any longer, leaned over and kissed her. Another exciting battle. The fight paused and both men slumped on the sofa. Ding Bulai stroked Zhou Tong's shoulder and said, Look for a house as soon as possible and buy it first. Your living room is too small, and the sofa is not big enough. Sports are not fun. Jo Tong rolled her eyes charmingly, but still agreed, okay, I'll take a look as soon as possible. What kind of house do you like, brother? I'm fine with either. It's your house, of course you can decide how you like it. But I have only one request, it has to be big and spacious. Jo Tong punched Ding Bulai's chest lightly with her fist. My home is also your home. Yes, it's our home, but I think the hostess is a little unqualified. Fuck you, why am I unqualified? Ding Bulai chuckled and said, my husband is a little tired. Jo Tong spat in shame and anger, you are already lucky enough, what else do you want? Ding Bulai turned over and lay on the sofa, I want to come again, but... This time you're on top. Chapter 41 Jiang Lulu's family. Jiang Lulu spent the entire afternoon decorating the villa. Although she was tired, she felt extremely happy and satisfied. My own villa, a villa worth more than 10 million. This is a villa that many families cannot afford in their lifetime. Seeing the houses decorated similarly, I took out my phone and took a lot of photos. When I returned to the shared house in the evening, my roommate He Tian was supposed to work at a bar that night. Sitting alone on the sofa, flipping through the photos taken in the afternoon, I couldn't help feeling sweet. Involuntarily, I clicked on the green bubble and posted a circle of friends. A warm and comfortable new home. Then I thought of Brother Bulai and wanted to send him a message, but I was worried that he was busy today. She didn't know what to do, but suddenly she remembered something and opened the green bubble in panic, ready to block some people. But I was horrified to find that it was too late, there were already several comments below. Ignoring the irrelevant comments, several glaring avatars appeared in the comments section below. Wow, sister, you moved to a new house? Did you buy it or rent it? It looks a bit like a villa? Sister, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? You idiot, you have the money to live in a villa, but you don't know how to transfer the money back? It's such a waste for you to spend that money. Before she finished reading, the phone rang. Jiang Lulu felt a little nervous when she saw the name, but her long-lasting fear made her answer the call. Hey, Mom. Do you still have me as your mother? Didn't you say you shared a house with your colleagues in Yunhang? How come you have a new house? Why didn't you discuss such a big thing with me in advance about your change of residence? Are you renting or buying the new house? I guess you don't have the money to buy one. But renting is not an option either. It would be very expensive to rent such a nice house. You have that money, why don't you send it back? Save it for your brother to get married. Jiang Lulu's mother kept talking like a machine gun. At this time, another voice came in from the other end of the phone. Mom, I don't think that house is rented. The layout should be a villa. It's impossible to rent a villa. My sister must have a boyfriend, and that boyfriend must be very rich. Sister, tell me, do you have a boyfriend? How old is he and what does he do? Can you ask him to help me, find me something to do, or make me a small leader? Jiang Lulu was not ready to tell her family about Ding Bulai, and she is also worried whether Brother Bulai will accept a family like hers. Xiaojia, no, it's not. Mom, don't listen to Xiaojia's nonsense. Jiang Lulu's mother also came to her senses. Of course not, how can you afford to live in a villa if you don't have a boyfriend? If he's not your boyfriend, you're not being kept by someone, right? You damned girl, I raised you up just to let you be a mistress, right? We will go to Yunhang tomorrow and ask him for an explanation. Jiang Lulu suddenly became anxious. Mom, don't come. I'm not kept. I have a boyfriend. A surprised voice came from the other side instantly. Real? Then we should come over here even more. We need to keep an eye on you. What stage have you reached now? Let me tell you, don't be so stupid as to give everything to others without my and Xiaojia's consent. Whether we agree or not is still a matter of debate. Sister, you have to control yourself. It's fine if I want to marry you, but you have to at least buy me an apartment and a car. I'm still waiting to get married. Your boyfriend can afford to live in a villa, so he should be quite rich. This shouldn't be a big problem. Yes, before the betrothal gift is settled, Lulu, you must control yourself. We'll come see you tomorrow. Don't come over here. Hello, Mom. Hello? The phone was hung up directly. Jiang Lulu quickly dialed the number, but her mother didn't answer. I called my younger brother Jiang Wenji again, but he didn't answer. After a while, I received a message from my mother. Don't call us. We don't need you to worry about us. We can book the tickets ourselves. I'll call you tomorrow when we get there. You can ask your boyfriend to pick us up at the station. John Lulu collapsed on the sofa instantly, tears of grievance almost flowing out. Why can't my mother and brother listen to what I have to say first? Why not let herself prepare first? Or let herself communicate with Bulaigu slowly? There must be a process. After all, she and Bulaigu have only been together for a week. I don't understand why it suddenly happened. Are they coming to Yunhang? She is a girl with low education, no background and no skills. She works in Yunhang, working as a receptionist during the day and as a wine host at night. Except for the necessary living expenses, most of the money I earned was sent back home. Because her father died early, her mother worked odd jobs to raise her, and her younger brother also protected her from being bullied by his classmates when he was young. Although when she grew up, she also understood that her mother was somewhat biased towards boys, a little selfish and materialistic, and her younger brother was a little dependent on her and lazy. But they are her family and relatives, so she suffers but she does not complain. But now, Brother Bulai is so outstanding and treats her so well, she can't and dare not ask for too much. She also doesn't want to do anything wrong and affect Brother Bulai's impression of her. She also didn't want Brother Bulai to have to endure the endless demands from her family together with her. Why can't my mother and brother give me some time to get along well with my Brother Bulai before talking about family matters? No matter what, we can't let them find Brother Bulai. Although Brother Bulai is rich, he has given us enough, and we cannot let them ask him for a house or a car. Thinking of this, Jiang Lulu secretly made up her mind not to tell Brother Bulai first. As for tomorrow, if my mother and brother have any grievances, just let them scold them. The next day, Monday, Ding Bulai woke up from Zhou Tong's arms and felt a little sore in his waist. I exercised many times last night, and it seems like I've been doing it every day recently, so I feel a little weak. Zhou Tong also opened her eyes. Not bad, brother. You woke up so early. Go to sleep for a while. I'll make you breakfast. No need to do it, it's too troublesome, I'll just go out and buy some. Then I'll go. You don't look like you've had enough sleep. You should get some rest first. After saying that, Zhou Tong got up and put on her clothes, while Ding Bulai continued to lie beautifully on the bed. After buying it, the two washed up and had breakfast. Brother Bulai, I originally wanted to accompany you to school to watch your graduation ceremony, but now I can't go. I will try to finish early and come to see you. It's okay. It shouldn't take too long for Brother Duan to transfer the ownership. You can come find me when you're done. By the way, I'll transfer some more money to you. Oh, no, I have enough money. What are you talking about? We have to pay for the building today. Let Brother Duan finish the handover to you as soon as possible. After saying that, Ding Bulai transferred another 10 billion. When Zhou Tong saw the transfer information, she was stunned. Chapter 42 Back to School. Another 10 billion arrived. Zhou Tong's eyes widened. No, Brother Bulai, you have already transferred 1 billion to me, and the building is 1.8 billion, you transferred too much. Ding Bulai said indifferently, the extra 200 million is your pocket money. Zhou Tong started crying again. I have shed too many tears in the past 2 days. There's no way, I'm trembling with excitement. Have a look. It's not bad that my brother is so good to her. The pocket money is 200 million. But she didn't dare to ask for it. Not bad, bro, this is too much. It's okay. Just take it. I'm willing to spend money on you. In the end, Zhou Tong couldn't resist Ding Bulai and accepted the pocket money. Since Zhou Tong was going to handle the transfer of ownership of the building, Ding Bulai specially let Zhou Tong drive away the Porsche. I took a taxi to school. After not being back to school for a week, Ding Bulai felt as if he was in another world when he saw the young students coming and going. The graduation ceremony was held in the school playground and started at 9 o'clock. When Ding Bulai arrived, many classmates had already gathered at the gathering place of his class. Oh, it's good to be here. I heard that you broke up with your girlfriend? I told you a long time ago that you were not worthy of the beauty in the school and should have let her go long ago. I told Zhao Xian many times to break up but she didn't listen. Fortunately, she came to her senses before graduation, so it's not too late. Yes, she is now with Lu Dong from class 3. They are a perfect match. It is said that Lu Dong even bought Zhao Xian a car the day before yesterday. The people who said these words were a few female classmates who were on good terms with Zhao Xian. Ding Bulai glanced at them with disdain and didn't want to pay any attention to these women. At this time, several male classmates also came over. Hey, not bad, I really broke up with Xiao Shihua. I heard you've been delivering food recently? Not bad. Working people are the most glorious, keep it up. I really envy you for being able to run around every day. I'm not like me who works in a state-owned enterprise and sits in the office all day. It's so boring. Hey, why are you guys like this? There's nothing wrong with being a food delivery guy. Haven't you heard what some news reports say that food delivery guys make a lot of money? Ding Bulai ignored everything and stood silently by the side without saying a word. He didn't have much of a presence in the class before. In addition, due to the inferiority complex of being an orphan and the busy work, he seldom interacted with his classmates or got together to keep in touch with them. As a result, he didn't make many friends in his 4 years in college. But most of his classmates would not bully him in person. Apart from those female classmates, the other males who had just started to mock were either close to Lu Dong or had pursued Zhao Xian and were jealous of Ding Bulai. Hey, you know what? Delivering takeout might really be a way to make money. Not bad, I think your clothes are nice. As soon as these words were spoken, all the classmates gathered here turned their eyes to Ding Bulai. At this moment, everyone suddenly discovered that Ding Bulai was actually quite handsome. In addition, she wore high-end clothing that was completely different from the past, as well as a subtle sense of confidence and aura. The poor boy in the past now feels like a nobleman. Ha! Not bad, are you wearing Dior? No way, how can he afford it? Is this fake? Is delivering takeout so profitable? Hey, Ding Bulai, where did you buy this high-end imitation? It looks like it's of good quality. One male classmate was even ready to touch it. Ding Bulai dodged in disgust, don't touch me, I don't know you. Ding Bulai, you have become more capable, right? The boy's face changed and he was about to move forward. At this time, someone shouted. Why is a food delivery guy so arrogant? Look at his ex-girlfriend. That's what we call arrogant. Everyone turned their heads to look. Not far away, Lu Dong was seen walking slowly towards Zhao Xian, holding her slender waist. Zhao Xian's face showed a little embarrassment, but the pride in her eyes could not be concealed at all. When the two saw Ding Bulai in the crowd, they suddenly remembered the humiliation they suffered in Chaicheng a few days ago, and their faces changed. Lu Dong walked forward quickly and said mockingly, Ding Bulai, it seems that you are doing pretty good business by accompanying some questionable women. I've changed my style. I wore Armani the other day, but I'm wearing Dior today. How about it? Are the clothes that a woman bought for you comfortable to wear? What? What does Ding Bulai want to accompany you for? You won't be a duck. Fuck, this is so embarrassing. The classmates around him immediately started talking and looked at Ding Bulai with contempt, but some boys even had a hint of jealousy and envy in their eyes. Zhao Xian also stood aside with a condescending attitude and said loudly, Ding Bulai, who did you say that woman was that day? I have been with you since high school. You know how many rich and powerful people have pursued me over the years, but I have always been loyal to you. But what about you? Not only did you stay with other girls behind my back, but you also stayed with some questionable people. Tell me, how depraved have you become now? As Zhao Xian spoke, she looked very disappointed in Lu Dong. She even felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke. In the end, tears started to flow and she threw herself into Lu Dong's arms. Lu Dong hugged Zhao Xian, patted his back, and kept comforting him, Don't cry, baby, this kind of person is not worth it, I will love you in the future. Damn, Ding is not bad, I didn't expect you to be such a person. That's too shameless. You betrayed Zhao Xian and fell into depravity. How could our class produce a scum like you? It's really a shame for the classmates who are with this person. How can such a person have the nerve to attend a graduation ceremony? He should not be allowed to graduate. Yes, he should be fired. The students around were talking at once, and even students from other classes came over. Ding Bulai originally planned to get his diploma and leave, and didn't want to pay attention to these passers-by, but the current situation obviously did not allow him to remain silent. He walked coldly up to Lu Dong and Zhao Xian. I didn't want to pay any attention to you two pieces of trash, but you insisted on getting in front of me. I think you want to die. With his current strength, killing the two people in front of him is as easy as drinking water. Seeing Ding Bulai's cold eyes, Lu Dong instinctively recalled the day when Ding Bulai was angry and cruel. He subconsciously shrank back, but immediately felt embarrassed when he thought that this was his home court and he had other arrangements. So he stood up and said, "Ding Bulai, what's wrong? Are you angry because your shameful secret was exposed? What can you do if you're angry? Can you hit me?" Ding Bulai smiled coldly, "Since you want to fight, then I will satisfy you." After saying that, he stepped forward and kicked him. Lu Dong didn't expect that Ding Bulai would dare to beat people openly in such an occasion, and he would start beating people without any investigation. Zhao Xian, who was hugging him, also fell to the ground. "Damn it, Ding Bulai, you are looking for death." Lu Dong's face turned red. He didn't care about Zhao Xian. He stood up, clenched his fist and rushed over. But before he reached Ding Bulai, a loud shout came. "What are you doing? Let go." Chapter 43 Lin Jixia Guardian. Lin Jixia arrived at school very early today. It wasn't because she was preparing a graduation speech, but because there was a figure that had been lingering in her mind from yesterday until tonight. "I didn't even sleep well last night." When she arrived at the playground, she couldn't help looking for the boy in the crowd. "I just forgot to ask him what major in class he was in yesterday." There was no other way, she had to look for them one professional at a time in a team. She didn't know what to do with him, but she just wanted to find him. "He is my big client, and my job is to serve him well," she said to herself secretly in her heart. Fortunately, the playground was not that big, and she soon saw the other person in the Chinese department's team. Why does he look unhappy? Is he arguing with someone? She quickly quickened her pace. "Oh no, why are you doing this?" He saw the boy opposite him preparing to rush towards him. She quickly shouted and ran to the other side, staring at the boy opposite, and said coldly, "What are you doing? Do you still want to beat someone up at the graduation ceremony?" The people around were in an uproar. "Goddess Lin? Wow, the campus beauty of Lin University. It's so beautiful." Lu Dong quickly retracted his fist. "Lin, oh no, senior sister, yes, he hit me first." Lin Jixia said seriously, "I didn't see him hit you, I just saw you preparing to hit someone. What do you want to do? Although you are about to graduate, if you dare to hit someone here, I guarantee you will suffer the consequences." Ding Bulai laughed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that this senior schoolmate was so capable of telling lies with open eyes. Lu Dong's face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything in front of the school beauty. You have to know that the suitors in front of you can line up in 10 circles on the university playground, and each of them has a family background no worse than his. Zhao Xian, who fell to the ground again, couldn't help but rush over. "Ding Bulai, you bastard. Are you blind, woman? Didn't you see him hitting us?" She also knew Lin Jixia, but somehow, she just hated this senior who was prettier than her. "No, Xian, don't talk to senior like that. Lu Dong, what's wrong with you? I can't say anything when others bully us, why are you so cowardly?" Lu Dong felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He could only hold Zhao Xian tightly. Lin Jixia cast a cold gaze towards Zhao Xian. "I don't need to explain anything to you. Even though I'm not a member of the student union now, it's not okay to hit someone in front of me. If you don't believe me, you can try it." At this moment, the classmates around her held their breath as they felt the beauty and aura of the campus belle of Yunhang University at close range. Zhao Xian looked at Lin Jixia angrily, but the other party remained unmoved. At this time, the teachers from the department also noticed the unusual movement here and came over. "What are you doing? Hurry up and line up, the ceremony is about to begin. Hurry up, everyone." With the teacher's intervention, everyone had to stand still. Lin Jixia turned around and said to Ding Bulai, "Ding, Junior, are you okay just now?" "It's okay. I also want to thank Senior for helping me out." "You're welcome. That's what I should do. If that guy behind you bothers you again, just tell me. Even though he's about to graduate, we still have ways to deal with it." Lin Jixia said this with confidence, and it was obvious that her family had considerable power. "Okay, I'll go over first." "Well, thank you, Senior." "Hey, have you noticed that Senior Sister Lin seems to know Ding Bulai? Why is it that Ding Bulai, a delivery man, can chat and laugh with the goddess of my heart? Maybe Ding Bulai has delivered food to the goddess before, and since they are schoolmates, they know each other. My goddess Lin is really kind-hearted. She is willing to be friends with someone like Ding Bulai." Zhao Xian glanced at Lin Jixia's receding back with a look of jealousy, then glanced at Ding Bulai hatefully, and said in a cold voice, Brother Dong, they bullied us so much today, you have to help me vent my anger. Lu Dong's face was also full of resentment. He had suffered losses in front of Ding Bulai twice in a row, and even embarrassed himself in front of so many classmates today. He would not let it go like this. Don't worry, I asked Brother Hu for a few people. I will make sure he gets what he wants later today. The farce here gradually faded away, but Ding Bulai didn't notice it. In the distance, among a group of school leaders walking towards the rostrum, a pair of cold and beautiful eyes looked at him in surprise. The graduation ceremony has begun. The school leaders began their speeches, followed by speeches by representatives of outstanding graduates. After a while, Ding Bulai saw Lin Zhixia walking up to the podium as a representative of the master's graduates. It caused a commotion at the scene. Lin Zhixia is very famous in school. She is beautiful and capable. All the male classmates looked at Lin Zhixia with fiery eyes. And they didn't know if it was their illusion, but they always felt that when Lin Zhixia was speaking, her eyes would occasionally look towards their Chinese department. Seeing this scene, Lu Dong and Zhao Xian's eyes were filled with even more viciousness and resentment. It was obvious that the other party was looking at Ding Bulai. But what they couldn't figure out was, when did Ding Bulai have any contact with the most beautiful schoolgirl? Ding Bulai noticed the inquiring gazes from people around him and felt speechless. Just speak if you want to, why are you always looking at me? Isn't this just bringing hatred to yourself? While secretly complaining, Zhou Tong called. Hey, Bulai bro. Tong Tong, what's wrong? I'm sorry, Brother Bulai, Mr. Duan has asked me to check the building's conditions floor by floor and then transfer the ownership. It will probably take the whole morning, so I won't be able to accompany you to the graduation ceremony. It's okay. Just be careful and don't make any mistakes. Yeah, I think so too. I can't let Brother Bulai's money go to waste. Then I'll be here in the morning. I don't know when I'll finish at noon. But I'll try to be early so that I can have lunch with you. Just after hanging up Zhou Tong's phone, a figure came onto the stage, and the teachers and students below burst into exclamations. Wow, is this the legendary most beautiful woman in Yunhang City? The city's famous cold female CEO is so beautiful. That waist, those legs, and that figure, wow, they're absolutely amazing. Let me tell you, even though this woman is wearing a conservative suit, but from my experience of seeing countless women, the figure underneath is absolutely hot. Prettier than the school beauty Lin. The aloof temperament makes him too eager to conquer. Ding Bulai looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person walking onto the stage was Yun Qingxue. Chapter 44 Zhou Tong is here too. Yun Qingxue was invited to give a speech to this year's graduates as an alumnus of Yunnan Hangzhou University. Only then did Ding Bulai realize that Yun Qingxue was also a graduate of Yunhang University, although she had only attended for 2 years. Later, I went abroad for exchange and studied for a master's degree abroad. Yun Qingxue on the podium was still extremely cool and spoke briefly and to the point. But every sentence goes straight to the point, with unique insights and rigorous logic, without any empty talk or cliches. Ding Bulai couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he could lead the Yuntian group to such a great success in the business world. It would be great if you could successfully conquer a woman like this. After Yun Qingxue finished her speech, there was a burst of warm applause at the scene. As the speeches were finished, the principal began to award degrees. It is naturally impossible for school leaders to issue certificates to students one by one at the graduation ceremony. After all, there are thousands of graduates in a class. Each class sent a representative, and after receiving the certificates, the counselors distributed them to the students one by one. Then take graduation photos at the same time. After finishing everything, it was almost 12 o'clock. Ding Bulai was just about to go back to the dormitory to pack his things. I saw Lin Zhixia walking towards me quickly. Junior. Hello, senior. Are you leaving now? Well, let's go back to the dormitory, pack up and leave. Are you free later? I want to treat you to a meal. Today, Lin Zhixia is wearing a white chiffon dress, giving people a sense of intellectual beauty. After she finished speaking, her face was slightly flushed, making her look even more charming. Ding Bulai thought about it and realized that Zhou Tong had not replied yet, so she probably wouldn't be able to make it in time to have lunch with him. So he said, okay, senior sister, choose the place, junior brother, I will treat you. Lin Zhixia blinked happily, then it settled. By the way, you should go to the dormitory to pack your things. I'll help you. Don't you need to clean up, senior? I haven't lived in the dormitory for a long time. Oh, okay then. Thank you for your help, senior. It's no trouble. Let's go. Seeing that Ding Bulai was actually talking and laughing with Lin Jixia not only confirmed that the two knew each other, but also showed that they had a special relationship. The looks that the classmates gave Ding Bulai suddenly became extremely interesting. Lu Dong suppressed the jealousy in his heart, and his gaze towards Ding Bulai became increasingly fierce. But Zhao Xian couldn't help it. How could her loser ex-boyfriend, whom she abandoned, meet a girl who was prettier and more outstanding than her after leaving her? Senior, don't be fooled by this person's appearance. He is a scumbag. He cheated on me when we were together. Also, he's an orphan. He can't find a job and now he's delivering food. I don't know what bad things he has been doing lately. He has been with some messy women. Maybe the clothes he wears were given to him by some old woman. Lin Jixia was surprised that Yu Ding was an orphan at school. Can an orphan be so rich that he can afford a building? However, she didn't bother to think about Ding Bulai's thoughts at this moment, and just looked at Zhao Xian coldly. I know clearly whether I have been deceived or not. Also, my junior is not the kind of person you say he is. Please don't make malicious assumptions and frame others based on your own imagination. Such behavior is despicable. Zhao Xian had always claimed to be a proud daughter of heaven, but when she saw the contempt in Lin Jixia's eyes, the only shred of rationality she had left was pierced, and she shouted angrily. Are you blind? You actually defended someone like Ding Bulai. I don't think you are a good person either. A fierce look flashed in Lin Jixia's eyes, and she was about to say something. Ding Bulai walked forward. Zhao Xian, who saw that I had no money and found a man who drove a BMW? Do you still have any shame? Since you've broken up with me, please stop harassing me. Nothing about me has anything to do with you. Also, please apologize to Senior. Zhao Xian said jealously, what did I say wrong? Why should I apologize? Hey! I was wondering who is so shameless, turns out to be just a slut who hates the poor and loves the rich, is selfish and can't stand her ex-boyfriend being friendly. As soon as the words fell, a woman wearing a black waist hugging suit in the style of Audrey Hepburn and Chanel walked over. The woman had slightly curly black hair and wore black stockings and red high heels. This fashionable and beautiful woman made the students around her stare in amazement. What surprised everyone even more was that after the woman looked at Zhao Xian and the others with disdain, she immediately put on a bright smile, nodded and greeted Lin Jixia, and then threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms. Not bad, bro. Wow. No way. Is this Ding Bulai's new girlfriend? She's even prettier than Zhao Xian. And he's really rich. The clothes and bags he's wearing look really expensive. At this time everyone was stunned. Lu Dong and Zhao Xian were all staring at the scene in amazement. I'm sorry, brother Bolai, I'm late. Ding Bulai hugged Zhou Tong's waist and said gently, it's okay. Is everything done? Well, they have all been transferred to my name. I don't need to take care of the rest, and there is no need for handover. I'll let Mr. Duan's property management company continue to manage it. The intimate behavior of the two people without paying attention to others stimulated everyone's eyes and also stimulated the hearts of Lu Dong and Zhao Xian. Ding Bulai, you still say whether you are a scumbag or not. Who is she? Who was the girl you were with in Chaiching that day? Ding Bulai frowned, and Zhou Tong kissed him directly upon seeing this. This scene made everyone's defense break down. Zhou Tong turned around and looked at Zhao Xian with disdain. Does it have anything to do with you? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you, a person with a boyfriend, care about the life of your abandoned ex-boyfriend like this? Zhao Xian's face flushed. Lu Dong stepped forward and said, this beauty looks familiar. We really have no right to interfere in Ding Bulai's life, but we mean well. You know, she was shopping in the car city with another girl a few days ago. Don't be fooled by him. Zhou Tong sneered and said, I don't care what kind of relationship Bulaigu has with other girls. I just know that I like Bulaigu and that's enough. Also, young Master Lu, you should worry more about yourself. I know that there is a girl who has gone crazy for you, and another girl is pregnant with your child. Lu Dong's face suddenly changed, and Zhao Xian widened her eyes in disbelief. Brother Dong, she said something. Zhou Tong smiled and said, you can ask your good boyfriend what I said. Lu Dong hurriedly explained, Xian, don't listen to her nonsense. That's all untrue. Then he turned around and said to Zhou Tong viciously, don't you know not to talk nonsense? Be careful of what you say. I'm so scared. How can you threaten me? Zhou Tong spoke exaggeratedly and patted her surging chest, which made the people around her jealous. Chapter 45 Being Beaten Up. In public, Lu Dong had no way to deal with Zhou Tong. He couldn't just hit a woman. But looking at this woman, she looks more and more familiar. Suddenly, he remembered and said loudly, "You are a stewardess of Yunhang Airlines. Aren't you brother whose woman?" Zhou Tong was not annoyed, and sneered. "Do you think my vision is that bad? What's the matter with brother Tiger or not? I'm brother Bulai's girlfriend." Lu Dong sneered, "Do you know who I am? How dare you offend me and brother who at the same time? I think you don't want to stay in Yunhang City anymore." Lin Jixia said disdainfully, "You are so arrogant. Let's see who you want to make unsuccessful in Yunhang City." Lu Dong suppressed his anger and said, "Senior Lin, I didn't mean to offend you, but don't think I'm easy to bully." "Bully you? And it wastes my time. But, just try to mess with my friends. You? Wow, school beauty Lin is so domineering. Why does goddess Lin protect Ding Bulai so much? And Ding Bulai actually has such a beautiful flight attendant girlfriend. Is this still the Ding Bulai we know? But Zhao Xian is the same. She abandoned Ding Bulai and found Lu Dong, but now she cares who Ding Bulai is with. She is really drunk. Is this what it means to not want your own licking dog and not allow others to lick him? Looking at this, it's a bit like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I wonder if Zhao Xian will regret it. Listening to the pointing and talking of their classmates around them, Lu Dong and Zhao Xian's faces turned red with anger. Ding Bulai didn't like being talked about, so he stepped forward and said, "Okay, Jixia, Tong Tong, let's go." "Ignore them." Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong nodded. Without looking at Lu Dong, Zhao Xian and others, they turned around and left with Ding Bulai. Zhao Xian was furious at this time. "Brother Dong, are you just going to let others bully me like this, woo woo?" Although he was somewhat unhappy with Zhao Xian's behavior today, he also embarrassed himself today, so Lu Dong said viciously, "Don't worry, I've just sent a message. The person I'm looking for is already at the school gate, whether it's Ding Bulai or the stewardess." "Wait a minute. Because I promised to invite Lin Jixia to have lunch together, and because of Lin Jixia's help just now." So, after Ding Bulai and Zhou Tong talked about it, they naturally agreed to go together. Zhou Tong first came to the boys' dormitory and looked around curiously. The boys' dormitory is so messy. I've graduated and I'm packing up, so it's a bit messy, but it's usually fine. Oh, okay. When I entered Ding Bulai's dormitory, I smelled a musty smell as if no one had lived there for several days. Lin Jixia couldn't help but say, "Junior, you haven't lived in the dormitory for a long time, what else is there to pack?" Ding Bulai was a little embarrassed. "It doesn't seem to be anything special, just some unwanted clothes and textbooks. You two sit down for a moment. I'll clean it up and throw it in the trash can. It'll be ready in no time." "Forget it, I'll help you. You're my client, so don't move." "I'll come too." With the help of two beauties, Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong, the beds in the small dormitory were quickly cleared. Old clothes and stuff were thrown away. Only a few books were left. I can't believe that Mr. Ding lived such a simple life during his 4 years in college. Brother Bolai is indeed very low-key. It's no wonder that the two were so surprised. Ding Bulai's dormitory only had a few simple sets of clothes and some books. There was not a single computer or other digital product, let alone decorations or jewelry. Low-key. I believe in being low-key. Lin Jixia looked at Ding Bulai with an inquiring look. "Are you doing this to test your girlfriend?" Ding Bulai was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to explain. He interrupted, "Thank you beautiful senior sister for saving me today, and Tong Tong was also very domineering today. What do you want to eat later? I will treat you to a big meal at noon." Lin Jixia rolled her eyes, looked at Zhou Tong, and didn't continue to embarrass Ding Bulai. Zhou Tong said, "It depends on what Jixia wants to eat. I'm fine with anything." Lin Jixia didn't hesitate. "I know Mr. Ding is rich, so I'm not afraid of being ripped off. But I don't want to eat something too expensive today. I know a new restaurant that serves good Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine. Let's go there. Tong Tong, what do you think?" Zhou Tong seemed to be already very familiar with Lin Jixia, and they addressed her in a more intimate way. "I can. I'm not picky about food. I don't listen to my brother. Seeing the two people looking at him, Ding Bulai naturally had no objection. No problem, then let's go to the restaurant that senior sister mentioned. Since Zhou Tong was not a student of the school, he parked his car near the school. They had no choice but to walk out of the school gate and across the street. At this time, several men nearby with tattoos on their bodies and arms, who looked like bad guys, looked at their phones and surrounded Ding Bulai as if they had identified their target. Seeing that something was wrong, Ding Bulai grabbed Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong's hands on the left and right and turned around and ran towards the school. Ah, what's going on? I don't know, maybe it's coming for me, let's run back to school first. Sure enough, when the men saw the three men trying to run away, they also ran after them. When a few people were about to run to the school gate, two more people suddenly rushed over and blocked their way. Damn, they even assigned several people to guard the school gate. Ding Bulai cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to stand in front of the two women. Zhou Tong's face was filled with panic, and Lin Jixia's face turned a little pale, but she looked okay and took out her cell phone to make a call. At this time, the security guard at the school gate also saw the movement outside. However, the security guard just stared at the door cautiously, saying something on the walkie-talkie in his hand. Who are you and why are you looking for me? Boy, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. I am going to teach you a lesson today. Ding Bulai stood in front of Zhou Tong and Lin Jixia, stalling for time and saying, Is there any misunderstanding? Why don't you call out the person who's looking for you, and we can explain it face to face? The leading man sneered, not giving Ding Bulai a chance to delay, and waved his hand, hurry up and get going. Suddenly, 4 or 5 men rushed over. Depend on. Ding Bulai had no choice but to go forward to meet him. Fortunately, the men ignored Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong, and all greeted Ding Bulai. Although Ding Bulai was tall and strong, he was no match for the group of men. In less than a minute, he was hit by several punches. But he kept dodging and protecting his vital parts, so he was not seriously injured for the time being. Ah, not bad, bro. Junior. Don't come over here, call the police immediately. No. You bastards. The leading man realized that they could not delay at the school gate, so he took out a stick and rushed forward again. At this time, a car drove out of the school quickly and stopped in front of the few people. As soon as the car stopped, 2 men rushed down from the front seat. The 2 men went straight for the thugs and knocked them to the ground in no time. At the same time, Yun Qingxue got out from the back seat of the car. Chapter 46. Is your boyfriend embarrassing? Zhou Tong and Lin Jixia ran over and helped Ding Bulai, who had just fallen to the ground. Junior, are you okay? Brother Bulai, how are you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Ding Bulai saw that both of them were crying anxiously, and said quickly. It's okay. I didn't get hit much. Yun Qingxue also came over. Boss Ding, how are you? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Thank you, Mr. Yun. It's all right. Fortunately, you came in time. As he spoke, he stood up and jumped a little. After all, the fight was short, and he was mainly dodging, and was always protecting key parts such as his head and face, so apart from a few punches and kicks on his body and his clothes being a little messy, he didn't suffer any injuries. Zhou Tong was worried, so she touched his body again and again, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that there was no serious problem. Then she threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms. I'm glad you're okay. What would I do if anything happened to you? Woo woo. Who are these people? Lin Jixia looked coldly at the people who were knocked to the ground by Yun Qingxue's 2 bodyguards. At this time, the school security also rushed over to help watch. The security captain kept coming up to Yun Qingxue to apologize. However, Yun Qingxue did not have a good face towards him, and instead asked Ding Bulai. Boss Ding, what are you going to do with these people? Ding Bulai was actually angry and scared at this time. The school security guards did not dare to come out to cause trouble. It seemed that someone around called the police, but it was a short time before the police arrived. If Yun Qingxue hadn't asked the bodyguard to help, looking at the way the man held the stick just now, she might have suffered a great loss. Walking up to the few people, Ding Bulai said hatefully. Who asked you to come? Several people were silent, and no one spoke. Ding Bulai turned his head and looked around, but did not see the person he suspected. You think I won't know if you don't tell me? Lu Dong asked you to come, right? The 2 people who have had conflicts with me recently are Wei Hu, Lu Dong, and Zhao Xian. Wei Hu knew that he could afford the building and that he was going to introduce a project to him, so it was unlikely that he would engage in such a low-level revenge without knowing his background. And Lu Dong has lost face twice at his own hands. Given his and Zhao Xian's vindictive nature, there is a high probability that they will find someone to deal with him. When the leading man heard Lu Dong's name, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly gave Ding Bulai a disdainful look. Today I admit defeat, and I don't know anything else. The leader's reaction did not escape Ding Bulai's eyes. He had already sentenced Lu Dong and Zhao Xian to death in his heart. Since you are so tough, I hope you will still be so tough after you go in. Ding Bulai had already noticed the police car not far away. Soon, several policemen arrived. Several people, including Yun Qingxue, had to follow the police to take their statements. At the corner of the school gate, several figures looked at the police car going away and walked out. Lu Dong was horrified. Why does he know Mr. Yun? Zhao Xian said bitterly, I have known Ding Bulai for so many years, how could I not know that he knew Mr. Yun? I can only say that he was lucky that Mr. Yun happened to come out to help him. Lu Dong thought the same thing and said, it's okay. He's lucky this time. I'll make him pay next time. Zhao Xian suddenly became a little worried. Those people were taken away by the police. I hope they won't tell anyone about you. Don't worry, these people are the direct descendants of a big brother in Yunhang City, they won't betray us. That's good. Since it was an attack in public, Ding Bulai and others took the statements very quickly. They just asked a few questions and explained the process, and then let them go. Ding Bulai did not mention Lu Dong. He has to deal with this person himself. After leaving the police station, Ding Bulai said to Yun Qingxue, Mr. Yun, thank you for today. Yes, Mr. Yun, if it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do today. Zhou Tong and Lin Zhixiao also thanked Yun Qingxue. Yun Qingxue said calmly, it's just a piece of cake. By the way, does Lu Dong need any help? Obviously, just now at the school gate, Yun Qingxue also discovered something through Ding Bulai's questions. Ding Bulai smiled and said, no need, I'm just a small follower, there's no need to trouble Boss Yun. Yun Qingxue didn't say anything else. Ding Bulai said, by the way, it's noon now. We just happened to be having lunch. Why don't you join us, Mr. Yun? Yun Qingxue glanced at the two beauties beside Ding Bulai and shook her head. No, I have something else to do at noon. Ding Bulai was a little disappointed, as he still wanted to get closer to Yun Qingxue. But then Yun Qingxue's voice sounded. But I'm free this afternoon. I wonder if Mr. Ding has time. I want to ask Mr. Ding out for a chat. Ding Bulai was a little surprised, but then he thought it was normal. The other party is a well-known female president in Yunhang. She saw that I bought a building without blinking an eye these 2 days and was also planning to find project investment. She probably wanted to talk about whether there are any opportunities for cooperation. Okay, it's my honor to be invited by President Yun. Then I'll wait for you at the company this afternoon. I think Mr. Ding should know the address of our company. Ding Bulai couldn't help but think of Jiang Lulu and said with a wry smile, okay, then I'll call Mr. Yun before I go there this afternoon. After watching Yun Qingxue leave, Ding Bulai turned around and asked, are you still going to eat that Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine? Eat, why not? It's not far from here. Yeah, eat. I just had such a big scare, I have to eat a big meal to make up for it. Ding Bulai saw that the two girls were in a good mood, so he smiled and said, okay, let's go. Mr. Ben Ding will pay for all the expenses. Mr. Ding is so generous. Gah! When we arrived at the restaurant, even though it was dinner time, there was just one private room available. After everyone sat down, Lin Zhixiao picked up the menu familiarly and ordered food with Zhou Tong. While the two were ordering food, Ding Bulai went out to the bathroom. Just as he was returning, passing by the door of a private room, Ding Bulai suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mom, I told you, my boyfriend is on a business trip. That house is his, not mine, and I don't live in it. I posted it on WeChat Moments just out of vanity and want to show off. Lulu? What circle of friends? Ding Bulai was a little confused. He took out his cell phone and saw that Jiang Lulu hadn't posted anything on her Moments. At this time, a young male voice came from inside. Sister, you are kidding me. Although you deleted your Moments, I still have those photos. I have carefully looked at them several times. A lot of the furniture is the style you like, and some of the women's things are obviously yours. You didn't find a rich boyfriend, so you looked down on Mom and me, or you were afraid that we would embarrass you? Jiang Wenjie, how can you say that? Ding Bulai frowned, hesitating whether to go in. But the people inside seemed to be Lulu's mother and brother. Lulu didn't say anything, so there must be a reason for her. It would not be good for me to rush in rashly. Make up your mind and listen first. An older woman said. Okay, John Lulu, I've raised you up. Now that you've grown up, you have to be on guard against us, right? Mom, no, I really am not. No? Then tell me, I asked you and your boyfriend to pick us up. Why didn't he come and let us follow you to take a taxi? I told you, he's on a business trip. On a business trip? I guess you don't want to see us? Or do you not want us to meet your boyfriend? Why? What's so shameful about him? Could it be that he is an old man? Are you really his mistress? Chapter 47. Let us talk slowly. Hearing this, Ding Bulai wanted to push the door open and go in. Although he now has the system, he has no plans to marry any woman or get a marriage certificate for the time being. But at least he was willing to meet the parents so that his girlfriend wouldn't have to bear some pressure. But the sudden sound made him stop. Mom, isn't it just right for me to be the mistress? Think about it, Mom. Those who can afford a mistress are either big bosses or high-ranking officials. It's normal for them to be old, and it's even normal for them to be inconvenient to see us. But she is rich and powerful. We came here this time just to ask her to help me get a house and a car for my wedding. John Lulu's mother obviously heard it and her voice softened a little. Lulu, don't blame your mother for being anxious. Your brother and I are concerned about you and are afraid that you will be deceived. Nowadays, many people support women, but only give them the right to use their car, the right to live in a house, and a little living allowance every month. It looks very glamorous, but after a few years you get nothing. These are all reported in the news. You are still young. No matter what you do, I won't blame you or hate you. But I have to help you check and not let you suffer any loss. We are a family after all. After hearing these words, Ding Bulai couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as the emotions were captured just right. As expected, John Lulu's voice softened. Mom, Wenjie, I know you are doing this for my own good. But don't worry, my boyfriend is not that kind of person. He was very good to me. John Lulu's mother's voice became louder. Since he's so kind to you, why don't you let him come, or does he not want to see us? If you don't even want to meet your parents, how can you say it's for your own good? John Lulu's younger brother also interrupted. Yes, sister, let's put it this way, let's not talk about anything else. You asked him to buy me a suite and a car. Also, give me another 200,000 yuan so I can marry a wife as a dowry. This little thing shouldn't be a problem for your boyfriend, right? It's also a sign of sincerity. See if he really cares about you. John's mother agreed, your brother is right. Give these first. As for him supporting you, we will settle the score with him later. John Lulu was anxious. Mom, Wenjie, why are you like this? I'm not being kept by someone, I just have a boyfriend. Why does it taste different in your mouth? Why? Ding Bulai sighed inwardly. He didn't expect John Lulu to have such a family. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Zhou Tong, saying that he had something to do and would return to the private room later, and asked them to eat first. Then without hesitation, he pulled the door handle, pushed the door open and walked in. Not bad, brother? John Lulu stood up in surprise and panic. In the private room, a middle-aged woman who looked 50% like John Lulu was sitting there. The woman's eyes were much smaller than Zhang Lulu's, her lips were slightly thinner, and her hair was rather messy and draped over her shoulders. She should be John Lulu's mother. The other young man should be John Lulu's younger brother. He was wearing a black t-shirt with a golden dragon and phoenix pattern in dark blue jeans. This is your aunt, right? And Lulu's brother, right? I'm sorry, I was supposed to go on a business trip this morning, but my schedule changed, so I didn't make it. But it also took some time. I'm sorry for being late. John Lulu stood beside Ding Bulai nervously and whispered. Brother Bulai, why are you here? I'm sorry, my mom and the others. Ding Bulai didn't wait for her to finish and whispered softly. It's okay. It's just right that we met now. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. John Lulu felt warm in her heart, and in front of her mother and brother, she took the initiative to hold Ding Bulai's hand. Mom, Wenjie, he is my boyfriend, his name is Ding Bulai. Brother Bulai, this is my mother, and this is my younger brother Zhang Wenjie. John's mother didn't expect her daughter's boyfriend to be so young and handsome. It was completely different from what she imagined. Ding, Ding is not bad, right? Auntie, it's not bad if you call me Xiao Ding. Not bad. Hey, Xiao Ding, sit down. Sit down first. Jiang Wenjie came over and said, "You really are my sister's boyfriend." Guaranteed authenticity. Jiang Wenjie looked at Ding Bulai, and his eyes became brighter the more he looked. Brother-in-law, you are wearing the latest model from Dior, right? This shirt must be worth more than 30,000 yuan, right? And these pants, these shoes. Jiang's mother was a little bit unconvinced at first, but when she heard that her daughter's boyfriend's clothes alone cost hundreds of thousands, her eyes lit up. Wenjie, what are you talking about? Let your brother-in-law sit down and have some tea first. Oh, yes, brother-in-law, have some tea. Jiang Wenjie enthusiastically poured Ding Bulai a cup of tea. Ding Bulai took a shallow sip. Jiang's mother rolled her eyes and said, "Xiao Ding, how did you get to know my Lulu?" "Oh, we met when we went to Lulu's company to discuss business." Ding Bulai believes that he should not lie in front of his elders. The bar is also Jiang Lulu's company. When he goes there to spend money, he just wants to talk about drinking. When Jiang's mother heard this, she looked at Jiang Wenjie. "What does Xiao Ding do?" "I remember my daughter is a receptionist at Yuntian Group, which is a big company in Yunhang City." "Are you negotiating business with Yuntian Group?" Ding Bulai said calmly, "That's right." "So your business is very big? How much do you make a year?" "Mom, what are you talking about? How can you ask someone such a private matter?" Jiang Lulu spoke anxiously with a dissatisfied tone. She thought to herself that she didn't even dare to ask these questions for fear that Brother Bulai would think too much. Jiang's mother said indifferently, "We are all family, just ask what's wrong and chat casually." Ding Bulai patted Jiang Lulu's hand, indicating that it didn't matter. "It's okay. I'm so happy that my aunt treats me as a family member." Jiang's mother was very satisfied with Ding Bulai's attitude. Little Ding is still sensible. "But Xiao Ding, don't blame me for being direct. I only have one daughter like this, and she's virtuous and beautiful. You say, whoever marries my daughter is blessed." "Yes, Auntie is right. I think Lulu is very good too. So, my daughter's future man must be capable and good to Lulu. We can slowly get to know his character. As for his ability, I believe in Xiao Ding, but whether he is really good to Lulu, this is the purpose of her brother and I coming here today." Ding Bulai smiled slightly. "Auntie, you're right. I said I was good to Lulu, but no one else knew. I don't know what you think, Auntie. What counts as that?" Jiang Wenjie suddenly said loudly, "Of course it depends on how much dowry you are going to give to my sister." "Jiang Wenjie. Are you done yet?" Jiang Lulu scolded in dissatisfaction. She didn't tell Brother Bulai because she knew the characters of her mother and brother and was afraid of such a situation. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't escape. Seeing that Jiang Lulu was angry, Jiang's mother also pretended to be dissatisfied and shouted, "Wenjie, you are too rude. We just met and we don't know each other well yet, and you're asking for a dowry. How can that be right?" He turned to Ding Bulai and smiled. "Xiao Ding, Wenjie is still young and speaks a little bluntly. Don't mind it. He just cares too much about his sister." "It's okay, Auntie. I know Xiao Ding is sensible. How about this, since this is our first meeting, let's have dinner first. We will be staying in Yunhang for a few days, so we can talk slowly then." Ding Bulai really admires Jiang Lulu's mother, who is so smart and shrewd. "Is this to find out how fat your meat is?" After thinking about it, Jiang Lulu had never talked about her family before, so it was really necessary for me to understand the relationship between Jiang Lulu and her family. It also helps to decide what to do next. So he laughed and said, "Of course, no problem. Auntie, just have fun in Yunhang these few days. I will make all the arrangements." Chapter 48. Buy a car for Wenjie. In fact, I just heard it outside the box. Although Jiang Lulu's mother and brother are not very good, Jiang Lulu herself can still tell the difference. She would not mindlessly cause trouble for Ding Bulai just because of her family, or ask him for help for her family. This is also the reason why Ding Bulai is willing to sit down and communicate properly with Jiang Lulu's family. At this time, Jiang Lulu was sitting next to Ding Bulai, holding his arm tightly. It was as if they were a real couple about to get married with their parents. Several people were eating the food with different thoughts in their minds. At this time, Ding Bulai received a message on his mobile phone. It was Joe Tong asking him where he was and when he would come over. After all, because of himself, Joe Tong and Lin Jixia had been so frightened today, Ding Bulai thought it would be better to accompany them for dinner. As for Jiang Lulu's family, we can roughly see their temperament and personality, and there is still time. So, Ding Bulai put away his phone and smiled apologetically to Jiang Lulu, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Wenjie. I'm sorry, I have something else to do later, so I may have to leave first. Let Lulu accompany you in the afternoon. Don't worry, let Lulu arrange the best for you, and I will reimburse all the expenses. Jiang's mother was immediately dissatisfied. Xiao Ding, I don't think you care much about my Lulu. This morning you said there were changes during your business trip, and we don't know if it's true or not. It's a bit of a coincidence, but if you say it's true, then it's fine. But it's lunchtime, you can't stay more than 10 minutes before leaving. Aren't you being very rude? How can we trust you to leave Lulu to you if you're like this? Jiang Lulu hurriedly helped Ding Bulai explain. Mom, Brother Bulai really has something to do. Today is a work day. He is not like me, a small receptionist who can take leave whenever he wants. He has a lot of work to do. How busy is he? He's the big boss, so why does he let you be the receptionist? That's right. Jiang Wenjie also interrupted, brother-in-law. Oh, he's not brother-in-law. When we came here, we took a taxi. Why, my sister doesn't even have a car. Why do I feel like you're hiding something? Are you lying to my sister, or teaming up with my sister to lie to me and my mom? Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother also looked at him in disbelief. Mom, Wenjie, what should I tell you? Brother Bulai is really good to me. It's me. Ding Bulai raised his hand and interrupted Jiang Lulu. Auntie, Wenjie, it's indeed my fault. But I do have something to do today, so I really can't accompany you. But, to express my apology, isn't it inconvenient for you to go out without a car? Then go buy a car after dinner. Buy it for Wenjie. Real? Buy a car for Wenjie? Jiang's mother and Jiang Wenjie both exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Bulai? Jiang Lulu quickly pulled Ding Bulai's arm. You've already bought so many for us. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said to Jiang Lulu, what's yours is yours, and what I bought for your brother is for your brother. Then he turned to Jiang's mother and Jiang Wenjie and said, this is the first time we met today, and I did have something to do, so I bought Wenjie a car as a gift. You guys go to Chaiching first and choose. Tell me when you've made your choice and I'll transfer the money to Lulu. Hearing Ding Bulai's affirmative words, Jiang Wenjie excitedly held Ding Bulai's hand. Brother-in-law, you are my brother-in-law, you are so good. Jiang's mother also smiled, but asked awkwardly. Xiao Ding, you are too polite. But since you said that, I would like to ask, how much does it cost to buy a car for Wenjie? Mom Jiang Lulu didn't wait for Ding Bulai to speak, and hurriedly said, I'll go with you. My brother is in the county, so it's enough to buy a car worth more than 100,000 yuan. Jiang Wenjie was a little disappointed, a car worth more than 100,000 yuan. Jiang's mother patted Jiang Wenjie on the head and said, more than 100,000 is not bad. I saw that the car bought by the neighbor Aunt Wang's child was less than 100,000, and that car was also very beautiful. But this is not included in the betrothal gift. Ding Bulai smiled and said, okay, let's do as you say. Thank you so much, Xiao Ding. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Lulu was afraid that her mother and brother would do something weird again, so she gently pushed Ding Bulai. Brother Bulai, if you are busy, just go ahead. My mother and brother are with me. Well, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, Auntie Wenjie. Goodbye, goodbye. Brother-in-law, remember to transfer the money to my sister later, or directly to me. By the way, add me on Green Bubble. Ding Bulai had no choice but to add Jiang Wenjie's Green Bubble and then left the private room. When they returned to Zhou Tong and Lin Jixia's private room, they had already started eating. Junior, where have you been? What took you so long? Oh, I met an acquaintance and chatted for a while. Ding Bulai didn't say much, turned to Zhou Tong and said, Tong Tong, if you have nothing to do in the afternoon, I'll go buy you a car first. It will be inconvenient for you to go out without a car. After Zhou Tong paid for the building, she still had more than 200 million yuan in pocket money in her card. Okay. You have to go talk to Mr. Yun this afternoon, so I'll give you the Porsche back. Ding Bulai didn't refuse. The Porsche was bought for Jiang Lulu. It was fine for him to drive it occasionally, but it would be inappropriate to let other women drive it. but I was a little puzzled. After successfully capturing Joton, didn't the system reward me with a sports car? Why hasn't it arrived yet? By the way, Jixia, you come too. Lin Jixia smiled and said, why, are you going to buy me a car too? Ding Bulai also smiled, yeah, you're my account manager, right? You can't always let me find a car to drive myself. I'll buy you a car and you can be my driver. Lin Jixia rolled her eyes at Ding Bulai and said, Boss Ding is a little too proud to ask me to be your driver. But you are my big client. I have a car, so I won't bother Mr. Ding to spend money. Ding Bulai didn't insist anymore. A few people chatted casually while eating. On the other side, because Jiang Lulu and her family arrived earlier than Ding Bulai and his friends, they finished their meal quickly. Sister, let's go quickly. Where is the car city in Yunhang City? I want to choose a beautiful car. I'm telling you, you can only choose a vehicle that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. Anything more expensive won't do. Don't worry, I know. Jiang Wenjie thought, 110,000 is still hundreds of thousands, 190,000 is still hundreds of thousands, and if the landing price is so high, you can even buy a car worth more than 200,000 during a promotion. There are a lot of cars to choose from in this range. Lulu, let me make it clear to you, although Xiaoding bought a car for your brother today. But this definitely can't be considered a betrothal gift. He just said it's just a meeting gift. Oh, Mom, isn't it too early for you to say this? Also, can you please stop saying this over and over again? How will people see us? So what? If you are embarrassed to mention it, let me, your mother, tell you. Besides, there is nothing to be embarrassed about asking for the betrothal gift. Jiang Lulu didn't want to pay attention to her mother and walked out on her own. At this time, Jiang Wenjie suddenly stood at the door of a private room and said in surprise, Sister, is that my brother-in-law? Chapter 49. Do you know how much pocket money I should give you? Ding Bulai was a little depressed. He was afraid of being seen by Jiang Lulu and others, so he closed the door of the private room and told the waiters not to go in and out. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. Xiao Ding, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were busy? Tell me, what is your relationship with these two girls? How can you be so unkind to my Lulu? John's mother was so angry that she even wanted to go up and beat Ding Bulai. But he was held tightly by Jiang Wenjie. When Jiang Wenjie saw Zhou Tong and Lin Jixia in the private room, his eyes couldn't help shining, and his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Ding Bulai. Jiang Lulu's expression was gloomy for a moment, but she quickly adjusted herself. Mom, don't be like this, these are all Bulai Ji's friends, they are discussing something. After a moment of confusion, Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong quickly came to their senses. The two of them couldn't help but glare at Ding Bulai. Lin Jixia stood up first and said, Auntie, you may have misunderstood. Mr. Ding is a VIP client of our bank. I am the exclusive account manager assigned to Mr. Ding by the bank. Zhou Tong really wanted to say that she was Ding Bulai's girlfriend. Although she knew that he had other women, she was still a little confused and helpless when she was caught in the act. It is obvious that this woman is the relative of Lulu, the guy from Bulaigu. The beautiful young girl behind is the Lulu and brother Bulai's phone. Just as she was about to stand up and find an excuse to explain, Ding Bulai patted her hands and stood up. Auntie, I'm having dinner with my friend. I'll explain it to you later. By the way, Wenjie, you guys have finished eating, are you going to buy a car? Ding Bulai originally wanted to pull Jiang Lulu and others aside, but then he remembered that he had already explained everything to Zhou Tong. Moreover, in the future, all of his women will know each other's situation, so he said generously. Look, I just thought about it. Lulu said she wanted to buy Wenjie a commuter car worth more than 100,000 yuan. I think it's still a bit cheap. If you want to buy it, do it all at once. Wenjie can choose any car within 500,000 yuan. Also, once you get familiar with it, if Wenjie needs it, you can change to a better one. Jiang Wenjie's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, are you serious? Of course, I'll transfer the money to Lulu now, and you can go buy it directly. Jiang Lulu hurriedly said, not bad, brother. No need to turn it over. I have it. No, that won't work. Your money is yours, and buying a car for Wenjie is mine. I only used today's double cashback once, and now it seems that it has been wasted. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and transferred 100 million to Jiang Lulu. When Jiang Lulu saw the text message on her phone, she thought she was seeing things and her eyes widened in disbelief. Not bad, brother. Ding Bulai shook his head slightly, signaled Jiang Lulu with his eyes, and said, I'll transfer it to Lulu, you guys go buy the car directly. Jiang Wenjie wanted to get closer to his sister to see how far it had turned, but Jiang Lulu quickly put her phone into her bag. Ding Bulai continued. Also, you can buy any gift you like. The money I transferred to Lulu should be enough. I'll talk about the rest after I'm done with this, okay? No problem, brother-in-law. Jiang Wenjie couldn't wait to buy a car. Mother Jiang glared at Jiang Wenjie fiercely, but finally agreed. Okay, then we'll talk about it when you're done. Mom. Okay, let's go. Mother Jiang glanced at Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong and was pulled out of the private room by Jiang Wenjie and Jiang Lulu. After a few people left, Lin Jixia looked at Ding Bulai fiercely. Boss Ding, that's great. You even have a mother-in-law. Tong, do you know that woman? Zhou Tong's hands trembled slightly while eating, but she soon smiled as if nothing had happened. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. I don't care about these things. I just know that I love Brother Bulai and that Brother Bulai treats me well. After Zhou Tong finished speaking, she held Ding Bulai's hand. Although he had told Zhou Tong before that he had other women, Ding Bulai still felt a little embarrassed when he really met one. After all, he had been rich for a short time and did not have much experience with scumbags. Tong. No need to say more, brother. I understand. Seeing the looks of the two, Lin Jixia was sulking aside. Although she has many male acquaintances and friends, and a lot of girlfriends, she is no longer surprised. But somehow, she felt unhappy when she saw Ding Bulai doing the same thing. Zhou Tong smiled at this time. Okay, let's continue eating. Jixia, you eat too. I can't eat anymore. I have no appetite. Zhou Tong also put down her chopsticks. That's right, we've almost finished eating, so let's go. Brother Bulai, have you finished eating? Now that you're done eating, are you going to buy a car now? I'll take you there. As soon as he said this, Ding Bulai felt something was wrong. As expected, Lin Jixia glared at Ding Bulai and said, Why, are you asking us to serve as advisors to your brother-in-law? Ding Bulai smiled awkwardly and said, Why don't you go shopping? I'll treat you. Zhou Tong thought for a moment and said, Okay, Jixia, why don't we go shopping for clothes? We've only known each other for a few days, but we've never gone shopping together. That's fine, but it's agreed that Mr. Ding must pay for it. No problem, all expenses are on me. You're smart. After sending Lin Jixia and Zhou Tong to a high-end shopping mall and agreeing to pick them up after the event, Ding Bulai drove away. Looking at Ding Bulai's car driving away, Lin Jixia turned to look at Zhou Tong. Tong, you're just not going to ask? You're not going to care? The mother-in-law is here, maybe they're getting married tomorrow. A hint of sadness flashed across Zhou Tong's eyes. So what? In fact, the longer I get to know Bulai, the more I feel that I am not worthy of him. How can you say that? You are so beautiful and virtuous. Ding Bulai is lucky to have you. Zhou Tong laughed at herself, there are so many pretty girls out there. Take the girl today for example. She's no worse than me. Actually, Brother Bulai treats me very well, and I am already very satisfied. Did you know that Brother Bulai gave me some pocket money again this morning? Lin Jixia asked curiously, isn't pocket money a given? But from what you said, Ding Bulai is so generous, it seems he gave you a lot. Let me guess. It's probably several million at least. Zhou Tong smiled and held up 2 fingers, 200 million. What? Lin Jixia couldn't help but scream, causing people passing by in the mall to look over and quickly turn their heads away embarrassedly. That guy Ding Bulai. He's too rich, but think about it, he could just buy a building and transfer it to your name. No, it can't be true that he bought the building as a gift to you, right? Zhou Tong nodded, Brother Bulai did say that. He said that the building would be mine, and all the profits would be mine. I asked him to write a proxy holding or ownership rights agreement, but he refused. Chapter 50 Car Crash. No wonder. Lin Jixia had a complicated expression. She also knew many rich second generations, even the sons of the richest man, but none of them were as generous as Ding Bulai. I have to say, Ding Bulai is really good to his woman. Even she is a little. So I feel that I am not worthy of him. I never thought that Brother Bulai would only have me as a woman, and I never thought that I would have any status with Brother Bulai in the future. Even today's Lulu, I don't think she will become Brother Bulai's wife. Lin Jixia recalled everything that happened in the private room and nodded in agreement. That mother-in-law and brother-in-law are obviously greedy for money. That guy Ding Bulai probably knows this, otherwise he wouldn't have only bought a 500,000 yuan car for his brother-in-law, and he originally planned to buy a cheaper one. Jotan smiled and said, yes. I don't know what kind of wife Bulai has in mind, but I think that someone who can match Bulai must be the best choice in terms of beauty, intelligence, and family background. So I can't do it, and I won't expect it. Jotan said jokingly, I think Xixia, you are more suitable. Who, me? Lin Jixia said shyly, you must be kidding. I'm not familiar with him. We've only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Don't talk nonsense. Jotan looked at him inexplicably. Jixia, you are so beautiful. I heard people in your school talking about you this morning. You have been the school beauty for 6 consecutive years. You are also very capable and knowledgeable. It seems that your family is also good. Lin Jixia panicked, but also felt a little secretly happy. She instinctively retorted, Tong, you've been bullied by Ding Bulai, and you still want to drag others into it. I think you're just like Ding Bulai, neither of you is a good person. Let's go shopping. Today we're going to make a killing on Ding the rich man. After saying that, he hurried towards the mall. Jotan's eyes flashed and she followed with a smile. Ding Bulai called Yun Qingshui and drove to Yuntian Group. On the way, I received a call from Wei Hu. Hello, Mr. Ding, I wonder if you have time tonight. I have an appointment with the person in charge of the seaside resort project I mentioned last time, and I want to talk to you in person. No, brother Hu, I have something to do today, how about we do it another day? Wei Hu was a little embarrassed. Boss Ding, it's hard to make an appointment with this person in charge. Can't you spare some time in the evening? Can you put other things aside for now? Ding Bulai was a little unhappy. Brother Hu, I really can't get away tonight, let's make another appointment. Well, how about tomorrow? Okay, let's do it tomorrow morning. I'll call you then. Okay, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Hang up the phone and continue driving. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce suddenly drove out quickly from an intersection on the right. Ding Bulai was startled and hurriedly turned the steering wheel, just brushing past the Rolls-Royce. But his Porsche failed to brake in time and crashed into the guardrail on the side of the road. The Rolls-Royce didn't even scratch the side, but it also stopped nearby. After Ding Bulai got off the car, he saw a man who looked like a driver getting off the car and coming in front of Ding Bulai angrily. How do you drive? Can you afford to pay for hitting my car? Ding Bulai was angry, but he was too lazy to pay attention to such an uncultured person, so he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the traffic police. The other party quickly stopped him. Hey, why aren't you talking? Ding Bulai said coldly, you rushed out from the intersection and caused my car to crash. You either pay compensation or I beat up the traffic police. Let them talk. Just take your broken car to the repair shop and have it fixed. Calling a Porsche worth more than 1 million yuan a junk car, the driver is so crazy. Perhaps seeing that Ding Bulai was not so easy to talk to, the driver took a look at the broken front of the car and threatened. Boy, you look a little unfamiliar. Do you know whose car this is? Oh, whose? I want to see who is so awesome. At this time, a young man with a feminine appearance walked down from the back seat of the car. Ding Bulai took a look inside that his enemies often meet on a narrow road. What's going on? You're wasting my time. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling, this person is so tactless that he wants us to pay compensation and even calls the traffic police. This person turned out to be the richest man in Yunhang City, Ling Li. Ling Li glanced at Ding Bulai, was stunned for a moment, then looked again, as if he remembered something, and his impatient expression turned into a sarcastic sneer. Sir, it seems that we are really destined to meet in such a big city like Yunhang. Ding Bulai said calmly, last time at the restaurant, you asked me to give up my seat, and this time the car accident made me suffer the loss. Ling Xiao, do you want to guess? I didn't give up my seat last time, will I give up my seat this time? The sharp eyes turned cold. Very good, I have never seen anyone who dares not to take me seriously. But you're pretty discerning since you can hook up with Yuntian's front desk lady. I don't know what to call her, but I'll have to go to her house someday to ask for her advice. The last few words were pronounced with great emphasis. It seemed that he had lost face last time and he had been keeping it in mind. Ding Bulai is not afraid of the other party. I'm not familiar with Ling Xiao, but maybe I'll have dealings with your Lingfeng group in the future. But today, it's only natural to pay for someone who hits someone and for someone who hits a car. Ling Xiao, please think about compensating me for the car. What if I don't pay? It's obviously your poor driving skills that caused you to hit the roadside. How can you blame me? In this case, I can only call the police. It seems that the hit and run is more responsible. Ha ha ha, then just report it. Having said that, he turned around and went back to his own Rolls-Royce. The driver snorted coldly, got in the car, and drove away. Ding Bulai frowned and called the police directly. After a while, the traffic police came, asked about the situation, checked the surveillance footage, and said they would check the Rolls-Royce. Then they left. Before leaving, they asked Ding Bulai to drive the car away by himself and keep the maintenance invoice and so on. To be honest, this feeling of being bullied made Ding Bulai feel very bad. He believed that the traffic police would find Lingli, but he also knew that the most the traffic police would do was to ask him to pay for repairs. As for the punishment for hit and run, either the driver would take the blame or there would be no punishment at all. He is still too weak. Today, first the school gate was blocked in the morning, and now he encountered Lingli. Being targeted and bullied twice in a row made Ding Bulai feel helpless but unable to stop his anger. It seems that he has to find a way to make himself stronger. Money alone is not enough. He couldn't drive such a broken Porsche to Yuntian Group, so he called the 4S store directly and the other party arranged for someone to come and tow the car for repair. Ding Bulai took a taxi to Yuntian Group. Chapter 51 Yuntian Group's Mega Tourism Project. When we arrived at Yuntian Group, Yun Qingxue, dressed in a suit, was already waiting at the bottom of the building. When seeing Ding Bulai getting out of the taxi, Yun Qingxue and the secretary beside him showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Mr. Ding, welcome. Boss Yun, I'm sorry, I was delayed for a while on the way. It's okay. Mr. Ding, please come this way. Following Yun Qingxue, several people took the special elevator to the president's office on the top floor. The secretary made the tea, looked at the strange young man curiously, then closed the door and went out. Ding Bulai looked at Yun Qingxue's office curiously. It was very large, but decorated very simply. Apart from the sofa, coffee table and desk for entertaining guests, there is a row of bookcases filled with various books and almost no other decorations. There was another door, which Ding Bulai thought should be the lounge. Isn't Mr. Ding from Yunhang City? No, but I grew up in Yunhang City. Ding Bulai was indeed not from Yunhang City. According to the director of the orphanage, he was trafficked to Yunhang City from another place. It was just that the human trafficker died in a car accident during a chase with the police, and the information of his parents could not be found, so he was sent to an orphanage. No wonder Mr. Ding chose to invest in Yunhang City. I wonder how much President Ding knows about our Yuntian Group. Ding Bulai confessed, to be honest, I don't know much. Then let me give Mr. Ding a brief introduction of our Yuntian Group. Listening to Yun Qingxue's introduction, Ding Bulai gradually gained a deeper understanding of Yuntian Group. Yuntian Group was founded by Yun Qingxue's grandfather more than 30 years ago. It started out in the transportation business and later had a fleet of vehicles. Then we will also consider real estate, supermarkets, technology, etc. Today's Yuntian Group is the second largest enterprise group in Yunhang City after Lingfeng Group. It has 4 major business segments including transportation, real estate development, supermarket operations, and tourism development and operations. The group's total assets are nearly 200 billion. In recent years, after Yun Qingxue took office, he has stepped up the group's technological transformation, focusing on promoting the development of new energy vehicles, online supermarket platforms, and innovative tourism operations, making Yuntian Group's development potential even greater, and the company's stock price continued to rise. After Yun Qingxue finished her introduction, Ding Bulai said calmly, Mr. Yun's business is developing so well, it seems that he doesn't need my investment or anything? Yun Qingxue was silent for a while, then said in a serious tone, to be honest with you, Mr. Ding, Yuntian is indeed facing some difficulties at the moment. If you are interested, you can consider investing. I believe the return on investment in the future will be considerable. Ding Bulai drank a sip of tea, thought for a while, and asked. The last time I saw Mr. Yun, I think he was with Mr. Ling from Lingfeng Group. Excuse me, what is the relationship between Mr. Yun and Mr. Ling? Why don't you let Lingfeng Group invest? Yun Qingxue paused. Why does President Ding ask this? It's simple. Ling Li and I don't get along. If Ling Li or Lingfeng Group is involved, I won't invest. Ding Bulai was confident that he could be so straightforward. He had lost face with Ling Li in the restaurant before, and Yun Xingxue, his female companion, actually had a better impression of him. When Yuntian Group was in trouble, Yun Xingxue did not look for the familiar Ling Li, but instead looked for herself, whom she had only met 2 or 3 times. There is a lot to say here. As expected, after hearing what Ding Bulai said, Yun Xingxue's favorability level rose again and reached 28, the friendly level. Is it inconvenient to ask why President Ding has a conflict with Ling Li? I just don't like him. Yun Xingxue obviously didn't believe this reason. At a certain level, people only care about interests when interacting with each other, so there is no such thing as liking or not liking each other. As long as there is benefit, we are brothers, sisters, and family. If there is no interest, or if there is a conflict of interest, then they are enemies. However, Yun Xingxue did not continue to ask, and after thinking for a while, she said, Lingfeng Group has always wanted to swallow up our Yuntian. Just with this one sentence, Ding Bulai understood. Obviously, if Yun Xingxue asked Ling Li to invest, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house, and there might even be more stringent conditions. Ding Bulai was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Is Ling Li pursuing you? He is even threatening you with investment conditions? Yun Xingxue was stunned, then nodded, That's right, but I don't like him, and I won't do what he wants. Speaking of this, a sharp light flashed in Yun Xingxue's eyes. Ding Bulai was relieved. I wonder which specific projects Mr. Yun needs investment in, and how much funding is needed. Yun Xingxue was silent, not knowing how much to say. Ding Bulai smiled and said, Mr. Yun can say it boldly. Maybe I really have the ability. Yun Xingxue looked at Ding Bulai and said, Yuntian Group has rarely developed real estate in recent years, but 2 years ago we acquired a piece of land and an island on the south coast of Yunhang City, and plan to develop a tourism and agricultural complex. Ding Bulai was stunned, Isn't it southeast? Are you talking about Lingfeng Group's tourist resort project? Is that Lingfeng's? Wei Hu introduced it to me yesterday. Lingfeng Group also does real estate and tourism development. They acquired a piece of coastal land southeast of Yunhang City. They plan to develop a coastal resort integrating accommodation, tourism, vacation, and agriculture. However, the soil quality of the land was problematic, and coupled with government planning, it failed. Damn, it turns out that Wei Hu is not a good guy. Yun Xingxue looked at Ding Bulai and said, Wei Hu runs a construction company and has been cooperating closely with Lingfeng Group for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Yun. I understand. Please continue. Well, we at Yuntian bought a piece of land on the coast just south of Yunhang City. It's not too big, but it has a long coastline and beautiful beaches, followed by a deep sea area. The key point is that there is a small island more than 60 nautical miles from the coast, which is also contracted by us. Our plan at the time was to connect the islands with the coast, build fishery breeding, fishing docks, and coastal leisure on the coast, and build villas, hotels, and holiday tourism on the islands. The most important highlight was to create a super large offshore fishing and tourism platform between the shore and the islands. Once completed, this project will definitely become a coastal resort business card for Yunhang City and even the surrounding areas. The prospects are limitless. It's just that after we completed less than half of Yuntian's investment in construction, the bank withdrew its loan and the capital chain broke, so it is currently on hold. To be honest, this project is more attractive to Wei Hu than the project of Lingfeng Group that he mentioned. However, he still restrained his temper and asked, You just introduced the 4 business sectors of Yuntian Group. Can't other sectors provide funds? Chapter 52 A small gift, buy you a bunch of flowers. In the president's office of Yuntian Group, Yun Xingxue looked at the young man in front of her who remained calm and felt a sense of admiration in her heart. Our real estate sector is currently in a downturn. To be honest, we are barely breaking even now. Although the supermarket business is profitable, the profit is not high and cannot support the operation of the group, let alone provide too much funds for new projects. As for transportation, it is indeed profitable, but on the one hand I am reducing the original business, and on the other hand I have invested all the limited funds in the development of new energy vehicles, so... Ding Bulai smiled and said, So Yuntian Group actually seems to be very large and well run, but its old businesses are shrinking, and its new projects or transformation to new energy vehicles are facing funding gaps and are currently difficult to succeed, let alone generate any profits. If there is no capital inflow in the short term, Yuntian Group is likely to face collapse, right? Yun Xingxue looked a little gloomy after hearing Ding Bulai's words revealing her predicament. Boss Ding is right. Mr. Yun is honest. Ding Bulai praised, so... I voted. What? I said, I am willing to invest in Yuntian Group, including your tourism projects and your new energy vehicle projects. Yun Xingxue didn't expect that Ding Bulai was really willing to invest. She looked at Ding Bulai with her big eyes in disbelief, which made Ding Bulai feel itchy. If Mr. Ding is willing to invest, that would be great. But I would also like to ask, if Mr. Ding invests, what are the conditions? For example, how many shares do you want? Besides, I haven't mentioned the specific amount yet, but it's at least not less than 10 billion. Also, although I need investment, I have to make one thing clear. Because I have great confidence in these projects, the controlling rights of the projects must be in the hands of Yuntian. Ding Bulai smiled slightly. I don't want any shares. Yun Xingxue was stunned. What does Mr. Ding want? A company? That's even more impossible. Ding Bulai shook his head, thinking about what to say. Because he just wanted to conquer the other party. This goddess with a score of 96 was also the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. To be honest, he didn't have much experience with women. After thinking about it, I realized that it would be a bad idea to beat around the bush when facing a woman of this level, as she has seen all kinds of people. So he spoke directly. I know it's a bit presumptuous to say this, but I want to be honest and say that I like Mr. Yun very much. Yun Xingxue's face suddenly turned cold. Boss Ding, if you have this idea, I think we have nothing to talk about. No. Ding Bulai quickly explained, I think you misunderstood, Mr. Yun. I am not using this as a condition or a threat to you. I'm different from that Ling Li. First of all, I have no intention of annexing Yuntian Group. You are still you, and Yuntian is still your Yuntian. Besides, I think everyone is looking for a partner. I wonder what kind of conditions Ms. Yun would require if she were looking for a future husband. So, what I really want to say is, I don't want any shares, but I'll give Mr. Yun 10 billion as a down payment for the betrothal gift. How about that? Yun Xingxue, who was always aloof and expressionless, couldn't help but feel surprised when she heard these words. Boss Ding, you are not kidding. I'm not kidding. Listen carefully. I'm talking about giving away 10 billion. It's free. You don't have to pay it back. You can make a written receipt. If Mr. Yun is worried, you can even get someone to notarize it. Yun Xingxue suddenly felt that these words in this scene seemed familiar, just like the building you gave your woman, Miss Zhou. Ding Bulai smiled awkwardly. Almost the same. Oh, not the same, you are not the same person. Yun Xingxue looked strange. Then I would like to ask, what did you give to the receptionist of our company? Damn, how come these people have such good memories? Ding Bulai was somewhat speechless, but still said bluntly, you are talking about Zhang Lulu. I gave him 2 cars, worth 2 million in total, and bought him a villa worth 10 million. By the way, I transferred 100 million pocket money to her today. Pocket money? 100 million? Seeing Ding Bulai nod, Yun Xingxue came back to her senses and said sarcastically. Boss Ding is really generous. He doesn't hesitate to spend money on his woman. So, you think of me as a woman like them, right? Ding Bulai quickly explained, of course not, I just think that Mr. Yun is having a harder time. I just want to make friends with Mr. Yun. Yun Xingxue said coldly, no need, Mr. Ding. I, Yun Xingxue, never sell myself. You can go now. Ding Bulai suddenly became anxious, Boss Yun, that's not what I meant. You don't need to explain. If you think that all women should revolve around you just because you are rich, then you are wrong. We don't welcome you in Yuntian. Please leave. Ding Bulai didn't expect that speaking directly would make Yun Xingxue so angry. He didn't know how to explain it when he suddenly found that Yun Xingxue's favorability in his mind had risen to 33. Ding Bulai was suddenly confused? Are all women so hypocritical? As expected, the master said that when a woman says no, she means she wants it. Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief, sat down and drank some tea. Why isn't Mr. Ding leaving yet? Do you need me to ask someone to ask you to leave? Boss Yun, I think you misunderstood. Ding Bulai tried hard to open his eyes with a sincere look and looked at Yun Xingxue. I don't think of you as a material woman. This includes Zhou Tong, whom you met in Zhang Lulu, the receptionist at your company. They like me, and I like them, too. Although it's a bit philanthropic, this kind of love is real, so I am willing to be good to them and give for them. I give them money, just like ordinary people are willing to buy clothes, toys, good houses, and delicious food for their families. It's the same reason. As for you, Boss Yoon, although I don't understand business, I also know how hard it is for a young woman like you to run such a large group, and how much pressure you are under. I won't deny that I like you a little bit. To put it bluntly, I am attracted to you because of your appearance. But doesn't everyone's relationship start with appearance? This appearance is not just about beauty, but also about behavior. Boss Yoon, you are kind-hearted, capable, and determined. Isn't it normal for a woman like you to be liked by others? Also, I really won't threaten you with any investment. That's not happening. I just want to give a small gift to someone I admire. Ding Bulai even admired himself for being able to say so many sensational words in a short time. Yun Qingxue was stunned by what she heard. How about this, to show your sincerity, Mr. Yun, can you give me a bank account first? Yun Qingxue subconsciously asked, what are you going to do? Ding Bulai said gently, I'll give you a small gift. How about this, I'll give a bouquet of flowers to every hard-working woman in Yuntian group. Seeing that Yun Qingxue didn't move, Ding Bulai had no choice but to go over and take her bag from her as he saw it was on the desk. Boss Ding, what are you doing? It's okay, just find your card. Don't mess with my bag. Ding Bulai ignored him and took out his wallet, pulled out a bank card, took out his mobile phone and entered the bank card number. Then, without waiting for Yun Qingxue to react, he pushed the door open and walked to the door. Mr. Yun, this is a small gift. Please check it. Also, my gift cannot be returned or exchanged. After saying that, he walked out. Yun Qingxue was stunned. At this moment, a text message on her phone woke her up. She picked it up and was even more stunned. Ding! 2 billion yuan has been credited to your bank card. Note, free gift, buy a bouquet of flowers for Mr. Yun and all the women in Yuntian. Chapter 53 I Want to See My Senior Dancing. After walking out of the Yuntian building, Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief. It's really stressful to face Yun Qingxue, the cold and arrogant female president of Yunhang City. But fortunately the result is good. Goddess information. Name, Yun Qingxue. Age, 28. Height, 175 centimeters. Rating, 96. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 39 friendly. Although Yun Qingxue's favorability increases relatively slowly, as long as it increases, it means the direction is correct. Ding Bulai is still very content. Standing on the roadside, Ding Bulai felt a little embarrassed. The Porsche had been taken away for repairs. And now he was a wealthy man with 6 billion yuan on his card, but he didn't even have a car to pick up Jotong. Damn, when will the car rewarded by the system arrive? When you meet a woman next time, buy her a car first. Ding Bulai thought resentfully, but now? How about borrowing one? Looking for Yun Qingxue? I think you should give this some face. Ding Bulai did it as soon as he thought of it. He directly called Yun Qingxue. Hello? Boss Yun, my car is being repaired. Can I borrow one from you right now? At this time, Yun Qingxue was still sitting in the office in a daze. When she saw Ding Bulai's call, she thought that the other party regretted it. I didn't expect it was a loaner car. He said unhappily, wait a minute. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Ding Bulai didn't take it seriously. Within a minute, he saw Yun Qingxue's secretary walking out of the building. Took Ding Bulai to the garage. Yun Qingxue doesn't drive a car herself, but she has 2 cars parked in the company for daily business use, both of which are sedans. Ding Bulai chose a Maybach. Hey, Tong Tong, are you still in that mall? I'll come pick you up when I'm done. Not here? Then where did you go? What? You want to buy a house? Of course you can. When Lin Jixia learned that Ding Bulai had given Jotong 200 million in pocket money, she was extremely angry for some reason. With the mentality of a rich dog owner who would rather kill than not kill, he dragged Jotong to the mall to make a lot of purchases. What clothes, bags, shoes, skincare products, etc. Buy it back as if it's free. Such a big customer attracted the mall manager to come out to accompany the customer and carry his bag throughout the trip. Fortunately, the two of them still had some conscience and chose some gifts for Ding Bulai. When I was almost done shopping, I noticed an empty space in the mall with a real estate model. It was a real estate project that was promoting an event there. Thinking that Brother Bulai had asked her to buy a house, Jotong pulled Lin Jixia to stop and take a look. After seeing this, Jotong couldn't walk anymore. Because there is a house type here that she likes very much. The developer provided a pickup and took the two of them directly to the sales office to view the existing houses. This is a high-end real estate project. The community is not too big, but it is located in the city center. There are large apartments inside. Jo Tong was interested in a large flat of over 400 square meters. What she liked most was that the house had an L-shaped, super long and large balcony covering an area of over 100 square meters. The whole house is priced at over 15 million. Jo Tong really wanted to buy it and was just about to ask Ding Bulai for his opinion when Ding Bulai called. Soon Ding Bulai arrived at the community and came to the room. Brother Bolai, what do you think of this house? I think it's pretty good. The house is big, the neighborhood is good, and it's convenient to go everywhere. If you like it, just buy it. Jo Tong was delighted. Thank you, Brother Bulai, but this house is a bit expensive, it costs more than 15 million. It's okay. Didn't I tell you to buy something better and bigger? Lin Jixia was speechless. Boss Ding is really generous. He bought a house worth more than 10 million yuan without hesitation. Ding Bulai turned around and smiled. If you like it, I can buy you a set. Lin Jixia panicked. What are you talking about? Why would you buy me a house? But somehow, Lin Jixia felt a little secretly happy, and suddenly remembered what Jo Tong said at the entrance of the shopping mall, that she was worthy of Ding Bulai. Could it be that my junior fellow student has the same idea? It seems that this guy is not bad. He is handsome, has a good personality, and is very generous to his women. Apart from being a little fickle, there are almost no shortcomings found. If it's true, it doesn't seem to be impossible. Bah! 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 Lin Jixia, what are you thinking about? Lin Jixia quickly shook her head and said, hurry up and buy a house for your Tong Tong. The two of them were so jealous. He. Jixia, are you envious? Jo Tong covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Jixia rolled her eyes and said, why should I be envious? I have my own house. Ding Bulai also smiled and turned to the salesperson next to him and said, when can this house be delivered if the full amount is paid today? The salesperson had already seen that these men and women were not short of money, so he hurriedly said enthusiastically, if you sign the contract and pay today, you only need to leave your information, and we will complete all the formalities on your behalf, and you can move in directly within a week. Okay, then prepare the contract. Okay. Several people came to the sales office, and Jo Tong signed the contract and paid the money directly. Lin Jixia watched the two of them from the side and couldn't help but marvel in amazement. A building, 200 million in pocket money, and a house. How rich is this junior? What exactly does his family do? Could it be some big Dragon Kingdom family? While she was daydreaming, Lin Jixia found that her phone was ringing. Hello, President Deng. What? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, seeing Ding Bulai looking at her curiously, Lin Jixia looked at him with a complicated expression and said, Junior, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Ding Bulai understood what was going on, probably because the balance on the card had been discovered. Sure enough, Lin Jixia continued. Another amount of money was transferred into your account this afternoon, and the balance is now very high. Our Deng branch knows that I am with you, and wanted me to ask you whether the money will be transferred out after being temporarily stored for a short period of time, or will it remain in the account for a relatively long period of time. Ding Bulai blinked and joked, that depends on the attitude of the senior sister. If you provide good service, I don't mind staying at the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank for a long time. If you make me unhappy, I might transfer my account out tomorrow. Lin Jixia took a deep breath and said, then I wonder if Mr. Ding thinks there is room for improvement for me. Ding Bulai propped his chin with his right hand and said with a lecherous look, I want to see my senior dancing. Lin Jixia blushed, Mr. Ding wants to see someone dancing, I can find someone for him. But I just want to see senior dance, because no one else is as pretty as her. Being praised by Ding Bulai, Lin Jixia felt inexplicably proud, but she still said, Boss Ding, you must be joking. I think Tong Tong is very beautiful. Do you think Tong Tong is not pretty? Tong Tong is of course beautiful, but senior sister is also beautiful. How about senior sister, please dance for me someday. But I heard that my senior once stunned everyone with her dance at a party in school. Chapter 54 System Upgrade Conditions. What a dance that shocked everyone. After Jo Tong signed the contract, she came over and asked curiously. Nothing. I just came across a senior who danced in school before. She was said to be very beautiful. Don't listen to what my junior says. Jotong smiled and said, then I don't think Brother Bo Lai is talking nonsense. Jixia, you are so beautiful, you must dance beautifully. I wonder if there will be a chance for us to appreciate it someday. Lin Jixia said helplessly, let's talk about it later. Tong Tong, are you done with that? Well, the contract has been signed and the money has been paid. Now we just have to wait for them to complete the formalities and hand over the house. After buying the house, several people walked out. Boss Ding, I just asked you a question, but you haven't answered me yet. Ding Bulai spread his hands and said, senior sister didn't agree to me either. What do you want Jixia to promise you? Jotong walked beside Ding Bulai and asked curiously. Nothing, just asking her to be nicer in the future. After all, I am still her client. Lin Jixia said unhappily, okay, I promise you. Ha, that's fine, you can reply to your dang bank, I will keep all this money there and won't move it casually. Even if I do move it, I will deposit it back on the same day. Okay. I'll just reply to Deng then. In addition, Deng Xing said that your current account rights and interests are among the best in our bank. Similarly, the bank's services will be more comprehensive. Look, do you need more account managers to connect with you specifically, including those who can help you with financial management and investment? Ding Bulai shook his head, not for now, just you, senior sister. After hearing what Ding Bulai said, Lin Jixia felt much better. However, Ding Bulai frowned secretly. Your own money will be cashed back every day, and the amount will grow larger and larger in the future. With such a large amount of funds flowing in, the bank will immediately notice whether this will have any impact on them in the future. Ding Bulai didn't understand, but even though he didn't understand, he also knew that if a person had too much money, he would definitely be targeted. Or even. Can you bear it? System, is there a problem with the source of my cashback funds? Host, rest assured, the source of funds is safe and reliable, there will be no problem. Can I encrypt my cashback account so that no one else can see it? The system can set the host's bank account as the highest authority. According to the rules, only the highest level of the bank can query it with the relevant dynamic password. Is there any other solution? There is no other solution for now. However, if the system is upgraded, relevant functions may be opened. The system can actually be upgraded? This was the first time Ding Bulai heard such a statement. System, how to upgrade? Successfully capture a certain number of goddesses, and spend and receive a certain amount of cashback. Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there was hope of a solution. Otherwise, if your account becomes a landmine one day, it would be ridiculous. At this time, several people walked to the parking lot, and Lin Jixia teased. Hey, Mr. Ding, changing cars again? Speaking of which, my Porsche just crashed on the road. I borrowed Yun Qingshua's car. Ah, there was a car accident. Brother Bu Lai, are you okay? Seeing Zhou Tong and Lin Jixia's concerned expressions, Ding Bulai smiled and said, do you think I look okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that the car was damaged a little. I've asked the 4S shop to take it to be repaired. That's good. By the way, Tong Tong has to go to the airport soon, so I'll take you home first, Jixia, and then I'll take Tong Tong home. Okay. There was no need for Lin Jixia to follow Ding Bulai all the time, so she agreed. Ding Bulai first sent Lin Jixia to the community where she lived, and then returned to her house with Zhou Tong. After packing their luggage, the two headed straight to the airport. Brother Bulai, there is something I want to discuss with you. What? I just want to resign. I don't know if you mind. Because I work for an airline company, I have to travel every few days and don't have time to accompany you. In addition, although the building is managed by the property management, there are still some things that require me to watch or sign. No problem. Ding Bulai said indifferently, in fact, I was thinking of asking you in a few days. If you don't want to go to work, then don't go to work. Anyway, I can support you. Zhou Tong was touched and said, thank you, Brother Bulai. I will ask the company after I finish these flights. Well, just decide. At this time, Ding Bulai thought of something and asked. Tong Tong, do you know that Ludong? When Ludong was mentioned, Zhou Tong's face turned cold. I know him. He is the son of Lu Hang, the general manager of Yunhang Airlines. I heard that he was an uneducated man who spent his days drinking and partying, and even brought disaster to several stewardesses in the company. But I used to fly international flights and travel a lot, so I didn't have much contact with him. Brother Bo Lai, are you ready to Ding Bulai nodded. This guy Lu Dong actually hired someone to deal with me. I definitely can't let him go. Zhou Tong's face showed worry. Brother Bulai, our airline has a deep relationship with the government, and General Manager Lu Hang has a powerful background. Lu Dong is just a small fry and not worth mentioning. But I'm afraid of offending his father, which would be troublesome. Ding Bulai frowned and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." Don't worry. Brother is also a person with background. Ding Bulai was naturally talking about the system, but when Zhou Tong heard it, he felt relieved. In her eyes, Brother Bulai, who controls billions or even more funds, must have an extraordinary background. After sending Zhou Tong to the airport, Ding Bulai drove back. He called Jiang Lulu first. "Lulu, where are you?" "Brother Bulai, are you done?" My mother, my brother, and I are in the hotel now. We just checked them in." "Why are you staying in a hotel? Can't you stay in a villa?" At this time, Jiang Lulu should have walked to the side and whispered. "It's not bad, brother. You bought the villa for me. I think it's the first time you and I live in it. Besides, I'm afraid that my mother and brother won't want to leave after they move into the villa, and I can't just kick them out then." Ding Bulai thought so too, and deep down he didn't want Jiang Lulu to live with a family like that. "Okay, I get it. How about this? You book a restaurant for dinner together. I'll be heading there directly from the airport now." "Okay, that's good, brother. Then drive slowly on the road. By the way, you haven't told me this before. Can you briefly tell me about your family situation so I can be prepared tonight?" "Yeah, that's fine. My family only has my mom and my brother. My dad passed away a long time ago. I don't have any relatives on his side, and my mom's relatives are very distantly related." After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai thought for a while, made a plan in his mind, and then drove towards the city. Chapter 55. We can live in your villa. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Zhang's mother and Zhang Wenjie looked at the magnificent decorations and the exquisite dishes on the table with amazement. At this time, Ding Bulai pushed the door and walked in. Jiang Lulu immediately stood up and greeted him, hugging his arm. "Not bad, brother, you're here." Zhang's mother and Zhang Wenjie also stood up, with enthusiasm on their faces. "Xiao Ding. Brother-in-law, thank you so much, thank you so much." Jiang Wenjie looked excited because he picked up a Mercedes-Benz directly in the afternoon, a ready-made car. "They have all returned now." "It's okay, just buy the car you like." "I bought it. I like it. I like it so much. Brother-in-law, you will be my brother-in-law from now on. If my sister treats you badly in the future, tell me and I will help you deal with her." Ding Bulai was somewhat displeased. At this time, Zhang's mother hurriedly said, "Xiao Ding, sit down first, sit down first." Ding Bulai smiled and sat down with Jiang Lulu. "Xiao Ding, I just heard from the waiter that this meal will cost a lot of money." It's okay. Do you usually eat in such a nice place?" Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, that's right. Whenever I take Lulu out, it's basically of this quality." Jiang Lulu quickly tugged at his sleeve and Ding Bulai shook his head. Zhang's mother and Zhang Wenjie looked at each other, and the joy on their faces could hardly be concealed. "One meal can consume my annual income, Xiao Ding, you are really amazing." "Auntie, Wenjie, if you like to eat, you can eat more today." "It's okay, I'll treat you." "Brother-in-law, I won't be polite then." "But brother-in-law, this is the first time we meet today, how about having a drink?" Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Okay, Wenjie, what kind of wine do you like?" "I'll ask the waiter to order it." Jiang Wenjie's eyes lit up. "Then let's order a bottle of Mauzi." Ding Bulai stopped Jiang Lulu from saying no. "No problem, but I can't drink, Wenjie, you drink it yourself." "Okay, then I'll drink it myself. I can drink quite well." Zhang's mother said with a little dissatisfaction, "Wenjie, drink less." "Hey, if I can't finish it, I can take it back." Zhang's mother said nothing more. It was obvious that she doted on her son very much. Soon the waiter served the food and drinks and closed the door. Jiang Wenjie couldn't wait to open the bottle of white wine and poured himself a glass. Mother Jiang turned to look at Ding Bulai and said seriously, "Xiao Ding, what was your relationship with those two girls at the restaurant at noon? Although I thank you for buying a car for Wenjie, this matter must be made clear." Jiang Wenjie took a sip of Mauzi intoxicatedly, then pretended to be angry and said, Yes, brother-in-law, you can discuss the matter with the bank and your friends, but at least explain it clearly to my sister. Speaking of the scene at noon, Jiang Lulu felt a little depressed, but she didn't show anything on her face. Instead, she said with dissatisfaction, Mom, didn't Brother Bulai already say that those were her bank manager and his friends? It's normal for Brother Bulai to have social engagements when he's working outside. Don't talk to each other. John's mother glared at Jiang Lulu and stared at Ding Bulai. Xiao Ding, you speak for yourself. Don't try to fool me. I'm not blind. Before coming here tonight, Ding Bulai had already prepared himself mentally. Hearing this, he held Jiang Lulu's hand tightly, and then said calmly, Auntie, thank you for raising such a good girl like Lulu. Although you came suddenly this time, I actually wanted to meet you with Lulu a long time ago to discuss our business. I like Lulu, I hope Auntie will agree, and I also hope Wenjie will support me. So, since you and Wenjie are here today, I just want to hear your opinion, such as how much dowry I need to prepare. I think we can discuss it. Jiang Lulu's heart trembled when she heard this. What does Brother Bulai mean by this? Do you want to discuss marriage with Mom? Bulai wants to marry me? But he hasn't proposed to me yet, and I haven't thought about it yet, whether I should agree or not. Jiang Lulu thought about the clothes, bags, luxury cars, and villas that Brother Bulai bought for her. Today, 100 million yuan was transferred in one go. This is just like a dream. Jiang Lulu's heart started pounding and her cheeks turned slightly red. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother and Jiang Wenjie looked at each other happily. But his expression changed immediately. Brother-in-law, it's not impossible for you to be with my sister, but it depends on how much you value my sister. Although I believe you are very good to my sister, my mother and I didn't see it. We need to see your sincerity. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said, Of course, no problem, isn't this what we are discussing? Jiang Wenjie said quickly, At least help me buy a wedding house. Shut up first. Jiang's mother interrupted him unhappily, Are you the mother or am I the mother? Okay, you're the mother, you say? Jiang Wenjie muttered and poured himself another glass of wine. Mother Jiang looked at Ding Bulai, then looked at Jiang Lulu, and said, I know how good my daughter is, and I believe you know it too, Xiao Ding. You should at least buy my daughter a car and a house. These are the basics, right? Mom Jiang Lulu was about to speak, but Ding Bulai waved his hand to stop her. Yes, Auntie, please continue. I heard from Lulu's circle of friends yesterday that you bought a new villa? Ding Bulai nodded. If you buy a house before marriage and don't put the woman's name on it, wouldn't it be considered premarital property? Ha, Auntie, I think you misunderstood. Ding Bulai said with a smile, I am very good to Lulu. I can tell Wenjie to buy a car, so Lulu will have all the cars and houses she needs. You can even add her name to the list. What I want to care about today is whether you have any other requirements. John's mother thought so too. In that case, I'll just say it straight. In Yunhang, the average betrothal gift is 388,000 yuan. Our Lulu's conditions are here. I think we should double it and make it a lucky number, 880,000 yuan. This requirement is not high. If it is lower, it will not suit your status. Besides, as a big sister, Lulu should be there to help her little brother. Wenjie is 22 years old, and it's time for him to date. But if he wants to date someone, he has to have a house and a car. But if there's something you can agree to, we can put the matter of Wenjie's house on hold. It was this afternoon that I heard from Lulu that you are an orphan. You are young and don't know how to manage the household. Besides, you will need someone to take care of your children in the future. Besides, I don't want Wenjie to hang around in the county all the time. So this is what I think. Your villa should be quite big. Wenjie and I can live with you. It just so happens that you don't have any family. In the future, we will be a family and it will be lively and bustling. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lulu's face changed. Mom, you're going too far. Chapter 56, Until Death. Jiang Lulu's face looked grim. She didn't expect her mother to have such a plan and actually propose to live with them. Not to mention that Brother Bulai disagrees, even I myself can't say that I like this mother and brother. Mom, if you say that again, then let's not talk about it. I can make my own decisions and you don't need to worry about me. What are you talking about? Now that you have grown up, you can stop listening to your mother, right? Sister, how can you say that? Mom is here to take care of you. Why don't you want us anymore now that you've found a rich man in the city? Jiang Lulu was so angry that her breathing became rapid. Ding Bulai patted Jiang Lulu on the shoulder and said, "Auntie, Wenjie, listen to me first. Let me tell you what I think. Let's hear what you think. If it's not suitable, we can discuss it again." Mother Jiang glared at her daughter in dissatisfaction and looked up at Ding Bulai. "I don't think the gift is important. In fact, I heard from Lulu that the house you live in the county town is quite old, and she has always wanted to buy you a better and bigger house." Mother Jiang's eyes flickered. This is indeed her pain. The baby's father passed away early, and she worked hard to raise 2 children alone. She lives in an extremely old and dilapidated house of less than 50 square meters in the county. A family of 3 lives in a crowded place, and only the boys and girls know how inconvenient it is. Moreover, the house leaks when it rains, the water pipes are clogged, the electrical wires are old, and problems arise every now and then. She also always wanted her children to live comfortably. "So, I want to buy you and Wenjie a bigger house, which will be both Wenjie's future wedding room and your future home. Wenjie doesn't know how to take care of himself, and he needs you to take care of him. As for Wenjie, I heard from Lulu that Wenjie is working in a billiard hall now, right?" Jiang Wenjie blushed and buried his head in eating without saying a word. He was not working at all. Jiang Wenjie graduated from high school and was lazy. He spent all day either in the internet cafe or the billiard hall, hanging out with some other unemployed vagrants. "I heard that Wenjie is pretty good at billiards, so I want to help him open a billiard hall. I think Auntie has heard the saying that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Wenjie is not a child anymore. Billiards is actually a very good and popular sport. Lulu and I are willing to pay for him to open a billiard hall in your county. This way, he can have something to do and continue to learn his hobby. Don't worry, Lulu and I will bear all the initial investment in opening a billiard hall. As for coming to the city, Wenjie has no skills and no education, so coming here may not be good for him." Jiang Wenjie's eyes lit up at this time. "Brother-in-law, are you really going to help me open a billiard hall? Although our place is in the county, the rent is not cheap." Ding Bulai nodded, "Of course." Jiang's mother was immediately moved, although she was patriarchal and doted on her son. But she also hopes that her son can have something serious to do, but she was reluctant to say it before, and even if she did, he wouldn't listen. But she was still a little hesitant. But, although our place is a county town, the rent is not cheap. Besides, Wenjie doesn't know how to do business. What if he loses money later?" Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. Wenjie will find a store on his own when he returns. We won't rent it, we'll buy it. As for the operation, I can find someone to help him with the preliminary business planning. The billiard hall is not only for playing billiards, but also for other business models. It's very simple to teach them. This way you won't have the pressure of rent, and your shop won't lose anything. It's just a matter of how much you can earn. Also, I'll give you 1.68 million directly. You don't have to give it back to Lulu as a dowry or anything like that. As for the matter between Lulu and me, let us young people decide. Give the family a big new house to live in, give the son a shop to open and have something to do, and give them a generous dowry as a means of covering their future expenses." John's mother couldn't say she was satisfied, she could only say she was extremely satisfied beyond her expectations. Although Jiang Wenjie still had some complaints about not being able to live in a big villa in the city, under the gaze of Jiang's mother, he was also excitedly looking forward to and planning his future billiard hall. The two immediately decided to return to the county after dinner and not stay in Yunhang City. He lives nearby, which was actually a county under the jurisdiction of Yunhang City. Since Jiang Wenjie had already bought a Mercedes-Benz, he didn't need to book a ticket and could drive back directly. When Jiang Wenjie's car drove away, Jiang Lulu couldn't help herself anymore, so she threw herself into his arms and gave him a sweet kiss. This kiss lasted 10 minutes. "Lulu, have you bought all the furniture for the villa? Everything is ready. We have all the daily necessities. We can move in right away. Okay, let's go." In the large master bedroom on the 3rd floor of a villa. The moon was too shy to even look at what was happening on the bed. Although Jiang Lulu's period had not yet gone away, it did not stop her from being extremely passionate and enthusiastic tonight. She used her mouth, chest, and feet to help Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai felt the ultimate enjoyment. After a long time, the two were tired and sweaty, but they still hugged each other intimately. "Thank you, Brother Bulai. You are so kind to me." "It's nothing. You are my little baby." If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Jiang Lulu's eyes turned red slightly. I know my mother is not very good to me, and my brother is not very close to me, but they raised me and protected me from being bullied. I originally thought that if they went too far, I would fight with them, but I would never let you suffer any injustice. But I didn't expect that you could tolerate them so much and consider them so well. Ding Bulai scratched Jiang Lulu's nose and said, after all, they are your mother and brother, your family. I can't make things difficult for you. Actually, I gave you so much money, you could have helped them yourself. Jiang Lulu shook her head. I can spend the money you give me on myself and on you, but I can't spend it on my family. I know that very well. Brother, you are so good. I have already begun to feel that I am not worthy of you. Ding Bulai kissed her forehead and said, silly girl, there is no such thing as worthy or unworthy. I have my shortcomings too. Jiang Lulu was silent for a while, then said, Brother Bolai, can I ask you for a favor? What's wrong? No matter how many women you have in the future, you must love me and don't leave me, okay? Because I find that I love you to my bones. Sensing Jiang Lulu's vague uneasiness, Ding Bulai said softly, don't worry, as long as you don't leave me, I will always treat you well. I promise. Ding. Jiang Lulu's favorability reaches 100 undying. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the goddess to 100 favorability for the first time, special reward. Chapter 57 Wei Who Calls. Congratulations to the host for conquering the goddess to 100 favorability for the first time, special reward, physical enhancement. Physical enhancement, repair physical deficiencies and greatly increase the host's physical qualities, including intelligence, physical strength, power, agility, etc. Do you want to strengthen it now? Ding Bulai sat up immediately. Physical enhancement? Ding Bulai was filled with great surprise. He thought the system would only give some financial rewards, but he didn't expect it would have such a superpower as physical strengthening. I looked at Jiang Lulu beside me, who had already fallen asleep with a tired smile on her face. Ding Bulai said silently with anticipation, strengthen now. Suddenly, Ding Bulai felt a warm current flowing into his body. It feels warm and hot, and then slowly becomes a little painful. Not good. Ding Bulai only felt his stomach rumbling. I quickly got out of bed and ran to the bathroom downstairs. As soon as I sat on the toilet, something loosened up. The crackling sound shook the entire toilet. At the same time, an extremely pungent stench swept over. Ding Bulai felt as if the entire toilet was filled with stinking smoke, which was so spicy that tears were streaming down his face and he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. But the pain was still coming from below, so I had to hold on and feel the endless sourness. It took a full 10 minutes. Ding Bulai felt so exhausted that he was about to die. But then, I felt my strength slowly returning, and my body felt extremely relaxed and comfortable. I quickly flushed the toilet, and used the bathroom heater to flush the entire toilet, opened the window, and let the smell dissipate slowly. Then he ran to the bathroom in another room and flushed himself. Ha! Ding Bulai stood in front of the mirror and felt that he had grown a little taller, his muscles were firmer, and his 8-pack abs were faintly visible. What surprised him even more was that Xiao Ding had become a lot stronger. If it was 15 before, it is close to 20 now. And I feel full of energy now. I came to the living room and tried to lift the marble coffee table. Unexpectedly, I lifted it up easily. Ding Bulai believed that he could punch through the marble slab in front of him with one punch. So cool. So addictive. Ding Bulai was shaking with excitement. Is this the effect of physical enhancement? Strengthening the body, even surpassing the physical limit. If other goddesses are also conquered to level 100, will they also receive similar extraordinary rewards? Will I become a god or an immortal by then? Ding Bulai didn't dare to think about it, but he had to think about it with anticipation and worry. When I returned to the room and saw the charming Jiang Lulu, I really wanted to call her up to play games again, but I finally held back. In the end, he hugged Jiang Lulu and fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, Ding Bulai heard Jiang Lulu's exclamation in his sleepy eyes. Ah! What's wrong? What's wrong? Jiang Lulu patted her white chest and looked at Ding Bulai in fear. You scared me. I thought someone else was in bed. As she spoke, Jiang Lulu's face flushed but her eyes sparkled. Not bad, brother. I suddenly realized how good your figure is. Hey, isn't it beautiful? Do you want to touch it? Pooh. Brother Bolai, you take a rest first, I will make you breakfast. Jiang Lulu said this, quickly put on her clothes and ran out of the bedroom. Ding Bulai got up and went to the bathroom, admiring his figure narcissistically again. I couldn't see it clearly last night, but the more I watched it during the day, the more satisfied I was. It was not until Jiang Lulu came to the bathroom with a red face and called him to eat that he reluctantly put on his clothes and came out. Jiang Lulu didn't make much for breakfast, just millet porridge, pancakes, and 2 fried dishes. But the taste is pretty good. Lulu, are you still going to work today? Yes, I will go, but if you need me to accompany you, I can also take a leave. To be honest, Jiang Lulu has taken quite a lot of leave in the past week or two, and her supervisor is very unhappy. However, Jiang Lulu's mind was not on the front desk job. Ding Bulai was eating breakfast and asked, "Do you want to resign?" Jiang Lulu asked carefully, "Brother Bolai, do you want me to be at home?" Ding Bulai thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I don't want to keep you like a canary in a cage. It's not fair to you. Although you are my woman, I also hope that you can do things that you like." The main reason is that Ding Bulai feels that he has a lot of women. If everyone stays at home idle every day, wouldn't they just become lonely women? If the idle women start internal strife, it will be troublesome. Hearing Ding Bulai's words, Jiang Lulu seemed to be relieved and said happily, "That's right, brother. I thought so too. I think I need to do something, but I don't want to be a receptionist anymore." "Have you decided what to do?" Jiang Lulu shook her head. "I haven't thought about it yet. There's no rush for this. You can think about it first. It's best to find something you like, and that's relaxing. It doesn't matter if you make money or not." "Well, then I will resign today." "That's fine, but I'll go with you. I just happen to have something to do at Yuntian Group." "Brother Bulai, what are you doing in our company? To discuss business?" "I guess so. I'll go talk to your CEO Yun about cooperation." "Boss Yun?" Jiang Lulu didn't like to drive too high profile when going to the company, so Ding Bulai drove Yun Qingshua's Maybach to take her. At this time, Ding Bulai's phone rang, and it was Wei Hu. Ding Bulai sneered and hung up the phone. Damn it, if he hadn't heard what Yun Qingxue said yesterday, he wouldn't have known that the project Wei Hu introduced to him was a huge scam. I don't like Wei Hu in the first place, and now I don't care even more about what he thinks. Wei Hu called again, but Ding Bulai still refused. At this time, the phone rang again. Ding Bulai was about to hang up directly, but when he glanced at it, he saw it was a local landline. He hesitated for a moment and answered it. "Hello, is this Mr. Ding?" "Hello, this is the Yunhang Traffic Police. We have inspected the scene of the accident involving your Porsche yesterday and summoned the Rolls-Royce driver you mentioned. We have finally verified that both of you are at fault. You will each bear 50%. Since the other party also has insurance, their insurance company will contact you directly to determine the damage and pay the compensation." Ding Bulai's face looked very unhappy. Jiang Lulu, who was standing next to him, saw this and asked with concern, "Brother Bolai, are you okay?" "Fine." At this time, Wei Hu called again. Ding Bulai was about to hang up impatiently when he suddenly remembered that this project belonged to Lingfang Group, the largest enterprise in Yunhang. Ling Li, the richest man in Yunhang City, is the young master of Lingfang Group. "It seems that we are destined to be enemies." Ding Bulai said silently and answered the call directly. "Hey, bro, are you busy?" "Yeah, I was just busy." "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you yesterday that I have an appointment with the project manager of the seaside resort today? Do you think you are free in the morning?" Ding Bulai grinned, "Of course I'm free." Chapter 58, 20 billion turned in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. "Come in." Ding Bulai pushed open the door and couldn't take his eyes away. Yun Qingxue was seen sitting behind the desk in a light blue suit, leaning forward slightly, looking at the documents on the computer. But his suit jacket was not buttoned, and the majestic chest that could not be covered by the white shirt was resting on the table like a water bag. Hiss. No wonder she is a top goddess with a score of 96. Yun Qingxue usually dresses conservatively, and Ding Bulai didn't expect that her figure under her shirt is so great. Judging from the looks of it, it's definitely bigger than Zhou Tong and Jiang Lulu. I couldn't help swallowing. As if sensing that something was wrong in the atmosphere, Yun Qingxue raised her head and sat up straight, and saw Ding Bulai staring at her chest without blinking. He frowned and buttoned his suit jacket. "Ding. Yun Xingshua's favorability 2, current favorability 37. Ding Bulai quickly came to his senses and smiled bitterly at the decreasing favorability. He smiled awkwardly. Boss Yun is busy. Yun Xingxua had a blank expression on her face. Mr. Ding, you came just in time. Give me your bank card and I'll transfer your 2 billion back to you. No. Ding Bulai hurried forward. It's just a small gift, I can't return it or exchange it. Yun Xingxua stared at Ding Bulai coldly. Give me the card number. Ding Bulai was scratching his head anxiously. This woman is a bit difficult to deal with. She doesn't even want the money for free? Boss Yun, I was embarrassed just now, but after all, you are so beautiful, and everyone loves beauty. You can't blame me just because I looked at you twice. Ding. Yun Xingshua's favorability 2, current favorability 35. Ding Bulai became even more frantic. Well, Mr. Yun, it's my fault. Just don't return the money to me. What do you think will make me calm down? I'll take it all. Yun Xingxua looked at Ding Bulai deeply before she said, What brings you here today, Mr. Ding? Are you planning to cooperate with us, Yun Tian? Cooperation, of course. Ding Bulai was relieved to see that his favorability had not dropped further, and said, Didn't Mr. Yun say that Lingfeng Group wanted to swallow up your Yun Tian? Today, Wei Hu asked me to discuss the coastal resort project with them. To be honest, I don't know much about business, so I want Mr. Yun to give me some advice on how to cheat Lingfeng Group. Yun Xingxua said calmly, Cooperating with me is the best way to trick Lingfeng Group. Although there are some problems with the land, they are not unsolvable. As far as I know, they have been communicating with the government. But our Yuntian Seacoast Island tourism project is bigger and has more potential. As long as our project succeeds, theirs will definitely not work, and their initial investment will naturally go down the drain. Ding Bulai slapped his thigh and said, Okay, then I'll invest. I think 10 billion is not enough, at least 20 billion is needed. Yun Xingxue had seen many young men from wealthy families and talented young people, but she couldn't see Ding Bulai clearly at all. But her long experience made her not show her emotions. Boss Ding, please tell me the conditions. Please stop making jokes for free. Also, I don't sell myself. Ding Bulai said dissatisfiedly, Mr. Yun's words are too contemptuous of me. Okay, since you want to talk about the conditions, I will talk about my conditions. Wait. Yun Xingxue interrupted him, since we are negotiating terms, I will call the company's senior executives over. Ding Bulai was somewhat speechless. No need. My conditions are very simple. They can't give you any advice. Yun Xingxue frowned, then you tell me. First, I want to invest 20 billion, but I am like this no matter what I invest in. I don't want shares or companies, and I don't want you to write any loan or holding contracts. You can understand it as giving it away for free, or you can understand it as something else. Anyway, I just don't want to have too much property under my name. Yun Xingxue looked at him suspiciously, You don't want anything, and you didn't sign any other contracts privately. You don't think there's no risk as long as you have the transfer record, do you? Isn't this still a free gift? I told you, don't joke about this. No matter how you interpret it, I won't joke about this kind of thing. Just assume that I believe you. Anyway, I won't sign any so-called contract. Yun Xingxue took a deep breath. What else? Ding Bulai spread his hands and said, No more. Gone? Oh, there's one more. We are so familiar with each other now, and we can be considered friends, so don't call me Mr. Ding anymore. It's not bad if you call me that. I'll call you Xingxue. To be honest, Yun Xingxue was moved. This is 20 billion Dragon Country currency, not 20 million or 20 million. The other party said this yesterday, giving her 100 million for free, and she could take it as a joke. But that's clearly not the case today. But she really couldn't understand why the other party was so bold. If the 20 billion was really given to her without signing a contract, she would have a way to just eat up the money without having to bear any risks or consequences. Could it be that he really believed in himself as he said? This is a joke. If not, there is only one possibility, that is, the other party has deep strength and background, so powerful that either he does not care about a mere 20 billion, or he is completely sure that he cannot defraud the money. But no matter what the reason is, it won't do any harm to me. After thinking for a long time, Yun Xingxue nodded, Okay? I promise you. Great, Xingxue, I'll turn you now. Yun Xingxue was stunned, and was a little confused by Ding Bulai's calling her Xingxue. Ding Bulai took out his cell phone and started typing. Ding. 6 billion yuan has been credited to your bank card. Ding. 14 billion yuan has been credited to your bank card. Okay, the 20 billion has been transferred. Ding Bulai couldn't stop being happy. His bank card balance has reached 46 billion. With this kind of strength, he could definitely make it onto Dragon Country's rich list. And it's absolute cash. Yun Qingxue looked at her phone in disbelief. His cold eyes opened wide. She thought the other party was very strong. She thought that the other party might send a well-known investment company or investor. She thought that the other party might be able to receive the investment within a few months or even a year. But she could never imagine that the other party transferred 20 billion in cash to her account in just the blink of an eye. Seeing the other person's happy look, Yun Qingxue suddenly felt that Ding Bulai was very simple, but also seemed kind of cute. Ding. Yun Qingxue's favorability plus 20, current favorability 55 favorable. Ding Bulai looked up in surprise, and seeing Yun Qingxue looking at him with a complicated expression, he couldn't help but grin. Qingxue, we have had a pleasant cooperation today. How about we have some fun together and go with me to see that Lingli? The corners of Yun Qingxue's mouth curled up slightly, and her perfect face made the belle of the office bow her head in shame. Okay. Chapter 59. I don't plan to cooperate with you. At the door of an upscale private tea house, Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue got out of the car one after another. At this time, several people came out of the tea house. When Ding Bulai saw this, his expression turned cold. He took a step forward and stood in front of Yun Qingxue, while Yun Qingxue next to him also frowned. It turned out to be the same people who blocked Ding Bulai at the gate of Yunhang University yesterday. Wasn't he arrested yesterday? He beat someone up in front of the university gate in public, and he's already out today? Several people also saw Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue. They were stunned for a moment, but immediately recognized them. One of them laughed sinisterly. Damn it, I was just looking for you two bitches, but I didn't expect you to show up at my doorstep. They have made us suffer so much, we must teach them a lesson today. As they spoke, several people rubbed their hands and prepared to surround them. Ding Bulai shouted quickly, do you want to go in again? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Yun Qingxue's driver had just parked the car and saw the commotion here. He immediately ran over and shouted angrily. You'd better get out of here right away, or I'll call someone to make you pay for it. Wait. The leading man stopped them and looked at Yun Qingxue cautiously. Judging from his expression, he must have recognized Yun Qingxue. His face changed and then he looked at Ding Bulai unwillingly. You are lucky today, hiding behind a woman. We'll see. Then he turned around and said angrily, let's go. After saying that, he prepared to leave to the other side. But Ding Bulai didn't want to let it go like this. Did I let you go? Wei who asked me to come here just to let you bastards show off your power? What the hell did you say? How dare you say that about our brother Tiger? Do you want to quit your job? A few people cursed and wanted to deal with Ding Bulai. But when he saw Yun Qingxue and the tall driver and bodyguard standing beside him, he felt a little scared. At this moment, Wei Hu hurried out of the tea house. What are you doing? Brother Tiger, they are the ones looking for trouble. When Wei Hu looked at Ding Bulai and saw Yun Qingxue beside Ding Bulai, his face froze. Mr. Ding. Boss Yun is here too. Boss Ding, you are so mean. You didn't even tell me in advance that you were almost here, so I could come out to pick you up in advance. Ding Bulai smiled coldly, we dare not. Wei Hu pulled the corner of his mouth unnaturally, then turned around and scolded, who asked you to be here? Come here and apologize to President Ding and President Yun. One of the men shouted, Brother Hu, it's him, them, and this woman. Everything was going smoothly yesterday, but this woman asked her bodyguard to help us fail. Now they're here to find us. Ding Bulai suddenly laughed, Brother Hu, I didn't expect you to deal with me. Wei Hu's face turned red with anger, and he walked up and slapped the leading man. Brother Tiger, you. Shut up. Apologize to President Ding and President Yun. Brother Hu cursed loudly, and then slapped and kicked several people. The few people did not dare to fight back and were soon knocked to the ground, groaning in pain and begging for mercy and apologizing. Wei Hu was tired of fighting, so he turned around and apologized to Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue, Boss Ding, Boss Yun. I didn't know the situation yesterday. Lu Dong said someone bullied him and asked me to find someone to help him. He and I are also acquaintances, so. No matter what, I was wrong in this matter. I have no objection to how President Ding and President Yun deal with them. Yun Qingxue remained silent. Ding Bulai said calmly, "What about Lu Dong? What are you going to do, brother Hu?" Wei Hu said awkwardly, "Well, I can't get involved in the conflict between Lu Dong and you, Mr. Ding. But, after all, this is just a misunderstanding. It was a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Young Master Ling is still waiting inside. How about we go in first, and I will drink 3 cups of wine in front of young Master Ling to apologize to the two of you, okay?" As he spoke, he looked at Yun Qingxue and said, "I heard that President Yun and young Master Ling are getting married soon. If young Master Ling knew that President Yun was here too, he would definitely be very happy." Yun Qingxue's expression turned cold. "Okay, then let's see how happy Lingli is." Okay, this way please." Wei Hu didn't even look at the people who fell to the ground, and led Ding Bulai and the other man inside. Arriving at the door of a private room, Wei Hu knocked gently, then pushed the door open and walked in. Lingli, dressed in a white shirt and casual pants, was leaning leisurely on the sofa, while a beautiful woman in a blue and white cheongsam beside him was respectfully pouring tea for him. There was also a beautiful lady in cheongsam sitting in front of the tea table, fiddling with the tea set elegantly. "Mr. Ling, this is Mr. Ding whom I told you about. Also, Mr. Yun is here too." Lingli, who was originally nonchalant, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes when he saw Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Ling, what a coincidence, we meet again." Lingli ignored Ding Bulai and looked at Yun Qingxue beside him. His sinister expression immediately turned into a smile. "Qingxue, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming so that I could pick you up directly?" Yun Qingxue said indifferently, "No need, you Ding, you Bulai can accompany me to take a look." Lingli's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and said with a smile, "Qingxue, are you anxious about the investment? However, the company still needs to study the meeting, and I have already accelerated the process. After all, your funding gap is too large, and my father is also a little hesitant." Yun Qingxue interrupted directly, "If it's difficult, then don't do it for now. Our Yuntian's financial situation can still hold up." Lingli smiled, "Qingxue, I know you are under a lot of pressure now, and I want to help you, but you also know that I am only the vice president of the company, and I can't make decisions on many things. But you also know that I have been chasing you for so long. As long as we become a family, many problems will not be problems. TSK. Ding Bulai couldn't help laughing. Is young Master Ling threatening Qingxue? He turned his head fiercely and said, "Who do you think you are? Did you call me Qingxue? What? Did you fix yesterday's car? Be careful, next time you hit someone instead of a car." Yun Qingxue said dissatisfiedly, "Lingli, you are still my friend." Wei Hu saw that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly walked to Lingli and whispered, "Mr. Ling, is there any misunderstanding between you and Mr. Ding? This is Mr. Ding, who spent 1.8 billion to buy Mr. Duan's building 2 days ago." Lingli raised his eyebrows and said, "Boss Ding, is that so? It seems that I was wrong. No wonder you dared to provoke me. Why, do you want to invest in our Lingfang Group's coastal resort project? Sure, do you have money?" Ding Bulai sat on the sofa by himself. "What does it have to do with you whether I have money or not? Because I have no intention of cooperating with you." Chapter 60. He won't give up this opportunity. After hearing Ding Bulai's words, the private room fell silent instantly. Lingli stared at Ding Bulai coldly. "Boss Ding is very courageous. He dared to slap me in the face today." No. Ding Bulai shook his head. "I'm not hitting you in the face. I just came here with Qingxue today to acquire your project." Wei Hu's eyes widened. "Boss Ding, Boss Yun, you are kidding, Yuntian's project is bigger." "Of course I'm not kidding. I thought about it for a few minutes yesterday and felt that Yuntian Group's Chengnan tourism project is bigger, better and more beautiful than your coastal resort project, so I have decided to invest in Yuntian's project." Lingli looked at Yun Qingxue in disbelief. "Qingxue, is this true?" Yun Qingxue raised her eyes slightly. "Lingli, we came here today to acquire your coastal resort project. If you are interested, you can tell me the price. Yuntian's Land Sea Island project is in the south of the city, and Lingfang's coastal project is in the southeast. Although they are in similar directions, their coastlines are connected, and many of the lands on the shore are also connected. Lingfang's project has some major flaws, the main one being that large tracts of land are planned farmland and forest land, the nature of the land cannot be changed, and commercial development is not possible. However, if it is connected with Yuntian's project, the vast sea areas and coastal lands to the south and southeast of Yunhang City can be planned as a whole for tourism and vacation. Some agriculture and forestry as environmental supporting facilities can actually improve the project environment and quality. When Ding Dulai was in Yun Qingshue's office, this idea suddenly came to his mind. When Yun Qingxue was told about this, she, who had a unique business acumen, immediately discovered the greater potential in this. If the two projects can be merged, the entire south and southeast coast of Yunhang City can be integrated into one, and with the addition of overseas islands in the Middle Sea area, the positioning and scale of the entire project can be upgraded to the largest coastal resort in the entire southeastern region of Longwa. The future business potential is immeasurable. So Yun Qingxue agreed without hesitation. Although the investment amount would increase a lot, with 20 billion in cash, it was basically enough. Because any project involving real estate is said to have a large investment amount, but in fact, more than half of the investment amount can be solved through loans after the project is established. In Yun Qingxue's view, the huge sum of 20 billion yuan, plus project loans, is enough to support project development and even early operations. Although Ding Dulai said he was not short of money. On the way here, Ding Dulai discussed with Yun Qingxue and decided to talk to Lingli about the acquisition today. At this time, Lingli was also a little unbelievable. Qingxue, do you know how much money you need to invest? Do you have the money? Yuntian's tourism project was originally planned to be relatively large, and the investment amount must not be less than 15 billion. If Ling Feng's project is planned and constructed together, the investment amount is estimated to be no less than 250, and this does not include the money for acquiring their project. Yuntian Group has already begun to spend more than it earns, and its capital chain is about to break. How can it dare to continue investing so much? Moreover, he knew that Yun Qingxue had already invested more than 3 billion yuan in the early stage, but he had only acquired the land and laid a little foundation. Ding Dulai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that, young Master Ling. This project is big, but it doesn't need to be too much, 10 billion is enough. And we can also get a bank loan." Wei Hu said, "Boss Ding, as far as I know, Yuntian Group's debt ratio is already quite high, and many of its loans are about to expire. Can they still borrow money?" Ding Dulai said proudly, "Who said I can't get a loan? Deng Shuli and I have a very good relationship. With him around, getting a loan won't be a problem." President Deng of the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank? Ling Li's eyes flashed, and he suddenly laughed. I didn't expect President Ding to be so courageous." Then he looked at Yun Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, do you really trust this Mr. Ding?" Yun Qingxue said calmly, "This project is impeccable in terms of positioning, planning and market potential. As long as the funding is not a problem, I will naturally support it." Wei Hu wanted to say something, but Ling Li waved his hand and said directly, "Qingxue, what you said is a bit sudden. I have to go back and discuss it with the company." "No problem, I'll wait for your reply. Come on, now that we've finished our business, let's have a cup of tea and take a look at the tea art here." Wei Hu greeted everyone. Ling Li also smiled and said, "Qingxue, just sit for a while, I have a lot to tell you." Yun Qingxue shook her head. "No, Bulai and I have something else to do, so we'll leave first." Ling Li stood up and said, "Qingxue, let's have dinner together tonight." Yun Qingxue paused and said, "Sorry, I have something to do tonight." After saying that, he walked out without looking back. Ding Dulai smiled and left as well. Ling Li looked at the two men's backs with a gloomy face and said coldly, "Boss Wei, help me check this Ding Dulai carefully. It's so simple, Ling Li shouldn't be so easily fooled, right?" In Yun Qingxue's car, Ding Dulai asked doubtfully. Yun Qingxue said calmly, "Don't worry, Ling Li is an extremely conceited person. Under his control, he doesn't believe that I have the ability to make this project a success. So he will definitely agree and even support me to speed up the investment, so that Yuntian's business and financial debt will only get bigger and bigger. As long as you make sure he can't find your funding channels." Ding Dulai said confidently, "No matter how powerful Ling Li is, he can't find out where my money comes from, nor how much money I have. Even if he found out through the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank, the most he could find out was that I had 6 billion in my card the day before yesterday, and he couldn't find out the rest." Yun Qingxue nodded. "That's enough. You have 6 billion. He can only guess that you can raise another 400 million or 500 million to reach more than 10 billion. Then cut off the bank's loans. Then we only have more than 10 billion in funds. At most, we can invest it to lay the foundation. He will not pass up this opportunity to make us lose 10 billion in one fell swoop. Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief, that's all. Yun Qingxue glanced at Ding Bulai. Ding, Bulai, where are you going now? Ding Bulai thought about it and seemed to have nothing to do. I'm fine too. Qingxue, why don't you treat me to lunch? Yun Qingxue was stunned for a moment, but then nodded. What do you want to eat? I'm casual, I'm not picky about food. Yun Qingxue frowned and was about to speak when the phone in her hand suddenly rang. Yun Qingxue took a look and her eyes softened. Hey, Grandpa. What? I'll be right there. Yun Qingxue's face turned pale instantly, and she shouted to the driver, hurry, go to Renha Hospital. Chapter 61. Yu and Xiaoxue are both miserable people. Yun Qingxue hurriedly ran into a high-end private hospital with an elegant environment like a resort. Ding Bulai followed closely behind in silence. As I arrived at the door of a ward, several doctors came out. Yun Qingxue asked anxiously. Dr. Chen, how is my grandpa? Dr. Chen, who was in charge, saw Yun Qingxue and quickly comforted her. Boss Yun, don't worry, Mr. Yun is fine. I just fell down accidentally, and my brain didn't get enough blood, so I passed out. Fortunately, there is no major problem and he has woken up. Yun Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. Chen. You are welcome. Then I'll go see Grandpa first. After saying this, Yun Qingxue hurried into the ward. Ding Bulai thought about it and followed him in. As soon as I entered the ward, I saw Yun Qingxue sitting in front of the bed, holding the hand of an old man on the bed tightly. Grandpa, you scared me to death. What's going on? Well, don't blame them, I just wanted to move around and was a little careless. Don't do this again next time. What will I do if something happens to you? The old man held Yun Qingxue's hand lovingly. At this time, the old man noticed Ding Bulai coming in, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Who is this? Yun Qingxue just realized that she was in such a hurry that she didn't even take care of Ding Bulai. She introduced. Grandpa, this is my friend, Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai hurriedly stepped forward and said, hello, Grandpa. I am Qingxue's friend. Yun Weifu noticed the two people's address and his eyes lit up. Ding Bulai, good name, really not bad, and he is also very handsome, he. How did you meet my Xiaoxue? How long have you known each other? Ding Bulai smiled and said, Qingxue and I met at a business event, but we haven't known each other for long. Yun Weifu's eyes lit up even more. It seems like you and our Xiaoxue get along quite well. Xiaoxue has never brought other men to my place before. Ding Bulai couldn't help but look at Yun Qingxue, who spoke somewhat unnaturally. Grandpa, I was just discussing a cooperation with Bulai, and when I heard the call from the hospital, I came here in a hurry. I understand. Not bad, I'll call you not bad. Grandpa, you can call me whatever you want. It doesn't matter where you are from. I grew up in Yunhang City. In this way, Yun Weifu and Ding Bulai asked and answered each other, while Yun Qingxue sat aside unnaturally. She wanted to interrupt the two of them several times, but was stopped every time by Yun Weifu's glare. She could only pout in dissatisfaction. Ding Bulai secretly chuckled when he saw this. He didn't expect that the cold and aloof President Yun also had such a little girl's side. By the way, not bad. Are you and Xiaoxue discussing cooperation? I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. It's just a minor fight. You are not only capable but also humble. I wonder what your parents do to raise you so well. Ding Bulai smiled bitterly. I am an orphan. Yun Weifu asked in surprise, are you an orphan? Yun Qingxue was also shocked. The person who could casually take out hundreds of billions of dollars was actually an orphan. Yes, I am an orphan and grew up in an orphanage in Yunhang City. In fact, I am not that outstanding. It's just that I just found out a while ago that I have an elder in the United States. He found me before he passed away. The money I am investing in my business now is actually his inheritance. Although the system can ensure that the source of funds is legitimate, you still have to find a reasonable identity excuse. Otherwise, how could an orphan have so much money? Even if he won the lottery every day, it wouldn't be enough. Therefore, fabricating an elder from abroad was the excuse that Ding Bulai came up with after thinking about it for 2 days. Anyway, it's difficult for others to verify it. Hearing Ding Bulai's words, a complex look flashed across Yun Qingxue's eyes. Yun Weifu said distressfully, for an orphan to grow up to be so outstanding, he must have suffered a lot. Ding Bulai thought about all the odd jobs he had done over the years and how he had been looked down upon. His expression darkened, but he soon smiled. It's okay. I'm used to it. Yun Weifu patted Ding Bulai's shoulder heavily. Good boy. You and Xiao Xue are both miserable people. You are an orphan, and Xiao Xue lost her parents when she was young. Although you are taken care of by an old man like me, I know that Xiao Xue is very lonely. A few years ago, my health was not good, and Xiao Xue took over the company. I know how difficult it was for her to run the company alone. Sometimes, I really feel sorry for Xiao Xue, for putting her under so much pressure. Yun Weifu spoke emotionally, his eyes welling up with tears. Yun Xingxue's eyes were also a little moist, and she held Yun Weifu's hand. Grandpa, I'm not tired. Aren't we doing well now? Yes, it's good, it's good. Ding Bulai felt unhappy. Grandpa, don't worry, Xingxue will do a good job. Sorry, it's not bad. I made you laugh. No, on the contrary, seeing you and Xingxue care about each other so much, I feel very warm and touched. Yun Weifu also thought of Ding Bulai's identity as an orphan, and said with emotion, it's not easy for you either. You are both young people with similar experiences. You can communicate more with each other in the future. We will. On the way out of the hospital, Yun Xingxue returned to her cold expression. Xingxue, Grandpa doesn't want us to accompany him to eat in the hospital. He wants us to go out and have something good to eat. I'm so hungry right now. Yun Xingxue didn't even turn her head back, then hurry up. Okay. Yun Xingxue took Ding Bulai to find a restaurant that looked good. Ding Bulai, who was already hungry, ordered a lot without any gentlemanly manners, which made Yun Xingxue speechless. Fortunately, Ding Bulai was still willing to try. As soon as the dish was served, he picked up a piece of vegetable leaf for Yun Xingxue first, and then started eating it without caring about his manners. Yun Xingxue ate very politely, taking small bites at a time. Before long, the food on the table was almost gone. Ding Bulai also burped loudly. He found that his appetite increased a lot after his body became stronger. At this moment, he suddenly found that Yun Xingxue was staring at him without blinking, and he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Xingxue, are you full? How about I give you some more? Yun Xingxue said expressionlessly, no need. After saying that, he got up and left. Ding Bulai quickly followed. I'm sorry, Xingxue, I'm usually careless, but I don't mean to disrespect you. I just feel quite relaxed in your presence. Yun Xingxue suddenly stopped and looked at him with a frown. Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid of you? Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment. At the beginning, I was a little bit. I felt very pressured in front of you. But after getting to know you more, I found that Xingxue, you are quite nice. You look cold, but you are warm-hearted. Although he looks aloof, he's actually not arrogant. Yun Xingxue stared at him and suddenly said, maybe I gave you some illusions, making you lose track of your boundaries. Chapter 62. The harder the better. Ding Bulai looked depressed as he breathed in the exhaust fumes from the receding cars. Yun Xingxue just asked the driver to drive away without even bothering to take her along. This woman is really fickle and inexplicable. Wait until one day I hold her down and see if she can still be so arrogant. Ding Bulai complained secretly. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Ding Bulai walked around feeling a little bored. At this time, the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Ding? I am, who are you? Hello, Mr. Ding. I am the director of Aston Martin Longwa. The custom Aston Martin you ordered has been shipped to Longwa. Ding Bulai immediately realized that the car that should be the system reward for conquering Jiutong had finally arrived. Great, I've been waiting for your car for so long. I'm sorry, Mr. Ding, because yours is a custom model, so it took a little longer. It's okay. Has the car arrived in Yunhang? Where is it? Well, it's like this. The car has been shipped from the United States to the port of Shanghai. I called you just to communicate with you. I have something I would like to ask Mr. Ding for help. What's up? The biennial Shanghai International Auto Show happens to be held in Shanghai the day after tomorrow. We would like to exhibit your car at the auto show for 2 days. We will compensate you with free maintenance and after-sales service, as well as priority booking privileges for other new models, etc. Ding Bulai was eager to see the car, but when he heard about the car show, he hesitated. When I went to the car city in Yunhang City before, There were not many luxury cars there, and almost none worth more than 10 million. When he heard about the auto show and thought of the luxury cars and beautiful girls inside, Ding Bulai's heart was moved. Okay, but I also want to go to the auto show. You should be able to get all the vehicle information for the auto show. Send me a copy. Mr. Ding, are you coming to the auto show? Of course, no problem. We welcome Mr. Ding to visit our exhibition hall. There will be several high-end models on display. When will you arrive? I will pick you up at the airport. Ding Bulai thought for a moment and said, that's fine. I'll send it to you when I have decided on the itinerary. After hanging up the phone, they added each other on the green bubble. Ding Bulai was thinking about whether he should bring a beautiful woman to Shanghai for a trip and have a cashback tool at the same time. Although there are beautiful women at the auto show, you may not necessarily meet the right one. Jian Lulu? Never mind, she's already conquered all of them. Zhou Tong is still flying, Yun Xingxue will definitely not follow. Lin Xixia. Ding Bulai had a candidate in mind and made the call immediately. Hey, senior sister, let me take you for a tour of Shanghai. Yes, you can go tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'll set a time and let you know. Just book 2 tickets when you get there. I'll only go first class. Ding Bulai was walking and talking on the phone when he accidentally turned around and saw several furtive figures reflected on the glass door of a roadside store. Ding Bulai's heart trembled, but he continued walking calmly. When passing by a shopping mall, I turned straight in and immediately found a corner. After a while, those figures followed in and looked around for someone. Ding Bulai recognized that one of them was the leader who followed Wei Hu and blocked him yesterday. Now Ding Bulai can be sure that these people are definitely following him. But what are they going to do? Do you still want to touch me? Wei Hu? Or Ling Li? But in broad daylight, are these people really so bold and lawless? And those few men, they went in yesterday and came out today. No one would believe that they didn't have any backers. After thinking about it, Ding Bulai called Yun Xingxue. What's up? I see Wei Hu's men following me. I wonder if there are any on your side? Yun Xingxue suddenly said solemnly, don't worry about me, I'm in the company now, and I have bodyguards when I go out. Where are you? I'll find someone to pick you up. As long as you're okay, it's broad daylight, they won't dare to do anything to me. Be careful, I know what's going on here. Yun Xingxue paused and said, that's fine. They shouldn't do anything. They're probably just keeping an eye on you, and someone should have gone to other places to inquire about you. Sharp? Under normal circumstances, if you dare to go against him, he will definitely find someone to find out your details. Okay, let him go and find out, but I don't think he will find out anything. Okay, then be careful. The same to you. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai randomly found a coffee shop in the mall, ordered a cup of coffee and sat there. After a while, those people found Ding Bulai in the coffee shop, but did not come in. They just pretended to continue watching from the nearby area. Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they didn't really cause trouble for him in broad daylight. But this is really not a problem. Ding Bulai took out his cell phone and searched for bodyguard companies on the internet. As a wealthy man with a net worth of tens of billions, it should be no problem for him to find some bodyguards. Search for the largest and best bodyguard company in Dragon Country. Dragon Shield Security? Headquarters address, Shanghai. That's really a coincidence, it's just on the way. He saved the phone number on the internet, thought about it, and called Yun Xingxue again. Yun Xingxue also confirmed that this security company was good, so Ding Bulai called Lin Xixia again. Senior, we're going tomorrow afternoon, just book the tickets. Okay, see you at the airport then. After glancing at the people outside, Ding Bulai smiled coldly, put down his coffee, and walked out directly. Those few people continued to follow from a distance behind. Seeing an internet cafe in front of him, Ding Bulai walked straight in. After taking a quick look around, Ding Bulai came to a young yellow-haired man and knocked on his desk. Huang Mao immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Boy, what are you doing? You deserve a beating." Ding Bulai smiled slightly, "Want to make money? I'll give you 5,000 yuan, help me beat up a few people." Huang Mao immediately stopped playing the game on his computer when he heard this. "Brother, if you want to beat someone up, come find me. Everyone in this area knows me, Huang. Most of the people in this internet cafe are my brothers. But, the $5,000 you just mentioned. There are a few people who keep harassing me. Don't look back. They are just across the street from the internet cafe. There seem to be 4 of them. Find a few more people and beat them up harder. I will give you 5,000 yuan each. Huang Mao took a quick look and saw several people opposite him. It's a small matter, but you have to beat them to the extent you want. Besides, it's broad daylight and there are 4 of them. We have limited time. We only have a few minutes to run. Ding Bulai smiled coldly. In that case, then you can call a few more people, beat them up and run away. No problem. Xiao Li, Xiao Chang. Following Huang Mao's call, more than 10 people stood up in the internet cafe one after another. Ding Bulai nodded with satisfaction. I'll give you 100,000. The harder you beat him, the better. After transferring the money, they saw a dozen yellow-haired men walking out of the internet cafe, going around to both sides of the road, and surrounding them aggressively. After taking a look at the people who were being beaten, Ding Bulai took a taxi and left. Chapter 63 Live Car Model. Ding Bulai took a taxi back to Zhang Lulu's villa. As soon as I reached the door, I heard the chattering voices of girls coming from inside. Lulu, your house is so beautiful. It must be worth tens of millions. Is this really the house your boyfriend bought? Your boyfriend is so awesome. I didn't expect you to be so lucky, Lulu, to hook up with such a good guy. I'm so envious. At this time, Zhang Lulu's angry voice was heard. Xiao Xiao, if you say that, please leave. He is my boyfriend, the one I love, not my boyfriend. Hey Lulu, don't be angry, Xiao Xiao was just joking. Yes, I was wrong. You have a good boyfriend. Lulu, the clothes you are wearing now are all from famous brands. They are not cheap. Is this Zhang Lulu having a party with her little sisters? Ding Bulai frowned, wondering if it would be inappropriate to go in at this moment. While he was hesitating, the door was opened and Zhang Lulu appeared at the door. Brother Bulai, you're back. Why are you standing at the door? Zhang Lulu said, holding Ding Bulai's arm, and whispered an apology. Brother Bulai, I'm sorry. I was supposed to go back to my rental place to move my luggage today, but I didn't expect that a few sisters were there too, and they were clamoring to come over and see me. It's okay, I don't mind. It's nice to hang out with friends when I have nothing to do. As the two entered the house, they saw 4 beautifully dressed young girls sitting or standing in the living room. What a handsome guy. Lulu, is this your boyfriend? Several girls looked at Ding Bulai and Zhang Lulu with shock, surprise, jealousy, and envy. Ding Bulai noticed that a beautiful girl deliberately stood up and slightly adjusted her posture, just enough for Ding Bulai's eyes to fall on the deep cleavage of her V-neck. Ding Bulai couldn't help but check the system. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, He Tian. Age, 25. Height, 167 centimeters. Rating, 85. Number of drivers, 11. Favorability, 63. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy? No. As soon as he saw the double-digit number of drivers, Ding Bulai instantly lost interest. Zhang Lulu was the first to introduce the girl. Brother Bulai, this is He Tian, my best friend and my roommate. And these few are Xiao Xiao, Dang Dang, and Ling Ling. The other 3 girls did not trigger the system prompt. Although their scores were less than 85 points, they were still beauties in everyone's eyes after dressing up. Ding Bulai also greeted them politely. This is my boyfriend, Ding Bulai. Not bad, bro. Brother Bulai is so handsome and has a great body. How did Brother Bulai and our Lulu know each other? Immediately, several young and beautiful girls came forward to greet us enthusiastically. Hello. To be honest, it's really nice to be in the same room with 4 or 5 beautiful girls, and each of them is looking at you curiously and flatteringly, blinking their big, bright eyes. This was an experience Ding Bulai had never had before. He felt a little overwhelmed, but more than that, he disliked it from the bottom of his heart. This fake smile, or rather, flattering smile because of one's wealth, made Ding Bulai feel uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. But these are Zhang Lulu's friends, and he doesn't want to interfere with their social life. At this time Zhang Lulu also realized her stupid mistake today. These were the girls she met while working part-time in a bar, and she knew each of them better than anyone else. Although she had a good relationship with these people, they all helped her when she was working in the bar. But at this moment I could only curse myself for being so stupid as to let a wolf into the house. Looking at the looks of some of these people, it seems like they can't wait to stick themselves to Brother Bulai. He quickly held Ding Bulai's arm tightly and said, "Hey, you guys, thank you for helping me move things today. My boyfriend is back and we have something else to do. I'll treat you to afternoon tea another day." "It's okay, Lulu. We have nothing to do right now, so let me help you clean up." "Yes, it's a rare day for us sisters to get together today. I will cook tonight and let you taste my cooking skills. You know I can cut fruit. I'll make you a fruit cut flower." Jiang Lulu frowned. "I told you we have something else to do." Although Ding Bulai didn't have a good impression of these girls, he didn't want to affect Jiang Lulu's social life. "It's okay, Lulu, you and your sisters can chat for a while. But I still have some work to do, so I'll go back to the study first." "I won't accompany you. Please do as you please." Jiang Lulu looked at Ding Bulai apologetically, and Ding Bulai smiled and touched her hair. "It's okay, I'll be busy for a while." After saying that, Ding Bulai went to the room upstairs. The girls were slightly disappointed, but immediately surrounded Jiang Lulu more enthusiastically. Ding Bulai returned to the study and sat there with nothing to do for a while, so he picked up his mobile phone and logged into Maya Live, which he hadn't accessed for several days. There is still more than 10 million in the account, which is the money that he gave to Zhou Tong as a reward last time and has not been spent yet. Flipping through the live broadcast rooms casually, people are either selling things or singing, but not many of them have good looks. Until I saw a live broadcast of a beautiful woman who seemed to be posing at a venue, and the system notification sounded. Ding! Goddess information detected. Name, Zhou Xiaotang. Age, 26. Height, 178 centimeters. Rating, 92. Number of drivers, 1. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Ding Bulai's eyes lit up and he sat up straight. 92 points, absolutely a top goddess. And the number of drivers is only 1. Just on the phone screen, you can feel the 178 centimeters tall girl's superb legs. Ding Bulai's current account level has reached the maximum level 60 Supreme account. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room named Xiaotang, the Supreme special effects attracted the attention of many netizens. Including Zhou Xiaotang, who was broadcasting live, he only heard the other party smile sweetly. "Welcome Brother Bulai to the live broadcast room. It seems like this is Brother Bulai's first time visiting Xiaotang's live studio. Damn, another Supreme. Our Xiaotang is still very popular and has many big brothers. Wife, you are mine. I love you, Xiaotang." Ding Bulai discovered that Xiaotang was quite popular, with more than 10,000 people online. Gift special effects appear in the live broadcast room from time to time. She looked a bit like a model, so I asked with a hint of curiosity. "Is the anchor a model?" The Supreme popped up with a gold-plated barrage. Zhou Xiaotang laughed in the live broadcast room. "Not bad, brother, she is indeed a model. Wow, there's a new big brother here, and even our Xiaotang doesn't know about it. Xiaotang is one of the 4 major car models in Longhua. Even Xiaotang doesn't know, maybe this Bulai brother is a fake big brother." Chapter 64. I want to be your girlfriend. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Ding Bulai's eyes lit up. I casually gave out a gift that was exclusive to the level 60 Supreme, worth 88,888 cat coins, or 8,888 yuan, Flying Dragon and Dancing Phoenix. Suddenly, a dragon and a phoenix appeared on the screen, soaring into the sky. Then, Ding Bulai typed. "Will the anchor attend the Shanghai Auto Show the day after tomorrow?" Zhou Xiaotang, thank you for the gift, Brother Bulai. I will be at the Shanghai Auto Show the day after tomorrow. Will Brother Bulai come to visit? Of course, but we're in need of a tour guide. Xiaotang, can you be my tour guide? Zhou Xiaotang smiled and said, I'm sorry, Brother Bulai, I have to stay at the booth. If you come to my booth, I can introduce you to it then. TSK, this is really shameless, a gift and you want our Xiaotang to be the tour guide. Brother Bulai is a newbie. He probably bought a max level account just to show off. He doesn't even know the level of our Xiaotang. Xiaotang has a big brother support group, and any big brother in the group has given Xiaotang gifts worth millions or even hundreds of thousands. Hey, this Bulai Gu looks familiar. He seems to be the wealthy man who spent over 30 million a few days ago. Yes, I remember now. It's this Bulai Gu who has become a trending topic on Weibo. So it's Brother Shenhao. We are so ignorant. What is this Shenhao brother? Instantly, many comments popped up, and some people who knew about it excitedly told other netizens about the online PK between Maya and other players last week, which was rare in recent years and involved tens of millions of dollars. Zhou Xiaotang was obviously a little shocked, and couldn't help but say, "It turns out that Brother Bolai is so powerful. I wonder if I am lucky enough to get Brother Bolai's support." After paying the gift, you can also make requests to others. After Zhou Xiaotang finished speaking, he winked teasingly, causing the LSPs in the live broadcast room to howl. Although it seemed ambiguous and frivolous, Dante believed that Zhou Xiaotang's so-called requests must be very ordinary and simple. Ding Bulai smiled slightly. Such a good thing should be supported. After saying that, he quickly tapped his finger on the phone, and the live broadcast room was instantly filled with special effects. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Shenhao, from now on you are my big brother. Big brother is here, and he's coming for my wife. Fuck, don't you think of money as money? Zhou Xiaotang didn't expect that this strange rich man would really give him a reward without even saying a word. In just 2 minutes, Ding Bulai sent out 500 gifts, and more than 4 million yuan was lost from Ding Bulai's account. Damn, I counted them one by one, there are almost 400 flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. It was so cool to watch the live broadcast today. What a rich man's scene. This must be more than 4 million. The comments were filled with endless exclamations. Zhou Xiaotang also thanked him excitedly. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Thank you for the gift, Brother Bulai. That's enough, bro. That's enough. Ding Bulai paused and said, now it's time to make a request. Zhou Xiaotang stroked his excited heart and said, of course you can, but don't go too far. Here I come. My little Tang, you have to control yourself. I want my brother to do too much, but I'm also afraid that he will do too much. What should I do? Let Xiaotang dance. Change your clothes. Ignoring the jokes in the comments, Ding Bulai typed, aren't you a car model? Just give me a simple show. Zhou Xiaotang was stunned for a moment. Brother Bolai, is that all you ask? Yes, that's it. You can also suggest something else. I would also do catwalk shows from time to time during my live broadcasts. Then strike some nice poses during the catwalk show. Zhou Xiaotang pursed his lips and said, okay. The screen slowly moved backwards, and Zhou Xiaotang's entire body appeared on the screen. Today Zhou Xiaotang is wearing a simple white hip-hugging dress. With a height of 1.78 meters and white high heels, her long, snow-white legs stand straight. Zhou Xiaotang smoothed the ends of his slightly curly hair, calmed himself, and stepped back more than 10 meters. Then she walked forward with a graceful smile and a cat-like gait. When she walked into the screen and stood still, she put one hand on her waist, supported her chin with the other hand, leaned forward slightly, blinked her left eye, and gave a coquettish look. Then he turned around and walked backwards, twisting his body. Wow, Xiaotang is so beautiful. Love it, love it. This leg, this ton, is absolutely amazing. If my wife is like this, it doesn't matter if my son is not my own. Zhou Xiaotang walked twice in a row, changing several different postures, and then walked to the screen. Not bad, bro. Am I pretty? It's beautiful, but it's a little boring through the screen. If you're not bad, you can come to the auto show to see me. After Zhou Xiaotang finished speaking, Ding Bulai saw a private message coming. Brother Bolai, this is someone's green bubble, 135, can you add it? Certainly. Ding Bulai added the friend immediately, and Zhou Xiaotang on the screen also took the phone. Ding Bulai only saw that the friend quickly accepted it. Zhou Xiaotang's green bubble name is Zhou Xiaotang, and her cute avatar is her smiling face. Not bad, bro, I'm still filming the live stream, I'll talk to you later. We can chat in the live broadcast room for now. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a girl wearing a suspender with a large area of white shoulders and chest exposed walked in quietly. It's He Tian who has 11 drivers. Not bad, brother. I squeezed you a glass of orange juice. Try it. Thank you. I'll leave it there for now. He Tian moved to Ding Bulai's side and placed the orange juice on the table in front of Ding Bulai. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but when she bent down, the fullness of her breasts touched Ding Bulai's arm. Moreover, Ding Bulai only needed to slightly side his glance to see the scenery underneath when the suspenders were hanging down. Brother Bulai, what are you busy with? Ding Bulai moved his chair back while sitting, slightly avoiding the contact on his body, and said lightly. Nothing, go chat with them first. However, He Tian did not leave. Instead, she glanced at Ding Bulai's screen and pretended to be surprised. Brother Bulai, are you also watching Moya Live? Are you also watching Zhou Xiaotan's live broadcast room? Ding Bulai flipped his phone over and looked up. No, do you have anything else to do? He Tian obviously didn't believe it. The last time she saw the news that the rich man Bulaigu made a generous reward in the live broadcast room of Tongxin Yoga, she started to follow this Bulaigu. During the chat with Jiang Lulu, after learning Ding Bulai's name, she immediately suspected whether it was the same person, but she was not sure. She could not believe that her roommate's boyfriend was actually Brother Bulai, who gave tens of millions in rewards. But today I saw the villa that Jiang Lulu moved into, and the picture on the phone I just saw. She was almost 100% sure that the Ding Bulai in front of her was Maoya's brother Bulai. This discovery made her feel a strong jealousy towards Jiang Lulu, but also a deep desire for her. But, why is the other party so unreasonable? Brother Bulai, can I talk to you? Sorry, I'm really busy right now. I'll let Lulu come over to keep you company. No, don't call me Lulu. He Tian got anxious and said directly, Brother Bulai, I like you and I want to be your girlfriend. Chapter 65. Let's serve Brother Bulai together. He Tian's straightforward confession did not stir up any ripples in Ding Bulai's heart. He said coldly, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend, and I don't like you either. You're Lulu's friend, so please respect yourself. He Tian wanted to grab Ding Bulai's arm, but Ding Bulai quickly dodged it. He Tian's eyes welled up with tears, and I felt pity for her and said, Brother Bulai, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I know it's wrong, but I can't control myself. Can you give me a chance? I will treat you better than Lulu. Ding Bulai was about to continue speaking impatiently when he heard an angry voice at the door. He Tian, get out of my house now, immediately, right now. Jiang Lulu was seen standing at the door, staring at He Tian with red eyes. He Tian panicked, Lulu, no, listen to me, I just can't help myself. Jiang Lulu walked in quickly and pulled her out. He Tian, I treated you as my good friend, but you treat me like this, please get out. Lulu, don't do this, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Roll. Ding Bulai sat in the room without moving, only hearing the noise of quarreling outside, but soon the room fell into silence. After a while, Jiang Lulu walked in with red eyes and sat directly in Ding Bulai's arms. Brother Bulai, I'm sorry. Silly boy, what can you do to make me feel sorry for? I brought people to our home without telling you, and I never expected them to be such people. Ding Bulai hugged Jiang Lulu and said gently, actually, I don't mind you bringing your sisters home, but you still have to be careful when making friends in the future. After all, you are different now. You are my woman. Thank you, Bulaigu, I understand. After this lesson, Jiang Lulu made up her mind to completely cut off all ties with her previous questionable friends. Not bad, bro. I made something delicious. Come over and have some. Okay. Ding Bulai casually quit the live broadcast platform and had dinner with Jiang Lulu. While eating, Jiang Lulu's phone kept displaying message alerts. Jiang Lulu took a look and didn't want to respond, but the messages kept coming. She was about to delete them directly, but when she saw the content of the message, she frowned. He Tian, Lulu, I know I was wrong today. I'm sorry. I don't ask you to forgive me, but I hope you can listen to my explanation. He Tian, I don't know if Brother Bulai has told you about his wealth, but he is indeed very rich. He Tian, do you still remember the Maoya super rich man Bulaigu we talked about last time? Your boyfriend is that super rich man. He gives tens of millions of dollars in tips online. He Tian, I don't know how many girls like this kind of guy, and each of them is talented and good looking. He Tian, Lulu, I've been around longer than you, and I know what these rich men think. Brother Bulai definitely has more than one woman. And I can tell you for sure that it's hard for you to compete with other women and keep Brother Bulai's heart. He Tian, I hope you can accept me and help persuade Brother Bulai to accept me. This way, the two of us sisters can serve Brother Bulai together, and we can definitely tie him down tightly and drive away the other bitches around him. He Tian, I promise, I will never compete for your favor. Between the two of us, you will always be my priority. Ding Bulai saw that Jiang Lulu looked upset and asked with concern, Lulu, what's wrong? Whose news is that? Jiang Lulu said frankly, my roommate He Tian said a lot of nonsense. Ding Bulai was not interested. Oh. Jiang Lulu looked at Ding Bulai hesitantly. Brother Bulai, what He Tian did just now, didn't you feel moved? Ding Bulai smiled and said, why, aren't you very angry? Do you want to make me fall in love? Jiang Lulu said seriously, Brother Bolai, if you like other women, I will feel uncomfortable, but I will definitely be obedient, will not interfere with you, and will not cause you any trouble. I don't ask you to love only me, I just ask you to always have a place for me in your heart and never leave me. That He Tian is not worthy of you. She had many boyfriends before. Ding Bulai was silent for a while, then stood up and walked to the other side of the table, putting his arm around Jiang Lulu's shoulders. Lulu, don't worry, I won't leave you. It was another passionate night. When Ding Bulai woke up the next day, Jiang Lulu was no longer on the bed. When I came to the living room, I saw the breakfast Jiang Lulu had prepared on the dining table, along with a note. Brother, I have to go to the company to take over today. You can leave it there after breakfast and wait for me to come back to clean it up. Love you, Lulu. Ding Bulai smiled knowingly, took out his phone while eating breakfast, and saw a dense mass of unread messages. Jotong, not bad, brother. I started missing you as soon as I got on the plane. Jotong, not bad, brother. I still have to fly a few flights this time, but I have already submitted my resignation to the company, and it will probably be approved soon. Jotong, I'm flying to Kyoto today. I'll bring you a gift if you like anything. Jotong, brother Bolai, are you up? Remember to eat breakfast on time, and remember to take time to exercise every day. Ding Bulai typed on the keyboard and replied, Tong Tong, please take care of yourself outside. I like any gift you buy. Also, I have to go to Shanghai today. I'm not sure how many days I'll stay there. Jotong did not reply. Probably while on the plane, Ding Bulai looked at other messages. Lin Xixia, the flight has been booked. The flight is at 3:30 p.m. and will arrive in Shanghai at 5 p.m. I have booked a hotel for you there. Lin Xixia, what kind of work are you going to Shanghai for this time? Do you need me to prepare in advance? Ding Bulai, there's nothing to prepare, just follow me. Ding Bulai, by the way, ask your bank to arrange a car to pick me up. We will have lunch together at noon, and then go directly to the airport after lunch. Lin Xixia replied immediately, okay. Then there was a bunch of information from Zhou Xiaotang. Zhou Xiaotang, brother Bolai, why are you silent? Zhou Xiaotang, did you see my dance just now? Zhou Xiaotang, brother Bulai, I see you are still in the live broadcast room. Is there something wrong with Xiaotang? Why do you ignore me when I talk to you? Zhou Xiaotang, brother Bulai, you got off? What's the matter? Zhou Xiaotang, brother Bulai, have you had dinner tonight? Are you really going to come to the Shanghai Auto Show? When will you come? Do you want me to arrange someone to pick you up? Zhou Xiaotang, not bad, brother? Ding Bulai replied, sorry, something happened yesterday and I just got up and picked up my phone. Zhou Xiaotang, not bad, you finally replied. I thought Xiaotang did something wrong. Ding Bulai, no. I'm going to Shanghai this afternoon, but you don't have to pick me up. I already have an arrangement. I'll go to the auto show to see you the day after tomorrow. Zhou Xiaotang, then brother Bolai must come. I really want to meet brother Bolai. Ding Bulai, okay, I will definitely go. Chapter 66 Zhao Xian in the VIP room. Zhao Xian, Ding Bulai's ex-girlfriend. I have been with Ding Bulai since high school. At that time, Ding Bulai was poor but hard-working and down-to-earth, and he was very considerate to her deskmate. Zhao Xian, the class beauty, couldn't help but develop a liking for this motivated and hard-working male classmate. The two gradually studied together, discussed problems together, went shopping together after class, and slowly walked together. When they went to college, their relationship became even deeper during the first 2 years. But Ding Bulai had to earn a living, so apart from attending classes and working, he had very little time to spend with her. When Zhao Xian went to university, she met even more suitors who were either handsome or rich. At first she was able to remain true to herself, but as her roommates and female classmates showed off the gifts given by their boyfriends, used all kinds of cosmetics, and wore beautiful and fashionable clothes, she began to show off her feelings. A more considerate boyfriend often accompanies you to various places for fun. Zhao Xian gradually became dissatisfied with Ding Bulai. Why was it that she looked better than her classmates, but her boyfriend was neither romantic nor had money, and even lacked the most basic companionship. At this time, Lu Dong, who was from the same department, came to Zhao Xian, bought her brand name bags, took her to high-end Western restaurants, accompanied her on plane trips, and even arranged a job for him in an airline company after graduation. She fell. This is the life she wants. But why, Ding Bulai, such a poor orphan, was able to buy a car after leaving her, with beautiful women by his side? Can I get to know the school belle? Or even chat with the famous female CEO of Yunhang City? Moreover, he even dared to show a disgusted expression towards me, when it was obvious that I should be the one who hated and despised him. Why did he do that? He must have done something dirty. Over the years, she knew exactly what he was like. But why does it seem like he is getting better and better, and he can even sit in first class? And he was with Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia, you are the most beautiful girl in our school, why do you let yourself fall into depravity and be with such a scumbag as Ding Bulai? Zhao Xian looked at today's VIP guest list and clenched her teeth. Zhao Xian, what are you doing standing there? Help me put these snacks on display. Zhao Xian quickly came back to her senses. Oh, here it comes. At this time, Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia arrived at the airport and pulled their luggage directly to the airport VIP lounge of Yunhang Airlines. After reporting their names and confirming their identity information for first-class tickets, Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia sat on the sofa inside. When Zhao Xian brought the tea, Ding Bulai just said thank you, and when he looked up, he recognized Zhao Xian who worked here. She understood it immediately. It seems that Lu Dong is reliable and he actually arranged her to Yunhang Airlines. Zhao Xian put down her tea expressionlessly and turned to leave. Ding Bulai said coldly. Stop. You're just putting on a face and not saying a word. Is this how Yunhang Airlines treats VIPs? Lin Jixia next to her raised her head in surprise, and when she saw Zhao Xian, she seemed to recognize her junior's ex-girlfriend who was making trouble at school that day. Zhao Xian stared at Ding Bulai angrily. Ding Bulai, what do you mean? You are looking for trouble, but you don't even know where you are. Am I looking for trouble? You call the client by his name, make a sour face, and even say something rude. Is this your attitude towards work? The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of people around. An older woman in the VIP room came over quickly, pulled Zhao Xian's arm, and then smiled apologetically. Excuse me, Mr. Ding, is there anything wrong? Xian is new here. If there's anything I haven't done well, I apologize on her behalf. Zhao Xian couldn't help but said in a stern voice, Sister Lu, why should you apologize to him? He is obviously looking for trouble. Ding Bulai smiled coldly, I just came in and sat down. I didn't do anything. You, the staff, gave me a cold face and smashed the teacup. Now you still have this attitude. I just want to ask, is this how you, Yunhang Airlines, treat VIPs? The woman named Sister Lu glanced at Zhao Xian with dissatisfaction, then bent down and said to Ding Bulai. I'm sorry, sir. Xian just got here and doesn't know anything yet. So, if you need anything, I'll serve you. Is that okay with you? There are a lot of guests today, so some of our meals may not be done properly. Please forgive us. Ding Bulai said calmly, it's okay if you don't understand something when you first arrived, but if your work attitude is bad, then there is a problem. I'm not an unreasonable person, just ask your colleague to apologize to us. No problem, no problem. Sister Lu quickly tugged at Zhao Xian's sleeve, signaling her to give in. However, Zhao Xian stared at Ding Bulai and the other man stubbornly and angrily, and refused to apologize. At this time, Lin Jixia next to him also spoke up. Why, your staff did something wrong, and you can't even apologize? You, Yunhang Airlines, are really bullying your customers. There were some other guests scattered in the VIP room, and they were looking at Zhao Xian with some dissatisfaction. Zhao Xian, apologize. Sister Lu hurriedly whispered to Zhao Xian. I won't apologize. Why should I apologize to a rotten person like him? Zhao Xian. Sister Lu shouted in shock and anger, apologize. But Zhao Xian ignored her and turned away. Before Ding Bulai could speak, Lin Jixia's face turned cold. You have a bad work attitude and even insulted the customer. Very good. This is how you, Yunhang Airlines, serve? It seems I need to make some suggestions to your company and the administration. I'm sorry, Mr. Ding, Ms. Lin, it's our fault. I apologize to you. I'm really sorry. She might have. Okay, no need to say more. Lin Jixia waved her hand, I know it's not your fault. I only complained to people who made mistakes. After saying that, he immediately took out his cell phone, made a call, and told him what happened here. Sister Lu next to them had a sad face at the moment, but she still put on a smile and helped Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia change the tea and brought them snacks and fruits. After boarding the plane, Sister Lu personally guided the two through security check and sent them onto the plane. Back in the VIP room, Sister Lu called Zhao Xian with an unpleasant look on her face. Zhao Xian, I warn you, no matter whether you have Mr. Lu's background or not, work is work, and you must do it well. You must be responsible for what happened today. I will explain it to the company in detail. Zhao Xian also knew that she was wrong today, but she still said stubbornly that Ding Bulai is also problematic. You still say that? Sister Lu was almost in a rage at this time, and finally left a helpless sentence, you take care of yourself. It's really unlucky today. I didn't expect to meet that person. Junior, you have such bad taste. Why did you choose such an ex-girlfriend? And you asked someone to teach you a lesson that day. What happened afterwards? Ding Bulai sighed helplessly, those people were released yesterday. Lin Jixia was surprised and said, those few people are just minions. What kind of background does your ex-girlfriend's boyfriend have to be so powerful? Ding Bulai shook his head, those minions are nothing to be afraid of, they are Wei Hu's men. But I know his boyfriend, he is the son of the general manager of Yunhang Airlines. Lin Jixia frowned, general manager of an airline company? His background is not simple, no wonder he is so arrogant. You know, the airlines in our dragon country are all interconnected, and those who can become general managers are even more extraordinary. Ding Bulai had no good solution for the time being. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded beside him, hello, Mr. Ding, would you like something to drink? Note, the goddess information that has appeared so far. 1. Jiang Lulu 24168, receptionist of Yuntian Group, part-time bar host and atmosphere group worker, score 88, current favorability 100. 2. Jotong 27173, flight attendant, side job at the gym, score 89, current favorability 97. 3. Lin Jixia 24172, campus beauty, bank manager, score 93, current favorability 52. 4. Yun Qingxua 28178, CEO of Yuntian Group, score 96, current favorability 55. 5. Zhou Xiaotang 26178, model, score 92, current favorability 25. Chapter 67 Another top-notch goddess. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Xin Xingqing. Age, 29. Height, 175 centimeters. Rating, 94. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 10. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Ding Bulai looked up and saw a beautiful stewardess standing beside him with her back bent. The stewardess had long black hair that fell naturally, fair skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, a high nose bridge and tight lips. Under the well-fitting stewardess uniform is a pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Her whole temperament is cool, elegant, sexy, and charming. However, the pair of beautiful and cold phoenix eyes under the willow-shaped eyebrows now showed a hint of melancholy. I'll have a Coke, please. Lin Jixia turned her head and said, I want milk. Okay, Mr. Ding, Ms. Lin, I'll bring it to you right away. After a while, the flight attendant brought the drinks. Mr. Ding, this seat can be laid flat. If you are tired, you can lie down and rest for a while. This flight takes 90 minutes and will arrive at Shanghai International Airport at 5 o'clock. If you need anything else, you can always call us. Okay, thanks. After Xin Xingqing greeted Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia, she returned to the crew rest area in front. Several flight attendants were there pouring drinks and chatting in low voices. Hey, Xingqing, is Mr. Ding easy to talk to? I heard that he scolded the new ground staff in the VIP lounge at the airport just now. Sister Lu is furious, but not at Mr. Ding, but at the newcomer Zhao Xian. This woman, relying on young Master Lu's connections, has offended many people in just a few days. But it seems that Mr. Ding knows Mr. Lu and the newcomer, and they don't get along. It is said that Zhao Xian got very angry in the VIP lounge after boarding the plane. TSK, she's in trouble. Young Master Lu has several women in the company, none of them are easy to get along with. She's just a college graduate, she doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. At this time, several stewardesses saw Xin Xingqing was silent and asked. Hey, Xingqing, why don't you say anything? Mr. Ding is so handsome, aren't you tempted? It's a pity that he has a female companion. The woman next to him is also very beautiful. They are really a perfect match. What's wrong with having a female companion? Our Ching Ching is no worse than that woman. You bastard, if you want to hang out with a rich guy, just go ahead. Don't tell me, I really want to go. He's so young and handsome, and it looks like he doesn't even take young Master Lu seriously. He's definitely tall, rich, and handsome. As soon as these words came out, several flight attendants' eyes flickered. Lin Jixia didn't have a lunch break today. She drank a glass of milk and closed her eyes to rest. It was Ding Bulai's first time on a plane. He was curious but didn't dare show it. He just looked out the window pretending to be serious. A stewardess came forward and asked, "Mr. Ding, do you need another drink?" "Not for now, thank you." "Okay, let me take the cup away for you." "Good." As she spoke, the stewardess bent down to take the cup, touching Ding Bulai's body intentionally or unintentionally. Before leaving, she quietly left a note and then left shyly. Ding Bulai was slightly stunned and opened the note. "Hello, Mr. Ding, I want to make friends with you. I am familiar with Shanghai. Do you need me to take you to Shanghai to eat authentic snacks after landing?" 138. Ding Bulai naturally had no interest in someone who hadn't even activated the system prompt. "I was about to throw it into the trash bag in front of the seat, but after thinking it over, I felt that it would be impolite to do so in front of others on the plane, so I stuffed it into my pocket." After a while, another flight attendant came over to greet us. During the 1-hour smooth flight, among the 6 stewardesses on the plane, except Ching Ching who came at the beginning and another chief stewardess, the other 4 stewardesses came to Ding Bulai several times under various excuses of providing services. All 4 slips of paper were stuffed into his pocket. Ding Bulai couldn't help but sigh in his heart, are first-class passengers so popular with the flight attendants? What he didn't know was that not all first-class passengers received this treatment. Flight attendants see so many first-class passengers every day that it's no exaggeration to say they have sharp eyes. They immediately realized that Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Moreover, Ding Bulai is young and very handsome, and his luxurious clothes undoubtedly show his financial strength. What's more important is that Ding Bulai's complaint in the airport VIP lounge has been transmitted to the plane. This is the airline's reminder to the crew on board to pay attention to the situation and provide good service. But this is not important. What is important is that they know that this handsome guy is just Zhao Xian's ex-boyfriend who they broke up with not long ago. Just broke up not long ago. Young, handsome, and rich. How can you not like these stewardesses? Ding Bulai didn't understand all this, but he was a little disappointed that Ching Ching, the flight attendant he was most interested in, did not come over. But it made sense when she thought about it, since she still had 0 drivers, how could she easily chat up a guy? Ding Bulai was wondering whether he should take the initiative to strike up a conversation with the other person. Just as I was struggling, I saw Ching Ching coming over. "Hello, Mr. Ding. Our plane is about to land at Shanghai International Airport. I'll help you put away the small table and tidy up." "Okay, thank you." Looking at Ching Ching's serious and slightly hesitant eyes, Ding Bulai's heart moved and he said, "Beauty, I wonder if you have something on your mind?" Ching Ching paused. Who doesn't have a few worries? Why don't you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you. Ching Ching glanced at Ding Bulai and opened her red lips slightly. "Thank you." Then, without saying anything else, he returned to the restroom. Why, Mr. Ding also has failed attempts to seduce beautiful women. Ding Bulai turned around and saw that Lin Jixia had woken up and was looking at him with a smile. "No, stop joking, senior sister, we were just chatting for a while." "Humph." Lin Jixia turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Ding Bulai could only smile awkwardly. The plane landed quickly, and under the expectant eyes of several flight attendants, Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia got off the plane. Lin Jixia booked a presidential suite for Ding Bulai and a king-size bedroom for herself. Before leaving, she notified the hotel to have a car waiting at the airport exit. It was a little after 5 o'clock, which was the evening rush hour in Shanghai, and it took the car an hour to reach the hotel. The 2 slightly tired people had just walked into the hotel when they saw a woman in a hurry wearing a mask jogging towards them from the other side. He was running while talking on the phone, saying something like "I'm almost there, sorry" or something like that. Just by being careless, he bumped into Ding Bulai and was knocked to the ground by the rebound. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" Ding Bulai quickly got up to help him. But the woman shook him off. "How do you walk? Don't you look at the road?" Ding Bulai originally wanted to say that "you bumped into me," but he didn't want to argue with a woman. "Sorry, are you okay?" Do you want to go to the hospital to see a doctor? The woman rubbed her butt and struggled to stand up. Forget it, it's okay. It's my fault. Chapter 68. Need a female bodyguard. Then the woman picked up the phone from the ground, said to the person on the other end of the phone that she would be there soon, glanced at Ding Bulai, and hurried away again. Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia looked at each other helplessly. After returning to their respective rooms and putting away their luggage, Lin Zhixia came to Ding Bulai's room. Junior, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? If you don't have any special plans, I'll take you to the snack street in Shanghai, which is not far from this hotel. Snack street? Ding Bulai remembered that the flight attendant on the plane had left him her phone number and asked to take him to eat snacks. There were also several small notes that were casually taken out and thrown into the trash can. Let's go later. I ate on the plane, so I'm not too hungry right now. And I have an appointment with someone, so he should be here soon. At this time, Lin Zhixia looked at the notes in the trash can with dissatisfaction and said sarcastically, Junior brother, you have good luck in love. Who did you date? It couldn't be those flight attendants, right? Ha, of course not, it's from a security company. You want a bodyguard? Well, there's a cafe in the hotel, let's book a private room there. Do you really treat me as your subordinate? Humph. Lin Zhixia muttered in dissatisfaction, but still went out to make arrangements. The two had been in the room for less than 10 minutes when Ding Bulai's phone rang. The person on the other end of the line said that they had arrived at the hotel cafe. When Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia came down, they saw a sturdy middle-aged man in a suit and tie, looking very energetic, standing at the door of the coffee shop. You are Mr. Fong, right? The man was slightly surprised when he saw the handsome and beautiful Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia, and then he smiled. This must be Mr. Ding, hello? I'm the marketing manager of Long Dun Security who contacted you. My name is Fong Yuan. Hello, this is my assistant, Ms. Lin. Hello, Miss Lin. After the greetings, they came to the private room. After the waiter brought the drinks they ordered and left, Fong Yuan took out a stack of information from his handbag, took out two and handed them to Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia. Mr. Ding, Ms. Lin, thank you for trusting us in choosing our Long Dun Security Company. I believe you should have some understanding before you came. Our Long Dun Security is the largest and most professional private security company in Longhua. We have provided security services to many celebrities and entrepreneurs. Therefore, you can fully trust our security services, whether professional or otherwise. In short, our creed is to never let our customers fall behind us. Ding Bulai flipped through a few pages of Dragon Shield Security's introduction materials and nodded. Well, I naturally believe in your strength, otherwise I wouldn't come to you. Fong Yuan smiled. Because what you said on the phone before was relatively simple, I came here today to discuss your specific needs. Are you looking for security services for yourself, or for an event or company? Ding Bulai thought for a moment and said, it's mainly for individuals. It's to provide daily security for myself and my friends. That is, a personal bodyguard. Then I wonder what level and number of bodyguards Mr. Ding needs. Seeing Ding Bulai's puzzled expression, Fong Yuan quickly introduced. It's like this. Our personal bodyguards are divided into 5 levels from D to S according to their strength and experience. The daily salary for D level is 2,000, C level is 3,000, B level is 5,000, and S level is 10,000. This is just the standard price under normal circumstances. If there are special circumstances, for example, let me give you an example, please don't mind. For example, if you happen to have some enemies preparing, the price will be different depending on the risk situation. Ding Bulai naturally understood what the other party meant by the risk. I am just an ordinary person. I have a little money and invest in some business. I am not involved in gangs or sensitive things, and I don't have any special enemies, so it's just daily protection. Fong Yuan understood, that's daily private security. No problem. It's the standard price. Do you have female bodyguards? Ding Bulai glanced at Lin Zhixia unnaturally, because most of my friends are women. Of course. Fong Yuan smiled and said, we also handle a lot of security work for female celebrities, female entrepreneurs, or female family members. Female bodyguards are a must. Ding Bulai nodded, then let's have S-level female bodyguards. As for the number, at least 10. And give me dozens of other A-level bodyguards as well. Poof. Before Fong Yuan could say anything, Lin Zhixia spit out a mouthful of her drink. Sorry. Shwe, Mr. Ding, you have so many female friends, do they protect you? Ding Bulai smiled awkwardly. Well, it's better to be prepared. I see celebrities and bigwigs have a bunch of bodyguards when they travel, so it's not too much for me to have a few more, right? Fang Yuan looked strange and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Ding, you may not understand this very well. S-level bodyguards are definitely top-notch soldiers. Such talents are extremely rare, and you want a female bodyguard. In fact, if you just need daily security and there are a large number of people, I recommend you choose C-level or D-level bodyguards. If you are worried, you can also go with a level or B-level. But in fact, even D-level bodyguards are retired Special Forces soldiers. This can meet your security needs without wasting money. Ding Bulai waved his hand. No, money doesn't matter. I just want the best. Or do you guys not have it? Fang Yuan affirmed, of course there are, but the number is not that large. There are a few. Bring them all to me. There is only one S-level 1. There are currently 5 A-level female bodyguards available. There are more B-level and below. This number was far from what Ding Bulai had expected. He almost suspected that the so-called largest private security company in Dragon Country was just a boast. Perhaps seeing Ding Bulai's dissatisfaction, Fang Yuan explained, Mr. Ding, there are not many female bodyguards, and the top ones are even harder to find. If Mr. Ding can choose some male bodyguards, this would give him more choices. Don't think about it, just S-level, A-level and B-level female bodyguards. But I should be able to choose one. Can I meet them first? Of course you can, and I have to make it clear to Mr. Ding in advance that S-level and A-level female bodyguards will also choose their employers, so I will bring them here tomorrow and you two can meet and see if they are suitable. As for the price, it depends on the length of time you hire me. There are also certain discounts. I'm in this for the long term, the price doesn't matter to me, I'll talk about it when I meet the person tomorrow. After Fang Yuan left, Lin Jixia teased, Boss Ding is very good to his woman. Somehow, Ding Bulai seemed to hear a hint of sourness, and hurriedly said, I am also thinking about protecting you. Otherwise, if something like what happened at the school gate happens again, I, as a man, don't care. But if something happens to you girls, I will regret it to death. Humph. Lin Jixia turned her head away, but she didn't seem angry anymore. Let's go. I'll take you out for something delicious. Thank you, senior. The two walked out, and when they passed a private room, the door opened and a loud noise came out. You old bastard, you still want me to go to your room? Why don't you go home and look for your mom? Even if I don't want to film, I don't want a role like you who is old and has no life. The woman who had been bumped into at the hotel entrance before walked out cursing and bumped into Ding Bulai again. Chapter 69 National Goddess. Ding Bulai only felt a soft body hit his arms, and he subconsciously hugged the other person to prevent falling. Sorry. Ding Bulai quickly let go. The woman pushed Ding Bulai away angrily, looked up, and saw a handsome face in front of her. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Lu Mengli. Age, 27. Height, 176 centimeters. Rating, 96. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 5. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Hiss. Another top goddess at the same level as Yunqing Xue, with a score of 96. The woman was not wearing a mask at this time. Her oval face was as white as snow and her appearance was extremely beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. On the slightly angry face, there were big eyes that were clear and bright, like 2 clear springs. At this time, a slightly fat man with gray hair in the box wiped the red wine off his face and shouted angrily. Loomingly, if you dare to walk out of here today, I guarantee that you will never have any chance in the circle in the future. I'm telling you, you've already offended young Master Qin, and I'm the only one who dares to use you. Now kneel down and beg me obediently, and serve me well tonight, and I can help you talk to Master Qin. Otherwise, you can wait to be banned until death. Lu Mengli didn't bother to pay attention to Ding Bulai at the door, and turned around and shouted angrily. You're a disgusting old gangster. I want to vomit when I see you. I'd rather die than beg you. The man's face flushed with anger when he heard this. You have been fucked by so many people, wait and see how I deal with you today. At this time, the man also saw Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia at the door and sneered. Why, you're looking for help. A pretty boy and a little girl, what do you think they can do for you? Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. This man kept swearing and bullying a girl. Lin Jixia couldn't help but said coldly. I never thought that the famous director Liang would be such a low-class, disrespectful, and rude person in private. I wonder if anyone would still watch your movies if they knew you looked like this? Lu Mingli next to her looked at Lin Zhixia with gratitude. Thank you, young lady, but it's none of your business. This old man can't do anything to me. Director Liang was extremely angry at this time. Who are you? Believe it or not, I will ban you. Lin Zhixia sneered, banned? Do you think you can cover up everything just because you are a little famous? This entertainment industry is not owned by your family. You. Do you dare to tell me who you are and which company you work for? Why should I tell you? Go check it out if you have the guts. Director Liang's face turned pale, and he looked at Ding Bulai who was standing beside him. Which company's trainee is this pretty boy from? Why, are you going to offend me together with these two ignorant girls? In fact, he said a lot, but it was only a few words in less than a minute. To be honest, Ding Bulai still didn't understand what was going on. He didn't know this so-called Director Liang, but he sounded like he should be quite famous. But, so what? My assistant is right. Director Liang, from your tone, it sounds like the entertainment industry is your home. How about you try to ban me too? What a joke. Ding Bulai is not from the entertainment industry, so why would he be afraid of you banning him? It was just this indifferent look that suddenly startled Director Liang and helped him recover from his anger. Who are you? Who I am is none of your business. But I'm leaving with my friends now. Are you going to stop me? Director Liang stared at Ding Bulai, then glanced at Lin Zhixia, and finally set his gaze on Lu Mingli. Lu Mingli, think about it carefully. If you walk out of this hotel today, I promise you will regret it. Lu Mingli said bitterly, you are worthy? After saying that, he turned and walked out. Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia also left. Only the sound of angry fighting could be heard in the private room behind them. Thank you for today. But I'm also very sorry because I caused you to offend Liang Shirin. Walking into the hotel lobby, Lu Mingli said to the two of them apologetically. Lin Zhixia said indifferently, it's okay. We are not from the entertainment industry anyway. We will be offended if we are offended. But Miss Lu, I really like the movies you made. I didn't expect to see you here today. Can you sign an autograph for me? Lu Mingli smiled bitterly, thank you, I didn't expect someone would like me. I don't mind signing, but I'm afraid it would be embarrassing if you show it to others. What's there to be ashamed of? Looking at the way you look today, I know that what people say online is just nonsense. Lu Mingli was touched, thank you, I didn't know you were. Oh, my name is Lin Zhixia, I work in a bank, this is my big client, he is also my boss, Mr. Ding Bulai. Lu Mingli was surprised that these two handsome men and beautiful women, whose looks were top-notch in the entertainment industry, one worked in a bank and the other was a boss. Mr. Ding, Ms. Lin, thank you very much. I am sorry for causing you trouble. I don't know if you guys are free in a while. I'd like to treat you to a meal as a thank you for your help today. That's great. Lin Zhixia suddenly became excited. To be able to have dinner with Miss Lu, many people can't even think about it. Don't call me Miss Lu, just call me Mingli. Then you can call me Zhixia. At this time, the two girls noticed Ding Bulai who was silent on the side, and Lin Zhixia said embarrassedly. Junior, I'm sorry, I'm a little excited. Look, how about we go eat with Mingli? Ding Bulai was eager to be with this 96-point goddess, so he pretended to be indifferent and said. It's okay, let's go together. But we are going to have some snacks. From what you guys are saying, Miss Lu should be a celebrity, so it shouldn't be inconvenient. Lin Zhixia was surprised and said, you don't know Mingli? She is the national goddess, the dream lover of all you boys. Ding Bulai shook his head awkwardly. To be honest, Lu Mingli was also a little surprised, but still said. It doesn't matter if I'm a celebrity or not. I'll wear a mask. There are also several big restaurants with private rooms in the nearby snack street. We can pack some and eat in the private rooms. Well, let's go then. We took the car arranged by the hotel and arrived at the snack street. The two girls, Lin Zhixia and Lu Mingli, couldn't wait to buy a lot of food from various stalls. Then we found a private room. Several people ate and chatted. Lin Zhixia asked curiously, Mingli, I just heard Liang Shirin say outside the private room that you offended young Master Qin. What's going on? Chapter 70 I can help. Through Lu Mengli's intermittent introduction, Ding Bulai also had a preliminary understanding of her story. Lu Mengli, the national goddess who reached the peak as soon as she debuted. She was not trained in acting, but after graduating from college at the age of 22, she was accidentally pulled into a film crew while shopping to play a guest role as a passerby girl. She then became famous on the internet for her stunning looks and was called the most beautiful woman of the millennium. This marked the beginning of her acting career. Lu Mengli looks pure and charming, but has a carefree personality and is particularly independent and strong-willed. After entering the entertainment industry, he worked diligently and made great efforts to improve himself. His performances in several dramas were well received by the public. In just a few years, she became a popular top-tier diva and national goddess. But beauty not only has advantages, but also brings troubles. She likes strong men who can conquer her, but she hasn't met one in all these years. The suitors in college were easy to deal with, but after graduation, especially since entering the entertainment industry, the suitors I met were more difficult to deal with and more powerful than the last. Although her family was wealthy and she had a certain status in Shanghai, she could gracefully reject most of the harassment. But there are always some people her family can't afford to offend. For example, Qin Shao mentioned earlier. Qin Shao's real name is Qin Hao. He is the eldest son of the Qin family, one of the top families in Shanghai. After meeting Lu Mengli on an occasion 2 years ago, he began to pursue her madly. At the beginning, Qin Hao was still gentlemanly and Lu Mengli maintained superficial polite contact. However, Qin Hao became even more excessive later on. On the one hand, he harassed her almost every day, and on the other hand, he isolated other men from contact with Lu Mengli with his strong desire for control. Lu Mengli was naturally extremely angry, but no matter how he quarreled or insulted her, Qin Hao continued to do as he pleased. Until last year, Qin Hao even wanted to force her to drink, but when that failed he got angry and used Lu Mengli's career and fame to threaten her. The Qin family controls the largest film and television entertainment company in Longhua, and Qin Hao is the vice president of this company. First, all of Lu Mengli's announcements and endorsements were suspended. Seeing that Lu Mengli refused to comply, they fabricated a large amount of negative news about her, turning Lu Mengli from a pure goddess into a lustful woman despised by everyone. This was not enough, they even joined forces with Lu Mengli's company and demanded that Lu Mengli compensate for the losses caused to the company. Damn it, they are all a bunch of greedy bastards. If it weren't for me, the company would still be just a small, low-end studio. In 5 years, I have earned the company at least over 1 billion yuan. Now they are falsely accusing me and asking me to pay 2 billion. Fuck me. Let them be brave, I'm not afraid. Lu Mengli probably hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. She held the skewers in one hand and the white wine in the other, and ate and drank while cursing. This scene made Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia feel very uncomfortable. I didn't expect that the national goddess who is elegant and noble on the screen has no image at all in private. However, this kind of frankness also made Ding Bulai and Lin Zhixia feel good about him. Lin Zhixia couldn't help but comfort him. It's okay, Mengli, rumors are just rumors after all, there will always be a day when the truth will come out, they can't cover up the sun. Besides, I also believe that with your hard work and talent, things will definitely get better in the future. Thank you, Zhixia. Hiccup. I'm not actually afraid of them spreading rumors about me, nor am I afraid of them falsely accusing me. I'm just afraid of having nothing to do. I didn't study acting before, but since I saw my work on the screen and my fans liked it, I felt a sense of accomplishment and that what I do is meaningful. But now, I've been hidden by these bastards. I have no work to do and I can't leave. I'm not afraid of not making money. I just don't want my life to be wasted like this. Lin Zhixia frowned and said, can't you quit and find another company? Lu Mengli smiled bitterly, now they want me to pay 2 billion, and I can't leave before I pay. And even if I file a lawsuit, they have a way to keep dragging it out. Lin Zhixia didn't know what to say. She couldn't help with these things. Ding Bulai asked at this time, if someone helps you, can you fight back? Lu Mengli's face was filled with disappointment. What can I do if I have a solution? Who would dare to help me now? Unless I agree to that Qin Hao. Lin Zhixia glanced at Ding Bulai and gritted her teeth and said, Junior brother, can you bear to watch Mengli being bullied? Before Ding Bulai opened his mouth, Lu Mengli looked him up and down, and said, whether sarcastically or objectively, although Mr. Ding seems to have some money, he is far behind Qin Hao. Qin Hao has the Qin family behind him. Do you know how big the Qin family is? The family assets exceed 1 trillion. Zhixia, you'd better not make things difficult for President Ding and hurt you guys. Lin Jixia knew that she was fanciful after hearing this. Junior, I'm sorry, I was confused too. Ding Bulai was not annoyed. To be honest, even if there is a system, it is impossible not to be scared when you first hear that you have to go against a big family with trillions of assets. But being looked down upon by two women, Lu Mingli and Lin Jixia, was not what Ding Bulai wanted. It's not impossible to help. Can you help? Lin Jixia and Lu Mingli turned to look at him in surprise. Tell me how we can help you first. Can we really solve your problem? A glimmer of hope flashed in Lu Mingli's eyes. What I want most now is to terminate the contract with the company. Otherwise, I can't work and can't do anything. As long as the contract is terminated, I believe that with my fame, I can still find a crew to act in. The Qin family can't cover everything up. There will always be people who don't give them face. As for the negative news, it's not like I don't have any evidence to fight back. Ding Bulai said calmly, I'm afraid that even if you terminate the contract, you will still be unable to move forward. You also said that the Qin family is so big and has the largest entertainment company. Do you think you can survive under their suppression? Well, it's fate that we meet today, and Jixia and you hit it off right away. Even if it's not for you, I will help for Jixia. But I still need to think about how to help specifically. Miss Lu can also consider in which areas I need your support. At least one thing I can say is that as long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. Lin Jixia was inexplicably moved by these slightly arrogant words. After all, she had truly witnessed Ding Bulai's lavish spending, and she knew that there was 6 billion in his account a few days ago. More importantly, after that day, Ding Bulai's account permissions had been upgraded to the bank's highest VIP permissions, and even their Yunhang branch could not check it now. In addition, Ding Bulai's words, for Lin Jixia, also made her heart tremble. Lu Mingli looked at Ding Bulai seriously, her eyes flickering. Good. Chapter 71 S-Class Bodyguard Wu Ying. The next morning, Ding Bulai had just gotten up and finished breakfast with Lin Jixia when he received a call from Longdun Securities' Fong Yuan, saying that they had arrived. This time, Ding Bulai asked them to come directly to his presidential suite. Ding Bulai was sitting at the tea table drinking tea. A few minutes later, Fong Yuan came in with 6 women. Hello, Mr. Ding and Ms. Lin. These are our company's bodyguards. This one just came back from a mission abroad. He is one of the few top-level S-level bodyguards in our company, Wu Ying. Wu Ying is from the Special Forces and is proficient in combat, security, and firearms. Fong Yuan pointed at a young woman sitting next to the sofa and introduced her proudly. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Wu Ying. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Rating, 94. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 2. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. I've been so lucky in love recently, dating goddesses with scores over 90 points one after another. Wu Ying had very neat and short hair that reached her ears, and her facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, especially her deep eyes, which seemed to hide countless secrets and gave people a mysterious and cold temperament. Ding Bulai was very curious about how such a beautiful and young girl could become an S-level bodyguard. The other 5 A-level bodyguards were also young women. They were not bad-looking, but they had not activated the system prompts. Fong Yuan continued, Mr. Ding, Ms. Lin, although they are very young, they are definitely the top bodyguards in our entire dragon country. Captain Wu, could you please show it to Mr. Ding? It was obvious that Fong Yuan was very polite and even flattering in front of Wu Ying. Wu Ying looked at Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia with a calm expression as soon as she came in. After hearing Fong Yuan's words, he said coldly, introduce the content of the work first, I need to understand it first. Fong Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, but Ding Bulai said indifferently. As you can see, I'm the boss who's about to hire you. I have some money, some investments, and of course, some girlfriends. I hired you to protect me and my woman on a daily basis. One thing you can rest assured about is that I am a serious businessman. There may be some business competition in the future, but there should be no risk of so-called vendettas, assassinations, etc., or there is no risk of so-called vendettas, assassinations, etc. In addition, if you pass my approval, I request long-term employment, at least 1 year. The only requirement, and your job, is to protect me and my woman from harm from the outside world. After hearing what Ding Bulai said, except for Wu Ying, the other 5 women had a hint of excitement in their eyes. Fong Yuan turned to look at Wu Ying. Captain Wu, how about you? Wu Ying remained silent, and just when Ding Bulai was getting impatient and was about to refuse, Wu Ying suddenly and quickly picked up a deck of playing cards that was prepared in the hotel next door. With a blink of an eye, he swiped his fingertips and picked up a card with 2 fingers. He threw it seemingly casually, and a red ace of hearts was inserted into the wooden tea table in front of Ding Bulai. And it was less than 1 centimeter away from Ding Bulai's right hand holding the teacup. Hiss. Is this Xiao Li's flying dagger? Or will picking leaves hurt people? Ding Bulai widened his eyes. Lin Jixia, who was standing by, looked at Wu Ying's right hand in surprise, then looked at the half-exposed card on the table, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. It really went in. And she tried hard, but couldn't pull it out unless she tore the cards. Brother, this is too amazing. Ding Bulai took a deep breath and said calmly, she is worthy of being your company's S-level bodyguard. I am very satisfied. I want her. Fong Yuan was delighted. Mr. Ding, you will not be disappointed. In addition, you can also let these 5 A-level bodyguards demonstrate for you. Ding Bulai waved his hand and said, no need. I believe in their ability and the integrity of your company. By the way, you said that the daily salary for an S-level bodyguard is 10,000, right? Yes, Mr. Ding, if you hire us on an annual basis, we have some discounts. The flat rate is 3.5 million, and the A-level one is 1.5 million. To be honest, this price is not only not expensive, but Ding Bulai even feels it is cheap. Maybe he doesn't understand the market situation. Ding Bulai couldn't help but think secretly, then he took the initiative to activate the system and looked at the information of the other 5 female bodyguards. Seeing that there was no big problem, he looked up and said, Wu Ying, right? And these 5 bodyguards, I want them all. Several bodyguards showed delighted expressions in their eyes, and Wu Ying also moved slightly. But I want to start working from now on, is that okay? Fong Yuan said with embarrassment, that's no problem, but I didn't expect you to need it so urgently. Maybe they need to go back and prepare. Also, didn't you say you were looking for bodyguards of B rank or below? Ding Bulai pointed at Wu Ying and said, let her choose. I'll tell her the requirements later. I'll take whatever she chooses. Okay. Mr. Ding, do you have any plans for the time being? Otherwise, I can arrange for other bodyguards to come over now. Let them go back and prepare first, and then come to see you. At this time, Wu Ying, who had been silent, said, I don't have anything to prepare. I can follow them today, and when the others arrive, I can go back and clean up. That's okay too. Just like that, Fong Yuan left with the other 5 bodyguards, and also took away the 1 million deposit transferred by Ding Bulai. Mr. Ding, what are your plans next? Give me the driver's phone number so I can discuss the itinerary. Ding Bulai touched the back of his head unnaturally, I don't have any schedule, and I don't have a driver. I just want to go to the auto show and someone will pick me up. Then there was silence. Lin Jixia wanted to chat with Wu Ying, but Wu Ying spoke very little. She only answered one question after every few questions she asked, and all of them were words, which made Lin Jixia speechless. She had to go back to her room to dress up. Not long after, Ding Bulai's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Ding, I'm Mark, I'm already at the hotel entrance. Okay, we'll be right down. Mark is the Aston Martin Dragon Country director who contacted Ding Bulai the day before yesterday. He came today specifically to pick up Ding Bulai. When Ding Bulai, Lin Jixia and Wu Ying went downstairs, they saw an extended version of Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the hotel. Standing next to him was a blonde foreigner. Ding Bulai walked straight over. Hello, is this Mr. Mark? I'm Ding Bulai. Chapter 72. Check his background. This is not Ding Bulai's first time attending the auto show. He used to do odd jobs at the auto show in Yunhang City. But the feeling of working odd jobs is completely different from being accompanied and guided by Mark at this moment, with a bunch of people around them, visiting the auto show. Mr. Ding, the Aston Martin booth is in front. Look, there are so many people gathered there. This is also to thank you for your support, because the customized version you ordered is the only one in the world and is worth 1 billion Dragon Country currency. Mark introduced enthusiastically, but as they slowly approached the Aston Martin booth, several people noticed something was wrong. What do you mean, you're just leaving the car here and not selling it? Do you think we can't afford it? Although Aston Martin is a big brand, you still have to abide by the basic business rules. The girl just said that all the cars on display can be sold. I'm really sorry, the little girl just now is a part-time worker, she doesn't know, but this car has been reserved by someone else, it's just put here for display. If you like, You can order another one from the company. Our young Master Qin needs to make a reservation to buy a car? I think you guys don't want to stay in Shanghai anymore, right? When he heard Qin Shao's name, Ding Bulai's heart moved. Martin rushed forward and asked, "What's going on?" A staff member hurriedly walked up to Mark and explained it quickly. At this time, Ding Bulai also walked forward and saw the noisy group of people. There were several young men and women wearing luxurious clothes, and they were all young masters and young ladies. The man in the front middle is particularly eye-catching. He was wearing a set of luxurious clothes that had no logo but were obviously custom-made, and the watch on his hand was obviously worth a lot of money. Moreover, the man was tall and maintained a calm but proud smile even when others were arguing, revealing his noble temperament of a superior. Mark was also startled when he saw the man, and quickly stepped forward enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Qin." Young Master Qin nodded slightly and said directly, "Mr. Mark, I won't say any more polite words. I like your car and I want to drive it away today." Mark said in embarrassment, "Mr. Qin, it's not that we don't want to sell it, but this car was customized by another customer, and the payment has been made. The car was supposed to be delivered to the customer the day before yesterday, but we asked the other party to let us exhibit it here for 2 days. Why don't you take a look at other cars, Mr. Qin? Or if you really like it, I can ask the company to customize another one for you." Qin Shao frowned and said, "How about this? You ask the customer, tell him that I want this car, how much he paid, and I will add 20% to the price." Mark pondered for a moment and asked, "Mr. Qin, the price of this customized car is 1 billion yuan. Are you sure you want to add 20% to the purchase price? A billion?" At this time, everyone watching was stunned, including many netizens in the live broadcast rooms of Self Media at the scene. 1 billion to buy a car, how rich does that require? Everyone looked at the silver-gray sports car in the center of the booth in shock. The young men and women who had just shouted were also somewhat stunned, including young Master Qin. Although they have money, they also play with cars. But most of them are worth several million or tens of millions, with a few costing tens of millions. Qin Shao's most expensive car is a limited edition Koenigsegg worth 110 million yuan. And 1 billion yuan is already enough for a small listed company. No matter how rich their families are, they can't buy a billion-dollar car. At this time, Mr. Qin took a look at the car and said in a deep voice, "Please help me contact this customer. I want to buy it." Although Qin Shao seldom buys such expensive things for his own entertainment, it doesn't mean that he can't afford it. It's only 1.2 billion, which is nothing. Mark couldn't help but look at Ding Bulai in the crowd. After thinking for a while, he walked over and whispered to Ding Bulai, "Mr. Ding, you heard it just now, right? That person is Qin Hao, the young master of the Qin family in Shanghai. The Qin family is the top family in Shanghai. If you really don't want to sell it, I will help you push it. Although his family is very powerful, we are a multinational corporation, and they can only cause minor obstacles at best." Ding Bulai had a better impression of Mark after hearing this. He thought that the other party would directly push the trouble to himself, although he couldn't push the trouble away when it came. "Forget it." Ding Bulai stepped forward and said, "Sorry, this is my car. I don't plan to sell it." Seeing that the car owner was such a young and handsome guy, Qin Hao's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he walked straight to Ding Bulai. "Sir, I am Qin Hao from Shanghai." Ding Bulai said calmly, "Young Master Qin's name is well known." Qin Hao smiled and said, "There's no such thing as a big name. I don't know what you call me." Ding is not bad. Ding is not bad? Qin Hao searched his mind for an acquaintance with the last name Ding, but had no impression of him at all. "Mr. Ding, I really like your car. I wonder if you can give it up. I am willing to pay 1.1 billion for it." Just now he said the price would be increased by 20%, and now he turned around and said it was 1.1 billion. Ding Bulai smiled disdainfully. "I'm afraid young Master Qin didn't understand what I meant. I'm not short of money, so I won't sell it. Which family are you from? You look so unfamiliar." Mr. Qin has spoken personally, and he can earn 100 million just by nodding his head. Are you still not satisfied? A gentleman does not take away what others like. Mr. Qin likes it so much. If you sell the car to him, you will be our friend. Before Qin Hao opened his mouth, several men and women beside him spoke up one after another. What he said was not too extreme. He was not as brainless as the people described in some novels, who made enemies by making sarcastic remarks right away. Qin Hao looked straight at Ding Bulai, then glanced at Lin Jixia and Wuling beside him. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, and then he slowly said, 1.3 billion, sell it to me. Ding Bulai smiled and shook his head. 1.4 billion. 1.5 billion. Wow. When people heard Qin Hao's offer, everyone at the scene and in the live broadcast room were excited. A car worth 1 billion yuan can be resold for 1.5 billion yuan. Making money is easier than finding a woman. This is the most expensive car in the Dragon Country market in all these years. But if he can spend 1 billion to buy a car, he is not short of money. This guy is so handsome, I want him to be my husband. But Ding Bulai just stood there calmly, even with a hint of impatience on his face. Xin Xiao's expression was no longer calm as it was at the beginning, but a hint of sternness appeared on his face. He suddenly smiled. Mr. Ding, I'm sorry, I'm so abrupt. Since you don't want to sell it, I won't force you. Ding Bulai just waved his hand, then walked to the car expectantly, looking at the luxury car that the system rewarded him. Xin Hao glanced gloomily at Ding Bulai, who was test driving the car, then turned and left. Mr. Qin, are you leaving just like that? This kid is too arrogant. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson? Yes, he came to our territory and was so arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. Xin Hao shook his head. The woman next to him looked at me as if she had a grudge against me. Go check their background first. Chapter 73, Buying a Car for a Senior. At this time, Ding Bulai excitedly sat in his beloved car. Diamond-studded headlights, gold-stitched seats, and a leather steering wheel that looks like some rare animal. Every detail reflects two words, luxury. Of course, since it is a car, its performance is naturally top-notch. 3.7L twin-turbo engine, top speed 385 km/h. Even though he was just test driving the car on the spot and hadn't driven it out yet, Ding Bulai could feel the extreme speed and passion of this top sports car. Junior brother, this car is so beautiful. Lin Jixia was amazed. Ha, that's not bad, why don't you come up and try it too? No, I don't like driving, but I like riding in a car. As she spoke, Lin Jixia opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The two of them looked around curiously in the car. Unconsciously, Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia moved closer together when they turned around and looked at the back row. Then they turned their heads at the same time and touched their foreheads. Ouch. Oh, sorry. Ding Bulai subconsciously raised his hand to rub it. Lin Jixia looked at the hand that was touching her in surprise, and did not react at all. But when Ding Bulai's slightly rough fingers touched her forehead, her face turned red. Ding Bulai saw that Lin Jixia didn't react for a long time, and then saw the other party's evasive and shy eyes, then he realized what he had done. For a moment, an ambiguous atmosphere flowed in this small car. Okay, get off. After a long time, Lin Jixia came back to her senses, said something, and got out of the car in a panic. Ding Bulai also got out of the car, and Mark smiled and said, Mr. Ding, this car is completely handmade. The configuration and materials inside are all top-notch and luxurious. Are you satisfied? I am very satisfied with this car. Please send it back to Yunhang City as soon as possible. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the car after the auto show ends tomorrow. After leaving the Aston Martin booth and rejecting Mark's request to accompany him on the tour, Ding Bulai took Lin Jixia for a stroll. Lin Jixia spoke very little and was not very interested in the car, but she looked at Ding Bulai from time to time. At this time, Ding Bulai said, Senior, let me show you a car too. I'll buy it. Lin Jixia was stunned, not knowing what she was thinking about, and said softly, Why did you buy me a car? Ding Bulai glanced at his favorability level in his mind and saw that it had risen to 59, just a little short of 60 love. So he prepared to add fuel to the fire and tried. Because I think such a beautiful senior needs a beautiful car that matches her temperament. Since we've known each other for so long, I want to give it to senior sister as a gift. I wonder if senior sister can accept the kindness of junior brother. The gift from the rich man was so plain and simple. Lin Jixia's heart was pounding, but she still refused. Forget it, let's not do it. Such an expensive gift, I am not related to you. Ding Bulai waved his hand, I will be sad if you say that. You are a very important person in my heart. Okay, it's settled. If you don't choose, I'll help you. Having said that, without waiting for Lin Jixia's response, he took her hand and walked forward. Lin Jixia tried to break free with a little effort, but was still held tightly by Ding Bulai. She could only let him lead her with a blushing face. There are many beautiful women in the auto show. In addition to the car models walking around, there were also many young and beautiful girls among the visitors. But most of the beauties are already taken. Ding. Goddess information detected. Number of drivers, 4. Ding. Goddess information detected. Number of drivers, 5. Senior, do you like Ferrari? Lin Jixia looked up at the sexy car models at the Ferrari booth next to her and said in a muffled voice, I don't like it. I don't like sports cars. Oh. Ding Bulai looked around and found a nicer car, so he took Lin Jixia's hand and walked over. The beautiful car models at the Bentley booth came over to greet us enthusiastically at the first opportunity. Hello, sir and madam. Would you like to see our Bentley? I can introduce it to you too. Ding. Goddess information detected. Number of drivers, 3. Ding Bulai curled his lips secretly and nodded, please introduce them. Okay, this is our newest pink Bentley Continental. Lin Jixia was quite interested in this car. She listened carefully to the model's introduction and even got in the car to try it out. Senior, do you like this car? It's good, but a bit expensive. The car model quickly introduced, our low-end version is 2.9 million, and the top version is 4 million. This price is definitely a good deal. Ding Bulai said, Senior sister, don't worry about the price. I think it's too cheap. If you don't like it, let's go look at other expensive cars. The car model was secretly shocked, while Lin Jixia gave Ding Bulai a cold look. This car is still too expensive. Besides, I don't need it myself. I already have a car at home. But this is a gift from me to you. Okay, I think this car is not good enough. Let's go and look at other ones. No. Lin Jixia might have previously doubted whether Ding Bulai really didn't value money that much. But after arriving in Shanghai, he started recruiting bodyguards in bulk. Then there was another billion-dollar car. This is not something that ordinary rich people can afford. Junior, if you really want to buy one, go for this one. I like it very much. By the way, the low-profile version will do. Ding Bulai shook his head. If you buy a car, you should buy the top model. How can you buy a lower model? Beauty, do you have the top model in stock? The car model was even more enthusiastic at this time. Sir, we have a car in stock, not the one on the booth. If you are sure to buy it, you can sign the contract and pick up the car today. Okay, let's sign the contract now. Amid the envious gazes of the people around them, Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia went to the side to sign the contract. Jixia, I'll transfer the money to you. You can handle the formalities here first. I'll go look around somewhere else. Lin Jixia had mixed feelings at this moment. You go? Okay, I'll just pay first. Where do I pay? Here, sir, would you like to pay in full or in installments? Full payment. Ding Bulai said this and directly scanned the code to pay 4 million. The first double cashback today was used up just like that, and I received a cashback of 8 million. Ding Bulai was calm. There was an opportunity for double cashback yesterday that was not used. Ding Bulai discovered that there was more than 40 billion yuan in his card. Without special opportunities, it is impossible to guarantee large cash back on consumption every day. After all, there are not so many things worth tens or hundreds of billions for you to buy. Even if you want to buy a company for a goddess, you need the right opportunity. So now Ding Bulai has passed the stage of primitive accumulation and does not need to be as anxious as at the beginning to use up the full amount of the daily double cashback. Chapter 74 Zhou Xiaotang at the auto show. People were coming and going at the auto show, and Wu Ying followed Ding Bulai seriously. At this time, Ding Bulai remembered something and turned around and asked. Wu Ying, when you bodyguards arrive, we should provide you with cars. Not necessarily. We private bodyguards need close protection, so we usually serve as drivers as well. Or if the client has a driver, we will ride in the same car with the client. Unless there are too many bodyguards to sit. Also, Mr. Ding, can you tell me what cars you have at home? I suggest that you make some modifications to your vehicles so that they have better protection. Ding Bulai's heart moved. Is it the bulletproof kind? Wu Ying nodded. The degree of modification depends on your needs. The most comprehensive modification includes wiring, glass, body, etc. It can achieve the bulletproof you mentioned, or even small yield explosion proof. Moreover, our company also has such qualifications and can help you apply for the modification of your vehicle. However, because such modifications are expensive and the places of use are different, it is generally recommended not to use a sports car, but a mid to large sedan or SUV. Ding Bulai had a plan in mind. Okay, let's buy an SUV. Don't worry about you laughing at me, but I don't have a car now, except for the Aston Martin that was just on display. Wu Wing glanced at Ding Bulai in surprise, perhaps wondering why such a wealthy employer didn't even have a car. But Wu Wing didn't say anything else. At this time, Ding Bulai finally saw an acquaintance not far away. Of course, all we can say is that he was able to recognize the other person. It's the car model Zhou Xiaotang who was in the live broadcast room before. It's just that there seemed to be a man next to her, who was talking to Zhou Xiaotang all the time. If Zhou Xiaotang hadn't been working next to the car at that moment, the man would probably have come closer. And Zhou Xiaotang could only force a smile. Ding Bulai walked forward without hesitation. Beauty, please introduce this car to me. Okay, sir, welcome to our launchy booth. When Zhou Xiaotang heard this, he wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of the man. However, the man was interrupted by the sudden uninvited guest, feeling unhappy, and turned around to look at Ding Bulai. Seeing that the other person's clothes were only worth a few $100,000, a trace of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Let someone introduce you. Can you afford it? Ding Bulai spread his hands and said, how do you know I can't afford it? Wow, super rich, is this the owner of the Aston Martin that was said to be worth $1 billion? So rich, and so young. What a joke. He can afford $1 billion car, yet you still say he can't afford one? Keep your voice down. This guy is not easy to mess with. The Su family. The onlookers were talking about it. There was a flash of shock in Zhou Xiaotang's eyes. But Zhou Xiaotang's good professionalism allowed him to quickly suppress his fear and continue his introduction in a dignified manner. This is Longqi's latest national gift. It has a retro and elegant shape, and the independent headlights are very three-dimensional. The man next to him was surprised, then he quickly came over to try to please her. Brother, are you really the owner of that Aston Martin? Ding Bulai was stunned. The other party's disdainful expression just now had turned into admiration and flattery. Yes, that's right. You are so awesome. You can even afford such an expensive car. It's okay. You didn't even give Qin Hao face just now, brother, you are this. The man said, giving a thumbs up. Brother, my name is Su Wen, what's your name? Brother, you are not from Shanghai, right? Brother, have you been to Shanghai before? How about I take you for a walk? After all, I'm a local tyrant and I know everyone well. Ding Bulai was a little impatient with Su Wen's constant chattering. What on earth are you going to do? Stop talking so much. Su Wen then smiled shyly and said, Brother, big brother. I have a place where I can play with cars. Do you want to drive your Aston Martin there to play with it? Ding Bulai frowned, you want to let it go? Su Wen suddenly felt a little shy, if you don't mind, I can also help you test drive the car. Ding Bulai rolled his eyes and said, let's talk about it later. You are affecting other people's work. Su Wen then realized that it was not appropriate for Zhou Xiaotang to just walk aside or introduce someone. I'm sorry. Brother, please continue watching. Xiaotang, this is my eldest brother, please introduce him to me. By the way, big brother, what's your name? Can we add each other's contact information? Seeing Su Wen's expectant look, just like a little fangirl, Ding Bulai had no choice but to take out his phone. You add it. My name is Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai? Not bad, brother? Su Wen just repeated the name subconsciously, and Zhou Xiaotang was surprised again. Are you Mao Ya's good brother? Zhou Xiaotang clearly remembered that during the live broadcast the day before yesterday, Mao Ya's super rich brother Bulai gave him gifts worth more than 4 million yuan and said he would come to the auto show to see it. Ding Bulai smiled and nodded, that's right, I didn't expect that you, Xiaotang, are more beautiful than in the video. Zhou Xiaotang said happily, I didn't expect brother Bulai to be so young and so handsome. Thank you for your support in the live broadcast room. Su Wen next to him suddenly said loudly, I also remembered that it was you who gave a reward in Xiaotang's live broadcast room the day before yesterday. I just heard that a big brother came to Xiaotang's live broadcast room, but I didn't expect it was you, big brother. How about it, isn't our Xiaotang very pretty, hee hee. Zhou Xiaotang said hurriedly with dissatisfaction. Who is your family? Mr. Su, I'm working now, please don't bother me anymore. Also, please stop saying things that can cause misunderstandings. I don't have any feelings for you. Su Wen didn't care. It's okay, Xiaotang, I believe you will like me sooner or later. Seeing Zhou Xiaotang getting more and more angry and Ding Bulai's impatience, Su Wen quickly changed his words. Excuse me, you guys introduce yourself first. Brother, I'll come find you later. After saying that, he ran away. Zhou Xiaotang took a deep breath and smiled at Ding Bulai. Sorry, not bad, brother. Fine. Then let me continue to introduce it to you. This Dragonfly State gift is actually mainly used as a car for important events. The price is probably not too bad, brother Lai, it's over 13 million. The purchasing conditions are quite strict. In addition to financial strength, one must also have a certain social status and make social contributions. This is subject to review by the merchant. But apart from this model, which requires qualification review, there are other models of Longqi here, and there are no special requirements for purchasing them. When Ding Bulai heard this, he turned to Wu Ying and said, Are you in a position to buy it? Wu Ying shook her head. Boss Ding, I know about this car, but I don't have the conditions to buy it. But I can ask the company. Never mind. That's fine. In terms of social status and contribution, Yun Qingxue should be considered, but the other women probably don't. Just donate some money? Ding Bulai was pondering. Chapter 75 Party Invitation. Xiaotang, do you want to work here for a day? Actually, we have to be at the 3-day auto show. But we don't have to model or work all the time, there is also time to rest in between. I'll be able to rest soon, or I can take brother Bolai for a walk later. Okay, I just happen to want to buy a few cars, can you recommend some for me? No problem, then you wait for me for a moment, brother. Zhou Xiaotang actually just went to get her phone, then came back, glanced at Wu Ying next to her, and asked. This sister is so beautiful, is she the girlfriend of brother Bulai? Wu Ying said calmly, I am Mr. Ding's bodyguard. Oh. Zhou Xiaotang looked at him thoughtfully, brother Bolai, what car do you want to see? A sedan or an SUV will do. Then I'll take you to see the Rolls-Royce. Yeah. Xiaotang, I wonder if that Su Wen likes you? Zhou Xiaotang smiled unnaturally, brother Bulai, I have nothing to do with that Su Wen, it's just that he keeps pestering me. I see, you're a dog licker, right? Forehead. Then Xiaotang, do you have a boyfriend? Not bad, bro. I'm still single. I think Su Wen actually has a pretty good personality, and he doesn't have the arrogance of a kid from a big family. Why don't you consider it? Well, how should I put it? I don't feel anything. What a nice sentence. I don't feel anything. Ding Bulai didn't understand her thoughts. Shouldn't she try to get close to the son of a rich family? But this is just right. Only people who love themselves can suit one's taste, and only then can one have opportunities. I think you, Xiaotang, have a high status among car models, right? Zhou Xiaotang sighed, it's just barely okay. But this line of work is also very tiring, there are a lot of intrigues, and there are all kinds of harassment. Zhou Xiaotang didn't say much, but Ding Bulai understood a little. Tell me when you're tired. If you need any help or support from me, please feel free to ask. Thank you, brother Bulai. Several people walked to the Rolls-Royce booth, where Qin Hao and his group, whom Ding Bulai had just met, were also there. Su Wen is here too. But it was obvious that Su Wen was not on the same side as them, and they were clearly on two sides. Seeing Ding Bulai and Zhou Xiaotang coming over, Su Wen ran forward excitedly. Brother, Xiaotang, are you guys coming to see the Rolls-Royce too? Well, Xiaotang recommended it to you to take a look. Qin Hao and others' faces changed when they heard Su Wen call Ding Bulai big brother. What's going on? He is Su Wen's elder brother? Isn't Su Wen's eldest brother Su Yi? Could it be some distant relative? I haven't heard of him. At this time, someone asked loudly. Su Wen, this is your eldest brother? Why don't you introduce him to everyone? Su Wen said disdainfully, why should I introduce you? You are not qualified to know my eldest brother. This made Qin Hao and others very angry, but Su Wen's unintentional bragging made them dare not say anything more. They just had cold faces and sent messages, determined to dig up Ding Bulai's ancestors. Ding Bulai walked forward helplessly, I'm here to look at the car, I'm not interested in your conflict. The car models at the Rolls-Royce booth were also very beautiful, but none of them triggered the system prompts. The car model introduced it nervously, and Zhou Xiaotang and Su Wen added to the introduction from time to time. Xin Hao and others watched coldly in silence. After the introduction, Ding Bulai said calmly, "The car is good. Do you have it in stock?" "Yes, yes." "How many?" "There are 3 Phantoms and 4 Cullinans. I want them all." "What?" The car model thought she had heard it wrong. "Sir, are you sure?" "Of course, you can pay and sign the contract now." "First, sir, please wait a moment." The car model hurried to the backstage to call the salesperson with a trembling voice. At this time, Xin Hao and others looked at Ding Bulai solemnly. Su Wen was also stunned for a moment, and then said loudly, "Big brother is big brother, he is so generous when buying a car." "But brother, do you need so many cars?" Ding Bulai nodded, "Yes, it's for the bodyguards. I have to buy some other cars." Hiss. This is so pretentious. Invisible and deadly. Ding Bulai turned to Wu Ying and said, "Wu Ying, these cars will be in your name." Wu Ying hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Okay, Mr. Ding." Soon, the manager of Rolls-Royce came trotting over. "Sir, are you going to buy some of our existing cars?" "Well, yes, she did." "Sir, madam, please come this way." With a few people sitting at the table next to them, the manager quoted the price. "Because you want the car now and it's on display, you need to pick it up in 5 days. 3 Phantoms cost 9.5 million each, and 4 Cullinans cost 7 million each, for a total of 56.5 million. Ding Bulai was too lazy to bargain. "Okay, Wu Ying, you sign the contract and I'll transfer the money to you." Having said that, he picked up his phone and transferred the car payment to Wu Ying. 7 cars were bought so casually, causing an uproar among the people around. A young man on Xin Hao's side couldn't help it. "Why are you pretending? I bought 7 cars for only 50 million. If you don't know, you would think it's 500 million. Ding Bulai did not speak, but Su Wen could not help but retort, "If you don't agree, buy it anyway. With that multi-million Ferrari you drive, what qualifications do you have to criticize my big brother?" The young man's face flushed and he was about to speak. Xin Hao stopped him, walked up to Ding Bulai and said, "Mr. Ding, right? We are all acquaintances in Shanghai. It's fate that we meet today. There's a party the day after tomorrow. Mr. Ding, oh, and Su Wen, how about coming together to have fun?" Su Wen's eyes lit up, but he hesitated when he thought of something. Ding Bulai actually wanted to witness these gatherings of the upper-class circles, but the people in front of him obviously had bad intentions, and he was about to refuse. Xin Hao continued, "Mr. Ding, don't rush to make a decision. We are all young people, so it's good to get to know each other if we get together. In addition..." Xin Hao glanced at Zhou Xiaotang and Wu Ying, leaned closer and whispered, "I think Mr. Ding is also a sentimental person. We have chartered a cruise ship. The beauties in it are no worse than those around Mr. Ding." In addition to many top car models who came to this auto show, there are also many female celebrities. Speaking of female stars, Ding Bulai's heart moved, and he thought of Lu Mengli, who was forced by Xin Hao in front of him. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Since young Master Qin has invited you, it would be ungrateful for me to refuse." "See you then." "Ha, good. I believe Mr. Ding will definitely enjoy tomorrow's party." After saying that, Xin Hao and others left. Su Wen asked expectantly and nervously, "Brother, are you really going to attend their party?" Ding Bulai asked doubtfully, "I see you want to go but you don't want to go, what's wrong?" Su Wen blushed and glanced at Zhou Xiaotang, hesitating and not knowing how to start. Ding Bulai couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiaotang. "Xiaotang, do you know?" Zhou Xiaotang said awkwardly, "It's just that there's something. A bit too much entertainment." Chapter 76, Lin Zhixia's question. Because Zhou Xiaotang still had to work, he only stayed for a while before leaving. On the other side, Lin Zhixia also completed the formalities and met up with Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai bought a few more autos. At this auto show, Ding Bulai became the most dazzling guy in the show. The group bought 15 cars on the spot. As the live broadcast footage of the auto show spread, the handsome rich man became an internet sensation. Many people left messages online asking Ding Bulai to have a baby. Ding Bulai even won the title of national husband. After visiting the auto show for half a day, Ding Bulai and his companions returned to the hotel. At this time, the other 5 A-level bodyguards had also returned and brought the Dragon Shield contract. Mr. Ding, we have prepared a contract according to your needs. We will hire Wu Ying and 5 of us, and 20 B-level bodyguards to be selected. The term is 1 year, and the total cost is 31 million. Ding Bulai flipped through the contract and said, okay, I have no objection. But for the other 20 B-level female bodyguards, Wu Ying, I hope you can personally select the ones you approve of. My only requirement is reliability and loyalty. Wu Ying paused. Boss Ding, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Don't doubt people you employ, and don't doubt people you don't employ. I trust you. Wu Ying was silent for a while, then nodded and said, okay, I'll go back and pick some, and then I'll send you their information. After Wu Ying left, Lin Jixia suddenly asked, Junior, do you have anything to do this afternoon? It's okay. What's wrong? I want you to go somewhere with me. A trace of sadness suddenly appeared on Lin Jixia's face. Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. They got in the car arranged by the hotel and followed 2 female bodyguards to drive towards their destination. To Ding Bulai's surprise, Lin Jixia brought him to a relatively remote and somewhat desolate small park. Walking inside, I saw a building similar to an ancestral hall. Outside the hall grew a thick and dense red bean tree, surrounded by a fence. The closer they got to the ancestral hall, the sadder Lin Jixia's face became. Somehow, Ding Bulai was also affected by this atmosphere and his expression became solemn. Lin Jixia was the first to walk into the ancestral hall. Ding Bulai then saw clearly what was inside. It was not actually an ancestral hall, but just an old small temple. There is a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the middle. Lin Jixia lit 3 incense sticks seriously. Since he was here, Ding Bulai also followed suit and burned incense. Then they came to the red bean tree outside. Lin Jixia bowed to the tree, and then sat on a stone bench beside it. Junior, you may be wondering, even if you want to worship Buddha, why do you come to this small place? Ding Bulai remained silent, knowing that the other party would speak. As expected, Lin Jixia did not wait for Ding Bulai to respond and said, in fact, under this red bean tree, the ashes of my second grandfather and second grandmother are scattered. Ding Bulai was a little surprised, but still didn't say anything. They lived nearby at that time, and the red bean tree was still very small. During the war years of the last century, less than a month after my second master and second grandmother got married, my second master went to the battlefield. They met here before leaving, and agreed to come back soon once the war was over or there was progress. It's just that my second master has been gone for 20 years. My second grandmother waited for 20 years. 20 years later, my second master came back alone and remained loyal to my second grandmother. If it's just like this, can we live happily ever after? But, alas, it is not. My second master is successful and famous, and he is in his 40s. But my second grandmother is alone at home, and she is haggard and old. The second master soon found a new love, but my second grandmother still loved him deeply, never left him, and took care of the family and everything about him wholeheartedly. This has been going on for another 10 years. Over the past 10 years, my second grandmother has become older and older due to overwork, and her health has also been getting worse and worse. Finally, one day he collapsed here, dying. But my second master was living out of town with his new lover, and even missed seeing my second grandmother for the last time. Before she died, my second grandmother left only one sentence: she didn't regret being with my second master, but she wouldn't forgive him for betraying her. After my second grandmother died, my second master repented and hanged himself on this red bean tree holding my second grandmother's ashes. Ding Bulai didn't know what to say. A poignant story, a sad story. A story about a heartless man? At this time, Lin Jixia turned her head and looked at Ding Bulai with a trace of sadness in her eyes. Since I started school, there have been many people chasing after me, and almost all of them are from wealthy families. I don't like them and I don't trust them. Until I met you, I realized that you are different from them. You are honest and simple, not impetuous or vain, and you value friendship. Just, Junior, tell me, will you become someone like my second master? You gave me a car worth millions, do you think I'm the same as everyone else? Can you remain faithful? Ding Bulai secretly glanced at Lin Jixia's favorability. After buying the car in the morning, Lin Jixia's favorability had risen to 65 love, but it suddenly dropped to 45 just now. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jixia seriously. Senior, I admit that I have a crush on you. But I'm not treating you as a vulgar person and trying to buy you off with money. I know that some of my actions may have caused you to misunderstand me, and I apologize to you, but please believe that I did not see you clearly, or even other people clearly. At this point, Ding Bulai confessed. I know, you know that Zhou Tong is my woman, and the Jiang Lulu you met last time is also my woman. Even I acknowledge that there may be other women in the future. I don't know how you see me, but my thoughts are simple. I don't want to disappoint those who I like and who like me. Lulu told me that she hopes to have a place in my heart and that I am everything in her life. Zhou Tong told me that as long as I don't abandon her, she will never leave me. So, I want to say that I will not become a person like your second master, because I will not make the people who like me sad, and I will not let myself regret for disappointing others. It's not that I'm unfaithful, but this is what I really think. I like them and don't want to leave them. I will also try my best to be good to everyone. Ha ha. Lin Jixia sneered, you are still a playboy. Ding Bulai sighed, maybe. But at least one thing is that what I gave them is definitely more than any of them wanted or expected. Lin Jixia was stunned, thinking that Ding Bulai bought a building for Zhou Tong and bought himself a luxury car worth 4 million. As for Jiang Lulu, I guess you won T lose too much. Well, you have your reasons. Ding. Lin Jixia's favorability increased by 30, and the current favorability is 75. Chapter 77. Your reasons are not enough. Ding Bulai did not expect that Lin Jixia's favorability would increase so quickly. But that's a good thing. This shows that Lin Jixia has slowly accepted her situation. Okay, let's go, we'll talk about the future later. Lin Jixia stood up, patted her skirt and said. Oh, where else to go? Let's go shopping. Go shopping again. After Ding Bulai accompanied several girls shopping, he now has some fear of shopping. But there is no way, now is the critical period to conquer the senior sister. Lin Jixia was obviously more familiar with Shanghai than Ding Bulai, and took Ding Bulai to one of the most upscale shopping malls. To Ding Bulai's surprise, Lin Jixia took Ding Bulai to the men's clothing area. Senior, I have clothes, you don't have to buy them for me. I heard that you are going to attend Mr. Chen's party the day after tomorrow? If you attend a party in that circle, you should at least have the right clothes, otherwise you will be looked down upon. All right. Ding Bulai also realized that the clothes he was wearing, which cost tens of thousands of dollars, were already very luxurious. But in front of these top young masters, it is obviously not good enough. Let alone Qin Hao. Even Yun Hang's Ling Li looked down on him. Okay, you can buy clothes, but let me be clear, senior, you treat me, but I have to pay. Lin Jixia rolled her eyes at Ding Bulai, thought for a moment, and nodded, that's fine. I'm not as rich as you, so I really can't afford it. After that, he took Ding Bulai to visit Versace, Armani, LVMH and other specialty stores. I selected 4 or 5 sets of clothes for Ding Bulai. Each set costs more than 500,000 yuan, or even 1 million yuan. I have to say that Lin Jixia has a very good vision. Ding Bulai has a good foundation, and when he wears high-end clothes, he looks more like a prince in a fairy tale. Not to mention the waiters who were starry-eyed, even Lin Jixia herself had a hint of surprise in her eyes when she saw Ding Bulai wearing new clothes. Ding Bulai was of course quite satisfied with himself. Okay, we can go now. Go, it's not enough. Follow me. Ding Bulai had no choice but to follow him obediently. He took a closer look and found out that he wanted to buy a watch. As the saying goes, a watch is a man's second face, and Ding Bulai also became interested. Patek Philippe Boutique. Lin Jixia, under the introduction of the waiter, recommended Ding Bulai. Junior, I think these are all pretty good. It costs about 1 million, so it shouldn't be embarrassing to wear it. These words made the waiter next to him secretly happy. Ding Bulai shook his head. Is there anything more expensive? Yes, we have several limited editions here, you can take a look. As the waiter spoke, he took out a box from the inner room, which contained several watches. Ding Bulai fell in love with the silver white one in the middle at first sight. How much is this? This is our latest limited edition this year. There are only 20 of them in the world. This one is sold for 30 million. Okay, this is it. Oh my god, a watch worth 30 million, buy it now. The waiter was surprised and enthusiastic and quickly prepared it. Although Lin Jixia knew that Ding Bulai was a wealthy man, she was still secretly shocked. At this time, Ding Bulai's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Ding, I'm Lu Mengli. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wu Ying, who had packed up and returned to the company, followed Ding Bulai into a private room of a high-end restaurant. Lu Mengli, wearing a white long dress, sat there elegantly. Since Lu Mengli wanted to talk alone, Lin Jixia tactfully suggested that she would go to visit her friends in Shanghai in the evening. Boss Ding, you're here. Who is this? She is my bodyguard, you don't have to worry about her. In fact, Ding Bulai told Wu Ying that she didn't have to follow him, but Wu Ying insisted that since she had hired a bodyguard, someone had to be with him 24 hours a day. Oh, Mr. Ding, please sit down. Thanks. Ding Bulai sat opposite Lu Mengli, while Wu Ying sat quietly on the sofa on one side of the private room. Mr. Ding. Don't be so formal, just call me nice. Before I came here, Xixia told me to have a good chat with you, and I will do my best to help you in any way I can. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Bulai too, and you can just call me Mengli. I saw the news today that you bought 15 cars at the auto show. The internet is full of news about you, the super rich Brother Bulai. You're more popular than celebrities now. It's all just empty reputation. But I just like this kind of fame, or the feeling of accomplishing something and being known and recognized by everyone. I understand. Tell me how you need me to help you. I have to explain in advance that I may have money, but I may not have much in terms of some resources. Lu Mengli was silent for a while, then mustered up the courage to speak. Brother Bulai, I want to start my own company, and I hope you can support me. Don't worry, I can give you most of the company's shares, but I need a high degree of autonomy. I remember you said last time that your current company wants you to pay 2 billion, right? And the Qin family is still banning you. Lu Mengli gritted her teeth and said, they are just a bunch of beasts, ungrateful villains. Sorry, not bad bro. I mean, I really need to pay 2 billion to terminate the contract, but I can sue them after I leave the company. Besides, the Qin family can't cover the sky with one hand after all. Although they said they banned me and threw a lot of dirty water on me, I don't have no evidence to fight back. I believe that with my popularity, as long as I can leave my current company, without any constraints, and start acting, I will definitely be able to make money for the company. Plus, I will never give up on suing to get back the unreasonable 2 billion. Even if I can't get it all back, I can at least reduce some of the losses. Lu Mengli looked at Ding Bulai expectantly, but Ding Bulai was a little disappointed. Mengli, to be honest, you think too simply. Let's not talk about whether you can recover the compensation after you lose the money and leave the company. Let's say you start your own company after you get out. You offended the Qin family and director Liang who you met that day. Are you sure there will be a crew that will ask you to continue acting? Even if you can act, can you guarantee that you can make money? The Qin family and director Liang won't continue to cause trouble for you. Compensation in starting a company require an investment of at least several billion. How long do you think it will take to make it back? When talking to Lin Jixia this afternoon, Ding Bulai suddenly realized a problem with himself, which was that he took giving money for granted. When you see a suitable goddess, just pay for her directly. This was the case with Zhang Lulu, Zhou Tong, and even more so with Yun Qingxue. He transferred 2 billion to Yun Qingxue after only their second meeting. This approach is not only disrespectful to the other party. For example, Lin Jixia feels that she is being bludgeoned by money. It also carries great risks. The system can see the favorability, but it cannot tell the other person's character. If you meet someone with bad intentions, you may get yourself into trouble. At present, at the beginning, it was because I was short of money and needed to accumulate capital through consumption rebates as soon as possible, but now it is not so urgent. You must show the shrewdness that a businessman should have to avoid being looked down upon, which would be counterproductive. Mengli, I want to support you, but the reasons you gave are not enough. Chapter 78. You are my woman now. Lu Mengli gritted her teeth, knowing that Ding Bulai was right. So what do you want to do? Or, what do you want? Shouldn't you tell me what you can give me? A trace of anger flashed in Lu Mengli's eyes. I told you that your investment would not be a loss, but you didn't believe me. Could it be that you are like those bastards and want my person? Although Ding Bulai had never met a female star, he couldn't understand how Lu Mengli could become a top-tier diva with her temper and personality. Acting? Ding Bulai doesn't understand. Pretty? Possibly, there are many who have become popular because of their good looks, but becoming a pop diva cannot be based solely on appearance. Ding Bulai felt that he still had to put some pressure on the other party. Mengli, if that's all, I might not be able to help you. After all, this is not millions or tens of millions, but hundreds of millions or even billions. Lu Mengli sneered, I can only give you financial rewards, but I can't promise you anything else. If you have any dirty thoughts, wouldn't it be easier for me to go find Xin Hao directly? Mengli, you are the national goddess. It would be a lie to say that I have no feelings for you. But I think this is also human nature. Gentlemen like to marry beautiful ladies. Besides, if you wanted to find Hao, you would have already found him. Why waste your time here with me? Ding Bulai chuckled and continued, although I have never had much contact with Hao, I believe that Hao is definitely not a good person. As if you are a good person. I think you men are not good people. Lu Mingli showed disdain on her face, but her tone didn't seem that angry, so Ding Bulai felt relieved. Mingli, since you've come to me today, I'm willing to come. Let's be frank and tell me your true conditions. A strange look flashed in Lu Mingli's eyes and she glanced at Wu Ying beside her. Ding Bulai smiled and said, Wu Ying, how about you go out and wait for a while? Wu Ying looked at the two of them, hesitated for a moment, and felt that there should be no danger in the private room, so she nodded and said, Okay, I'll be at the door. After saying that, he walked out. Okay, now you can tell me. Lu Mengli looked at Ding Bulai and said, What you said is completely different from what Jixia said. I wonder if Jixia was deceived by you. Ding Bulai touched his nose and asked curiously, What did she say about me? They say you are a playboy, with many women. Ding Bulai secretly cursed Lin Jixia for exposing his past. But Lu Mingli glanced at him and said, They also said that you have a good personality and are surprisingly generous to women. But after seeing you today, I didn't realize how generous you are. Raising the price and threatening and forcing people is more like that. Ding Bulai complained, You misunderstood me. After all, we have only met once. Lu Mingli rolled her eyes and said in a deep voice, I can promise to be your woman. Ding Bulai knew that the main topic had come and gestured to continue. But only after you agree to my conditions, and there is a time limit. Seeing that Ding Bulai did not express any objection, Lu Mingli continued to speak. First, I still need to pay the 20% compensation because I cannot be blacklisted. I must get out of the company as soon as possible and start working and acting. Of course, I will also try my best to sue to recover the compensation. Second, you have to invest in my company, and the capital cannot be less than 500 million. You can hold shares, but you must notarize a letter of commitment, promising that you only want the income rights of the shares, not the management rights of the company. Because I don't want to be constrained by the same constraints as before after changing companies. Third, Hao is suppressing me, so I can only find small crews or small roles when I go out now. Therefore, I hope you can invest in a big production of no less than 500 million yuan for me. If I invest and act myself, it will be much less difficult to be suppressed. If you meet all three conditions, I can agree to be your woman, but the term is only 1 year. And even within this 1 year period, you cannot come to me at any time without any bottom line, and you must not affect my career. Of course, I will try to spend time with you after work. To be honest, these three conditions are much lower than Ding Bulai expected. But what he didn't understand was that if someone in the entertainment industry was willing to spend 3 billion, several divas would have emerged. Ding Bulai raised his index finger. First, the 2 billion liquidated damages are no problem and can be paid at any time. Secondly, since you have contacted Jixia, you should understand my style. I don't want any shares. I have no problem investing in you to start a company, and the company will all be under your name. Third, since you have agreed to be my woman, I will fully support you. So one drama is not enough. I can invest in at least one drama every year, and each drama should not be less than 500 million, or even 1 billion, but the prerequisite is that there is a suitable script, because I don't want my woman to be said by others to only be able to act in bad dramas. Finally, 1 year is too short, it should be at least 3 years. Ding Bulai used to read in the news that some celebrities would join a filming crew and shoot for several months, or even half a year or a year. Moreover, as a star, Lu Mengli has established her own company. She is definitely not just joining the crew to film, there must be other announcements and work, and these jobs require her to travel all over the world. With such busy schedule, they only have a few days to spend together in a year. He also hopes to succeed in conquering this big star through long-term contact. Now, for him, cashback on consumption is secondary. What is important is to get rewards for successful strategies. Lu Mengli raised his brows, was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, I promise you, do I need to write a contract? Ha, no need, I believe you. Ding Bulai took out his cell phone and said, Give me your bank account number. What? I'm going to transfer the money to you. Otherwise, how are you going to terminate your contract with the old company? How are you going to start a new company? Lu Mengli was stunned. You're turning now? Are you kidding me? Yeah, stop talking nonsense and give me the account. Lu Mengli reported her account number skeptically. Ding Bulai tapped on his phone a few times, then looked up and said, "Okay, check it out." Ah? What's wrong? What's your name? Lu Mengli looked at her phone in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 zeros? 4 billion? Ding Bulai said calmly, 2 billion will be used to terminate your contract, 1 billion will be used to start your company, and the other 1 billion will be used as investment for your first drama. Of course, you can also invest in 2 dramas of 500 million, or 1 drama of 1 billion, depending on the script you find. I don't understand these things, so I won't get involved. From now on, you are my woman. Chapter 79. Is the bodyguard so casual? Ding Bulai called Wu Ying in and finished dinner with Lu Mengli, who looked confused the whole time. After it was over, Lu Mengli was so nervous that she didn't know whether to follow Ding Bulai back to the hotel. His face turned red and blue. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Let me take you back first. We'll talk about it after you terminate the contract and start the new company." Lu Mengli came to her senses and breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. Lu Mengli's favorability increased by 40, and the current favorability is 42. Wow. This favorability has increased dramatically. Ding Bulai was surprised. Little did she know that Lu Mengli could truly feel what Lin Jixia meant when she said that Ding Bulai was very generous to women. Of course, what is more important is the other party's trust in oneself. She had never seen anyone like this before, who could transfer 4 billion yuan so easily. Even the godfathers of some female stars in the entertainment industry are not more generous and magnanimous than this. No, thank you, brother. Don't worry, I will keep my word. After sending Lu Mengli home, Ding Bulai and Wu Ying returned to the hotel. At this time, Lin Jixia had also returned to the hotel. When I heard that Ding Bulai had returned, I immediately went to Ding Bulai's room. "Junior, how was your conversation with Mengli tonight?" "Very good, it's settled." Lin Jixia was surprised and asked, "Have you really decided to help her?" "Don't you want me to help her too?" Lin Jixia had a complicated expression. "I don't know, I do want you to help her, but I don't want you to get into trouble. It seems that the favorability has increased and the other party also knows how to care about me." Ding Bulai felt warm in his heart. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "So how are you going to help her? Find someone to talk to the company for her? Or something like that?" Ding Bulai thought about it and frankly told Lu Mengli about the several ways he supported her today, but he did not mention that Lu Mengli had been his woman for 3 years. Lin Jixia was already somewhat numb to Ding Bulai's generous and tycoon behavior, but suddenly she thought of something and said sourly, "You're not helping Mengli just because she's pretty. Do you have any idea about her?" Ding Bulai turned his head awkwardly. "She's the national goddess. Which man doesn't like her?" Lin Jixia suddenly became a little angry. "Ding is not bad. You're so annoying." Ding Bulai also felt that he was a little stupid for saying that he liked another woman in front of a woman. But he had no choice. After all, this kind of thing could not be concealed, and he didn't want to lie to anyone. Ding Bulai suddenly grabbed Lin Jixia's hand. "Senior, don't be angry, I like you more." Lin Jixia was startled and blushed. Who wants you to like him?" "Senior's sister is beautiful and kind-hearted. I can't help myself." Ding Bulai said this and tentatively took Lin Jixia into his arms. Lin Jixia's body was stiff and she wanted to break free, but somehow, Ding Bulai's strong aura came over her, and it was as if all her strength disappeared. Ding Bulai rested his chin on Lin Jixia's hair. The pleasant scent of lilac flowers wafted from her soft hair, and Ding Bulai couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. "Junior, Ding is not bad. What are you doing?" "Senior, your body is so soft, it's so comfortable to hug you, and it smells so good too." Lin Jixia's face turned even redder. "Why didn't I realize before that you are such a hooligan? It's too late to find out now." As Ding Bulai spoke, he couldn't help but grope Lin Jixia's back with his hands. Even slowly going down. Lin Jixia trembled violently and pushed Ding Bulai away with force. "I'm tired today. I'm going back to rest." After saying that, without waiting for Ding Bulai to react, he quickly ran out of the room. Ding Bulai stood there in frustration. "Oh." At this moment, Wu Ying on the side suddenly spoke. Ding Bulai then noticed that Wu Ying had been sitting in the living room. Even though Ding Bulai, who had experienced the affairs of several women and had become thick-skinned, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed at this moment. Wooing, it's getting dark. You can get a room next door to rest. I sleep here tonight. What? I have to protect you closely, so I will sleep here at night. But don't worry, I won't go into your bedroom. I'll just stay in the living room. Ding Bulai was a grown man after all, and he immediately objected. No, that won't work. How can I sleep in the bedroom and let you sleep in the living room? You can just get a room next door. This is a 5-star hotel, so there shouldn't be anything to do at night. Wooing shook her head. Boss Ding, don't worry about me. I can make the arrangements myself. Ding Bulai frowned and said, why don't you sleep in the bedroom? The sofa in the living room is bigger, so I'll sleep on it. But Wooing still shook her head. After repeating this several times, Ding Bulai had to give up and return to the bedroom. The next morning, Ding Bulai came out of the bedroom in his pajamas and saw Wooing sitting in the living room. He was surprised and said, You didn't sleep tonight? I'm asleep. I just woke up. Ding Bulai was a little skeptical, but he couldn't tell, and he probably couldn't get the answer by asking, so he said, It's just me and Jixia in Shanghai right now. You can take turns with the others. Don't worry, Mr. Ding, I know. In addition, the 20B level bodyguards have been selected, you can take a look at their information first. Wooing said this, opening a notebook on the table next to her. These 20 are all B level female bodyguards. These are their information. 13 of these people are people I have met in previous missions. They are all quite capable and have good personalities. The other 7 were recommended by Zhang Jing and her friends, but I also interviewed them last night and inquired about them from the company. Zhang Jing and others are the 5 A-level bodyguards. Ding Bulai was surprised and asked, Did you ask them to come last night? Wooing said calmly, I think the bodyguards need to be in place as soon as possible so that the overall arrangements can be made, so I asked them to come to the hotel last night. But don't worry, your security has never been relaxed. When I interviewed them, I asked Zhang Jing and the other 5 to guard your room. Ding Bulai had a very unhappy face. How could this bodyguard be so casual, going in and out of his room late at night? Although it is a presidential suite with separate bedroom and living room, but forget it, it seems like in the bodyguard movies, the bodyguards also check the room late at night. Ding Bulai could only comfort himself in this way. He went to the computer and briefly looked through the information of the 20 bodyguards. I mainly looked at their age and appearance. To be honest, they were all fairly young. They are all under 30 years old, and some of them are quite beautiful. But judging from their resumes, they all came from elite troops. Okay, I have no objection. Just let them be. When can these people be in place? If you are sure you have no objection to these people, then I will inform them. They will take a day to clean up and tidy up, and they will all be in place tomorrow. It's quite fast. Ding Bulai thought for a moment and said, Then let's talk about it tomorrow after they arrive. Then I'll tell you who to protect. Chapter 80 Interaction with Lin Jixia. There was nothing to do today, so Ding Bulai took Lin Jixia to visit various tourist attractions in Shanghai. When they first went out, Lin Jixia didn't talk much to Ding Bulai. Answering questions was just a few short and ah. But from time to time, there was a hint of complexity and shyness in the eyes when he looked at Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai understood that Lin Jixia felt a little embarrassed because of what happened in the room last night. So I didn't take it seriously and just took her around. Slowly, Lin Jixia also relaxed. When they were on a busy pedestrian street, where a crowd of people was surging because of an event held at a shopping mall, Ding Bulai grabbed Lin Jixia's hand and held her by his side. It never loosened after that. Lin Jixia pulled back unnaturally but didn't pull it out. She could only let Ding Bulai hold her hand with a blushing face. Ding Bulai was delighted and walked on the street holding Lin Jixia's soft, boneless, white hand like a couple. At this moment, a flash of light flashed not far away. While Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia were frowning, a middle-aged man with a camera slung over ran over quickly. Excuse me, you two were so sweet just now that I couldn't help but take 2 pictures. Can you allow me to post it on the self-media platform? The man said this, showing his camera and clicking it to take a look. Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia couldn't help but take a look. On the screen, Lin Jixia, wearing a light pink dress, looked gentle and charming. The eyes that unconsciously looked at Ding Bulai from under her willow-shaped eyebrows revealed the girl's love and shyness. The tall and handsome Ding Bulai had a smile on his face, and when he turned his head to look back at Lin Jixia, there was deep tenderness in his eyes. What a beautiful picture of love between a young man and a woman. Lin Jixia blushed and said, "No, you can't post it on social media." The man was a little disappointed. "Don't worry, beauty. We are just sharing normally. We won't do anything bad. Besides, you're so beautiful, and your boyfriend is so handsome, and it would be a shame not to let people see the photo of your perfect match." Lin Jixia still disagreed. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "How about this? Your photo is very good, I want it. Even if we share it, it should be shared by ourselves." The man was somewhat reluctant. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Thank you for taking the photo for us. I really like this photo. This little money can be considered as your hard work fee. If the other party does not agree to post it, it is not appropriate for you to share other people's photos privately." The man opened the payment code reluctantly, but his eyes widened the next moment. A payment of 10,000 yuan. "Handsome guy, more. It's okay, I like the pictures you took." The man smiled broadly. "If you like, I can take more photos for you." "No thanks." Lin Jixia quickly refused. "Just send us the photos." The man sent the photos to Ding Bulai, but when he saw that Lin Jixia still disagreed to continue taking pictures, he left with a disappointed look on his face. Ding Bulai looked at the photos on his mobile phone. The more he looked, the more he felt that the two people in the photos were handsome and beautiful, and they were a perfect match. "I couldn't help but smile." Lin Jixia looked at Ding Bulai with an embarrassed expression. "If there's anything to see, send me the photos. I just think this photo is really well taken. Look, we are a handsome man and a beautiful woman. At first glance, we are a perfect couple, hee hee." Lin Jixia stamped her feet in shame. "Who is your lover?" As he spoke, he walked forward quickly. Ding Bulai hurried over and held her hand. Senior, why are you walking so fast?" Lin Jixia stopped and said, "Send me the photos." "Okay." There was nothing to say about this matter, so Ding Bulai sent it over immediately. Lin Jixia took out her cell phone, took a look at it, blushed, and quietly turned sideways to click download and save. Then he took Ding Bulai's hand and walked forward briskly. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and continued shopping with Lin Jixia. After that, the atmosphere between the two became more relaxed. We caught dolls together, played VR games together, and rode the carousel together. Lin Jixia always had a happy smile on her face. When passing by a stall selling wreaths, Ding Bulai's eyes lit up and he bought a wreath made of roses. "Senior, this is for you. It will look great on you." Lin Jixia hesitated for a moment. Ding Bulai's heart moved. "Senior sister, let me help you put it on." Lin Jixia didn't say anything, just stood there with a blushing face. Ding Bulai no longer hesitated and took the initiative to put the wreath on Lin Jixia's hair. Lin Jixia did not move throughout the whole process. "It's so beautiful, like a flower fairy." Lin Jixia's lips curled up, but she said, "You are the only one who is sweet-mouthed. You say the same thing to other girls, right?" "No, I only said that to my senior." Lin Jixia rolled her eyes, obviously not believing what Ding Bulai said, but her happy look proved that she was in a good mood at the moment. Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful," buy her a bouquet of flowers." At this time, a little girl selling flowers nearby came forward and said in a crisp voice. Lin Jixia quickly refused. "Junior, no." Ding Bulai did not agree. "Okay, give me your biggest bouquet of flowers." "Okay, brother." The little girl handed over a large bouquet of red roses. "I wish you and your sister a happy and long life together. My little sister is really sensible." Ding Bulai generously transferred 1,000 yuan and then handed the flowers to Lin Jixia. "Senior, the most beautiful flower matches the most beautiful you. I give it to you. I hope you are happy every day." Lin Jixia's eyes were slightly red. She paused, but still took the flowers. "Thanks." The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is eye-catching, not to mention a top goddess like Lin Jixia who scored 93 points. When Lin Jixia was wearing a wreath, holding roses, and walking intimately on the street holding hands with Ding Bulai, Ding Bulai could feel the sound of countless men's broken hearts. Ding. Lin Jixia's favorability +4, current favorability 79 love. Almost there. The strategy is almost successful. Ding Bulai was secretly happy. Lin Jixia was obviously in a good mood and actually spent a whole day strolling around Shanghai with Ding Bulai. It was already evening when we got back to the hotel. Ding Bulai originally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and see if he could keep Lin Jixia overnight. But Lin Jixia rejected him angrily and ran back to her room. I didn't expect that it would be difficult for a goddess with zero driving force to break through the last step. Unlike Zhang Lulu and Zhou Tong, the speed of attack is so fast. Ding Bulai sighed inwardly, but was not disappointed. Unable to sleep yet, Ding Bulai had nothing to do, so he turned on his mobile phone and logged into the Maya live streaming platform. As soon as I went online, I unexpectedly discovered that Zhou Tong was actually live streaming at the moment. He entered Zhou Tong's live broadcast room without hesitation, and the cool supreme special effects made Zhou Tong's eyes light up. Welcome Brother Bolai to Tong Xian's live broadcast room. Chapter 81 Live broadcast again. Zhou Tong is wearing a dress today. It's not very revealing, but it shows off her figure. The towering breasts revealed a hint of snow-white cleavage. Judging from the picture, it should be a park. Is Tong Tong still in Kyoto? Yeah, it's not bad. I was hanging out with my colleagues at night and doing some live streaming. Zhou Tong has been in contact with Ding Bulai these 2 days and knows that she will fly to several places on this trip. Wow, the rich man is not bad. Brother, will you accept me as your younger brother? I want to be your younger brother. Husband, I am your wife. I am a XXX. I will leave the door open for you. Tong Tong, my dear wife, you have to control yourself. This guy has nothing but money. Ignore the messy comments in the live broadcast room. Ding Bulai started giving out gifts right away. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. In less than a minute or two, more than 2 million were sent out. This immediately made Zhou Tong's Simple Park live broadcast room become one of the top 10 on the Maoya popularity list. Oh my god, is this how the super rich act? They give gifts without saying anything. Brother, Dad, will you accept your son? Not bad, husband. I have E. Can you come to D? Thank you, Brother Bolai, please stop brushing. At this time, Zhou Tong sent a green bubble message. Brother Bolai, please stop giving gifts. If you give gifts, you still have to give a share to the platform. Don't waste your money. It's okay, brush Tong Tong, I like it. I know it's not good, but there's no need to waste money. At this time, several other girls appeared in the live broadcast room. Wow, Tong Tong, is this your number one brother on the list? That's amazing. Hello, Brother Bulai, I'm Tong Tong's friend, my name is Ame. Brother Bolai, there is also me, I am Xiao Xin. Obviously, these people should be Zhou Tong's colleagues. Ding Bulai directly sent a barrage. Thank you for taking care of Tong Tong. I will treat you to a midnight snack on Tong Tong's behalf. Having said that, he continued to brush. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. This directly pushed Zhou Tong's live broadcast room to the top of the platform's popularity. Zhou Tong's eyes were almost tearing at this moment. She kept saying no, but she could hardly control the smile on her face. Brother Bolai, stop brushing, we want to go back. I'll just go offline first. At the same time, the message was also sent. Not bad, brother. I'll give you a surprise when I get back. I'll get off first, don't waste your money. Ding Bulai replied, okay, be careful outside and tell me if anything happens. By the way, I found a few bodyguards for you and will contact you tomorrow. Bodyguard? Not bad, brother. I don't need one. My woman, I will protect her well. I have already found bodyguards. I will feel more at ease when they protect you. Thank you, Brother Bolai. Zhou Tong ended the live broadcast very quickly, probably because she thought that if she didn't end it, her good brother would have to waste money again. Ding Bulai was casually wandering around the live broadcast room and unknowingly came to Zhou Xiaotong's live broadcast room. Ding Bulai's arrival quickly attracted Zhou Xiaotong's attention. Welcome, Brother Bulai. Today, Zhou Xiaotang was still wearing a short dress from the auto show, the hem of which only reached above her knees. A section of snow white and straight calves was exposed, and judging by the background, they were still outside the auto show hall. Under the moonlight and lights at night, the tall Zhou Xiaotang looks even more attractive. Without saying a word, a wave of gifts began to come. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix Dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix dance 10. Wow, here he comes again, with his money and power, to steal my wife again. You just snatched Tongshin and now you're trying to snatch my Xiaotang. You're not a bad guy, be a decent person. Dad, I am your long-lost son, please come find me soon. Husband. Not to mention the comments in the live broadcast room, Zhou Xiaotang, who was broadcasting live, also had a face full of surprise. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Thanks. At this time, an account in the live broadcast room caught Ding Bulai's attention. Wen Xiao, brother, why are you here? Wen Xiao, brother, can you stop brushing? If you keep brushing, Xiaotang won't be able to see me. Wen Xiao, brother. Ding Bulai knew who this account belonged to after a brief thought. It was obviously the Su Wen who was so familiar yesterday. After thinking about it, Ding Bulai felt that Su Wen was not the spoiled rich second generation and was a pretty good person, so he stopped. Thank you, brother. At this time, Su Wen sent a private message. Brother, you watch the live broadcast at night, are you free? Why don't you come out and play? I'll introduce a beauty to you. Not interested. Ding Bulai has a lot of beautiful women around him that he wants to conquer, and he has no interest in ordinary people. No, brother. The beauty I introduced to you is absolutely top-notch. She is no worse than Zhou Xiaotang and the two girls next to you yesterday. Then why don't you chase after her? You're chasing after Zhou Xiaotang all day long. This is inconvenient for me, but what I said is true. She is really a beauty. I don't think anyone is worthy of her except you. What about Zhou Xiaotang? Well, Zhou Xiaotang is the most beautiful goddess in my mind, but this beauty is definitely not bad. TSK, he's just a bootlicker. However, I was slightly interested in the beauty he mentioned. It's too late today. You can introduce them to me another time when you have the chance. Okay. By the way, brother, can you please stop chasing Xiaotang? Don't you have a girlfriend? Su Wen, this is where you're wrong. If Xiaotang likes you, it won't matter whether I pursue you or not. But if Xiaotang doesn't like you, there will be others who will pursue you even if I don't. Ding Bulai saw that the other party was typing and then deleted it, then typed again, and finally sent a message. Okay, brother, I get it, but I won't give up. Ding Bulai was speechless. He felt that this rich second generation was even more naive than himself, a nouveau riche who had only been rich for a short time. At this time, Zhou Xiaotang in the live broadcast room was a little disappointed and even more angry with Su Wen. I finally met Brother Bulai online again, and he was about to give me a reward, but Su Wen interrupted him again. In the past 2 years, many big brothers have been troubled by Su Wen. Logically speaking, as a car model from an ordinary family, she should be very happy to meet Su Wen, a young man from a wealthy family. But she really had no interest in Su Wen. More importantly, she was afraid of this kind of big family. She has several car model sisters who completely lost their self-identity and dignity after marrying into so-called wealthy families. Or they become breeding machines, giving birth to one child a year. Or they would be like slaves and maids in ancient times, serving their husbands and parents-in-law at home every day. Moreover, this kind of service is not ordinary service, there are many rules and requirements, and there is no dignity or status at all. She wants to marry a rich man, but she doesn't want to marry a rich man without dignity and self-esteem. Chapter 82 Security Arrangements. At this moment, to Zhou Xiaotang's surprise, Brother Bulai started sending gifts again after being silent for just 2 minutes. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix dance 10. Brother Bulai sends Flying Dragon and Phoenix dance 10. At the same time, a colorful bullet screen popped up. Once I start brushing, I have to be number 1, both for myself and the popularity of my live broadcast room. With a series of dazzling special effects, Brother Bulai's account quickly became the number 1 in the live broadcast room. At the same time, Xiaotang's live broadcast room also ranked first in the hourly list and popularity list. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Brother, I love you. Brother, you are my guardian angel. At this time, Zhou Xiaotang was speaking enthusiastically in the live broadcast room. After all, her live broadcast room was quite popular before, and she had many big brothers. But there are very few people who can spend millions at one time. And just now, Brother Bulai spent nearly 10 million. Only a fool would not think of catching such a domineering and wealthy man. Ding! Zhou Xiaotang's favorability increased by 20, and the current favorability is 41. Ding. Zhou Xiaotang's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 51. At this time, Ding Bulai saw the message from Zhou Xiaotang on his mobile phone. Thank you for your gift, Brother Bulai. I'd like to treat you to dinner tomorrow night. Is that convenient for you? Sure. Great, I'll send it to you when I find a place. See you tomorrow night. Well, see you tomorrow night. The next day, Lin Zhixia used the excuse that Lu Mengli wanted her to accompany her to the company to terminate the contract, leaving her alone and leaving early in the morning. Ding Bulai stayed in the hotel alone, bored. At this moment, Wu Ying received a message, then looked up and said to Ding Bulai, Boss Ding, the bodyguards have all arrived. I have booked a small meeting room in the hotel, and they are all there now. Okay, let's go meet him then. Wu Ying nodded and took Ding Bulai to a small meeting room downstairs. As soon as I entered the door, I saw more than 20 young girls standing there in a row. Each of them has a tall and handsome figure. Except for Zhang Jing's 5B level bodyguards, the other girls looked at the young employer who came in curiously but quietly. Wu Ying gave a first introduction. Then Ding Bulai stood at the front of the crowd and spoke loudly. Hello everyone, I am your employer. My name is Ding Bulai. You can call me Brother Bulai, or Mr. Ding, or Boss. Anything is fine. I believe Captain Wu has already told you about the job content. This job is not complicated, and I also believe in your professional abilities. I only have 2 requests. One is to protect the safety of the person being protected at all costs. The other is loyalty. Be loyal to me and don't talk too much. I will not mistreat those who are loyal to me. I believe that you will not regret your choice. Wu Ying. Ding Bulai turned to Wu Ying and said, You should take the employment fee given in the contract I signed with your company. I also told your company that I will give you the highest share of the income for this employment. In addition, you will be responsible for the management of all the bodyguards. I will give you an additional 5 million, which you will arrange and distribute as your daily security expenses. If it's not enough, you can always tell me. Wu Ying was stunned, and then assured, Boss Ding, don't worry, we will definitely spend the funds you give us on necessary expenses. Ding Bulai nodded and said, Then I'll leave it to you all from now on. Wu Ying will assign you security tasks later. Yes. A uniform and loud voice rang out. Ding Bulai called Wu Ying aside and told her about the people who needed security and some requirements. For regular targets, 2 bodyguards per person are enough, and they can be rotated. For special targets, 1 or 2 more bodyguards can be added appropriately. Finally, 2 of the 5A level bodyguards, plus 2B level bodyguards, protected Lu Mengli closely. She accepted his conditions and became his woman, who could not escape. Moreover, as a star, she is still in the midst of a storm, so her security cannot be neglected. Jiang Lulu, Zhou Ton, and Lin Zhixia, who has not yet been successfully conquered but is almost there, are each assigned 2B level bodyguards. Ding Bulai will definitely not let Yin Qingxue go as he has invested 20 billion yuan in her. But she is the president of Yuntian Group and has bodyguards, so Ding Bulai does not need to arrange any for her for the time being. As for Ding Bulai himself, he was naturally protected by Wu Ying, the only S-level bodyguard, and 2A-level bodyguards. In addition, Ding Bulai must have some ideas about Zhou Xiaotang and was thinking about whether having dinner tomorrow night could bring their relationship closer, so he also reserved 2 bodyguards. And at home, we also need to arrange security. So in the end, 2A-level bodyguards and 4B-level bodyguards went to find Lu Mengli and Lin Zhixia. 2 bodyguards flew to Kyoto to follow Zhou Ton to work and protect her. The 2 flew to Yunhang to protect Jiang Lulu. There was also an A-level female bodyguard named Hu Qin who brought 10 B-level bodyguards back to Yunhang and went directly to the Jin Ma Huafu villa where Ding Bulai had not lived for a day, and temporarily arranged some security for the villa. Wu Ying and 4 female bodyguards 2A and 2B continued to stay in the hotel with Ding Bulai. Today is the 3rd and final day of the auto show. By the afternoon, Ding Bulai's Aston Martin could be withdrawn. Ding Bulai urgently asked Mark to have the car delivered to the hotel, and then he got in the 1 billion sports car and drove around Shanghai. When the car stops on the side of the road in some shopping malls, many proactive girls will shyly or charmingly hand over small notes or directly come to chat with me. But when many people saw Wu Ying's cold face in the passenger seat, they could only retreat in embarrassment. But it feels so good to be noticed and to be actively taken advantage of. At night, Ding Bulai still drove the sports car, followed by the hotel car, to the hotel booked by Zhou Xiaotang. Brother Bolai, you are here, please sit down. Zhou Xiaotang obviously dressed up very carefully tonight. The wavy brown long hair is draped over the shoulders, and the light eye makeup and moist red lips all reveal a hint of sexiness. The lavender hip skirt, black stockings, and shiny silver high heels all reflect the seductive figure of the top car model. No wonder Zhou Xiaotang is called the ceiling of the car model industry. Zhou Xiaotang carefully poured Ding Bulai a cup of tea, then asked, Brother Bulai, do you want to drink some wine tonight? I don't like drinking, let's just drink tea. It's fine not to drink. I don't like drinking, but sometimes I have to drink in certain situations. Ding Bulai said with a smile, Xiaotang, you are a well-known car model in our long country. How could someone force you to drink? Zhou Xiaotang smiled bitterly and said, it's just some empty reputation. It means nothing in front of big shots like you. It looks like Xiaotang is worried. Why don't you tell him about it? Maybe I can help. Chapter 83 I can help you too. In the private room of the hotel, exquisite dishes were served on the table. Zhou Xiaotang carefully picked up a few pieces of meat for Ding Bulai. Brother Bulai, you should eat something first. It is said that the chefs here have prepared state banquets. Yeah, it tastes really good. Brother Bulai, thank you for your support these few times and for helping me get so many gifts. I'll transfer it back to you when I can withdraw cash. Ding Bulai shook his head. No need. Since I gave you the reward, it's what you deserve. You don't need to transfer it back to me. Zhou Xiaotang didn't want to take advantage of the millions, but everyone does this. I am already very grateful that you support me as my elder brother. How can I really take your money? Ding Bulai smiled slightly, then I'm different from them. I won't accept it. Well, that's fine. Thank you, Brother Bulai. This gratitude is genuine. After all, it's worth hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. If the other party says no, then that's it. What does Bulai do? He is so young and so outstanding. Oh, just investing in a business. No wonder. I believe that uncle and aunt must be very capable, otherwise they wouldn't have trained such an outstanding young man like Brother Bulai. Ding Bulai paused, without raising his head, and said, I am an orphan, I have no family. Zhou Xiaotang was stunned, and quickly said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Brother Bulai, I didn't know. It's okay, I'm used to it. Zhou Xiaotang's eyes sparkled, Brother Bulai must have had a hard time over the years. Ding Bulai was unwilling to continue the topic. It's fine. As for you, I see that you make a lot of money in this industry, and the work is easy. It's just superficial. In fact, there are a lot of things to do, and it's tiring. For some business cooperation, I have to play both sides. We also have to be wary of new groups of people. More importantly, our industry is a job for young people, and the career period is only a few years. I may seem young at only 26, but the auto model industry is one where the old is replaced by the new. Ding Bulai expressed his understanding. At this time, Zhou Xiaotang suddenly asked, Brother Bulai is young and rich, so many girls should like him. Ding Bulai was slightly startled, and then he said, there are indeed girls who like me. Of course, I will treat them well if I like them. Zhou Xiaotang keenly noticed the day that Ding Bulai mentioned, and her heart darkened. When she first heard that Ding Bulai was an orphan, she felt a moment of secret joy and thought. After all, Ding Bulai's conditions completely meet his expectations of his future partner, and without his parents, there will be no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But I didn't expect that the other party actually had them. But it's normal to think about it. How could such a rich bachelor go unnoticed? There was a brief silence in the private room. After a long while, Ding Bulai said, You don't like Su Wen, but considering your conditions, there should be many people chasing you besides him. Why, there's nothing suitable. Zhou Xiaotang smiled bitterly and said, It's not easy to find the right one. The people I come into contact with are either older or have families. Even if there are some young people with good conditions, they just want to have fun. There are more women than clothes. Ding Bulai remained silent. Isn't this implying something to himself? But Zhou Xiaotang didn't seem to notice Ding Bulai's embarrassment. Brother Bulai, what does your other half look like? Do you have any plans to get married? Ding Bulai thought for a moment and replied, Not yet. And to be honest, I don't know if I will get married in the future. But there is one thing I can guarantee, that is, I will never let down those who are loyal to me and who like me. Ding Bulai's honesty made Zhou Xiaotang have a better impression of him. I also heard at the auto show that day that you bought a 4 million Bentley for your girlfriend. Ding Bulai did not deny or explain, and asked. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaotang, do you like this job? You just said it's a job for young people, so have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? To be honest, I don't know. Zhou Xiaotang rarely showed a trace of confusion. I don't do this job because I love it, but I don't have the skills, I don't have a good education, and my family conditions are also ordinary. I became a car model by accident, and then I felt that it was okay and I could do it myself, so I took it step by step. If I don't stop being a car model someday, I might find someone to marry and stay at home to take care of my husband and children. Or maybe I'm bored and open a flower shop or something like that. Ding Bulai said seriously, in fact, you can find something you like to do. With your current conditions, it should be enough to support you to pursue your hobbies. Besides, I can help. Zhou Xiaotang's eyes flickered. Brother Bulai, will you really support me? Ding Bulai smiled slightly, of course. At this moment, Jian Lulu suddenly called. Ding Bulai thought about it and answered the call in front of Zhou Xiaotang. Hey, Brother Bulai, I hope I didn't disturb you. No, what's wrong? I just want to ask you when you will return to Yunhang. I miss you so much. I should be back the day after tomorrow. Great, I'll pick you up at the airport then. By the way, why did you find 2 bodyguards for me? I said no. It's such a waste of money. Your safety is the most important. You can also contact them if you have any problems. Thank you, Brother Bulai, you are so nice. Why, there should be something else. Jiang Lulu was a little embarrassed. It's not my fault, brother, it's about my mother and my brother. What's wrong? Not enough money? That's enough. I've given them all the money to buy a house. But I was thinking about my brother opening a billiard hall, and I wanted you to find someone to help look at it and help with the early planning. I hope he can really settle down this time. This is what Ding Bulai had said before. Okay, I'll ask someone and get back to you later. Thank you, Brother Bulai. There's no rush. Just do your thing first. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai said to Zhou Xiaotang apologetically, I'll call again. Zhou Xiaotang smiled and indicated that it was okay. Ding Bulai then called Yun Qingshui. Yuntian Group S industries involve tourism and commercial operations, and it has a lot of relevant talents under it. Helping to plan a billiard hall is as easy as playing. When Yun Qingshui heard Ding Bulai's request, she immediately said that she would arrange for 2 people to contact him tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiaotang looked at him with a burning gaze. The person who called just now was your girlfriend, right? You are really nice to her, brother. It seems that you are going to help her family open a store? The room was so small and the voice on the phone was so clear, Ding Bulai said. I said, I will never let down those who are good to me. Also, her family is in trouble. Instead of giving money directly, it is better to help him find a job that he is good at or likes. This is the real way to help them. Including you, Xiaotang. Chapter 84, Contact for a While. To be honest, Zhou Xiaotang was really attracted to Ding Bulai. But the other party's words that he had no plans to get married for the time being and that he didn't know whether he would get married in the future made her feel extremely conflicted. It is basically certain that the other party has more than one woman. If you were pursuing a boy like this, could you tolerate sharing him with someone without any status? She doesn't know. But she knew one thing, it was extremely difficult for her to find a man like Brother Bulai. But for the other party, finding a woman is as easy as eating and drinking. Beautiful women are a scarce resource for the lower class. But in the eyes of rich men like Brother Bulai, ordinary beauties don't even meet the threshold to meet them. Call. With a long sigh, Zhou Xiaotang made up his mind. Not bad, bro. Thank you so much. I like you, I want to be your woman. Ding Bulai didn't expect Zhou Xiaotang to be so direct. But for him, it's a good thing. As long as you think it through. Xiaotang, you're so beautiful, it would be a lie if I said I didn't like you. But I can assure you that you will never regret your choice. Zhou Xiaotang said firmly, I won't regret it. Just, can you give me some time? After all, we've only met once, can we get to know each other for a while? When saying this, Zhou Xiaotang felt a little nervous. Ding Bulai smiled when he heard this, what's the problem? Of course you can. I'm not the thirsty type either. Zhou Xiaotang was touched and said, thank you, Brother Bulai. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. Zhou Xiaotang was startled and said, "No problem, it's up to you, brother." Ding Bulai smiled and said, "You also heard the phone call just now. My biggest requirement is that my woman must know how to protect herself. I will arrange 2 bodyguards for you, also female, to protect your safety. Don't worry, the bodyguards are only responsible for personal protection and will not interfere with your work and life." Zhou Xiaotang hesitated for only a second before nodding. "I won't listen to you, brother." When he returned to the hotel, Ding Bulai was in a good mood. During the trip to Shanghai, he met and accepted 2 beautiful girls, Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang, who scored over 90 points. Moreover, both the star and the car model are famous celebrities. Ding Bulai suppressed his excitement and comforted him. "I will satisfy you soon. Brother! Are you there yet? It's almost time, don't rush it." In the afternoon, Ding Bulai drove his Aston Martin and took Wu Ying to a seaport. From a distance, I saw Su Wen waving at me on the roadside. When the car got closer, Su Wen's eyes lit up, as if he saw a peerless beauty. "Brother, is your car easy to drive?" Ding Bulai rolled his eyes at the other person and asked, "What do you think?" He, it must be very enjoyable." Su Wen said this, but his eyes never left the car. "Brother, after the party, can I help you test drive the car?" "If you have time, yes." "Thank you, brother. You are my dear brother." Ding Bulai looked around. Many luxury cars drove up one after another. Those who get off the car are either young handsome men or sexy beauties. After a while, Lu Mengli and Lin Jixia also got out of a car, followed by bodyguards. "Junior. Not bad, bro." "Boss Ding." Ding Bulai asked in surprise, "You are here too?" These 2 days, Lin Jixia was very enthusiastic in communicating with Lu Mengli about company matters, thinking that they were busy. Lu Mengli replied, "Xin Hao invited us. But don't get me wrong, our company's boss is here today, as well as some directors and celebrities from the entertainment industry, so let's see if there's any opportunity for collaboration." Ding Bulai frowned. "You went to the company yesterday, haven't you terminated the contract yet?" Lin Jixia replied, "They don't actually want Mengli to leave. The 2 billion yuan termination fee was only proposed to put pressure on Mengli. But I didn't expect that we would actually be prepared to pay 2 billion yuan to terminate the contract. So they weren't actually ready. But it doesn't matter. If we must terminate the contract, they can't stop us." Ding Bulai nodded. "If you need my help, let me know anytime." "Yes." At this time, Zhou Xiaotang and 2 bodyguards also got out of a car. Seeing Ding Bulai here, they walked over quickly. "Not bad, bro." Zhou Xiaotang was originally going to put his arm around Ding Bulai's arm, but when he saw Lin Jixia and Lu Mengli next to him, he subconsciously retracted his hand and just smiled and greeted them. She had seen Lin Jixia before. She was the girl who accompanied Brother Bolai at the auto show and seemed to be Brother Bolai's girlfriend. The other one surprised her even more. It was the little queen Lu Mengli. Although I don't know the relationship between Lu Mengli and Brother Bulai, I saw them standing together. The relationship won't be too far. I couldn't help but feel nervous, and felt that Brother Bulai's popularity was beyond my imagination. Lu Mengli and Lin Jixia didn't know Zhou Xiaotang, but they keenly noticed that Zhou Xiaotang was trying to link hands just now. And the feeling of nervousness when looking at Ding Bulai. Lu Mengli's eyes flickered slightly. Lin Jixia was secretly annoyed. Why is he hooking up with another woman? 3 women, all of whom were top-notch goddesses with scores above 90, looked at each other secretly. I couldn't help but compare silently. Zhou Xiaotang scored 92 points, the lowest among the others, but in fact, among the beauties who scored above 90 points, the difference is not that big. Moreover, Zhou Xiaotang's biggest advantage is his height of 178 centimeters. His long legs are very eye-catching and he has a typical perfect body. Lin Jixia is intellectual and elegant, with a score of 93. She has a perfect body proportion and a slender appearance, making her prettier and more attractive than Zhou Xiaotang. With a score of 96, Lu Mengli can become the national goddess, so she is naturally the most dazzling existence. Her face shape, figure and temperament are like those of a fairy from heaven. The 3 goddesses each have their own merits, and they attracted the attention of many people around them. But Ding Bulai felt extremely uncomfortable standing in the middle. It's not just the envious looks from those around me. It was also the intentional or unintentional collision in the eyes of the 3 people. "Well, it's good that you're all here, you can communicate more. Hey, Su Wen, are we going upstairs? Let's go quickly, we're going to be late." Su Wen, who was standing a little further away, quickly came back to his senses, glanced at Zhou Xiaotang reluctantly, and said quickly, "Oh, yes, let's go in first. Brother, big, beautiful ladies, come this way." Su Wen had been here before, so he took the initiative to bring a few people to the beach. There is a luxury cruise ship docked in the port. There are 4 floors in total. This is also the venue for the party held by Qin Hao and Master Qin today. Chapter 85 Party on the Cruise Ship. A lot of people have already arrived on the cruise ship. The clothes everyone wears are also varied. Some men wore suits and ties, while others wore shorts and short-sleeved shirts. But without exception, they are all expensive. A set of clothes is basically equivalent to an average family's annual income. Although women wear different styles. But what they have in common is that they are all gorgeously dressed and sexy. Short skirts, hot pants, suspenders, t-shirts, each one casually yet deliberately shows off one's most perfect side. In the lobby on the first floor of the cruise ship, several young men and women in gorgeous clothes saw Su Wen and others coming in. He walked over and kept mocking me. "Hey, Master Wen, what brings you here? Do you have money to come and play? I heard that Master Wen is hooking up with a big brother, and that big brother can give him money. Why don't you lick your Zhou Xiaotang today, Mr. Wen? I have to say, Zhou Xiaotang's legs are really long. Why don't you brothers try it some other time?" It is obvious that these people have a grudge against Su Wen. Su Wen angrily said, "Feng Chang, you're looking for a fight, aren't you?" The man named Feng Chang said with disdain, "With your small body, you are useless even if I give you a chance." Su Wen's face was gloomy. "I think you are looking for death. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are following Qin Hao. I'm so scared." Feng Chang shouted exaggeratedly, and suddenly saw Zhou Xiaotang frowning behind him, and said in surprise, "Mr. Wen is great. He actually asked Zhou Xiaotang out, but it should be Mr. Qin who invited him. It seems that Master Wen's woman will be snatched away by Master Qin again this time." Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed. Su Wen's face turned red with anger, and he couldn't bear it any longer and punched him. Feng Chang was not paying attention and was unable to dodge, and was punched on the shoulder. Feng Chang was furious and was about to fight back, and several men next to him were also angry and ready to teach Su Wen a lesson. But their fists and feet have not been extended yet. I saw 2 young women quickly grab the wrists of 2 of them and twisted them gently, and the 2 men screamed in pain instantly. The 2 women were naturally Zhou Xiaotang as female bodyguards. It was Ding Bulai who signaled the bodyguards to take action. Humiliating Zhou Xiaotang is humiliating her own woman. How can I not teach her a lesson? Stop. At this time, a group of people came out. Among them was director Liang Shuren, who he had met in the hotel cafe that day and wanted to take advantage of Lu Mengli. The one in the middle is naturally Qin Hao. Ding Bulai also signaled the bodyguards to retreat first. Qin Hao walked to the middle of the fallen people with a serious face and asked indifferently, "What's going on?" "Mr. Qin, it's that guy Su Wen who's causing trouble here. He must be taught a lesson." Su Wen was furious, "Bullshit." Qin Hao frowned, looked at Su Wen, then saw Ding Bulai, and also noticed Lu Mengli and the others as well as the bodyguards behind them, his eyes fixed. It turned out to be President Ding. "Sorry, I should go downstairs to greet Mr. Ding." Ding Bulai said calmly, "If this is how young Master Qin welcomes guests, it would be better if he doesn't." Qin Hao smiled slightly, "I apologize to everyone for not being polite. I won't ask who was right or wrong in what happened just now. Let's all take a step back and let it go, okay?" Naturally, those young men and women didn't dare to have any opinions. Su Wen snorted. Ding Bulai didn't want to cause too much trouble. Seeing that no one objected, Qin Hao smiled slightly and looked at Lu Mengli next to him. "Mengli, it's just right that you're here. Come over here and I'll introduce you to some friends." Lu Mengli said coldly, "Don't bother Mr. Qin, I'll just be with my friends." Qin Hao paused for a moment. "I heard that Mengli you want to terminate the contract with your company? It seems that you have found a sponsor? This is a matter between me and the company. There is no need to report it to Mr. Qin." Qin Hao's face darkened slightly, but he immediately smiled, "Very good, it seems that Mengli has found a very strong supporter. I am very happy for you. But your company's boss is here. You must get his consent if you want to terminate the contract with him." Lu Mengli's voice was emotionless. "I want to terminate the contract. I don't need his consent, and he can't stop me." "Ah, very good." At this time, Liang Sharan on the side suddenly said, Loomingly, even if you terminate your contract with the company, I don't think you will be able to find a crew. Why, are you going to participate in the second half as well? Loomingly said unhappily, only a disgusting person like you would participate in such a disgusting thing. As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention Liang Sharon, even Qin Hao and others frowned, and the men around stared at Loomingly angrily. If it wasn't for Qin Hao's sake, he would have slapped her. Su Wen also whispered awkwardly, "Brother, did Loomingly come with you? Why don't you ask her to talk less?" Although Ding Bulai didn't quite understand what the second half meant, it was obviously not a serious activity. So he walked forward and said, "Mr. Qin invited me here, saying that this party is very interesting." "Is it like this now?" "Oh, sorry. Mr. Ding, the official event will start in a while. You can go around with your friends first. There are many activities here. I think Mr. Wen next to you is also very familiar with them. You can ask him to introduce them to you. Of course, I can also accompany you in person if you need. Then I won't bother Mr. Qin." Having said that, Ding Bulai took a few people away. Qin Hao stared at Ding Bulai's back, his face gloomy. "Master Qin, that Ding Bulai is too disrespectful to you. Do you want us to find someone to teach him a lesson?" "Lesson, he is surrounded by dragon shield bodyguards. Even if you find a few of them, they are not enough to fill his teeth. He has bodyguards, but we don't have any. Okay, don't make trouble here." But the brothers couldn't help it. Didn't they investigate him? He just invested several billion in Yunhang, and it is said that he will invest more than 10 billion. It's a lot of money, but there are too many people at this level. Qin Hao thought about it and said coldly, "Then wait for a while and see his strength." After saying that, he walked in with a group of people. This cruise ship has a complete range of facilities and activities. There are chess and card rooms, swimming pools, cinemas, gyms, etc. There are also beauties and car models walking around everywhere. Zhou Xiaotang recognized many of the car models participating in the auto show. No wonder the party was held after the auto show. Of course, in addition to beauties, there are also some big guys here, but most of them are young. Lu Mengli took Lin Jixia to contact some people in the entertainment industry to see if they could find some opportunities for cooperation. As a top car model, Zhou Xiaotang also needed to maintain some on-site relationships. But she was not in a hurry. Since Ding Bulai had no female companion, she stayed beside Ding Bulai and held his arm. Su Wen looked resentful. "Brother, Xiaotang, you." Ding Bulai said casually, "Oh, we are friends." Su Wen didn't believe it in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He gave Ding Bulai a casual introduction and then ran away. Only Ding Bulai and Zhou Xiaotang were left wandering around. Chapter 86 Resource Exchange. Zhou Xiaotang accompanied Ding Bulai on a tour on the cruise ship. I have to say, this kind of party is indeed a paradise for the rich. There is everything to eat and play. And there are countless beauties, any of whom are class beauties or school beauties. At this time, some men were seen walking towards the third floor with some female companions. "Brother Bolai, the event should be starting soon, do you want to participate?" Zhou Xiaotang turned around and asked. "Do you know anything about the activities here?" "I've participated in it a few times, but I could only watch. The activities here either require resources, money, or connections." Zhou Xiaotang paused and added, "It's mainly women, very beautiful women." Ding Bulai asked curiously, "You are not beautiful enough, so you can't participate?" Zhou Xiaotang looked a little unnatural. I don't want to." When Ding Bulai heard this, he secretly cursed himself for being stupid. A party organized by a group of rich second generations. Why should beautiful women attend? It's all about their bodies. However, Ding Bulai showed some interest in this activity. "Let's go and take a look." I sent a message to Lin Jixia to tell her about it. The two of them came to the third floor of the cruise ship, to the indoor door. A young man who had just been with Qin Hao and two waiters were guarding the door. Check everyone's invitations. Moreover, the owner of an invitation letter can bring in at most 2 people. At this moment, the man saw Ding Bulai and said reluctantly, "You were specially invited by young Master Qin. You don't need an invitation letter. Just come in." After saying that, he turned around impatiently and ignored Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai didn't care and went in with Zhou Xiaotang. The third floor of the cruise ship is magnificently decorated. The entire hall was divided into 2 sides by a T-shaped stage. A normal catwalk only reaches halfway to the hall, but this one goes straight across to the end. At this time, some beauties were dancing enthusiastically on the stage. There were tables and chairs on both sides of the stage, with fruits, snacks, and drinks on the tables. Many people were already sitting in the back. Ding Bulai took Zhou Xiaotang by the hand and found an empty seat in the first row on the left. As the seats were gradually filled, the hall gradually became quiet. At this moment, Ding Bulai felt someone pulling him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Su Wen. "Brother, you sit in the first row?" Ding Bulai asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Can't we sit here?" Su Wen hurriedly said, "It's not that you can't sit, but you have to provide resources." Zhou Xiaotang was also a little confused. "I participated before, but I haven't heard that the participants have to provide any resources." "You're sitting in the back, so of course you don't need to." Ding Bulai definitely didn't understand this, so he quickly asked, "What resources?" "Any resources will do, as long as they can make money." Ding Bulai didn't have any resources, so he just wanted to change his position. Just a quick glance and I saw that the seats in the back were already full. At this time, Qin Hao walked in with a few people. When he saw Ding Bulai sitting in the first row, a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Ding, please take a seat." "Sorry, I'm late." "We'll start right away." Glancing at the nervous Su Wen and Zhou Xiaotang beside him, Ding Bulai calmed himself down and sat down, saying calmly, "It's okay, let's get started." Qin Hao sat down on the right side of the tea stage. Coincidentally, Ding Bulai and Qin Hao were facing each other, both in the middle of the first row on the left and right sides. At this time, the lights in the entire hall dimmed a little. A beautiful woman in Cheongsam walked to the center of the stage. The Cheongsam beauty was extremely charming, but what was strange was that the system did not give any prompt. Upon checking, the score was 94, but the number of drivers reached 8, so it was blocked by the system. Although Ding Bulai had no interest in conquering women, he found such beauties pleasing to the eyes. The crowd below was staring at the Cheongsam beauty with great enthusiasm. Apparently the Cheongsam beauty was no longer surprised by such looks, and smiled slightly. "Welcome everyone to today's exchange event. I'm Wei Wei, and I believe many people know me. I know that everyone is very busy with their business, so I won't waste your time. Let's start the first round of today's resource exchange activity." Although many people have participated before, there are also some newcomers, so let me briefly explain that I or the resource holder will introduce the resources provided. Anyone who is interested can exchange them with the resources they have. If you really don't have any resources, funds are also acceptable. Ding Bulai had never participated in this kind of activity, but he remained calm on the surface and listened carefully in his heart. I only heard the Cheongsam beauty Wei Wei continue to speak. I will introduce the first resource. Many people have heard that the northern area of Shanghai may be redeveloped. This resource is information about whether the northern area will be developed and where it will be developed. I know that everyone here may have some connections or information, but we guarantee that our information is the most authoritative and accurate. As soon as Wei Wei finished speaking, people below started whispering. Even though Ding Bulai didn't understand business, he knew that the confirmed development news of Area 1 was extremely valuable information. I didn't expect it to be auctioned on such an occasion. Oh, it's not accurate to say it's an auction, it's a replacement. After a commotion, someone spoke up. I have a contract for a highway in neighboring Zhejiang province, and I am willing to exchange a section of the subcontract for this information. I'll give you 5 million. I'll exchange it for one of the Bai family's supplier quotas. After everyone had given their bids, Wei Wei communicated with someone through the headset and finally announced that the person with the highway subcontract contract had received the message. Second one. Wei Wei continued, the second resource is an undeveloped coal mine in the northwestern Qin province. As he spoke, information about the coal mine appeared on the large screen behind him. Then various offers came in. And Ding Bulai also understood what this so-called resource exchange was all about. I also have a deeper understanding of these rich second generations. Who says the second generation of rich people only know how to eat, drink and have fun? Who says that gatherings of rich second generations are just for fun? They are clearly using their own resource advantages to gain the greatest benefits for themselves, their families, or their companies. Ding Bulai has already discovered the resources that appeared in the auction today. It is basically not circulated in the market. In other words, even if you have money, you may not be able to get it on the market. For example, the young man next to Qin Hao is auctioning very simple resources. It is a career opportunity, or a career development channel. For ordinary people to enter this unit in this career path, they need to study hard for 10 years for a bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree, and they must be from a top-notch university. But the opportunity this person provides is that even if you are an ordinary undergraduate, he has the means or channels to get you in. Don't you understand? Of course, ordinary people don't understand. Because many core opportunities are in the hands of a few resource holders. There is fierce competition for this kind of resource, as Ding Bulai saw. Almost half of the people present had bids. Chapter 87 Super High Price Transfer Agreement. At the event, Ding Bulai listened almost the entire time, and did not make any extra movements except eating and drinking. Even Zhou Xiaotang couldn't help but ask. Not bad, bro. These are just some resources exchanged among these circles. Aren't you also investing in business? Are you not interested in any of these? Ding Bulai pretended to be disdainful and said, I can't use these resources. Oh. Su Wen behind him suddenly said, brother, you can also buy resources here. If you need anything, you can tell me. Ding Bulai couldn't help but glare at the other party, not interested. All right. At this time, during the gap between the completion of a transaction, Xin Hao on the opposite side also said to Ding Bulai. Boss Ding, are all the resources today not to your liking? It seems that Boss Ding's vision is indeed extraordinary. Ding Bulai smiled slightly, I'm really not that interested. I'm only interested in things that satisfy my woman. Oh? I didn't expect that Mr. Ding is a man who loves beautiful women. However, you are not interested in the resources here, so why don't you take out some things to open our eyes? By the way, the staff should have told you that if you sit there, you have to take something out. Ding Bulai said calmly, don't worry. There are still many people who haven't bid yet. Let's wait until everyone has finished bidding. Xin Hao stared at Ding Bulai for a while and said with a smile, okay, then I'll wait and see. The conversation between the two made everyone at the scene realize something was wrong. Many people couldn't help but look at Ding Bulai with a hint of amusement. Ding Bulai didn't care. At this time, a man in Xin Hao's row took the microphone and said, what I have here today is the contract agreement of the little queen Lu Mingli. Everyone knows that Lu Mingli is the backbone of our company. But something happened recently, and there are some misunderstandings between our company and Lu Mingli. However, Lu Mingli has been in our company for many years. I think if we change her company, she may have better development. This person's words sounded high-sounding, but Dante felt a chill in his heart when he heard them. Did he discover that Lu Mingli had made up her mind to terminate the contract and continue to find a company to delay? Ding Bulai was about to speak when he heard a voice suddenly coming from the corner. Lu Mingli has officially sent a letter of termination to their company. They have no right to sell Lu Mingli's contract. Ding Bulai turned around and saw Lin Zhixia and Lu Mingli sitting in the corner, and it was Lin Zhixia who had just spoken. Seeing Ding Bulai looking at her, Lin Zhixia even blinked. It's Lu Mingli herself. I heard that young Master Qin has been pursuing Lu Mingli, but it seems he has failed? Hush, Lu Mingli can't stand Qin Xiao's methods. The man should be Lu Mingli's boss. Hearing Lin Zhixia's question, he said calmly, before the contract is terminated, we have the right to dispose of any artist's contract. Lin Zhixia insisted. But Lu Mingli has already officially sent a letter of termination. Even if you want to dispose of it, you have to deal with the termination of the contract with Mingli first. You can only transfer it after the termination is completed. Otherwise, you are transferring a contract that is in dispute, which is also void. The man smiled and said, I can be honest about the relevant situation. It's fine if people don't want to accept the contract being terminated, but if someone doesn't care about these situations, then it's not my concern. At this time, Lu Mingli stood up and said loudly, whether you transfer it or not, or whoever you transfer it to, I will ask to continue to process my termination. I want to leave, you can't stop me. The man said indifferently, that's fine. Anyway, the contract has not expired. If you insist on terminating the contract, you will have to pay 2 billion yuan in liquidated damages. 2 billion is just what you said. I will find a lawyer to file a lawsuit. At this time, the host, the Chongsam Beauty Weiwei, smiled and took over the conversation. Well, although there is a dispute and the parties involved have requested to terminate the contract is real, and it is also true that the contract has not expired. Therefore, if anyone is willing to accept this controversial artist contract, they can also make an offer. As soon as the words fell, Lu Mingli raised her hand first, 1 billion. At this time, a person behind Qin Hao also raised his hand, 1.2 billion. Lu Mingli glanced at the man angrily and gritted her teeth and said, 1.25 billion. The man continued to shout calmly, 1.3 billion. Ding Bulai frowned, but he was surprised that Qin Hao did not interfere. Su Wen approached Ding Bulai and said, "Brother, I see that you seem to be quite familiar with Lu Mingli, but you must not get involved in this matter. That person is from the entertainment company controlled by the Qin family, which is also the largest film and television entertainment company in the country." Even though Lu Mingli said that the 2 billion liquidated damages were unreasonable, with the means of the Qin family, even if they bought the contract for 2 billion, they would definitely not lose money. There is definitely a way to make the 2 billion liquidated damages real, or even more. Ding Bulai's heart sank. In other words, if the Qin family buys the contract, it will be impossible for Lu Mingli to leave? Su Wen paused and said, "That won't happen. After all, how can you keep an employee when he leaves? It's just that the penalty and the time are a little uncertain." Apart from Lu Mingli and the people from Qin's entertainment company, no one else was bidding. Obviously, he also knew that this was Qin Hao's plan, which was to put pressure on Lu Mingli. At this moment, the bid has reached 1.8 billion. Lu Mingli's face was already extremely angry, and there was a barely perceptible entanglement and struggle in her eyes. Fortunately, Lin Zhixia was beside her and kept saying something to her, which should be words of support. Ding Bulai thought about it and sent a message to Lin Zhixia. "Let Mingli bid as much as she wants. There's no upper limit. You can forward the information to her." When Lin Zhixia saw the message, she looked at Ding Bulai in surprise. Seeing Ding Bulai nod, she hesitated for a moment, then pulled Lu Mingli's arm and showed her the message. When Lu Mingli saw the message, she looked at Ding Bulai gratefully and said through gritted teeth, 2 billion. 2.1 billion. 2.2 billion. 2.3 billion. 2.5 billion. At this time, the man was already sweating profusely and kept looking at Qin Hao in front of him. Qin Hao's brows were also twisted into a shape. After all, it's just an artist's contract. If the artist doesn't care about the cost, you can't stop him from leaving. But where did Lu Mingli get so much money? Could it be that he really found a new financial sponsor? Qin Hao couldn't help but look at Ding Bulai, who was sitting opposite him. Just now outside, Lu Mingli was with this person. Moreover, Lu Mingli also met with Ding Bulai these 2 days. However, how could he allow the woman he wanted to escape from his control? He turned around and said something to the man. The man hesitated for a moment, but continued. 2.6 billion. 2.7 billion. 2.8 billion. 3 billion. Wow. A first-line actress, not even a diva, just a little diva. The contract involving liquidated damages was actually called for 3 billion. Whoever puts out the 3 billion will surely suffer huge losses. Only Lu Mingli, the boss of the current company, is making a lot of money. Qin Hao was also a little annoyed at this time. The Qin family is rich. But giving away 1 billion for nothing to recover 2 billion in liquidated damages would also be painful. Qin Hao smiled coldly. "I don't believe that the person behind Lu Mingli has so much money that he doesn't even consider money as money. No, Ding Bulai would really spend 1 billion to buy a car." Chapter 88, 9 billion for yacht. In the end, Qin Hao asked people to give up bidding. Lu Mingli got her job contract back at a super high price of 3 billion. Regardless of the process, Lu Mingli still felt relieved at this moment. But then, there was a deep sense of uneasiness. He glanced at Ding Bulai uneasily, only to see that Ding Bulai was not looking at him, but was looking down at his phone. Lu Mingli felt her phone move, took it out and saw a message from Ding Bulai. "You're doing great. Don't worry about the money. I trust you." Following Ding Bulai's message, another reminder message came. "Your bank account number ending in XXX enters the Dragon national currency of 1 billion yuan." Another billion arrived. Lu Mingli only felt like she was in a dream, with a warm current flowing slowly through her heart. Ding! Lu Mingli's favorability plus 15, current favorability 57 favorable. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and put the phone back. After what just happened, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn. At this time, at the host's signal, a man on the right side of Qin Hao's row stood up. "Let me take another shot next. What I took today is not a special resource, it's just a yacht. But this yacht is the only one in the world. It was mortgaged to me by a bankrupt company abroad. I'm taking it out today to see if you guys are interested. As he spoke, photos of the yacht and related information appeared on the big screen. The man continued, "This yacht is one of the top 3 luxury yachts in the world. Although it is expensive, it is an entertainment product after all, so I don't want to exchange it for any resources, I'll just auction it. The market price is about 4 billion. I don't have so many rules for this occasion, everyone can bid freely." The man sat down after he finished speaking. Ding Bulai was immediately attracted by the yacht. The shape of this yacht is a bit like a spaceship, with silver gray as its main color, and its name is also called Xingyue. The yacht is 180 meters long, has 5 floors, is equipped with a 94,000 horsepower engine, has a top speed of over 30 knots, and has 50 suites and an open salon. Doesn't Tiyun Xingyue have a seaside resort? This yacht can be parked there, and when he has nothing to do, he can take a yacht out for fun with a bunch of bikini beauties. Just thinking about it makes me excited. What Ding Bulai didn't notice was that Qin Hao's expression also improved as he looked at the yacht. 3.5 billion. 5 billion. 2 voices came from different directions at the same time. 3.5 billion was the number Qin Hao called out. It was Ding Bulai who called out 5 billion. This made everyone in the hall look at each other in confusion and look at the two of them. Qin Hao looked coldly at Ding Bulai, who was standing opposite him. Although Ding Bulai was surprised, he looked at Qin Hao without giving in. Master Qin is also interested in this yacht? Boss Ding is really generous. That's fine. If you like something, you should do your best to get it. Qin Hao suddenly laughed. What if I say I like this yacht and hope Mr. Ding will part with it? Zhou Xiaotang looked at Ding Bulai worriedly. Su Wen also pulled Latin's clothes. Brother, let's forget it. A surge of anger surged in Ding Bulai's heart. Yun Heng is as fierce as this, and so is Qin Hao, both of them are high and mighty. And what about Lu Mengli just now? She was already the woman he had chosen. It is also very unpleasant to waste an extra 10 billion yuan. Why? Why should I give in just because of your words? How can I, a person with my own system, be afraid of you? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I don't like people to like the things I like. Qin Hao stared at Ding Bulai coldly, as if he wanted to see through him. Ding Bulai picked up the red wine glass on the table and took a sip. If Mr. Qin wants to make an offer, you can continue to make an offer. If you don't continue, then I'll be the one who wins. Qin Hao clenched his hands tightly under the table. He had never been treated like this in person before. At this time, a young man nearby could not help but yelled angrily, "Mr. Ding, why are you so arrogant? This is Shanghai, don't be so shameless." Ding Bulai rolled his eyes disdainfully. So you guys don't have the money, and others who have the money to auction it just don't give you face? If that's the case, do you have the nerve to ask me for it? Fuck. The young man couldn't help but slam the table. You're looking for death. Sit down. Qin Hao suddenly shouted. Mr. Qin. Qin Hao looked at Ding Bulai gloomily. In an auction, naturally the one with the highest bid wins. Although I am the one who organized the party, I will abide by the rules. Qin Hao said, looking up and said, 5.5 billion. Su Wen quickly pulled Ding Bulai's arm, leaned forward and whispered, "Brother, that's enough, don't shout anymore, or you'll really offend him to death." Zhou Xiaotang also hesitated and said, "It's not bad, brother, we can buy more yachts." You don't have to say anything, I know what's going on. Ding Bulai looked at Qin Hao calmly and said, 6 billion. At this time, Qin Hao's anger was almost unsuppressible. Lu Mengli is suspected to have a relationship with Ding Bulai. Now even with a yacht, Ding Bulai is clearly trying to intimidate himself. Do you really think that your temper has improved in the past few years? There was a flash of madness in Qin Hao's eyes. 6.5 billion. 7 billion. A deep voice filled with infinite anger rang out from Qin Hao's mouth. 8 billion. Mr. Qin? The person next to Qin Hao hurriedly whispered to stop him. Even if the yacht can be operated and generate benefits, 8 billion is already too much of a premium. Please withdraw your offer of 8 billion. I can't explain this deal to my family. Although Qin Hao was angry, he was still rational. After the person next to him said this, he also calmed down. It's okay. I'll buy it for 8 billion. I'll go back and tell my father. Although the people next to him wanted to say something, they were frightened by Qin Hao's terrifying eyes. But Qin Hao was obviously destined to fall today. I only heard Ding Bulai's unhurried offer. 9 billion. At this moment, the way everyone at the scene looked at Ding Bulai changed. 9 billion to buy a yacht. He was once again confronting the heir of the Qin family, one of the top families in Shanghai. How powerful must this person be? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Qin Hao resisted the urge to continue bidding, as well as the anger that he could not suppress. He said coldly, "Boss Ding is amazing, I am ashamed of myself." "Excuse me." Wow. Did Master Qin admit defeat on the spot? This is big news. The party and resource exchange activity organized by Qin Shao was slapped in the face by a newcomer. This was a major event that caused a sensation in Shanghai. Everyone had different thoughts at the moment. Qin Hao said gloomily, "Everyone has finished shooting now. Boss Ding, isn't it time for us to see what kind of resources you can share with us?" Chapter 8900 Billion Investment. Ding Bulai has been thinking about what he can come up with. To be honest, he was a little panicked at first. I need resources, but I don't have any at all. After doing this for so long, I just bought a small building and also invested in Yun Qingshua's project. But think about it, you have nothing else, but you have endless money. Money is the greatest resource. 100? Or 300? Boss Ding, how about you take out something and let everyone see it? Maybe everyone would like to exchange it. Yes, Mr. Ding. The people at the scene looked at the young man who dared to challenge Qin Shao with different expressions. Ding Bulai smiled, took the microphone from the host, and said calmly, "I like to collect resources, but I don't like to share them. But everyone is so interested today, I can't spoil the fun. Well, the resources I brought today are an investment. The investment amount is 100 billion. What? Did I hear you right?" Su Wen said tremblingly, "Brother, you are not kidding." Zhou Xiaotang, Lu Mengli, Lin Jixia, and the others all widened their eyes in surprise. You heard it right, 100 billion, Dragon Country currency. Cash is always available. As long as you have a project that needs investment and need this investment, you can come to me. No restrictions on industry or type, as long as it is not false or empty, as long as it is not a scam, any project is fine. The amount is 100 billion. Now everyone heard it clearly. But after hearing it clearly, I was completely upset. The second generation and families at the scene. Although the largest Qin family claims to have assets worth trillions, there are projects with investments of hundreds of billions, but they are all after years of repeated demonstration and research, and are ultimately deployed in a certain industry or track. Moreover, for projects worth hundreds of billions of dollars, almost none of them are funded entirely by self-owned funds, nor are they invested all at once or in 1 year. But Mr. Ding in front of him, a very young face, actually said that he would take out 100 billion in cash. Qin Hao's eyes were solemn. "Mr. Ding, are you sure about 100 billion? For one project?" Ding Bulai smiled faintly. "Yes, the funds can be received at any time, one project, because I don't want this project to cost hundreds of millions, and that one to cost billions. I don't have the time for that. If you're going to do it big. I will use this 100 billion to exchange for a project that requires an investment of 100 billion. It doesn't matter if it makes a loss or takes a long time to make a profit." Young Master Qin confirmed it personally, and President Ding spoke again. The whole hall was buzzing with discussion. Everyone racked their brains to strive for this enormous wealth. "Boss Ding, I'm from Gue City in the southwest. Gue City is going to build a high-tech zone this year. The plan has been initially formed, and I'm also involved. The total investment of this project is no less than 100 billion. Boss Ding, can you consider it? Mr. Ding, I have a drug development project. Because the investment is large and the results are uncertain. Mr. Ding, I have a metaverse project." As people at the scene spoke up, projects were called out one after another. Qin Hao kept looking at Ding Bulai, but Ding Bulai just ate the fruit in front of him and had no special reaction to the projects called out. At this time, Qin Hao suddenly spoke. "Boss Ding, I have a chip company here. As you know, chips are the heart of modern technology. Their importance is beyond doubt. I wonder if Mr. Ding is interested." Ding Bulai's eyes flickered slightly. After all, he is a college student and knows that chip technology is in the hands of foreign countries. There is still a big gap in technology in the domestic chip industry. Investing in chips is naturally a good thing that benefits the country and the people. The key is that he doesn't believe Qin Hao. Qin Hao seemed to understand Ding Bulai's concerns and said calmly, Boss Ding, I know you may have some doubts, and I won't hide it from you. Our chip company currently has only a few chip patents, but the team is professional and well equipped. If you invest, I believe you will get a good return in the future. At this time, Ding Bulai noticed that Suwon behind him had a conflicted look on his face. I couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Suwon hesitated for a moment and said, Brother, I believe the chip industry has great potential in the future. But the problem is that the investment is too huge. Even if tens of billions or hundreds of billions are invested, there may not be any results, and continuous investment is required in the future. The most important thing is. Suwon glanced at Chin Hao and whispered, no one knows what trap Chin Hao has set for you. Maybe many of his patents were purchased from abroad, and he even signed some exclusive agreements. Even if you are willing to spend money on research and development, the agreement does not allow you to do so, or even if you succeed in researching and developing, you cannot sell it. It's all possible. Ding Bulai felt a chill in his heart. He is indeed still a novice when it comes to business. I don't understand the cruelty here. The business world is like a battlefield, where all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues are possible. He has money, but he doesn't want to be taken advantage of for nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, I don't really understand the chip industry, so I won't consider it for now. Chin Hao glanced at Su Wen with a gloomy expression, but still smiled and said, it doesn't matter, maybe we can cooperate in the future. That's natural. Mr. Ding, I have a financial company with banks and insurance companies. I wonder if Mr. Ding is interested. Ding Bulai's mind moved, the bank is good. With a bank, you don't have to worry about the amount of your cashback being too large and attracting the bank's attention. He couldn't help but say. Can you tell me more about it? Seeing that Ding Bulai was interested, he became even more excited. Of course, this financial company is actually a financial company under the Su Real Estate Group. Because of the downturn in the real estate industry and the broken capital chain, we now need to divest and sell our businesses as soon as possible. Ding Bulai was thinking about the bank and insurance, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Jixia in the corner. Okay, I'm very interested in this matter, we can talk about it in detail later. Okay, Mr. Ding. The man sat down excitedly. By making an investment project worth hundreds of billions of dollars, regardless of whether he is involved or not, even if he is just a middleman, he can still make huge profits. Seeing that Ding Bulai had chosen the financial company, although the others had different thoughts, no one said anything more. Chin Hao looked at Ding Bulai deeply, then signaled the host to continue. After the resource exchange activity is over, take a break. The man just now hurried to Ding Bulai's side. Hello, Mr. Ding. My last name is Wu Changling. I'm currently working for a business platform company. Hello, Mr. Wu. By the way, Mr. Ding, I didn't finish introducing you just now. Do you want to? Wait a moment. Ding Bulai interrupted him. Lu Mengli and Lin Jixia came over, and Lu Mengli spoke first. Thank you, Mr. Ding, for what I just said. I will not be participating in the following. I will contact you later. Because there are outsiders here at the moment, it is inconvenient to talk. Ding Bulai didn't say much. Okay, tell me if you have any difficulties. Chapter 90 Senior Sister, you take care of it. At this time, Lin Jixia glanced at Wu Changshan and asked, do you really want to invest in a financial company? Yeah. Oh, and I just happened to be looking for you, too. You come and connect with Mr. Wu. Lin Jixia was surprised and said, Junior, shouldn't you find a professional team to do this kind of thing? After all, I'm not from your company. Ding Bulai pulled Lin Jixia aside and whispered. Jixia. Lin Jixia was stunned for a moment. This was the first time that Ding Bulai called her name directly, and her heart trembled. What happened? I resign to you and take over this financial company. The company will be directly under your name. Are you crazy? Lin Jixia exclaimed, and the people around her couldn't help but look over. Lin Jixia quickly whispered, do you know what you are talking about? I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know exactly how I feel about you. Of course, I know this is a bit sudden for you, but my heart remains unchanged. I want you to be in charge of this financial company without being afraid of losing money. I hope you'll think about it carefully. You're a finance major, so you know more than I do. But before you decide, I still hope you can contact Mr. Wu first. I don't understand and don't want to get involved in these matters. Don't worry about the money. I can transfer it to you at any time. To Lin Jixia, this was like a thunderbolt from the earthquake. Although her family is good, it is just good. She herself had just graduated with a master's degree. Now, a man whom she is somewhat attracted to wants her to take charge of a financial company worth hundreds of billions. If this is not a dream, then this world is crazy, or the man in front of me is crazy. No, this is too big a matter. I can't accept it, and I don't have the ability to do it. Besides, I can't accept such a big gift from you for no reason. Ding Bulai wanted to persuade her again, but Lin Jixia said directly. However, I can help you connect with them in the next 2 days, but you still need to find a professional team as soon as possible. To acquire a financial company that has banks and insurance companies under its umbrella, you need professionals. Ding Bulai was helpless, but he also knew that he couldn't convince Lin Jixia in a short time, so he could only nod. Okay, then you can connect with Mr. Wu first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Then he and Lin Jixia came to Wu Changshan and said, Mr. Wu, this is my financial advisor, Lin Jixia. Next, you just need to connect with General Manager Lin. Wu Changshan was a little surprised, but still agreed, okay, no problem. Then he went outside to have a detailed chat with Lin Jixia. Lu Mengli also said hello to Ding Bulai and went to her original company to terminate the contract. At this time, Su Wen stepped forward and said, Brother, my admiration for you is as great as the surging river. Stop. What are you doing? No, nothing. I just told you last time that I wanted to introduce you to a beautiful girl. Then why did you bring her here? Why are you asking me? Su Wen said embarrassedly, it's just that this beauty is currently on business abroad, but she has already prepared to end it early and has booked a flight for the day after tomorrow. So I want to ask you, big brother, when do you plan to leave Shanghai? Or should we stay for 2 more days? Ding Bulai lost interest instantly. During the trip to Shanghai, we have already met several stunning beauties. There was nothing to do here, so he planned to go back to Yunhang in the evening. There was no need to stay for 2 more days as it would be boring. Forget it, maybe next time. Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities. I may come to Shanghai again in the future, or you can bring that beautiful girl to Yunhang City for a tour. Su Wen had a sad face, brother, can't you stay for 2 more days? I've already told everyone how wise and brave you are, how handsome you are. All right. Ding Bulai rolled his eyes at Su Wen. To be honest, he still had a good impression of this Su Xiao. I really have to go back. Let's wait for the next opportunity. It's really boring in Shanghai. There is no woman to hug me when I sleep at night. Lin Jixia's relationship is still a little bit off. Zhou Xiaotang said that he wanted to have more contact. Lu Mengli has been busy recently terminating her contract and setting up her own company. He wished he could go back to Yunhang immediately and hug Jian Lulu or Zhou Tong. Oh, no, Zhou Tong is still outside. It seems that I still have too few women. Ding Bulai couldn't help stroking his chin. Seeing that Ding Bulai still disagreed, Su Wen could only look at him resentfully. Ding Bulai ignored him and took Zhou Xiaotang's arm and sat back in his seat. After a short break, Ding Bulai discovered that the layout of the hall had changed. The catwalk is still the same catwalk, but the seats have been replaced with extremely spacious and comfortable sofas. And there are a lot fewer people inside. Many women took off their coats and dressed more sexily. Zhou Xiaotang said unnaturally, Brother Bulai, how about I go out first? It's not appropriate for me to stay here. Ding Bulai understood something and agreed, okay, go shopping, I'll come find you in a while. The following activities are actually pure entertainment. Many beauties appeared on the tea stage, wearing very cool clothes. There are car models, and prostitutes. Male guests like Ding Bulai who do not have a female companion can choose 1 or 2. With a beauty in my arms, I toast her with cups, massage her back and feed her fruits. So cool. In addition, it was different from what Ding Bulai imagined. There are also some resource exchange activities. For example, Liang Sharan offered the role of a supporting actress in a play he directed and let people at the scene fight for it. A young beauty exchanged her virginity and 3 months of lover's time for it. There was a middle-aged man who was willing to invest in a movie. There was a man who should be in the entertainment industry. He gave half a year of his life to a third-tier star around him in exchange for this investment. No wonder Zhou Xiaotang said before that although she had come to participate, she just came to take a look and only participated in the earlier activities. This is purely a trait of women. The host also takes control of the situation from time to time and organizes some interesting games. The atmosphere in the whole hall is hot and festive. Ding Bulai saw that some men were already having a passionate affair with the women sitting next to them on their sofas. Ding Bulai looked at the sexy beauty beside him and felt comfortable. But the large number of drivers on the other side of the road in his mind made him lose interest. Just about to find an excuse to leave. At this time, 6 beauties walked onto the T stage again. The system in Ding Bulai's mind quickly gave a prompt. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, by Xian. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Rating, 86. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, by E. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, by MO. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, by Ling. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, by Xian. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, by Ran. Ding Bulai couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. Because these women are actually sextuplets. Chapter 91. Are you willing to support me? My dear friends, Master Qin has put a lot of thought into this event. As you can see, the 6 women on the stage are real sextuplets, exactly the same. Young Master Qin paid a huge price to convince an organization to bring these 6 women they had trained for many years here for auction. We can guarantee with certainty that these 6 women have never experienced men before, and are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They are rare companions for men. More importantly, these 6 girls are orphans. This time we will directly auction the ownership of these 6 girls. That is, once you take the photo, these 6 people will belong to you completely for the rest of their lives, and you can do whatever you want with them. Ding Bulai had read some tabloid histories before, saying that there were some organizations that specialized in training women for rich men. These women were essentially like slaves, with no dignity and no self, and were completely dominated by others. I didn't expect to meet you here today. But it's normal when you think about it. Qin Hao's Qin family is the top family in Shanghai. It is not surprising that there is such a woman in an activity organized by Qin Hao at this level. However, what Ding Bulai was curious about was why Qin Hao didn't buy this top-quality product directly himself, but just persuaded that organization to auction it. Qin Hao naturally didn't know the answer to this question. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly reached a climax. To be honest, no man can resist being moved when faced with 6 identical beauties. Although the 6 people seem to have low scores, only 86 points, they are definitely goddesses in the eyes of the public. The host continued. The auction for these 6 people only requires cash, the reserve price is 10 million, and each bid must be no less than 1 million. Generally speaking, 10 million yuan can support dozens of beauties with a score of over 80. But these 6 babies are hard to come by, so the starting price is 10 million. For a moment, quotes were heard everywhere. 1,500. 2,000. 3,000. Ding Bulai couldn't hold back any longer at this point. He had to experience this kind of beauty. 100 million. When everyone looked, it turned out to be Ding Bulai who invested 100 billion. For a moment, many people backed off. After all, this person is not just an ordinary rich man. But not everyone gave up bidding. There are still some LSP who want to make a push. 100 and 100 million. 200 million. Ding Bulai called out casually. The goddesses currently being conquered cost hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in investment. Now I can get 6 at once, so it's worth spending any money. Qin Hao on the other side had a very gloomy expression on his face. In fact, he had wanted to buy these 6 people for a long time. But the other party refused to sell. This time, the Qin family's cooperation was used in exchange for the other party's willingness to auction these 6 people today. Let us just auction it. At the events he organized, he didn't think anyone could compete with him. But unexpectedly, Ding Bulai suddenly appeared today. This person's information is ordinary and mysterious. An orphan, but inexplicably has a lot of money. Could it be that he is a spokesperson put forward by some organization or family that he doesn't know? Qin Hao didn't know. But even more upset, he shouted. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million. 1 billion. Wow. Too rich. Spending 1 billion to buy a few women? How wasteful would that be? Xin Hao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this time. He had never felt so depressed. In Shanghai, on the Qin family's territory. He couldn't even win the auction. Whether it is Lu Mingli or these 6 women. Tonight, he was more than just embarrassed. This is already a loss of life. Gritting his teeth, he said. 1.2 billion. Ding Bulai stared at the girl on the stage with burning eyes and said casually, 1.5 billion. Xin Hao was about to vomit blood. 2 billion. 2.5 billion. Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin. Xin Hao gave Ding Bulai a cold look, threw away his wineglass, and left angrily. Several young men nearby looked at Ding Bulai hatefully and shouted at Xin Hao to leave. Ding Bulai knew that there was no room for easing the situation between him and Xin Hao this time. As a child of destiny, Xin Hao will never give up. Ding Bulai was worried for a moment, but it quickly disappeared with the arrival of the 6 girls. In the airport VIP lounge, the cool and beautiful Wu Ying and the 6 identical beauties make Ding Bulai the most dazzling star here. After getting off the cruise ship, Ding Bulai took a few people back to the hotel to check out. After booking the flight ticket, I prepared to return to Yunhang. As for the cars purchased at the auto show, including the Aston Martin, they will arrange for someone to deliver them to Yunhang as soon as possible. Zhou Xiaotang and Lu Mengli naturally remained in Shanghai. Lin Zhixiao will not reply for the time being because she needs to discuss matters related to the financial company with Wu Changshun. So, Ding Bulai took 3 bodyguards and the 6 triplets, a group of 10 people, back to Yunhang. When the 6 triplets faced Ding Bulai, they were a little curious and a little reserved. After all, they just met, so they didn't talk much. The 2 A-level bodyguards, Wu Ying and Zhang Jing, looked at the 6 girls in surprise from time to time. I secretly complained about Ding Bulai's fickleness. And the rest the surprise of the sextuplets. After a while, several people started to board the plane. As soon as he sat down, Ding Bulai's eyes lit up because he met an acquaintance. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Shin Xingqing. Age, 29. Height, 175 centimeters. Rating, 94. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 20. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. This was obviously the top-notch stewardess he met on the plane coming to Shanghai a few days ago. Unexpectedly, I met him by chance on my way back. What surprised him even more was that the stewardess's favorability rating inexplicably increased by 10 points. The other flight attendants were obviously acquaintances. It's just that there's a hint of resentment in the eyes of these stewardesses when they looked at her. Ding Bulai remembered the little notes given to him by the flight attendants when he arrived. I secretly sighed, I am really popular. But in order to avoid embarrassment, Ding Bulai closed his eyes and rested as soon as he got on the plane. When I woke up, it was almost time. Seeing Ding Bulai wake up, several flight attendants hurried forward to greet him with various services. It's just that Ding Bulai just simply perfunctorily responded. Only Shin Xingqing still didn't come over on her own initiative. Before getting off the plane, Ding Bulai was thinking about whether he should ask Zhou Tong for Shin Xingqing's phone number some other day. Shin Xingqing suddenly handed Ding Bulai a small note. Ding Bulai's heart moved and he was secretly delighted. After getting off the plane, I opened it and saw. Hello, Mr. Ding. My name is Shin Xingqing. I am still a sea girl. I would like to ask you if you are willing to support me. I look forward to your call tonight, 13xxxxxx. Chapter 92 Zhang Lulu's new job. Support? Ding Bulai was actually a little surprised. This top-notch flight attendant, whose driving force is 0, would choose to keep such a straightforward statement. But this is actually much simpler for him. He immediately took out his cell phone, entered the other party's cell phone number, and edited a text message. Will you still be in Yunhang tomorrow? If you are, wait for my call tomorrow and I will come to find you then. In less than a second, the message came back from the other side. Yes, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Good. Outside the airport, a silver Porsche was parked there. Next to the car stood a fashionable beauty in a red miniskirt. The straight legs set off by white stockings are innocent and cute. Many passers-by were attracted by the beauty in front of them, and all kinds of envious and fiery glances fell on her. At this time, the beautiful woman seemed to have seen her lover and a bright smile appeared on her face. She ran forward quickly and threw herself into the arms of a handsome guy. Brother Bulai, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Ding Bulai hugged Jiang Lulu's slender waist and said, I miss you, too. At this time, Jiang Lulu noticed Wu Ying and others behind Ding Bulai. He looked at the 6 twins beside him with even more surprise. My heart instinctively tightened. Brother Bulai, who are these people? Oh, these 3 are my bodyguards. Those 6 are my friends. Ding Bulai turned around and said to Wu Ying and others. Wu Ying, I'm going to Lulu's place tonight, you can just follow me. You ask Zhang Jing and the other 2 to bring Bai Xian back to my house and arrange for them to stay there. Wu Ying nodded in agreement. Jiang Lulu already had 2 bodyguards, and with her own, there was no need to worry about safety. Ding Bulai walked over to Bai Xian and the others again and looked at them with slightly uneasy eyes. You guys go back to my house today. There are enough rooms at home. You can stay there first. When you come to Yunhang, just treat it like you're back home. Don't be so restrained. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yes, master. The 6 people said in unison. The word master made Jiang Lulu and passers-by nearby open their eyes wide. Ding Bulai's face darkened. This name sounds nice though. But still be careful outside. Call me boss outside. Oh. Okay. Okay, then you guys go back first. Talk to the bodyguards if you need anything. Go back to her villa with Jiang Lulu. As soon as they entered the room, Jiang Lulu asked Ding Bulai to sit down and relax. After pouring a glass of water, he went to the kitchen. After a while, a large table of food was served. Not bad, bro. I know you didn't eat well on the plane. I prepared it specially in advance today. Please try it and see how it tastes. Ding Bulai knew that Jiang Lulu's cooking skills were pretty good. He immediately picked up the dish and tasted it. Yeah, not bad. Jiang Lulu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, and this, braised pork, and fish, try them too. I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious, Lulu. If you like it, you can come often, I will cook for you every day. That's hard work for my Lulu. Jiang Lulu sat intimately next to Ding Bulai. Cooking for Brother Bulai is not hard, and I am very happy about it. Ding Bulai smiled and touched her hair. Jiang Lulu picked up another piece of boneless chicken and fed it directly into Ding Bulai's mouth. Not bad, try it again. Ding Bulai had never enjoyed a dinner better than one in which a beautiful woman fed him. Ding Bulai's reaction also made Jiang Lulu extremely happy. After dinner, Jiang Lulu hurriedly cleaned up the dishes. Then he pulled Ding Bulai into the bedroom. He hugged Ding Bulai. No, bro. I missed you so much. Me too. Brother Bulai, go take a shower first. I have a surprise for you. Okay. With a hint of anticipation, Ding Bulai went into the bathroom holding the new pajamas prepared by Jiang Lulu. While I was taking a shower, suddenly, the bathroom door was gently opened. Ding Bulai turned his head and looked. My legs suddenly turned red. Jiang Lulu just walked in wearing a Balenciaga suit. Then she gently walked behind Ding Bulai and hugged him. Brother, I'll help you wash. That night, Ding Bulai was bloodthirsty. Jiang Lulu almost broke her waist. Ding Bulai woke up early in the morning. Jiang Lulu was no longer on the bed. Ding Bulai got out of bed and went downstairs to the living room. I only saw Jiang Lulu busy in the kitchen, and her 2 bodyguards were helping her. Wu Yingzi was alone in the yard outside the villa, and no one knew what she was doing. Hearing the noise, Jiang Lulu walked out of the kitchen carrying a few plates. Not bad, you're awake. Go brush your teeth first, breakfast will be just in time. Ding Bulai couldn't help but hug Jiang Lulu into his arms. Thank you for getting up so early. You've worked hard. It's okay. Not bad, brother. Go wash up first. Because there were so many people, the breakfast was quite rich, including pancakes, sweet potatoes, stir-fried vegetables, millet porridge, eggs, etc. Jiang Lulu considerately helped Ding Bulai peel an egg. By the way, Bulai Gu, thank you for arranging the people. My mother's house has been bought, and my brother's billiard hall has also chosen a location. And the people you arranged also helped with the design and operation plans. Just ask a good person to take care of it then. Ding Bulai nodded while eating, just make the arrangements. Also, Brother Bulai, I have something I want to tell you. What's wrong? I didn't quit again. Ding Bulai raised his head in confusion. Why don't you quit again? Didn't you say you didn't want to work as a receptionist there? John Lulu also mustered up the courage and said, Brother, I want to help you. I don't want you to keep supporting me. Didn't you happen to have invested in our Yuntian tourism project? Mr. Yun said he could arrange for me to study in that project. Besides, I am also somewhat interested in tourism projects. Ding Bulai was slightly stunned. Yun Qingxue? Yun Qingxue knew that Jiang Lulu was his woman, so it was normal for her to want to take care of her. Ding Bulai smiled slightly. That's good, this is a good thing, just don't tire yourself out. Jiang Lulu's eyes were slightly red with emotion. Thank you, Brother Bulai, I will definitely study hard. Also, don't worry, the project is not far from home. I can come back every day to cook dinner for you. Ding Bulai smiled and said, You are not a babysitter, you don't have to cook for me every day, and I may not be able to come here every day. But you have work to do, which is a good thing. Jiang Lulu was a little disappointed when she heard Ding Bulai say that he might not be able to come every day, but she immediately calmed down and said with a smile, Brother Bulai is the best. Just then, Ding Bulai's phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it was Yun Qingxue calling. Back to Yunhang? Yeah, I came back last night. Come over to my place today? Good. Chapter 93 Meeting the Stewardess. In the president's office of Yuntian Group. Yun Qingxue was still dressed in a regular dark women's suit. However, his proud figure is still full of temptation even in a suit. When Ding Bulai walked into the office, Yun Qingxue was busy working on the computer. Without even looking up, he said, Please sit down for a while. I'll be right there. Ding Bulai just nodded slightly and sat on the sofa beside him. The secretary quickly brought him tea. After a while, Yun Qingxue stood up and sat over. Boss Ding is very popular in Shanghai. Ding Bulai already knew that he was something of a celebrity on the internet because of his lavish purchases at the auto show and being the owner of a billion-dollar luxury car. Just buy a few mobility scooters. Yun Qingxue's beautiful eyes moved. Mr. Ding's investment of 100 billion is a big deal. You know this too? Yun Qingxue said calmly. Boss Ding took out 100 billion and finally decided to acquire Sue's financial company. This has spread throughout the business circles across the country. Ding Bulai didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. What happened yesterday afternoon, you already know this morning. Then what about your acquisition of Lingli's project? Will it have any impact? Of course. Yun Qingxue also picked up a cup of tea, it's just that they are more hostile to us. Ding Bulai seemed to understand something. Lingli Binhai project has been purchased? Well, the day after you went to Shanghai, I had people contact the bank and spread the news that they wanted a loan. Then Lingli came to me and signed the agreement that day. Ding Bulai couldn't help but give Yun Qingxue a thumbs up. Qingxue, you were so decisive. I guess Lingli must be regretting this to death. I don't care whether he regrets it or not, but our project must be accelerated. If you can come up with 100 billion to buy a financial company, then we should also increase investment in this project. Ding Bulai came here today to talk about this matter. No problem. Now most of the land on the south side of Yunhang City and the southeast coast is in your hands. With the addition of sea areas and islands, will your overall plan also be modified? You plan according to the best and highest standards, and I can add any money you need. Also, I took a photo of a yacht in Shanghai, and I'll park it there too. Yun Qingxue stood up, took out a thick document from the table and handed it to Ding Bulai. It's already done, you can take a look. I don't understand, so I want to watch it. How can you not take a look at the project you are investing in? Ding Bulai had no choice but to take it. A quick look reveals that most of them are pictures. This is the design rendering that has been produced. Wetlands and woodland parks are planned along the entire coastline. There are fishing docks and fishery breeding facilities. There is also agricultural leisure. In addition, more beach renovations, construction of surrounding shopping malls, characteristic blocks, leisure and entertainment areas, as well as hotels, BBS, residences, etc. In the sea area, there are aquaculture boats, fishing and tourism platforms, and leisure and entertainment platforms. Connects to the outermost island. There are also holiday villas and so on. Not bad. Ding Bulai closed the thick document. How much does it cost? Yun Qingxue's expression was calm, but she looked at Ding Bulai with inquiring eyes. Not much, only 70 billion. Ding Bulai didn't understand all of this, but considering that so many things were to be built in such a large area, he thought it was normal to spend so much money. So he nodded and said, "No problem, when do you want it? Also, is 70 billion enough? After the construction is completed, we also need to operate it. Recruiting people for management and hosting various activities. I heard that many tourist attractions hire celebrities, so ours can't be any worse, right? Is this money enough?" Yun Qingshue's eyes flickered. Boss Ding is indeed generous. Then add another 10 billion in operating expenses? Ding Bulai said generously, "Okay, then 80 billion, when do you want it?" Yun Qingxue was silent. Even though she had been in the business world for many years, she was still upset by the straightforward investors in front of her. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, 20 billion is enough for the initial stage. I plan to hold a press conference and formally sign a development agreement with Yunhang City. In addition, this plan also needs to be approved by the Yunhang municipal government. Even if it involves sea areas, it still needs to be approved by the province and the ministry, which takes time." Ding Bulai was not interested in these things. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Qingxue, such a large investment can be considered a contribution to society." Yun Qingxue was a little confused. "Of course, what's wrong? I want to buy a dragon flag state gift, but I don't think I'm qualified enough. Can you help me buy one in your name by taking advantage of this project development?" Yun Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll ask for you." "Thank you. Not bad." What's wrong?" Yun Qingxue pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "My grandfather is turning 80 next week, and he wants me to take you with him." "No problem. The old man invited me, so I have to go. But I have to think about what gift to prepare." "The gift doesn't matter, just the person is there." "Don't worry, I will definitely go, but I have to prepare gifts too, so don't worry about it." "All right. By the way, thank you for Lulu's matter. It's just a small matter." "Okay." Seeing that there was nothing more to say, and someone happened to come to Yun Qingxue to report on their work, Ding Bulai took his leave and left. What he didn't notice was that Yun Qingxue was looking at his back with a complicated expression. "Where are you?" "I'm at my place." "Are you far from XX Hotel?" "Let's go there for lunch." "Okay, no problem, I'll be there in a minute." After hanging up the phone with Shin Qingqing, Ding Bulai became excited. Another gorgeous stewardess. Zhou Tong is still outside and will probably be back in the next 2 days. I wonder if I can be with 2 stewardesses in the future. Ding Bulai thought secretly, and an obscene smile appeared on his face. Wu Ying glanced in the rearview mirror and curled her lips. The car quickly arrived at the hotel. Ding Bulai booked a private room in the hotel's Chinese restaurant, ordered a few of the most expensive dishes at random, and then sat and waited. More than 10 minutes later, a beautiful figure walked in. Shin Qingqing is 175 centimeters tall and is wearing a pair of high heels, which clearly reveals her tall figure. What made Ding Bulai even more excited was that Shin Qingqing was wearing a hip skirt. She was wearing black stockings on her legs. Hiss. Just one look and Ding Bulai felt a little impulsive. But he tried very hard not to make any inappropriate looks or actions. Sit down. Chapter 94, Conditions for Support. In order to meet this good guy, Shin Qingqing deliberately wore clothes that she had bought before but never worn. "It's just because I've never worn clothes that reveal my figure so much. I always feel a little uncomfortable." Moreover, although Ding Bulai concealed it very well. But the beauty's natural sixth sense still allowed her to feel Ding Bulai's fiery gaze that swept over her from time to time. She endured the discomfort and spoke nervously. "Not bad, bro. Don't worry, it's noon, eat something first, and we can talk while we eat." Ding Bulai's gentle smile made Shin Qingqing's nervous mood relax a little. "Thank you, brother Bulai." Ding Bulai smiled slightly. He could see that the other party was a little nervous, so he didn't rush to mention the word support. He was just helping Shin Qingqing pour water and pick up dishes like a gentleman. Maybe the mood has eased. Shin Qingqing took the initiative to speak. "Not bad, brother. I think you can support me." Ding Bulai did not answer directly, but asked. "Mission, can I ask why you suddenly want me to support you?" A hint of sadness flashed across Shin Qingqing's eyes, but it immediately turned into determination. "I can only say that life forced me to do so. But don't worry, I am definitely a sea girl." I have never even had a boyfriend before. If you don't believe me, I can go to the hospital for a checkup. And if you agree, I will take care of you wholeheartedly. I will only belong to you. I will not compete with your lover for anything. Ding Bulai waved his hand and said, I believe you are a self-loving girl. I am just a little curious as to why you suddenly made such a decision. My mother is sick and needs money. A gambling father, a bedridden mother, a younger brother who goes to school. Ding Bulai subconsciously thought of this joke. But the Xin Xingqing in front of him was definitely real. Xin Xingqing's father died very early. It was her mother who brought her up. Because her mother is also very beautiful. But she married a poor woman whose father died early. Although she was not as pretty as her mother, she was also a pretty aunt who married into a good family. This made her, a precocious girl who came from a difficult family, realize that her beauty must be used to its greatest value at the critical moment of marriage. Only then can she achieve class advancement. Therefore, she rejected the pursuit of one boy after another during her school years. Even some boys make her heart beat fast occasionally. Being a flight attendant is a decent job with a high salary, and she can use her beauty to her advantage and meet a wealthy partner. So she works diligently. Sometimes I encounter harassment and deliberate suppression from company leaders. But she persevered through it all. As for the pursuit of some guests, as long as the purpose is not to get married, she rejected them all and never wasted her time on them. She always sticks to one goal. Just marry a rich man who treats her well. However, even though there are so many rich people, it is not easy to find someone who truly wants to marry her. After all the twists and turns, she is almost 29 years old now. And what's more important? Her mother was really sick, with cancer. Her monthly salary is only 8 or 9,000. But my mother's medical expenses are around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per month. After maxing out my credit card to pay for my mother's medical bills again, she began to doubt whether her persistence over the years was right. Some of the stewardesses around me are not married. But dealing with some men also brought considerable rewards. Others carry luxury bags and drive luxury cars. But he couldn't even afford his mother's medical treatment. Facing this seriously ill and haggard mother, she gave up. She wants money too. Even if you find a man you don't like. But she also has her own persistence. She doesn't want to be a socialite. She wants to find someone who is willing to sacrifice for her. Keeping. The word came into her mind. Moreover, she also tried to post information seeking support on some websites. There are quite a few people who come for consultation. But when they heard her conditions, almost no one agreed. Or if they agree, it is just perfunctory, and they want to deceive their own body first. Coincidentally, at this time, I met a handsome guy on the plane. And this handsome guy is a wealthy man on the internet. Although comments online say that this rich man is surrounded by several stunning beauties. But she didn't care, she only focused on one thing. This Bu Lai brother is very generous. Surprisingly generous. The gifts given in the live broadcast room are worth millions or even tens of millions. Ding Bulai didn't know what Xin Xingqing was going through. For him, the person in front of him was in trouble, and this was a high-quality goddess with 0 driving numbers, and that was enough. Well, since you want me to support you, then tell me your conditions. Xin Xingqing took a deep breath, looked up at Ding Bulai, and said firmly, I have a few conditions that I hope can be met. Of course, if you don't think they're appropriate, we can discuss it. Ding Bulai nodded and motioned for the other party to continue. First, I have to pay for my mother's medical treatment. It costs about 50,000 yuan a month now. That's no problem. Second, I want a house, at least one with 3 bedrooms and a living room, over 150 square meters. Speaking of this, Xin Xingqing felt a little embarrassed, but still said, I know this is a bit excessive, but this is my bottom line. You have to buy me a house and register it in my name without taking out a loan. I also want to live with my mother. When she is discharged from the hospital, I want to take her home to take care of her. As for... Xin Xingqing paused, as for accompanying you, I hope we can go out and get a room, or if you don't like to get a room, I can rent a new house for the 2 of us, that's fine too. Ding Bulai now understood why Xin Xingqing had to look for someone to support her for so long. As a man, buying a house for your mistress is not your own love nest. You still have to go out and get a room or rent a house. 9 out of 10 would not agree. But this was no big deal to Ding Bulai, so he nodded and said, This is a reasonable request, no problem. Shin Qingqing's eyes lit up. Third, I also want a car, and it must be no less than 500,000 yuan. Fourth, you have to give me 200,000 yuan a month as maintenance fee. And the first time you have to pay for a year in one lump sum. I need to have some security. After Shin Qingqing finished speaking, she looked at Ding Bulai nervously. Obviously, she also knew that her conditions were very demanding. To be honest, it's indeed not low. But here in Ding Bulai, every goddess he conquered cost much more than this. In comparison, Shin Qingqing's support can be said to be the cheapest. However, Ding Bulai needed a strategy, so he tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, I can meet all of your requirements. But I also have a request. I will meet your conditions and treat you as well as possible. But you must belong to me wholeheartedly, accept me and like me from the bottom of your heart. Shin Qingqing had a complicated expression, I will do my best. Note, the goddess information that has appeared so far. 1. Jiang Lulu 24168, receptionist of Yuntian Group, part-time bar host and atmosphere group worker, score 88, current favorability 100. 2. Jotong 27173, flight attendant, side job at the gym, score 89, current favorability 97. 3. Lin Jixia 24172, campus beauty, bank manager, score 93, current favorability 79. 4. Yun Qingxua 28178, CEO of Yuntian Group, score 96, current favorability 55. 5. Zhou Xiaotang 26178, model, score 92, current favorability 51. 6. Lumingli 27176, national goddess, score 96, current favorability 57. 7. Wooing 28175, S-level bodyguard, score 94, current favorability 15. 8. Shin Qingqing 29175, the flower of Yunhang Airlines, score 94, current favorability 20. 9. By Xian and 6 others 18170, sextuplets, score 86, current favorability 40. Chapter 95 Shin Yueru. Finish lunch. Shin Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said, If you want to book a room upstairs right now, you might need to. Don't worry. Ding Bulai interrupted her directly, I have to meet your conditions first. Shin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Bulai asked his bodyguard to drive and Wuling sat in the passenger seat. Ding Bulai pulled Shin Qingqing to sit in the back. Which hospital is your mother in? Central Hospital. Okay, let's go to the Central Hospital. Ding Bulai said to the bodyguard. Shin Qingqing is a filial daughter, so Ding Bulai naturally understands that he should arrange the things that she cares about most first. Shin Qingqing's favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. Efficient. The car drove to the hospital quickly. Ding Bulai noticed that there were people selling flower baskets and fruit baskets at the entrance of the hospital, so he asked his bodyguard to buy one of each. I followed Shin Qingqing to the inpatient building and walked into a double room. On the bed near the inside lay a middle-aged woman with a shaved head and a pale face. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Shan Yueru. Age, 48. Height, 175 centimeters. Rating, 85 seriously ill. Number of drivers, 1. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Hiss. Ding Bulai called me fuck in his heart. Because the Shin Yueru in front of him would look a little haggard if it weren't for her illness and bald head. But judging from the condition of his skin, he definitely doesn't look like someone who is almost 50 years old. But she looks like a young woman in her 30s. She is definitely the legendary ageless beauty. When Shin Yueru saw the person coming, she sat up with difficulty. Qingqing, you are here. Shin Qingqing hurried forward and helped her mother up. Mom, just lie down. Fine. Shin Yueru noticed Ding Bulai behind her daughter and was slightly stunned. Qingqing, who is this? Shin Qingqing paused, not knowing how to answer. Ding Bulai stepped forward and said, Auntie, hello, I'm Qingqing's boyfriend, my name is Ding Bulai. I heard that you were sick, so I came to see you. As he spoke, bodyguard Zhang Jing walked in from outside and placed the flower basket and fruit basket next to the bed. That's too polite. Shin Yueru quickly thanked him and looked at her daughter. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She knows how high her daughter's requirements are when it comes to dating. Otherwise, I wouldn't be still single for so many years. Some time ago, she was still talking about introducing a boyfriend to her daughter. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for her to bring her boyfriend in front of me? As if she understood what her mother was worried about, Shin said. Brother Bulai is my boyfriend. She was very nice to me. Shin Yueru finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said to Ding Bulai enthusiastically. Ding, not bad, right? Sit down, hurry up and sit down. I'm sorry to ask you to come to see me in a place like this. And who was that girl just now? Ding Bulai smiled and said, oh, she is my assistant. Shin Yueru's heart moved. Having an assistant seemed like a good condition. Not bad. How long have you known our Qingqing? We've known each other for a while. We met on the plane. Oh, you look young, no wonder you were so old. I'm 22. 22? Shin Yueru's face froze, a little smaller than Qingqing. Shin Qingqing turned her head away a little embarrassedly. She didn't expect that the person she called Brother Bolai was actually 7 years younger than her. Ding Bulai smiled and said, Auntie, I don't think age is a problem. Besides, Qingqing is so young and beautiful. I don't think anyone would believe that she is older than me. Shin Yueru was also a little proud. Of course, she inherited my good genes. Our Qingqing has been unmatched in appearance since she was a child. Right now, they are all the flowers of Yunhang aviation. Shin Qingqing said angrily, Mom, why are you saying this? Ha, isn't this a compliment to you? With her daughter and her boyfriend chatting with her, Shin Yueru looked much better. At this time, an old woman came in from outside. When she saw Ding Bulai and others in the room, her face turned serious and she went straight to another bed and lay down. Obviously, this is a patient in another bed. Seeing this person, Shin Qingqing and Shin Yueru both looked unhappy. Ding Bulai was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it and asked, Auntie, what treatment plan has the doctor prescribed for your illness? Do you need? It's so noisy, don't you know that the ward needs to be quiet? At this moment, the old woman in the bed next to her suddenly shouted. Shin Yueru said dissatisfiedly, We are just talking, how does it bother you? You guys are disturbing me. What? Are you bullying an old woman like me? You. What are you talking about? If you have something to say, go outside and say it. Otherwise, don't live here. At this time, Shin Qingqing also said angrily, Why are you like this? That's what I am. Faced with this unreasonable old lady, Shin Yueru and Shin Qingqing were helpless. Ding Bulai hurriedly said, Auntie, Qingqing, don't be angry. Let me change the ward for you. Shin Yueru frowned and said, Not bad, Auntie knows you are kind, but there are no extra beds in the hospital for the time being. At this time, the old lady next to him mocked, Why not? Aren't there single rooms? If you can't afford it, then don't afford it. What excuses are you making? Shin Qingqing was about to get angry, but Ding Bulai stopped her. This kind of person, the more you pay attention to her, the more excited she will be. Don't worry, I'll arrange the ward. As he said that, he dialed Yun Qingshua's number. He was rich and powerful, and he knew Yun Qingshua in Yunhang. What's up? My friend's mother is ill with cancer. I want to ask which hospital is the best. Yun Qingshui paused and asked, How is your relationship with this friend? Very good, you can take it as my own business. Then you can go to the hospital where my grandfather is. I'll call them later to make arrangements. It's the best private hospital in Yunhang City. By the way, which hospital are you being treated in now? Thank you, we are at the Central Hospital now. Okay, then you don't have to worry about it. I'll have someone at the hospital contact the Central Hospital directly to arrange for the transfer. Send me the patient's name. Good. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai smiled and said, It has been arranged. I will arrange for you to be transferred to another hospital in a while. Don't worry, it will be a better hospital. Shin Yueru said nervously, Not bad, I feel so bad for bothering you so much when we meet for the first time. Auntie, it's okay. I came here today just to see if there's anything I can help with. It's not a big deal. Shin Qingqing also said gratefully, Brother Bolai, thank you. At this moment, the annoying voice next to me sounded again. TSK, why are you pretending? I don't believe that someone can arrange a transfer to another hospital just by making a phone call. Chapter 96 Completion Conditions. Ding Bulai originally didn't want to bother with such an unreasonable old lady. But seeing this person always chattering beside him, he couldn't help but say. Whether I can do it or not is none of your business. If you have that much free time, you should just take care of yourself. By the way, I don't think your family can stand you like this. This was like igniting the old lady's bomb. What did you say? How can you be so uneducated to talk to an old man like that? From the way you brag, I don't think you are a good person. The noise in the ward startled Wu Ying and Zhang Jing, who were outside. The two men rushed in quickly. Seeing that the old lady was still beating and scolding, Wu Ying frowned and asked, Boss Ding, how do we deal with this woman? The old lady cursed, Deal with it? How the hell are you talking like that? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my son is? Believe it or not, I will let my son kill you. Xin Xingqing pulled Ding Bulai aside and said, Brother Bulai, forget it, don't bother with this guy. Xin Yueru also started coughing, and Xin Xingqing hurried forward and patted her on the back. Not bad, never mind, don't cause you any trouble because of us. Ding Bulai's brows were furrowed into a shape of a character. Wu Ying took a look and walked over to the old lady. You, what are you going to do? Someone come. Wu Ying suddenly stretched out her hand and quickly patted the old lady on the neck. The old lady suddenly opened her mouth in horror. But he only made low, hoarse sounds, and wasn't able to utter a single word. Okay, she can be quiet for a while. Ding Bulai asked worriedly, Nothing will happen, right? Wu Ying said calmly, No, I'll just let her be quiet for a while, she'll be fine in an hour. Xin Yueru and Xin Xingqing looked at this scene in amazement. Ding Bulai was also a little surprised. It's so magical, is it the legendary acupuncture? No, it's just a little trick. At this time, the old lady looked terrified and kept tapping the call button. After a while, the nurse came and saw that the old lady couldn't make any sound, so she hurried to call the doctor. After the doctor came, he pushed the old lady to the examination room. The ward fell silent. Xin Yueru and Xin Xingqing looked at Ding Bulai and Wu Ying behind him, with surprise and inquiry in their eyes. I'm sorry to trouble you. Auntie, it's none of your business. The old lady is just looking for trouble. After they stayed in the ward for a while, they saw a nurse holding some information. Xin Yueru, you can be transferred to another hospital. Please sign your name. Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't expect it to be so fast. After signing, the nurse pushed a wheelchair and helped push Xin Yueru into the hospital ambulance. Xin Xingqing glanced at Ding Bulai, who said with understanding, You get in the car with me, and I'll follow behind. Thanks. Once again, I came to the hospital that was like a holiday resort. The doctor and nurse who had been waiting took Xin Yueru over. Then he was sent to a very high-end single room. The doctor also looked at Xin Yueru's medical records carefully, did a simple examination, and then told her to have a good rest first. A detailed examination will be conducted in the next 2 days to determine a new treatment plan. Ding Bulai directly deposited 2 million yuan for medical expenses. By the time we were almost done, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Because they had been busy for a while, Xin Yueru needed to rest first, so Ding Bulai and Xin Xingqing had to leave first. Thank you for today, brother. You said thank you many times today. Don't be so polite next time. Xin Xingqing didn't know what to say except thank you. The medical conditions here are indeed much better. This made her heart full of gratitude towards Ding Bulai. By the way, we still have time now, let's go buy a house. Xin Xingqing was surprised and said, I'm not in a hurry. Ding Bulai whispered, but I'm anxious. Xin Xingqing blushed when she thought of the conditions for being kept, then I won't listen to you, brother. Let's go. By the way, do you prefer a villa or a large flat? I want a 3-bedroom house. Listen to me, my woman can't live in a house that's too cheap. Xin Xingqing was in a sticky voice and didn't know what to say. Ding Bulai decided directly. Then let's go for the villa. After all, the villa has a yard and is on the first floor, so it will be convenient when the time comes. Your mother is not in good health, so you can stay in a room on the first floor of the villa. You don't have to squeeze in the elevator with others. Xin Xingqing was completely at a loss at this moment. He could only let Ding Bulai pull him into the car. When we arrived at a real estate project in the city, we called the property consultant and went straight to the villa to look at it. After watching a set, Ding Bulai thought it was good and immediately confirmed. Okay, this is it. It's already been decorated. We can move in directly after buying some furniture. It's convenient. When the property consultant brought the contract, Shin Xingqing still felt like he was dreaming. Ding Bulai reminded from the side, sign it. Shin Xingqing was seen staring at the house price of more than 8 million yuan in a daze. Ding Bulai suddenly seemed to remember something and said quickly, I forgot. I'll transfer the money to you. Can you give me your card number? Not bad, brother? Stop being in a daze and send me the card number. Shin Xingqing looked into Ding Bulai's eyes and saw that he was not joking, so she took a deep breath. Then he took out his wallet from his bag, pulled out his bank card and handed it to Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai immediately transferred the money, 15 million. I transferred 15 million to you. In addition to the purchase price, there is more than 2 million for the 1-year advance payment you mentioned. As for the remaining money, I'll give it to you to clean up your home and buy some furniture. Remember to buy better ones. If you want to bring your mother over to live with you, that's fine, but I might come over to live with you occasionally as well. After all, I am your boyfriend. I think your mother should understand. Shin Xingqing looked at the balance of his mobile bank card in disbelief. After a long while, he nodded heavily and said, Good. Then, I signed my name on the house purchase contract and transferred the payment. House purchase successful. Ding. Shin Xingqing's favorability plus 30, current favorability 60 love. Ding. Shin Xingqing's favorability plus 10, current favorability 70 love. And one last one. Let's go buy a car. Ding Bulai once again took Shin Xingqing to Checheng in Yunhang City. Do you prefer a sports car or a sedan? Or an SUV? Shin Xingqing thought for a moment and said, a sedan. Okay. 10 minutes later, Shin Xingqing walked out blankly with Ding Bulai, holding a contract to purchase a Maybach worth more than 3 million yuan. Ding. Shin Xingqing's favorability plus 15, current favorability 85 deep love. Chapter 97 Someone is pestering me. Ding. Shin Xingqing's favorability has reached 85 deep love, Goddess Shin Xingqing has been successfully captured. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 10% of Yunhang Airlines shares. Is this a successful strategy? Ding Bulai looked surprised. Shin Xingqing is really straightforward. The terms were discussed at noon. It only took half a day, and once the conditions were met, the favorability increased rapidly. It seems that they have a strong sense of contract. Good. Ding Bulai was very satisfied. I also had a better impression of Shin Xingqing. When Shin Xingqing saw the joy on Ding Bulai's face, her heart began to beat fast. There was also medical expenses prepaid on the spot for my mother's transfer to another hospital, a villa, a luxury car, and nearly 10 million in cash. Just one afternoon. My dream of many years is about to come true. It was just like a dream. Even dreams cannot be so perfect. She knew very well how harsh the conditions she had proposed were. But Ding Bulai was not only satisfied, but also satisfied beyond his expectations. And the other person is so young and handsome. She felt a little regretful as to why she hadn't met Brother Bulai earlier. But she was also glad, for the first time, that she took the initiative to ask the other party to support her. Now, the other party has met his conditions. Next, it's time to fulfill your promise. No, that's fine, brother. How about we find a place to eat first, and then go to the hotel? Ding Bulai also came to his senses. Looking at Shin Xingqing's delicate face, he didn't even bother to check the system's rewards, his heart was warmed. Good. Arriving at a restaurant, Shin Xingqing specially ordered a bottle of red wine. Drunk and charming. After dinner, the two went to a nearby 5-star hotel. As usual, we booked a presidential suite. Under the envious gaze of the girl at the front desk, Shin Xingqing shyly took Ding Bulai's arm. As soon as they arrived in the room, Ding Bulai could no longer hold back and hugged Shin Xingqing in his arms. His hands explored under Shin Xingqing's hip skirt. Shin Xingqing responded awkwardly. After a long time, their lips parted. Both of them could see the fire in each other's eyes. Then they kissed again. Often locked in a small dark room, oops. In the early morning, warm sunlight shines into the hotel room. When Ding Bulai woke up, he saw Shin Xingqing in his arms still sleeping. There was a hint of painful yet satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. After his physical strengthening, Ding Bulai was in exceptionally good condition, which made Shin Xingqing beg for mercy repeatedly last night. In the end, it was the first time that Ding Bulai felt sorry for Shin Xingqing, and he reluctantly let her go. Gently moving Xinxing's snow-white arm away, Ding Bulai got up and got dressed. And ordered breakfast. After a while, the waiter brought breakfast directly to the room and placed it on the dining table in the living room. At this time, Xinxing also woke up rubbing his eyes. I felt a little sore in my body and saw a bright red spot on the bed sheet. I couldn't help but recall the scenes of last night. With a blushing face, she cut off a piece of the bedsheet, wrapped it in a tissue, and put it carefully in her bag. What are you doing without clothes on? Xinxing turned around suddenly and saw Ding Bulai's half-smile. She realized that she was not dressed yet, so she screamed and hid under the quilt. Ding Bulai chuckled. Well, it's not like I didn't watch it last night. Get up and have breakfast. Xinxing hid in the bed and said in a muffled voice, You go out first. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going out. Xinxing poked her head out from under the quilt and saw Ding Bulai sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, looking at her with a wicked smile. Xinxing's face turned even redder. But seeing that Ding Bulai had no intention of leaving, he gritted his teeth, reached out a hand from under the quilt, and grabbed the underwear next to him. Ding Bulai laughed, stood up and walked out. Xinxing then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put on her clothes. She walked to the dining table awkwardly and sat down. Ding Bulai gently prepared millet porridge for her. Let's have breakfast first. You seem to be feeling unwell. You should rest well in your room today. Xinxing whispered, Yeah. By the way, you should still rent a house for now. Take some time these 2 days to buy some furniture you like so that you can move into the villa earlier. One more thing. Xinxing raised his head in confusion. Ding Bulai continued, I have arranged 2 bodyguards for you, female ones. They will live with you and can also serve as your drivers. Don't refuse. Each of my women has an arrangement, mainly to protect your safety. Xinxing swallowed back the words he wanted to say, Well, I don't listen to Brother Lai. After a pause, Xinxing asked, Brother Bolai, do I need to resign? It's up to you. Ding Bulai said as he ate his eggs, After all, I can't be with you every day, so I actually hope that you have something you like to do, whether it's going to work or doing business. If you need any support, please let me know at any time. Xinxing paused, eyes red, and said, Brother Bolai, you are so nice. It's not like she hasn't heard of the situation of being kept as a mistress. To be honest, one of her colleagues is being kept by someone. But not only are the conditions offered not as good as Ding Bulai's, but other aspects are also very strict and the requirements are high. At least now, she realized that Ding Bulai was almost always giving. And what he got was nothing except his own body. She secretly thought that even if she was being kept, she had to give Brother Bolai the best experience. Just then, Xinxing received a message on her phone. Xinxing just took a look and turned the phone aside with an unhappy look on his face. It seems like calls and messages came in last night. But Xinxing ignored it and just said it was a spam call. Ding Bulai was in high spirits last night and didn't ask. Xinxing put down her phone, turned around and saw Ding Bulai looking at her in confusion. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. Not bad, brother. There's someone who keeps pestering me, but don't worry, I've never paid any attention to him. As he spoke, he handed over the phone and opened the green bubble interface. Look, it was him, and I ignored him. After thinking about it, Ding Bulai didn't answer the phone. He still believed in Xinxing, after all, the number of drivers was there. He just said, It's okay, do you need my help? Xinxing breathed a sigh of relief. No, at worst I can just quit, although I quite like the airline company. Ding Bulai's mind moved, then maybe you don't have to resign. I can help you with that. Xinxing hurriedly said, No. Fearing that Ding Bulai might misunderstand, Xinxing explained, This person has a deep background, and I don't want Brother Bulai to get into trouble. Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment, then said indifferently, It's okay, I have a strong background too. I just sighed in my heart that none of the competitors for top beauties are simple. Chapter 98 Small Concert. In the hotel, Ding Bulai was still eating breakfast. Looking at Xinxing in front of him, he said, Since you like the airline so much, you don't have to quit. Tell me who is the person who harassed you. Xinxing paused, hesitated for a moment, and said, It's our company's general manager, Lu Hang. Ding Bulai felt that the name was familiar. Suddenly I remembered, this is Lu Dong's father. The boyfriend found by ex-girlfriend Zhao Xian. It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. Ding Bulai sneered, Then let's clean them up together. Xin Qingqing looked at him in confusion. Ding Bulai said coldly, "This is not just your business. As for Lu Hang, I'll take care of him anyway. You don't have to worry about him. By the way, if he harasses you again, just refuse him any way you can. It doesn't matter if it gets out of hand. I'll take care of everything." Xin Qingqing nodded obediently. "Thank you, Brother Bulai." The two finished their breakfast. Xin Qingqing still felt a little uncomfortable. "But my mother was just transferred to another hospital yesterday and needs to undergo many tests today. Xin Qingqing is worried and wants to go to the hospital today." So Ding Bulai asked Wu Ying to call 2 B-level female bodyguards from his villa and arrange them next to Xin Qingqing. He returned to his own villa in Jinmao Huafu, which he had never lived in before. "Boss Ding." "Boss." In the villa, in addition to Wu Ying, 10 bodyguards stood in the living room. In addition, Bai Xian and 6 others were also standing aside. A level female bodyguard Hu Qin spoke first. "Boss Ding, we have renovated your villa inside and out these few days. From the gate to the yard, 3 early warning systems have been set up, as well as high-definition cameras to ensure that there are no blind spots. Even inside the villa, we also suggest installing cameras." Ding Bulai interrupted quickly, "It's not necessary inside the villa. Ding Bulai doesn't want his home to be monitored every day." Hu Qin hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Okay, Mr. Ding. At the moment, I and the 8 B-level bodyguards have no security missions. Please see if any arrangements are needed." Originally Hu Qin brought 10 bodyguards with her, and arranged for 2 of them to go to Xin Qingqing in the morning. There are still 8 that have not been arranged, including Hu Qin himself. I guess if they were left idle, they wouldn't feel at ease. After thinking for a while, Ding Bulai said, "Assign a bodyguard to each of the 6 people including Bai Xian. Hu Qin, you and the other 2 will be responsible for the security of the house." Hu Qin glanced at the sextuplets, not knowing what she was thinking. She nodded and agreed, "Okay, Mr. Ding." Bai Xian and the others were still standing there nervously. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "You guys don't have to be so embarrassed. I brought you back, but I haven't talked to you much yet. Sit down." Bai Xian and the others looked at each other and obediently sat on the sofa opposite Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "By the way, since I brought you back, I can't just ignore you. Is there anything you want to do?" After a few people hesitated for a moment, Bai Xian said, "Boss, we know our identity. Since you bought us, we are yours. Whatever you need us to do, we'll do it." Ding Bulai looked at the 6 babies in front of him, feeling dazed. "How about this, you guys introduce yourselves first, I can't even call all of you. My name is Bai Xian. I'm the oldest sister. I'm 170 centimeters tall and weigh 51 kilograms. I'm good at singing and playing various musical instruments. My name is Bai. I'm the second oldest, 170 centimeters tall, 52 kilograms in weight, and I'm good at Go and tea art. My name is Bai Mo. I'm the third child. I'm 170 centimeters tall and weigh 50 kilograms, and I'm good at calligraphy and painting. My name is Bai Ling. I'm the fourth child. I'm 170 centimeters tall and weigh 52 kilograms. I'm good at some sports, such as badminton and swimming. My name is Bai Xian Lao Wu. I'm 170 centimeters tall and weigh 53 kilograms. I'm good at dancing. My name is Bai Ran Lao Lu. I'm 170 centimeters tall and weigh 50 kilograms. I'm good at flowers and plants. Besides, we are all proficient in various household chores, including cooking. Everyone knows some music and dance." Bai Xian added at last. "This is really a treasure." These 6 people were trained purely to serve men, forming an art troupe. "Do you have any family?" The faces of several people darkened. "I don't know, we have no family." Ding Bulai thought about it and agreed. If he had a family, he wouldn't have been taken away from childhood and raised to be an auction object. "All right. From now on, this is your home, and you can treat me as your family. I hope you will be loyal to me, and I will not treat you unfairly." Bai Xian and others looked at each other and stood up together. "Thank you, boss." "Hey!" Ding Bulai waved his hand, "Don't call me so strange, just call me Brother Bulai. Don't be so reserved in your own home. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who is difficult to get along with." Several people nodded. Ding. Bai Xian's favorability plus 59, current favorability 59 favorable. Ding. Bai Yi's favorability plus 59, current favorability 59 favorable. The reminder sounded in my mind 6 times. Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. Don't these 6 people have their own different ideas? Why are their favorability ratings all increasing at the same rate? At this time, Bai Xian suddenly said, Brother Bolai, are you busy right now? How about we dance for you? Ding Bulai suddenly became excited. Is it convenient now? Bai Xian smiled and said, Of course it's convenient. It's okay, brother. If you need it, it's available anytime. Also, do you think it's going to be in the house or in the yard? Inside the house, the gym on the underground first floor has a lot of space, and we asked Sister Huqin to bring some musical instruments yesterday. Ding Bulai slapped his thigh immediately and said, Then let's go downstairs. It has been mentioned before that Ding Bulai's villa is very big. There are 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The single-story area is also large. The activity room and gym are on the underground first floor. On one side of the gym, there is an open space covered with cushions for dancing or practicing yoga. Here, there are several musical instruments such as violin, cello, recorder, etc. Ding Bulai knew that there were no musical instruments here before, so it seemed that Bai Xian asked Huqin to help him get it. Bai Ran considerately pulled a recliner over for Ding Bulai. Bai Xian and his companions brought small stools, took their musical instruments, and started getting ready. That's good, brother. Let us play some music for you first. Good. A few people smiled faintly, and soon, melodious music sounded. Ding Bulai doesn't understand art, he just knows that what a few people play is nice. Bai Xian and Bai Yi played the violin, Bai Mo played the cello, and Bai Ling played the recorder. Bai Xian played the guzheng, and Bai Ran played the harp. This is definitely a very small concert. Chapter 99. The police arrive. As 2 or 3 songs ended, new soothing music starts. Bai Xian stood up first, holding up the hem of her skirt, took off her slippers, and walked barefoot to the middle of the open space. Then she stood on tiptoe, stretched her arms, and performed an elegant folk dance. Ding Bulai's eyes widened suddenly. Bai Xian has a slender and flexible body, and she bends down as she dances. The chest is more prominent. Later, Bai Ran and Bai Ling also joined the dance. After a while, Bai Mo also joined in. Only Bai Xian and Bai Yi continued to play the violin. 4 identical beauties were dancing gracefully, and 2 other beauties were playing the piano beside them. What a beautiful picture! What a comfortable enjoyment! No wonder it is said that some boss set up a dance troupe in his own company. This is simply the highest enjoyment in the world. More importantly, this happened in my own home and there were no outsiders present. Which man can withstand this kind of test? It seemed as if he could see what Ding Bulai was thinking. Bai Ran and Bai Ling moved to Ding Bulai's side. A refreshing fragrance fills my nostrils. The graceful dance and elegant movements made Ding Bulai intoxicated. And the 2 of them touched Ding Bulai's body from time to time. The dancing postures of Bai Xian and Bai Mo in front became more and more beautiful in Ding Bulai's eyes. Then the dance turned into comfort. Ding Bulai couldn't help but close his eyes. Resist the urge to transform into a wolf. After a while, Ding Bulai suddenly opened his eyes and held down someone's restless little hand. Then he stood up, walked into the villa elevator, and hurried to the huge master bedroom on the 3rd floor. 4 hours later. Damn it, I can't write anymore. Endless satisfaction in my heart. After gently covering Bai Xian and the others with blankets, Ding Bulai went downstairs by himself. Come to the living room on the 1st floor. Wu Ying sat alone on the sofa. Seeing Ding Bulai coming down, Wu Ying's face turned slightly red. But it immediately returned to cold. Hey, where are the others? They are in the yard. Have your lunch first. Ding Bulai couldn't help but check the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sorry, have you eaten yet? I've eaten them all. After a pause, Wu Ying said, Do you want to ask Bai Xian and the others to come down for dinner? In front of Wu Ying, Ding Bulai still felt a little unnatural. Forget it, they are tired and fell asleep, let's do it later. Wu Ying nodded and said nothing more. Ding Bulai was sitting at the dining table eating. Seeing Wu Ying looking at him from time to time, he couldn't help but ask curiously. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Ding Bulai didn't think much about it, but suddenly noticed that Wu Ying's favorability had increased a little. It was 15 a few days ago, but it has become 25 today. Although the growth is not fast, it is a good thing to have progress. I just don't understand why Wu Ying's favorability increased. Ding Bulai was eating while recalling what had happened in the past few days. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Could it be that because of more contact and familiarity, Wu Ying's favorability will also increase? At this moment, Wu Ying's phone suddenly rang. Wu Ying answered the call quickly, and her face changed after hearing the words on the other end of the phone. I understand. Just protect Miss Shin and don't leave her alone. I will take care of the rest. After saying that, he hung up the phone and said to Ding Bulai. Boss Ding, Miss Shin Qingqing was attacked just now. Ding Bulai stood up in shock and anger. What? Are you okay? Don't worry, Miss Shin is fine. The ones who attacked her were just a few thugs. That's good. Do you know who did it? Just as Wu Ying was about to speak, Ding Bulai's phone rang. It was Shin Qingqing calling. As soon as the call was connected, Shin Qingqing's voice came over. I'm sorry, Brother Bolai, for causing you trouble. How can this be called trouble? How are you? Are you not scared? No, thank goodness for the bodyguards you arranged. They are very powerful. Did you offend anyone? I'm sorry, brother. It's my fault. Those people were hired by the son of the old lady at the central hospital. Her son? Well, I heard that her son is the boss of a construction company. He's quite powerful. At this point, Shin Qingqing said worriedly, Did I cause you trouble? I'm sorry. Ding Bulai said gently, Don't worry, this is none of your business. I will deal with it as soon as possible. Brother, you. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourself and don't let the bodyguard leave your side. I know. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai said to Wu Ying. Do you know who the old lady's son is? I have already found out from those gangsters that it is a man named Wei Hu, who has some influence in Yunhang City. Wei Hu? Ding Bulai smiled coldly, This is the third time Wei Hu has provoked me. What's more, the other party is a fierce person, and he also wants to trick Ling Li into doing something wrong. This time, we must teach the other party a lesson. Ding Bulai frowned and thought. At this time, Hu Qin walked in quickly. Boss Ding, Captain Wu, there are police outside. Ding Bulai frowned and walked out with Wu Ying, who had a sullen face. At the gate of the villa, two policemen looked at Ding Bulai and others who came to the door in surprise. An older policeman looked at the documents in his hand and said politely. Hello, we are from the Yunhang Public Security Bureau. You two are involved in a case of intentional injury. We need you to come with us. Wu Ying stood in front of Ding Bulai and said coldly, Who have we hurt? Do you have the procedures? Of course. The middle-aged policeman said calmly, Yesterday morning at the city center hospital, someone reported that you injured an old lady and caused her to lose her voice. Wu Ying sneered, I'm sorry, we don't know what you said. If you want to take us away just because of someone else's one-sided words, I'm afraid it won't work. Besides, is the old lady you mentioned injured? The middle-aged policeman frowned, but still said firmly, Anyway, the victim clearly identified you, so you must go. Although the middle-aged policeman appeared polite on the surface, there was no room for maneuver in what he said. Even the young man's hands were ready to take action. Wu Ying also noticed it. Although she was disdainful, she couldn't confront him. She frowned and said, Then I'll go with you. No. This gentleman must come, too. Ding Bulai couldn't stop the anger in his heart. This Wei Hu is really domineering, or rather, is there a shadow of fierceness in him? This was obviously a greeting to the police. He sneered, Okay, we'll go with you. But I can make a phone call. Chapter 100 I'm okay. Ding Bulai naturally called Yun Qingxue. There was no way. Among his women, although she was not yet his, only Yun Qingxue had the ability to help him. After Yun Qingxue received the call, she just said, Don't say anything, wait for me at the police station. Then he hung up the phone. Ding Bulai was certain about it. He and Wu Ying got into the police car obediently. As soon as you arrive at the police station. Ding Bulai and Wu Ying were separated and locked in two interrogation rooms. Needless to say, Wu Ying had dealings with the police many times. To be honest, Ding Bulai was still a little nervous. After a while, a rough-looking male policeman walked in from outside. After closing the door, he slammed the table hard. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. Tell me the truth, How did you instruct the bodyguard to harm Mrs. Wei? Ding Bulai subconsciously retorted, I didn't. No? The male police officer was obviously dissatisfied, you'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Ding Bulai frowned. It was obvious that the policeman had been bribed. Sorry, no means no. The other party smiled sinisterly, very good, you have backbone. What do you think this place is? I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly came from outside. Let me see who has the ability to hurt my mother. As the voice fell, a fat figure walked in. The male police officer quickly stood up and said with a flattering smile, Boss Wei, why did you come here in person? Don't worry, I'm here and I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. Let me see who is so bold. As Wei Hu said this, he turned around and was suddenly stunned. Seeing Ding Bulai looking at him with amusement. Wei Hu's expression froze, and then his face turned ugly. It turns out to be a good brother. Even if you have money, you can't just bully others casually. Ding Bulai spread his hands and said, in this situation, it is obvious that you, Boss Wei, are bullying me. What? It's not enough that you arranged for someone to attack my woman, but now you're not going to let me go either? Wei Hu's eyes were uncertain. It's okay, brother, you are joking. What does this have to do with me? Someone hurt someone reported it, and the police just handled it fairly. Ding Bulai smiled and glanced at the male policeman and Wei Hu, but from the looks of it, it seems like you two are from the same family. At this time, the male police officer immediately said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? The victim's family has the right to know the situation. Ha ha. Ding Bulai sneered and said nothing more. Wei Hu's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Ding Bulai and turned to walk out. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, Wei Hu made a phone call. Not knowing what the other party said, Wei Hu's expression became relaxed. After a while, a slightly fat middle-aged man in uniform came over with a number of policemen following him. When Wei Hu saw this person, he greeted him enthusiastically, Director Liu, hello, Director Liu, I am Wei Hu. Boss Wei, I heard about your mother's situation. Don't worry. In Yunhang City, no matter how big the other party's background is, we will handle the case impartially and give your mother an explanation. After the man named Lu Ju finished speaking, he said to the policeman on his left and right, no matter what, an old man was bullied and hurt by young people. This is a shame for Yunhang and even more so for our police. Although this case is not a big one, it must be dealt with seriously. We must set an example so that everyone can respect the elderly and love the young. This Director Liu is the deputy director of the municipal bureau, and he was called by Ling Li. Wei Hu thanked them excitedly, thank you, Director Liu, and thank you to all the police officers. I believe you will do justice for me. The noise outside was so loud that even Ding Bulai in the interrogation room could hear it. The male policeman naturally heard it as well. He was a smart man and immediately understood what to do. He couldn't help but laugh, boy, you're still so arrogant, I'll give you a chance, tell the truth quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude later. Ding Bulai felt uneasy, wondering whether Yun Qingxue was reliable. If it's not reliable, why not just plead guilty? Anyway, it's not a big deal and the punishment shouldn't be severe. It's just a loss of face. No, I am a very rich man with a lot of future industries. How can such black material be allowed? I am also a shareholder of Yunhang Airlines. How about looking for Yunhang Airlines? Or a bank? Ding Bulai's mind was spinning, but he remained calm and said, I didn't commit any crime. I have nothing to explain. The male police officer immediately lost his patience and said, it seems that you don't want to accept my toast and drink the wine for punishment. Having said that, he immediately turned off the camera. He drew his baton from his waist. Just as he was about to take action, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly kicked open from outside. The boss of his unit, the director of the municipal bureau, Zhou Pingxian, stood at the door and stared inside coldly. Director Liu and Wei Hu, who had just been acting like guests in a respectful manner, stood nervously by the side. At the same time, Yun Qingxue and a man whom she did not know but who looked very elegant were also standing there. At this moment, the elegant man suddenly said loudly in dissatisfaction. Is this how you treat my client? I will file a complaint against your police department on behalf of my client. Yun Qingxue also said coldly, and Director Zhou, your police station must give us an explanation. Mr. Ding is the investor of the largest tourism project in our Yunhang city. If you treat him like this, if there are any problems with the project, please report to your superiors. The male police officer in the interrogation room was so shocked by the sudden change that his legs were shaking. Director Zhou, no, Zhou Pingxian's face darkened. Get out. Also, you should report it to the Commission for Discipline Inspection on your own initiative. The male policeman suddenly collapsed to the ground and kept saying, no, I didn't, I was wrong. At this time, several policemen came in and dragged him out. Zhou Pingxian took the initiative to come over, personally uncuffed Ding Bulai, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Mr. Ding, some of us don't follow the rules. But don't worry. On behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. There are definitely some bad apples, but they are a minority after all. Please trust our law enforcement team. We will never tolerate these illegal acts. Ding Bulai's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Then I should be fine now. At this time, the man who had just spoken came over and said, hello, Mr. Ding, you can go back first and leave the rest to me. As a lawyer, you can rest assured that I can handle these matters. Ding Bulai understood that this was arranged by Yun Qingxue. Okay, thank you for your help. This is what I should do. Chapter 101. Let us get Lingfeng Group together. Oh, and my bodyguard. Without waiting for the lawyer to speak, Zhou Pingxian said directly. Boss Ding, don't worry, your bodyguard is fine. We have checked the surveillance video of this matter. It was the old lady Wei who took the initiative to curse and provoke. It has nothing to do with you and your bodyguard. Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. He clearly saw that it was Wu Ying who reached out and patted the old woman, causing her to lose her voice. Although Wu Ying said that the other party would recover on his own in an hour or two and there would be no sequelae. But it was done at the time and there is no way I don't have any responsibility. But he didn't explain much, just smiled and said, then I'll trouble you, Director Zhou. It is we who have caused trouble for you, Mr. Ding. And Mr. Yun, I'm sorry to have you run all this way. Please rest assured, we will take the violations committed by our municipal bureau seriously and give you a satisfactory answer. As they were talking, Wu Ying also came out. Then he stood silently behind Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai saw Wei Hu behind Director Liu, smiled and walked forward. Boss Wei, I really have to thank you this time. Wei Hu said awkwardly, sorry, it's not my fault, brother. I was just too worried about my mother and didn't understand the situation clearly. I'll apologize to you. I'll arrange for old Wei to go to Yunhang restaurant tonight. How about that? Ding Bulai said with a fake smile, I dare not do that. I can't afford to eat Mr. Wei's food. Wei Hu's face changed. Not bad, brother. Always leave a way out. No matter what, you let your bodyguard dare to hurt my mother. This is not wrong for you, right? Why, I can't get back my mother's face? Ding Bulai shook his head. Please don't accuse me, Mr. Wei. I won't admit to anything I didn't do. Wei Hu's face was gloomy. He glanced at Zhou Pingxian, Yun Qingxue and others who were talking not far away, and whispered. Not bad, bro, don't think you can be arrogant just because Director Zhou speaks for you. Yunhang City doesn't belong to just one person. I hope that President Ding will apologize to me and my mother tonight and let this matter go. Otherwise, what else can we do? Ding Bulai said impatiently, Boss Wei is going to find someone to deal with me? Wei Hu looked at Ding Bulai coldly. He has been in Yunhang City for so long, and no one dares to ignore him. Although he is just the owner of a construction company. But his strength does not lie in corporate business. Thank goodness you have guts, we'll see. After saying that, he left angrily. Ding Bulai didn't care. At this time, Yin Qingxue came over and said, let's go. Zhou Ping first shook Ding Bulai's hand enthusiastically and said, Mr. Ding is young and promising. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me directly. Thank you, Director Zhou. You're welcome. It's my duty. Mr. Ding has invested in Yunhang, so it's my duty to protect the safety of the investors. Come on, I'll take you out. Thank you, Director Zhou. The director of the Municipal Bureau personally escorted Ding Bulai, Yun Qingxue and others to the door. Hu Qin and Zhang Jing, two A-level bodyguards, had already parked their car outside the door. At this time, Yun Qingxue said, come with me to the company. Wait a moment, I want to talk to my people. Yun Qingxue nodded. Ding Bulai brought Wu Ying to Zhang Jing and the other person. He whispered, that way who probably has some black forces. What do you think? Can you handle him? Zhang Jing said disdainfully, Boss Ding, don't worry, no matter how many hooligans come, we can make sure they never come back. Wu Ying suddenly said, Boss Ding, you may not be very clear about the strength of Zhang Jing and the others. In our company, the lowest level D-level bodyguards are all regular veterans, and the C-level ones are from the special forces. And each of the B-level bodyguards you found can be called a top soldier, and they are all the best in the special forces. Zhang Jing, Hu Qin and other A-level bodyguards are the best among the best. The weapons, equipment, grappling and fighting techniques are all top-notch. For underground forces in second-tier cities like Yunhang City, each B-level bodyguard can fight 10 of them. If some tricks are used, it will be no problem for a soldier king to destroy a small force. Ding Bulai stroked his chin and said, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. In that case, Zhang Jing, Hu Qin, you two take the free bodyguards with you, and first check what underground forces Wei Hu has, and whether he has any weapons or something like that. Second, he just threatened me in the police station. I don't want to passively guard against thieves. I hope you can give me a proactive plan based on what you have found. Zhang Jing and Hu Qin immediately assured, no problem. Don't worry, President Ding, we will never give Wei Hu a chance. Ding Bulai looked at Wu Ying and said, what do you think? Wu Ying said indifferently, of course. Zhang Jing and Hu Qin can do it, not to mention that they are together, and they also have several B-level bodyguards. Also, you can rest assured, Mr. Ding. They will investigate first, and after the investigation is completed, I will also participate depending on the situation. Good. After saying that, Ding Bulai asked Zhang Jing and Hu Qin to get busy first. He took Wu Ying and got into Yun Qingshua's car. The car soon arrived at Yun Tian Group. When we arrived at Yun Qingshua's office, the secretary made tea and quickly went out and closed the door. Not bad, Director Liu was called here by Ling Li. I can think of that. But Ling Li shouldn't trip me up over such a small matter. Of course, not only that, he is now constantly using his connections to try to hinder the development of our tourism project. Ding Bulai frowned, does it have any impact? Yun Qingxue said calmly, there will definitely be an impact, but it's not a big problem. After all, for a development project worth 70 to 80 billion, most people in the city and even the province are very supportive. That's good. By the way, I heard you say before that some of your projects were undertaken by Wei Hu, right? Ding Bulai heard this and said coldly, then let's deal with Lingfeng Group as well. Just consider it as my gift to support Qingshue's climb to the top of Yunhang business. Chapter 102 Participating in Activities. Yun Qingxue suddenly discovered that Ding Bulai had an extremely confident and domineering aura. But this kind of self-confidence is not as annoying as arrogance. It is a kind of confidence in one's own strength. Lingfeng Group is not easy to move. Ding Bulai turned his head and said, Qingxue, tell me, what businesses does Lingfeng Group have? Can't we just grab them one by one? Lingfeng Group is the largest group in Yunhang, with total assets of nearly 400 billion. Its businesses include real estate, tourism, medicine, automobiles, and finance. There are quite a lot of sectors involved. Although there are many, each one is nothing in China. They are only famous in Yunhang City and the surrounding areas. Then we will use money to attack each sector one by one, and snatch all their business. Yun Qingxue smiled slightly, actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. It's too time-consuming and laborious to rob them one by one. In fact, in business nowadays, if you want to fight, you should fight the supply chain, whether it's physical or financial. Ding Bulai didn't understand this. Qingxue, just tell me directly. If I support you and bring down Lingfeng Group and Wei Hu's company, how much money do you need? Yun Qingshue's beautiful eyes flickered, are you sure? This is not something that can be done with just a little money. Ding Bulai looked at Yun Qingsue with certainty, I am sure that if 100 billion is not enough, then 200 billion will do. If 200 billion is not enough, then 300 billion will do. Although I can feel that Ding is not rich. But Yun Qingsue didn't expect Ding Bulai to be so rich. Hundreds of billions are spent at once. Taking a deep breath and pondering for a while, Yun Qingsue said. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Otherwise, even if there is money, it will only backfire and even give money to Lingfeng Group. Our priority is to get the government to support us in this process, or at least not stand in our way. Therefore, we must implement the coastal tourism project as soon as possible. Ding Bulai thought for a moment and said, okay, if you need my support, feel free to ask. There's something going on. Oh? What? Yun Qingxue sat up straight and said, "Come with me to attend an event tonight." Banquet hall of Yunhang Hotel. Everyone attending the event was dressed in a suit or long dress. When Yun Qingxue walked into the venue arm in arm with Ding Bulai, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Today, Yun Qingxue changed into a silver-white backless evening dress. Her tall figure and curvy body make her as dazzling as a fairy. Ding Bulai next to her was wearing ordinary donkey brand casual clothes. But his tall stature and handsome face are still eye-catching. A well-known and aloof female CEO in Yunhang, holding the arm of a strange young man. Many people couldn't help but secretly speculate about the relationship between the two. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked up quickly. Not bad, bro, long time no see. And President Yun, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look even more radiant. The person who came was an acquaintance of Ding Bulai. He was the owner of the building that he helped Zhou Tong buy, Duan Weiping. Yun Qingxue was still rather aloof towards outsiders, and only nodded slightly. Mr. Duan. Ding Bulai smiled and stretched out his hand. Brother Duan, long time no see. Duan Weiping looked at Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue and said with a smile, "It seems that my brother and Mr. Yun have become more familiar with each other." Without waiting for the two to respond, Duan Weiping continued. Mr. Yun was borrowing money from everywhere some time ago. But 2 days ago, he suddenly bought Lingfang Group's Southeast Resort project. It seems that Yun always has strong support. Duan Weiping set his eyes on Ding Bulai. I didn't expect that Brother Bulai is also a hidden talent. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "It's just a small business. It can't compare to the big business that Brother Duan is doing." Hey, brother, you are too modest. If what you are doing is just a small fight, then what we are doing is just playing house. Duan Weiping is also very famous in Yunhang City. Seeing that Duan Weiping was chatting enthusiastically with the young man next to Yun Qingxue, he had no airs of an elder at all. It was obvious that they were getting along on an equal footing, even a little humble. This shocked many people. But what surprised them even more was that a group of people in the distance were also walking towards Yun Qingxue and others. "Qingxue, you're here. If I had known, I would have come to pick you up." Lingli still maintained that smile that he thought was warm. But Yun Qingxue responded coldly, "No need." Lingli still smiled. "Qingxue, what's wrong? I feel like you've been a little distant from me lately. Does it seem like Yuntian's financial difficulties have been resolved?" "But Qingxue, don't forget that you said in person that you would give me a chance to pursue you." Before Yun Qingxue could speak, Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Mr. Ling can certainly pursue Qingxue, but whether Qingxue likes it or not is her own business." There was a stern look in his sharp eyes, but his expression remained calm. "This is a matter between Qingxue and me. It has nothing to do with Mr. Ding. Although Mr. Ding has been very popular recently, I'm afraid he can't take care of Qingxue and me." That's not necessarily true. Since the other party helped Wei Hu find the police to deal with him today, Ding Bulai didn't need to be nice to him. Qingxue is my partner. If someone harasses Qingxue and affects her normal work, then I can't just ignore it. Ling Li's face darkened. Is Mr. Ding always saying that I harass Qingxue? At least I can see that Qingxue doesn't want to talk to you. Master Ling shouldn't be so blind. Duan Weiping saw that the atmosphere was not right and quickly interrupted. You young people are still the best. You can pursue the love you like. Unlike us, we are old. By the way, Secretary Chang attaches great importance to today's event. Mr. Ling, Mr. Yun, and Mr. Ding, you are the representatives of young entrepreneurs in Yunhang City. How about we go together to welcome you? No need, I'm already here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people came straight towards him. The middle-aged man in the lead had thick eyebrows, a square face, deep eyes, and an aura of majesty without even being angry. Yun Qingxue quickly introduced to Ding Bulai in a low voice. This is the top leader of Yunhang City, Secretary Chang Guodong. Hello, Secretary Chang. Hello, Secretary Chang. The guests passing by greeted Chang Guodong enthusiastically. Chang Guodong also smiled and nodded in response, but he did not stop and walked straight towards Lingli and the others. Lingli, Duan Weiping, Yun Qingxue and Ding Bulai also took the initiative to step forward. Secretary Chang. You guys are chatting animatedly. I saw you guys from far away. Isn't it that Secretary Chang's event has many opportunities? We are discussing how to grab some business back. Ha ha ha. Secretary Chang smiled cheerfully, then set his eyes on Ding Bulai. This must be Mr. Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. These people are really well informed. Chapter 103. Follow me again. I heard that Mr. Ding is doing a lot of auctions and acquisitions in Shanghai. I also hope that Mr. Ding can invest more in our Yunhang. I believe that the cooperation opportunities in Yunhang will not disappoint Mr. Ding. Chang Guodong's eyes were sincere and his smile was peaceful. Ding Bulai couldn't help but smile humbly and said, Secretary Chang, you are too polite. I am from Yunhang, and it is my duty to contribute to the development of Yunhang. Yun Qingxue said at the side. Secretary Chang, the largest investor in our Yuntian coastal tourism project is none other than President Ding. Chang Guodong's eyes lit up. Okay. This project is of great significance to the development of our rural revitalization, agriculture, fisheries, and tourism. Don't worry, our city will definitely provide you with the greatest help and support. Then thank you, Secretary Chang. Young and promising, President Ding and President Yun are both young and promising, and President Ling, Yunhang City is lucky to have entrepreneurs like you. Secretary Chang, you are too polite. The event was about to begin, and after a brief chat, Chang Guodong went to the main seat in the first row. Others also took their seats one after another. Yun Qingxue whispered, today's goal has been preliminarily achieved. Just to say those few words to Secretary Chang? Of course, the instructions from the city's top leader are enough to make things much easier for us. But there will definitely be many opportunities for detailed communication later. Ding Bulai nodded. At the same time, Ling Li only felt a sense of frustration stuck in his heart. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and the only thing he was thinking about was how to make Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue, the two bitches, pay the price. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wei Hu. Welcome all entrepreneurs to attend the Yunhang City Investment Cooperation Conference. In order to achieve a successful outcome for this conference, the Yunhang municipal government has shown its utmost sincerity. Not only will it provide various tax policies and other preferential policies, but it will also provide subsidies, land and other resource support. First of all, we have some project cooperation with public enterprises in Yunhang City. The host was introducing on the stage. Afterwards, heads of various companies came to the stage one by one to introduce some of the current collaborations being carried out and the collaborations that were needed. This part is actually to provide benefits to various small and medium-sized private enterprises. The cooperative resources of some public enterprises that were originally difficult to access are released to the market, especially to some private enterprises. However, this kind of cooperation is basically dispensable for companies like Yuntian, Lingfeng, and even Duan Weiping. Thank you for the detailed introduction of several companies. This time, Yunhang City also put out a portion of its assets for auction. I think everyone has made preparations in advance. Well, without further ado, the first item to be auctioned is a 30-story building located on the north side of the city center. Please watch the screen for a detailed introduction. Ding Bulai has some understanding of asset auctions. However, he was not very interested in some of the assets that Yunhang City offered this time. There are some buildings, as well as some small plots of land, factories, and the like. Others were more enthusiastic. Just at this time, the auction of a company aroused Ding Bulai's interest. This cutting-edge technology company was originally a subsidiary of the Yunhang Research Institute, and it mainly researches new energy-related technologies. Due to poor management, the company has filed for bankruptcy protection. We are putting it up for auction this time in the hope that everyone can see that although the company is currently facing operational difficulties, its talent pool and technological accumulation are still relatively strong. For companies that are interested in developing new energy industries, this is a good opportunity to achieve technological leapfrogging. We invited a third party to evaluate this company, and it is worth about 1.2 billion. The starting price this time is 800 million. As soon as the host finished speaking, many companies raised their hands and bid. After a round of bidding, Yun Qingxue beside him also moved. 900 million. What surprised Ding Bulai was that when Yun Qingxue moved, Ling Li also moved. 950 million. Yun Qingxue seemed not surprised by Ling Li's offer and continued to shout, 980 million. 1 billion. 1.05 billion. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. A company with a so-called bankruptcy valuation of 1.2 billion yuan would definitely be a loss if you bought it back for 1.2 billion yuan. Because it involves various things such as costs and liabilities. When Yunqing Xue called out 1.2 billion, Lingli hesitated for a moment, but still raised his hand and said, 1.25 billion. Yunqing Xue answered decisively, 13. At this time, only Yunqing Xue and Lingli were shouting in the venue. Lingli frowned and raised his hand and said, 1.35 billion. Wow! This is definitely a high premium. This also shows that Lingfang Group, or Lingli, is determined to acquire this company. At this time, Yunqing Xue couldn't help but hesitate. Ding Bulai suddenly said, I remember that new energy itself is a technology that burns money. Since you are also planning to enter the new energy vehicle industry, as long as the technology can be used and talent and technology can be accumulated quickly, no matter how much money you spend, it won't be a loss. Finally, I also invested in your new energy industry. Yunqing Xue's eyes narrowed, are you sure? Ding Bulai smiled slightly, of course. Plenty of money. Yunqing Xue also smiled, in that case. You won't suffer any loss. 1.4 billion. Lingli frowned. They were also planning new energy to compete with Yuntian Group. But there are many places where money is spent in the layout of the new energy industry. If a technology company spends so much money, it will affect the entire layout. Although at present, it has not exceeded my original budget. But it will be soon. 1.5 billion. 16. 16.5. 17. Lingli's expression already looked somewhat ugly. Yunqing Xue's funding chain was almost broken some time ago, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to let me pursue her. But unexpectedly, a Ding Bulai appeared. It's not just about asking the other party to continue investing in tourism projects. Now even new energy companies have money to acquire them? Is this also the work of Ding Bulai? But no matter what, in terms of new energy, especially new energy vehicles, their Lingfang Group must surpass Yuntian Group. 1.8 billion. 19. 2 billion. Lingli gritted his teeth and shouted. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. Even Chang Guodong couldn't help but look at Lingli with admiration. Yunqing Xue frowned slightly, this was beyond her budget. But I am unwilling to give up. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Ding Bulai shouting. 2.2 billion. Yunqing Xue turned her head in surprise, and Ding Bulai just gave her a reassuring look. At this time, Lingli clenched his fists tightly and stared at Ding Bulai. But Ding Bulai didn't care at all. He looked at him with a smile, as if provoking him. Follow me again. Chapter 104, 60 billion. Lingli did not continue bidding. There's no point in calling again. For a small technology company, the acquisition price was nearly double the premium. It's definitely a waste of money. Lingli's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this moment. Anyone could see the anger in his heart at this moment. At this time, Chang Guodong took the microphone and said, I didn't expect that there would be such fierce competition among new energy companies. This shows that everyone is optimistic about the future development of new energy. However, new energy has broad prospects and many opportunities. I believe that no matter which company it is, it can find its own opportunities. Thank you also to Mr. Ding for your support for this auction. This new company was originally a state-owned enterprise in the city, and was originally making losses but receiving subsidies every year. Now that it's sold at such a high price, we can make a net profit of several hundred million, and the financial pressure on the city will be reduced. Chang Guodong had a better impression of Ding Bulai. At this time, Chang Guodong continued. The next auction is definitely the most important one of the day, and I will personally introduce it. Many well-known companies came to Yunhang this time just for the next assets. I won't keep you in suspense. The next item to be auctioned is the Yunhang Old Town renovation project. Maybe many people know that the Yunhang Old Town renovation project was originally undertaken by the Su Group. But due to Su's bankruptcy and restructuring, the project was left unfinished. We in Yunhang City hope that capable and responsible enterprises will continue to undertake this project. For this purpose, our city will bear the initial debt in compensation for the demolished parts. This time, we will replan the project and auction it. The new contractor will be given full tax exemption and the maximum policy subsidy by Yunhang City. This auction is also quite special. It can be called a competitive bidding, which means bidding is based on the investment amount of each company. Because the more investment the project makes, the better, and of course the more returns the company will get, the better. This time, for this project, our minimum investment requirement is 20 billion, and there is no upper limit. If any interested company, you can quote your investment amount. Let's get started right now. This is the first time such an open auction has taken place in Yunhang City. To be honest, the city has no other choice. The old town has been half demolished, but the original contractor has gone bankrupt, leaving behind a huge mess. The city is also very worried about this. According to previous plans, this project will require an investment of more than 50 billion yuan. But now, in the hope that someone will take over, the city has lowered the bottom line to 20 billion, and even has to assume the initial debt. But as long as someone can take over and avoid it from being left unfinished, we'll be thankful. Of course, this is also a large real estate project after all, and after the city assumes the initial debt costs, the new companies that take over will be under much less pressure. After Chang Guodong finished his introduction, Yun Qingxue also whispered some explanations to Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai's eyes flickered and his mind raced. If we can get this kind of project that shares the burden with the government, won't we be able to gain a lot of benefits? Just as Chang Guodong finished speaking, some people started making offers. 205, 210, 213. At this time, Duan Weiping also spoke loudly, 22 billion. Following closely behind, Ling Li also opened his bid, 23 billion. 24 billion. This was spoken by the head of a large enterprise in the province. 25 billion. Qingxue, I remember you also have real estate business. What do you think of this project? Yun Qingxue was stunned and whispered, this project can definitely be done, otherwise it wouldn't have been launched before. But now the real estate market is in a downturn. If we do it on a small scale, the profit is not very high, we can only earn interest on the cash flow. But if we invest according to the previous plan, or even invest more, then in the long run, this project will definitely be a good project. But it requires strong financial strength and the ability to bear the consequences of only investing but not making a profit in the short term. As Yun Qingxue was talking, she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was very rich, and asked in surprise, you want to invest in this project? Ding Bulai nodded. Tell me, if you get such a big project, can you strike a blow to Lingfang Group and Wei Hu's construction company? Yun Qingxue stared at him as if he were a monster. Such a large project will definitely have an impact on them, and there will be opportunities to strike them, but investment projects are not just for striking at the enemy. Ding Bulai smiled and said, as long as it can strike back at the enemy and strengthen ourselves, why not do it? Okay, I got it. At this time, Ling Li and the provincial enterprise had already bid 32 billion. Duan Weiping also followed with gritted teeth. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. 50 billion. What? Who is this? Which company? When everyone saw that it was Ding Bulai again, they all rubbed their eyes in surprise. Yun Qingxue also looked at Ding Bulai in surprise. The city's top leader, Chang Guodong, looked over in surprise. Ah, good, Mr. Ding is courageous. Duan Weiping was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. The head of the provincial enterprise also frowned and kept discussing something with the person next to him. Ling Li, on the other hand, stared at Ding Bulai gloomily, as if he wanted to see through him. Then he turned around and said loudly, Secretary Chang, today we said it was a bidding, but in fact we didn't strictly follow the bidding process. It would be a joke if some people just made random quotes but didn't actually have the ability to invest. At this time, before Chang Guodong could speak, Yun Qingxue stood up and replied coldly. My Yuntian Group can guarantee that a 50 billion investment will be no problem. Ling Li suddenly turned around and stared at Yun Qingxue. Boss Yun, please don't joke about this kind of thing. I'm Yuntian Group's guarantor. Do you think this is a joke? You. At this time, Ding Bulai said with a smile, Secretary Chang, don't worry, since I have made an offer, I can definitely guarantee that the investment funds will be in place. Chang Guodong knew Ding Bulai's great achievements in Shanghai, and immediately said with a smile. I believe in Mr. Ding's ability, so don't worry. Thank you, Mr. Ding, for your recognition of Yunhang City and support for this project. On behalf of the city, I highly welcome it. Everyone can continue to make offers. With Chang Guodong's support, Ling Li turned his head indignantly. But the look he looked at Ding Bulai became increasingly unfriendly. The head of the enterprise in the province, after consulting with his subordinates, said loudly, 51 billion. Lingley dialed a number and gritted his teeth and said, 51.5 billion. Ding Bulai continued to shout casually, 60 billion. Hiss. Chapter 105, Yun Qingxue peeping. The study room on the third floor of the villa. Yun Qingxue was holding the development agreement for the old city renovation project given to Yun Tian Group, which was stamped by the city, and her mood was in turmoil. 60 billion project contract. Not bad, it's given to me? Add to that the 70 billion mentioned for tourism projects. A full 130 billion investment. Even if he wants to pursue me, this kind of strength is required. Not to mention that she is a so-called beautiful female president of Yunhang who was on the verge of bankruptcy due to a broken capital chain. It is more than enough for the daughter of a high-ranking official in a province or a princess in a small country. Yun Qingxue couldn't help but think of Ding Bulai's various behaviors. He is handsome, young, capable, has more money than he can tell, and is extremely generous with his money. There are several women. Although it is common for rich people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But in the past, it was basically impossible to get the proud and arrogant Yun Qingxue to share a husband with someone else. Oh. It would be great if Ding Bulai didn't have other women. Yun Qingxue sighed silently. Then I walked to the balcony and looked at the scenery in the distance of the community. At this moment, Yun Qingxue's eyes fixed and she stared into the distance. Then he suddenly turned around and hurried into a room. I found a high-definition telescope from a cabinet that was given to me by a previous customer. After a simple assembly, I ran to the 4th floor terrace again. Take out the telescope and look in a direction to the right. I only saw an open-air swimming pool in the backyard of a villa. A young man in swimming trunks was playing in the water with 6 beautiful women in colorful swimsuits. And on the shore, there was a stunning beauty sitting in tight clothes. Yun Qingxue's telescope shook violently. Why do these 6 swimsuit beauties look a bit alike? No. They are exactly the same. It turned out to be sextuplets. Yun Qingxue's hand holding the telescope trembled slightly, and her silver teeth were clenched tightly. Okay. No wonder he refused to go to dinner after the event. It turns out that he came back to play with the beautiful women. What surprised her even more was that Ding Bulai was actually the owner of villa number 001. She learned some time ago that the villa had a buyer. I was wondering which big shot it was, and whether he came to build relationships. But no one has lived in the villa. Just in the past few days, a dozen women suddenly came to clean up the villa. He looks a bit like a bodyguard. This made Yun Qingxue even more curious about the identity of the owner. I didn't expect it to be Ding Bulai. Yun Qingxue felt very uncomfortable for some reason. At this time, Ding Bulai was seen hugging a bikini beauty and falling into the swimming pool. I was so angry that my chest hurt. You are a Ding Bulai, you are obviously a Ding rogue and a Ding hooligan. Yun Qingxue really wanted to drop the telescope. But I don't know what I was thinking, I felt a little reluctant, and I kept staring at the scene in front of me. I saw that Ding the hooligan was becoming more and more outrageous. He wandered around 6 beauties, rubbing them with his hands from time to time. The more Yun Qingxue looked at that disgusting face, the more disgusting it seemed to her. Just then, the bikini cover of one of the beauties fell off during the fight. Ding Bulai, like a hungry wolf, carried the woman into the villa. The other 5 beauties followed in with laughter. What a beast! It's simply a hooligan. It's so shameless. Yun Qingxue couldn't bear it any longer and kept cursing. His eyes were filled with disgust and shyness, but also with a hint of inexplicable envy and desire. While cursing, Yun Qingxue looked at the empty swimming pool through the telescope reluctantly, as if expecting someone else to appear there. Ding Bulai enjoyed a profoundly refreshing 6 fly. The noise in the bedroom didn't stop until the second half of the night. When Ding Bulai woke up the next day, it was almost noon. I took out my cell phone and saw a bunch of unread messages on the green bubble. Jian Lulu S, Zhou Tong S, and Xin Qingqing S. There are also Lin Jixia, Zhou Xiaotang, and Lu Mengli who are far away in Shanghai. Ding Bulai took a look and saw that Lin Jixia and the others in Shanghai were currently doing their own things. However, Zhou Xiaotang said that he was free in the next 2 days and wanted to come to Yunhang to play with me. Ding Bulai replied directly to the message, "Call me in advance when you arrive." Zhou Xiaotang's reply was also quick. Zhou Tong has been on a business trip for almost a week this time and will be back tomorrow. Her words imply that she wants Ding Bulai to pick her up at the airport. Ding Bulai smiled and replied directly that he would pick her up tomorrow. Then I replied to the messages from several other people one by one. He didn't finish his reply until Bai Xian came up and called him to have lunch. At the dinner table, in addition to Ding Bulai and the 6 triplets, Wu Ying, Zhang Jing, and Hu Qin were also sitting here. Ding Bulai is not so particular. If the dining table at home is full, he will let other B-level bodyguards come to the table to eat as well. Boss Ding, we have already found out the information about Wei Hu. Zhang Jing and Hu Qin ate quickly and spoke during a break in Ding Bulai's meal. Ding Bulai's eyes turned cold. Oh, tell me in detail. Zhang Jing cleared her throat and said, this Wei Hu is actually not ordinary. He can be said to be the largest underground force in Yunhang City, or the spokesperson of the Ling family in Yunhang Underground. Wei Hu is just the boss of a construction company on the surface, but in fact he controls 8 clubs, 13 bars, and dozens of entertainment venues such as internet cafes and game halls. In addition, there are the 2 largest casinos in Yunhang City. Wei Hu's core team is a group of heinous guys. He has scattered them around in construction sites, clubs, and other places. Once there is a need, we will directly call in relevant personnel. It is said that the number of personnel in this force can reach thousands. More importantly, whether it is Wei Hu or some core personnel, the backers behind them are Lingfang Group, the richest man in Yunhang City and the largest group in Yunhang. Because of the tight time schedule, I can only make preliminary inquiries. In the past 5 years, there have been at least hundreds of kidnappings, disappearances, and intentional injuries related to Wei Hu or Lingfang Group's projects. Ding Bulai frowned. It was Yunhang's largest enterprise and the largest underground force in Yunhang, with thousands of thugs. In addition, there is certainly a network of relationships with various intertwined interests. This kind of strength made Ding Bulai feel a little suffocated. At this time, Hu Qin on the side suddenly spoke. In fact, Mr. Ding, don't worry. No matter how strong the underground forces are, they are just a bunch of rats who are not worthy of being on the stage. With the bodyguards we have arranged, we can definitely protect the safety of you and the ladies. In addition, we are more flexible and our individual strength is extremely strong. If we want to teach them a lesson, it will be easy. And they definitely don't know it was us who did it. Wu Ying, who was standing by, also nodded, that's right. Ding Bulai was stunned, as if he suddenly recognized Wu Ying and the others. This cold and beautiful goddess doesn't seem to be a good person either. S-level bodyguard. Maybe I should find an opportunity to have a good talk with Wu Ying later. Chapter 106. What is the relationship between you and Ding Bulai? Ding Bulai actually wanted to impulsively agree and let Wu Ying and the others teach Wei Hu a lesson. But it only took a moment for him to give up the idea. The city's largest group and the largest underground force were not something he could imagine casually. And he is not alone now. A woman who needs protection. But it is impossible for him to swallow his anger. There's no rush to teach you a lesson. Next, you will help me collect information about Wei Hu, preferably some evidence of illegal activities. There is also the Lingfang Group. I have already confronted them, and there will be no room for easing up. If you kill a snake, you must kill it, otherwise you will be retaliated against. Zhang Jing and Hu Qin looked at each other and nodded, okay, Mr. Ding. After lunch, Ding Bulai had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he went to the hospital. When Xin Qingqing saw the person coming, surprise instantly appeared in his eyes. Brother Bulai, why are you here? I came to see how Auntie is doing here. Xin Qingqing's mother, Xin Yueru, leaned on the hospital bed and smiled. Not bad, thank you so much for helping me arrange a hospital and taking the trouble to come and see me. Auntie, this is what I should do. It's still not your fault that you're thoughtful. Auntie, how are you today? Are you getting used to being here? Xin Qingqing said at the side, thank you, Brother Bulai, this place is great. The doctor has done a comprehensive examination and said that my mother's illness is not very serious and can be treated with surgery. That's good. Tell me if you need anything. You're welcome. Xin Yueru looked at her daughter and Ding Bulai with satisfaction, and suddenly said. Not bad. Are your parents in Yunhang? I want to meet your parents before the operation. Do you think it's convenient? Ding Bulai was startled, Auntie, I'm an orphan. Xin Yueru was stunned for a moment, then an apologetic look appeared on her face, I'm sorry, it's not bad, I didn't know. It's okay, Auntie. I'm used to it. It must have been very hard for you over the years, but I didn't expect that under such conditions, you could still be so outstanding and have such good character. It is really a blessing for our Qingqing to be with you. Shin Qingqing glanced at Shin Yueru with dissatisfaction and shyness. Mom, I'm fine too. Ding Bulai also laughed. Yes, Qingqing is very good. I am lucky to have a girlfriend like Qingqing. Shin Yueru treats Ding Bulai like a mother-in-law treats her son-in-law. The more she looks at him, the more satisfied she becomes. It's all good, you are all fine. I just hope you will be fine in the future, so that I can rest assured no matter what happens. Ding Bulai said solemnly, Auntie, don't worry, I will always treat Qingqing well. I believe you. From now on, just treat us as your family, and our home will be your home. Shin Yueru's eyes were full of satisfaction with Ding Bulai and love for her daughter. This scene made Shin Qingqing feel dazed. It was as if a newlywed couple and their mother-in-law were really becoming a close and harmonious family. Shin Qingqing looked at her mother's pale face and suddenly felt uncomfortable. It would be great if Brother Bulai and I were not in a relationship of being kept by someone, but were really boyfriend and girlfriend. A flash of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Shin Yueru, who had been watching the two of them, keenly noticed something wrong in her daughter's smile, and a hint of doubt flashed through her heart. Well, you two don't have to stay here with me anymore. There are doctors and nurses here. I need to rest too. You young people should go out for a walk if you have nothing to do in the afternoon. Shin Qingqing was a little hesitant, as she was worried about her mother but also wanted to accompany her brother. Shin Yueru smiled gently and said, You guys go ahead, it's nice here, don't worry about me. Only then did Shin Qingqing nod. Ding Bulai also said with concern, Auntie, you should have a good rest. If you have any questions, please call me anytime. Yes, I will. As soon as they left the ward, Shin Qingqing took Ding Bulai's arm. When the two walked out of the hospital building, Ding Bulai saw Yun Qingxue walking towards a low building nearby. There are not many people in this holiday resort-like hospital. Yun Qingxue also saw Ding Bulai not far away at a glance. Then he also saw Shin Qingqing holding Ding Bulai's arm. Even Yun Qingxue was shocked when she saw Shin Qingqing's appearance. This woman is so beautiful. Pursing her lips, Yun Qingxue still walked towards Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai felt a little embarrassed. Shin Qingqing sensitively noticed that Ding Bulai recognized the beautiful woman walking towards him, and quickly let go of her hand. But she is clear about her identity, she is just a kept person. Qingxue, you are here today too. Boss Ding is really lucky. Yun Qingxue felt a little jealous. Ding Bulai was surrounded by beautiful women one after another, and each of them was so beautiful. Ding Bulai said awkwardly, No way. Qingxue, come and see Grandpa. Oh, by the way, Qingqing, I just wanted to introduce you to the hospital your mother is in, which was arranged by Qingxue. Shin Qingqing was shocked and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for helping to arrange for my mother to be hospitalized here. Only then did Yun Qingxue realize that the woman who had arranged for her to be hospitalized that day was the mother of the woman in front of her. It's okay. If you want to thank someone, just thank Mr. Ding. I'm just helping Mr. Ding. Ding Bulai pulled the corner of his mouth unnaturally. I also have to thank Qingxue. Qingxue is the president of Yuntian Group. No wonder this woman looked familiar. Shin Qingqing kept thanking her. I still have to thank Mr. Yun. If it weren't for Mr. Yun, my mother wouldn't have received such good care. Yun Qingxue just nodded slightly, then looked at Ding Bulai. You come to the hospital, don't you go to see my grandpa? Ding Bulai said shyly, Of course I will go, of course I will go. Shin Qingqing said tactfully at this time, No, Mr. Ding, then you go and do your work first, I'll go and accompany my mother. Ding Bulai felt a little embarrassed, but Yun Qingxue had not yet succeeded in the attack, so he could only say, Okay, wait for me for a while, I'll call you when I'm done. Yun Qingxue looked at the two of them with some displeasure, then turned and left. Ding Bulai gave Shin Qingqing an apologetic and comforting look, then hurried to catch up. Looking at the backs of the two people, Shin Qingqing sat on a chair in the yard with a bit of loss. At this time, the phone rang. Shin Qingqing took a look and saw that it was her mother, so she quickly answered it. Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? It's okay, can you come back for a moment? Oh, okay, I'll be right up. Shin Qingqing hurried back to the building, but what she didn't notice was that a figure turned and left by the window of her mother's ward on the third floor. As soon as Shin Qingqing arrived at the ward, he saw his mother sitting on the sofa next to the bed. Mom, why don't you rest in bed? Shin Yueru looked straight at Shin Qingqing and asked in a deep voice. Tell me the truth, what is your relationship with Bo Lai? Chapter 107. I'll help you solve it. In the hospital ward. Shin Yueru looked at her daughter deeply. Shin Xingxing's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface and smiled. Mom, what are you talking about? Brother Bulai is my boyfriend. Shin Yueru shook her head. You are my daughter. I know you. Your attitude towards Bulai doesn't seem like the relationship between a girlfriend and a boyfriend. Shin Xingxing's expression flashed a trace of panic for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. Mom, you are really wrong. Maybe it's because we haven't known each other for very long. Besides, I've never had a boyfriend before. Maybe it's because I don't know how to fall in love. Shin Yueru looked at her daughter in confusion, and a hint of doubt in her heart also appeared in her mind about her own judgment just now. My daughter has never had a boyfriend, and she is very clear about that. After a pause, Shin Yueru said, I just saw you guys met a woman downstairs. It turned out that my mother had just seen Yun Xingxue. Shin Xingxing explained naturally. Oh, you mean Mr. Yun? He is the president of Yuntian Group. Brother Bulai has business dealings with Yuntian Group. It was Brother Bulai who asked Mr. Yun for help with your transfer to another hospital because Mr. Yun has a relative who is also hospitalized here. So Brother Bulai is going to see him with Mr. Yun now. Oh, I see. Shin Yueru finally felt relieved. That's good. I can see that he is young and capable and handsome. There must be a lot of girls who like him. You've never been in a relationship before, so you have to keep an eye on your boyfriend. Don't be stupid and don't know anything. Shin Xingxing nodded obediently. Mom, I know. While Shin Xingxing was chatting with her mother, the phone rang. Seeing the incoming call, Shin Xingxing frowned slightly and hung up directly. But the other party didn't seem to give up and attacked again. Shin Xingxing had no choice but to answer the phone. Xiaoshin, why don't you answer the phone? Sorry, Mr. Liu, I'm in the hospital right now. Oh? Xiaoshin, are you sick? Which hospital are you in? I'll go see you now. No, I'm fine. Nothing? Then why didn't you come to work for a few days? There's something wrong with your attitude. Shin Xingxing felt sick and mouthed to her mother, a call from the company. Then he got up and walked outside the ward. Boss Liu, I've already asked for leave. Is this the time to ask for leave? Don't you know that the company is about to be sold? At a time like this, everyone is working hard and putting in overtime. Who doesn't have something to do? But do you see anyone asking for leave every day? Shin Xingxing took a deep breath and said, Boss Liu, it is my right to ask for leave if I have something to do. If the company feels that I have not done enough, you can point it out directly. The other end was also a little impatient. Xiaoshin, your attitude is wrong. What? You take too many days off and I can't say anything to you? Look at yourself, how many times have you taken leave this year? Your crew still has manpower, and they have told me many times that you are not qualified. If I hadn't helped you suppress it, how could you still work well? Also, judging from your tone, you seem a little unconvinced? Why? Do you feel wronged? Who doesn't feel wronged at work? Can you just walk away? Even if you resign, if Yunhang Airlines has an average opinion of you, do you think you can still find a job at an airline? This was clearly a threat, but to be honest, Shin Xingxing was also a little worried. She is not worried about her work. After all, she is now supported by Ding Bulai and she does not have much pressure. What she was worried about was that she would really anger and force the other party into a corner. After all, the other party is the president of an airline company. Boss Liu, I just want to work hard. I don't want to think about other things. But in today's environment, it's not easy to work properly. How about this, you come to Hentang Hotel tonight and I'll tell you in detail. Sorry, Mr. Liu, I have something to do tonight and can't go. Shin Xingxing, don't be shameless. I tell you, my patience is limited. If you still want to stay in Yunhang, just be obedient. Shin Xingxing's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Boss Liu, don't force me. So what if I force you? I'm just giving you too much face. You must come to Hentang Hotel at 7 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Shin Xingxing's eyes were red and she leaned against the wall tiredly. At this moment, a figure suddenly trotted over. Xingxing, what's wrong? When Shin Xingxing came to her senses, she saw Ding Bulai's face full of concern. She could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms. Not bad, bro. Ding Bulai patted Shin Xingqing on the back and comforted her. It's okay, what's wrong? Tell me if there is anything. I will always be by your side. Shin Xingqing sobbed, Brother Bolai, I'm afraid of causing trouble for you. Silly, you still don't understand me. I'm not afraid of trouble. Besides, the person who can cause me trouble has not been born yet. Tell me, what's going on? With Ding Bulai's comfort, Shin Xingqing slowly began to speak. It turns out that things are not complicated. As a goddess with a system score of 94 points, Shin Xingqing is naturally coveted by many people. One of them is Lu Hang, the general manager of Yunhang Airlines. Lu Hang is an LSP and has been optimistic about Shin Xingqing for a long time. The other people in the company are all experienced people and naturally understand what it means. No one will compete with the general manager for a woman. Lu Hang likes to boil frogs in warm water and let women climb into his bed on their own initiative. In addition, he also has many mistresses, so he only expresses his affection for Shin Xingqing from time to time and slowly fishes. It's just that Lu Hang got tired of his previous mistresses some time ago, and it's been several years since Shin Xingqing started dating, so she is not tactful at all. Lu Hang naturally lost his patience and began to intensify his offensive against Shin Xingqing. Either ask me to treat you to a meal or ask me to go shopping with you. When she was in the company, he would find excuses to ask her, a flight attendant, to go to the general manager's office to report on her work and have heart-to-heart talks. Now they are starting to put pressure on and threaten. The other party is the general manager of an airline company and has a deep background. Shin Xingqing can't afford to offend him, and she can't convince herself to be with such an old guy. But she had to keep her job because of her mother's treatment, unless she could realize her dream of marrying a rich man immediately. So, she was forced into a desperate situation and finally chose to find Ding Bulai to support her. Ding Bulai was also indignant when he heard this. Xingqing, don't worry, you don't have to go tonight, and you don't have to resign. I will help you deal with Lu Hang. Shin Xingqing raised his head excitedly. Brother Bolai, is it true? Of course. How can you not believe me? In fact, there is one thing you don't know. I am one of the shareholders of your Yunhang Airlines. Chapter 108. Can you transfer your shares to me? Ding Bulai called the city's top leader Chang Guodong. After last night's event, both parties added each other's contact information. Chang Guodong was very excited when he received the call from Ding Bulai, and immediately agreed to help make an appointment to have dinner at Hentang Hotel tonight. It's almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Ding Bulai brought Shin Xingqing and 2 bodyguards, Wu Ying, to the Hentang Hotel. As soon as I reached the door, I saw a fat man getting out of a Mercedes-Benz. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Xingqing approaching the door, and when he saw Wu Ying next to him, his eyes became even more fiery. But there was Ding Bulai and a bodyguard beside him, which made him frown slightly. Xiaoxun, why, did you bring a few friends with you? Shin Xingqing said coldly, Sorry, Mr. Lu, I came here with my boyfriend to have dinner with his friends today. Lu Hang's expression changed, his eyes turned cold. Xiaoxun, are you sure? Shin Xingqing tightened her grip around Ding Bulai's arm and said nothing, but her meaning was very clear. At this time, Ding Bulai suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Lu, is that so? Lu Hang curled his lips in disdain and ignored Ding Bulai. Instead, he looked at Shin Xingqing and said, Xiaoxun, I'll give you another chance. I'm having dinner with some friends. You and your friend can come over and toast us with 2 glasses of wine. Lu Hang pointed at Wu Ying. Wu Ying's eyes turned cold. If Lu Hang dared to take action, Ding Bulai believed that he would be in trouble. Ding Bulai touched his nose speechlessly. It is obvious that Lu Hang doesn't take himself seriously at all. In this case, Ding Bulai's face also sank. Boss Lu, a good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way. As he spoke, he was seen holding Shin Xingqing's hand and walking into the hotel. Lu Hang was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that someone would dare to treat him like that in person. When I came to my senses, Ding Bulai had already walked into the hotel. Stop. Lu Hang walked forward quickly with a gloomy face. But Ding Bulai and others did not stop. A bodyguard following Shin Xingqing stood directly in front of Lu Hang. Get lost. Shin Xingqing, it seems that you didn't take my words to heart today. Believe it or not, I will make you get out tomorrow. I guarantee that you won't be able to find any job in Yunhang. Ding Bulai and Shin Xingqing stopped. Ding Bulai turned around and walked up to the angry Lu Hang, smiling disdainfully. Threatening my girlfriend? Ha ha. I don't believe it. How about you try it? Let's see if you get out or my girlfriend gets out. Lu Hang stared at Ding Bulai fiercely, and suddenly found that the young man in front of him was well dressed. His anger suddenly calmed down a little. Dante didn't mind the insulting words, which made him feel cold in his heart. You young man are so arrogant. I don't know which family you belong to. I will have a good chat with your parents some other day. Ding Bulai sneered, I am who I am. I don't have any parents. If Mr. Lu wants to talk, he can come to me directly. However, I hope Mr. Lu will not cause trouble for my girlfriend in the future, otherwise I can't guarantee what the consequences will be for you. Lu Hang was extremely angry at this time. You are still young and don't learn well. I have to teach you a lesson. At this moment, a greeting suddenly came from not far away. Boss Ding, why didn't you call me when you arrived? I would have someone come out to pick you up. Ding Bulai and Lu Hang couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Chang Guodong walked over with a smile. Lu Hang was startled. Secretary Chang. Chang Guodong looked at Lu Hang and said in surprise. Why is Mr. Lu here too? You know Mr. Ding? Did Mr. Ding also invite you to the banquet tonight? Lu Hang's heart trembled, and he couldn't believe it and asked, Boss Ding? Chang Guodong looked at Ding Bulai in confusion. Ding Bulai sneered, I am not qualified to know Mr. Lu, but Mr. Lu is going to teach me how to be a man. Chang Guodong's face darkened. Lu Hang, what's going on? Just by calling him by his full name, Lu Hang immediately realized how important Mr. Ding was in Chang Guodong's heart. Cold sweat broke out. Misunderstanding, there was a misunderstanding with Mr. Ding just now. Chang Guodong looked at Ding Bulai, who smiled and said, Secretary Chang, let's go in and eat first. Okay, Mr. Ding, I'll be waiting for you. Having said that, he personally led Ding Bulai to the private room upstairs. He didn't even look at Lu Hang. Lu Hang was sweating profusely. He didn't take out his cell phone until Chang Guodong and Ding Bulai disappeared into the stairwell. He made an excuse to postpone the evening party and left in a hurry. On this side, Chang Guodong brought Ding Bulai to the private room, only to see 4 people already sitting inside. When they saw Chang Guodong coming in, they all stood up quickly. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is our Yunhang City's young talent, Mr. Ding Bulai. Several people were surprised at Ding Bulai's youth, but still greeted him warmly. This is. Ding Bulai quickly introduced, oh, this is my girlfriend, Shin Xingqing, she works at Yunhang Airlines. Shin Xingqing smiled gently, hello, Secretary Chang, my name is Shin Xingqing. Ha, what a perfect match. Chang Guodong smiled and introduced. Boss Ding, let me introduce you to this. This is Director Fong from the Yunhang State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. This is Mr. Lu from Tianjin Technology, the second largest shareholder of Yunhang Aviation. This is Mr. Zhou from Jiayi Group, one of the shareholders of Yunhang Airlines. And this is Director Wu from the Municipal Party Committee Office. Following Chang Guodong's introduction, Ding Bulai and Shin Xingqing also politely greeted each of them one by one. Just at this moment, all the food was served and several people sat down. After a round of greetings, Chang Guodong spoke first. Today we are sitting together in a small group. Actually, I am here on behalf of General Manager Ding, and this is also the expectation of our city. As you all know, Yunhang Airlines is one of the pillar enterprises in Yunhang City. However, due to the dual pressures of the market environment and internal operations, we are planning a reorganization. And President Ding expressed great interest in Yunhang Airlines. Mr. Lu of Tianjin Technology and Mr. Zhou of Jiayi Group were shocked if the city's top leader Chang Guodong had been sitting right in front of them and spoken in person. They really couldn't believe that a young man with a beautiful woman wanted to talk to them about the restructuring of a city airline. The 2 directors of the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the Municipal Party Committee Office obviously knew Ding Bulai's identity in advance, so they were not surprised. Mr. Lu of Tianjin Technology said carefully, Secretary Chang, I am naturally very supportive of the reorganization of Yunhang Airlines, because our Tianjin Technology is indeed facing some difficulties in operation now, so we hope that the city can find someone to take over our shares. Jay Cho of Jiayi Group also echoed, yes, to be honest, I am also reluctant to let go, but I really have no power to do anything about it. At this time, Ding Bulai smiled and said, Boss, can you transfer the shares you have to me? Chapter 109 I want to acquire Yunhang Airlines. You want to buy our shares? Ding Bulai smiled faintly. Not only that, Director Fong, I also want to acquire the state-owned shares. What? You want to acquire Yunhang Airlines? Mr. Liu from Tianjin Technology and Mr. Zhou from Jiayi Group couldn't help but exclaim. Director Fong from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission also looked over in surprise. The chopsticks in Xin Qingqing's hand, who was beside Ding Bulai, shook subconsciously. She really couldn't imagine that Brother Bulai was planning to acquire an airline. This is no ordinary transaction. Cheng Guodong also looked at Ding Bulai in surprise. Boss Ding, no wonder you asked me to help you ask them out today. I didn't expect you to do this. But I have to remind you that airlines are not so easy to acquire. Ding Bulai poured a glass of wine and raised it to toast Cheng Guodong. So we still need Secretary Cheng's support. In addition, I also hope that if Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhou are willing to transfer, they can give priority to me. The price is definitely right. Director Liu and Director Zhou looked at each other, then looked at Cheng Guodong and Director Fong of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. I saw that there was not much opposition from the two government leaders. Director Liu said, I am a businessman. If the conditions and regulations are met, and the price is right, it doesn't matter who I sell it to. Jay Cho also nodded, that's right. But I have also found some sellers here. I just hope that the money will arrive quickly. I will find whoever has a short payment period. Ding Bulai smiled and said, I believe I am definitely the most decisive one. The acquisition funds can be in place at any time. Mr. Liu and Mr. J couldn't help but take a closer look at Ding Bulai. You should know that Yunhang Airlines does not have many shareholders. Apart from the Yunhang Municipal State-Owned Assets, which holds the majority of the shares with a 51% stake, there are only 3 other shareholders. They account for 20% and 19% respectively. You know, the market value of Yunhang Airlines exceeds 100 billion yuan. Their 39% stake is worth more than 40 billion. Equity acquisitions must be paid in cash, which is not a small expense. There is also a private enterprise that holds a 10% stake, but the company notified us 2 days ago that it has sold the shares. Etc. That 10% of buyers are also called Ding Bulai. Hiss. Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhou couldn't help but gasp. Mr. Ding, have you already bought 10% of Yunhang Airlines shares? Ding Bulai nodded, yes, I just bought some a few days ago. Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhou were silent. As for the young people in front of them, they no longer dared to treat them as their juniors. At this time, Director Fong suddenly said, Mr. Ding, this is our first meeting. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. May I ask why Mr. Ding wants to acquire an airline? Ding Bulai said confidently, although the aviation industry is currently in a downturn, I am optimistic about its long-term development. In addition, Secretary Chang and Director Fong should also know that I have invested hundreds of billions in Yuntian Group. Why did I invest so much? One reason is that I am optimistic about the development of Yuntian Group. But more importantly, I am optimistic about the development of our Yunhang City, and I also hope to contribute to the development of our Yunhang City. When facing the two government officials, no matter how unfamiliar he had been with them, Ding Bulai knew how to say nice things. And you have to say such big words. Not for individuals, but for society. However, Director Fong did not comment and said calmly, our city does have a plan to reorganize Yunhang Airlines, but whether the state-owned shares will be sold and how much to sell still needs specific communication and the city's decision. Ding Bulai looked at Cheng Guodong and said, Secretary Chang, before coming here, I read some reports on the aviation industry this year. The civil aviation industry is currently experiencing difficulties and is suffering from heavy losses. It needs a large amount of cash flow to support operations. As for me, my most confident thing is cash flow. I can also promise that if the city supports my acquisition of Yunhang Airlines, then I can increase investment after the acquisition. Conservatively estimated, it will be no less than 100 billion yuan to strengthen the team, improve supporting facilities, and purchase and upgrade new aircraft. I hope to build the new Yunnan Hangzhou Airlines to catch up with the 4 major airlines in my country and enter the first echelon. Airlines belong to a special industry and are not awarded the 10% equity by the system. If Ding Bulai wants to successfully complete the acquisition, it will be impossible without the support of the government. In addition, the city needs help communicating with the Air Traffic Control Bureau. After hearing Ding Bulai's generous investment promise, Cheng Guodong, Director Fong, and Director Wu were all shocked. Director Fong asked, how can Mr. Ding guarantee his investment commitment? Ding Bulai simply said, sign the agreement and transfer the funds to the supervision account in advance. Director Fong nodded upon hearing this and said nothing more. Obviously they agree, but they just don't want to express their opinion. Shang Guodong looked at Ding Bulai, was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice. Mr. Ding is very courageous. This is a good thing for Yunhang City. I personally support this, but it involves state-owned capital management, so the city needs to study it. Ding Bulai nodded in understanding. No problem. I just hope Secretary Chang, Director Fong, Director Wu, and the city can speed up the process. The sooner this is done, the sooner I can inject capital and improve the strength of our Yunhang Airlines as soon as possible. The lakeside of the park. Ding Bulai took Shin Xingqing for a walk. After a long while, Shin Xingqing said, Brother Bulai, do you really want to acquire Yunhang Airlines? Why, is there a problem? No. Shin Xingqing shook her head quickly, it's just that I just can't believe it. Shin Xingqing dared not and would not casually comment on Ding Bulai's business. It's just that she happened to work at Yunhang Airlines and couldn't help but ask. Ding Bulai smiled slightly, there may be something even more unbelievable next. What? I remember you mentioned before that you actually like working for the airline, right? You were a flight attendant before. Next, if you are willing, I hope you can learn about airline management. In addition, we can take advantage of this time to find out which of Yunhang Airlines executives are capable and reliable, and which are mediocre and incompetent. Shin Xingqing was startled, Brother Bulai, you want to? Ding Bulai spread his hands and said, I don't know much about aviation, and you work for Yunhang Airlines. Who else can I ask if not you? You have to help me. Brother Bulai, I can't do it. Don't underestimate yourself. Xingqing, you are actually very smart. If you like this company, then work hard here and make it a success. I believe in you. You can help me collect some information first. Ding Bulai had already planned that this investment would naturally be spent on Shin Xingqing. But he couldn't tell Shin Xingqing at the moment, for fear of scaring her. Chapter 110 I hope you can attack Lingfeng Group. Shang Guodong made rapid progress. The next day, Ding Bulai, who had worked hard all night, was still hugging Shin Xingqing in his sleep. Director Fong from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission called. It is said that Secretary Chang convened a city meeting in the morning, and the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and other relevant departments attended to report. It has been preliminarily agreed to communicate with Ding Bulai on the acquisition of Yunhang Airlines equity. The equity of Mr. Liu and Mr. J was determined by themselves through communication with Mr. Ding. The equity of the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is determined by the municipality. At the meeting, a leader proposed that Yunhang City must continue to hold shares, but it does not have to have a controlling stake. The main reason is that the city's finances really cannot afford it. Director Fong informed Ding Bulai and asked him to arrange a team to coordinate the subsequent matters. Ding Bulai was very happy, but also a little worried. His money came back too quickly and in too much amount. Now I have invested in more and more industries, although every time I spend money, it is for my woman and all the money is under her name. Said it was a gift to them. But to be honest, whether it is Yin Qingshui or Lin Jixia, Zhou Tong, and others, none of them thinks that these industries really belong to them completely. They consciously regard themselves as nominal agents. In addition, they do not have the corresponding abilities. Various docking, management and other matters require a professional team to handle. Ding Bulai couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. At this moment, a white arm came over. Brother Bulai, what's wrong? It's okay. Ding Bulai perked up, looked at his phone, and said, I'm going to the airport to pick someone up later. Shin Xingqing paused, oh, do you need me to wait for you in the hotel? Or? Ding Bulai thought for a moment and said, how about this? You come along too. I'll introduce a sister to you. Maybe you two are acquaintances. Shin Xingqing asked curiously, who is it? You'll know when you see it. The two then got up and had lunch directly at the hotel. Then drove to the airport. VIP channel exit of Yunnan Hangzhou International Airport. A young man who looked somewhat feminine stood in the middle, with 3 or 4 young men and women standing beside him. As soon as Ding Bulai and Shin Xingqing arrived here, they attracted the attention of the group of people. Ding Bulai frowned slightly, thinking it was bad luck. This group of people includes Ling Li and others. I just don't know who they are picking up at the airport. However, the person who could make the son of the richest man in Yunhang come to the airport to greet him personally must be of some importance. When Lingli saw Ding Bulai, his face looked a little unhappy. Not knowing what he was thinking of, Lingli walked in front of Ding Bulai. Boss Ding is here to pick someone up? You're not here to pick someone up at the airport, are you here to go shopping? Lingli's eyes turned cold. Boss Ding has been very successful recently. Investing in Yuntian Group is not enough, and he is planning to invest in aviation? Ding Bulai was not surprised that Lingli got the news so quickly, and smiled faintly. Fortunately, I am not as powerful as the richest man in your Yunhang city. I have only fought a small battle, and I still need to continue to learn from Ling Xiao. Lingli sneered and said, I don't dare to take the title of the richest family. Maybe one day it will fall to Mr. Ding. However, Mr. Ding has invested so much money, so he has to be careful. Don't let it go bankrupt one day. I can't help Mr. Ding. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said, Don't worry about that, young Master Ling. I'm just investing for fun and I don't plan to make money. Ding Bulai's pretentious words made Lingli vomit blood. Then I hope Mr. Ding has a good time. Lingli said this and glared at Ding Bulai fiercely, then turned his head away and ignored him. Just then, a group of people walked out from the VIP channel. Lingli and his companions hurriedly went to meet them. Ding Bulai felt a chill in his heart. The person Lingli came to greet was none other than Qin Hao, whom he had met in Shanghai, the heir of the top Qin family. I saw Lingli talking to Qin Hao enthusiastically. After a while, Qin Hao's gaze also fell on Ding Bulai. Then, Qin Hao walked over slowly. Boss Ding, what a coincidence. I don't think you're here to pick me up. Young Master Qin is coming to Yunhang, so naturally there will be someone to welcome him. It's not the turn of a small person like me. Ha, Mr. Ding is no small figure. He has invested hundreds of billions in finance in Shanghai, hundreds of billions in tourism and real estate in Yunhang, and now he has started to invest in aviation. It seems that in a few days, not to mention the richest man in Yunhang, the richest man in Longguo will be close to Mr. Ding. Qin Hao had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was deeply wary and disgusted with Ding Bulai. In less than a month, Ding Bulai came up with an investment plan of 300 billion yuan. The key point is that such people have extremely ordinary information, but extremely strong financial strength. No one knows where his money comes from. And such a person does not give face to himself or the Qin family. Now the largest group in Lianyunhang City has to start looking for external assistance. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao suppressed his dislike for Ding Bulai and said, Since we've met, how about having dinner together tonight, Mr. Ding? Ding Bulai could also sense Qin Hao and Ling Li's hostility towards him, and shook his head. People with different ideals cannot work together. Forget about the meal. I have something to do tonight. Qin Hao didn't care about Ding Bulai's rejection and said calmly, In that case, I won't force it today. But I believe that we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. After saying that, he looked deeply at Ding Bulai, then left with Ling Li and the others. Ding Bulai also frowned solemnly. The largest group in Yunhang and the top Qin family in Shanghai, are they going to unite? Moreover, it was directed at me? He couldn't help feeling a great deal of pressure. Ding Bulai no longer cares about the project or whether it makes money. What he was afraid of was that these two powerful forces together would cause him some mess. Xin Xingqing held Ding Bulai's hand tightly. Brother Bulai, I believe in you. No opponent can be your opponent. Ding Bulai gave Xin Xingqing a comforting look and called Yun Xingxue. Qin Hao came to Yunhang, and Ling Li picked him up at the airport. Did you know about this? Yun Xingxue's cold voice came. I haven't heard of this. It seems they have done a good job of keeping it secret. Is this what happened just now? Yes, I was at the airport picking someone up, I just saw it. Lingfeng Group has always wanted to take over Yuntian Group. Yun Xingxue immediately realized that the other party definitely had ill intentions. It looks like we have to speed up our project. That's right. I hope you can sign and implement the coastal tourism and old city development projects as soon as possible. In addition, I hope you can find an opportunity to snipe Lingfeng Group. Just tell me how much money you need. In addition, I may be able to help a little. I will find some evidence of their illegal activities. Yun Xingxue was silent for a while, then said, Okay, I'll make plans as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai turned to Wu Ying behind him and said, Wu-Ing, I hope you can ask Zhang Jing and the others to collect information about Wei Hu and Lingfeng Group as soon as possible. If there aren't enough people, you can find someone else. Feel free to tell me if you need any support. Wu-Ing nodded, no problem. Chapter 111 One Person, One Company. At the Yunhang Aviation Airport, two teams of neatly dressed stewardesses in skirt uniforms were walking outside together, pulling black suitcases. Many pedestrians couldn't help but look back and linger. One of the most beautiful stewardesses attracted the most attention. And I don't know if it's an illusion. There are two women next to the stewardess, who look like her attendants or bodyguards. Just as she was about to reach the exit, she seemed to see someone. A bright smile appeared on her face, then she started to jog quickly and threw herself into the arms of a handsome guy. Not bad, bro. Tong Tong, you're finally back. Zhou Tong put her arms around Ding Bulai's neck and lay on his shoulder affectionately. Brother Bolai, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this flight would take so long. I missed you so much. I miss you as well. At this moment, Xin Xingxing, who was standing next to him, came to his senses after a moment of surprise. Tong Tong, hello. Zhou Tong turned around and asked in surprise, Xingxing, why are you here too? Xin Xingxing glanced at Ding Bulai, and seeing that he did not speak, she smiled and said, Brother Bolai and I will come to pick you up. Zhou Tong broke free from Ding Bulai's arms, looked at the two of them, as if she understood something. I was panicked for a moment, but quickly forced a smile. Xingxing, you also know Brother Bulai. Ding Bulai put his arm around Zhou Tong's shoulders. Tong Tong, don't think too much. I'm just introducing you to each other so you can have more contact in the future. Xin Xingxing knew that she was just a kept woman, and she was prepared for the possibility that Ding Bulai had other women. Although she knew the other person, she was able to quickly adjust her attitude and smiled in a flattering manner. Tong Tong, I've heard that Brother Bulai has a girlfriend who is a flight attendant, but I didn't expect it to be you. We sisters should communicate more in the future. There are many things I want to ask you for advice on. Zhou Tong also calmed down from her initial panic. She knew Xin Xingxing. After all, they were both well-known beautiful stewardesses in the same company. However, their relationship was neither good nor bad before, so they were not very familiar with each other. I didn't expect that my good brother could also win the heart of this Yunhang Airlines flower. Although she felt some resentment in her heart, she also knew that Ding Bulai would only have more women, not fewer. Take a deep breath. Zhou Tong walked up to Xin Xingxing and took her hand. Xingxing, we are sisters from now on. There's no need to be so formal. Come to think of it, I've always envied your fair skin. You'll have to teach me how to maintain it in the future. Xin Xingxing also smiled and said, Tong Tong, you have a better figure. I heard that you practice yoga and fitness. I will learn more from you in the future. Seeing that the two of them were quickly chatting together, Ding Bulai breathed a sigh of relief and walked between them. Okay, Tong Tong has been exhausted after just getting off the plane. Let's go first and have dinner together in the evening. At this time, many people around were paying attention to this side. After all, it's hard not to attract attention when two top beauties are together. Xin Xingxing and Zhou Tong naturally had no objection and followed Ding Bulai out. Let us send Zhou Tong home together first. Zhou Tong and the two female bodyguards assigned to her all had to be settled and packed up. Xin Xingxing and her bodyguards also helped enthusiastically. Soon, everyone packed up and Zhou Tong changed into casual clothes. So, Ding Bulai, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, saw two tall beauties, also wearing dresses, standing in front of him. One red dress and one white dress. They are both tall and well-proportioned, and are both top beauties with a 100% turning head rate. Ding Bulai was also in a good mood. Come on, I'll take you to a big dinner today. Zhou Tong and Xin Xingxing smiled at each other, took Ding Bulai's arms on each side, and got into the Rolls-Royce driven by Zhang Jing. Ding Bulai and his bodyguards' cars have all been upgraded to newer models. All the cars in Shanghai have been transported back to Yunhang. The car drove towards the hotel. Just then, Ding Bulai's cell phone rang. Hey, Brother Bolai, are you busy? Jiang Lulu's voice was particularly clear in the closed car. Ding Bulai lowered his voice unnaturally. Something's up. What's up, Lulu? Jiang Lulu's voice contained a hint of grievance. Brother Bolai, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you. Ding Bulai felt a little embarrassed. Although Xin Xingxing and Zhou Tong beside him were looking out of the car window on the left and right. But the pricked ears made it obvious that the two were listening quietly. I'll come find you after I'm done with my work these 2 days. By the way, how's your work going lately? Don't worry, Brother Bulai, I won't embarrass you. Even though it's difficult, I'm working hard to learn. Although Jiang Lulu is rich now, she clearly feels the inadequacy of her abilities. Ever since the last time a bar sister seduced Brother Bulai in his own home, Jiang Lulu basically has no contact with her old friends. Now that I have started working, the people I meet are either returnees from overseas or masters and doctoral students from prestigious universities. I used to work as a receptionist and bar girl, and I always felt overwhelmed when dealing with these people. Fortunately, Yun Qingxua arranged a relatively easy job for her and also had someone to accompany her. This made her feel a lot more relaxed. But she also understood that if she wanted to stay with Brother Bulai for a long time, she couldn't just rely on others to lead her. She also needs to keep growing. If Jiang Lulu didn't really want to call Ding Bulai, she wouldn't have wanted to. I could feel a hint of sadness in Jiang Lulu's tone. Ding Bulai also felt a little guilty. However, he just let Zhou Tong and Xin Xingqing meet today, and he didn't want to add another one. Lulu is so good. How about this, I'll come to see you after I finish my work in the next 2 days. Jiang Lulu said a few more words and then hung up the phone. The atmosphere in the car fell into silence. At this time, Zhou Tong suddenly said, "That's not bad, brother. Why don't you let Sister Lulu come over as well?" Xin Xingqing considered herself a kept man, so it was difficult for her to express her opinion, but she obviously did not object. Ding Bulai shook his head. "Forget it. Today we are here to welcome Tong Tong and introduce you two to each other. As for Lulu, I will go to see her another day." Zhou Tong was delighted, as this showed that she still held a very high position in Brother Bulai's heart. Several people came to the hotel. While waiting for the food to be served, Ding Bulai said, "In addition to introducing you to each other today, I also want to tell you something, Tong Tong. I plan to acquire Yunhang Airlines. I remember that you were going to resign, Tong Tong. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to go to work. If you want to go to work, you can continue to work, or you can choose a sinecure." Zhou Tong was shocked. I didn't expect that after I had been on a business trip for a few days, Brother Bulai would make such a big move. However, I have seen Ding Bulai give away a building without blinking an eye. Zhou Tong accepted it very quickly. "That's fine, bro. If you want me to continue working here, I can do that." Ding Bulai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, you can arrange your own work later. What I want to say is, because I want to give each of you a company." Chapter 112, A Big Day in Yunhang City. Ding Bulai also discovered that these women of his actually all wanted to help him. Also to be worthy of myself. Although he doesn't need to. But he will support it. He planned to have the acquisition of the airline company registered under Xin Xingqing's name. Zhou Tong currently only has a small building worth 1.8 billion yuan. Therefore, in order to achieve some balance, she wanted to acquire the airline and then invest in other related supporting industries under Zhou Tong's name. For example, airports and also companies engaged in aviation research and production. He also figured it out. He had no shortage of money anyway, so since he was investing, he might as well invest big and make the investment project a success. After all, these projects are just for fun, but others may not think so. If the project is not done well, it will affect all aspects. After hearing Ding Bulai's plan, Xin Xingqing and Zhou Tong were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. Ding Bulai did not wait for the two to say no and said directly, "You don't need to say anything else. This is my arrangement for you. I hope you won't refuse. It doesn't matter whether you do a good job or not. Besides, Tong Tong should have experience. The industry is under your name, but you don't have to manage it yourself. Just find some professionals to do it." At this time, Zhou Tong's eyes were moist and she suddenly threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms. "Don't worry, Brother Bulai. I will listen to everything you say." Thank you, Brother Bulai. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me in my life. I love you, and I realize that I can never leave you." Ding. Zhou Tong's favorability +3, current favorability 100. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 until death favorability with Goddess Zhou Tong. Now you are rewarded with a peaceful and clear platform. Calming and bright platform, it can activate the host's brain to the maximum extent, making the host calm, ethereal, intelligent, and clever. Do you want to use it now? Ding Bulai was overjoyed. I didn't expect there would be a pleasant surprise today. Ever since Jiang Lulu's favorability reached 100, she rewarded herself with a physical enhancement. There will no longer be a woman whose favorability reaches 100. Of course, Ding Bulai also understood that it was not an easy task to make a woman's favorability towards him reach 100%. I didn't expect that my plan today would completely win Zhou Tong's heart. Ding Bulai couldn't wait to say secretly, use it. Ding Bulai only felt a stream of fresh air flowing into his mind. Let yourself feel refreshed and your whole body shiver. After just a few seconds, Ding Bulai just felt that he was still himself, but not completely the same person as before. He is still himself, but now he feels that he sees things completely differently. In the private room, I can keenly notice some tiny details. There were also many things that I couldn't understand and knowledge that I couldn't remember before, which suddenly became much clearer. My brain suddenly became clear. This feeling is so wonderful and refreshing. Xin Xingxing saw Zhou Tong buried in Ding Bulai's arms, and Ding Bulai hugged Zhou Tong with a smile on his face. She felt that she was extremely lucky. Among the friends I knew before, some of them wanted to marry rich second-generation men, but none of them was as good to his woman as brother Bolai was. He also came over and hugged Ding Bulai. Not bad, bro. Ding Bulai came back to his senses and hugged two beauties on his left and right, feeling indescribably satisfied. After dinner, several people did not return to anyone's home. They were all a little moved and found a hotel nearby. In the presidential suite, although Zhou Tong and Xin Xingxing were shy, they looked at each other and walked into the bathroom one after another. After a while, two beautiful stewardesses wearing sexy underwear came out. Ding Bulai's eyes were burning with anger and he pounced on him instantly. Today is a big day for the entire Yunhang city. Yunhang city has been making a lot of moves recently, which has attracted the attention of the province and even the country. Today, many planes and high-speed trains to Yunhang are full. Relevant departments and media from surrounding cities, provinces and countries have come to Yunhang. Banquet Hall of Yunhang Guest House. The city's top leader Chang Guodong spoke eloquently at the podium. In recent years, Yunhang has actively simplified administrative procedures, optimized the business environment, improved supporting services, strengthened support for various industries in a targeted manner, and promoted the implementation of a number of major projects. Today, we will launch a series of major projects, opening a new chapter for Yunhang City to become a first-class city in China and a strong economic city. Next, we will officially enter the signing phase. First, Yunhang City will build a first-class domestic and even international coastal resort city and launch a coastal island tourism and resort project, which will be invested by Yuntian Group with a total investment of 70 billion yuan. Secondly, Yunhang City will launch an urban renovation and upgrading plan, with the old city renovation as the first step. The first old city renovation project will also be invested and constructed by Yuntian Group, with an initial investment of 60 billion yuan. In addition, we will also restructure Yunhang Airlines, and Ms. Xin Xingxing will invest no less than 150 billion yuan to build Yunhang Airlines into a first-class domestic airline. 60 billion, 70 billion, 150 billion. These outrageous amounts of money are all nuclear-level projects for Yunhang, a second-tier city. Chang Guodong's face flushed, and he said excitedly. Finally, there's even better news. Lingfeng Group, the largest enterprise in Yunhang City, will cooperate with Qinshi in Shanghai City. Both parties will jointly invest no less than 250 billion yuan in Yunhang City to develop real estate and tourism projects and build a chip industry. Wow! Everyone in the venue was stunned. Hundreds of billions are shocking enough. But what is even more shocking is the cooperation between Lingfeng Group and the Qin family, one of the top families in Shanghai. And Yunhang City's investment from the Qin family is a great political achievement for the entire Yunhang City leadership team. This is also a huge benefit for Lingfeng Group. As soon as Cheng Guodong made the announcement, Lingfeng Group's stock price soared to the daily limit in the stock market. Yun Qingxue frowned slightly, but Ding Bulai next to her remained calm. What he fears least is having more money than others. It has been a long time since he last took advantage of the system's double cashback, but he had given the investment money to Yun Qingxue and others in advance. He now has more than 320 billion in his account. He would not let Ling Li and Qin Hao, two guys who were obviously targeting him, succeed easily. After Chang Guodong finished speaking, Yun Qingxue and others went on stage one by one to sign the contracts. Although Ding Bulai did not appear in public, there was no information about him in the news. But many leaders and entrepreneurs present at the scene knew that behind Yuntian Group and the new face Shin Qingqing was the mysterious and wealthy Mr. Ding. So, at the cocktail party after the press conference, Ding Bulai had to deal with everyone who came to say hello. Chang Guodong also introduced the leaders of relevant provincial and national departments. At this moment, Ding Bulai also really began to have his own connections in the government. Even though this was just a first acquaintance, just the beginning, it also meant that Ding Bulai had truly begun to enter a certain class. Chapter 113 John Lulu is so good. After the cocktail party, Ding Bulai asked Shin Qingqing, Jun Xingshuet and others to go back on their own. I came to John Lulu's villa. Come to think of it, it has been nearly half a month since I last came to John Lulu's place. As soon as she entered the door, John Lulu, wearing a sexy nightgown, excitedly threw herself into Ding Bulai's arms. Not bad, bro, I thought you weren't coming tonight. Ding Bulai patted John Lulu's bare back and said gently. I said I'd come to see you today, and I will. I've been a little busy lately, so I'm sorry for ignoring you. Ding Bulai felt ashamed in his heart, but spoke with guilt on the surface. Ding Bulai now admires some of the time management masters he has seen in the news before. Why do others manage their time so well and not miss anyone? It's okay. I know I'm busy. I just miss you and I'm afraid you don't want me anymore. How could that be? Lulu is so pretty and well behaved. I can't love her enough. John Lulu hugged Ding Bulai tightly, as if afraid that he would run away. Ding Bulai comforted her. It's okay. I'm here to accompany you today. I'm going to take a shower first. John Lulu reluctantly let go of her hand. Yeah. Ding Bulai walked into the bathroom. While I was taking a shower, suddenly, the bathroom door was opened. Ding Bulai quickly turned around and saw John Lulu taking off her pajamas and walking in wearing a sexy silver underwear. As the water from the shower splashed onto her body, her panties became even tighter. Ding Bulai's eyes were fiery, and John Lulu walked up to Ding Bulai shyly but with a proud look on her face. Not bad, brother. I'll help you wash it. Ding Bulai felt his mouth dry and nodded subconsciously, okay. John Lulu squeezed some shower gel on her hands and then carefully washed Ding Bulai. All over. Ding Bulai's body was soon covered with bubbles. John Lulu lowered her head shyly and put some bubbles on herself. A leather mat was taken out from the corner of the bathroom. Soon, Ding Bulai felt the plots of some small films he had occasionally watched before. Bubble bath. When I watched it before, I felt very happy. I didn't expect that it would be even more exciting when I experienced it in person. That night, Ding Bulai just felt that it was so great to have a girlfriend who knew how to serve him. It was usually John Lulu who took the initiative. Ding Bulai didn't have to do anything himself at the beginning. Later, Ding Bulai excitedly jumped onto the horse and exerted all his might. After finishing, Ding Bulai said with a wicked smile. Lulu, you are very relaxed today. Although John Lulu was shy, she still mustered up the courage to say, Are you happy, brother? Of course I'm happy. I'm extremely satisfied. I never realized before that you are so capable. John Lulu's eyes flashed with joy, and she whispered, I've been learning on the computer recently. Ding Bulai happily put his arm around John Lulu's shoulders. Not bad, not bad. Lulu is becoming more and more likable. As long as Brother Bulai doesn't despise me, I'm willing to do anything for Brother Bulai. John Lulu said firmly. John Lulu hasn't seen Brother Bulai for half a month. It's impossible for her to say that she is not nervous. Although they are in contact on Green Bubble every day, she now works in Yun Qingshue's company, and from time to time she hears people mention the handsome Mr. Ding who the beautiful President Yun Qingshue has been getting close to recently. And she also heard that there were always some beautiful women around Mr. Ding that she had never seen before. She wanted to find Bulaigu, but was afraid of annoying him. I couldn't help it, so I called him yesterday to express how much I missed Ding Bulai. Fortunately, my efforts are worth it. Brother Bulai is very satisfied and she is also content. Ding Bulai could sense a hint of uneasiness in John Lulu's heart. He hugged her tenderly and said, Lulu, don't worry, I will always be by your side. By the way, how are your mother and brother now? John Lulu said gratefully, speaking of them, I really want to thank Brother Bulai so much. Wenjie's billiard hall is very popular now, and my mother goes there to help from time to time. They now have a car and a house, and they live well in their hometown. I heard that many neighbors want to introduce a girlfriend to Wenjie. Ding Bulai nodded, that's good. Just tell me if you have any questions, don't be afraid of trouble. I will always be your strongest supporter. Jian Lulu was so moved that she buried herself in Ding Bulai's arms. Ding Bulai was excited and was preparing for another battle when the phone on the bedside table next to him suddenly rang. Ding Bulai took it and saw that it was a call from Su Wen. Ding Bulai couldn't help but think of Wen Xiao, the man he met in Shanghai who liked his sports car and was Zhou Xiaotong's bootlicker. Hey, Su Wen, why are you calling so late? Brother, help me. What's wrong? Do you still need my help, Mr. Wen? This is really an emergency. Brother, I remember you had a good relationship with Xiaotang, right? Something happened to her. Ding Bulai sat up immediately and asked, what happened to Xiaotang? She was badly bullied in the live broadcast room. As a top domestic car model, Zhou Xiaotang not only participates in some activities. Live streaming is also one of her important jobs. Moreover, live streaming can continue to attract traffic and popularity, and help consolidate her position in the car model industry. And because of the support of the bootlicker Su Wen, Zhou Xiaotang has always been popular, and not many people dare to make trouble. However, despite this, it cannot stop all kinds of competitors. Tonight, Zhou Xiaotang met one of her strong competitors, Sun Ning, during the live broadcast. Sun Ning connected with Zhou Xiaotang and continued to mock and provoke him in the live broadcast room. Zhou Xiaotang was so angry that the two started a PK. It's just that although Sun Ning had many big brothers supporting him in the past, he was nothing compared to Zhou Xiaotang. But unexpectedly, Sun Ning was obviously well prepared today. After 3 consecutive PKs, Zhou Xiaotang was almost killed instantly with a large score. Even with the help of Su Wen and some friends, they were still unable to win. After Sun Ning won, he made Zhou Xiaotang perform many physical or insulting punishments. Su Wen couldn't hold it any longer, so he called Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai logged into the Maoya platform as soon as possible. As soon as he logged in, he saw the live broadcast rooms of Ningning and Xiaotang, which were ranked first and second on the popularity list on the homepage. The cool level 75 special effects entered Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room with the name of Brother Bulai. The live broadcast room with red eyes seemed to have seen someone to rely on, and shouted excitedly. Welcome Brother Bulai to Xiaotang's live broadcast room. As soon as Ding Bulai saw Zhou Xiaotang's look, he became angry. Zhou Xiaotang's clothes were a little messy because of sweat, and not only that, there was a small note stuck on one side of his face. There was a cross drawn on the other side of his face with a black pen. At this time, on the other side of the screen, a girl with a rather delicate face shouted arrogantly. Why, another big brother is here. So what? Keep coming. No matter how many big brothers you come, the result will be the same. You will lose. However, I can give you a chance. Zhou Xiaotang, as long as you put a label on your homepage saying that I am not as good as Sun Ning, I will let you go. Zhou Xiaotang hasn't spoken yet. Ding Bulai angrily typed, take it, and you have to open 10 in a row, and the punishment will increase with each one. Don't worry, you won't lose as long as I'm here. Chapter 114 PK Sun Ning. Ding. Goddess information detected. Name, Sun Ning. Age, 22. Height, 174 centimeters. Rating, 90. Number of drivers, 3. Favorability, 0. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. No. Ding Bulai looked at Sun Ning on the phone screen. She was indeed pretty. But if anyone dares to bully him, he will definitely make him pay. Wow, the rich man is here. Isn't this the big brother from Tonton's live broadcast room? How come he came to support my Xiaotang? Brother Bulai came to Xiaotang's live broadcast room last week and gave him millions of tips. Who is this? Is he awesome? You don't even know the rich Bulaigu, you are too lame. Although Brother Bulai doesn't come to the platform very often, every time he comes he becomes a legend. At this time, a high-level account named Wen Xiao also spoke excitedly. Brother, you are finally here, that's great. Obviously, this is Su Wen's account. Ding Bulai replied, well, let me do it next. Seeing Ding Bulai's comments, Zhou Xiaotang suddenly felt reassured. I will listen to Brother Bulai. Zhou Xiaotang, are you still capable? If not, just admit defeat. Sun Ning, come at me if you have the guts. Don't just talk tough. Okay, Zhou Xiaotang, you've pissed me off. Sun Ning's face was fierce, don't think you can handle it just because you have a new big brother. Let me tell you, I have plenty of big brothers here. Let's have another round of the overall rankings, and the loser will have a turtle painted on his face. Zhou Xiaotang did not back down. Come on, I'll open it. After saying that, Zhou Xiaotang immediately restarted the PK. The green blood bar above Sun Ning's head suddenly covered the entire screen. Although there were gifts constantly flowing into Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room, most of them were small gifts of small amounts. The strongest one is Su Wen's account Wen Xiao, who gave out 50 carnivals at once. This time it's 1.5 million points. However, Sun Ning is indeed very strong, with 3 or 4 times more points than Zhou Xiaotang. There are at least a dozen high-level accounts participating in the carnival. There are also hundreds of accounts with pictures of sports cars, yachts and the like. Thank you, Mr. Wen, for the carnival. Thank you, Brother K, for the sports car. Thank you, Sister Momo, for the plane. Following Zhou Xiaotang's thanks one by one. Ding Bulai also moved his fingers. He discovered that he had a few exclusive gifts for the Supreme at the maximum level. Soon, a large number of gift special effects appeared on the barrage. User Bo Ligo gave away Starry Sky Love 10. User Bo Ligo gave away Starry Sky Love 10. User Bo Ligo gave away Cloud Sea Secret Realm 10. User Bo Ligo gave away Cloud Sea Secret Realm 10. Each gift given by Ding Bulai is worth no less than 40,000 points, or 4,000 yuan. There is also a chance to get up to 66,666 points. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Thank you, Brother Bulai, for sending me Starry Sky Love. Thank you, Brother Bulai, for sending me the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. Wow, you are indeed a rich man. Brother, take me flying. Awesome, the score has caught up. In less than a minute, Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room reached 30 million points, which is equivalent to more than 3 million yuan in cash. Sun Ning's live broadcast room also has nearly 30 million points, so it's obvious that there are many rich people there. However, Sun Ning's live broadcast room quickly increased the amount of gifts as he clearly felt Zhou Xiaotang's strength. I saw the points rising rapidly. In the bedroom of a luxury house, a middle-aged man was rapidly tapping on his cell phone. At the same time, I was chatting with a green bubble on another phone. Brother Wang, the new boss over there is quite fierce. I am counting on you today. No matter how powerful the other party is, he is just one person. I have prepared 50 million today, and I have several friends to help me. Just relax. Brother Wang, I believe in you. Once we defeat Zhou Xiaotang this time, our company will definitely become the top media company. I think you are going to be the top car model, but it doesn't matter. Just remember that it was the company that trained you. Brother Wang, don't worry. If I get better, it will be good for the company. Besides, I've given you everything. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Just focus on broadcasting first. I'll take care of the rest. Yes, okay, Brother Wang. Putting down the phone, the man sneered and continued tapping on the phone in his hand. I also sent messages to several friends. At this time, in Sun Ning's live broadcast room, carnivals with high points and special event gifts passed by one after another. Sun Ning's points were also rising rapidly, 40 million, 50 million, 70 million, and 90 million. Awesome, really awesome. Is today a special day? It seems that Maoya officials didn't say there was an event today? How come a PK is so fierce? Shit, it's almost 100 million points, that's $10 million. Sun Ning came prepared today. Zhou Xiaotang is not bad either, he has been following closely behind. But Zhou Xiaotang is a bit miserable. There is only one big brother who keeps brushing, and Brother Wen Xiao is scattered here and there. The discussion in the live broadcast room was heated at this time, and the popularity was rising rapidly. At this time, Sun Ning's live broadcast room had become the most popular in the time period, with more than 200,000 people in the room. Zhou Xiaotang is relatively inferior, ranking second in popularity, with 150,000 people in his live broadcast room. Ding Bulai was somewhat dissatisfied. This was too slow and too tiring for his fingers. Are there no expensive gifts? At this moment, the platform seemed to have guessed Ding Bulai's thoughts. A prompt suddenly popped up on the phone. Dear guest Brother Bulai, since your cumulative reward amount on the platform exceeds 50 million, you are now presented with exclusive gifts, Tianxian Wu worth 88,888 points and Qianian Zillion worth 100,000 points. At the same time, the number of gifts for a single reward is increased from 10 to 100. I wish you a happy time on the platform. Ding Bulai's eyes lit up and he clicked without hesitation. User Bulai Gu gave away Tian Xian Wu 100. User Bulai Gu gave away Tian Xian Wu 100. Each gift gives away 8.88 million points, which is 880,000 yuan. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room's points exceeded 100 million, surpassing Sun Ning. User Bulai Gu is giving away 100 years of love 100. User Bulai Gu is giving away 100 years of love 100. Is this a new gift? It's amazing, Zhou Xiaotang is amazing. That's right, brother is awesome. Mr. Shenhao, look at me. I want to give birth to a baby for you. When Sun Ning saw that his points were overtaken, he also sped up the pace of giving gifts, but the PK time happened to be up. Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room surpassed Sun Ning's live broadcast room with 160 million points, which was 130 million points. Zhou Xiaotang's cheeks flushed with excitement. Thank you, brother Bulai. No, bro. I love you. Then he said to the other end. Sun Ning, you lost, you can start accepting your punishment. Sun Ning obviously hadn't reacted to the score yet and sat blankly in front of the live broadcast room. After hearing Zhou Xiaotang's words, he said with a little reluctance. Punishment is punishment. You have lost 3 or 4 times, and I only lost once. Chapter 115 Unprecedented PK. Sun Ning accepted the punishment very happily and drew a real turtle on his right cheek. Zhou Xiaotang, you lost 4 games, and I only lost 1, so I still won. Let's continue and bet bigger. Do you dare? No. Zhou Xiaotang refused decisively. I want to remove the punishment on my face first. At this time, Zhou Xiaotang had stickers on one side of his face and something drawn on the other side. Sun Ning also felt that the turtle on his face was ugly. Okay, but I have to raise the bet. The winner can not only remove the punishment that has already been imposed on him, but also make another request to the other party. Can. Okay, Zhou Xiaotang, if you lose, just post a video exposing one of your own shortcomings. As Sun Ning spoke, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xiaotang sneered, no problem, but you lose, the same requirement applies to you. Okay, I got it. 10 minutes later, Sun Ning looked at the score of 260 million in the live broadcast room with a grim expression. In Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room, 300 million points stimulated her eyes. Come again. Good. Another 10 minutes later, Sun Ning could hardly control his expression. 500 million points, $50 million, and still not enough to win a live PK match. In the bedroom of the mansion, the middle-aged man named Mr. Wang also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He no longer had the time to reply to the constant messages from his friends. He lost 3 games in a row, and the stakes were getting bigger and bigger. If he didn't win back one game, all the money he invested in Sun Ning would be wasted. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Wang made a phone call. At this time, in a high-end club in Yunhang City. Ling Feng and a few local young men accompanied Qin Hao and others in the private room as they continued to play music and dance. At this time, the phone of a rich second-generation man next to Qin Hao rang. After he answered it, he listened for a while and then hung up angrily. Then he came to Qin Hao helplessly and whispered a few words. Brother Bulai? Ding Bulai? Yes. It's him. Although Sun Ning is a car model for Mr. Wang's company, both Mr. Wang and Sun Ning have the support of some rich young men in Shanghai. Qin Hao also knew about and supported the suppression of Zhou Xiaotang in advance. Who made Zhou Xiaotang stay with Ding Bulai when he was in Shanghai? At this time, Ling Li also heard Ding Bulai's name and looked over curiously. The rich second generation briefly explained the situation. Ling Li said angrily, Master Qin, Master Hu, this Ding Bulai is just a troublemaker. Qin Hao raised his hand and said playfully, this is perfect, I am going to hook him. What's more, Mr. Wang's company has been cooperating with Maoya for a long time. Everyone laughed at once. Zhou Xiaotang is opening his own studio. It seems that the cooperation contract with Maoya is only the lowest level, with a maximum return of 20%. We get 60%. Then have some fun with this Mr. Ding and make him lose some money. Ha ha ha. Along with the laughter in the private room, more than 20 high-level and even max-level accounts suddenly flooded into Sun Ning's live broadcast room. Sun Ning had already received the message from President Wang and shouted excitedly. Welcome, Mr. Qin. Welcome, Mr. Hu. Welcome, Mr. Ling. Welcome. Fuck, what's going on? Maoya's legendary emperor gang. It was so worth watching the live broadcast today. There are so many big guys, it's so fierce. Zhou Xiaotang is in danger. Brother Bulai is alone. Even if there is a young master one, he will be defeated. Zhou Xiaotang also quickly learned about the situation in Sun Ning's live broadcast room and looked at the camera with some concern. But soon, Ding Bulai's shining bullet screen passed by. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of rabble. What a fucking mob. Brother Bulai is too domineering. We should be like Brother Bulai. If we don't agree, we will fight. Fuck them, they're not afraid of anything. Zhou Xiaotang breathed a sigh of relief. Somehow, she always had a feeling in her heart that as long as it didn't go against what Lai Gu said, there would be no problem. This is also the reason why she was willing to be Brother Bulai's woman after meeting him once or twice in Shanghai. She trusts her sixth sense. At this time, Sun Ning's proud voice came. Zhou Xiaotang, it's almost midnight now. How about this? Everyone needs to rest. Let's play one last round. Zhou Xiaotang nodded, okay. At this time, Ding Bulai's comment floated across the screen, PK for a longer time. Zhou Xiaotang immediately said, Sun Ning, each time before was 10 minutes, I believe you are also dissatisfied, let's take a little longer in the last round, so that everyone can show their strengths, how about it? Sun Ning had this plan in mind, and he said happily, no problem, then half an hour. Can. The final round will determine the winner. The loser will change his name and label. If you lose, add brackets after your name I surrender to Sun Ning and write in your label that Sun Ning is the #1 car model and I am #2. The same goes for me if I lose. Zhou Xiaotang's face was solemn at this time. If I lose this time, it will not only be a matter of shame, I will basically never be able to raise my head in front of the opponent. Zhou Xiaotang said slowly and firmly, okay. Sun Ning's eyes lit up with joy, come on, I'll drive this one. In the bedroom of the villa, Jiang Lulu was still sleeping soundly beside Ding Bulai, exhausted. Ding Bulai tapped the screen of his mobile phone quickly. User Bulai Gu gave away Tian Xian Wu 100. User Bulai Gu gave away Tian Xian Wu 100. If you send a gift once per second, your points will increase by 10 million. Just 1 second, costs 1 million. The points in Sun Ning's live broadcast room were also very fierce, not inferior to Zhou Xiaotang's at all. In 1 minute, Zhou Xiaotang scored 600 million points. Sun Ning, 700 million points. At this time, almost 80% of the people online on the entire Maoya platform flocked into the live broadcast room of the two. Everyone stared in amazement at the non-stop dazzling gift effects in the two live broadcast rooms. In the back end of Maoya, the general manager of the company was on duty in person. Leaders of all sizes were crowded in the company. All the programmers in the company, bald or not, had been urgently called to the company. With full efforts to ensure that these matches almost exceed the peak traffic of Maoya's annual carnival. In 3 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 1.6 billion points and Sun Ning had 1.8 billion points. In 5 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 2.5 billion points and Sun Ning had 2.8 billion points. In 10 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 5.5 billion points, and Sun Ning had 5.9 billion points. In just 10 minutes, both parties invested more than 500 million yuan each. After about 5 minutes, the entire internet was going crazy. The news about the live PK on the Maoya platform has spread across various online platforms like a whirlwind. The hundreds of millions of dollars in rewards are enough to go down in the history of Longwei's live broadcast industry. Moreover, it has just begun, and no one knows how many points this PK will score in the end. At this moment, the points in Sun Ning's live broadcast room quickly rose again, as if he had taken medicine. In one go, Zhou Xiaotang was left far behind. Chapter 116 Reward Live Broadcast Platform. In a high-end club. Xinhao, Lingli and others, although watching the points in Sun Ning's live broadcast room rise rapidly, the expressions on their faces were not relaxed. Several of their accounts had just unlocked the limit on the number of accounts, and with so many people, they easily surpassed Ding Bulai's side. But a gift worth 10 million points per second means spending 1 million per second. Even if 600,000 can be returned later, 400,000 still needs to be spent. Although they are second-generation rich, few of them can afford to spend 400,000 yuan in 1 second. Except for a few people like Xinhao and Lingli. At this moment, Maoya platforms seem to be afraid that they had not brushed enough. A pop-up window appears again. Since you have given too many gifts, in order to improve your live broadcast experience, we have unlocked super nuclear level gifts, God's Scepter and Hongmeng Scepter. God's Scepter, worth 1 million points piece, price, 100,000 yuan piece. Hongmeng Divine Staff, price, 5 million credits piece, price, 500,000 yuan piece. Fuck, this is going to cost someone's life. Maoya is such a fucking dog. Several of the second generation rich couldn't help but yell and curse. Qin Hao and Ling Li looked at each other solemnly. On the other side, Ding Bulai, who was frowning, suddenly had his eyes light up and he chose the Hongmeng staff without hesitation. As a result, the live broadcast room, including the entire platform, quickly flashed with exaggerated magic wand special effects. User Bo Lai Gu gave away Hongmeng Scepter Event Gift 100 in Xiaotong's live broadcast room. User Bo Lai Gu gave away Hongmeng Scepter Event Gift 100 in Xiaotong's live broadcast room. Wow, what kind of gift is this? It looks so awesome. Damn, these points are rising so fast. It has increased dozens of times compared to before. How expensive is this? Netizens were almost stunned at this time, and could only instinctively look at the gift special effects in the live broadcast room. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room gained 30 billion points, with an average of 100 gifts sent per second. This means that someone spent 3 billion to send gifts in Zhou Xiaotang's live broadcast room. And the person who gave the gift was undoubtedly only one person. At this moment, everyone looked at Brother Bo Lai's name with some fear. The entire Maoya platform may not have so much money. And now, this shocking name is still being displayed desperately. After only 4 or 5 minutes, the points in Zhou Xiaotong's live broadcast room reached 100 billion. Then it slowly stopped. Everyone was extremely shocked by this result. Qin Hao and others in the club had almost turned purple in the face. At this time, they also gave Sun Ning more than 60 billion in gifts, which means that 6 billion in cash had been spent. At this moment, a rich second generation hung up the phone and hurriedly said loudly, "Mr. Qin, we have already communicated. We will directly return 90% of the reward this time. The platform will only take 10% and pay taxes. Lao Wang's union and Sun Ning himself will not receive any commission." Very good. Now let's see how Ding Bulai can play. The second generation rich people in the club all laughed, and Ling Li wiped the cold sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qin Hao was also relieved, he still said solemnly, "Even so, we still need to speed up the mobilization of funds. After all, the refund can only be made afterwards, and the rewards we can use now are real cash. I hope everyone will take action. After all, it only takes 1 day for the money to be back in everyone's pocket. Also, if we win this time, I will never forget everyone's contribution." When this was mentioned, everyone's faces suddenly became gloomy again. They are rich, but they take out tens of millions, hundreds of millions or even billions of cash as rewards at once. Even some large corporate groups cannot do it in a short period of time. Fortunately, some preparations were made in advance and under the pressure of Qin Hao. Everyone was hurriedly making phone calls and sending text messages. Ling Li also gritted his teeth and asked the company's finance department to transfer the funds as soon as possible. In the live broadcast room, 20 minutes had passed after half an hour of PK. At this time, Zhou Xiaotong's points reached nearly 300 billion. After a period of stagnation, Sun Ning's live broadcast room grew rapidly and reached more than 200 billion. Ding Bulai also noticed that his opponent was catching up, and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. His fingers were almost cramping. In 21 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 320 billion and Sun Ning had 240 billion. In 22 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 350 billion and Sun Ning had 260 billion. In 25 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 435 billion and Sun Ning had 360 billion. In 27 minutes, Zhou Xiaotang had 485 billion and Sun Ning had 450 billion. "Mr. Qin, I have no money." "Mr. Qin, I have no money either." There are more than a dozen rich second generations, including Ling Li, the so-called richest man in Yunhang, and Qin Hao, the heir of the Qin family, one of the top families in Shanghai. The others are also children of top wealthy families. In 27 minutes, 45 billion cash was raised as rewards in the live broadcast room late at night. This achievement is not an exaggeration. But unfortunately, his opponent was Ding Bulai, who had cheats. In the last minute or two, except for Qin Hao and the other two rich second generations who were still reluctantly giving gifts occasionally, the cards of other people, including Ling Li, were empty. 30 minutes later, the PK ended. Zhou Xiaotang's points are 578 billion. Sun Ning's points, 520 billion. When the results came out, Qin Hao couldn't help himself any longer and overturned the table in front of him in the private room, and the drinks on the table shattered to the ground. On the other side, Ding Bulai rubbed his sore and cramped fingers and hurried to the bathroom. I've been wanting to go to the toilet for a long time, but I didn't dare to go for half an hour. The live broadcast room and the entire internet have gone crazy. Countless netizens were frantically sharing the news and videos of this PK. Sun Ning's face was pale at this time, and he said stupidly, "Impossible, impossible." Zhou Xiaotang was already crying with excitement. Ding! Zhou Xiaotang's favorability increased by 40, and the current favorability is 91 infatuated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Zhou Xiaotang, and you will be awarded 100% equity of Maya platform. Ding Bulai, who was using the toilet, was stunned for a moment. Zhou Xiaotang's favorability increased, so he was not surprised that his strategy was successful. Unexpectedly, as soon as I spent money on rewards, the system gave me the live broadcast platform. Isn't this just giving money to yourself? However, when Ding Bulai looked at the balance of more than 400 billion in his bank account, he felt no longer worried. Money is just a bunch of numbers. However, the live streaming platform seems to be worth playing with. Pursing his lips, Ding Bulai opened the message Zhou Xiaotang had just sent. Brother Bulai, I'm going to Yunhang tomorrow. Would it be convenient for you to show me around? Ding Bulai's eyes lit up. Of course it's convenient. Send me the flight number and I'll pick you up then. Zhou Xiaotang immediately booked a flight for tomorrow on his mobile phone and sent the flight information to Ding Bulai. Just then, another new message came on the phone. Lin Jixia, Jr., the financial company, and Mr. Wu have almost reached an agreement. Mr. Wu is going to go back to Yunhang with me tomorrow, and we will discuss the contract in person. Chapter 117 Return in 1 month. The morning sun is warm and comfortable. What was even more comfortable was that Ding Bulai was hugging the naked Jiang Lulu next to him. The fair and smooth skin and the well-displayed figure made Ding Bulai feel happy when he woke up. Ning! Brother Bulai, you are awake. Little lazy cat, don't you see what time it is? Jiang Lulu blushed when she thought of last night's initiative and madness. Not bad, bro. I'll go make you breakfast. No need, the bodyguards are already prepared. For Wu Ying and others, taking over Ding Bulai's security work is simply the easiest task they have ever done. These bodyguards often cook for themselves and also help these women cook. Although sometimes it's not necessary. Jiang Lulu's heartbeat quickened at this moment. I'm so embarrassed. Get out of here. I need to get up and change my clothes. Hey, no need. Because, I want to eat you now. Ding Bulai grinned wickedly, turned over and pressed Jiang Lulu under him. Not bad, bro. Jiang Lulu was reluctant to reject Ding Bulai and she was also somewhat moved. Ding Bulai kissed her. Then, a new day of swaying and humming began in bed. More than an hour later, it was almost noon and Ding Bulai finally got up and dressed in high spirits. Jiang Lulu's face flushed, and she shyly took her clothes, revealing endless charm as she put them on. Brother Bulai, do you have anything to do this afternoon? How about we go to the amusement park? Ding Bulai felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Lulu, I'm afraid it won't work today. I have something else to do today. Jiang Lulu was a little disappointed, but still said sympathetically, it's okay, Brother Bulai can go do what he wants. I'll go to the company this afternoon as well. It just so happens that I've been a little busy lately. Ding Bulai hugged Jiang Lulu's waist from behind and said, Sorry, Lulu, I will definitely accompany you after I'm done with this busy period. Feeling the love that Brother Bulai had for her, Jiang Lulu's depression was swept away. She turned around, hugged Ding Bulai and said, It's okay, I understand. Besides, I have to be busy this afternoon. I also have a lot to learn now. The travel project is too big and there are too many things to do. Well, learn from Mr. Yun. It will be very helpful to you in the future. Boss Yun is really amazing. The company has taken on 2 very large projects at once, but she manages them in an orderly manner. It is really admirable. Ding Bulai thought of Yun Qingshua's cold and domineering CEO image, but in his heart he wondered when he would be able to successfully conquer her. Okay, then go to work. I'll accompany you after this busy period. Just then, Ding Bulai's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Ding Bulai? I am, who are you? Hello, Mr. Ding. I am Feng Lei, the current general manager of Maya. This morning, all shareholders of the company have signed the equity transfer agreement. Please come and sign it when it is convenient for you. By the way, please come and inspect it. This is Zhou Xiaotang's reward for successfully completing the strategy. This time the speed was quite fast. Where is your company? We are in Shanghai. Hi, I don't have time to go there recently. I'll leave the documents with you first. I won't be in charge of the company. Just do what you normally do. Phone Lei over there didn't expect the new boss to delegate so much power, but he still didn't dare to take it lightly. Boss Ding, you are in Yunhang, right? If you don't have time to come to Shanghai recently, why don't I fly over today and give you the documents? I will also report to you in person on the business situation of Maoya. No need. Maoya is doing well now. You just need to run the business as usual. I'll talk to you when I'm free. Is there anything else? Yes. Well, don't worry, Mr. Ding, we will run the business seriously. Also, the Bulai brother who gave a tip in Xiaotang's live broadcast room yesterday must be you, Mr. Ding. The company can return 94% of the tip you gave last night to you. Ding Bulai was stunned. 94%? Feng Lei said quickly, 100% is fine, but the company account will have to pay an additional 6% tax. Of course, the company is yours now, so it's okay for the company to bear the tax. It just may have some impact on this year's revenue data because the amount of your reward last night was too large. Ding Bulai knew that Feng Lei had misunderstood his meaning, and said, I'm not concerned about 94 or 100. What I mean is, doesn't Zhou Xiaotang get a commission as a host? Because the amount last night was too large, this special PK can be given to the union and the anchor. After all, they all rely on our platform for their livelihood. But if you request, Mr. Ding, we can also give them commissions normally. Ding Bulai understood. How about this, pay Zhou Xiaotang the commission as usual. Also, you don't have to return my money to me. Just leave it to the company. Just treat it as my additional investment in the company after I acquired it. Feng Lei over there was so shocked that he could hardly speak. The market value of Maoya was only 10 billion in total. Last night's rewards, the amount from both sides exceeded 100 billion. Not to mention the return from Qinghao, Ding Bulai alone received more than 57 billion, even if Zhou Xiaotang was given a normal commission. This is also tens of billions. With so much money, Mr. Ding just said he would invest it in the company? Mr. Ding, are you sure? This is more than 50 billion. No need to say more, as long as you work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. Ding Bulai still knows how to give employees hope and paint a rosy picture. Besides, he is not painting a rosy picture. Thank you so much, Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding, I still hope you will allow me to go to Yunhang. I also need to report to you how to expand the company's business with this money. Let's talk about it later. Ding Bulai wanted to hang up the phone, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and asked, do you also want to return the reward from Sun Ning's live broadcast room yesterday? Yes, Mr. Ding, but we have agreed with them to return 90%. But after deducting taxes, we can still make 4 points. It was only 4 points. Ding Bulai was a little dissatisfied. Did you sign a contract? Can it be modified? Feng Lei understood immediately. After all, the two sides are competing against each other, and President Ding must not get along with the other side. However, Feng Lei could only say with a bitter face, yes, we signed an online agreement. But we signed a confirmation letter with Sun Ning's company, agreeing to return 90% of yesterday's PK rewards. Ding Bulai frowned, but quickly grasped the point. Did they say when they will return it? The agreement is a standard one, and it says 1 month. But we have privately agreed that after the platform settles the account today, it will be transferred to them. They are a large guild, and there are many powerful corporate families behind them, so we dare not breach the contract. Ding Bulai smiled and said, then return it to them on the last day of the month. If there are any consequences, just push them to me. Okay, Mr. Ding, don't worry, we will definitely get it done. Chapter 118 You take the commission. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai had a faint smile on his face. Zhang Lulu was eating lunch and looked over curiously. Brother Bolai, what's the good news? Of course, it's a good thing. Making tens of millions more a month for nothing is a good thing. With more than 50 billion yuan in Maoya's account, a lot of interest can be earned in a month. However, Ding Bulai was obviously not happy about the tens of millions of interest. Directly dialed Yun Qingshue's number. Hello? Explain. I have good news for you. Xin Hao, Ling Li, and the others raised 52 billion last night. Are you here to tell me that the famous Bulaigu spent a fortune yesterday and gave more than 50 billion in rewards to his beloved? There was a hint of sarcasm and dissatisfaction in Yun Qingshue's tone. Ding Bulai was a little embarrassed and said quickly, "That's not what I meant. I wanted to say that Maoya is mine now. Also, I asked those people to keep the money they spent last night for a month before returning it. Do you think there is any opportunity here?" There is a chance, of course there is a huge chance. Yun Qingxue in the office sat up straight. Not to mention the top family in Shanghai, the Qin family, which has a strong foundation. But Lingfeng Group is their Yuntian Group's old rival for many years. Last night, Lingfeng Group almost emptied the cash flow in the account and spent nearly 7 billion on the Maoya platform. She knew it that night. However, Yun Qingxue knew that since Lingfeng Group dared to give rewards, there must be an agreement to return the money quickly, which would not affect the company's operations. But unexpectedly, Ding Bulai brought him such surprising news. The Maoya platform was his. Moreover, he could delay returning the money to these people for a month. The business's cash flow suddenly went to zero. This is absolutely a bolt from the blue for some companies. Could it be that this was planned in advance by Ding Bulai? Yun Qingshue's impression of Ding Bulai became even higher at this time. Not bad, I get it. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely make Lingfeng Group suffer. Do you have any other requests? Ding Bulai called just to take the opportunity to teach these guys a lesson. Hearing this, he said with satisfaction, "I only have one request, just go ahead and do it. If you need any support, please let me know at any time. I can't say anything else, but I will give you as much funding as you need." Yun Qingxue agreed and hung up the phone in a hurry. Then, that afternoon, some self-media began to spread the news that the capital chain of Yunhang City's largest group had been broken, and the funds for the investment projects in Yunhang City that Qin and Lingfeng Group had cooperated in had completely disappeared. This negative news about a high-profile company spread quickly through various media. Coming to Yunhang Airport again, Ding Bulai's mentality and perspective on this place are different now. This airport has been built for some time, many of its facilities are old and the planning is unreasonable. The architectural style is also relatively traditional. Overall, there is a big gap between the new airports in some cities and the airports in first-tier cities. Ding Bulai looked around and wondered when Zhou Tong would take over this place. That's right, he told Xin Qingqing and Zhou Tong the day before yesterday. By Yunhang Airlines for Xin Qingqing. The first step of the connection is to let Zhou Tong take over Yunhang Airport or rebuild a new airport. Of course, building an airport is not something that a private enterprise can take on entirely. Just like Yunhang Airlines, the city will certainly invest and hold shares. In addition, government subsidies account for a large portion of this type of public transportation facilities. After walking around the airport for a while, I arrived at the exit. After a while, a group of people came out. Lin Jixia, in a black suit, and Zhou Xiaotang, in a white dress, walked hand in hand in front. They were accompanied by bodyguards. There was also Wu Changshan, whom I met in Shanghai, and a person who looked like a leader beside him, as well as several staff members who followed him. Lin Jixia and Zhou Xiaotang saw Ding Bulai standing at the exit at a glance. A complex look of resentment and joy flashed in Lin Jixia's eyes, and Zhou Xiaotang next to her was even more excited. He quickly let go of Lin Jixia's hand, ran over quickly, and held Ding Bulai's hand. "Thank you for picking us up, brother." Ding Bulai stroked Zhou Xiaotang's hair and said, "My woman, I will come to pick her up." In fact, Zhou Xiaotang has not had sex with Ding Bulai yet, and she feels a little shy when being called his woman. At this time, Lin Jixia, Wu Changshan, and others also came over. Lin Jixia said with a hint of sourness, "Junior, I heard that you have been very carefree recently." Ding Bulai said without blushing, "How can I be carefree? I am busy every day. I have recently started a few big businesses." Lin Jixia couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's really a big business with over 50 billion in rewards in one night. Ding Bulai felt a little unnatural. At this time, Wu Changshan hurriedly and enthusiastically said, "Boss Ding, nice to meet you again. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su from Su's financial company. The people next to him are the company's legal affairs, etc." Ding Bulai shook hands with everyone one by one and said, "Welcome, everyone. I have reserved a private room. Let's eat and chat at the same time. Okay. Zhou Xiaotang naturally put his arm around Ding Bulai's. Seeing this, Lin Zhixia looked puzzled and suddenly walked to Ding Bulai and took his other arm. Zhou Xiaotang glanced at Lin Zhixia but did not let go. Ding Bulai felt a little uncomfortable. The two beauties beside him were exerting force on their wrists, so he couldn't pull it out easily. Wu Changshan and a few others pretended not to notice Ding Bulai's embarrassment and spoke naturally. Just like that, we left the airport, got into a row of luxury cars driven by bodyguards, and drove to the hotel. In the car, Zhou Xiaotang and Lin Zhixia sat on Ding Bulai's left and right. Ding Bulai smelled the fragrance emanating from the two people. At the same time, he felt comfortable, but also felt an indescribable embarrassment. Zhou Xiaotang was fine, but Lin Zhixia looked a little unhappy. This made the atmosphere in the car a little awkward. Just then, Zhou Xiaotang's phone rang in the car. Zhou Xiaotang answered the call, listened for a while, and then opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then he hung up the phone and asked, "Brother Bulai? Maoya's general manager said that you asked them to give me the normal commission for last night's PK reward?" "Yeah, what's wrong? You deserve it. But this is nearly 20 billion, it's not my fault, brother. I can't take it." Lin Zhixia turned around and looked over when she heard that. She also knew about the shocking PK last night. And it was also clear that one of them was the junior student in front of him. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I will not treat you unfairly. Just take this money and do what you want to do. But this is too much." To be honest, Ding Bulai was investing and spending in Shanghai, so she knew that Ding Bulai was rich. But this time, tens of billions of commissions were given to her directly, which made her feel like she was dreaming. At this time, Lin Zhixia suddenly said, "Since my junior gave it to you, just take it. He has money anyway." Zhou Xiaotang looked at the two of them and finally nodded. "Well, that's fine, brother. I'll keep it here for you. Whenever you need it, just come to me." Chapter 119 Threesome. Ding. Zhou Xiaotang's favorability +5, current favorability 96 infatuated. After giving himself 20 billion in cash, Zhou Xiaotang's favorability naturally increased. At this time, Ding Bulai turned to Lin Zhixia and asked, "Senior sister, thank you for your hard work this time. I don't know what I said before, asking you to sign the contract. What do you think about it?" Before Lin Zhixia returned to Yunhang to see Ding Bulai, she had always wanted to refuse. But today, when I saw Zhou Xiaotang and Ding Bulai giving away 20 billion without blinking an eye, I couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Okay. I'll sign the contract, but I've got it made clear that you pay the money but the company belongs to me." As he said this, he stared straight at Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai was overjoyed when he heard this. "Great, senior sister, don't worry, we'll sign the contract in a moment and I'll transfer the money directly to you." Seeing that Ding Bulai's expression did not seem fake, Lin Zhixia was a little dazed. Does this person really believe in himself so much? That's not just 1,000 yuan, that's 100 billion. I couldn't believe it and asked, "Brother, are you serious? The company will be completely under my name. Legally speaking, it will have nothing to do with you. You won't even be able to get involved in the future operations and management." Ding Bulai said indifferently, "I know, I bought it for you, you can manage it however you want, it doesn't matter if I lose money. If you don't have enough money, you can always ask me for it." Lin Zhixia looked at Ding Bulai as if he were an alien. After all, Zhou Xiaotang had participated in an event organized by Qin Hao in Shanghai with Ding Bulai before, and he knew that the person who came today was discussing the acquisition of the financial company with Ding Bulai. We also know that this acquisition is worth hundreds of billions. From the sound of it, Brother Bulai plans to buy it directly for Lin Zhixia? Zhou Xiaotang did not feel a trace of jealousy, only deep shock. "And I feel endlessly lucky." She felt that finding Ding Bulai was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Ding. Zhou Xiaotang's favorability +3, current favorability 99 infatuated. Ding Bulai was surprised that Zhou Xiaotang's favorability suddenly increased again. But he didn't think much about it, and looked at Lin Zhixia, "Senior sister, I believe in you, and I want to support you in making your own career. Since you agreed, then it's settled." Lin Zhixia didn't say much, but looked at Ding Bulai with an increasingly complicated gaze. Soon, the convoy arrived at the hotel. Ding Bulai guided Wu Changshan and others into the private room. After some polite words, Ding Bulai said directly, "Since Miss Lin has already contacted you in advance, I don't have much to say. By the way, where is your company? Director Su was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, Boss Ding, our Su's finance is currently headquartered in Yangchang. We have a bank and an insurance company under us. The bank has more than 5,000 outlets across the country, and the insurance company has 2,000 institutions across the country. Ding Bulai nodded. Okay, then when can we sign the contract? The series of words that Director Su and Wu Changshan had prepared were held back in their stomachs. Wu Changshan said quickly. Anytime, anytime. However, we are discussing with Ms. Lin whether we can hold a press conference and formally sign the contract at the press conference. This will also enhance the brand of the financial company you acquired. Ding Bulai shook his head. It doesn't matter whether it's a signing ceremony or a press conference. It's just a process. I mean to sign the contract and hand over as soon as possible. I heard from Jixia that the agreement and everything have been discussed, so let's just sign the contract directly. Mr. Su and Wu Changshan were both a little confused, but their good manners allowed them to quickly come to their senses. Of course, no problem. We are ready to sign the contract and cooperate with the handover at any time. Ding Bulai turned to Lin Jixia and said, Senior sister, let's sign it now to save trouble. Before Lin Jixia could come to her senses, Ding Bulai was already determined? Don't you want to take a closer look or understand more? No need. I told you I believe you. Besides, it doesn't matter if I lose. Lin Jixia disagreed. You should take a closer look at the information they prepared. This is not a joke. Although Ding Bulai has become smarter, he lacks professional knowledge and cannot understand these things. He flipped through it casually for a few times, then threw the information on the table. Okay, I think it's good. Everyone was speechless. Everyone in the private room is a well-mannered business elite. Even Zhou Xiaotang, as a top car model, has met many bosses and could clearly see that Ding Bulai was being casual and perfunctory just now. Lin Jixia suppressed her dissatisfaction and said, Boss Ding, you'd better take a closer look. Ding Bulai said innocently, I have already taken a look. Besides, I have other plans later. What I want now is to hand it over as soon as possible. We will sign the contract today and start the handover procedures. As for the press conference and signing ceremony, we can communicate later. Ding Bulai said this, took out his mobile phone and clicked on transfer. Senior, please check and receive it. I have transferred 100 billion to your bank card. Everyone in the private room was already numb. I've never met anyone who doesn't value money like this. I have never seen such a person who said he transferred 100 billion to a woman. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Jixia. Lin Jixia was stunned for a moment and subconsciously took out her cell phone. Everyone couldn't help but gather around. When everyone saw the countless zeros on the account, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. At Ding Bulai's urging, Lin Jixia signed her name on the contract. Legally speaking, this financial company now belongs to Lin Jixia. After the signing, everyone naturally started toasting each other. Wu Changshan, Mr. Su and others kept toasting Ding Bulai and Lin Jixia. They have finally opened their eyes today. A contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars can be signed and the money can be transferred at will. Boss Ding, you are really young and promising. Ms. Lin and Mr. Ding are truly a match made in heaven. I believe that under their management, the financial company will surely flourish. Mr. Ding is very courageous. I believe that in the future of our Dragon Country business community, Mr. Ding will definitely stand out. Miss Zhou will have a bright future if she follows President Ding. The dinner ended in a blessed and lively atmosphere. After sending Wu Changshan and others back to the hotel room, Ding Bulai supported Lin Jixia and Zhou Xiaotang and walked towards the hotel. They both drank too much. Ding Bulai's body has been strengthened, and now he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But looking at the two delicate and charming beauties, he had to get drunk even if he wasn't drunk. He helped the two of them to the presidential room. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Jixia and Zhou Xiaotang unconsciously took off their clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Ding Bulai was worried that the two would fall, so he could only helplessly follow them. After a while, 3 naked bodies walked into the bedroom. Chapter 120. I don't want to do this without your knowledge. Ah! In the early morning, a sharp and crisp shout woke Ding Bulai up. Ding Bulai opened his eyes dazedly and saw Lin Jixia holding the quilt to her chest, her eyes red and looking at him and the people around her with grief and anger. Zhou Xiaotang also woke up and felt that she was not wearing any clothes. Her face just turned red and she calmly stood up and picked up her underwear on the ground. It was handed to her along with what was obviously another set of Lin Jixia's clothes. Put on your clothes first. Ding Bulai also came to his senses at this time and realized that Lin Jixia had misunderstood. Senior, don't worry, you drank too much last night, nothing happened. Zhou Xiaotang and Lin Jixia were both stunned for a moment. Zhou Xiaotang clearly felt that there were some marks on her body. She didn't know why Brother Lai said that? Could it be that Brother Lai didn't touch Lin Jixia? Lin Jixia also came back to her senses at this time, and hurriedly fumbled in the quilt, but it seemed that she really didn't feel anything. While I felt relieved, I also felt a deep sense of loss and anger. I was like that last night, but you bastard Ding Bulai didn't even react. Am I so unattractive? Little did he know that Ding Bulai felt that it was Lin Jixia's first time and he shouldn't have done it when she was drunk and unconscious. Lin Jixia said angrily, "You get out first." Oh. Ding Bulai obediently put on his clothes, walked out of the bedroom, and poured water in the living room. After a while, Lin Jixia and Zhou Xiaotang also came out dressed neatly. But there was still a hint of resentment and anger on Lin Jixia's face. You drank too much last night, and you took off your clothes by yourselves. Okay, stop talking. Lin Jixia interrupted unhappily. The more she spoke, the more she felt like a failure. They took off their clothes on their own initiative, but nothing happened. But when she was putting on her clothes just now, she saw some signs on Zhou Xiaotang's body. I have been the campus belle of Yunhang University for 6 consecutive years. Is it so unattractive now? Lin Jixia couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiaotang next to her, just a little longer legs, a little more perky butt. Ding Bulai sensed Lin Jixia's unhappiness and felt a little depressed. I endured for a long time last night before I suppressed the urge to eat the other person. Unexpectedly, it still caused dissatisfaction on the other party. I could only sigh helplessly. Senior, I have something I want to ask you. No time. I have to leave. Lin Jixia stood up angrily, picked up her bag and wanted to go out. But Zhou Xiaotang held her hand. Jixia, this is my first time in Yunhang. If you have nothing to do today, why don't you take me out for a walk? I don't have any luggage with me. At the same time, he winked at Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai also reacted and hurried to Lin Jixia and held her hand. Senior, you can put everything aside. You are the only one Xiaotang knows in Yunhang besides me, you can't just abandon her. Also, I haven't seen you in a long time. I missed you too. Ding Bulai's gentle words eased Lin Jixia's unhappiness a little, but she still felt a little resentful. Xiaotang, I can accompany her, but I don't want to see you, please go. Ding Bulai suddenly discovered that there was a hint of grievance in Lin Jixia's tone. He looked at Zhou Xiaotang in confusion. Zhou Xiaotang silently moved his lips, and Ding Bulai saw that he said the 2 words last night. Ding Bulai thought that Lin Jixia was still angry about what happened last night, so he subconsciously checked her favorability first. I was surprised to find that the favorability has risen to 87, which means the strategy was successful. Then why? Did she think that I didn't respect her? Yes, Lin Jixia's family was also very good, and it was her first time. Yesterday, she saw herself and Zhou Xiaotang and others in the same bed, so it was normal for her self-esteem to be upset. Thinking of this, he quickly hugged Lin Jixia. Jixia, I'm sorry. It was my fault last night. I shouldn't have brought you and Xiaotang to the hotel without your consent. But I like you too much, and you know it. So I couldn't help it. But I finally held back. I swear, other than helping you onto the bed, I didn't do anything bad to you. Hearing this, Lin Jixia became even angrier. She wanted to break free from Ding Bulai's arms, but Ding Bulai's next words made all her dissatisfaction disappear. Because I don't want your first time to happen without your knowledge. Lin Jixia's eyes couldn't help but turn red. So that's how it is. She misunderstood Ding Bulai. She hugged Ding Bulai's waist tightly with her backhand. Not bad. Junior. I like you, too. Ding Bulai smiled in surprise. Jixia, I love you too. Seeing the two of them hugging each other affectionately, Zhou Xiaotang couldn't help but cough twice. Lin Jixia hurriedly pushed Ding Bulai away and turned to sit on the sofa. You just said something was wrong. Zhou Xiaotang said at the side, let's have breakfast first, I'm hungry. Okay, I'll call now. I already called. After a while, breakfast was served. Several people sat in the living room. Ding Bulai said, Jixia, can the companies under different names be combined to form a group company? Lin Jixia was a little confused. Are the companies under different people's names affiliated with the group company? If not, it won't work. The group company must have 5 holding subsidiaries. Ding Bulai frowned. That would be troublesome. You see, you have financial companies, real estate companies, airlines, etc. Everyone will come to me for help. I am not an expert, and I don't have that much time. How can I take care of them? Lin Zhixia understood what Ding Bulai meant. To put it bluntly, Ding Bulai was just lazy and didn't want to take care of what happened next. That's easy. You can register a company and set up relevant departments. Although it has no direct relationship with the subordinate companies, such as the financial company under my name, in actual work, I can accept the leadership and management of the company you registered. Of course, this is because the company under my name is invested by you, and I am willing to accept your management. As for other companies, I can't guarantee it. For this kind of management, a relevant and trusted management agreement can also be signed. Although there is no equity affiliation between the two companies in law, in terms of business management, it is possible to actually carry out superior subordinate management. However, I still suggest that you take back all the companies under your name. If it is really inconvenient for you to take back the companies under your name, I will also sign and notarize a proxy holding agreement for you privately to show that the companies are yours and I am just holding them on your behalf. Ding Bulai shook his head. No need. I bought it for you. Lin Zhixia insisted. To be honest, even if it was bought for us, we can't really treat it as our own. After all, it's all your money that is spent. However, you should indeed set up a group company and take over the core management rights of each investment company through an agreement. In this way, even if someone has bad intentions, you can still fully control the company. Chapter 121 Reward Private Jet. Ding Bulai actually doesn't want to make things that complicated. But it is indeed necessary to set up a company, because the system that I bind myself to is for women to spend money. But not all women consumers have the ability to take over and manage an industry. They need to set up their own company to provide them with support and help. How about this, Zhixia? You understand both finance and law. I want you to help me set up the company while taking over the financial company. Lin Zhixia rolled her eyes but did not refuse. It's good that you have this awareness. Otherwise, if you are sold out by a woman one day, you will have no place to cry. Ding Bulai smiled. To be honest, with a system that displays favorability in real time, he is not afraid of any woman betraying him. Besides, even if he betrays me, the worst that can happen is that I won't have the money anymore. He has plenty of money, and a constant supply of it. He definitely has the ability to make sure that anyone who betrays him suffers a bad end. But he couldn't tell this to Lin Zhixia. Then I'll trouble you. As for the financial company, if you want, you can manage it yourself, or you can find a professional manager to manage it. Lin Zhixia nodded. I know what's going on. By the way, since you've invested in a financial company, do you have any ideas about the company's development, including the company's name? Do you want to change it? Ding Bulai said, the name of the company doesn't matter. It's up to you. This is your industry now. But as for development ideas, I do have some ideas. Lin Zhixia raised her eyebrows. Boss Ding, please tell me. Ding Bulai glared at the other party speechlessly and said, since you have invested in the industry, then make it bigger and stronger. First, we need to obtain all the financial licenses. Right now, we only have banking and insurance licenses, right? Then we should continue to invest and obtain all the financial licenses, including securities, trust, and asset management licenses. Also, the company wants to expand, regardless of cost, and the last thing I lack is money. Lin Zhixia couldn't help but hold her forehead. Okay, I get it. Let's talk about this later. Let's sort out the current financial company first. If you want to register a company, where do you want to register it? In Yunhang? Or a first-tier city like Shanghai or Kyoto? Overseas is also fine. Ding Bulai pondered and said, let's just do it in Yunhang. After all, I grew up here. It's just a small company with management support anyway, so there's no need to do it somewhere else. By the way, try to find a building in the center of Yunhang for my company. Your company can also move here if you want. Lin Zhixia nodded. At this moment, Ding Bulai suddenly thought of something and consciousness sank into his mind. See last night's prompt. Ding. Lin Zhixia's favorability has reached 87 deep love. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Lin Zhixia. A private jet is your reward. Airplane. Ding Bulai was overjoyed, wondering what kind of plane the system would reward him. I was rewarded with a luxury car before, and I thought it was just an ordinary one, but I didn't expect it to be a billion-dollar luxury car. The reward this time is an airplane, which should not be bad. While waiting, Ding Bulai looked at Zhou Xiaotang and asked. Xiaotang, actually I haven't asked you yet, what industry do you want to be in? I can also invest in a company for you. Zhou Xiaotang shook his head quickly. I originally just wanted to be a car model, open my own small company, and not be suppressed by others. The commission from your reward the day before yesterday was 20 billion, not to mention opening an entertainment company. It's enough to open an entertainment group. Entertainment group? Ding Bulai thought of the big star Lu Mingli. She also opened her own company, which is somewhat related to the modeling industry. Recently, Lu Mingli has been sending messages every day. I know that her company has already opened and has hired many people. But because of Qin's suppression, he didn't take any work. So I'm currently looking for a good script to invest in myself. Okay, Xiaotang, if you have any ideas, just tell me at any time. I fully support you. Thank you, Brother Bulai. Zhou Xiaotang originally wanted to take Lin Zhixia shopping together. But Lin Zhixia still had to communicate with Mr. Su and others about the subsequent signing and acceptance matters, so she stayed in the hotel. So, Ding Bulai accompanied Zhou Xiaotang to visit several scenic spots in Yunhang City. On the other side, Ling Li rushed back to the company anxiously, only to see his father looking at him in the office with a serious face. Xiao Li, didn't you say you could transfer the money back yesterday? It's already today, why hasn't it arrived yet? Ling Li was sweating, no longer as elegant as before, and hurriedly explained. Dad, Mr. Hu is already communicating with Maoya, it should be soon. Not only our money, but also young Master Qin and young Master Hu's money has not arrived. Ling Li's father looked grim. I don't care about other people. They have money, but do you know that the 7 billion you gave as a reward the day before yesterday is all our cash flow? Even though the company's assets are 200 billion or 300 billion, these 7 billion can cost us our lives. Do you know that if there is no money in the account, the company's operations will be in trouble? I don't care how you communicate with Mr. Qin and the others, you must get the money back today. Ling Li could only whisper, I know, I will go to Qin Xiao and the others to communicate with Maoya now. After saying that, he turned and left in a hurry. The fierce father looked at his son's back, feeling helpless. Then he picked up the phone on the table and dialed numbers one by one. Hello, President Liu? Mr. Wu. Ling Li walked out of the office building with a gloomy face. At this time, the phone rang. Ling Li raised his eyes and felt a sense of rage. He wanted to hang up, but after thinking about it, he answered the call. Mr. Ling, why hasn't the money arrived yet? My dad is almost driving me crazy. I've already been communicating with Mr. Qin and the others. Mr. Ling, we are willing to play with you. We don't recognize the outsiders like Mr. Qin. Please don't kill me. I know, don't worry, it will be resolved soon. You must arrive today. After hanging up the phone, Ling Li rubbed his forehead in annoyance. This is the 8th call I've received today. They were all young masters from Yunhang City, and they followed him to Qin Hao's side. He let out a long sigh and drove to the club. At this time, Qin Hao and others were still hugging one or two beauties each. Although the atmosphere was joyful, Ling Li still noticed the anxiety in several people's eyes. Yes. Each of them received billions in cash, and all of them used funds from their family businesses to reward. It's useless to expect them to give you a reward with the tens or even hundreds of millions of living expenses they usually have. And Mr. Hu kept making phone calls outside. After a while, Hu Xiao walked in with a grim look on his face. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he still said the truth with a bitter face. That bastard Fong Lei said that the platform settlement funds have not yet arrived in the company's account and cannot be returned for the time being. What? What can I do? This is our company's working capital. One day less will affect the operation of the enterprise. No, Fong Lei must transfer the money to us today. Hu Xiao said helplessly, I am also anxious. I have asked my father to put pressure on Fong Lei. I hope you can also ask your families to put pressure on him. I don't believe Fong Lei is so bold as to swallow our money. At this time, Qin Hao suddenly frowned and said, something is wrong. Fong Lei shouldn't dare to offend us. Hurry up and find someone to check if it's Maoya or Fong Lei. What happened in the past 2 days? The goddess information that has appeared so far. 1. Jiang Lulu 24168, receptionist of Yuntian Group, part-time bar host and atmosphere group worker, score 88, current favorability 100. 2. Zhou Tong 27173, flight attendant, side job at the gym, score 89, current favorability 100. 3. Lin Jixia 24172, campus beauty, bank manager, score 93, current favorability 87. 4. Yunqingxua 28178, CEO of Yuntian Group, score 96, current favorability 65. 5. Zhou Xiaotang 26178, model, score 92, current favorability 99. 6. Lumingli 27176, national goddess, score 96, current favorability 57. 7. Wuing 28175, S-level bodyguard, score 94, current favorability 35. 8. Xinqingqing 29175, the flower of Yunhang Airlines, score 94, current favorability 85. 9. By Xian and 6 others 18170, sextuplets, score 86, current favorability 75. Chapter 122 Sniping Lingfeng Group. When Ding Bulai was accompanying Zhou Xiaotang to visit tourist attractions, Feng Lei called. "Hey, Mr. Ding, something bad has happened." "What's wrong?" "Since yesterday, many big shots have called me, all about the return of Qin Hao and his friends' reward money." Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. "It's only been a day or two, and these people can't wait? Just hold on first and say you're following the contract. If that doesn't work, push it on to me." "Boss Ding, that's what I said, but some of them are too powerful, and there are many departments that supervise us, we really can't afford to offend them. Someone has already said that if we don't return the money, someone will come to investigate our company." Ding Bulai frowned, he didn't expect some people to be so shameless. However, it also shows that these seemingly huge companies do not have as much cash on hand as imagined. With so many rich second generations, many people can't bear the loss of more than 50 billion in cash. This is the time to start using off-the-board tactics. However, even if others are afraid, I am not. Old phone, times like these are when your leadership of the team can be demonstrated. I believe you can handle the pressure. Also, I know that the company has changed shareholders, and there may be some fluctuations in people's hearts and minds. You can tell everyone that I have no intention of changing the company's management mechanism and personnel team for the time being, but the premise is that they work hard. The only goal for everyone this year is to keep the company in good order during this critical period, even if the company is losing money, business is declining, or even temporarily suspending operations due to some management requirements. I don't want the money from the reward that day. After deducting Zhou Xiaotang's commission and the company's operating costs, there should be 20 to 30 billion left. Now the company has sufficient funds. The first task I will give you is to increase the salary of all employees by at least 30%. In addition, I can tell you clearly now that by the end of this year, I will take out 5 billion to 10 billion as an additional bonus to reward employees who work hard and perform well. Feng Lei's voice trembled. "Ding, Mr. Ding, are you telling the truth?" "Of course, our employees' salaries must be the highest in the industry. As for rewards, the minimum will be 5 billion, and everyone will get one. If everyone performs well, the maximum reward will be 10 billion. Feng Lei in the office was breathing heavily and his eyes were red. You should know that Maoya's total market value is only tens of billions, and the annual total salary cost including their executives and all employees is no more than 10 billion at most, and that's when the business is good. Generally, it's around 8 or 900 million a year. And this is already at the upper middle level in the industry. Now, there is suddenly an additional reward of at least 5 billion. Doesn't this mean that everyone's income will increase at least 5 times at the peak this year? Boss Ding, don't worry, I won't let you down. I said I would give Qin Hao and his men their money in 30 days, but even if I gave them the money in 29 days, it's because we didn't do our job well. You don't need to ask me, I will resign and admit my mistake." At this moment, he no longer cared about any big shots or friends. He only knew that if he did a good job this time, he could earn at least 5 or 6 years' salary. Moreover, he had also inquired carefully about this new shareholder over the past 2 days. This mysterious Mr. Ding is extremely powerful. In just 1 month, he has planned to invest 400 billion yuan. Even the Qin family, one of the top families in Shanghai, cannot compare to this kind of strength. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai thought about it and called Cheng Guodong. As the top leader of Yunhang City, he should have some connection. As expected, after listening to Ding Bulai's words, apart from being a little surprised at first knowing that Maya belonged to Ding Bulai, Cheng Guodong immediately said that he also had some friends in Shanghai, and some even worked in the country's internet regulatory departments. He would call to explain the situation of the Maya platform and ask them to take care of it as much as possible. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai thought about it and called Yun Qingxue again. Hey, Qingxue. I saw the news about Lingfeng Group. I think it's not enough. We can increase our efforts a little more. What's wrong? Is the cat tooth unable to hold on? Don't worry about Maoya. I just called them and told them to hold their money for a month, not a day less. I just suddenly realized that those people are busy with their own affairs, so it's a good time to suppress Lingfeng Group. Yun Qingxue was silent for a while, and suddenly said, I don't have enough money. Afraid that Ding Bulai would not believe her, Yun Qingxue explained, I know that you have already given 130 billion to the renovation of the old city and the development of tourism projects, and you can't use much of it at the moment. But I plan to attack Lingfeng Group in the stock market, which requires more funds. Ding Bulai interrupted directly, you don't need to explain, I believe you, just tell me how much money you need? Yun Qingxue thought for a moment and said, adding the existing more than 100 billion, another 50 billion will be enough. But to be on the safe side, we need 100 billion. After all, the market value of Lingfeng Group is close to 300 billion. No problem, I'll turn you around in a minute. Don't be so anxious, we still need to prepare further. But before Yun Qingxue could finish her words, she saw 100 billion deposited into her account. Yun Qingxue was already numb with shock. How rich was Ding Bulai? He had invested so much, and he still gave hundreds of billions in cash without hesitation. He took a deep breath and said, not bad, thank you for your trust, you won't be disappointed. I trust you. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai saw Zhou Xiaotang staring at him and asked curiously. What's wrong, is there something on my face? Zhou Xiaotang shook his head. Brother Bulai, you are so handsome. Meeting you is my greatest blessing. Ding Bulai smiled and hugged Zhou Xiaotang. Xiaotang is beautiful and speaks well. How do you want me to reward you today? Zhou Xiaotang snuggled in Ding Bulai's arms, smiling as she said, I don't want any reward, I just hope to be able to stay with Brother Bulai like this forever. Ha, this is not difficult at all. As long as you don't betray me, I will always be here. Zhou Xiaotang didn't say anything, but just hugged Ding Bulai tightly, expressing his attitude with his actions. The two hugged each other for a while, and Ding Bulai accompanied Zhou Xiaotang to a shopping mall. Zhou Xiaotang came to Yunhang and didn't bring much luggage, so Ding Bulai started shopping for Zhou Xiaotang. Beautiful clothes, luxury bags, super expensive cosmetics, and jewelry. It was not until Zhou Xiaotang directly threatened that he would not accompany Ding Bulai at night that he stopped. Just then, a surprised and angry voice came. Ding Bulai, I didn't expect you to hook up with a rich woman again, do you still have any shame? Chapter 123 Expelling Lu Dong and Zhao Xian. Ding Bulai didn't expect to see Zhao Xian and Lu Dong again, and secretly thought it was bad luck. When Zhao Xian saw Ding Bulai, she walked over quickly as if she saw an enemy. Ding Bulai, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the airport last time. Zhao Xian, are you sick? Ding Bulai interrupted her with disgust, we have broken up, what does my business have to do with you? Can't you see me doing well? Or do you think I'm doing well, so you always come to me with flattering looks, and now you regret it? Zhao Xian instantly exploded as if her secrets were exposed. Regret? I'm telling you, I only regret being with a jerk like you. I don't know how good my life is now. Brother Dong is so good to me. As Zhao Xian spoke, she lifted the bag in her hand as if showing off. Ding Bulai took a quick look and saw only a few pieces of clothing worth a few thousand yuan, and a set of cosmetics that they had just seen worth several thousand yuan. Well, compared to ordinary college graduates, it's really good. I couldn't help but sneer, since you are living well, there is no need to show off in front of me. I wish you and Lu Dong will be locked together for life. A trace of jealousy and anger flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes, I'm too lazy to show off in front of a scumbag like you. I just advise you not to hurt others. As she said this, she looked at Zhou Xiaotang who made her jealous, my beautiful lady, do you know that this Ding Bulai next to you is not the one I want? Also, I don't know how he would introduce himself to you, but I can tell you that he is with a different woman every day. Who knows what job he is doing now? Zhao Xian did not speak out the bad things Ding Bulai did as bluntly as before, but every word she said clearly hinted at the miserable life Ding Bulai was living. Zhou Xiaotang smiled faintly, not annoyed at all, you don't have to worry about this. I think Bulaigu is the best person in the world. Some people don't know how to cherish him, but I cherish him and feel sorry for him. Besides, I don't want anything from Brother Bulai. I just hope to be able to stay by his side forever. Zhou Xiaotang, a top beauty with a score of 92, expressed her love to Ding Bulai so affectionately and even humbly. This made Zhao Xian feel incredible, and at the same time, she felt a strong sense of jealousy in her heart. Why? Why is it that after the breakup, Ding Bulai is surrounded by beautiful women one after another, and all of them are more beautiful than her? Even each of them is dressed so richly. Every time I see them, they are either buying a car, shopping in a mall, or at the airport. You are so self-degrading. At this time, Lu Dong also said, "Beauty, you can't say that. If you meet a bad person, you will be the only one who suffers and regrets. My girlfriend has known Ding Bulai for many years. Ding Bulai and I were classmates. We know his character." Lu Dong looked like he wanted to do good for Zhou Xiaotang, but there was a hint of hidden passion and jealousy towards Ding Bulai in his eyes when he looked at her. Zhou Xiaotang's eyes turned cold. "This has nothing to do with you. Also, I don't want to hear you say bad things about Brother Bulai anymore. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I will definitely ask you for an explanation." As a top domestic car model, and a top car model who has reached this point with only one driver, Zhou Xiaotang has seen the world and has her own skills. The serious and fierce aura at this moment made Zhao Xian and Lu Dong feel timid. How can you be so ungrateful? We are reminding you." Zhou Xiaotang was about to speak, but Ding Bulai said with some annoyance. "Alright, your ex should be as good as dead, please stop jumping around in front of me all the time. Otherwise, I don't mind asking Lu Hang to teach you a lesson." To be honest, Ding Bulai can't even spend time with his own woman every day. He has forgotten about Zhao Xian and is too lazy to bother with them. But now every time he meets Zhao Xian, she looks so disgusting, which makes Ding Bulai really annoyed. At this time, Lu Dong's face fell. "Ding is not bad. I'll give you face because you are my schoolmate. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. How dare you mention my dad? It seems like you really don't know how to live or die." Zhao Xian also sneered, "Ding Bulai, don't pretend to be stupid just because you heard the name of your classmate's father." Ding Bulai was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and called Xin Qingqing. He didn't have Lu Hang's phone number, but Xin Qingqing was already working on the acquisition of Yunhang Airlines. And he knew that after meeting Cheng Guodong at the hotel last time, Lu Hang already knew that he was behind Xin Qingqing. And he himself is a big boss who has invested hundreds of billions in Yunhang City and will be the future boss of Yunhang Airlines. "Hey, Bulai brother. Qingqing, call Lu Hang and ask him to fire Lu Dong and Zhao Xian. If he can't do it, I will fire him later." Xin Qingqing on the other side agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll call now. In addition, is there anything else you want to do? For example, check their information?" "Not yet." "Okay." Seeing Ding Bulai hang up the phone, Lu Dong looked at him with some doubt. "Qingqing? The stewardess of the company? It is said that she suddenly hooked up with a big boss and wanted to directly acquire the company? Could it be her?" Zhao Xian just felt that Ding Bulai's pretentiousness was really disgusting, and mocked him. "Ding Bulai, you are pretending very well. Do you know who Dong Gu is? He is the son of the general manager of Yunhang Airlines. Do you know what the general manager of Yunhang Airlines is like? He is a department-level cadre." Ding Bulai quietly chatted with Zhou Xiaotang about where to go in the evening and ignored Zhao Xian's sarcasm. This made Zhao Xian even angrier. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Lu Dong's phone suddenly rang. When Lu Dong saw the caller was actually his father, he felt a little uneasy. Zhao Xian also saw the caller ID and said in disbelief, "No way. You know who Ding Bulai is. Maybe your father just happened to talk to you about something else." Lu Dong didn't say anything. He suppressed his doubts and answered the phone. He heard Lu Hang on the other end cursing as soon as he came over. "Where are you? You can't live peacefully unless you cause trouble for me all day long, right? Why the hell do I have such a useless son like you? Now, wherever you are, get back here right now. Also, you and Zhao Xian should not go to work at the company for the time being. You should take a rest for a while." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lu Dong widened his eyes in disbelief, and Zhao Xian, who was just next to Lu Dong, also heard what was said on the phone. She couldn't help but look at Ding Bulai in horror. "Ding Bulai, you." Chapter 124 Paradise on Earth. Zhao Xian really couldn't understand what was going on in this world. It's obviously a dog that I don't want. He is obviously just an orphan who is so poor that he has to work 5 jobs a day to earn the tuition and living expenses. How did he suddenly change? There were beauties around him one after another. Now, just one phone call made the general manager of Yunhang Airlines personally ask to fire his son and his son's girlfriend from the company. What's wrong with this world? Lu Dong, who was standing aside, still holding the phone, waited blankly for a long time before he came to his senses. He glanced at Ding Bulai in panic, then staggered out. Zhao Xian didn't have time to think about anything else and hurried to catch up. Brother Dong, wait for me. Lu Dong impatiently shook off Zhao Xian's hand, but Zhao Xian still followed him stubbornly. After a while, the two disappeared outside the mall. Zhou Xiaotang came over and hugged Ding Bulai. Brother Bulai, don't let this kind of person affect your mood. Let's go swimming later, okay? Okay, I'll introduce you to some acquaintances. Ding Bulai took Zhou Xiaotang directly back to his villa. Bai Xian and the other 6 triplets came out to greet them immediately. You have met this person in Shanghai, right? This is Zhou Xiaotang. These 6 people are Bai Xian. Zhou Xiaotang was on the yacht at the time and knew that Ding Bulai had bought several people. When I saw the sexy and cute outfits of these people, I thought of something and my face turned red. Hello. Hello, Sister Xiaotang. Sister Xiaotang is so beautiful. You are so tall, and your legs are so long. The 6 babies greeted Zhou Xiaotang enthusiastically. For them, these 2 days were simply the most pleasant time in their lives. There is no pressure of homework arranged by the previous organization, no uneasiness of being sold to strangers, and there is great freedom. They were grateful to Ding Bulai. The host, Ding Bulai, seemed a little busy and only stayed in the villa for 2 days after he came back. At this time, Ding Bulai was seen, and he brought Zhou Xiaotang with him. They had no grudges in their hearts and only thought about how to serve Ding Bulai well and repay him. Ding Bulai was also in a good mood watching this scene. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go swimming." Ding Bulai quickly took a shower, changed into his swimsuit, and went to the swimming pool in the backyard first. After a while, the 7 fairies with different styles and swimsuits slowly walked out. Despite the 6 identical looks, Zhou Xiaotang is indeed better in appearance and figure. Zhou Xiaotang was a little shy tonight, but still faced Ding Bulai's burning gaze calmly. She is 178 centimeters tall, has a perfect body and a well-proportioned figure. Especially under the pink bikini, it looks even more seductive. The sextuplets have played with Ding Bulai several times. When they take the rare opportunity when Ding Bulai comes back, they show off their figures without hesitation. Each one has very little fabric. Seeing Ding Bulai's fiery gaze and heavy breathing, a few of them smiled smugly to themselves, then jumped into the swimming pool one by one. Not bad, come and play. Ding Bulai couldn't bear it any longer and yelled, "You demons, I'm going to take you in." For a moment, the whole swimming pool was filled with joyful laughter. In the study room of Villa number 2 next door, Yun Qingxue, who had just finished washing up, was still talking on the phone, communicating with the company's core members about the recent work plans. Suddenly, I heard some faint laughter and the sound of a phone call stopped. Okay, let's follow this plan. Go and refine it a little bit and come to my office tomorrow to report. After the other party agreed, Yun Qingxue hung up the phone. Then he went straight to the window and saw the figure in the swimming pool opposite. Yun Qingxue couldn't help but think of something and her heart beat faster. After hesitating for a while, Yun Qingxue clenched her fists as if to encourage herself, then took a deep breath and took out a newly bought high-definition telescope from the cabinet. This telescope is more expensive than the one I used last time, and it can see farther and more clearly. Then he went to the rooftop terrace, and like a thief, he moved a chair that had been prepared long ago, sat behind the low wall that separated the terrace, set up the telescope and looked over. After a while, Yun Qingxue's face turned rosy. Suddenly, she didn't know what she saw, her eyes suddenly widened, and her breathing became heavier. He even covered his mouth in surprise. After a while, Yun Qingxue felt her body getting hot and uncomfortable as if ants were crawling on her. She couldn't help but want to soothe herself with her hands. As for Ding Bulai, he felt that this was just a paradise on earth. Being surrounded by 7 beautiful beauties in swimsuits makes him full of motivation and endless aftertaste. Early in the morning, Ding Bulai woke up from a pair of white skin. Looking at the scenery in front of him, his appetite was aroused. Fortunately, my body has been strengthened, otherwise I would have died last night. However, Zhou Xiaotang and others are suffering from unbearable suffering. She moved away gently, put on her clothes and went downstairs. Zhang Jing and several other bodyguards were sitting on the first floor eating breakfast. When they saw Ding Bulai coming down, they looked at him with admiration. Ding Bulai sat calmly at the dining table. "Boss, do you want to call Miss Zhou and the others?" "No, they are tired, let them rest for a while." "Oh." After breakfast, the other bodyguards were outside in the yard, leaving only Wu Ying, Zhang Jing, and Hu Qin in the living room. "Boss, we have almost finished looking up the information you asked us to look up." Ding Bulai perked up and said, "Tell me about it." Zhang Jing took out a stack of information from the side and handed it to Ding Bulai. Lingfeng Group can be said to be the largest underworld force in Yunhang City, and Wei Hu, who is in the open, is their spokesperson. In the past 10 or even 20 years, there have been countless illegal acts. Tax evasion, bribery, gambling, and pornography are all child's play. More importantly, the Lingfeng Group and the gang headed by Wei Hu are bullying the market. We have found more than 20 cases of kidnapping, assassination, intentional injury, coercion, and other malicious incidents with solid evidence. There were also more than a dozen cases of stealing trade secrets and extorting technology patents. In addition, he secretly communicated with relevant supervisors and obtained more than 40 projects through unfair competition. There are also several projects that are suspected of being shoddy construction. Ding Bulai flipped through the information in his hand, his expression gradually becoming solemn. He was solemn not because Lingfeng Group had done so many things. Although he had never encountered such things, he could imagine them. It was just that in the information, during the investigation by Zhang Jing and her colleagues, some important figures were involved in the marked matters. Not to mention those in Yunhang City, there are quite a few in the province as well. And one or two of them have now been promoted to work in the ministries of Longhua. With so many people involved, you can't afford it just because you have money. Fortunately, Zhang Guodong, the current head of Yunhang, who Ding Bulai had a good impression of, was not involved. No need to investigate further, this information is enough. Let me think about what to do first. Chapter 125 I Can Help You. After Ding Bulai finished his breakfast, Yun Xingxue called him. "Are you free today? Can you come to my place?" Ding Bulai guessed that it should be about Lingfeng Group. He glanced at the information next to him and his heart moved. "Okay, I'll go over there in the morning. I just happen to have something to discuss with you." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the office." After hanging up the phone, I saw Zhou Xiaotang, Bai Xian, and others walking downstairs in home clothes. "Come on, come and have breakfast first." "Good morning, bro." Zhou Xiaotang sat next to Ding Bulai, and Bai Xian and others also sat down around Ding Bulai. After a night of exercise, several people's faces were rosy and they looked obviously in good spirits. Ding Bulai couldn't help but sigh at the magic of women and the partiality of the Creator. It is true that there is no land that cannot be plowed, only oxen that have been worked to death. If my body hadn't been strengthened, I really wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of good fortune. "Xiaotang, I have something to do today and I have to go out in a while. You can go out and walk around by yourself first." Zhou Xiaotang raised his head and said with a smile, "Brother Bolai, go ahead and do whatever you want. It just so happens that Bai Xian and I and some of my sisters want to go shopping together today. Do you think it's okay?" Ding Bulai was stunned and looked at Bai Xian and the others with some shame. "This is really my negligence. After bringing you guys back to Yunhang, I didn't take you for a walk. You guys can go shopping with Xiaotang. You can play whatever you want and buy whatever you want. It will all be charged to my account." "That's great. I'll transfer some pocket money to you guys, too." Bai Xian quickly said, "No need, boss. We are already very satisfied here. We don't need any money." Ding Bulai waved his hand and said, "No, my woman won't be able to live without money. Forget it, the 6 of you. Bai Xian, you are the eldest sister. Send me your card number first and I will transfer the money to you, and you can transfer it to your sisters." Bai Xian lowered his head awkwardly. We don't have a bank card." Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment, and Zhou Xiaotang next to him also looked up in surprise, but they both returned to normal soon. Zhou Xiaotang smiled and said, "I came here in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring any gifts for my sisters. Today just gave me a chance, so I took my sisters to buy some daily necessities." Ding Bulai said, "Okay, they are young and probably don't have much contact with the outside world. It's just right for Xiaotang to take them out for some fun. Oh, and get them a bank card." Zhou Xiaotang agreed, "Yes." Bai Xian and the others nodded gratefully. "Thank you, boss, thank you, Sister Xiaotang." After breakfast, Zhou Xiaotang and 7 other people drove out with their bodyguards. Ding Bulai came to Yuntian Group accompanied by Wu Ying. Accompanied by his secretary, Ding Bulai went straight to Yun Qingshue's office. Yun Qingxue was still dressed in the same office uniform, but she looked a little tired today. There seemed to be some faint dark circles under his eyes. Qingxue, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Yun Qingxue thought of something when she heard that. Her ears turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Ding Bulai, making Ding Bulai a little confused. Nothing, just a little busy at work lately. Qingxue, you've worked hard, but a large group company like yours has so many people. You can delegate the work to the people below you and don't work so hard yourself. The people down there also have their own things to do. Speaking of which, Qingxue, I'm planning to set up a company. Ding Bulai briefly explained Lin Zhixia's previous suggestions. It's not that he doesn't trust Lin Zhixia, it's just that Lin Zhixia has just graduated after all. Although she is very capable, she doesn't have much experience. Yun Qingxue is different. She is already a well-known female president. Yun Qingxue was stunned when she heard this, thought for a while, and then said, Actually, you are right, and I was planning to tell you about this. You are currently investing in a lot of projects. Regardless of whether these projects are under your name or not, the fact that you are the owner will not change. You cannot connect with every one of them by yourself. You set up a company and let professionals manage it, which can not only avoid risks but also better coordinate operations. But have you decided where the company's headquarters will be? And who are you going to let take the lead in setting up this company? Do you want me to help you find a place for the office? Ding Bulai looked up and stared at Yun Qingxue. Yun Qingxue didn't understand. What's wrong? Ding Bulai grinned and said, Qingxue, why don't you come over? What am I doing here? Yun Qingxue wondered, then suddenly realized something and said incredulously, You don't want me to help you do this, do you? Ding Bulai nodded affirmatively. Is there anything wrong with that? Although my company may not have much assets and is a bit like a shadow headquarters, the companies it manages are definitely world-class giants. Don't you want to control such a huge corporate group? In addition, Yuntian Group's tourism and real estate projects are also one of the corporate projects supported by this company. You are the president of Yuntian. When you manage my company, you will be able to clearly understand and control the management boundary between the company and Yuntian. Besides your company, you also know that there is a financial company that has invested 100 billion yuan to purchase Yunhang Airlines that is being acquired, Moya Platform, and entertainment companies. Among so many industries and companies, you are the only one I know who has the ability to manage them. Ding Bulai patiently persuaded Yun Qingxue, and Yun Qingxue fell into deep thought. To be honest, she was moved. But what attracted her was not the possibility of managing so many large companies. Instead, she suddenly thought of one thing, that is, all the companies invested by Ding Bulai, as far as she knew, were under the name of the beautiful woman. In other words, all these companies belonged to Ding Bulai's women. Although she herself did not have any relationship with Ding Bulai, it is undeniable that Ding Bulai was the most attractive man she had ever met. It's not that she didn't have ideas, nor did she not fantasize about being with Ding Bulai. It's just that her pride and her status make her somewhat reluctant to share a man with other women. But this is difficult to change. If she really manages Ding Bulai's company, it will not only be about controlling a company, but also about controlling the lifeblood of her woman. It's not that she looks down on Ding Bulai's women, but that she is extremely confident in her business abilities. Moreover, doesn't this mean that I am the queen? Thinking of this, Yun Qingxue secretly spat in shame, and said in embarrassment. Not bad. You have to know that you are now buying companies for others. Theoretically, others don't have to care about you and your newly established company. Ding Bulai said indifferently, It's okay. When I buy a company for someone, it means that I have absolute trust in them, just like you. Of course, I also believe that they will listen to me, so there is no need to worry about them not cooperating. Yun Qingxue felt happy and worried when she heard this. Okay, I can help you. Chapter 126 Project Proposals. By the way, please give this company a name. Ding Bulai said indifferently, You can choose the name. I am not interested in naming. If you don't name your company, who will? It's the same for you. Also, you can look for a headquarters. If there's a landmark office building for sale in the city center, just buy one. Yun Qingxue was somewhat speechless. Then let me take a look at this matter first. Oh, there's one more thing. The Dragon Flag State gift you mentioned should be available for purchase. When the time comes, you can apply for it directly in the name of you and your new company, and the vehicle will be registered directly in your name. Great. Ding Bulai said expectantly, can I have someone do the modification first? It may be difficult. You have to apply for the car before it is delivered, and then you have to apply for the modification yourself according to the regulations. Then it will take even longer. Then I'll try to find some connections and ask. All right. Now that we have finished discussing these matters, let's get down to business today. Yun Xingshue's expression became serious. I am ready to take action against Lingfeng Group. Ding Bulai said quickly, I want to tell you about this too. Please take a look at the information first. As he spoke, he handed over the information that Zhang Jing and the others had investigated. Yun Xingxue took it and opened it, her expression changed immediately. Then he flipped through it hurriedly and carefully. The more he read, the uglier his expression became, and he became more and more solemn. If all this information is true, Lingfeng Group is probably finished this time. However, there are too many people involved. Once it is made public, things will be out of control. For us, it may not be a good thing. Ding Bulai also said seriously, I know that too, so I want to discuss with you how we can use this information. But I have a bottom line, which is that these corrupt officials and unscrupulous businessmen and evil bandits cannot be allowed to have an easy life. Yun Xingxue frowned, we need to seek support from the government, otherwise we can't do this on our own. Ding Bulai pondered for a moment and said, let's go find Secretary Chang. Good. In the Yunhang Municipal Government Building, in Chang Guodong's office. Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue sat there, drinking the tea prepared by the secretary. After waiting for a while, Chang Guodong finally arrived. Boss Ding, Boss Yun, I'm sorry I'm late. I just had a meeting. We are so presumptuous. We came to you in a hurry and delayed Secretary Chang's work. Chang Guodong shook hands with the two men and sat down. After the secretary brought the tea and went out to close the door, he spoke. You two are suddenly in such a hurry to find me today, is there something going on? Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue looked at each other, then handed the information in their hands to Chang Guodong. Secretary Chang, this is some information collected by my subordinates. I would like you to take a look at it. Chang Guodong took it doubtfully, glanced at it, and then became serious. Where did you get this information from? Secretary Chang, please don't mind. After all, we are doing business. I just asked for some information about my opponent. Chang Guodong looked at Ding Bulai deeply, then lowered his head and continued reading. The more I looked, the more shocked I became, but I remained calm on the surface. After half an hour, Chang Guodong finally closed the information. Where did you get this information? Are you sure it's true? Ding Bulai said calmly, the Wu Ying and Zhang Jing beside me, whom you have met, are S&A-level bodyguards of Longdun Security Company. The other bodyguards are also B-level. I believe that the information they have found should still be very reliable. After having been in contact with Wu Ying and others for a long time, Ding Bulai also knew that Longdun Security, as the largest security company in Long Country, had close cooperation with the government. The level of bodyguards of Longdun Security is highly recognized by not only wealthy businessmen and celebrities but also government executives. Chang Guodong was silent for a long time, then he said. This matter involves too many people, not to mention the government officials involved. Even if it's an enterprise, it involves more than a dozen large companies. Let's not talk about other things. Just Lingfeng Group alone involves more than 200 billion yuan of GDP in Yunhang City and more than 40,000 employees. And now it involves a project cooperation with Qin's. Feeling that his words might cause misunderstanding, Chang Guodong explained. It's not that I want to protect them, but this matter must be considered comprehensively. Plus, the high-ranking officials involved, we have to consider the difficulty. Yun Xingxue smiled and said, Secretary Chang, we cannot interfere with how the government handles the matter. We are just providing the information and fulfilling our obligations as citizens. But as it involves corporate competition, I can express my position on behalf of Yuntian Group. Our Yuntian Group will definitely go all out and give full play to our company's capabilities to take over as many projects as possible that have been suspended or employees have been laid off due to some corporate changes. Chang Guodong did not comment. At this time, Ding Bulai said, Secretary Chang, I've been a bit busy these past 2 days, so I haven't asked about it. I wonder how the acquisition of Yunhang Airlines is going. Chang Guodong said, the plan has been approved by the city, and the provincial government has also reached the final stage of approval. Then it needs to be submitted to the National Air Traffic Control Bureau for approval. Mr. Shin holds 70% of the shares, and our city holds 30%. To be honest, this progress is extremely efficient. A private acquisition of a city airline company, in just a few weeks, not only finalized the plan, but is also about to be submitted to the state for approval. Of course, the biggest role played by this was Ding Bulai's huge cash pile. Ding Bulai said, I have 2 more project proposals recently. One is the new energy vehicle project. You should also know that Yuntian Group has been planning new energy projects in the past 2 years, but the progress has not been great. I have decided to increase investment in Yuntian Group and accelerate the promotion and layout of new energy batteries, accessories, and even new energy vehicles. It just so happens that the country is now vigorously promoting the new energy vehicle industry. We hope to take this policy opportunity to build a new energy vehicle industry center in Yunhang City. According to conservative estimates, this investment will not be less than 200 billion. When Ding Bulai said this, Yun Xingxue was stunned. She didn't know that Ding Bulai wanted to continue investing in her, and it was still unclear whether she agreed or not. But she couldn't refute it at this time. After all, this was a good thing for Yuntian Group. Cheng Guodong was also surprised, but before he could speak, Ding Bulai continued. The second project is somewhat related to Yunhang Airlines. Our Yunhang Airport is quite old. I think that Yuntian Group is now building a coastal tourism resort center in the region, and the renovation of the old city is also on the agenda. Plus the new energy vehicle project. We can say that Yunhang has tourism, urban appearance, and industrial layout. Now we just need transportation support. After all, Yunhang Airlines is just an airline, which is far from enough. The project I want to invest in is to build a new airport for Yunhang City. The new airport should be more advanced, more technological and modern, and can enhance the city image and transportation capacity of our Yunhang City. Chapter 127 Comprehensive Targeting. Chang Guodong didn't know what to say. Whether it is the construction of a new airport or the layout and implementation of new energy vehicle projects. These are all huge projects involving the industrial and social development of a city or even a province. In addition to the coastal tourism and old city renovation projects that have already been implemented. Any one of them would be an impressive achievement that a government can publicize. And now, during Chang Guodong's term of office, 2 of them have already been implemented. Now there are 2 more. In fact, what Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue didn't know was. People inside have already suggested that Chang Guodong move up. Because the old city renovation project and coastal tourism project still have some procedural aspects, as long as the process is completed and confirmed, the funds will officially enter the project supervision account. If nothing unexpected happens, the moment the project officially starts will also be the day Chang Guodong leaves Yunhang. But these information of Lingfeng Group. It brought about huge changes. The people and things involved here are too complicated. If things go wrong, not to mention Chang Guodong wanting to go up, he will have to go down if he is not careful. However, now there are 2 more super large projects, both of which are projects of Yuntian Group and Ding Bulai, 2 people who are at odds with Lingfeng Group. This gave Chang Guodong more confidence. Taking a deep breath, Chang Guodong said. You guys go back first, leave this information with me. Ding Bulai frowned and wanted to ask more questions, but Yun Xingxue gave him a wink. Okay then. Bulai and I won't disturb Secretary Chang's work. If you have anything to say later, just tell us directly. Cheng Guodong also stood up and said, I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't keep CEO Ding and CEO Yun. I'll treat you 2 to a meal next time when I'm free. Then we will wait for Secretary Chang's call at any time. After leaving the government building and getting into the car, Ding Bulai didn't ask. What does Secretary Chang mean? He has had little experience dealing with people like this. Yun Xingxue glanced at Ding Bulai calmly and said, for a person of his level, how can we know what he is thinking? However, I believe Secretary Chang will make the right choice. Ding Bulai nodded thoughtfully. Yun Xingxue added, however, when will our President Ding invest in our Yuntian Group's new energy project? How come I, the President, don't know about it? Hey, isn't this what I just thought of? Don't I, the President, need to agree? How can that be? Isn't this new energy project the direction you really want to transform? We are friends, so of course I will fully support you. Yun Xingxue gave Ding Bulai a white look, and the charm in that look made Ding Bulai a little dazed. I am indeed optimistic about the new energy industry, and I have always wanted to transform Yuntian Group into a new energy technology company. But this is not easy, and it is not something that can be done just by having money. Of course, I understand this. I can't help with other things, but it's no problem for me to provide some financial support. I'm not short of money. As long as I have money, I believe I can definitely make it happen. Ding Dulai's wealthy demeanor made Yun Qingxue speechless, yet inexplicably moved. Ding Dulai has invested more than 200 billion yuan in himself without putting forward any conditions. Now, in front of Secretary Chang, he said that he would invest 200 billion yuan. She knew that with so much money, not to mention herself as the president of Yuntian Group, even a princess could get it. After a moment of silence, Yun Qingxue said softly, "Not bad, thank you." Ding Dulai grinned, "As long as Qingxue wants to do it, I will definitely support you to achieve it." Yun Qingxue nodded and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Cheng Guodong asked his secretary to cancel the next work arrangement, and then he sat alone in the office, silently looking at the documents in his hand. After sitting for a while, Cheng Guodong took out his personal mobile phone and called a provincial leader. The call was quickly connected. Cheng Guodong was reporting. The voice on the other end of the phone was low, and one could sense a hint of majesty just by listening to the voice. We talked on the phone for half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Guodong called his secretary to arrange a vehicle, packed the information into his bag, and took the vehicle directly to the province. 2 hours later, Cheng Guodong arrived at a private villa and talked with the provincial leader with whom he had just spoken on the phone for more than an hour. Then he took the bus back to the city with an expressionless face. On the other side, the provincial leaders took the information in their hands and made several phone calls. That afternoon, a call came from the province to the central government. That night, a central leader convened relevant departments and made some work arrangements. Subsequently, several working groups rushed to Yunhang and surrounding cities overnight. Cheng Guodong, the top leader of Yunhang City, also privately contacted a core member of a department and made some preparations. Let us not talk about Cheng Guodong's arrangements for now. Ding Dulai and Yun Qingxue discussed it and decided to openly target Lingfeng Group. First, some cooperation with Lingfeng Group was terminated. Compete with Lingfeng Group in terms of raw materials, business, channels, etc. At the same time, more unfavorable news about Lingfeng Group was also revealed by the media. This time it was even more ruthless. For example, the young master of Lingfeng Group gave 7 billion yuan in tips to the beautiful anchor, causing the cash flow of Lingfeng Group to be cut off. For example, Lingfeng Group used inferior materials in a project. Lingfeng Group violated regulations and colluded in bidding, etc. Yun Qingxue also sold the Lingfeng Group stocks that she had originally asked someone to buy at a low price in advance, because she knew that the current bottom was not the bottom yet. Yun Qingxue is making frequent moves, so Lingfeng Group will naturally not sit idly by. Some clarifying announcements were issued. Some negative information about Yuntian Group was also revealed. For a time, the top two groups in Yunhang City, Lingfeng Group and Yuntian Group, were both caught in a negative crisis. Ding Dulai didn't care about all this. Instead, he was in the living room of the villa, looking at Zhou Xiaotang, Bai Xian, and others with envy as they changed clothes one after another. This is good. This one looks great, too. Wow, Xiaotang, this outfit really shows off your figure. Hey, Bai Mo, this is what you should wear tonight, don't make the mistake. Roar, Balenciaga. 7 top beauties changed into new clothes one after another, just like on a fashion show. Black silk, white silk, flesh silk. Ding Dulai was overwhelmed. Although Zhou Xiaotang and others were shy, they were very satisfied with Ding Dulai's reaction. Until Ding Dulai couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled them back to the bedroom and started a thrilling 1v7 duel. After the battle, several people lay down to rest. Zhou Xiaotang said, "Brother Bulai, Bai Xian, and the others have nothing to do right now. I want to bring them to my company to help. Do you think it's okay?" Zhou Xiaotang said cautiously. Ding Dulai was stunned for a moment and glanced at Bai Xian and the others. If they have no objection, I have no objection. It's good to have something to do. Chapter 128 Teach them a lesson. Just as Ding Dulai, Zhou Xiaotang, and the 6 babies were being affectionate with each other, a solemn atmosphere prevailed inside Lingfeng Group. Ling Duanfen, the chairman of Lingfeng Group, Ling Li's father and the richest man in Yunhang City, sat in the conference room with a grim face. Ling Li and all the senior executives of Lingfeng Group all looked unhappy. At this time, a vice president of Lingfeng Group reported tremblingly. Today, 13 suppliers have terminated cooperation with us, and another 27 have called us. Although they have not terminated the cooperation, they are all urging us to pay for the goods first. We called to have more than 30 news articles removed online, but there are still hundreds of news articles posted online. We communicated with the hot search list, but the other party did not agree to remove the hot search. We had been discussing the renewal of loans from 7 banks, totaling more than 4 billion yuan. The bank called me today and said that they needed to study it further. There is also a loan of more than 8 billion yuan that we are negotiating. Longhua Bank also said that it needs to be evaluated before deciding. The company still owes more than 1 billion yuan in operating debts, but because the group has no cash flow at the moment, it urgently needs additional funds to pay them. And today the company's stock price fell by more than 8 points. That's enough. Ling Duanfeng slammed the table angrily. Don't just talk about the problem, I want a solution to the problem. Everyone in the conference room lowered their heads and remained silent. Ling Duanfeng glanced angrily at the conference room, pointed at an executive and asked, Mr. Wu, you are in charge of the cooperation channels. Tell me how to solve the channel problem. Mr. Wu, who was named, raised his head and said, Director Ling, I have been in contact with the cooperation channel today to appease them. I can guarantee to stabilize the cooperation partner for 3 days, but if public opinion continues to deteriorate and the funding problem is not resolved. Ling Duanfeng frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Our Lingfeng group has more than 300 billion in assets. What? Because you suddenly spent more than 7 billion, you can't turn it around? What do you do for a living? Mr. Liu, you are the financial director, how do you manage it? The financial director wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Director Ling, this is not our problem. It's clear that someone is targeting us now. We have always had a good relationship with the bank on the finance side. It stands to reason that billions of dollars of funds will not affect our cooperation. But when I communicated with the bank today, I clearly found that their attitude was wrong. Ling Duanfeng interrupted directly, Don't make excuses, aren't you ashamed to let Yuntian Group take the blame? No matter how powerful that little girl Yunqing Xue is, I don't believe that these people will not give face to our Lingfeng Group just because of Yunqing Xue. Which is bigger, our Lingfeng Group or Yuntian Group? If you can't solve it today, don't come tomorrow. Mr. Liu hurriedly said, It's unfair, Mr. Ling, I'm not talking about Yuntian Group alone. I mean, did Yuntian Group find someone? A friend of mine from a bank secretly told me that a senior leader said. Ling Duanfeng asked hurriedly, Who was it? What did they say? Mr. Liu nodded and said, It is said that the main leaders of the city said that for high-risk enterprises like Lingfeng Group, careful assessment should be made when lending, and losses should be stopped in time. Bang! Ling Duanfeng threw the cup of water in front of him to the ground. Everyone in the conference room was so frightened that they sat in silence. Ling Duanfeng took a deep breath, then turned to look at his son. How is it going over there? Ling Li also had a grim expression at this time. We are still negotiating about the money, it should be soon. In fact, Mao Ya has been insisting on returning the funds for a month, and even the pressure from Qin Hao and his gang is useless, but he doesn't dare to say it in public in the meeting room. Hearing this, Ling Duanfeng became even angrier, and his chest heaved violently. But he suppressed his anger, stared at Ling Li for a while, and then looked at everyone in the conference room. First, the legal department sent a lawyer's letter to these media outlets that spread rumors overnight. The head of the legal department quickly raised his head and said, But some things are indeed true, and we can't provide evidence to prove it. I said to send the letter, so I sent the letter. These are all rumors. Ling Duanfeng interrupted angrily. The tougher the better. This proves that we have nothing to hide. Second, the publicity department will work with the legal department to release an announcement overnight and promote some of our positive news, such as our cooperation with Qin's and some successful projects. Also, since Yun Xingshue's cousin wants to play around, I'll play along with her. Let's release all the dirty laundry we have on Yuntian Group, and grab all their cooperation channels one by one. Finally, regarding the banks and our cooperation channels, I don't care what method you use, even if you accompany me alone, I want to hear good news tomorrow. Otherwise, all of you get out of here. After saying that, Ling Duanfeng stood up angrily and left the meeting room. Ling Li hurriedly followed. Everyone in the conference room seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but everyone's face was filled with anxiety or solemnity. In Ling Duanfeng's office, Ling Li stood there straight. Is there nothing young Master Qin can do about that money? Dad, let alone us now, young Master Qin and his friends can't get their money back for now. Young Master Qin and his friends have already found out that the Maoya platform belongs to Ding Bulai. Ling Duanfeng raised his eyebrows. This Ding Bulai is so mysterious, and he is against Qin Hao. Do you think it is possible that Ding Bulai is targeting the Qin family this time? Ling Li said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. But the problem is that there is Ding Bulai behind the Yun Tian group, and this Ding Bulai is now targeting us. If he really has the ability to challenge the Qin family, our Lingfeng group. Ling Duanfeng also nodded worriedly, and turned around and said, you have been with them for several days. We are in trouble now. Can't Qin and Hu provide us with some support? Ling Li said solemnly, because of Maya's reward, they are also short of cash flow now, so they all take care of their own funds. But for other matters, young Master Qin and young Master Hu can help to greet us. During the meeting just now, young Master Qin also sent me a message saying that several companies under the Qin, Hu, and Zhou families can speed up cooperation with us. We can gradually release this information tomorrow, which should be of some help to the stock market. Ling Duanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Sometimes a crisis is not necessarily a bad thing. If we can tie up the big ships of these big families in Shanghai this time, it will definitely be a huge opportunity for us, Lingfeng. Ling Li also relaxed a little and sat on the sofa. I thought so too. Ling Duanfeng continued, however, Yun Qingshui and Ding Bulai dared to target us this time. It seems that we have been too low-key and gentle in the past. They must be taught a profound lesson. Ling Li raised his eyebrows and said, Dad, I understand. I will ask Wei Hu to make arrangements tonight. Chapter 129 Villa Attacked. Late at night, the community was silent. Wu Ying sat with her eyes closed in the room next to Ding Bulai. Suddenly, Wu Ying opened her eyes sharply, and then walked to the door of Ding Bulai's room alertly and gently. After listening to the noise inside, I saw Zhang Jing standing quietly at the stairs. Captain Wu, there are a few people outside. Can you handle it? No problem, Hu Qin is outside, it should be done by now. Good. Wu Ying then checked around the master bedroom upstairs, and when she went downstairs she saw several bodyguards standing in the living room. Seeing Wu Ying coming down, he hurriedly greeted her respectfully and led Wu Ying to the outer yard. I saw a dozen thugs with knives and sticks, tied up and thrown on the ground. What was even more surprising was that there was a pistol next to a man who looked like the leader. Captain Wu, these people should all be Wei Hu's men. This leader is one of Wei Hu's backbones. They have investigated the information of Wei Hu and Lingfeng Group and have a relatively clear understanding of some key information. It has to be said that the two A-level bodyguards, Zhang Jing and Hu Qin, as well as the other B-level bodyguards, all have extremely high qualities. No wonder Long Dun Security said these people are all military kings. Captain Wu, do you want to call the police? Wu Ying looked at it in silence for a while, and was about to speak when she suddenly realized something and looked to the left side of the community. Zhang Jing and Hu Qin also heard the noise and ran to the left wall of the yard with several bodyguards. Several people climbed up the wall nimbly and stared outside cautiously. Oh no, Captain Wu, that's Mr. Yun's villa. Wu Ying was stunned. Yun Tian's Yun Qingshui? Yes, I saw Mr. Yun's bodyguard. Wu Ying frowned and said, Hu Qin, take 4 people over to have a look. If it's really what Boss Yun said, choose the right time to help. Zhang Jing, you and the others stay on guard here. I'll go up and call CEO Ding. After Wu Ying finished speaking, she hurried to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and opened the bedroom door directly, ignoring the pile of white beautiful legs on the bed. He pushed Ding Bulai's body directly. Boss Ding. Ding Bulai woke up with a start. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Ying at the head of the bed. His heart beat rapidly. Boss Ding, please get up first. Realizing that something was wrong, Ding Bulai came to his senses, quietly got out of bed, put on his pajamas, and went outside with Wu Ying. When we went downstairs, Wu Ying had already explained the situation. When Ding Bulai saw the dozen or so thugs in the yard, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he asked, you said the villa next door is cleared of snow? I don't know. We saw Mr. Yun's bodyguards but not Mr. Yun himself. I think he should be hiding in the room. To be on the safe side, I have asked Hu Qin to take someone to check it out. Ding Bulai frowned and said, Wu Ying, come with me to take a look. No. Wu Ying stopped Ding Bulai and said, Boss Ding, for safety reasons, please stay here. I'll send someone over to take another look. Ding Bulai saw the determination in Wu Ying's eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said, well, I'll call Qingshui first to see if she's around. As he spoke, he dialed the cell phone. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, not bad. Xingxue, are you also in Jinmao Huafu? How are you now? Are you okay? Yes, I live in Villa 002. Did someone from your side come over as well? Don't worry, I'm fine. A few people came over to help. They must be your people, right? It's good that you're okay. Those people who passed by were my people. The people tonight should have been hired by Wei Hu. Should we call the police? Yun Xingxue was silent for a moment, then said, if we call the police, I don't know if it will affect Secretary Cheng's arrangements. Why don't you call Secretary Cheng tomorrow morning and ask for his opinion? Ding Bulai thought about it and said, let's talk about it later. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Wu Ying, by the way, are Zhou Tong and the others okay? Don't worry, Mr. Ding. We just called every bodyguard outside and no suspicious people appeared on their side. But I have asked them to stay alert tonight. Ding Bulai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, one of Ding Bulai's B-level bodyguards ran over. Boss Ding, Captain Wu, the people over there have also been caught. Okay, let's go and take a look. When Ding Bulai, Wu Ying and others arrived at Yun Xingxue's yard, I saw nearly 20 people tied up and thrown into the yard. Yun Xingxue walked out wearing pajamas and a coat, her expression still cold. Xingxue, are you okay? I'm fine, but 2 bodyguards were injured. I think you're okay too. Ding Bulai shook his head, I'm fine too. Then, looking at the people tied up in the yard, the anger in my heart surged. With so many hooligans and such a big commotion, what is the property management doing? Is this still the best community in Yunhang? Zhang Jing came over and said, Boss Ding, Boss Yun, I asked around. They bribed the person on duty at night and hired a hacker to switch the surveillance footage during this period. Also, there are 5 people here with guns. Fortunately, we arrived in time and didn't give them the chance to open fire. Yun Xingxue was shocked. She was a woman and had just stayed in her room in the villa and didn't come out, so she didn't know the details. Ding Bulai also felt a little scared. If he didn't have so much money and hired a top bodyguard, he might have fallen into Wei Hu's hands tonight. No, I'll call Secretary Chang right now. As the top leader, he should give us an explanation for such a terrible thing. Ding Bulai said this and was about to take out his cell phone. Yun Xingxue's phone suddenly rang. Boss Yun, it's bad. Our warehouse in the western suburbs has caught fire. All the goods in the warehouse have been burned. The anxious voice on the other end of the phone was extremely clear in the quiet night. At this time, Yun Xingxue exuded endless coldness. Call the police immediately. Also, rush over as soon as possible to understand the specific situation and losses. If there are casualties, be sure to provide medical treatment. Also, notify all company executives to ensure that the message is passed down to all levels and that they conduct various inspections and be on duty tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yun Xingxue turned around and said, not bad, something happened at the company, I'm going over now, you protect yourself. As she was about to go back to her room to change clothes, Ding Bulai stopped her. I know it's unrealistic not to let you go, but I have to arrange for someone to go with you. We can't guarantee whether this is a backup plan left by Wei Hu and his men to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yun Xingxue paused and said, okay. Ding Bulai smiled and turned around and said, Zhang Jing, Hu Qin, the 2 of you should accompany Xingxue over there. But here. It's all right here. This is such a big matter that Secretary Chang needs to step in. I can't wait until tomorrow morning. Chapter 130, Prepare in Advance. In a bedroom in a high-end residential area. The shrill ring of the telephone rang in the night. A middle-aged female voice asked in a dazed and dissatisfied voice, who is it? Cheng Guodong patted his wife's shoulder and said, it's okay, go to sleep. Then he took out his cell phone and walked out of the bedroom. Boss Ding, what happened? Secretary Chang, tonight. Cheng Guodong didn't expect that this group of people would be so bold. He hasn't started any action yet, and it's certain that the news hasn't leaked out. In other words, it is just an ordinary business competition, but some people dare to defy the world and do such outrageous things. It's simply lawless. Cheng Guodong was filled with anger. Boss Ding, just wait over there at the villa. Call the police normally now, and I will also say hello over here. Also, don't say anything extra, leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Guodong didn't care that it was late at night and directly made several calls. For a moment, many people were awakened and looked at Yunhang tonight in confusion. According to the interrogation results, they only said that a few fierce bandits had found a group of hooligans and wanted to go to the villa area to get some money. Because I know that Mr. Ding and Mr. Yun's villas are the best in the community, I chose them as my targets. And they knew that rich people would definitely have bodyguards, so they hired a lot of thugs, and arranged for hackers to control the surveillance and bribe the property staff on duty in advance. The hacker said he found it online, and the person on duty at the community only said it was for the money, and he didn't know anything else. No one has accused Wei Hu or Lingfeng Group. In Chang Guodong's office, the director of the municipal bureau nervously introduced Chang Guodong and Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue who were sitting beside him. No one was surprised by this result. Chang Guodong said angrily, "Why do we have so many hooligans in Yunhang? 30 or 40 of them at once. Doesn't your police station patrol at night? Also, we need to find out if there are any people behind those leaders and if they are being directed by someone. This matter is extremely bad. I demand that the Municipal Bureau conduct a thorough investigation and give General Manager Ding, General Manager Yun, and all citizens of Yunhang City a satisfactory answer." The director quickly assured, "Don't worry, Secretary Chang, we will launch a new round of crackdowns in Yunhang City. In addition, we will conduct further detailed investigations on these people this time and will not let anyone go." "Okay, and what's going on with the big fire in the western suburbs?" Another middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Secretary Chang, the fire in Yuntian Group's warehouse in the western suburbs has now been put out. Fortunately, the warehouse manager discovered it in time and no one was injured. It's just that the entire warehouse basically burned down. Our fire department and the municipal police have conducted a preliminary investigation and have not found any signs of arson. The initial speculation is that the fire may have been caused by aging lines." Yun Qingxue said calmly, "Our company just did a wiring renovation and fire inspection on that warehouse last month." A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, but facing Chang Guodong's serious gaze, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is just a preliminary speculation. As for the further reasons, we need to conduct an in-depth investigation with relevant departments." Chang Guodong waved his hands in dissatisfaction. "All right, I'll give you 3 days. I want to confirm the result within 3 days." "Okay, we'll arrange it right away. Go ahead." After everyone else left, only Chang Guodong and Ding Bulai were left in the office. "Boss Ding, Boss Yun, I'm sorry to have frightened you this time. On behalf of the Yunhang municipal government, I apologize to you and promise to give you a reply as soon as possible." Yun Qingxue said, "I wonder if the answer Secretary Chang gave is the same as what we asked yesterday?" Ding Bulai also looked at Chang Guodong. Chang Guodong took a deep look at the two of them and slowly said, "We will make arrangements for the specifics. I can only say that you can fully trust the government's determination to crack down on evil forces and big tigers. In addition, I suggest that you reduce going out if it is not necessary recently. Of course, the city will also increase its protection for you." Ding Bulai and Yun Qingxue looked at each other and said, "Thank you, Secretary Chang." Chang Guodong took a sip of tea. Boss Ding and Boss Yun are both young entrepreneurs in Yunhang City. They are the future of Yunhang City's business development. I hope you two can focus on the signed projects and implement them as soon as possible, so as to set an example for our Yunhang City. In addition, to be honest, there are not many capable enterprises in Yunhang City, and there are only so many projects related to people's livelihood and the overall situation. However, if some enterprises choose the wrong path, it should not affect the progress of the project. Let the government and the people pay for their mistakes. I hope you two can make some preparations in advance, play your role as role models, and take on greater responsibilities when necessary." When the city's top leader says something like this, let alone Yun Qingxue, even Ding Bulai, who had little experience, understood it. Lingfeng Group is probably finished. But some projects and some businesses cannot be interrupted. Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Secretary Chang, don't worry. I may not understand the profession, but investing in Yunhang and making Yunhang a better city is what I have always done. I can't say anything extra, but I will definitely implement the projects I proposed before. In addition, I have prepared some funds to further increase investment in Yunhang when the time is right." Yun Qingxue also said, "Our Yuntian Group also firmly supports and cooperates with the government's various work arrangements and will absolutely ensure the smooth implementation of related projects." Chang Guodong nodded with satisfaction. "It is Yunhang City's luck that there are two such entrepreneurs. I am here to wish you two great success." After leaving the government building, Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue sat in the car. Xingxue, what do you think we should do next? Actually, there's no need. The original plan to attack the stock market is probably not necessary. To be honest, if Secretary Chang really takes action with your information, Lingfeng Group will basically be finished. We can just pick it up then. Ding Bulai understood, okay. Then you can take care of this. If there is anything you need me to do, please let me know in time. By the way, I thought about the company you mentioned last night. There is an option for the office building, and that is Mr. Duan Weiping. He is planning to sell his office building in the city center. I wonder if you are interested. Sure. The first time I bought Mr. Duan's building, I didn't expect to buy his again now. Is his business in trouble now? Their company is having some financial difficulties and is now selling assets to pay off debts. Okay, you can go take a look at the building first, and if it's suitable, you can ask Mr. Duan to talk to you. Okay, I'll arrange it. Chapter 131. I want to buy a place to build a house. Brother Ding, oh, no, I should call you Mr. Ding. Boss Ding is very popular right now. Mr. Yun is still as dazzling as ever. After not seeing each other for a while, Duan Weiping looked much more haggard. But he still cheered up and warmly welcomed Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue. Brother Duan, you are too polite. But Brother Duan sees that you don't look well. Are you worried about something? Duan Weiping sighed, shook his head and said, forget it, let me introduce you to. Following Duan Weiping's guidance, Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue came to this building in the city center. This building is newly built. It was topped out just last year, and it has only just been completed. It's just that there are not many floors for sale or rent, and many floors are still unfinished. This building is located in the center of Yunhang City. It has 76 floors above ground, a height of 403 meters, a 6-story podium, and a total construction area of 460,000 square meters. This is a landmark in Yunhang built by our company and also the tallest building in Yunhang. Ding Bulai and a few others came to the top floor. The scenery of Yunhang City is in full view. Even the sea view is clearly visible. Ding Bulai was very satisfied. Mr. Duan, this building is very beautiful. Please name a price. Duan Weiping's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he still said, Boss Ding, you've seen this place, it's definitely all of the best quality. We are old friends, so I won't say much. This building cost me 28 billion to build. I'm selling it to you for 35 billion now. But I don't accept installments. I want cash, and I want it all paid within a month. Ding Bulai did not agree directly, but turned around and asked, Brother Duan, I heard that you are planning to go to another city? Duan Weiping's expression darkened. Yes, there is nothing I can do. The real estate market is in a slump right now. All my businesses in Yunhang are related to real estate. We are struggling to hold on despite losses, but we can't hold on any longer. Fortunately, I have already set up some other industries in other cities, so I plan to move all of them there and give it another try. Ding is not at all clear. Well, Brother Duan also said that we are old friends. Although Brother Duan is leaving Yunhang, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Maybe we will work together again someday. I won't bargain for this price. Let's sign the contract today and I'll pay you tomorrow. Duan Weiping's eyes were red with excitement, Brother Ding. The signing went smoothly. This time, Ding Bulai did not find a woman to settle down with. Because none of the women around me want me. Yun Xingxue, Lin Zhixia, Zhou Xiaotang, Zhou Tong, Xin Xingxing, etc. Now each of them has assets worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars under their names, and no one wants this building no matter what. More importantly, they heard that this building was used as the headquarters building of Ding Bulai's own company. Therefore, they unanimously requested that the building be registered under Ding Bulai's personal name. Just over 30 billion. Ding is not reluctant and does not force himself to find a woman to get cash back. So, today it was Ding Bulai himself who signed the contract. After the signing of the contract, Duan Weiping insisted on having dinner with Latin Bulai and Yun Xingxue. The two men couldn't refuse, so they all went to the hotel's private room. Brother Ding, you are really nice. If you need anything in the future, as long as I can help, just ask. I will never refuse. Duan Weiping was in a good mood and drank 2 more glasses, his face flushed. Ding Bulai picked up the wine glass with a smile. Brother Duan, you're welcome. Let's keep in touch. By the way, Brother Duan, I really need your help with something. Duan Weiping patted his chest and said, Brother Ding, just go ahead and tell me. Ding Bulai hesitated for a moment and said, It's not a complicated matter. I just want to find a place to live. Duan Weiping was stunned. Yun Xingxue also looked over in confusion. Ding Bulai explained. I currently live in Jinmao Huafu. To be honest, the place is nice, but I still feel it's small. I want to find a place to rebuild my own home. Ding Bulai had this idea after his house was stormed by a gang of evil forces last night. He used to watch the news and saw that the world's richest people all had their own estates and the like. Ding Bulai felt that if it came down to money, he, with his system, could be said to be the richest person in the world. So, I am also preparing to build my own new home. At least it has to be a certain manner. In this way, both security and privacy will be more convenient. In addition, he had a little idea. It's just that he sometimes feels powerless. Not the body, but time. I have been accompanying Zhou Xiaotang, Bai Xian, and others these days. Although Xin Qingqing and Zhou Tong are busy with the airline's affairs, I can feel their longing for me through my daily messages. There are also Jiang Lulu, Lin Jixia, and Shanghai's big star Lu Mengli and so on. He is too busy to run around every day. So he wondered if it would be possible for all his women to live together, just like in some YY novels. Of course, this cannot be achieved overnight. I don't want to force my woman. But you can plan ahead. For example, people like Zhou Xiaotang and Bai Xian have played together before, so it shouldn't be a big problem. In this case, you have to consider the location, area, design, etc. of where you live. He thought about just buying a residential community. But this is too cheap. It would be better to find a place and build it yourself. Duan Weiping thought for a while and slowly said. Although Yunhang is only a second-tier city, its urbanization level is relatively high. If you, Mr. Ding, live here by yourself, the environment must not be too bad, and the transportation must be convenient. But the better places have basically been developed. There are some places at the foot of the mountains in the eastern suburbs, and there are also coastal areas developed by General Yun. There is a wetland along the southern suburbs coast, but I don't know if the government will allow you to build a house there. Coastal? Ding Bulai was deep in thought, when suddenly something occurred to him. Does Yunhang have any islands for sale? Duan Weiping immediately understood what Ding Bulai meant. Brother Ding, are you planning to buy an island as your own residence? Ding Bulai nodded, that's right. Duan Weiping thought for a moment and said, I really don't know much about islands and reefs. I only deal in land-based real estate, but I can ask for Mr. Ding. Yun Xingxue next to him suddenly said, yes. There is a small island in the southwest of Yunhang City, less than 4 nautical miles from the sea. The city originally planned to build a cross-sea bridge to connect it, but later because there are not many resources to be developed on the island and the cost of development and bridge construction is high, it was abandoned. Ding Bulai smiled and said, this is a suitable place. Let's go take a look this afternoon. Yun Xingxue reminded, regarding the development of the island, the procedures are very complicated. If you want to go, you have to find a government department to take you there, and Secretary Chang should be busy these 2 days. Ding Bulai said indifferently, I don't need Secretary Chang to take me there personally. I'll ask in the afternoon. A lot of ideas have already come to Ding Bulai's mind, such as buying an island and building a large manor. Fortunately, the island and the land are not far apart, so we can just build a bridge. For convenience, 2 small docks and an airport were built. A private helicopter can also be arranged by then. Chapter 132. A large number of projects are launched. When Ding Bulai was on the top of the new building, imagining the future. Inside Lingfeng Group, Yunhang City's richest man Ling Duanfeng and his son Lingli were sitting in the office with grim expressions. The night before yesterday, Lingli asked Wei Hu to arrange someone to teach Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue a lesson. Apart from the fire set at the Yuntian Group's warehouse, which was considered a success. Those who went to Ding Bulai and Yun Xingxue's residence were all arrested. Although these people were reliable people arranged by Wei Hu, no one had yet exposed Wei Hu as the one behind the scenes. But the current situation is obviously not very good. Starting from yesterday, several groups of law enforcement officers suddenly came from Lingfeng Group. Economic investigation, taxation, fire protection, and even public security. They are all here to investigate the company. Even more disturbing is this. Ling Duanfeng called his internal network, but they either said they didn't know the specific situation or just told him some insignificant news. Xiaoli, is there any news from young Master Qin? Lingli said with a sullen face. Mr. Qin has already helped to inquire about it, but there is no news yet. Dad, are you overthinking it? Ling Duanfeng rubbed his forehead tiredly. I don't know. I always feel that my right eye is twitching violently, as if something bad is happening. Lingli comforted him. Dad, don't worry, they will definitely not find any problems with that fire. As for the people arranged by Wei Hu, this kind of thing has happened before over the years. Wei Hu can handle it. Ling Duanfeng also knew this, but for some reason, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. No, you call Mr. Qin again and tell him that we are willing to pay more profit and ask him to ask his family to help find out more. Lingli hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. Having said that, he called Qin Xiao in front of his father. But no one answered. Maybe Mr. Qin is busy, and Mr. Hu should be with him. Lingli dialed another number unnaturally. But no one answered Hu Xiao's call. Ling Duanfeng frowned, and Lingli was also a little uneasy. So he continued to call Mr. Qin. But this time the call was hung up directly. Lingli couldn't sit still anymore and continued to dial without giving up. But what I didn't expect was that the phone was turned off directly. The clear prompt sound is particularly harsh in the quiet office. Ling Duanfeng was anxious. Call the other rich kids from Shanghai. Call any of them. Quick. Lingli also knew that the situation was special. After making more than a dozen calls in a row, someone finally answered the phone. Hey, Master Cui, it's me, Lingli. Mr. Ling. Qin, young Master Qin? Lingli was surprised that the person who answered the call was Qin Hao. Qin Hao's voice was a little hoarse. We are already at the airport preparing to return to Shanghai. Don't look for us anymore. Since you have made good arrangements recently, I will give you one last reminder. Run now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey, Mr. Qin, what do you mean? But there was no response from the other side. Lingli looked at his father in horror and confusion. Ling Duanfeng's eyes were terrifying, but he seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, and instantly hunched over. Dad, young Master Qin, what does he mean by this? Ling Duanfeng came to his senses and stood up. We haven't lost yet, Xiaoli, hurry up, go home and pack up everything in the safe at home. I went to the bank, and I deposited some things there. We'll meet at the airport. Quick. Don't ask anything else. I don't know either, but I believe that my father and I will not fall like this. We will come back again after we understand the situation. Lingli now realized that this was not the time to ask questions, so he stopped hesitating. Okay, I'll go now. Both father and son went downstairs. But he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the parking lot, he was caught by the law enforcement officers waiting there. In the past 2 days, the hottest news in Yunhang City and even the whole country is the arrest of Yunhang City's richest man Ling Duanfeng and his son, and the resulting arrest of the largest gang-related and corruption case in Yunhang City in the past 2 decades. Ling Duanfeng, Lingli, Wei Hu, as well as several senior executives of Lingfang Group, and heads and backbones of many affiliated enterprises in Yunhang City. It involves hiring, murder, kidnapping and extortion, bullying and market domination, tax evasion, construction fraud, etc. And it also involves a huge umbrella of interests. Personnel from multiple departments of Yunhang City, as well as the second in command of Yunhang City, were arrested. The highest-ranking provincial official was arrested, as well as a director of a department in a ministry of Longhua. Some of the information released by the police shocked the whole society. Lingfeng Group is finished. Yun Xingxue took the opportunity to take over Lingfeng Group, as well as several projects and companies related to the enterprise. As for the largest Lingfeng Group, after checking all violations, a special working group was formed by the deputy mayor of Yunhang City in charge of economy to communicate with Yuntian Group on the acquisition and restructuring matters. After several rounds of negotiations, the merger and acquisition plan was approved by the province and the city. In the end, Yuntian Group took over all the remaining industries of Lingfeng Group for 120 billion yuan. At this point, Yuntian Group has become the undisputed largest group in Yunhang City. It even ranks among the top in the province. At the same time, the investigation and punishment of Lingfeng Group has caused some negative effects after all. To promote the positive business environment in Yunhang and boost economic confidence, Yunhang City, headed by Chang Guodong, coordinated with higher-level governments to speed up the implementation of major projects. Yuntian Group's nearly 100 billion yuan coastal resort project and old city renovation project have officially started construction. Yunhang Airlines officially signed a restructuring agreement. In addition to investing 80 billion yuan to become the largest shareholder, the new shareholder, Ms. Shin, will also invest 150 billion yuan in 2 years to purchase new aircraft, upgrade hardware, improve the team, and enhance service capabilities. In addition, Yuntian Group announced a number of new major projects. Yuntian Group will invest 100 billion to build a new energy industry center. Yunhang City invested 100 billion yuan, and Zhoutong's company invested 200 billion yuan, totaling 300 billion yuan, to build the new Yunhang International Airport in Yunhang City. The new Yunhang International Airport will be located next to the original airport, which will be transformed into a professional business airport. This is not the end yet. Zhenbulai Group, a company founded by Ding Bulai, which was named casually by Ding Bulai, has acquired Chiyu Island on the southwest coast of Yunhang City. It will invest no less than 500 billion yuan in real estate development, bridge construction, port construction, and coastal commercial area development. At one time, major projects totaling trillions of dollars were implemented or launched. Yunhang City, which has experienced a wave of anti-corruption and crackdown on crime, dominated the hot search list. The entire network feels that Yunhang City has cleaned up discipline and improved the economy. The rise of Yunhang City is just around the corner. The man behind all this, Ding Bulai, was keeping a low profile at the highway intersection. Farewell to Chang Guodong, who is about to be promoted. Chapter 133, Return to Shanghai. Boss Ding, I have met many young talents. But you are the only one I admire the most. I don't want to ask you where your money comes from, but before I leave, I still want to remind you to do more good deeds and things that are beneficial to society. Then no matter who it is, no one can touch you. Chang Guodong held Ding Bulai's hand and said something meaningful. Ding Bulai's heart trembled, but he said indifferently, Secretary Chang, oh no, I should call you Chung Shang. Don't worry, I will never let you down. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Chang Guodong smiled and patted Ding Bulai on the shoulder. Miss Shin and Mr. Ding have been inviting me frequently recently. I guess Mr. Ding won't even look down on my support in the future. Ding Bulai said quickly, how can that be possible? I am from Yunhang, and Chang Shang will always be our old leader. I will never forget the support that Chang Shang gave us. And I believe that Chang Shang is still so young, and I believe he will do better in the future. Then I'll take advantage of President Ding's good wishes. Okay, let's stop here. I know President Ding is quite busy, and I have to report as well. Chang Guodong turned around and got in the car to go to the province. Ding Bulai stood there for a long time without saying a word. In just a few months, not only did he have many beauties, he also initially established a business empire. He has established the Zhenbulai Group. Yunqing Xue is currently the president of Zhenbulai Group. Through proxy holding agreements and other means, Yunqing Xue brought related companies such as Yuntian Group, Maya Technology, Su's Financial Company, Yunhang Airlines, and Yunhang International Airport Company under his management. Just now Chang Guodong said that Ding Bulai probably doesn't even need his support. Although it was a joke, it was not an exaggeration at all. Not to mention the several major projects invested in Yuntian Group and the huge scale after Yuntian acquired Lingfeng Group. The Yuntian Group alone has a very large network of relationships and support throughout the province. In addition, there is support from financial companies. Not to mention Yunnan Hangzhou Airlines and Yunnan Hangzhou International Airport. To be honest, Ding Bulai's investment in Yunhang Airlines and the construction of the airport were originally just a spur-of-the-moment decision. But after really entering it, I discovered the amazing benefits and energy it contains. This kind of benefit is not economic, but in terms of connections and other aspects. Airlines and airports are strategic industries for a place or a country. They are inseparable from politics and involve national-level layout and planning such as national defense, security, and external relations. The acquisition of Yunhang Airlines took less than a week. Xin Xingqing told herself that she had met many important figures that she had never dared to think about before. Not to mention Chang Guodong, the representative of the city, but also the officials from the relevant departments of the province and the country, whose ranks are not low. Even Ding Bulai had met several of them. Moreover, Xin Xingqing has received a notice to accompany the first leader of Dragon Country on a visit to a certain country. Oh my god. This is the top leader. Accompanying state visits. When Ding Bulai heard the news, he was almost stunned. Of course, I later learned that Xin Xingxing had just entered the industry and it was not possible for her to obtain the qualifications so quickly. But Ding Bulai gave Xin Xingxing 150 billion to buy a plane. The country that we are visiting this time plans to buy the other party's aircraft in exchange for some strategic resources of that country. Not to mention that Xin Xingxing was extremely excited and nervous, even Ding Bulai himself had to calm down by Xian and others several times before they calmed down. Ding Bulai suddenly remembered a piece of news he had read. A local entrepreneur later entered the civil aviation field and set up a small civil aviation company, but even this small company brought considerable achievements. Later, he wrote in a book in prison, "From the day I got the plane, everything changed. In a blink of an eye, I had the opportunity to communicate with heads of state, celebrities, and leaders of all walks of life on an equal footing. It was as if I had suddenly soared into the sky and stood on the heavens to look down on the world." Ding Bulai felt almost the same way. From the day he got the system, he looked at the world completely differently. However, the benefits brought by the acquisition of Yunhang Airlines still surprised him. It can be said that the airplane is indeed a platform that allows them to stand on a higher platform. And relying on Ding Bulai's unlimited financial resources, he believes that he will only become stronger and stronger and stand higher and higher. "Brother Bolai, I've been here for a few days. I'm going back to Shanghai now." Zhou Xiaotang lay in Ding Bulai's arms and said reluctantly. Ding Bulai was a little reluctant to give up Zhou Xiaotang's long legs, but he would not delay his woman's work. "I can't bear to leave you, Xiaotang, but you can't run away for the time being." He. "Brother Bolai, don't you want me to leave?" "No, I want to go to Shanghai too." "Real?" "Certainly." "That's great. Last time I went to Shanghai, I didn't take you to play around because of the auto show. This time, I will definitely accompany Brother Bulai to visit Shanghai." Ding Bulai scratched Zhou Xiaotang's nose and said lovingly, "Don't rush to play. I have something to do first when I get there." "Oh, okay. By the way, Brother Bulai, will Bai Xian and the others go to Shanghai with me this time?" Last time, Zhou Xiaotang mentioned that he wanted Bai Xian and the others to come over to help him, and Bai Xian and the others agreed. "No problem, let's go together this time." "Yeah." Because he had to go on a business trip again, Ding Bulai spent a crazy day with Xin Xingxing in Zhoutong. I played with Jiang Lulu for another 2 days. This made Ding Bulai more anxious about his housing project. Let Yin Xingxua arrange people to carry out the architectural design as soon as possible. Then he boarded the private plane that he had received as a reward for his successful capture of Lin Jixia, and together with Zhou Xiaotang and others, he set off for Shanghai. Lu Mengli has been having a lot of bad luck lately. Although he registered the company and had 20 to 30 billion in capital, he also spent money to clarify the facts of previous negative news. But negative news continues to emerge. Moreover, although it was announced that he wanted to invest in movies, there were only a few directors and scripts that came to him for cooperation. Lu Mengli knew that it was Qin Hao who was behind this. But she could do nothing about it. Just as she was scratching her hair in the office, there were 2 knocks on the office door, and then a handsome figure walked in. "Not bad, brother?" Ding Bulai walked over with a smile and said, "What is our big star worried about? If you keep pulling, all your hair will be gone." Lu Mengli was a little embarrassed. "It's not that bad, brother, when did you come?" "I just arrived today." "What's going on? Work isn't going well?" Lu Mengli frowned and said, "Yeah, nothing has been done now." Ding Bulai smiled slightly, "So I'm here to help you." Lu Mengli was surprised and asked, "Really?" "Of course, I am the man behind you. If my woman is in trouble, of course I have to step forward. I want to tell others that my woman cannot be bullied by just any cat or dog." Chapter 134, Money is for Spending. Ding Bulai came to Shanghai this time just to help Lu Mengli. Although he was not in Shanghai, he had been following Lu Mengli's news. Because of her previous support, Lu Mengli was embarrassed to ask Ding Bulai for help again. Dante Bulai would not let his woman suffer outside. "Mengli, don't worry, I came to Shanghai this time just to help you. Take a look at what these are first." As he spoke, Ding Bulai came to Lu Mengli's computer and logged into a cloud disk. All of the above is complete evidence of Qin's Hey Lu Mengli. Things like being a mistress, seducing co-stars to deliberately hype themselves up, acting like a big shot, etc. There are complete videos of some incidents, as well as chat records and transfer records of some bribed internet trolls. Lu Mengli opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Brother Bulai, how did you get all these?" I remember that there seemed to be no videos or photos of many scenes. Ding Bulai smiled slightly. I spent a lot of money and hired some hackers to get it. Lu Mengli excitedly grabbed Ding Bulai's arm. Great, with these, my reputation can at least be restored. In fact, this is just an excuse Ding Bulai made up. The real source was the reward given to Ding Bulai by Bai Xian and others for his successful conquest. Bai Xian's 6 twins, ever since they were bought by Ding Bulai. The previous favorability level slowly increased to 60 or 70. After these days of contact and in-depth communication. It was also because Ding Bulai agreed that they could go out with Zhou Xiaotang and do their own things. This made her finally let go of her obsession with her purchased identity and truly fall in love with Ding Bulai. Therefore, the night before coming to Shanghai, the favorability levels of all 6 of them rose to over 80. The reward for the 6 people's successful attack was not a motorhome asset this time, but some information. Among them is complete evidence of slander and rumors against Lu Mengli. In addition, there is a bonus information that several directors and scripts will become popular in the future. All these can help Lu Mengli. Ding Bulai even suspected that this system was rewarding people based on their needs. It was really thoughtful. Mengli, these evidences alone are not enough. The evidence here also involves some other stars. I believe you can contact them and they can serve as witnesses to help you speak out. Lu Mengli frowned, but they may not be willing to help. After all, it will offend Xin. Ding Bulai smiled and said, I have to criticize you for this. The reason why you didn't do things well before was because you were too frugal. Why do I give you money? It's for you to spend. I believe that as long as you are willing to spend money, nothing is impossible. Lu Mengli stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. After all, it's my brother's money, I don't want to spend it carelessly. I understand, but sometimes you have to spend money. Okay, I'll call them later. Brother Bulai just arrived in Shanghai, right? I'll take you out for a walk today. Ding Bulai smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I know you won't be in the mood until things come to a conclusion. Just call and contact me today. Lu Mengli was moved and snuggled in Ding Bulai's arms. Brother Bulai, thank you. By the way, I have a charity dinner to attend tonight, why don't you come with me? Okay. Next, Lu Mengli contacted the relevant stars and staff in the office. After promising generous conditions, several first-line stars were willing to speak out and testify for Lu Mengli. At the same time, Lu Mengli contacted the biggest paparazzi in the entertainment industry. He was also provided with some information. After agreeing to release the relevant news tonight, he hung up the phone. 7 p.m., Banquet Hall of Shanghai Hotel. Many beautiful stars shuttled among them. The male companions around her are either handsome or not. Or he is a middle-aged boss. At this time, Lu Mengli, who was wearing a silver slim-fitting long dress, walked in slowly with Ding Bulai, who was wearing a white suit. The handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of people's attention. And one of them is Lu Mengli, who has been involved in scandals recently. Many people were whispering, but few came up to say hello. The entertainment industry is so realistic. Everyone knows that Lu Mengli has offended Mr. Qin, the heir of Shanghai's top Qin family, and director Liang Xiaoren, who has a prominent position in the industry. The entertainment company under Qin's control, which is also the largest entertainment company in Longhua, openly suppressed Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli's natural smile was regarded by many as a forced smile. However, many people were curious about the identity of Ding Bulai, who was standing next to him. At this time, Qin Hao walked into the venue arm in arm with a sexy and famous actress. Many people gathered around in an instant. Mr. Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am. Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Hao greeted everyone with a polite smile. At this time, Qin Hao saw Ding Bulai and Lu Mengli not far away, and his pupils shrank. Scenes from Yunhang City flashed through his mind. In particular, when my father said that the Ling family was finished, there was fear in his tone. After all, he is the richest man in the city and the largest local group. After returning, he specifically asked his father about it, and found out that the destruction of the Ling family was entirely masterminded by Ding Bulai. It is said that a lot of information was provided by him. Although he was very reluctant, Qin Shao still smiled and walked towards Ding Bulai. Boss Ding, I didn't expect to see you here again. No one expected that Qin Hao would take the initiative to greet this unknown young man. There was a lot of discussion for a while. Ding Bulai just smiled and said, someone is bullying my woman recklessly. I have to come over to see who is so powerful. Xin Hao glanced at Lu Mingli, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face. I think there is some misunderstanding. Don't worry, Mr. Ding. I believe Miss Lu's problem will be solved soon. I can also help in Shanghai. What Xin Hao thought was that he should not confront Ding Bulai until he figured out his cards. But Ding Bulai waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, don't bother young Master Qin, everything will be fine soon. Xin Hao shuddered suddenly, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. This Ding Bulai is not really that bold to go against our Qin family. But it's hard to say, this Ding Bulai has never given me face. I'll have someone check it out later. Thinking of this, Xin Hao smiled and said, in this case, I wish President Ding all the best. I won't bother President Ding anymore. As he said this, he walked aside with the actress arm in arm, and then sent a message to his people. With the interaction just now, many people also learned some things about Ding Bulai. Especially last month, the other party came to Shanghai and slapped Xin Shao in the face at a yacht party, and spent hundreds of billions to acquire a financial company, which shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Ding Bulai and Lu Mingli with different eyes at this time. Chapter 135 Charity Auction. Everyone is welcome to attend the New Generation Charity Gala held in Shanghai. Tonight is a star-studded evening with big names from all walks of life and many movie stars coming to the scene. With the host's introduction, the charity gala kicked off. In the live broadcast room of the evening party, netizens discussed and supported their favorite stars. Damn, why is Lu Mingli still here? Being a mistress, acting like a big shot, bullying young stars, why don't these scumbags get out of the entertainment industry? She is pretty, but a little dark. In the live broadcast room, there were many people cursing Lu Mingli. Occasionally, there were die-hard fans who spoke up for Lu Mingli, but they were quickly drowned by the saliva of netizens. Ding Bulai and Lu Mingli sat calmly in the venue, watching the warm-up performance on the stage. After a while, the auction began. This kind of auction is attended by bigwigs and celebrities who take out their personal belongings, which are auctioned by everyone on the scene, and the proceeds are donated to charity organizations. 400,000. 500,000. 600,000. Items were sold off one by one. There are private collections of paintings, favorite jewelry, and some other works of art. The sexy actress Su Momo next to Xin Hao gained a lot. 4 items have been taken from the scene. Although each one is not very expensive, the most expensive one only cost more than 1 million. But this is for public welfare after all, and the items themselves have a very high premium. The total amount of donations was several million, which was quite impressive. Ha, my Momo is still beautiful and kind. Unlike some actresses with the last name Lu, who have a beautiful appearance but are filthy inside, and haven't paid a penny so far. Nonsense, my wife Mingli used to do charity work all the time. That was in the past. I can't pretend anymore. Yes, our Momo is the best. Ha ha ha, your Momo is famous. Damn, seriously, Momo has such a fair figure. Awesome, Momo has no hair. What are you talking about? We were talking about your Momo fighting 3 wolves in one night. That was amazing. Woo woo, I said our Mingli was slandered. What are you talking about? Tens of thousands of netizens suddenly flocked into the live broadcast room. Many people noticed something was wrong and started to ask around. Soon, netizens figured it out. A well-known paparazzi in the entertainment industry revealed that many celebrities from Wireless Entertainment Group, the largest entertainment company in Dragon Country, were caught up in PC, XD, ZhuzhongYL, and tax evasion scandals. At the same time, Lu Mingli's official Weibo account released multiple videos, photos, chat and transfer records, officially clarifying previous negative rumors. The rumors directly pointed to TVB. Lu Mingli's side also stated that they will hold the rumormongers accountable for their actions. At this time, in the charity dinner venue, Su Momo glanced at Lu Mingli with pride, then moved closer to Xin Hao, saying something and giggling. The white light on the chest shone brightly into Xin Hao's eyes. But gradually, Xin Hao and Su Momo both felt something was wrong. The auction is still going on. But somehow, many people looked down at the phones in their hands, and from time to time cast contemptuous or hesitant glances at me. At this time, Xin Hao's cell phone also rang. Xin Hao took a look and quickly opened the news on his mobile phone. One after another eye-catching headlines and videos were displayed in front of Xin Hao. Su Momo also looked over curiously, and her face turned pale after just one glance. Impossible, what is going on? Xin Hao had a grim look on his face. He stood up and walked out the door regardless of the ongoing auction. Su Momo also followed behind in panic. When I arrived outside the banquet hall, I saw Chin Hao talking loudly on the phone. The company head on the other end of the phone said that they were already doing emergency public relations and handling the matter. After hanging up the phone, Su Momo walked over at a loss. "Mr. Chin, what's going on? What should we do now?" Su Momo was really anxious. If this matter was not handled well, she would be finished. At this time, Chin Hao suppressed his anger and said, "It's okay, come in with me. The company is already handling it. What you need to do now is to stay calm and have the confidence that this is all fake news, and don't panic." Su Momo's panic calmed down a lot, and she held back her tears. Okay, Mr. Chin, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you in everything. You must help me." Chin Hao said impatiently, "Don't worry, don't mess yourself up, go in first." Su Momo was helpless and said as she walked worriedly, Okay, Mr. Chin, I'll go in first, and you come soon too." Chin Hao waved his hands impatiently, then called his confidant and asked him to contact the relevant person to deal with the matter as soon as possible. Made several phone calls in a row. Chin Hao took a deep breath and walked into the venue again. When sitting back in his seat, Chin Hao glanced in Ding Bulai's direction with a terrifyingly cold look in his eyes. He had no doubt that this was the work of that bastard Ding Bulai. But as the heir of the Qin family, he has experienced countless troubles. Ding is not bad. Humph. We'll see. Everyone saw Chin Hao and Su Momo both return to the venue. Although Su Momo's smile was stiff, Chin Hao had a blank expression and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. After all, the Qin family has a good reputation. So everyone wisely turned their attention back to the venue. They only occasionally looked down at their phones and sent messages to each other to communicate the situation. Just then, a picture of a mountain child was placed on the auction table. This is a child from a mountainous area in Gansu province in the northwest. He drew Shanghai. It may seem funny at first glance, but what it actually reflects is the child's yearning for the city and the sadness and helplessness of reality. These children climb the mountain for 2 hours every day to go to school, eat a steamed bun for lunch, and climb the mountain road for another 2 hours at night to go home. I don't need to tell you how dangerous the mountain roads are at night, but this is the experience that children go through every day on their way to school. They don't have tablets, computers, or the internet. Their TVs are also very old, and there aren't many satellite TV stations. All they know about Shanghai is what's in the books. This painting is the Shanghai in their minds. I hope that all of us can extend our loving hands and make the Shanghai in their hearts a reality. This drawing from a mountain child has a starting price of 10,000 yuan. As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait to shout out prices. At this moment, Chin Hao raised his hand and said loudly, 5 million. This is an attempt to use charity to boost the public relations of his company. Ding Bulai glanced at the other person and gently patted Lu Mingli's hand. Lu Mingli understood, raised her hand and said loudly, 10 million. Chin Hao looked over suddenly. However, Ding Bulai looked normal, and Lu Mingli looked at Ding Bulai with a smile. Chin Hao took a deep breath, 20 million. Although the tens of billions of cash donated during the live broadcast have not yet been returned, with the Qin family's financial resources, they were able to quickly raise a new batch of funds for turnover. Lu Mingli smiled slightly, 50 million. Chapter 136, Sky High Donation. Many companies do charity, one is to avoid taxes, and the other is to promote their brand. When promoting a brand, they will cooperate with many promotional activities. Therefore, temporary donations are usually not large in amount. After all, every company's financial arrangements have been rigorously planned in advance. In general charity dinners, it is considered impressive if an individual or company can donate tens of millions. Now, Lu Mingli directly auctioned a painting by a mountain child for 50 million, which can be said to have surprised everyone. Chin Hao's expression was even uglier. The Qin family does not have sufficient funds now. But after all, the size and status are there, so Chin Hao's original donation amount tonight was only 50 million. Even though there was sudden negative news about the entertainment company, he had already planned to increase it to 100 million. Donating 100 million at a time, this kind of news will definitely dilute a lot of negative news about the company. But this is based on the assumption that there is no one messing around and no comparison. As for Lu Mingli, or Ding Bulai next to him, the financial strength of this person made him feel unfathomable. Chin Hao gritted his teeth and said, 60 million. Lu Mingli followed closely, 100 million. Wow! Too rich. As expected of my wife, she donated 100 million at one time. Well done, Lu Monli. It received rave reviews online. After all, in the entire Longwa entertainment industry, there are not many stars who donate over 100 million yuan at one time. Lu Mingli's popularity suddenly soared several levels. But at this moment, Qin Hao felt like he was being roasted on a fire. Everyone turned their eyes to themselves. He clenched his fists. At this moment, the cell phone in his hand rang. He looked down and saw that it was a message from a senior executive of Qin Corporation. He suddenly felt confident. He looked up at everyone and smiled. We, the Qin family's wireless entertainment, have always been committed to Longwa charity. Today's event is very meaningful, and the children in the mountainous areas are also in need. So, I bid 200 million. We support helping children in mountainous areas improve their transportation and lives. As soon as this was said, everyone was impressed by the generosity and responsibility of the Qin Group, especially wireless entertainment, which was worthy of being the #1 company in the entertainment industry. Lu Mengli frowned and looked at Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai gave her a reassuring and encouraging look. Lu Mengli also laughed. We are really not bad. The entertainment company asked for 300 million to support the children in the mountainous areas. Wow! When did Lu Mengli become so rich? Let's not talk about anything else. Lu Mengli donated the 300 million yuan in real money. I will definitely support Lu Mengli from now on. Mengli, my wife, you are the best. When Qin Hao heard Lu Mengli's bid, his hands trembled. 350 million. Lu Mengli said without hesitation, 400 million. 450 million. 500 million. Everyone was watching the duel between Lu Mengli and Qin Hao. The donation amount is 500 million. It is not that there are no companies that have donated such a high amount, but they were all carefully planned or arranged, and the recipients of the donations were also carefully considered. Qin Hao couldn't help but sweat on his forehead at this time. Ding is not to blame, this bastard. If it weren't for Ding Bulai letting the Maoya platform hold back more than 20 billion from the Qin family. Is it necessary for him to feel so uncomfortable over these hundreds of millions of donations? Qin Hao gritted his teeth, with a hint of anger in his tone. 600 million. 700 million. 800 million. 1 billion. In a villa in Shanghai, a middle-aged man was also watching the live broadcast online. He is the current head of the Qin family and one of the most prominent figures in the business community of Long State. When Lu Mengli shouted out 1 billion, even though he was used to many storms, he couldn't help but frown. An ordinary charity dinner, donating 10 billion in vain, unless the money is too much to spend. But now he had no choice but to follow. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to his son. At the same time, he called the company's executives and asked them to make a series of work plans based on the donation. At least double the money earned. After Qin Hao received the message from his father, he felt more confident. The whole person's spirit seems to be a little different. He glanced coldly at Ding Bulai and Lu Mengli, and shouted loudly, 1,500 million. Lu Mengli's palms were sweating from nervousness. Ding Bulai was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to be so generous. He leaned close to Lu Mengli's ear and whispered something. Although Lu Mengli hesitated, she still shouted as Ding Bulai said, 2 billion. Qin Hao's eyes at this moment were gloomy enough to kill people. He took a deep breath and continued, 2.2 billion. 2.5 billion. Lu Mengli has given up everything. Anyway, Brother Bulai said that even if it is 10 billion, we have to buy it down today. She just honestly acted as a tool. Qin Hao continued to grit his teeth and said, 2.7 billion. 3 billion. At this time in the villa, Qin Hao's father's brows were already twisted into a shape. After hesitating for a moment, he continued to send the message. After Qin Hao received the message, although he was skeptical, he still shouted honestly, 3.1 billion. 3.5 billion. Wow! What's wrong with Lu Mengli today? Surely she doesn't have that much money? Could it be that Lu Mengli really has found someone to back her up? It can't be the young man next to her. Give the netizens 10 minutes. I want all the information about that man. In the meeting room, Qin Hao wanted to curse loudly. Does Lu Mengli or Ding Bulai really not regard money as money? The bid for a public welfare project is in the hundreds of millions. Didn't you see that you have lowered the bidding range? Although he gnashed his teeth in hatred, Xinhao still pretended to smile kindly. 3.7 billion. Lu Mengli raised her hand without hesitation. 4 billion. 4.1 billion. 4.5 billion. 4.6 billion. 5 billion. Xinhao slumped down in the chair weakly. Everyone in the venue and online was stunned. The host was trembling as he spoke. Miss Lu is bidding 5 billion. Is there any higher price? 50,500 million once. 5 billion, twice. 5 billion, three times. Congratulations, Ms. Lu, you bought a painting by a mountain child for 5 billion yuan. Witness history. It really is witnessing history. This is the entertainment industry. No, it is the largest single charitable donation in the entire history of Dragon Country, except for inheritance donations. Megli wife, you are my goddess. What goddess? She's obviously a female bodhisattva. That's amazing. With this much money, I can eat several fried dough sticks. Not to mention netizens. At this time, Lu Mengli was also a little dazed. I just shouted out the price subconsciously, and the hammer fell. Only then did she realize that she had ordered an exaggerated amount. 5 billion. I can't even pay it back even if I sell myself. Just donate it for nothing. At this moment, Lu Mengli turned around and looked at Ding Bulai, who was smiling calmly, and something in her heart moved. Chapter 137, Dry Wood in Fierce Fire. Negative public opinion about Lu Mengli was clarified and reversed. Plus the sky-high auction donation of 5 billion yuan for charity. This instantly made Lu Mengli's popularity rise to an extremely high level. Many fans and netizens suddenly became Lu Mengli's die-hard fans. Not to mention anything else, just ask, who else in the Longwa entertainment industry would donate 5 billion in cash? On the other hand, the three top pillars of wireless entertainment, the largest entertainment company in Dragon Country, have been exposed to various negative news. Plus Xinhao's performance at the charity gala. Wireless entertainment's stock price hit the limit down at the opening. Ding Bulai and Lu Mengli had no intention of paying attention to these. They were in the coffee shop looking at the young man in his 30s in front of them. Gung Lo, a young director, directed several web dramas, but they all failed miserably. Lu Mengli really couldn't understand why Brother Bulai would ask the other party to come, and felt that the other party would definitely become famous in the future. Gung Lu was also a little nervous. Mr. Ding, Miss Lu, thank you for inviting me out. Is there anything you two want me to do? Ding Bulai pushed the coffee in front of Gung Lu and said, have some coffee. Gung Lu had no choice but to take a sip, and his uneasy mood calmed down a little. Ding Bulai smiled and said, I asked Director Gung to come out for no other reason than that I think Director Gung is a very gifted and talented director. Mengli and I would like to sincerely invite you to join our Zen Bulai Entertainment Company. Gung Lu opened his eyes wide in disbelief. You know, one of the two people in front of you is a top billionaire who is rumored to be extremely mysterious on the internet. The other one is Lu Mengli, a top-notch young star who has spent 5 billion on charity and is currently at the peak of her career. He was a young director with no background, no qualifications, and was mediocre. He would never dare to dream of interacting with such a person. Boss Ding, you are not kidding, are you? Ding Bulai took a sip of coffee and said calmly, do you think Mengli and I have the time to joke with you? I just watched a few web dramas you directed before. Although they failed, I think your directing style is very unique and has great potential to become a school of your own. So I invested in you to invest in your future. Mengli and I are here together to invite you to join our company. The contract is standard. We will sign it with you as a first-line director. The base salary is 10 million, plus the director's share of the project. Gung Lu was completely stunned. Can I really do this? Ding Bulai smiled and said, of course, you have to have confidence in yourself, and Mengli will also give you opportunities and platforms. After you come, I will not let you idle. I require you to start preparing the crew and prepare to shoot a movie with Mengli as the heroine. Gung Lu swallowed unconsciously, then pinched his thigh fiercely under the table. Can I know what kind of movie it is? I don't have any other intentions, I'm just afraid that I can't do it well. Ding Bulai gave a meaningful smile. Isn't the script in your hands? What? Gung Lu scratched his head in confusion, and suddenly his eyes widened. Are you talking about the Dragon Man detective that I posted online? Ding Bulai nodded, that's right, I'll film your Dragon Man detective, and I want you to make it into a series, at least 3 parts. The investment for each part will not be less than 500 million. Let's make a sample for the first one and invest 800 million. Gong Lu was stunned. Even Lu Mingli next to him looked at Ding Bulai in surprise. Ding Bulai turned around and smiled. Don't worry, I didn't choose him randomly. I have confidence in director Gong. Of course I am confident, because this is the reward information for my most successful strategy. It is said that this director named Gong Lu will not only make it to the box office charts with the Dragon Man detective series of films, but will also become a top domestic director. Gong Lu was dizzy and was overwhelmed by the huge surprise. In the end, after realizing that there was nothing he could do to be cheated, he signed the contract without hesitation. After Gong Lu left, Lu Mingli accompanied Ding Bulai for dinner and then returned to the hotel. As soon as she arrived in the room, Lu Mingli hid in the bathroom and leaned against the wall with her cheeks flushed. Brother Bulai fulfilled all the conditions he promised himself, including giving money, setting up a company, and investing in movies, and all of them were accomplished far beyond the agreed-upon results. Then it's time for me to fulfill my promise. However, not only did he not resist at all, he even felt a little bit nervous and expectant about what was going on. Lu Mingli patted her majestic chest, then gritted her teeth and began to take a bath carefully. Ding Bulai, who was in the bedroom, felt his heart pounding as he listened to the noises coming from the bathroom. Zhou Xiaotang had given her a different experience before, that feeling of being a celebrity in her arms, which was completely different from when she was with Jiang Lulu, Zhou Tong, and others. And today, she is a top diva in China. More importantly, this little diva is also a top-notch goddess with 0 drivers. In anticipation, Lu Mingli walked out shyly, wrapped in a bath towel. Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment. The beauty is like jade, her skin is as white as snow, and her figure is well proportioned. The top goddess with a score of 96 is the highest score Ding Bulai has ever encountered. And today, Ding Bulai will also feel the charm of the 96-point goddess for the first time. Lu Mingli felt shy under Ding Bulai's fiery gaze, and couldn't help but said coquettishly, "First, go take a shower first." Okay. Ding Bulai couldn't wait to go into the bathroom. The bathroom still had the lingering fragrance of Lu Mingli's bath. Ding Bulai couldn't help but sniff it, and then washed his body even faster. After returning to the bedroom, Lu Mingli had already crawled into bed. Ding Bulai chuckled, dropped his bath towel, pulled back the quilt and got in. Lu Mingli's delicate body suddenly tensed up. After all, it was my first time having intimate contact with a boy. Ding Bulai smiled, stroked her hair gently, and then kissed her. In an instant, the raging fire ignited the dry wood. In the early morning, Ding Bulai, who was in good physical condition, woke up first. Seeing the snow-white body next to me, I couldn't help but feel excited again. However, considering that it was Lu Mingli's first time and the other party had begged for mercy last night, Ding Bulai still suppressed his anger. Just quietly looking at the sleeping beauty in front of me. Ding Bulai noticed that the other person was drooling, and he couldn't help but jokingly wrap a strand of hair around his finger and wipe it on the other person's mouth. Unexpectedly, Lu Mingli put the ends of her hair into her mouth and smacked her lips, as if she was dreaming about something delicious. Well, Ning, what is it? Stop it. Is it delicious? Lu Mingli opened her eyes dazedly, and was startled when she saw the handsome guy in front of her. Then she reacted instantly and buried her head in Ding Bulai's arms. Brother Bulai, you are so mean. You come to tease me so early in the morning. Who made our Mingli so cute and beautiful? Lu Mingli twisted her body unwillingly. Brother Bulai is the worst. Ding Bulai patted the other person's back and said, "Okay, you take a rest first. I'll go get you breakfast." Chapter 138, Comprehensive Suppression of You. Ding Bulai and Lu Mingli had breakfast at the hotel. Because Lu Mingli had endured too much last night, she was still a little inconvenient to move. In addition, Ding Bulai was indeed obsessed with the figure with a score of 96, so the two of them stayed in the hotel for the whole day. Except for eating and going to the toilet, both of them lay in bed. It was almost evening when Ding Bulai received a call. It was Su Wen who called. He was the rich young man who was a lapdog of Zhou Xiaotang that he had met before. "Brother, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to Shanghai? You really don't treat me as your younger brother. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a couple of drinks. By the way, let me introduce you to the beautiful lady I mentioned to you last time." Ding Bulai smiled and said, "Forget about introducing beauties, but you can come out and have something to eat." After staying in the room with Lu Mingli for a day, Lu Mingli has almost recovered, and it is time to take Lu Mingli out for a walk. By the way, I'll bring my friends along, is that okay? Of course, no problem, I'll book a bigger room then. Okay, send me the location. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiaotang called. They wanted to ask Ding Bulai to go out and play in the evening. Ding Bulai answered without thinking, okay, Su Wending happened to be there, let's go together. After Zhou Xiaotang agreed, Ding Bulai called Su Wen again and said that he had a lot of people on his side. Su Wen said it was no problem. Ding Bulai then dressed up with Lu Mengli. Su Wending's place is an upscale bar. When Ding Bulai and Lu Mengli arrived, they saw Su Wen already standing at the door of the bar waiting. As soon as the two got out of the car, Su Wen came over and gave Ding Bulai a big hug. Brother, I admire you so much. I didn't expect that you would embarrass Qin Hao as soon as you arrived. You are so awesome. When I think about Qin Hao's bitter face, I feel like laughing. Ding Bulai pushed him away with disgust. Get lost. Su Wen didn't care. He looked at Lu Mengli, who was wearing a mask beside him, and his eyes lit up. This must be Sister Mengli. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Mengli blushed and greeted politely, Mr. Wen. Su Wen quickly waved his hands, please don't call me Master Wen, just call me by my name, Su Wen, or Xiao Wen or Xiao Su. That won't work. I'll just call you Su Wen then. Alright, brother, let's go in. Wait a moment. Ding Bulai shook his head and said, someone hasn't arrived yet. Su Wen thought of something, and whispered to Ding Bulai with envy and bitterness, brother, it can't be Xiaotang. Ding Bulai glanced at Su Wen and said, from now on, you should call Xiaotang sister-in-law. Anyway, you won't have any problem with me because of this, right? Su Wen waved his hands quickly, no, definitely not. I felt uncomfortable and sad at first, but later I figured it out. It's Xiaotang's blessing to be with someone like Big Brother. Don't say that Xiaotang has never liked me. Even if she really chooses me, I may not be able to make her happy. Su Wen said, feeling a little depressed. Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment and patted his shoulder. Since you call me Big Brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can tell me and I will definitely help you if I can. Su Wen smiled brightly, thank you, Big Brother, but let's not talk about those unhappy things today. Just then, several luxury cars drove into the parking lot together. After parking the car, Zhou Xiaotang, Bai Xian, and others got out of the car. He glanced around and saw Ding Bulai and others at the door, walking over happily. Not bad, bro. Mr. Ding. Mugly. Xiaotang. Su Wen's eyes turned red as he saw this harmonious scene of people greeting each other. Brother, you are awesome. Ding Bulai rolled his eyes at Su Wen and said, lead the way. Then he hugged Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang on his left and right, and followed by the 6 twins, as well as Wu Ying and other bodyguards. Including Wu Ying, 9 beauties with 9 lives surrounded Ding Bulai. This exaggerated scene stunned the passers-by at the door of the bar. Even when passing by the first floor of the bar, the originally noisy bar became silent for a few seconds. What a rich man he is, with so many beautiful women at his disposal. Ding Bulai looked calm as he followed Su Wen to the private room on the second floor, which was opposite to the CCTV 5 on the first floor. Mr. Wen, distinguished guests, the wine and fruit plates you ordered have been served. Do you have anything else to add? Su Wen was about to wave his hand when Ding Bulai said, bring some more food. I'm a little hungry after not having dinner. Then he turned to ask Lu Mengli, Zhou Xiaotang, and others, what about you? Zhou Xiaotang knew that they were going to the bar and had already eaten something in the evening. Lu Mengli usually doesn't eat at night. I just eat some fruit at night. Okay, then you guys can do whatever you want. Bring 1 portion of each snack. Okay. The food was delivered quickly. Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang stood on both sides, attentively helping Ding Bulai pick up food and feed him fruit, while Bai Xian and others took the opportunity to pour him wine or get him tissues. Su Wen was so envious when he saw this. Brother, come here, I'll give you a toast. My admiration for you is as endless as the surging river. Stop, don't talk about this. Ding Bulai picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Su Wen laughed, brother, I must tell you the second time. You don't know that Qin Hao and his lackeys have often tripped me up before. I didn't expect that your move would cause them to suffer a big setback. First, they lost more than 50 billion yuan in funds, and then yesterday they lost several stars and lost face. Let's not talk about other things. This is the first time I've seen someone embarrass the Qin family like this since I was a child. I did it, Big Brother, you can do whatever you want. Ding Bulai also picked up the wineglass and drank it, and Zhou Xiaotang added more. But brother, you have to be careful. The Qin family is notoriously petty and protective. From what I understand, they are already planning to target you. Ding Bulai was not surprised that Qin would target him. It would be strange if the other party did not react. Oh, did you hear any news? Su Wen looked around the room, and Ding Bulai smiled and said, "We are all family, just say whatever you want to say." Su Wen lowered his voice. What I heard is that the Qin family thinks that there must be a force behind you, brother, but this force is obviously targeting them. Because it never happens more than 3 times. The first time was when you came to Shanghai last time and didn't give Qin Hao face the entire time on the cruise ship. That time you could just pretend that you were young and hot-tempered and were fighting for a woman in face. But later, because of live broadcast rewards, Yacht even directly suppressed their funds, which was even more targeted. In addition to yesterday's incident, they feel that there is no possibility of reconciliation with you, so they want to suppress you comprehensively this time. Chapter 139. What do you think of me, brother Bulai? After hearing Su Wen's words, Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, Ding Bulai continued to drink calmly. Just tell me what you know. Ding Bulai realized that Su Wen had asked him out today just to give him information. Su Wen smiled and took a sip from his glass. It's very simple. They think you are rich, so they attack your industry and trap all your money. The first one is Sister Mingli, Miss Lu. Su Wen suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to call a woman sister-in-law in front of other women, and quickly changed his words. Although Miss Lu has established a company, she will definitely have to take notices and shoot movies in the future. As far as I know, TVB and even Qin's are ready to make a move to prevent Miss Lu's company from receiving notices. If you plan to shoot a movie yourself, you can't form a crew. Even if you form a crew, some venues, such as film and television cities, either you can't rent a place or the price is extremely high. There are also several industries that you have invested in, Big Brother. The old city renovation and coastal resort projects in Yunhang City are all real estate projects that are very dependent on upstream and downstream material supplies. Qin should unite with companies around Yunhang to cut off your material supply, or at least raise the price. There is also the Su Financial Company that you acquired. It has a bank and an insurance company under it. This is even simpler. The company was already losing money and was sold because it was unstable. And those who deal in finance are most afraid of stepping on landmines. They are planning to set up a few traps and at least make the financial company lose tens of billions of dollars before they will be satisfied. There is also the Maoya platform, which has restricted its operations and will continue to be suppressed in the future. You acquired Yunhang Airlines, and they also have ways to make things difficult for your company. Su Wen spoke one sentence after another, and Lu Mengli, Zhou Xiaotang, and others couldn't help but look at Ding Bulai worriedly. Ding Bulai smiled indifferently. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be just this. Su Wen was surprised and said, Is this so simple? Big brother, the Qin family is a huge family with a market value of over trillions. If they target your companies and projects, your losses will be at least tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Ding Bulai drank calmly. To be honest, he is not afraid of losing money. Because he has a system, the thing he lacks most is not money. Moreover, he used to be of low status and understood nothing, but now he understands. As long as there is enough money, even the crappiest project can eventually be done well and make money. So, what's the point of Qin suppressing his own company and project? Digging pits and stepping on mines? Raising prices? It doesn't matter, just spend your own money and use it to make the company and the project the best. As long as the company does not collapse and the project is successful, you will make money in the end. At first, he was afraid that a top family like the Qin family would use some shady tactics on him. He didn't have many resources in this regard. If he failed, such as being imprisoned or dying, he would have no place to complain even if he was right. So now he was temporarily relieved, raised his glass and toasted Su Wen. Su Wen, thank you for telling me this. But don't worry, these things won't affect us. Seeing that Ding Bulai was so confident, Su Wen and his companions felt relieved despite their doubts. Okay, since Big Brother has said so, I believe Big Brother has a way to deal with it. Come, let's drink. Ding Bulai turned around and said to Lu Mengli, Zhou Xiaotang, and the others, don't just focus on taking care of me, have a drink too. Hearing this, Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang smiled and raised their glasses. Just then, there were 2 knocks on the door of the private room, and then a woman pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall, sexy, and charming Cheongsam woman with big wavy hair walking in. Ding! Goddess information detected. Name, Su Man. Age, 26. Height, 174 centimeters. Rating, 93. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 25. Whether to bind this goddess for strategy. Ding Bulai's eyes lit up slightly. Another top-notch goddess with a score of over 90. And the number of drivers was 0. At this time, Suwon suddenly stood up, walked quickly to the woman, and whispered. Sister, why are you here? Didn't I say that my brother has friends over and it's inconvenient? Suman glanced at the private room and was stunned when she saw Lu Mingli and Zhou Xiaotang. She then saw the 6 beautiful babies in wooing sitting on the side. A sense of absurdity flashed through my mind. The confidence I had in my figure and appearance suddenly became completely unfounded. But she was not someone who was easily discouraged, and she just laughed sweetly. Xiaowan, I heard that you found a big brother. Didn't you say you would introduce him to me? Why aren't you talking? Suwon walked over awkwardly and raised his voice unnaturally. Brother, this is my cousin Su Man. Cousin, this is my eldest brother, Ding Dulai. These are my eldest brother and his beauties, Lu Mingli and Zhou Xiaotang, you should know them all, and there are these. Su Man looked at Lu Mingli and others who were not inferior to her and were even slightly better than her, and she began to feel competitive. She bowed slightly, revealing the deep grooves under her Cheongsam collar. Brother Ding? How about I call you Brother Bolai? Thank you for taking care of our Su Wen. I would like to express my gratitude to you here. As he said this, he poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Ding Bulai was also very considerate and joined in with a drink. Then Su Man poured herself another cup and walked over to Lu Mingli and Zhou Xiaotang. I've heard of Miss Lu and Miss Zhou's names for a long time. When I saw you today, you two are even prettier than on TV. It's really fate that we meet here today. I'd like to toast you too. When Su Man faced Lu Mingli first, she happened to turn sideways and face Ding Bulai. The S-class figure under the Cheongsam and the long legs and black stockings slit to the thighs were clearly presented in front of Ding Bulai. It made Ding Bulai feel hot. This woman is so charming. Lu Mingli smiled gently. Mr. Su, you are too polite. The name of the Queen Su of the Su family is well known to us. It is our honor to meet Mr. Su. Zhou Xiaotang also picked up the wineglass. I didn't expect that President Su is not only capable, but also so beautiful. We are ashamed of ourselves. Su Man drank it all again, looked deeply at Lu Mingli and Zhou Xiaotang, and then toasted to Bai Xian and the others. Then, Su Man stood up and looked at Lu Mingli and Zhou Xiaotang who were standing next to Ding Bulai. With a slight smile, he moved a soft stool and sat in front of Ding Bulai. An alluring scent filled Ding Bulai's facial features. Brother, you won't blame me for being so presumptuous today, will you? Ding Bulai smiled and said, Of course not. I'm so happy to have a beautiful lady like Ms. Su come to disturb me. Seeing that Lu Mingli and the others looked normal, Su Man's eyes twinkled and she said with a sweet smile, Brother Bolai is also very handsome. No wonder so many outstanding and beautiful girls are attracted to him. Suwon said he would introduce me to a boyfriend today. What does Brother Bolai think of me? Chapter 140. Let's talk about cooperation. I wonder what Brother Bolai thinks of me. Suman has a charming figure and seductive eyes, and Ding Bulai, who already has many top goddesses, is also moved. However, when he saw that the other party's favorability had dropped to 19, he calmed down immediately. It is obvious that the other party thinks he is a sex-hungry ghost. Ding Bulai felt that he was destined to be together. Although I was in the private room with 9 beauties. But I put my heart into it. It's a mutual consent. Miss Su is naturally beautiful. I think any man would like her. Suman held her chin with both hands and looked at Ding Bulai with a smile in her eyes. Doesn't Brother Lai like it? Ding Bulai smiled and was about to speak. Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang next to him spontaneously moved close to Ding Bulai on both sides and hugged his arms. Miss Su, you have a fiancé, right? Aren't you afraid that your fiancé will be jealous when you ask such a question to another man? Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party was engaged. Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang were reminding themselves. But why did Su Wen say he would introduce a beauty to me? Wasn't it Su Man? He couldn't help but look at Su Wen, but Su Wen avoided his gaze and didn't dare to look directly at Ding Bulai. Suman chuckled and said nonchalantly. Fiancé? I haven't admitted it yet. Whoever wants it can go. Ding Bulai remained silent. It looks like a marriage between rich and powerful families, but the person himself doesn't want it? Suwon should have a very good relationship with his cousin. But why introduce it to yourself? What do I have? I have money. Do you think your conditions are good enough for their family to agree to a new fiancé? Or does she have the ability to fight against her fiancé? Suwen and I have only met a few times. Although he seems to have a good personality and recognizes me as his elder brother, but is he going to push his cousin to me? There are no fools at this level. So, it is possible that. Does she want to use me as a gun? It is inconvenient for the Su family, so she wants me to jump out and be targeted by her fiancé, and then Su Man and even the Su family will reap the benefits? At this moment, Ding Bulai thought a lot. And Su Man kept looking at Ding Bulai, and it seemed as if those beautiful eyes could see through her heart. Why, Brother Bolai is worried. Ding Bulai smiled confidently. What do I have to worry about? If it's a woman I like, no matter what her status is, no matter what difficulty she faces, as long as she is willing, no matter what the cost, I will go all out. There was a hint of admiration in Su Man's eyes. Brother Bolai hasn't answered me yet. Am I the woman you like? Ding Bulai suddenly smiled evilly and stretched out his right hand to support Su Man's chin. That depends on whether there is anything I like about Miss Su. Su Man smiled. After a long time, Su Man moved back, away from Ding Bulai, turned around and sat on the sofa next to him, holding up a glass of wine, with infinite charm. I'll help you defeat Qin's bargaining chip. What do you think, Brother Bulai? Ding Bulai's heart was moved, but he remained calm on the surface and said calmly. It's good to have leverage to defeat the Qin family, but I don't think I really need it. Ding Bulai's words stunned Su Man and Su Wen. Either Ding Bulai is too arrogant, or Ding Bulai has the confidence to deal with the huge Qin family. But they really couldn't figure out where Ding Bulai's confidence came from. Just relying on the strong financial strength currently demonstrated? Although Qin's cash flow does not seem to be as much as Ding Bulai's, they are not short of money. Unless, the Ding Bulai in front of him has other cards. Suman said in a serious tone, it seems that Brother Bulai is very confident. Brother Bulai may have a way to deal with Qin's pillar industries, but what if it is a new industry? To be honest, Ding Bulai didn't care much. Because no matter what industry the other party has, as long as I have a lot of money, that's enough. There is no industry that cannot be built with money, and there is no industry of your opponent that cannot be destroyed with money. Business is about making money. As for myself, I don't need to worry about any commercial industry, I just need to produce. Use money to produce everything. However, Su Man's words made him curious. Could it be that the Qin group has really made some major industrial breakthrough? But he said, no matter what new or old industries the Qin family has, the ending is already determined. If Miss Su just said these words, I'm afraid it really won't move me. Su Man was confused. This is completely different from what I thought. That's Qin. A top family that has been operating in Shanghai for decades and has a family business valued at trillions of dollars. Why does Ding Bulai treat it as insignificant as a small roadside shop? This made Su Man's impression of Ding Bulai even worse. How could he be called a young talent? He is obviously an egomaniac. Ding Bulai only saw in his mind that Su Man's favorability towards him was constantly decreasing. It's been down to 2. But this time Ding Bulai was not in a hurry at all. Because it's clear that the other party needs you, that's enough. Okay, Miss Su, do you have anything else to do? Su Man couldn't hold it in anymore, and the smile on her face froze. Snorted. Went to the bathroom. Su Wen also saw that Ding Bulai was not very interested in chatting with his cousin today, so he quickly said, Brother, don't get me wrong. My sister and I don't want to trick you. Do you know who my cousin's fiancé is? It's that bastard Qin Hao. Ding Bulai said nonchalantly, isn't that great? The Qin family is a large family with a market value of trillions, and Qin Hao is the heir of the Qin family. Being able to marry Qin Hao is something that many people dare not even dream of. Su Wen said angrily, only ignorant women would think so. You don't know, Qin Hao is a petty guy with a bad temper, and he's also a pervert. It is said that he has tortured many women to death or maimed them. As a rich man with some special hobbies, it is not surprising that Ding Bulai is not the same. Su Wen said as he moved closer to Ding Bulai, glanced at the bathroom door, and whispered. Brother, my cousin is very powerful. If she weren't a girl, our old man would have made her the heir of the Su family. Although he is not in charge of the important enterprises of our Su group now. Also, my cousin, although she may seem a little, she is actually very traditional and rarely interacts with other men. As for Qin Hao, my cousin doesn't even have time to hate him, let alone anything. Anyway, big brother, you and Qin Hao don't get along. I think you and my cousin are a good match. Su Wen gave a long and rambling explanation. At this time, Su Man came in from outside after using the bathroom. He glared at Ding Bulai and Su Wen with dissatisfaction. Just prepare to leave with your bag. She is not one to lick the pole on her face. At this time, Ding Bulai suddenly said, Miss Su, we can talk about cooperation. Chapter 141 Qin Family Industry. It's not that Ding Bulai doesn't want to pursue a goddess like Su Man. But for a woman like this who is capable, ambitious, and comes from a wealthy family, it is not okay to talk about love right from the start. Add to that my own situation, there are a lot of women around me. A forced attack would only backfire, just like what happened at the beginning, when Su Man's favorability dropped directly to 2. So, let us just talk about business directly. Demonstrate your own strength through your career and conquer others with your powerful abilities. Su Man was stunned for a moment, and realized that Ding Bulai in front of her was not just a simple playboy. At first, she was annoyed by his superficial frivolity. He cursed himself for his performance and slowly sat down on the sofa. Ding Bulai said calmly, It just so happens that I don't know much about the Qin family. Miss Su, can you introduce the Qin family to me first? Su Man put away her frivolousness and said seriously. Of course, no problem. What do you want to know, Brother Bolai? Ding Bulai smiled and said, Let's talk about Qin's industry. Aren't they planning to target the company I invested in? Su Man raised her eyebrows, and Su Wen, Lu Mingli, Zhou Xiaotang, and others all looked serious. Of course. The Qin family is the top family in Shanghai and one of the most famous families in Longhua. The total market value is over 3 trillion yuan, and there are thousands of companies under its umbrella, covering all aspects of the industry. Although the Qin family has many companies covering a wide range of areas, they only have a few core pillar industries. The first industry is supermarkets. Yes, supermarkets. The Qin family's ancestors were small businesses, and after the founding of Longhua, they vigorously developed trade. The Longhui supermarket belongs to the Qin family, and there are Longhui supermarkets in major cities across the country. Longhui supermarket can be said to have contributed the Qin family's main cash and profits in the early stage. Its current market value is over 500 billion yuan, and it is still the Qin family's most stable source of profit. Ding Bulai was a little surprised. He knew Longhui Supermarket, which was a large national chain supermarket. He didn't expect it to belong to the Qin family. The second largest industry is real estate. After all, in the past few decades, Longhua's real estate has developed rapidly, and the Qin family will naturally not miss this booming industry. With its own resources, the Qin family has built residential areas and commercial real estate in various provinces and major cities across the country. Although the real estate business is not doing well now, the real estate assets held by the Qin family are still more than 700 billion. It's just that the real estate debt ratio is high and the holding cost is high. Now the profit of Qin's real estate is very meager. The third largest industry is shipping. Qinsher is one of the earliest domestic companies to engage in overseas freight. It is the largest private shipping company in Longhua, with more than 50 10,000-ton cargo ships and hundreds of other fleets, and has multiple ports at home and abroad. Similarly, due to the poor international situation in recent years, international trade has been greatly affected. Qinsher Shipping is currently in a loss-making state, but its market value is still 600 billion. The fourth largest industry is finance. As a large family in China, the Qin family naturally also plays in finance, and has obtained all the financial licenses, including banking, insurance, securities, funds, asset management, online payment, etc. The assets of the Qin Financial Group are more than 900 billion, close to 1 trillion. However, the profit margin is not high, it can only be said to be a small profit. Su Man said this and looked at Ding Bulai meaningfully. Brother Bulai spent 100 billion to buy Su's Financial, which has banks and insurance companies under its umbrella. 100 billion may seem like a lot, but it can only be said to be a small company in the financial industry. Ding Bulai did not comment. Su Man continued to introduce. The fifth largest industry is the entertainment industry. The Chin family not only owns the largest entertainment company in the country, but also owns the largest and most cinema chains in the country, as well as video platforms, overseas entertainment companies, etc., due to the real estate and supermarket industries. The accumulated assets are more than 500 billion, and the profit margin is quite high. Although the other scattered companies are not small, they can almost be ignored compared with these 5 industries. The industry is one aspect, and the other aspect is the huge scale, which involves all aspects, including upstream and downstream supply chains, employment, local economy, and Chin's huge network of relationships. Ding Bulai digested the situation introduced by Su Man, thinking about how to cause some trouble for the other party. Seeing that Ding Bulai's expression did not change at all when he heard about Chin's situation, Su Man could not help but become more curious about Ding Bulai's confidence. At the same time, she dared not underestimate him anymore. She doesn't think the other person is a fool. Ding Bulai came back to his senses. Chin is indeed powerful, and it's a bit difficult to deal with. Su Man smiled slightly, so we can cooperate. Ding Bulai said, "What's in it for me?" Su Man frowned, "We will deal with the Chin family together and help you solve a big problem." Isn't that enough? Ding Bulai leaned back on the sofa. I just said that the Chin family is difficult to deal with. It doesn't mean that I can't deal with it myself. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to show your sincerity. For example, what can you provide and what can you bring to me? This Ding Bulai is not easy to deal with. Su Man originally thought that with the pressure from the Chin family, it would be easy to force Ding Bulai and the Su family to stand together. I didn't expect that the other party was still thinking of fighting against Chin independently. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at being looked down upon. Although our Su family is not as good as the Chin family, we are also one of the most powerful families in Shanghai, with nearly 1 trillion assets under our umbrella. More importantly, we also have our own connections in all aspects. Ding Bulai shook his head and interrupted her, "Miss Su, please speak the truth." Su Man couldn't help but pause, then fell silent. Su Wen said at this time, "Brother, if our 2 families cooperate, not only will you be less stressed out when dealing with the Chin family, but we may also be able to bite off a piece of meat from the Chin family." Ding Bulai nodded and said, "You are right. I am quite interested in an industry worth more than 3 trillion yuan. Su Man and Su Wen were stunned. Su Wen said in disbelief, "Big brother, what you mean is? I mean, I want the Chin family's assets." Su Wen also fell silent. However, Su Man said sarcastically, "Brother Bulai is so arrogant. From what I hear, the Chin family, a top family in Shanghai, is like meat on your board. Isn't it?" Ding Bulai raised his eyebrows. From the moment they decided to deal with me, the fate of the Chin family was already determined. Su Man almost couldn't hold her breath. The other party's tone was very loud, but for some reason, she believed it vaguely. But if that's the case, what would she do? What would the Su family do? What kind of cooperation would they even talk about? Su Man was holding back her anger, unable to vent it, and was devastated. I have met many business elites, but none of them is like Ding Bulai. Instantly, Su Man asked as if she accepted her fate. "Brother Bulai, please tell me what conditions or requirements you have." Chapter 142 Return a Gift to Mr. Chin. Just when Ding Bulai and Su Man were chatting in the private room, several luxury cars were parked outside the bar. In the leading Rolls-Royce, Sun Ning, who had previously competed with Zhou Xiaotang in the live broadcast room, walked down with Chin Hao. From other cars, Mr. Hu and a group of rich young men also got out. Hu Xiao walked directly to Chin Hao and said with a smile, "Mr. Chin, let's just drink some wine and watch some dancing today, and stop thinking about those annoying things." Sun Ning also smiled and said, "Brother Hao is the most handsome and elegant man I have ever met. How could he be upset over such trivial matters? Brother Hao, please leave all your worries to Ningning today. Ningning will accompany you well." Chin Hao looked at the people surrounding him, and his mood, which had been disgusted by Ding Bulai recently, improved a little. "Okay, let's not talk about anything else today, just drink." The bar manager, who had already come out to greet us, immediately said enthusiastically, "Master Chin, Master Hu, Miss Sun, and several other young masters, please come in. The private rooms are ready." Chin Hao hugged Sun Ning and led the way in. As soon as they entered the private room on the 2nd floor and sat down, the bar manager came in with a group of beauties. "Master Chin, Master Hu, distinguished guests, these are the most beautiful ones specially prepared by our bar." Mr. Hu glanced at Chin Hao's expression and waved his hand. "Leave them all here. The manager was delighted when he heard this, okay. Then he turned to the women and said with a hint of warning, take good care of the young masters. After saying that, the beautiful hostesses who couldn't wait any longer came to accompany the few people one by one. Sun Ning poured wine for Qin Hao and said softly, Brother Hao, thank you for your support for Ning Ning. Ning Ning will toast you first. Qin Hao clinked his wine glass with Sun Ning's, nonchalantly but with a hint of arrogance, it's just a small matter. Brother Hao is so handsome. And Mr. Hu, all the big brothers, you all supported me so much during the last live broadcast. Ning Ning really doesn't know how to repay you. When Qin Hao heard Sun Ning mention the last live broadcast, his face darkened. Not to mention the loss, until now, the promised money has not been returned. Seeing this, Master Hu quickly picked up his wine glass and said, okay, let's not talk about that. Master Qin said it's all trivial. Let's just drink today. Mr. Qin, come on, no need to say more, I will also toast to you as a brother. Following Mr. Hu's opening remarks, several other young masters also began to take turns toasting. A beautiful band started singing on the first floor outside. The hostesses in the private room were also dancing to the music among the rich young men. What a beautiful scene! Qin Hao's depressed mood also dissipated a lot with the beautiful woman's passionate dance. At this time, Hu Xiao glanced outside unintentionally and saw Su Wen passing by their private room. He touched Qin Hao's arm and said, Mr. Qin, Su Wen is here too. Qin Hao paused and sneered, just right, here comes someone to vent my anger. In the circle of young men in Shanghai, everyone now knows that Su Wen has found a big brother. However, this eldest brother is now Qin Hao's mortal enemy. Hu Xiao smiled knowingly, come on, guys, an old friend is here, let's go and invite him in. The other people were curious, but they stood up without stopping and followed Hu Xiao out. Su Wen had just gone to the restroom and was about to return to the private room when he was blocked in the corridor by several people. At first glance, it was Hu Xiao and others. Su Wen frowned, why, Mr. Hu, you still have money to come to the bar, you are not buying on credit. These words made Hu Xiao and others angry. Su Wen, you deserve a beating, don't you? Damn it, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Hu Xiao stopped a few of the second generation who were shouting and said in anger. Ha, there's no need for you to worry about that, Mr. Su. It's fate that we met. Let's treat Mr. Su to a drink. Su Wen knew that the few people were not holding back their farts, so he prepared to leave. No, I'm not interested in drinking with you. At this time, several people stood beside Su Wen. Mr. Hu smiled coldly, Mr. Su is so disrespectful, but he is not a good friend. Who is your friend? Su Wen was about to leave in disgust, but was forcibly grabbed by several people and pushed into the private room. The other side. Su Man took a deep breath and was about to discuss the terms with Ding Bulai. At this time, one of Zhou Xiaotan's bodyguards walked in quickly and came to Ding Bulai. Boss, I just saw young Master Su being dragged into a private room next door by a few people. It seems that young Master Su is not very willing to go. Ding Bulai felt a little strange. In such a high-end bar, Su Wen is a rich young man from Shanghai, so he shouldn't be bullied. Su Man next to him thought of something and frowned. It's probably Hu Shang's gang. Maybe Qin Hao is also here. Ding Bulai understood, in that case, why don't you go over and take a look? Su Man said in embarrassment, could you trouble brother Bulai to go over there? If Qin Hao is here too, it might not be convenient for me. Ding Bulai nodded, okay. Mingli, Xiaotang, you guys play here for a while, I'll go over there. Although Lu Mengli, Zhou Xiaotang and others were a little worried, they still nodded obediently. Ding Bulai said to Wu Ying, please accompany me. Even without Ding Bulai saying anything, Wu Ying would have followed and called 2 bodyguards to guard outside. Arrived at the door of the private room the bodyguard mentioned. Ding Bulai didn't even knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. Inside the private room, Su Wen was being forced to drink by 4 or 5 women. Su Wen couldn't do anything to the women, and although he refused again and again, he was still fed and drank a lot by several women. Qin Hao, Hu Xiao and others were cheering and laughing, shouting to continue. The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of several people. Seeing Ding Bulai coming in, Su Wen immediately found his savior, brother, save me. Shouting, he broke free while the girls were not paying attention and ran behind Ding Bulai. Qin Hao's face suddenly darkened. Hu Xiao and the others also looked unhappy. It is this guy who is holding back his money and making life difficult for everyone. Someone said bluntly. Ding Bulai, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Get out. Ding Bulai, this is Shanghai, it's not your turn to be arrogant, get out of here now. Ding Bulai didn't care about the shouting. He just sat on the sofa and looked at Qin Hao and said, Mr. Qin is in a good mood. Do you have money again? Qin Hao said gloomily, Boss Ding, it's rude of you to break into my private room. Ding Bulai glanced at Su Wen, who still had some traces of alcohol on him, and smiled, Su Wen is my little brother. Young Master Qin invited my little brother to drink so enthusiastically, so I have to return the favor anyway. Qin Hao noticed wooing behind Ding Bulai, and the two women at the door who were obviously bodyguards, and his heart sank, what if I don't want it? What's wrong with Mr. Ding? You still want to force me? Believe it or not, if you dare to force me, you will definitely not be able to leave here tonight. Ding Bulai said calmly, Mr. Qin thinks too badly of me. I only toast with enthusiasm. After that, Ding Bulai said to Su Wen, call the bar manager over. Chapter 143, Give my old friends a toast. Qin Hao and others didn't know what Ding Bulai was planning. But they are also confident that Ding Bulai dare not do anything to them. Soon, the bar manager trotted over. Mr. Qin, Mr. Ding, distinguished guests, what can I do for you? Ding Bulai waved to the bar manager and said, Can I use my phone to project the screen onto the big screen behind the stage on the first floor? I'm very happy to see old friends like Mr. Qin and Mr. Hu today. I want to give a big red envelope to the guests and celebrate together. The manager was pleasantly surprised and said, Of course, if you have any other requests, just let me know. The manager knew people like Su Xiao and Qin Xiao, so he naturally understood that anyone who could hang out with this group of young masters must be extraordinary. Bring me another microphone. After I hand out the red envelopes, I want to say a few words to everyone. Okay, wait a moment, I'll have someone connect right away. Qin Hao and others didn't know what Ding Bulai was up to, and felt inexplicably uneasy, but they were unwilling to leave in disgrace, so they could only sit aside and watch. At this time, the waiter brought a microphone and helped Ding Bulai project the screen of his mobile phone onto the big screen on the first floor. At the same time, the beautiful lady who was singing on the first floor stage said, Welcome all the handsome men and beautiful women to our Inghao bar. Now our VIP in room 001 on the second floor said that he has prepared a red envelope for everyone. I don't know how big the red envelope is, but I will be very happy to receive it. Let's thank the VIP upstairs first, okay? There was sparse applause in the bar. This bar is one of the most high-end bars in Shanghai, and few people who come here are short of money. Many people showed indifferent expressions on their faces, thinking that it was probably that nouveau riche who came to Shanghai to make a name for himself. Ding Bulai stood at the railing on the second floor outside the private room, glanced at the guests who curiously stuck their heads out of other private rooms on the second floor, as well as the men and women on the first floor, coughed twice, and said with the microphone, Hello everyone, sorry to take up a few minutes of your time. Wow, so handsome. What a handsome young man. Why do you look familiar? Many people, especially girls, looked at Ding Bulai upstairs with shining eyes. Ding Bulai continued. Friends come from afar. I met my old friend here today, so I am in a good mood. I don't like the idea of someone paying for the whole meal. It's not that I can't afford it, but I believe that everyone here doesn't like that feeling. But I also want everyone to share my happiness, so I'll give everyone a small red envelope for entertainment. I have sent a red envelope with the QR code on the big screen. You can take it as you like. The amount is not large. Ding Bulai smiled slightly and said, It's only 10 million. Wow. No way. Really, I robbed 300,000. Damn, I'm rich. Super rich man. The whole bar suddenly became noisy. Except for some invited beauties, almost none of the guests in this bar have a net worth less than 10 million. But few people here can afford to give out 10 million in cash as red envelopes. Everyone was shocked by the graciousness of the mysterious guest on the second floor. Many guests in the private rooms on the second floor were also surprised and started scrambling for the red envelopes. Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang, who were originally in the private room, were curious about what Ding Bulai was doing, but neither of them came over to ask. Qin Hao and the others frowned, not understanding what Ding Bulai was doing. Too much money to burn? Just scan the QR code with your mobile phone and you can get the red envelope in less than a minute. Seeing that everyone had almost finished grabbing the items, Ding Bulai continued. Everyone got the red envelope, right? It doesn't matter if you didn't get it. There's still a chance. I just said that I met some of my old friends today. I was very happy. But when you meet a good friend, you can't drink enough. I am not in good health and can't drink, so I would like to make a request to everyone. They are the guests in room 001. They are all my old friends. I would like to ask you to toast them a glass of wine on my behalf. At this point, Ding Bulai continued in a clear voice, my old friends are also very prestigious people in Shanghai. It is definitely not a loss for you to toast them. Also, if you successfully toast them with a glass of wine, I'll give them 100,000 yuan. If you toast them with 2 glasses, I'll give them 20 yuan. There's no upper limit. Whether you are a guest or a staff member, male or female, when you toast my friends, I hope you can just say, wish you good fortune and prosperity. Because they helped me make a lot of money some time ago. Wow! When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Qin Hao and others in the private room suddenly changed their expressions, and several young masters became restless. Hu Shao comforted him, we don't want to drink. I don't know who dares to force us to drink. It's okay. Ding Bulai looked back at Qin Hao and the others, and smiled inexplicably, because my friend is a little arrogant and a little shy, but actually he can drink quite well and has basically never been drunk, so as long as you don't go too far, I hope everyone can show their strengths. Remember, a glass of wine costs 100,000 yuan. Take as much as you can. At this moment, everyone clearly understood what Ding Bulai meant. Moreover, none of the men and women sitting here are naive, each one of them is very smart and shrewd. It's obvious that this handsome rich guy is using some tricks on the people in the private room. But what does this have to do with them? They were just helping someone toast his friends. Some people can't sit still anymore. Some male guests and staff were still hesitant. But some beauties, especially those who came to the bar to pick up rich men, have begun to rush to the second floor. Qin Hao and others could no longer sit still. Drinking a little can make you happy, but drinking too much can harm your body. It would be fatal if so many people toasted me. He hurried to the door, ready to stop Ding Bulai's ridiculous farce. However, 2 female bodyguards were already guarding the door, so Qin Hao and the others could not go out and could only yell. Roll! I want to see who dares to stop me and come to our private room. Get out of here! Ding Bulai frowned and gave Wu Ying a wink. Wu Ying walked forward and tapped on a few people. Qin Hao and the others suddenly widened their eyes and cried out, unable to speak. This is exactly the same as how the old mother dealt with Wei Hu and Yunhang before. At this time, more than a dozen beauties had arrived at the door of the private room. When they saw Qin Hao and others inside, their eyes suddenly lit up. If there are 6 or 7 people, that's even better. If each person offers a glass of wine, wouldn't that be 600,000 or 700,000? It's just this much money, will the other party really give it? Handsome guy, let me confirm with you, will you give 100,000 to anyone who offers a glass of wine? That's right. Those people will be given 100,000 for each glass of wine. As for who you can toast to and how many glasses you can toast, that depends on your ability. My people are right here, drinking and paying on the spot. After Ding Bulai finished speaking, he arranged for a bodyguard to move a stool and sit at the door of the private room, and transferred 50 million to her mobile phone. The female bodyguard held her mobile phone, displayed the QR code, and waited for someone to come out and pay. Chapter 144 Difficulties of the Entertainment Company. Qin Hao and others were carried out that night. Everyone was toasted with nearly 100 glasses of wine. Although some of the drinks in the bar were not very strong, after nearly 100 glasses, everyone was exhausted. It was because Su Man and the others were really worried that something might happen to them that they asked Ding Bulai to stop in time. The next morning, Ding Bulai woke up in the presidential suite of the hotel. Without disturbing Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang, who were exhausted from working for half the night, Ding Bulai left the room by himself. When we arrived at the hotel buffet restaurant, Su Man was already waiting there. Not bad, bro. Ding Bulai casually took some breakfast and ate it. You came here so early in the morning. Did you get enough rest last night? Where's Su Wen? Su Man said in a deep voice, Su Wen is locked up at home by his father. There are also the Qin family, the Wu family and other Shanghai families. They had originally planned to call the police to look for you, but because Qin Hao and the others were fine, and you have some status, and more importantly, you were just inviting people to toast, the reason was legitimate, so they gave up for now. However, the suppression of the company you invested in will be accelerated, and the intensity will be stronger than what was said yesterday. Because this time, several families will unite to target you. As Su Man spoke, she observed Ding Bulai's reaction. When Ding Bulai heard that they were looking for the police to arrest him, he was a little nervous. After all, he didn't have enough connections to deal with such tactics, and he was afraid of such tricks. Fortunately, he was smart and didn't do anything out of line. Ding Bulai appears calm on the surface. He does not feel any pressure at all about the so-called corporate suppression. What a joke. He does not rely on the company to make money. If it loses money, it loses money. It doesn't matter if it goes bankrupt. Seeing Ding Bulai's calm look, Suman attached more importance to the cooperation with Ding Bulai. Brother Bolai, aren't you worried? What is there to worry about? Don't we still have you, President Su? Ding Bulai ate his breakfast carelessly and said meaningfully, I believe President Su will help me. Suman looked at the busy restaurant and said with a smile, Boss Ding, are you going to say this here? Sorry, I'll finish it soon. Ding Bulai ate a few more mouthfuls of breakfast, found a small meeting room in the hotel, and asked bodyguards to guard outside the door. The alliance of several major families seems to be quite powerful, but the core is still the Qin family. As long as the Qin family can be moved, the other families will not be a problem. As I said yesterday, there is a way to help you bring down the Qin family, but it's not easy. The Qin family has 5 pillar industries: supermarkets, real estate, shipping, finance, and entertainment. The real moneymakers are actually supermarkets and entertainment. And I happen to have leverage over these 2 industries. Besides, our Su family has a lot of connections in the upper echelons. Ding Bulai was not at all surprised by what Suman said, but he also knew that simply knowing the other party's weakness, even a very serious one, might not be enough to defeat the Qin family. So what if they have leverage? For a large group worth more than 3 trillion yuan, or even a consortium, there are plenty of people who will protect them and prevent them from going bankrupt. Of course, unless someone can take over such a large industry in a stable and even developmental manner. As for Ding Bulai, his current cash investment alone exceeds 600 billion, which made Suman see the huge strength behind him. A company that has the ability and appetite to swallow up a $3 trillion megagroup. In fact, at this point, Ding Bulai no longer had anything to hesitate about, as there was basically no possibility of reconciliation between him and the Qin family. As for the help from the Su family, it would be better if we have it, but it doesn't matter if we don't. Because, although Suman is very capable and has a lot of say in the Su family, she is still a girl and has not yet become the heir of the Su family. Although the Su family and the Qin family have a bad relationship, they have not yet broken off relations, so what they are talking about now is just Suman's idea to deal with the Qin family. It is still unknown how much power Suman can really mobilize to help Ding Bulai in the future. However, Suman can still play a significant role. For example, some of the Qin family's plans against Ding Bulai's investment companies were told to Ding Bulai. The two discussed in the private room for a long time, until Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang woke up and looked for Ding Bulai, and then Suman said goodbye. Ding Bulai accompanied Lu Mengli, Zhou Xiaotang, and the Baixian 6 twins and played in Shanghai for a whole day. Just as I was preparing for another battle in the evening, Yun Qingxue called back. Busy? Ding Bulai patted the heads of Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang, who were in a somewhat disappointing mood, in a comforting manner, and said with a smile, No, Qingxue, why are you calling me so late? I have something to discuss with you. The Zen Bulai building has been renovated. When will you be back? Also, I want to hold the first Zen Bulai group meeting. Also, there is something I want to discuss with you. I received news that the Qin family in Shanghai wants to deal with us. Ding Bulai also wanted to make some arrangements, so he nodded and agreed. No problem, just arrange it and let me know when the time is set. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang couldn't wait to come up to him. To be honest, they have no thoughts or opinions about the Jin Bulai group. Their money and company belong to Bulaigu, and they will not hesitate if Bulaigu wants to take charge or even take it back. But what is inevitably unpleasant is that the Zen Bulai group, the headquarters of the company founded by Bulaigu himself, has Yun Qingxue as its president. This means that Yun Qingxue has a different status in Brother Bulai's mind. They would not question Brother Bulai, so they could only vent their anger by bullying him severely in bed. After a night of intense exertion, even Ding Bulai, whose body had been strengthened, felt a little sore in his waist. In the morning, Ding Bulai was awakened by Lu Mengli's phone call. But Lu Mengli was still too tired to wake up. Ding Bulai took Lu Mengli's phone and saw that it was the newly signed young director Gun Lu. He answered the call directly and quietly walked out to the living room. Boss Lu, I'm Gun Lu. Are you in the company today? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Gun Lu, what's wrong? Gun Lu held the phone in disbelief. Ding, Mr. Ding? It's me. Mengli is still resting. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Gung swallowed his saliva, suppressed the gossip in his heart, and said in panic, "Sorry, Mr. Ding, I disturb you." "It's okay, just tell me if you have something to say." "It's like this, I've been looking for a crew and recruiting actors these past 2 days, but the situation isn't very good. Obviously, the suppression of the entertainment industry has already begun, or it can be said that Qin Hao has never stopped suppressing Lu Mingli, but now the intensity is even greater. According to Gung Lo, no mature crew members or suitable actors are willing to come now, and ordinary and unknown ones dare not come. Even when he went to discuss the shooting location, he was rejected with various excuses. Some people even told Gung Lu in person that not only could their movie not be made, but even if it was made it might not be released. Chapter 145. The pattern is small. Ding Bulai comforted Gung Lu and told him to continue to do his own thing and he would take care of other things himself. After hanging up the call with Gung Lo, Zhou Jingwen, Lu Mingli's former agent and now the general manager of the company founded by Lu Mingli, called. After Ding Bulai answered the phone, Zhou Jingwen also talked about some of the difficulties the company is facing now. Many variety shows or announcements that were agreed upon were inexplicably withdrawn, and several endorsements were cancelled. After listening for a while, Ding Bulai asked Zhou Jingwen to come to the hotel later. After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai sat in the living room and thought for a while. At this time, his phone rang. It was a call from his senior schoolmate Lin Jixia. Ding Bulai quickly answered the call, thinking that there might be a problem with the financial department, but he didn't expect that Lin Jixia was talking about something else. She wanted to poach someone. After Lin Jixia took over Su's finance, she realized how difficult it was to manage a financial company, especially a financial company with 2 subsidiaries, a bank and an insurance company. She used to consider herself a gifted girl, with master's degrees in finance and law, but now she is overwhelmed by the huge amount of data and business problems. Of course, the company still has many senior executives. But as a shareholder and a boss, she can't show weakness in front of her employees, otherwise she will be betrayed by her subordinates in the future. Ding is neither good nor reliable. So she can only handle it on her own, and occasionally ask for advice from her old leader Deng Shuli, the president of the Yunhang branch of Longhua Bank. Deng Shuli is a nice person and gave Lin Jixia a lot of useful suggestions. Lin Jixia knew that Longhua Bank had recently undergone reforms, and many people were eyeing Deng Shuli's position, but there was no position for Deng Shuli at the top, so Deng Shuli's life was not going well. Lin Jixia became interested and jokingly suggested asking Deng Shuli to come to her side. Deng Shuli did not refuse directly, and seemed to be tempted. The purpose of Lin Jixia calling Ding Bulai was, firstly, to seek Ding Bulai's opinion, and secondly, if Ding Bulai agreed, she hoped that Ding Bulai would personally call Deng Shuli and invite him to join. For this reason, Lin Jixia is willing to give up the position of chairman and president, as she believes she cannot bear such a heavy burden now. Ding Bulai thought for a moment and replied, "Jixia, I have no objection to inviting President Deng, but I don't agree with you giving up the position of chairman. The company I invest in can only be you, and must be the top leader. Whether it's President Deng or someone else, they can only be general managers or even vice presidents at most. Of course, in actual operations, you can delegate as much power as possible and learn more from President Deng." Lin Jixia thought about it and agreed. She also mentioned that the company's business has been pretty good recently. Ding Bulai said vigilantly, "Jixia, you have to focus on one thing now, which is the review of major businesses. You must be very strict." "What's wrong?" "Sheens is suppressing us and setting a trap for us, so we need to review some new and even old businesses more strictly than before. It doesn't matter if the business is temporarily stagnant recently." Lin Jixia also knew the importance of the matter and immediately agreed, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After hanging up the phone, Ding Bulai leaned back on the sofa and squinted his eyes. At this moment, a pair of gentle hands pressed on his temple. Ding Bulai opened his eyes and saw Zhou Xiaotang standing behind him. "Not bad, are you comfortable?" "Very comfortable, thank you." "Brother Bolai, are you worried about the company?" Ding Bulai admitted, "That's right. Although I don't really care about the company's profits and losses, since I have invested in these companies, I can't help but worry about their affairs." Zhou Xiaotang said softly, "There are many things I don't understand, but I know that strength can defeat skill. As long as you are strong, no problem is important." Ding Bulai's eyes lit up, "Xiaotang, you are right. As long as I am strong, these problems are not a problem. In fact, I was fooled by Su Man. But Su Man is actually not wrong. She is just looking at things from the perspective of an ordinary investor, worrying about suppression and competition, and telling me how powerful Cheens is. But in fact, there is no need for me to pay attention to Qin's suppression. At this point, Ding Bulai had an idea in his mind. It seemed that his previous vision was still too narrow. Zhou Xiaotang helped Ding Bulai press his head for a while, and Lu Mengli woke up. The beauties had a simple breakfast and Zhou Jingwen also rushed to the hotel. This is some dark material about directors and stars. This is a list of some talented directors, actors, and singers who don't have many scandals or have potential. Ding Bulai threw over some information, which was given by Su Man, as well as information about the reward for the last attack on by Xian and others, and said, Qin Entertainment is suppressing Mengli's entertainment company. Although Xiaotong's studio has not been affected yet, I estimate it will be soon. So, on the one hand, we have to fight back, and on the other hand, we have to do our best to develop ourselves. Zhou Jingwen took the information and took a look at it. She didn't seem surprised and was obviously very familiar with the situation in the entertainment industry. I was just amazed at the detailed information and the accuracy of the evidence. Boss Ding, our biggest problem is not with the artists. For example, Mengli's previous negative news has been cleared up, and she is still very popular, but now there is no suitable announcement. So what I lack is the relevant resources. Ding Bulai smiled slightly. Mr. Zhou is right, but the so-called resources such as variety shows, programs, and venues are just money in my opinion. No matter how big Qin's is, it is just a company. As long as we pay enough money, we will be the largest resource provider. Seeing that several people seem to be thinking about something, Ding Bulai said confidently. I gave Mengli only a few billion before. At that time, I just thought it was enough to start a company and invest in a few movies, but now it seems that it is far from enough. So, I plan to increase my investment and turn your entertainment company into an entertainment group. Apart from Zhou Xiaotang, who had witnessed Ding Bulai's financial charm in Yunhang, Zhou Jingwen and Lu Mengli had not had much contact with Ding Bulai and were shocked when they heard this. And Ding Bulai's next words caused a storm of chaos in their hearts. Xiaotang's model studio is actually also an entertainment industry. You can merge it into one group. And my requirement for this entertainment group is to be #1 in Dragon Country, or even #1 in the world. Of course, I know this goal is difficult for you, but there is no need to rush. I plan to invest 100 billion yuan in advance to deal with Qin suppression and develop myself in the early stage. I want you to recruit artists and invest in TV, movies, and variety shows. Regardless of resources or announcements, our own announcements can support the development of artists. Although they knew that Ding Bulai was rich, Lu Mengli and Zhou Jingwen were still shocked by his generosity. Unexpectedly, Ding Bulai continued, and Qin's has the largest cinema chain in the country, right? It doesn't matter. I plan to set up an internet technology company and acquire or build my own video playback platform based on the Maya live broadcast platform. Chapter 146 Yun Xingxue's Little Thoughts. There are crews and venues. You can spend money on them. No one doesn't want to make money. Remember, I'm not afraid of losing money. I don't care about the cost. I just ask you to complete what you want to do. I would also like to emphasize that 100 billion is just the beginning. If 100 billion is not enough or is used up, I will invest another 100 billion, 200 billion, or even 500 billion. Ding Bulai has already figured it out. Whether there is suppression or not, I will just spend money. Money, it keeps coming. Zhou Jingwen, Lu Mengli, and Zhou Xiaotang were digesting the news, or plan, that Ding Bulai had said. After everyone thought in silence for a while, Ding Bulai said, Okay, you guys, or Mr. Zhou, you are now the CEO of Mengli Company, you should think about the follow-up work carefully. Tomorrow, we will go back to Yunhang for a meeting. The Qin family's suppression should come soon. Ding Bulai was not prepared to wait for Yun Xingxue to arrange the so-called group meeting. He directly called Yun Xingxue and arranged it for tomorrow. Zhou Jingwen left with shock and excitement in her heart. Lu Mengli and Zhou Xiaotang were both filled with gratitude and moved. So much money is invested here, which shows that Brother Bulai trusts himself and others. They secretly vowed to work hard to help their good brother build his own entertainment empire. On this day, Ding Bulai accompanied a few people, especially by Xian and his friends, to visit several scenic spots. During this period, Yun Xingxue, Lin Jixia, Xin Xingqing, Zhou Toan, and Jiang Lulu also called separately. They all talked about some company matters and didn't talk about much else. In the evening, Ding Bulai and his companions returned to Yunhang City on a private plane. Also coming were Lu Mengli and Zhou Jingwen. When they arrived in Yunhang in the evening, Ding Bulai asked the women to go back to the villa first, and he met Deng Shuli in person. Regarding Ding Bulai, who is currently at the peak of his career, Deng Shuli has to sigh that things are changing too fast. A few months ago, he knew that Ding Bulai visited a big client just because the other party had billions more in his account. Now, the other party has become a super boss who has invested hundreds of billions of dollars in the company. Deng Shuli was both honored and extremely happy about Ding Bulai's invitation. It's simple, Ding Bulai gave too much. When Ding Bulai got up in the villa in the morning, Lu Mengli, Zhou Xiaotang and others had already prepared breakfast for him. After finishing a delicious meal and preparing to go out, Yun Qingxue came to the villa. After the last attack on his villa, Ding Bulai also found out that Yun Qingxue lived next door to him. To be honest, he was a little nervous at first, worried that the other party had noticed what he had done. Later, seeing that Yun Qingxue didn't show anything unusual, and besides, he had never hidden the fact that he had many women, so it didn't matter. Yun Qingxue was still wearing a cool professional suit. Her slender legs wrapped in black stockings and high heels made this stunning beauty even more seductive. Yun Qingxue nodded and greeted Lu Mengli and the others calmly, then said to Ding Bulai, "Take my car and I'll tell you something." Okay. After Ding Bulai let Lu Mengli and the others get in the car by themselves, he got on the back seat of Yun Qingxue's car. "What's wrong? Are you talking about chains?" "No, let's talk about that in the meeting. I want to talk about the group's arrangements." Ding Bulai was stunned for a moment. What other plans does the group have? Yun Qingxue secretly rolled her eyes. Since you have already established a company and are ready to guide and support the companies that invest below, the relevant arrangements must be communicated to you clearly first. These are not easy to bring up at the meeting. Oh, then go ahead. The Zenbulai Group you founded is a group company, but it currently has no legal or equity affiliation with the companies below it. Of course, I won't say much about your arrangements, but to be honest, I've learned about their situations, and most of them don't have much experience and knowledge in corporate management and related fields. So for the sake of your investment interests, or to protect the industries of these women, you need to make it clear that your Zenbulai Group can control or take over the companies below it when necessary. This may not be legally binding, but you need to make it clear at the meeting. Ding Bulai thought about it and decided that although he didn't care about the returns on his investment by trying to capture goddesses and investing money in them, these women didn't think so. They certainly didn't want their businesses to suffer losses or go bankrupt, so he set up a company to support and help them when necessary. So he nodded and agreed, "No problem, I can explain this to everyone clearly." Yun Qingxue's eyebrows flickered, and she felt a little happy. Her little plan was successful. Ding Bulai doesn't care about management or equity, but she does care. It's not because she cares about the money, but because she cares about rights and status, which are the rights and status of women in Ding Bulai's mind. She is now the president of the company founded by Ding Bulai. The company can control the subordinate enterprises, which means that she can control these women of Ding Bulai. The legal equity relationship is not important at all. What is important is Ding Bulai's attitude and the resulting status. Although Yun Qingxue has not yet completely accepted Ding Bulai, she is obviously not opposed to it now, and can't help but secretly put herself in the position of the queen. The second thing is the name of the company. You named your company not bad, so should all the companies you invested in change their names to this name? There are several companies that need to change their names or rename their companies, such as the acquired Suez Finance, which needs to go through the name change process. Except for some individual companies such as Yunhang Airlines, should all other companies change their names to not bad? Yun Qingxue really wanted to complain about this name, but there was nothing she could do since it was Ding Bulai who chose it. Ding Bulai replied without hesitation, "Let the heads of each company decide. If they are willing to change it, they can change it to Jin Bulai XYZ Company. If they don't want to change it or want to use another name, that's fine too." Yun Qingxue frowned, but did not insist, and continued. The next thing that is more important is the arrangement of enterprises and personnel. Of course, this mainly involves Yun Tian. Look, this is my initial suggestion. Yun Qingxue took out a document from her bag and handed it to Ding Bulai. Ding Bulai opened it and saw that the first page was a large organizational chart. The one at the top is naturally the Zenbulai Group. Then below are the various invested companies. If you continue to look through, you will find the detailed organizational structure and personnel arrangements. Zenbulai Group, Chairman Ding Bulai, General Manager Yun Qingxue. There are 6 deputy general managers, but the positions are currently vacant. Then there are 10 departments including the Secretariat, General Affairs Department, Legal Department, Industry Department, Investment Department, etc. Preliminary candidates have been selected for heads of some departments. Then there are the companies invested by Ding Bulai, which have not changed much. Yunhang Airlines, Chairman Xin Xingqing, General Manager Lu Hang to be dismissed, data collection in progress. Yunhang International Airport Company, Chairman Zhou Tong, General Manager to be appointed. Financial Company, Chairman Lin Jixia, General Manager Deng Shuli. Entertainment Company, Chairman Lu Wenli, General Manager Zhou Jingwen. Xiaotang Entertainment Media Company, Chairman and General Manager Zhou Xiaotang. Maoya Live, Chairman Ding Bulai, General Manager Fong Lei. Zenbulai Tourism Group, Chairman Jiang Lulu, General Manager Wei Xian. Zenbulai New Energy Technology Group, Chairman Ding Bulai, General Manager Yun Qingxue to be determined. Yuntian Group Zenbulai Group Holdings, Chairman and General Manager Yun Qingxue.